This is clearly a scene where people are flying in the sky on broomsticks, and mages are summoning fireballs, ice arrows, and lightning with spellbooks in hand, as if you could step into the fantastical world of Hogwarts at any moment. However, in this fantastical setting, a group of modern armed forces suddenly appeared, driving tanks, carrying RPGs, and controlling destroyers. Even more outrageous is that this world is overflowing with gold and treasures. But the militants have absolutely no interest in gold. They can exchange a piece of bread for a ton of gold bars, as if they're playing some kind of absurd survival simulator. And it all started with a guy named Zhao Wu. He accidentally traveled to this parallel world and found a teleportation portal that allowed him to travel freely between the two worlds. Sounds like a fortune is about to be struck, right? But Zhao Wu almost got killed by a skeleton warrior on his first transmigration, experiencing a true death start. So he made a snap decision. I'm done. I'll hand over the portal to the nation. If one person can't handle it, then we'll unite the nation to develop this other world together. Having made up his mind, Zhao Wu rushed home. Soon after, he arrived at a manor. Colonel Zhao Haichun lived in this remote suburb, partly for secrecy and partly because the environment and air were indeed fresh and pleasant. Zhao Wu, you're back. The maid was slightly surprised to see Zhao Wu. Her colonel's son had just left home. So how come he was back so soon? Where is Dad? Zhao Wu asked anxiously. Zhao Haichun was on leave at the moment, but no one knew when his leave would end. Zhao Wu could only silently pray that his father hadn't left yet. The colonel is in the study. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu nodded, then went upstairs to the second floor, arrived at the study door, and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the study, Zhao Haichun frowned slightly and closed a notebook on the table. Although it was a vacation, some things still couldn't be seen by outsiders. Gumin. He placed his hands on the table, looked at Zhao Wu as he walked in, and said, What's wrong? Son, is something the matter, Dad? What I'm about to tell you. Please don't panic. Zhao Haichun was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. This brat actually told him not to panic. He was a colonel. What hadn't he seen besides? What kind of alarming thing could a barely adult son possibly say? Don't worry. I won't panic no matter what happens. I'm a professional. Zhao Haichun had already made up his mind. No matter what Zhao Wu said, he would deal with it first. After all, the video conference with the general was about to begin. However, since I rarely get to come home, I didn't want to spoil my son's fun, so I didn't immediately refuse him. It's quite poignant to think about it. If I weren't so often away from home, this kid probably wouldn't always be trying to find ways to get close to me. He probably just wants to play with me for a while. Zhao Wu, of course, had no idea that his adoptive father had already imagined a whole scenario. With a wave of his hand, a light blue portal slowly unfolded in the study, just large enough for one person to pass through. Well, Dad, ever seen a portal before? Zhao Wu asked smugly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air froze. Zhao Wu was slightly disappointed. The exclamations of holy crap, awesome, and 666 that he had expected did not come as anticipated. Could it be that opening a portal is no longer surprising? Or perhaps, as a colonel, his father is so knowledgeable and has seen so many amazing things that he is indifferent to portals? He turned around in confusion and saw Zhao Haichun sitting at his desk, dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit a light bulb inside. It took Zhao Haichun a full half-minute to come to his senses. Son, this. There are many ways to be surprised. Some people shout and yell. Some are flustered and at a loss. But Zhao Haichun was obviously the kind of person who was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Dad, didn't we agree not to be surprised? Zhao Wu smiled. Seeing his father's shock filled him with indescribable joy. No, this is a portal. A portal. Yes, I summoned it. Zhao Wu said, speechless. Zhao Haichun hurriedly got up and ran to the teleportation portal, reaching out to gently touch the semi-transparent doorway. It was icy cold to the touch, like an iron plate taken from a freezer. Zhao Wu wasn't worried that his father might accidentally travel back in time. After all, he hadn't been granted secondary authority yet. Son, have you told anyone else? If people were to find out that Zhao Wu possessed the ability to open teleportation portals, it would likely cause endless trouble. Not to mention, spies from both home and abroad would probably use every means to kidnap Zhao Wu. Not yet. However, the other side of this portal is far too dangerous. Zhao Wu's expression turned serious. Therefore, I think I need the support of the army. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he quietly observed Zhao Haichen's expression. Zhao Haichen was clearly taken aback for a moment, then paced back and forth in the study, deep in thought. The Dragon Kingdom in this world is somewhat different from the country Zhao Wu originally came from. Here, the Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in resources, but in terms of overall strength and technological level, it cannot be considered powerful. It can only be described as a large developing country. To curb the rise of China, other developed countries joined forces with some smaller neighboring countries to impose a blockade on it. These smaller countries, manipulated by others, became chains firmly binding China. Just then, a notification tone came from his shut-down computer. Beep, beep, beep. It was the tone indicating the video conference was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the meeting. The general was waiting for his connection. Zhao Haichen glanced at Zhao Wu and said, "Since you're already prepared, let's see what the general has to say." There are two reasons why he was willing to agree to Zhao Wu's request. Firstly, if the other world is truly fraught with danger, only an army could increase the success rate of its development. Secondly, there is the deep-seated sense of national pride. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are generally proud to be part of it, and this nation possesses a cohesion and cultural identity that is unmatched by other countries. For Zhao Wu, this teleportation portal was a rare opportunity. For the Dragon Kingdom, it was also an excellent chance. Obtaining advanced technology and scarce resources from another world would help the Dragon Kingdom achieve a leap forward in its international standing. Zhao Haichen returned to his wooden desk and opened his laptop. "General," the television screen on the desk suddenly lit up, displaying a middle-aged soldier wearing a military cap. The 3 gold stars on his shoulders identified him as a general of the Dragon Kingdom. "Haichen, is there someone else with you?" General Chun looked at Zhao Wu with slight surprise. "General, something big has happened." The city where Zhao was located was S City in the Dragon Kingdom. Although it wasn't a large metropolis, it had a medium-sized airport, which could basically meet daily transportation needs. But today, this usually quiet little airport seemed unusually different. All flights bound for S City were either forced to divert to other airports or simply turn back. The entire airport was under military control, and temporary air traffic control was activated. Immediately afterwards, 3 dark green military transport helicopters landed in the center of the airport, and many fully armed soldiers filed out of the cabins. They had stern expressions, marched in unison, and were highly disciplined. "What's going on? This is the first time I've seen so many soldiers." "Yeah, those helicopters are so cool. They look like the latest models developed by our country." Some citizens took out their phones and cameras, trying to take pictures of the helicopters not far away, but were soon politely asked to leave the airport by the soldiers who arrived. Although the people of this world are generally enthusiastic about the military, they also understand that curiosity should not interfere with military missions. So they all cooperated and quickly left the airport area. "Report, the airport has been completely cleared." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the captain nodded in satisfaction, but his mind was filled with doubt. What kind of important person was coming that required the entire airport to be cleared? Not long ago, he was leading his troops on a training exercise at a nearby radar station when he suddenly received an urgent order from division headquarters to completely blockade S City Airport. The order even granted him the authority to execute any obstructors if necessary. Fortunately, there was no serious resistance, which relieved him greatly. Meanwhile, on Phoenix Road in S City, a rare scene was unfolding. A convoy of 5 military jeeps was speeding along the wide road. These vehicles were dark green, with heavy bodies, solid tires, and bulletproof glass, giving them an imposing presence. The convoy was surrounded by a protective ring of vehicles and motorcycles driven by local police, which tightly encircled the 5 jeeps. What an impressive motorcade. Who's in the cars? Is it some important person heading to the airport? Maybe it's a top researcher. Onlookers raised their phones to try and capture the scene, but the motorcade was clearly meticulously planned. No matter which angle you look from, it seems impossible to see the interior of the Jeep in the center of the convoy. "Dad, where are we going?" Zhao Wu sat in the car, still in shock. The Dragon Kingdom's reaction speed was simply too fast. He had just shown the teleportation portal to the general, and in less than 5 minutes, a large number of soldiers and police had arrived at his home. This sudden commotion even frightened the household servants, who mistakenly thought Zhao Wu had committed some serious crime. At this moment, Zhao Haichun sat beside Zhao Wu, now dressed in a crisp military uniform, exuding an air of authority. He clenched his fists, his heart pounding with unease, utterly unsure whether his decision to follow Zhao Wu's advice was the right one. The portal, like Pandora's box, will it bring blessings or calamity to the Dragon Kingdom? You'll know when you get there, Zhao Haichun said in a low voice, as if he had already made up his mind. After hearing this, Zhao Wu said nothing more, only turning his gaze to the outside of the car window without uttering a word. The convoy traveled smoothly, and thanks to the police escort, the journey to the airport, which normally took 20 minutes, now only took 5 minutes. City Airport. Colonel, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The Special Forces members parked next to the helicopter immediately lined up neatly and saluted upon seeing the colonel arrive. Their mission was to escort the colonel and his son Zhao Wu to an underground base in the northwest of China. Let's go then. Zhao Wu glanced at the military helicopter and then stepped onto it. In the northwest of China, the land is vast and sparsely populated, consisting mostly of Gobi Desert and plains. In this desolate region, satellite technology is used to its fullest extent, making it impossible for any disturbance to escape detection. It is on this very land that the largest underground research base in the Dragon Kingdom is located. The base extends 28 levels underground, yet the existence of the lowest level remains largely unknown. This was a space outside the design, known only to a very few qualified individuals. At this moment, Zhao Wujing was sitting with several high-ranking military officials in a conference room on the 28th basement level. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. After a moment of silence, a soldier sitting in the center finally spoke. Zhao Wu, I have reported your matter. The country has specially established a special task force for this, the Otherworld Development Task Force. I'm the first group leader, and these are all group members. Zhao Wu was familiar with the soldier who spoke. It was Chen Guoming, one of the few generals in the Dragon Kingdom, who had previously held a video conference with his father. Chen Guoming then introduced the group members one by one, including the president of the Lonka Academy, the Minister of Energy, and key figures from several important fields. Zhao Wu responded to each of them. All right, I won't waste any more words. I'm afraid none of you here are quite clear about what we're going to do. Everyone nodded. They were used to things not being said openly in public, but at this moment, everyone was eager to know what event had gathered them all here. It's worth noting that the last time these people gathered together was when the Dragon Academy successfully developed the Dongfeng series of new weapons. Zhao Wu opened the portal. A portal. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. A portal wasn't that something from novels or games. How could it possibly exist in reality? However, this meeting was far from trivial. No one took it as a joke. Everyone turned to look at Chen Guoming, who remained serious, showing no sign of amusement. In that case, let's see what's really going on. All eyes turned to Zhao Wu, awaiting his so-called performance. But in an instant, the entire room froze in shock. A semi-transparent portal appeared out of thin air in the conference room. It was incredibly realistic and awe-inspiring. This is simply unbelievable. The first to react was Dean Zhang of the Dragon Science Academy. He stood up shakily and slowly walked towards the teleportation portal. The others were either speechless and terrified or oblivious to the fact that their water glasses had spilled onto their trousers. Zhao Wu watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. The expressions of these military and political bigwigs were even more exaggerated than those of his own father back then. However, this is understandable. Dean Zhang has dedicated his life to scientific research, remaining calm and rational. How could he not be extremely excited to suddenly see a teleportation portal appear out of nowhere in reality? This really is a portal? Dean Zhang was utterly shocked, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. He wanted to reach out and touch the portal, but he was worried that his movement would make it disappear. That's right. That's exactly why I sent you here, General Chen Guoming said slowly. Although he had seen this portal in a video before, seeing it with his own eyes now still left him deeply shocked. The portal was larger than he had imagined, nearly 2 meters high and about 1 meter wide, with a light blue sheen on the frame, as if water were slowly flowing across its surface. Your name is Zhao Wu? Dean Zhang turned to look at the young man. Yes, Dean Zhang. Zhao Wu nodded in response. Have you been inside? The image of the skeleton he had encountered when he entered flashed through Zhao Wu's mind. He quickly calculated that the time he spent inside and out was probably less than 5 seconds. I guess I'd go in, Zhao Wu said, slightly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang's eyes lit up and he immediately grabbed Zhao Wu's shoulders, shaking him excitedly. What's inside? Tell me quickly. Ahem. Chen Guoming coughed lightly twice, as if to remind him of something. Dean Zhang then realized he had been somewhat out of line, but he was desperate to know what the world behind the door was like. Actually, it's another world inside. Zhao Wu slowly recounted what he had seen and heard inside the door, including the near-death experience. There are even walking skeletons? That's too illogical, Dean Zhang muttered. But then he thought, since even teleportation portals can exist, walking skeletons don't seem so outrageous after all. I can bring 5 people in, but it's too dangerous inside, so it's more appropriate to bring soldiers, Zhao Wu explained. Bringing Dean Zhang in would be troublesome. The middle-aged man in front of him didn't look as strong as Zhao Wu, and his hair was showing obvious signs of balding. While going bald might signify becoming stronger, it seemed only the former was evident in Dean Zhang. We already discussed this before you arrived. As the words fell, the 5 soldiers around the conference table stood up in unison. These 5 are members of the Falcon team. They will accompany you into the other world. Among the 5, 3 are assault soldiers equipped with highly stable military rifles and pistols. One is a sniper responsible for reconnaissance and long-range strikes, equipped with an anti-material sniper rifle, and there is a metal box next to him. It is unknown what is inside, but it is obviously military supplies. The last person was the gunner, carrying an RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder, responsible for providing heavy firepower support. Each person was equipped with auxiliary equipment, such as a radio and grenades. Once you enter this other world, your primary task is to ensure Zhao Wu's safety. Even at the cost of your own life, you must bring him back. If Zhao Wu dies in this other world, everything that follows will be in vain, and the development of this other world will come to an end. Yes, the 5 replied in unison, their voices loud and clear. Also, all actions over there must be under Zhao Wu's command. Even if he orders you to die, you must obey. Yes, these 5 men might not be the strongest overall, but their loyalty was beyond question. Although Zhao Wu was just a young man who had just come of age, since the organization had ordered them to obey his orders, they would not hesitate to do so. Don't underestimate this kid. He's a top student at the military academy, Chen Guoming added with a smile. This made Zhao Wu feel slightly embarrassed. He felt he was only a little bit smarter than others. Zhao Wu, this is for you. Zhao Haichun stepped forward and handed Zhao Wu a pistol. This gun had been with him for many years, and now it was being passed on to his son. Dad, Zhao Wu wanted to say that he wasn't a good shot, but looking at the atmosphere around him, it seemed inappropriate not to take it, so he reluctantly accepted it. Come back alive. Yes. Everyone present stood up to see off the 6 who were about to embark on their mission. System, how do I assign secondary permissions? Simply think about it silently. Zhao Wu silently completed the allocation of permissions, then nodded to the 5 team members. The 6 of them passed through the teleportation portal one by one and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Those in the conference room who witnessed the 6 vanish into thin air were once again filled with shock and disbelief. Although they had known of the portal's existence, what they saw with their own eyes was far from the truth of the rumors. On the other side, in the empty graveyard, a semi-transparent portal slowly opened. 6 figures emerged from the group, dressed in biohazard suits and wearing gas masks, looking completely out of place in this world. They were none other than Zhao Wu and his party. Zhao Wu led the group forward slowly, then suddenly lowered his voice to warn them. Be careful. There's that moving skeleton ahead. Just a dozen meters ahead of them, a skeleton warrior stood there, its head tilted to the side, staring intently at the intruders. Suddenly, the skeleton raised its long sword, took a step forward, and charged towards them, the sound of bones hitting the ground clearly audible. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. A bullet struck the skeleton's head accurately, instantly shattering it into pieces, bones scattered all over the ground. The attack was swift and decisive. The one who made the move was Deputy Captain Zhang Jingguo, who was also in charge of on-site combat command. Seeing that the bullets were effective, Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these things could be destroyed by bullets. Otherwise, they might have had to retreat immediately and reorganize their plans. Just as Zhao Wugong was about to speak, The member codenamed Number 3 pulled out a portable testing device and began testing the air quality. This device could only determine whether there were harmful gases in the environment. More precise data would require further analysis using larger equipment. Number 3 looked at the constantly changing data on the screen and nodded, saying, "No danger detected for now." Zhao Wu nodded, but he wasn't entirely reassured. After all, this was another world, and perhaps even the periodic table wasn't entirely applicable. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Number 3 and said, "Take off your clothes." Number 3 was stunned for a moment, then realized that Zhao Wu wanted him to have his body directly exposed to the air for a safety experiment. Without saying much, Number 3 removed his protective suit and gas mask, revealing his dark green military uniform underneath, and took a few deep breaths. There was a faint fishy smell in the air, but overall he felt normal and had no obvious discomfort. Although Zhao Wu had been to this world before, he had only stayed for a few seconds. More on-site testing now would be a safer option. Report immediately if you feel any discomfort. Understood. Just then, a familiar notification sounded in Zhao Wu's mind. Ding Dong, the host, has gained a reward opportunity for staying in another world for more than 10 seconds for the first time. Zhao Wu was stunned. It turned out that there was a reward only for staying for more than 10 seconds. He hadn't triggered this threshold at all the first time. Ding Dong, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Gun Mastery. Advanced Gun Mastery? Zhao Wu was overjoyed. This was truly a timely help. Now, his only reliance was that pistol. Basic skill level is equivalent to that of an ordinary soldier. Intermediate level is considered elite within the unit, such as a sniper. An advanced level is extremely rare in the Dragon Kingdom Army, with perhaps no more than 5 people in the entire country reaching this level. Just as Zhao Wu was processing this information, the sniper on the observation post in the distance reported, "A large number of humanoid skeletons are approaching from the 3 o'clock position ahead, about 2 kilometers away." He observed the movements of the skeleton horde through his sniper scope, carrying weapons including a knife, shield, and bow and arrows, most of which looked rather old. Zhao Wu picked up the military binoculars hanging around his neck and looked into the distance, where he indeed saw the skeletons slowly approaching. He immediately gave the order, "Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." The team members moved quickly, took out landmines from their backpacks, and began to set up traps around the area in preparation for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the mastermind behind these skeletons also sensed something amiss. His name was Shi Wenpeng, a necromancer who was currently conducting secret human experiments on this isolated island. The island was very well hidden, connected to the outside world only by a wooden bridge, which he had already arranged to be heavily guarded by skeleton soldiers. He originally intended to slaughter the only village on the island, but fearing that some villagers might escape and expose him, he chose to spare them for the time being. The villagers were timid and fearful. They rarely dared to leave the village as long as the passage was blocked, which pleased him. However, not long ago, he suddenly sensed a skeleton being instantly killed and disappearing in a very abrupt manner. As the summoner, he could sense the demise of his summoned creatures, but this feeling of being instantly killed made him vaguely uneasy. This didn't seem like the work of the villagers. Those people were completely incapable of resisting. Instead, it seemed like well-trained individuals had infiltrated the island. He decided to investigate personally, not ruling out the possibility that the church had sent people, or that some high-level adventurers had entered the area. Caution was the secret to his survival over the years, and whenever he noticed something unusual, he would personally verify it. Shi Wenpeng used his eagle-eye technique, standing on a small hill overlooking the area below. He finally spotted the intruders. 6 men, well-equipped, wielding unfamiliar weapons that looked like metal rods but could deliver deadly attacks. Their clothing was completely different from that of the people on this continent. They were neither villagers, nor magicians, nor clergy. How did they get in? Shi Wenpeng frowned, even though he had clearly sealed off the only passage. These people were no ordinary individuals. The fact that their skeletons were instantly killed demonstrates their superior combat strength. What worried him even more was that the large number of skeletons he had summoned were on their way there, and he wondered if they could hold them off. Shi Wenpeng stared intently at the 6 strangers in front of him, filled with curiosity about the identities of these sudden intruders. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered coldly, "Let me see who you really are." With a gentle wave of his staff, a group of skeleton soldiers rushed out from behind him. These skeletons were incredibly fast, even more agile than many adults. Before the enemy could react, they had already rushed into long-range strike range. Enter firing range, prepare to fire, Zhang Jingguo ordered, and the 3 assault soldiers immediately knelt on the ground, setting up their weapons. 3 automatic rifles instantly formed a crossfire, bullets raining down on the charging skeletons. The skeletal soldiers who had been so arrogant just moments before were now riddled with bullets, falling to the ground and turning into a pile of white bones. These skeletons clearly lacked tactical coordination. They neither sought cover nor were they aware of the need for a dispersed charge. Shi Wenpeng stood at a distance, squinting, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen such an attack method. The speed and power of the bullets were both unfamiliar and awe-inspiring. It's a bit like a magical artifact, but strangely, there's no magical fluctuation around it, he muttered to himself. In his common sense, any powerful ranged weapon, especially magical ones, would cause magical fluctuations in the air. But these weapons emitted no magical energy at all, which meant they might originate from some entirely new technological system. Although he didn't understand the principles behind these weapons, he could see one thing. They were good stuff. Shi Wenpeng licked his lips, a greedy glint in his eyes. If these guys' weapons fell into my hands and combined with my skeleton army, he couldn't help but imagine the situation after he controlled powerful firepower. At that time, whether it was the church or the adventurers, they would all become the bones under his feet. Thinking of this, he waved his staff once more, preparing to unleash his true trump card. With a muffled tremor, a colossal creature rose from the ground, his most prized summoned creature, the giant skeleton warrior. This creature was a full 5 meters tall, summoned from the corpse of an ancient giant. Its strength and power far surpassed that of ordinary bone soldiers. He had escaped death many times before thanks to this giant skeleton, and this time was no exception. Zhao Wu and his group also noticed the enormous creature. They all gasped in shock and focused their fire on the giant skeleton. Gunshots rang out, bullets pounding against the thick bones, sparks flying and clanging. Even after being hit hundreds of times, the giant skeleton continued to advance step by step, completely unaffected. Looks like these things are useless now. Shi Wenpeng smiled smugly, clearly very satisfied with the giant skeleton's performance. Firefighter, blow that big guy up. Zhang Jingguo roared, clearly aware of the danger. If that bone monster got close, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Number 5, get ready. The gunner didn't hesitate to set up his RPG and quickly aimed at the slowly advancing giant skeleton. The target was too large. There was virtually no chance of missing. The next second, a rocket roared out, its tail leaving a long trail, and struck the giant skeleton's right leg precisely. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and the giant skeleton lost its balance, crashing to the ground and crushing many smaller skeletons around it. The scene was chaotic for a moment, and the battle situation was reversed instantly. Shi Wenpeng's smug expression immediately turned ugly. His eyes widened, and for a moment he didn't know whether it was shock or anger. At that moment, his mind was filled with questions. What the hell is this? Magic? But there's not a trace of magical energy. Could it be a martial art? But isn't this just a fire-breathing iron pipe? He stared blankly at the still-smoking rocket launcher in the distance, questioning his very existence. Not daring to let his guard down, the 5th gunner immediately fired another shell, aiming directly at the giant bone's head. Another violent explosion followed, blasting the giant skull's head to dust. Silence fell over the scene. Report: suspected enemy commander spotted 2 kilometers away at 3 o'clock, Zhao Wu reported, holding up his binoculars. In the bushes, they spotted an old man in a magic robe and a pointed hat, crouching timidly. He thought the bushes would conceal him, but Zhao Wu's binoculars were no joke. Can we snipe him? Zhang Jingguo asked, his gaze serious. Number 4 observed for a moment, then shook his head. The distance is too far. Although he's within range, the hit rate is too low. No, wind speed, humidity, and vibrations will all affect the trajectory, he explained. Zhao Wu pondered for 2 seconds, then suddenly said, "Give me the gun, I'll try." Number 4 was taken aback. Although he didn't quite believe Zhao Wu could hit the target, he still handed over the sniper rifle. Zhao Wu took the gun, calmly laid down, and the moment his palm touched the gun, A surge of heat flowed from his body. Through the scope, Shi Wenping's figure appeared clearly in his field of vision. This old man really is like a fool, Zhao Wu thought to himself. Meanwhile, Shi Wenping was agonizing over whether to retreat. The enemy's firepower was too brutal. His bone soldiers were almost completely wiped out, and even his trump cards had been destroyed. But he couldn't bear to part with those powerful weapons. If he could get his hands on them, he could make a comeback. Just as he hesitated, a chill ran down his spine, as if he were being watched by something deadly. He looked up abruptly, feeling a killing intent locking onto him from afar. On a small hill 4 miles away, Zhao Wu was squinting as he observed what lay ahead. With his current eyesight, even with his eagle-eye technique activated, he could only make out some vague outlines. How could the enemy kill him from such a distance? Zhao Wu simply didn't believe it. He thought even the legendary archers couldn't do that. Shi Wenping also didn't find the black spot threatening. He snorted and decided there was no need to stay, so he planned to leave. But he had just turned around and hadn't even taken a few steps when the unexpected happened. With a loud bang, blood splattered everywhere, and Shi Wenping's head was instantly blown off. He didn't even have time to react to what it was before he collapsed to the ground dead. The bullet was silent, yet terrifyingly deadly. Phew, pretty lucky, Zhao Wu said casually, putting away his gun. He handed the sniper rifle back to number 4 as if the shot had just been a casual test. Number 4 was somewhat stunned. He had thought Zhao was just playing around, but the shot had actually hit the target. The next second, a system notification sounded in Zhao Wu's ear. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the first kill in another world and obtaining 2 chances to draw a prize. Zhao Wu decided to think about the prize draw later. Now is not the time to think about it. With Shi Wenping's death, the skeletons surrounding him fell one after another, turning into a pile of white bones. The scene fell silent instantly, and even the air seemed to be filled with a chilling atmosphere. That was incredible. The remaining team members couldn't help but exclaim in low voices. They had witnessed Zhao Wu's shot with their own eyes. They had originally thought Zhao Wu was just a newcomer with special privileges due to his status as a second-generation military officer. They never expected him to step up in a crucial moment, let alone help them in the battle. However, that stunning shot just now completely overturned their expectations. Even a well-trained veteran might not be able to kill with a single shot at that distance. This wasn't just about superior weaponry. It was also about the instinctive reactions and precision honed through long-term training. Everyone then realized that this young man was no ordinary person. Zhao was a little embarrassed by the praise and waved for everyone to get back to work. Stop reminiscing. It's time to investigate. Yes, sir. Number 4 immediately responded and opened a metal box he was carrying. He then took out a small operating platform and released a mini drone. Zhao Wu watched the drone slowly ascend, a thought flashing through his mind. They even prepared this. Quite professional. Number 4 proudly introduced. This is the latest model of military reconnaissance drone from China. It has a high-definition camera, a stabilization system, and an infrared thermal sensor. It has it all. How far can it fly? Up to 7 kilometers, and it can reach an altitude of 2,000 meters. Zhao Wu nodded. This equipment was indeed impressive. In their original world, anything over 500 meters was considered an intrusion into air traffic control, and this kind of drone simply couldn't fly that high. However, this other world is unrestricted, so it can be used freely. Following Zhao Wu's orders, the drone first bypassed the 3 points where the skeleton was previously discovered and headed west towards the 9 o'clock position for reconnaissance. Shortly after, the drone flew over a hill, and a small village appeared in the frame. The village was about 4 kilometers away and difficult to see with the naked eye, but the drone's high-definition footage revealed it completely to everyone. The villagers, seeing the strange object in the sky, were filled with terror. They had never seen anything like it before and thought it was a new magical beast. This thing can fly without wings. Could it be a magical creature? Someone exclaimed in the village. However, Zhao Wu and his group had already obtained a clear view of the entire village using infrared thermal imaging. The thermal image detected a total of 131 people, mostly women, with the men being primarily elderly or children. Zhao Wu frowned. Where did the man go? Something's not right. At this moment, it was gradually getting dark. Zhang Jingguo suggested, why don't we retreat first? Who knows if this place will be dangerous at night? Zhao Wu pondered for a moment and felt the suggestion was sound, so he nodded. After the drone returned safely, the group immediately organized their equipment and prepared to return to the portal to travel back to their original world. But just as they were about to pass through the portal, another unexpected event occurred. Zhang Jingguo, the first to approach the portal, was unable to pass through. He looked completely bewildered, as if he had bumped into an invisible wall. Zhao Wu's heart tightened, and he immediately asked the system what was going on. Secondary privileges have time limits. Only one round trip is allowed within 3 days. Zhao Wu almost cursed it out loud in anger. How could they only tell him about such a crucial restriction now? System, where were you all this time? Please explore on your own. Host, the system responded calmly as always. After saying that, the system fell silent, making no further noise. Zhao Wu stared at the virtual interface in front of him, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. This machine was truly cold and impersonal, devoid of any human warmth. He recounted the events of the past 3 days in detail to Zhang Jingguo and the other team members. After careful discussion, they decided to stay overnight in a nearby village. They all agreed that the village was undoubtedly much safer than camping in the wild. Before setting off, everyone was well prepared, bringing plenty of dry food, tents, and equipment, more than enough for 3 days. On the way to the village, Zhao Wu casually opened the 2 lottery rewards he had previously won. System, begin the lottery. As the notification sounded, 2 messages appeared before his eyes. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have obtained a portal enhancement. The number of secondary access users has increased to 5/50. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have obtained a portal enhancement. The portal width has increased to 2 meters. Zhao Wu glanced at them and quickly understood the purpose of the 2 rewards. The upgrade in secondary privileges meant that he could now bring 50 people into the other world together, no longer limited to a small group. The increased width of the portal to 2 meters makes transportation much easier, allowing even small vehicles to pass through. Most ordinary cars, in particular, are around 2 meters wide and can now pass through smoothly. However, large vehicles like trucks can't get in yet. Just as Zhao Wu was thinking about this, Zhang Jingguo's voice rang out. Captain, we've arrived. Zhao Wu snapped out of his daze, intending to examine the changes in the teleportation portal more closely later. At that moment, they were already standing at the village entrance, several villagers staring at them in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion and wariness. These villagers were clearly seeing outsiders in protective suits and gas masks for the first time. They couldn't even tell whether Zhao Wu and the others were people or something else entirely. Number 3 hasn't reacted yet, so he should be fine. Let's take off our clothes first. Understood. The group quickly removed their protective suits, and the villagers were then certain that these people were indeed human. One of the older villagers asked cautiously, Where did you come from? This village was located on a deserted island, and almost no outsiders ever set foot there. Now, the only passage was blocked by skeleton creatures. Suddenly, the system beeped. Ding dong, current language has been automatically converted. Zhao Wu was delighted. He hadn't expected the system to be so helpful. We are soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, passing through this area, and would like to stay in the village for the night, Zhao Wu replied calmly. Dragon Kingdom? The villagers looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. There were countless countries on this continent, and it was normal that they hadn't heard of Dragon Kingdom. Although they were puzzled, they didn't show much hostility. They were just curious why Zhao Wu and the others had no weapons. They only had something that looked like a fire poker. Could that be used in battle? Although they had their doubts, the villagers didn't dare ask too many questions, knowing that soldiers were not to be trifled with. In that case, come with us into the village. Zhao Wuchao nodded to his teammates, and the group followed the villagers into the village. The village was not large, with houses scattered around, and a central open space used for gatherings and activities. Zhao Wu and his group chose this open space in the center of the village and began setting up their tents to rest. Soon, many villagers, especially the children, gathered around, their eyes wide with surprise. What are they doing? I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. Tents were completely unheard of for these villagers. They had never seen anything like them before. Within minutes, several tents were erected, looking like small houses that had fallen from the sky. The villagers were immediately astonished, their mouths agape, and they stood at a distance, discussing among themselves. This is too fast. Building a house is so easy. I've lived most of my life and never seen anything like this. In this world, even soldiers going to war only build a simple shelter with straw mats. Such sturdy and convenient equipment as a tent is truly enviable. Although the villagers were curious, they didn't dare to get too close, only daring to observe from a distance. Zhao Wu and the others were already used to these stares. After setting up the tents, they began preparing dinner. He took out his individual combat rations from his backpack and prepared to heat them up. These rations were specially treated, containing dehydrated meat and rice. Although the taste was ordinary, their advantage was that they could be stored for a long time. The villagers, drawn by the aroma of meat, swallowed hard, their eyes filled with envy. The village was so remote that they couldn't even remember the last time they'd eaten meat. Meat is an extremely rare commodity in this world. Even getting enough to eat is difficult, let alone having meat. This place is plagued by constant war and rampant monsters, and most people are struggling to survive. Several children stood against the corner of the wall, their hands to their mouths, their eyes fixed on the pot of meat soup, the aroma making their mouths water. They looked both pitiful and heartbreaking. Zhao Wu looked at them, smiled, waved, and said, "Come on over if you want to eat. Let's eat together." He didn't hesitate at all. On the contrary, he seemed exceptionally enthusiastic. For him, this place would likely become an important base for the Dragon Kingdom in this other world. Building good relations with the villagers early on would only benefit his future actions, not harm them. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's words, the elderly people looked both surprised and nervous and cautiously asked, "Really? Is it possible?" They seemed somewhat incredulous. They were used to soldiers reeking of alcohol and behaving rudely. What soldier would share food with them? Last time, those men even stole the village's last remaining rations. They even beat people up just because someone was a little late in bringing water. Zhao Wu nodded. Of course, but the food is limited, so only the children can have some. Several villagers lowered their heads and pondered for a moment, but in the end, they carefully took the food from their bowls and handed it to their children. Zhao Wu personally handed them bowls of food one by one. The children were overjoyed, their little hands holding the steaming bowls, their eyes filled with surprise. "Grandpa, look, this is meat. It really is meat," one child shouted excitedly, as if he were holding a priceless treasure. They ate and laughed, their little mouths stuffed full. They ate with such relish that they almost wanted to swallow the bowl whole. For these children, this was perhaps the best meal they had ever eaten in their lives. Standing to the side, Zhang Jingguo felt a pang of sorrow, his emotions churning for a long time. These children had suffered so much. This world was too cruel. At the same time, he secretly made a resolution in his heart. For the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, and to prevent further bullying, he must complete this mission. He understood, backwardness invites aggression. This was an unchangeable reality. He glanced furtively at Zhao Wu. The young man carried an immense responsibility. He knew clearly that even if he died, he couldn't let anything happen to Zhao Wu, because Zhao Wu was the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, the key to changing its destiny. Zhao Wu wasn't idle either. He sat down next to an old man and asked sincerely, "Grandpa, may I ask you something?" The old man paused for a moment, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Although Zhao Wu and his men were different from the other soldiers, the fear ingrained in their bones was difficult to dispel in a short time. Nevertheless, he nodded, his voice hoarse but sincere. "I will definitely say anything I can help you with." Hearing this, Zhang Jingguo and the others quieted down, ready to listen to what was going on about this world. Zhao Wu chatted with the old man for a long time, gradually piecing together the basic outline of this world. It turns out that this continent is called the Demon Spirit Continent, a strange world with magic and swordsmanship. Moreover, it is also filled with all kinds of ferocious magical beasts. Because of the widespread use of magic and swordsmanship, technological development has stagnated. For hundreds of years, lifestyles have remained largely unchanged, with more people focusing on cultivating magic and swordsmanship. Metal resources were not widely used, at most being used to forge weapons or simple household tools. Zhao Wu was currently on a lonely island. Nominally, it belongs to a country called the Erdova People's Republic. However, this country is embroiled in internal strife, and the entire regime is in turmoil. Therefore, when the island was besieged by the skeleton army, no reinforcements arrived. "Thank you, sir. Zhao Wu thanked the old man earnestly. The old man quickly waved his hand. "You're too kind. We should be thanking you for helping us deal with the skeleton army." They chatted for a while longer, and as darkness gradually fell, the villagers took their leave one by one. Night descended. The world without electric lights appeared exceptionally dark, with only a few faint specks of moonlight remaining. Zhao Wu stood up and said to Zhang Jianguo, "I'm going back to the base first. You guys stay here and keep watch." His tone was calm, and he had made up his mind. He returned for two reasons. Firstly, to report on the current situation, and secondly, to bring some people with him. He could now teleport up to 50 people to this world at once. Zhang Jingguo nodded to indicate he understood, and then began arranging the night shift. The rest of the people took turns resting to conserve their energy. Zhao Wu then activated the portal, stepped inside, and his figure gradually disappeared. The next second, he appeared on the 28th floor of the underground base in northwestern China. His appearance immediately triggered a notification from the monitoring personnel. Shortly after, Chen Guoming, the leader of the interdimensional development team, arrived with several core members. Upon seeing Zhao Wu, Chen Guoming greeted him with a smile. "Back so soon?" His tone was friendly, showing none of the airs of a team leader. Zhao Wu, in fact, was far more important than himself. Zhao Wu nodded. "I have two purposes for coming back this time. First, I want to give a detailed report on the current situation. Second," he said, looking around at everyone present, and announced with a serious expression, "I can now take 50 people with me." From Zhao Wu's side came some astonishing news. This time, the Dragon Kingdom was actually able to send 50 people to the other world. This meant that he was no longer fighting alone. The Dragon Kingdom was finally able to organize a decent team to explore, conquer, and excavate that unknown world. With this team, the development of the other world will definitely accelerate significantly. More importantly, it opens a door to the unknown for scientists. Imagine those top experts and scholars, carrying their equipment, personally going to another world to conduct scientific research. Who wouldn't be tempted? As a result, before the quotas were even allocated, the various departments were already in a complete uproar. The director of the Energy Bureau, puffing on his cigar, casually remarked, "As for this quota, I think it should go to our Energy Bureau first." Upon hearing this, the director of the Water Resources Bureau immediately exploded. "You think you could just give it to us like that? Do you have two extra eyes in your head?" He'd long disliked these people from the Energy Bureau. Every time something good happened, they were the ones who rushed to be first. This time, he vowed he wouldn't let them beat him to it again. The director of the Energy Bureau was not one to be trifled with. He said calmly, "The demand for energy from all sectors in our country is increasing. If we can find new energy alternatives in another world, it will be an enormous benefit to the entire country." His words sounded reasonable, but everyone else present scoffed. So what about your Energy Bureau? What about our Institute of Biology? Aren't we worth a few spots? Exactly. We want to see the biodiversity of this other world too." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Dean Zhang, with a full head of white hair but an imposing presence, stepped in to smooth things over. "Everyone, please stop arguing. Let me say a few words. Whether it's the Water Resources Bureau or the Institute of Biology, in the end, we are all serving the research system of the Lonka Academy of Sciences." Before he could finish speaking, someone rolled their eyes. "With your Dragon Science Academy's limited abilities, going there would be a waste of spot." Zhao Wu stood aside, watching these usually powerful figures arguing like children fighting over toys, and couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. These are all leaders of top-tier organizations, yet they're arguing like street thugs over territory. It's unbelievable. All right, Zhao Wu is still here. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of the younger generation." Chen Guoming interrupted everyone at the right moment, then looked at Zhao Wu and said, "Let him talk about his experience in the other world first, and then we'll decide how to allocate these 50 spots." The crowd exchanged glances, and although they were unconvinced, they could only sit down and temporarily quell their anger. Chen Guoming nodded to Zhao Wu, indicating that he could begin to speak. Zhao Wu nodded and said solemnly, "I hope everyone will remain calm about what I am about to say." He recounted his encounter with a sea of skeletons in another world, his lone battle, and his final shot that killed the distant mage. When they heard that he had shot the mage in the head from 2,000 meters away, everyone gasped in shock. Even though these men no longer carry guns, they were all seasoned veterans and knew exactly what level of marksmanship that was. "Damn, That marksmanship is incredible. As expected of Zhao Haichen's son, like father, like son, this level of skill would put him in the top 10 in our unit. The crowd's praises rose and fell, but Zhao Wu didn't pay much attention. He told these stories not to boast, but to let these people know that the other world was no joke and the dangers were far greater than they imagined. Only after he finished recounting his final experiences in the otherworldly village did everyone gradually calm down. Dean Zhang's eyes shone with excitement as he murmured, his hands trembling with anticipation. I never expected that magic really exists. Having dedicated his life to scientific research, he had never witnessed anything like this before. If magic and modern technology could be combined, the Army's combat power would likely experience a qualitative leap. Dean Zhang's eyes were filled with longing. Clearly, he was already planning to personally venture into another world. But Chen Guoming, as the team leader, knew that with Dean Zhang's age, going might not be the best choice. Other young researchers in the team could do the same things he was capable of, so there was no need to take the risk. Ahem, Dean Zhang, please calm down. Hearing Chen Guoming's words, Dean Zhang's excitement gradually subsided, and he had no choice but to sit back down in his chair. Then Chen Guoming looked at Zhao Wu and said, You've worked hard today. Go back and rest. Tomorrow, you will be in charge of leading the remaining personnel to the other world. Zhao Wu nodded without saying much, and soon a staff member led him to the rest area. Back in his room, he finally had the chance to open his attribute panel. A row of pale blue light screens appeared before his eyes. Host, Zhao Wu. Teleportation gate level, LV3. Teleportation gate width, 2 meters. Teleportation gate height, 2 meters. Teleportation gate secondary permission, 5/50ths ability, marksmanship mastery, advanced. He glanced at it, and a question popped into his mind. System, what should I do to upgrade my portal level as soon as possible? Zhao Wu tried to communicate with the system, hoping to find some useful information, but the response was a cold, indifferent sentence. Please figure out yourself, host. He shook his head. It seemed communication with this system was out of the question. However, he wasn't entirely ignorant. At least he knew a few ways to upgrade the portal's level. One type of achievement system rewards players for performing specific actions in the other world. For example, defeating an enemy for the first time or surviving in a dangerous area for 10 seconds could trigger a reward. The next morning, Zhao Wu woke up, and before he could even get ready, there was a knock at the door. Standing there was Dean Zhang, who had clearly been waiting for some time. Young brother Zhao Wu, are you awake? Dean Zhang asked with a smile. Zhao Wu looked puzzled. Dean Zhang, why are you here so early in the morning? Dean Zhang didn't beat around the bush and told Zhao Wu directly that the base had decided on the team members to go to the other world last night. He came specifically to inform Zhao Wu that they were preparing to depart. Zhao Wu followed Dean Zhang to the 17th floor of the underground base. This was an entire open space, designed as a huge plaza for daily training and experiments. By this time, a considerable number of people had gathered in the square, clearly waiting for Zhao Wu's arrival. Dean Zhang pointed to the group and introduced them to Zhao Wu, explaining that a total of 45 people would be accompanying him into the other world. 5 of them were researchers, specifically responsible for analyzing data on the mineral veins, water sources, air, and geology of the other world. The remaining 40 were from special forces, each highly skilled, and they brought with them a considerable amount of engineering equipment. The objective is clear: to build a forward base in another world to prepare for the arrival of a larger force. The portal has been upgraded and is now 2 meters high and 2 meters wide. While heavy equipment like tanks cannot yet pass, ordinary jeeps can. The square is filled with vehicles loaded with supplies, including food, construction materials, and research equipment. These equipment will be transported to the other world along with Zhao Wu and his team. Dean Zhang patted Zhao Wu on the shoulder. The rest is up to you. Zhao Wu nodded, then assigned secondary access to the teleportation portal to the other core members of the team. The convoy started moving, carrying abundant resources and hope, and officially stepped into the other world. On the other side of the other world, on the continent of demon spirits, a portal pulsating with blue light appeared in the cemetery next to Green Village. Immediately afterwards, military vehicles drove out, followed by waves of soldiers, creating a rather impressive scene. The soldiers, who had just entered the other world, were in high spirits and couldn't contain their excitement. But the commander's order came down quickly. all assemble. The soldiers immediately divided up their tasks according to the instructions. One team was responsible for perimeter security, and the other team assisted the researchers in setting up equipment. The remaining personnel began preparations for base construction, a busy, intense scene. Now was not the time to admire the scenery. Their mission was to quickly establish themselves on this unfamiliar land. Only when the base was built could the Dragon Kingdom truly be considered to have entered this world and possess its own stronghold. A tall, middle-aged man walked up to Zhao Wu. He was Zhao Wu, the deputy commander of the front lines. This man in his 40s had a thick beard and a very capable demeanor. He gave Zhao Wu a standard military salute. "Base Commander Zhao, is there any further instruction?" Zhao Wu shook his head. "No, I'll leave this to you. I need to go find Zhang Jingguo and the others." "Understood," Zhao Shuihai replied and quickly left. He would be very busy from now on. He was in charge of the entire base's construction, as well as coordinating personnel, arranging shifts for sending back materials, and other tasks. Meanwhile, in another world, the situation is quietly changing. On the continent of demon spirits, a country called the Erdua People's Kingdom is falling into turmoil. Their king had just passed away, leaving his 16-year-old daughter Lilia to inherit the throne. Immediately, the court and the country were in turmoil, public sentiment was unstable, and everyone doubted her ability to govern. At this sensitive moment, the powerful minister Harley spearheaded an attack, attempting to force Lilia to abdicate. However, Lilia was backed by a group of conservatives loyal to the old king, who refused to compromise. Thus, the national situation split into two factions. One was the ministerial group that held military power and supported Harley. The other was the royal noble camp led by Lilia, whose forces, though small, were mostly elite troops. Fortunately, the old king did not relinquish command of the capital to outsiders before his death. The capital's defense forces still obey only the royal family, which is why Lilia has been able to hold the capital, Valais, for the time being. But how long this defensive line can hold out is anyone's guess. Currently, large swathes of territory outside the capital have either submitted to Hale and been forcibly annexed by him. Waldingburg was a territory of the Erduva people, belonging to a lord named Eve Sidney. One day, the tax collector came to report, "Sir, the village of Grin has not paid taxes for 3 consecutive months." Eve frowned. 3 months? Why are you only reporting to me now? It turned out that 3 months ago, he was mobilizing troops to assist the Harley family in attacking neighboring territories, and only recently, when the battle situation stabilized, did he rush back to his own territory. The tax official explained respectfully, "It's like this. A large number of skeletons suddenly appeared in Green Village, and you weren't there at the time, so we didn't dare to deal with them ourselves." He was silent for a moment. Green Village was one of the poorest villages in his territory, but even so, 3 months' worth of taxes was not a small amount. Moreover, he had already invested a great deal of resources in the war and now desperately needed to replenish his finances. So he said, "Send Raymond with soldiers to bring back the tax revenue as soon as possible." The tax collector nodded, "Yes, sir." Just as he was about to turn around, he called him back. "Wait a minute, there's one more thing. Please give your orders, sir. This time, collect an extra 20% tax, claiming its payment for clearing away the skeletons." "Brilliant." The tax official nodded repeatedly and then withdrew. Having finished explaining these things, Eve quickly put the matter out of his mind. He had more important matters to attend to, assessing the battle losses and demanding the spoils he was owed from the Halley family. While Eve was weighing the pros and cons of the war, Zhao Wu, far away in Green Village, was completely unaware of the approaching force. Several days passed, and the forward base that Zhao Wu was responsible for building was not progressing smoothly. Although the base wasn't large, only about 40 workers were actually available for construction, and progress was extremely slow after deducting research and security personnel. "Base Commander Zhao, I was just looking for you." Zhao Shuihai walked over quickly and waved to Zhao Wu. "What's wrong? Is there trouble at the base again?" Zhao Shuihai nodded. "The higher-ups asked if we could let the locals of this world participate in the base construction." Zhao Wu didn't answer immediately, but fell into thought. If the people of Green Village were to participate, it would indeed speed up the process, especially for some simple labor tasks, which could be learned with just a little instruction. However, it seems that there are hardly any adult men left in Green Village. Most of those remaining are elderly people and women. Qiu Shuahai seemed to sense his hesitation and explained, "Don't underestimate the ordinary people in this world." "What do you mean?" Zhao Wu asked, somewhat puzzled. "I heard Zhang Jingguo say that the people in this world have exceptionally good physical fitness. Even the women in the village are stronger than the adult men back home." "Really?" "Yes. He even played with the village kids. Those kids are incredibly strong, unlike the kids from our area." Zhao Wu was astonished. He hadn't noticed these details before. Why is this happening? It's probably due to the soil and water environment. We'll know once the research team finishes their studies. Since that's the case, Zhao Wu had no reason to refuse the suggestion. On the contrary, it was a mutually beneficial opportunity. It would not only speed things up, but also allow the villagers to receive some compensation. "All right, I'll go and communicate with the village on our behalf." "Chief Zhao, thank you for your hard work." A few days later, Zhao Wu brought Qiu Shuahai back to Green Village and explained his ideas to the villagers. The villagers were overjoyed. "Thank you so much. You not only eliminated the skeletons, but now you're even willing to give us job opportunities." "Yes, don't give us any money. Just let us do our part as a way of expressing our gratitude." Everyone's faces were full of heartfelt smiles. Ever since Zhao Wu and his group destroyed the skeletons, the villagers had been thinking of repaying them, but they had never known how. Now that the opportunity had come, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 14, The Discovery of Spiritual Energy. One thing at a time. As long as you are willing to help us with our work, our Dragon Kingdom will provide you with appropriate compensation. Zhao Wu naturally wouldn't agree to such a request to work for free. However, this reward is not in cash, but can be exchanged for daily necessities or food, etc. Food. Previously, due to the encirclement of skeletons, the fields outside the village had long been abandoned. With winter fast approaching and the villagers unsure how to survive, Zhao Wu's offer to provide them with food was an incredible stroke of luck. No one said anything more. Apart from 20 or 30 old men and women and very young children, the remaining nearly 100 people were about to go with Zhao Wu to work. Unable to dissuade the crowd, Zhao Wu had no choice but to bring them back to the base to join the construction effort. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people are either 12 or 13-year-old children or middle-aged or elderly people in their 40s or 50s. But when it comes to work, they're no less capable than soldiers. It doesn't eat much, but it's incredibly strong. As expected of a world of swords and magic, ordinary people really can't survive here. The villagers' daily wage is enough food for 5 people. It could be fresh ingredients, such as meat and fruit, or canned or dehydrated products with a long shelf life. Are these really for us? When receiving their awards, the villagers seemed a little overwhelmed because the prizes were just too generous. Even if they did odd jobs normally, they would never earn such high pay. Surprise was evident in everyone's eyes. Just how rich was this Dragon Kingdom? You can get so much stuff just by helping to move bricks or lay flooring. Of course, if you feel that your wages are not enough, I can raise that with my superiors. Zhao Wu thought the villagers felt it wasn't enough and was preparing to add more benefits. That's enough. That's way too much. 5 meals a day per person, plus food and lodging included. It's such a great deal. After receiving their food, the villagers went down to rest in high spirits. Report, General Chun is looking for you. A soldier appeared before Zhao Wu, covered in sweat, clearly having searched for a long time. "Okay, I got it. I'll go right away." Zhao Wu happened to have nothing to do at the moment, so he went through the teleportation portal and arrived at the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone except myself had already arrived at the conference room on the 28th basement level. After seeing Zhao Wulai, Chun Guoming began his meeting. "Dean Zhang, please begin your report." Dean Zhang's hands were trembling with excitement. He picked them up several times before finally managing to lift the report from his hands. Otherworld Development Department, the second weekly meeting is now beginning. Everyone listened intently. Unable to travel to the otherworld, they could only learn about the situation through the weekly meetings. First, regarding the construction of the base, thanks to the help of the villagers of Green Village, the construction period has been greatly shortened. The frontline base, which was expected to be built in 3 months, can be built in half the time. The makeshift base is equipped with a radar station, a canteen, and dormitories. Zhao yawned upon hearing this. Although he was now the base commander, he hadn't really been involved in these matters. Everything was handed over to Deputy Base Chief Qiu for management. All he had to do was sign some documents. Soon, Dean Zhang moved on to the 5th point. Fifth, this interdimensional exploration has yielded a major discovery. Dean Zhang's voice trembled as he spoke, and even his tone changed. Even Zhao Wu sat up straight this time. What news could be so exciting for Dean Zhang? Normal air consists of nitrogen, oxygen, rare gases, carbon dioxide, and other gases and impurities such as ozone, nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide, and water vapor. However, Dean Zhang paused, glancing at everyone in the conference room. The air in this demon spirit continent has an extra substance, which we call spiritual energy. Chapter 15, My Physique Will Be Invincible. Spiritual energy? The crowd was somewhat puzzled. Preliminary studies suggest that prolonged inhalation of this gas can enhance the body's immunity and reduce disease. And it can enhance one's own strength. Everyone was shocked. They had thought the air in the other world would be poisonous, but no one had expected that breathing in more of it would actually be beneficial. If it really works, then the combat capabilities of the Chinese soldiers will probably rise to a whole new level. We conducted relevant checks on the first batch of 5 soldiers, and their strength and speed have improved slightly compared to before. Although the proportion is not high, I believe that long-term absorption will make them stronger. Not only that, this spiritual energy seems to have a complete eradication effect on cancer cells. Dean Zhang slowly revealed this explosive news. What? It can completely eliminate cancer cells. That can't be right. Cancer cells grow very fast. Cancer cells are incurable because they can metastasize and spread. Existing treatments, whether surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, or drug therapy, all have their limitations and are difficult to cure cancer completely. If Reiki can truly eliminate cancer cells, it would likely be a milestone in the medical field. No wonder Dean Zhang was so excited. There's a way to cure his cancer. Zhao Wu, all of this is thanks to you. Dean Zhang looked at Zhao Wu gratefully. The group was quite excited. They had only just begun exploring this other world and had already discovered something so amazing. If development continues, who knows how many more exciting developments await us. Actually, it's nothing. Zhao Wu felt a little embarrassed. After all, air wasn't something he had studied. However, he didn't know that without his portal, these scientists wouldn't be able to conduct their research even if they wanted to. This is the spiritual energy compressed air developed by our Lonka Institute. Dean Zhang picked up a can of air from the table. We compressed the spiritual energy and added it to the maximum extent possible while ensuring normal breathing. Ding dong, spiritual energy detected. The host can absorb this and strengthen their physique. Zhao Wu was taken aback, not expecting the system to appear at this moment. Is it spiritual energy? I wonder how much it will improve my physical condition. Dean Zhang, may I take a look at this bottle of spiritual energy? Sure, here you go. Dean Zhang handed the spirit energy container to Zhao Wu. After Zhao Wu received the message, the system in his mind sent another message. Ding dong, absorb spiritual energy. Is there even a need to ask? Of course it will be absorbed. Ding dong absorbed 3 points of spiritual energy. Constitution +3. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level, LV3. Portal width, 2 meters. Portal height, 2 meters. Portal permissions, 50/50. Ability, firearms proficiency, advanced. Physical condition, 8 points, normal person, 5 points. It seems that this spiritual energy can indeed enhance one's physique. A normal person's constitution is 5, so that bottle just now added 3 points to their constitution. If I had enough spirit energy containers, what level would my physique reach? However, it seems there was no absorption mechanism when I was in another world. It seems that this absorption method can only absorb compressed spiritual energy. Dean Zhang, do you still have this spirit energy container? I really need it. Dean Zhang shook his head. This aura jar is made by compressing air from another world, and it cannot be mass-produced at present. Since Zhao Wu needs it, let's prioritize supplying it to him, Chen Guoming said. Anything that can enhance physical fitness should definitely be given to Zhao Wu first. He's the most important person. Okay, production will begin gradually, and I'll deliver it to you then. The group then discussed some other issues, but none of them were as intense as the previous ones. After the meeting, Zhao Wu returned to the world of the demon spirit continent. Report. What's wrong? Zhao Wu scratched his head, not expecting that something would happen again so soon after he returned. Being a base commander isn't easy. Radar has detected a unit approaching us. The deputy base commander wants to speak with you. Force? Okay, I understand. Zhao Wu rushed to the front-line base, which was already taking shape, and some of the buildings were usable. Commander Zhao, you've arrived. Deputy Commander Chiu greeted him. What's the situation now? The radar just detected that there are hundreds of people moving this way from 10 kilometers away. The soldiers I sent out have already driven over to scout ahead. Chapter 16, The Unsophisticated Otherworldly Being. Command Center, please respond. At that moment, Zhao Wu heard the sound of a walkie-talkie. This is the command post. Please speak, Deputy Base Commander Chiu replied. We have discovered an unknown force. Hundreds of armed soldiers will arrive at Green Village in about 30 to 40 minutes. Please provide instructions. Deputy Base Commander Chiu glanced at Zhao Wu, awaiting his instructions. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom's combat strength is not considered very strong. If a small base with only 50 people is targeted, it may not be able to hold out. There's no need to invite trouble. Zhao Wu decided to play it safe for the time being. Let them follow, and don't act rashly. Let's see what these people are up to first. Yes, Deputy Base Commander Chiu relayed Zhao Wu's instructions. About 10 kilometers away from Green Village, a troop is marching in the wilderness. This force was mostly composed of infantry, with the remainder consisting of 3 second-tier mages and 1 third-tier priest. In the nearby jungle, 3 people dressed in ghillie suits closely followed the unit. To date, no one has discovered their existence. Honestly, I have to come all the way here to collect taxes for such a small village. Raymond, mounted on his horse, seemed somewhat impatient. That's understandable. After the battle, he was planning to take a good rest for a while. Unexpectedly, I received a new task right away. Lord Raymond, please calm down. If we can complete this task, Eve might be so pleased that he'll share some of it with us. Raymond nodded. He was just complaining, but had no other thoughts. Moreover, who says that collecting taxes necessarily requires handing over the full amount? Keep a little for yourself. Most lords will turn a blind eye, as long as it's not too excessive. Soon, the troops then arrived at the bridge leading to the isolated island. Standing by the bridge, Raymond carefully looked at the other side. It seems there are no skeletons at all. Tax officer, where is the skull you mentioned? The tax official was also puzzled. Last time I came to collect taxes, this place was clearly blocked by skeletons. Why are there none left now? I don't know either. There were piles of them when I came last time. Raymond was speechless. If it weren't for the skeletons, he wouldn't have needed to come. Now that we're all here, it's unrealistic to go back now. Forget it. Let's go to the village and collect the taxes quickly. Let's go. Yes. The group headed towards the village in a grand procession, encountering no danger along the way. We arrived in the village. The village chief, who should have appeared much earlier, did not show up. Only 20 or 30 elderly people and children remained in the village. They stared blankly at Raymond's troops, unsure of what to do. Where's your village chief? The tax official asked several villagers. The village chief went to work. Get to work? The tax official was slightly taken aback, but then understood. This village is so poor that people might not be able to survive if they didn't take odd jobs. It's normal for them to go to work, since nobody knew they would come today. Have your village chief come here immediately. The great Lord Raymond has arrived. Raymond stood on horseback, his tall body gleaming white in the sunlight. Combined with the silver armor, it does give off a rather heroic and dashing feeling. He has already reached the 9th level of the great warrior realm, and is only 1 step away from becoming a war saint. Just then, a jeep slowly drove up from a distance. What is this? Raymond and his group were stunned. What was this thing? It looks like a horse-drawn carriage, but how can it run so fast when there are no horses in front? Yes, it looks like it's made of iron. It's amazing that such a heavy thing can move. The crowd whispered among themselves, trying to guess what it was. In the blink of an eye, the jeep stopped in front of everyone. There were 5 people in the car: the old village chief, Zhao Wu, and the other 3 were Zhao Wu's bodyguards. Raymond rode on horseback and surveyed the jeep once. He then placed his hand on his chin and touched it. He wants this thing, although I don't know what this is. Chapter 17 instant noodles? What is that? Your Excellency Tax Officer, why didn't you let me know you were coming? The old village chief hurriedly went to greet him. He didn't know Raymond, but he did know the tax officer. Every time this guy comes, the old village chief has an urge to beat him to death. You old codger, how long has it been since you paid taxes? The tax officer was about to say something, but Raymond interrupted him. He looked at Zhao Wu and his group in front of him and asked, "Who are these people?" The old village chief looked awkwardly at Zhao Wu and his gang. "These are soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. You can't just say things like that. If they were accused of treason, the entire village would probably be doomed. But if we don't talk about soldiers, what should we talk about? We are itinerant merchants who just happen to be passing by," Zhao Wu explained. Yes, a merchant," the old village chief hurriedly added. "Merchant." Raymond sized up Zhao Wu and his group, noting their strange clothes and odd objects. "It's very likely that it came from a country I don't know." He chose to believe for the time being. "What is this iron thing of yours?" Raymond pointed to the jeep that had driven up. "Oh, this is called a jeep." "Jeep? I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing before." Raymond glanced at the tax officer, signaling him to continue. "The village has a total of 131 people. The monthly tax is 6,550 dinars, and a monthly tax is 19,650 dinars. Hand it over quickly. Don't keep Lord Raymond waiting." 19650. The old village chief really couldn't afford that much. 3 months ago, the skeletons sealed off the village, and since then, there's been no work to be done in their village. Even the land outside was abandoned. If it weren't for Zhao Wu's appearance, they might have starved to death. How could we possibly come up with so much money right now? "Lord Raymond, Lord Tax Collector, our village was recently surrounded by skeletons." "You mean you don't want to hand it in?" The tax official squinted at the old village chief. He had seen plenty of guys like this who wanted to avoid paying. In situations like this, a good beating will suffice. No. How could our village not pay? We just need a little more time." The tax officer glanced at Raymond. Raymond was still examining the jeep, clearly uninterested in the negotiations. "Impossible. Lord Raymond is extremely busy. He has no time to waste on your wretched village. If you can't pay, then we'll have to use things from the village to pay off the debt." Hundreds of soldiers made a move to rush into the village and loot it. "Wait a moment." Zhao Wu stepped forward. "What do you want?" The tax official glanced at Zhao Wu and said, "The wandering merchants in this world all have connections. Otherwise, they really couldn't do this kind of work. Because you might get robbed as soon as you leave the city. Your Excellency, do you really think you can find more than 10,000 dinars in such a poor village? So what do you want?" "I have some items here worth more than 10,000 dinars, which I am willing to help these villagers pay for." The village chief gave Zhao Wu a grateful look. "I've decided to work even harder from now on." As for refusing Zhao Wu's kindness, that would be impossible. Having refused Zhao Wu, where would he get the money to pay his taxes? "We can only get through this for now and repay them properly later." Before the tax official could say anything, Raymond, who was riding on horseback, spoke up. "Okay, let's take your things out and see if they're valuable." He was very interested in this group of people. Zhao Wu took a box from the car and placed it in front of everyone. "This box of things is called instant noodles. It's enough to pay the tax, and you could even have more. Instant noodles. It's another thing I've never heard of." Chapter 18. Both sides felt it was a good deal. Not only had I never heard of it, I'd never even seen the packaging before. Paper is actually quite precious. Only nobles could afford to use it. Magic scrolls, poems, and songs all require paper. It's incredibly valuable. Who would use something like that as packaging? That's such a waste. Putting aside the instant noodles themselves, the packaging alone is probably worth a lot of money. It would be even better if it didn't have the strange pattern on it. Raymond dismounted and then picked up the cardboard box to examine it. The portion is very light. This instant noodle doesn't seem to be a weapon. Raymond looked left and right, unsure where to open the package. "How do I open this?" Raymond asked curiously. Zhao Wu stepped forward and forcefully tore open the packaging, revealing the instant noodles inside. "Damn it, you actually tore up something so valuable." Raymond exclaimed in shock. Zhao Wu was taken aback. When did cardboard boxes become valuable items? "This cardboard box isn't anything valuable. I have plenty of those." Raymond gasped upon hearing this. Goodness, these businessmen are so rich that they have paper everywhere. To be honest, Raymond was already thinking about robbing them. However, since they didn't know which country the caravan belonged to, they had to give up for the time being. This stuff is called instant noodles. It's a type of food that you can eat just by adding water. "Food? Demonstrate it for me." Zhao Wu asked for a bowl and some hot water and made instant noodles on the spot to show Raymond. Soon, the aroma of instant noodles wafted over. "It smells so good. What is this?" "Yes, I've never smelled anything like this before. I feel completely drawn in. The soldiers drooled and craned their necks, eager to see what was going on. What could possibly produce such a smell? Even meat doesn't smell as good as this. That's interesting. Raymond also swallowed hard. He was different from these civilians. As a nobleman, he had eaten many fine things, but none of them tasted as good as this bowl of instant noodles. When will it be better? Raymond asked anxiously. Almost done. It will be ready in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes? That was fast. For Raymond, those 3 minutes felt incredibly long. He wanted to see what the instant noodles actually tasted like. Raymond tremblingly accepted the bowl of instant noodles only after Zhao Wu finished speaking. Upon opening the lid, the aroma immediately filled the entire nasal cavity. Oh my God, this smells amazing. I really want to take a bite. The soldiers licked their lips, but they knew it was unlikely to be their turn. The tax officer watched Raymond slurping up his instant noodles and longed to have a bite himself. In the blink of an eye, Raymond finished the instant noodles, leaving not even the soup. Not yet satisfied, he even licked the bowl clean, disregarding his image. How is it, Lord Raymond? Is this box of instant noodles enough to cover the taxes? Raymond pondered for a moment. The taste was excellent. It was even the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. If you sell it, you could probably make a lot of money. Rich guys love these new things. Or handing it over to the Lord would be a good idea. He would probably like it. Although the taste is good, the quantity is clearly not enough. Trading involves constantly undermining the other party's goods in order to gain more profit. 2 boxes of instant noodles will be more like it. Raymond deliberately raised the price a bit, just to get Zhao Wu to bargain. However, he didn't know that the 2 boxes of instant noodles were of no value to Zhao Wu. Sure, 2 boxes it is. Zhao Wu then took another box from the car and placed it in front of Raymond. They're damn rich. This is Raymond's idea. He felt that half a box would have been enough to cover the tax, but now he has 2 boxes. The same thought also crossed Zhao Wu's mind. 2 boxes of instant noodles actually paid off 3 months' worth of taxes. That's a steal. Chapter 19, Preparing to Snatch Instant Noodles. The 2 smiled at each other, each harboring their own secrets. Everyone returned via the same route. The soldiers began to assemble and then headed out of the village. Soon after, Raymond disappeared from sight. After the soldiers left, the old village chief immediately knelt down. As soon as he knelt down, the other villagers around him followed suit. It was Zhao Wu who saved their lives. My lord, you have offered us such a precious gift. We truly do not know what to say. What valuable stuff. It's not even worth as much as your canned food. The village chief was shocked. 2 boxes of instant noodles were enough to pay the tax. The canned food I take every day is actually more expensive than instant noodles. The old village chief didn't know what to say. All right, that's enough. As long as you can help us with the work, that's fine. We welcome anyone willing to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. The old village chief said no more. His recent interactions have given him an understanding of this so-called Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers of this country are highly disciplined and possess a strong sense of patriotism. Unlike these lords, who are all driven by self-interest and therefore easily become opportunists. However, this Dragon Kingdom is clearly different. It has the demeanor of a great power. Raymond's troops marched in a large, orderly fashion toward the way they had come, though at a slow pace. Tax officer. Raymond, mounted on his horse, called out to the side. Soon, the tax officer appeared before them. My lord, what are your orders? Let's set up camp here. Here. The tax official looked up at the sky. It was still early. Logically, we should have set up camp around dusk. He didn't say much. This team obeyed Raymond's orders. Just do the execution. Yes, sir. After the tax official finished speaking, he instructed everyone to set up camp. Raymond summoned his second-in-command, a 5th-tier warrior. Warriors in this world are divided into 5 ranks. Trainee soldier, soldier, great soldier, war saint, war god. A level 5 warrior can already hold a position like centurion. Your subordinate greets, Your Excellency. Ryan, you've arrived. I wonder why you have summoned me, sir. I want you to find a few good men and go back to Green Village. Ryan was slightly puzzled. He had just left Green Village, so why was he going back now? Raymond noticed Ryan's confusion and continued. Find out about that wandering merchant for me. Let's see which faction it is and how many people they have. If possible, eat the other person. Ryan immediately understood that they had been committing murder and robbery all along. However, one should still be careful when dealing with traveling merchants. Firstly, most traveling merchants have their own guards. Secondly, if a few are not killed, it will definitely provoke the wrath of the forces behind the traveling merchants. Therefore, this kind of thing must be done beautifully. This is why Raymond didn't just snatch Zhao Wu away back then. The reason for sending Ryan back now is to find out about Zhao Wu's background. Unless they're a major power, we'll just eat them. Raymond was very curious about that jeep. It's perfect as a means of transportation. And those instant noodles, they all went up in droves. Ryan accepted the order. 9 skilled men were then selected from the army. Including themselves, there were 10 of them in total, heading towards Green Village. Of course, none of this escaped the notice of radar and scouts. Command Center, please respond. In the operations room, Zhao Wu received a signal from the reconnaissance personnel. He pressed a button on the walkie-talkie and said, "This is Command Post. Please speak. Raymond's troops have stopped 5 kilometers outside the island. 10 men have deserted. Please give further instructions." Zhao Wu had already learned about Raymond's information from the villagers. Chapter 20. Don't move, hands up. Follow them, but don't make a move. Yes. The 10 Rhine men ran towards Green Village, completely unaware of the people following them. As long as these scouts don't reveal their murderous intent, Rhine, as a soldier, won't sense it at all. Soon, Rhine and the others return to the bridge. The best way to find out about the wandering merchant as soon as possible is to capture one of his people. The next step was to go to Green Village to learn about the situation. Judging from Zhao Wu's willingness to help Green Village pay its taxes, the relationship between the two should be good. Ryan decided to go to the village and ask first. If that doesn't work, we'll go and capture another villager from Green Village. Let's get right to it. Ryan and the others crossed the bridge and soon arrived at Green Village. But the village was deserted. The 20 or 30 old men and women who used to live there have all disappeared. Not only that, but many things in the village have also disappeared. All that was left were worthless things. The entire village has been emptied out? Is that even possible? It's only been half a day since my last visit. They actually moved the whole village away? He had no idea how quickly Zhao Wu could move after acquiring the small pickup truck. Since there's no one left in the village, we'll have to capture a wandering merchant and ask him. He followed the tire tracks from the previous jeep and went there. Soon, they arrived in front of a wall. The outpost perimeter walls are made of reinforced concrete, providing absolute defense in this world. When Ryan arrived outside the outpost, he was stunned. The magnificent wall before us could not have been built overnight. This guy is some kind of wandering merchant. These guys are setting up a military camp on a deserted island. This must be a spy from an enemy country. Ryan was shocked. Luckily, he had discovered the secret. Otherwise, he didn't know what the consequences would have been. What we need to do now is hurry back and tell Lord Raymond what happened here. Ryan slowly backed away. Sudden, it seemed as if something was pressing against his back. I was careless. He was so focused on the building in front of him that he didn't notice the person coming from behind him. "Don't move, hands up." Zhang Jingguo and others held assault rifles, their muzzles pointed at the Rhine. Ryan turned his head and looked at Zhang Jingguo and the others, then laughed in exasperation. I initially thought it was a long sword or dagger pressed against my back. It's actually a fire poker. Can't these guys have a normal weapon? Modern people would certainly not act rashly if they encounter a gun, because they know the power of firearms. But it's obvious this guy doesn't know. At this moment, Ryan saw Zhang Jingguo and the others and gave a cold laugh. No way. This thing thinks it can take down Ryan. Let me show you what Ryan is all about. In front of Zhang Jingguo and the others, Ryan drew the long sword from his waist. "Captain Zhang, bring these people back with a tranquilizer gun." Zhang Jingguo heard the voice from the command center. "Clear. Tajdajda." Zhang Jingguo and the others pulled the triggers, and syringes containing anesthetic drugs flew out of the gun barrels. In the blink of an eye, Ryan and the others had several syringes attached to their bodies. "What is this?" Ryan pulled the needle out of his body. "Although it doesn't hurt much, I feel a little dizzy." The men Ryan brought were all unconscious on the ground. I tried to cheer myself up, but my eyelids just kept getting heavier. To be on the safe side, Zhang Jingguo and others increased the dosage. Before long, Ryan and the other 10 people were sleeping on the ground like dead pigs. At night, the villagers of Green Village stayed in temporary prefabricated houses. This place was temporarily set up for them by the Dragon Kingdom. To prevent a repeat of what happened this morning, Zhao Wu suggested that they live near the outpost. The people of Green Village gladly accepted it. The old village chief looked at the electric light above his head with some surprise. I don't understand why this thing is so bright, like a small sun. This is much brighter than any kerosene lamp or magic lamp. Old village chief, you were looking for me? Zhao Wu walked in through the door, dressed in military uniform. Deputy Base Chief Zhao. Although Zhao Wu is the base commander, he still refers to himself as the Deputy Base Commander in front of outsiders. This is to reduce unnecessary trouble. Deputy Base Chief Chiu, on the other hand, acted as the base chief. That way, even if someone tries to assassinate us, they would prioritize targeting Deputy Base Chief Chiu, thus indirectly protecting Zhao Wu's safety. Thank you for your help to the villagers of Green Village. I don't have anything good to offer you, except for a magic crystal. As the old village chief spoke, he took a magic crystal out of his pocket and handed it to Zhao Wu. The magic crystal is crystal clear, somewhat like a gemstone. Zhao Wu took it in his hand and was about to refuse when a prompt came to his mind. An E-grade magic crystal has been detected. Should it be absorbed as portal experience? Chapter 21, Upgrading the Teleportation Portal. Can magic crystals become portal experience? Does that mean absorbing it will increase the portal's level? That's right, the amount of experience gained depends on the level of the magic crystal. An E-grade magic crystal adds 10 points of portal experience. A D-grade magic crystal adds 100 points of portal experience. A C-grade magic crystal can add 1,000 points of portal experience. Thank you, sir. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhao Wu put the magic crystal in his pocket. You can't just absorb it in front of people, can you? The old village chief was somewhat pleased to see Zhao Wu show. At least that made him feel a little better. By the way, old village chief, where did you get this magic crystal? A few years ago, a monster broke into the village. The villagers worked together to kill it and dug this thing out of its body. Many people in our village died because of this. The old village chief was lost in his memories. It turns out that killing monsters yields magic crystals, which can be used to upgrade the portal level. If we can obtain a large number of magic crystals, how much will the portal level increase? Will they be able to transport airplanes and tanks over then? After the old village chief left, Zhao Wu picked up the magic crystal and began to absorb it. Ding Dong absorbed 1 E-grade magic crystal, gained 10 experience points. 10 points of experience. Zhao Wu opened his attribute panel again. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level, LV3, 10/300. Portal width, 2 meters. Portal height, 2 meters. Portal permissions, 50/50. Personal skill, firearms proficiency advanced. Physical condition, 8 points. Normal person is 5. It seems that at least 30 E-grade magic crystals are needed to upgrade to the next level. Ding Dong, first time absorbing magic crystals detected. Special reward, portal level increased by 1. The portal level has been upgraded to 4, and the portal's secondary permissions have been increased to 50/500. With 500 people, it means I can now send a large number of soldiers and related personnel into the other world. Zhao will return to his own world, Blue Star. He then relayed the news to General Chen Guoming. Chen Guoming was equally excited when he learned that 500 people could enter, and they have begun to prepare manpower. Oh, right. The aura jar you requested is in your room. Go and get it yourself. After telling Zhao Wu the news, Chen Guoming left the meeting room. You need to figure out how to use the permissions for those 500 people. How should the distribution be arranged to maximize benefits? Zhao Wu went to his room. There were many more spirit energy jars in the room. Zhao counted them countless times. There were 23 bottles in total. Ding Dong spiritual energy detected. Begin absorbing. Absorb. Ding Dong absorbed spiritual energy. Gained constitution +3. Ding Dong absorbed spiritual energy. Gained constitution +3. Ding Dong absorbed spiritual energy. Gained constitution +3. After absorbing 15 bottles of spiritual energy, Zhao Wu's physique had reached 50 points, which was equivalent to having the strength of 10 normal people. The average person's punch has a force of about 50 kilograms, while Bruce Lee's was 157 kilograms. Boxing champion Mike Tyson's punches were even more exaggerated, weighing approximately 244 kilograms. In Zhao Wu, the force of a punch now is about 500 to 600 kilograms. I'm afraid no one can withstand one of his punches. The changes brought about by physical condition are not limited to these. Zhao Wu could feel something flowing within his body. If he could utilize his internal energy, he was confident he could punch through the steel plate. Zhao Wu didn't know that this thing was called spiritual energy, and that he would need to use it when he became a warrior. Then he continued to absorb spiritual energy. Ding dong, your current physical condition cannot be improved with low-level spiritual energy. Zhao was not surprised by what the system said. Really, if there were no restrictions, I estimate I could directly become the strongest in the world by using the spirit energy absorption jar. It seems that as I become stronger, the spiritual energy I need will become increasingly demanding. This canned compressed spiritual energy is no longer usable for me. However, my current 50 points of constitution are enough. The next day, Zhao Wu took the remaining 450 people to another world. Their addition accelerated the construction of the interdimensional frontline base. It is estimated that the foundation of the base will be completed in about a week. The next step is the installation and use of various devices. At the same time, Raymond is waiting for Rhine's return. He was unaware that Rhine was already living a life of luxury in prison. Why hasn't that guy come back yet? Raymond seemed a little impatient. What if those traveling merchants find out? The tax official replied. I don't think so. Rhine is a 5th-tier warrior. Even if I can't beat the others, escaping shouldn't be too difficult. Raymond, unable to wait any longer, sent out another 10-man squad. But a day later, there was still no news. Both teams seemed to have vanished. What on earth is going on? Raymond was furious. He sent a 10-man squad back with instant noodles, and then led the rest of the group toward Green Village. He was now certain that the 2 teams he had previously sent out were gone. Now, he's going to use this excuse to devour that group of traveling merchants. But when he arrived at Green Village, he was stunned because there wasn't a single person in the entire village. This made his doubts even greater. What exactly caused the entire village to move away so quickly? Sir, we found footprints in the forest, which looked like they were left by the 2 previous troops. Judging from the tracks on the ground, the 2 teams had both gone in the same direction. That's the south side of the village. Raymond led the remaining 70 men forward. We arrived at a huge wall. The top of the wall was secured with barbed wire, and there were several watchtowers not far away. This place looks exactly like a military camp. Raymond was stunned. He never expected there to be such a building on the south side of the village. Lord Raymond, what brings you here? Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared from the sky. The voice was incredibly loud, and no one knew where it came from. That's the voice of that merchant from last time? Raymond understood. Everyone on high alert. The soldiers raised their weapons and looked around in horror. There's not a single person here. Don't panic. As long as you surrender, everything is negotiable. Our Dragon Kingdom treats prisoners of war well. The sound came again from an unknown direction. But this time, Raymond understood. The sound came from a strange object on a stone pillar not far away. It looks a bit like a morning glory. The sound is produced by it. Chapter 22. The Electric Shock and the Dancing Hands. A trivial skill. Raymond's entire body glowed with a pale blue light, a sign of his status as a great warrior. Once a warrior reaches the great warrior level, they can use their spiritual energy for attack or defense. Raymond gripped his longsword, and then a pale blue light shot out. Boom tilde. The loudspeaker not far away was instantly cleaved in 2 by the sword energy. Sizzle. After the horn was cut, it could no longer produce any sound, only a noisy electrical hum. Upon seeing this, the soldiers wielding spears cheered. Raymond the warrior is quite formidable. At the same time, Zhang Jiangwo's combat team had quietly surrounded the group. Countless red dots kept moving around on the enemy soldiers. With a single command from headquarters, hundreds of tranquilizer guns can instantly take down everyone. At this moment, someone on Raymond's side noticed the red dots on his body. Huh, what's this? The group looked at their comrades and noticed that everyone seemed to have small red dots on their bodies. No matter where they move, these little red dots will follow them. All combat personnel are in position. Please provide further instructions. Fire. Tajdajda. All the combat personnel pulled the trigger at the same time. The gun spewed flames, and needle-shaped tranquilizer bullets poured out. Something's up. Raymond immediately sensed something was wrong, and his spiritual energy formed a layer of armor to protect himself. Ding, ding, ding. The tranquilizer darts made a clattering sound when they hit the armor, but but they couldn't penetrate it at all. Raymond glanced around and saw that, apart from himself, only 5 other people were still standing in the same spot after the attack. 2 mages and 3 infantry captains. Everyone else had already been affected and collapsed to the ground, including a magician. He activated his magic shield too late. The tranquilizer bullet had already hit his body. Interesting. Zhao Wu stood on the watchtower, watching the scene before him. A slight smile appeared on his lips when he saw the magic shield and the protective aura. A shield capable of stopping rifle bullets would be invaluable for improving the individual combat capabilities of soldiers in China. How much improvement will there be? Send this film and television material to General Chen Guoming. Yes. Among the soldiers taking photos nearby, one of them walked towards the teleportation portal. This was Zhao Wu's first encounter with people from another world, and he planned to film them from every angle. Outside the base, Zhang Jingguo also had personnel responsible for photography. Sir, what should we do now? The 2 magicians moved closer to Raymond and asked him questions in hushed tones. Raymond was sweating profusely, unsure of what to do. They hadn't even seen anyone, and now only 5 of them were left on their side. If I told you, probably no one would believe me. He had never experienced a battle like this before. The attack just now came from the woods behind us. You 2 fire fireballs at this base. I'll go into the woods and catch them. Yes. The 2 magicians began chanting, and their wands began to glow red. Raymond gave a cold laugh. Ghost will play with you. He planned to take advantage of the 2 second-tier mages drawing their fire, so he could escape. With my level 5 warrior skill, escaping would be more than enough. Let's get right to it. Just then, several canned items flew down from the sky, one of which landed right in front of Raymond's forehead. Hidden weapon, but the speed is too slow. Raymond swung his blade, slicing the canned item in 2. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The canned goods emitted a dazzling white light and made a loud noise. On my eyes, on my ears. The 2 mages were immediately at a loss, and the magical elements in their hands vanished. Raymond wasn't feeling well either. His ears were ringing, and he couldn't hear anything. Everything in front of me was a vast expanse of white. Did I suddenly go blind and deaf? How is this possible? What kind of attack could possibly have such power? The flashbangs and stun grenades have worked. Requesting arrest. Zhang Jingguo said into the walkie-talkie. Capture is permitted, and the electric fence may be used. Yes. With permission, Zhang Jingguo and others replaced their weapons. They formed a group of 4 and charged toward the remaining people. They have an umbrella-shaped electric grid that can launch charged polymer capture nets. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, electric nets flew out, heading straight for the group of people. Raymond felt an intense, tingling sensation throughout his body. What is this? Raymond was shocked. He couldn't see anything and had no way to make a move. He could only wave his arms wildly, trying to drive away the surrounding enemies. However, his enemy was at least 10 meters away from him. Good heavens, what kind of body does this guy have? The electric grid didn't even work on him. Zhang Jingguo was secretly shocked. He had never seen anyone physically withstand an electric fence. Now, everyone except Raymond has been dealt with by the power grid. One of them was so shocked by the electric shock that he urinated and defecated. Supplement the power grid. Zhang Jingguo turned the stun gun in his hand to maximum power and then shot it at Raymond. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Raymond was electrocuted and started flailing his arms and legs, eventually collapsing to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Just in case, Zhang Jingguo repaired a few more power grids before stopping. Reporting to command, all 72 enemy soldiers have been captured. Please provide further instructions. Take them to prison and lock them up. The 3 magicians and Raymond will be kept in separate cells. To detain important figures, the base's prisons are divided into general prisons and underground prisons. Prisons are generally used to detain soldiers. The underground prison is surrounded by walls and is used to hold important prisoners. The 3 magicians and Raymond clearly need to be managed separately. Furthermore, the prison is equipped with hypnotic gas, which is released during riots. Waldingberg. Lord Eve was in a good mood at this moment. I just spoke with Lord Harley's messenger. Harley has agreed to all of his requests. So, after deducting the soldier's pension, he would still have a considerable income. Most importantly, their territory will expand. The neighboring lord was executed by Lord Halley for siding with that little girl, Lilia. This territory naturally fell into their laps. If a good luck background music were to play at this moment, it would surely please Lord Eve. But there are no ifs. Just then, there was a knock on Lord Eve's room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lord Eve tidied his appearance. The tax official walked in carrying 2 large boxes of instant noodles. Lord Eve seemed to be in a good mood. Sir, we have already gone to Green Village and returned with the taxes as you instructed. Where's Raymond? I don't see him. Eve asked curiously. He was even planning to have a couple of drinks with his noblemen. Lord Raymond is behind us. He'll be here soon. Lord Eve nodded, then pointed to the 2 boxes the tax collector had brought. What is this thing? Why is it wrapped in such expensive paper? Chapter 23, Becoming an Advisor Out of Nowhere. This is the tax we collect. It's called instant noodles, the tax officer said cautiously. Instant noodles. Lord Eve was dumbfounded. I told you to collect the money, and what are you doing giving me instant noodles? The tax collector noticed the change in Lord Eve's expression and quickly distanced himself from the matter. This was all Lord Raymond's idea. I even tried to dissuade him. Really, Raymond? Eve decided to take a look at the instant noodles first. If the instant noodles aren't enough to cover the tax, then let Raymond fill the gap. No matter how you look at it, you're not at a loss. What exactly is this instant noodle? Eve took a package and held it in his hand. He couldn't tell what it was. Weapons? Doesn't seem like it. Daily necessities? It doesn't seem like it either. This instant noodle is actually a type of food. Food? I'm a little hungry. Can you make me some? Yes. The tax officer found some hot water and made Eve a bowl of soup. Soon, the aroma wafted out. It smells pretty good. Lord Eve's furrowed brows relaxed. 3 minutes later, the tax officer respectfully served Eve the instant noodles, then stood cautiously to the side. He prayed silently, hoping that Lord Eve would not blame him. If Eve doesn't like this, then neither he nor Raymond will be in a good place. At best, they'll have to pay the taxes. At worst, they might end up in jail. Eve took a bite, and his eyes lit up. This instant noodle thing is so delicious. Spicy and numbing. It smells delicious, and it tastes even better. It's definitely the newest and best-tasting thing I've ever eaten. That Raymond. Upon hearing Lord Eve's words, the tax collector immediately knelt down. My lord, it was all Raymond's idea. I wasn't involved at all. Lord Raymond, I'm sorry. Since you weren't here, we had no choice but to throw mud at you first. Is that so? Then this reward will go to Raymond alone, Lord Eve said slowly. Lord Eve estimated that the instant noodles were quite valuable, and that half a box would probably be enough to cover the taxes. Moreover, this item is extremely rare and priceless. Even Eve had never seen it before. Therefore, Raymond must be rewarded this time. Award? Wasn't a punishment? How did it become a reward? Lord Eve, actually I was there too, so. If Raymond were here, he would definitely say that this tax official has no shame whatsoever. But what does face matter? Does a reward matter? Really? You've worked hard this time too. When Raymond comes back, you can go with him to collect your reward. Thank you very much, sir. The tax official flattered him for a while longer before leaving the room. Lord Eve rubbed his beard and decided to give some instant noodles to Lord Harley. To reflect scarcity, the quantity cannot be too large. Take 5 packs then. At the outpost, you can often see people wearing black and white stripes running around the inner side of the base. They were chanting the slogan, 121. They were Raymond and his men, whom they had captured earlier. Now, they are already prisoners of war of the Dragon Kingdom and are undergoing reformation. Raymond's current number is 9527. 9527 is very strange. The way these Chinese nations treat prisoners of war is extremely bizarre. If the Erduva People's Republic captured prisoners of war, they would first interrogate them for valuable information. If the information was valuable, they would beat them and then force them to reveal other, more valuable information. If the information is worthless, then he'll be beaten and might be sold to slave traders or executed. But in the last few days, aside from the so-called labor reform, 9527's only life consisted of eating and drinking well. Putting everything else aside, the food alone is excellent. It's just as good as the instant noodles I used to eat, and there are even more varieties. 9527. Arrive. This is a new skill Raymond has learned. When it's his turn to be called, he must shout here. Step forward. Raymond stepped forward and followed the soldier. He had considered escaping from prison, but after looking at the plan a few times, he felt it was unlikely. As a soldier, He was indeed strong and healthy, but he was still helpless against a cage as thick as an arm. Moreover, the walls in this place are particularly hard. He could normally punch through a stone wall, but he stumbled in front of the reinforced concrete. Raymond followed the soldier into a room where 3 men in military uniforms were waiting for him, one of whom was Zhao Wu. Raymond, right? Yes. Seed. Raymond sat at the table, facing the 3 men. Beside him were 2 armed guards. He had already witnessed the power of this thing. Raymond sensed something was off about the situation, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zhao Wu picked up the A4 paper in his hand and looked at it. Raymond filled out this form himself. Name, Raymond. Gender, male. Occupation, great warrior, territory noble. Special skills, no special skills. Raymond, what is your dream? Zhao Wu asked, putting down the A4 paper with an extremely serious expression. Oh, this really stumped Raymond. Why did I work so hard in the army? Perhaps it's so he can become a lord, Raymond replied cautiously. Becoming a lord is just a process. What is your ultimate goal? Money? Honor? Women? Material possessions? Power? Zhao Wu continued to ask. Raymond fell into deep thought, feeling lost for the first time. I don't know why I did this. I suppose it's all about the money. So you mean you'd do anything if I paid you? Zhao Wu pressed on relentlessly, leaving Raymond no room to refute his words. Raymond shook his head, then nodded. He was completely confused. His already dull mind had turned to mush. I guess so, if I can do it. All right, I'll hire you as our combat advisor. Combat advisor? Raymond thus inexplicably became the Dragon Kingdom's combat advisor. It is specifically for teaching those Dragon Kingdom warriors who have already absorbed enough spiritual energy. Teach them swordsmanship and how to skillfully utilize the spiritual energy within their bodies. When he stepped through the portal and arrived on Earth, he was dumbfounded. Everything in front of me was so unfamiliar. A bustling city with heavy traffic and iron birds constantly flying in the sky. I was sitting in a vehicle that resembled a Jeep, and the seats were incredibly comfortable, even more so than Eve chairs. He had secretly sat there last time when Eve wasn't around. The people on the street were full of hope and optimism, a stark contrast to the world I had been living in before. Shops and high-rise buildings are everywhere, and the cement roads are clean and tidy. Is this the Dragon Kingdom? Raymond was stunned. This country was better than all the previous countries combined. He was taken to a secret training ground, where the soldiers in the center of the field shouted in unison when they saw him. Good morning, Instructor Lei. The voice was incredibly loud, which startled him. He now has a new identity. Lei, the combat advisor for the Dragon Kingdom. The same thing happened to the 3 magicians. Although these 3 mages are only at the 2nd tier, they're sufficient to teach the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom the basics of magic. The Dragon Kingdom launched a magic and spiritual energy training program on Earth. The first hybrid magic technology force was formed. This force played a crucial role when Earth subsequently faced a crisis. But that's a story for another time. Chapter 24, Hunting Monsters. There are rare Earth elements here. The researchers shouted excitedly. Rare Earth elements are crucial materials in all industries and are known as industrial gold. Because of the blockade imposed by surrounding countries, the Dragon Kingdom has always lacked this kind of material. The discovery of rare Earth resources on the isolated island in another world greatly excited everyone in the Otherworld development team. Some gold and oil were also found, but not in large quantities. These supplies were continuously transported back through the portal. This provided a guarantee for the future development of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the portal was still too small, and there weren't enough people. The mining of these things is very limited. Therefore, in addition to these supplies, the most important task for the Otherworld development team is to hunt monsters and obtain magic crystals. As for venturing off the island to trade elsewhere, the development team has no plans to do so at the moment. We don't know what's going on in the outside world. Going out rashly is not a wise move. Taking a steady and solid approach is the best course of action. There's a small forest at the southernmost point of the isolated island. The long period of uninhabitation has filled the place with all sorts of magical beasts. This is a paradise for Warcraft players, but no one has come here for a long time. The last time I came here was when Lord Eve was preparing to mine the iron ore in the forest. However, they abandoned the operation after losing some soldiers. The difference between what was gained and what was lost was too great. After that, No one lived in that dense forest anymore. But on this day, dozens of combat squads wearing bulletproof vests and carrying various rifles arrived in this forest. Their mission was to hunt down magical beasts in the forest and extract the magic crystals from their bodies. Zhang Jingguo and the others searched cautiously. His square face was expressionless as he stared intently at the thermal imaging screen in front of him. Suddenly, the infrared thermal imaging camera in his hand detected target. Stop! He clenched his fist, and dozens of people immediately stopped, looking around warily. In the dense forest, the trees were enormous, their leaves larger than a human face, so large that sunlight could not penetrate them. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Oh no, something's coming this fast. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from the left side of the group. Then a huge python appeared before everyone. Holy crap! How come there are monsters here? Zhang Jingguo was shocked. The infrared thermal imaging clearly did not detect this monster. But now is not the time to think about that. We need to hurry and deal with the giant python in front of us. The python coiled its massive body together, its red forked tongue constantly protruding. Hiss hiss hiss. Fire! At Zhang Jingguo's command, the assault rifles in the hands of the combat team members spewed flames. Tajdajda. One by one, the spent cartridge cases bounced out rapidly. Gunshots rang out throughout the forest, startling many birds into scattering in all directions. The giant python had never seen such a weapon before and fled swiftly in all directions. Although the bullet did not penetrate its snake skin directly, the enormous impact still caused it considerable pain. Boom tilde. A grenade hit the giant python precisely. A huge wound was blasted open on the giant python's body. Blood was splattered all over the ground. The stench of blood in the air was even stronger. The giant python, in pain, began to writhe its enormous body. Two combatants who couldn't dodge in time were crushed to the ground. Damn it, that beast! Zhang Jingguo was furious. Those two people were clearly not going to survive. This was the first sacrifice during the development of the Otherworld. Fire another howitzer shell. Zhang Jingguo roared. Although the bullets could hit, the damage was too low. The howitzer can be effective. Boom tilde. The grenade hit the giant python in the head. The python's massive head was blasted into pieces, and its entire body went limp, crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst a piece of minced meat on the ground, a gem glittered. This is the magic crystal, which exists within the bodies of magical beasts. Captain, infrared thermal imaging has detected a lot of life forms nearby, the team member said anxiously. It seems the battle just now attracted them. Zhang Jingguo was not surprised by this situation. The battle just now, both in terms of sound and smell, all of these are enough to attract these predators. Retreat, retreat to the previous minefield. Everyone ran quickly backwards. Behind them were various magical beasts. There is a two-headed lion and a huge, long-tusked wild boar. There are also some animals that you can't tell what they are at first glance. These are magical beasts that only exist in this world. When Zhang Jingguo stepped into the trench, the monsters behind him had already entered the minefield. Beep beep tilde boom. The mines were set with a 2-second delay in order to hit more monsters. Explosions are happening all the time outside. Blood and dismembered limbs were splattered everywhere. The deafening noise was deafening. If the world saw this, they would be stunned, because this makes hunting monsters incredibly fast. It's important to know that even E-rank magical beasts are not easy to deal with. The monsters possess immense strength and formidable defense. Many warriors and mages have fallen victim to Warcraft. Sniper, kill all the remaining monsters. Yes. Bang. The 12.7mm bullets pierced through the heads of one monster after another. Some of them were unable to move because their limbs were blown off, while others were knocked unconscious by the huge explosion. But now, they have all turned into corpses and into magic crystals that can evolve the portal. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on Zhao Wu's door. Come in. Zhao Wu sat in a chair, looking at the base's report. Looking up, I was surprised to see Zhang Jingguo. His clothes were covered in blood, clearly indicating that he had come directly to his side after returning. Report. The encirclement and suppression of the southern forest has been completed as instructed. After saying that, he took a bag out of his pocket and handed it to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu opened it and took a look. Inside are sparkling magic crystals. About 20 or 30. That is, Zhang Jingguo and his group killed 20 or 30 monsters. Zhao Wu put down the magic crystal and asked, "What are the casualties?" 3 people died, 2 were seriously injured, and 8 were slightly injured. 20 or 30 monsters were killed, but only 3 people died. This achievement is probably unique in the world. However, Zhao Wu was not satisfied. Not only were they seriously injured, but 3 of them also died. Give the list of the fallen to General Chen Guoming. Yes. Zhang Jingguo gave a neat military salute, then left the room and closed the door behind him. Zhao Wu sighed deeply. Developing another world inevitably involves deaths. But when I learned that someone had actually died, I was still deeply moved. Zhao Wu picked up the magic crystal in his hand and looked at it. It was very beautiful and crystal clear, but these gem-like magic crystals were obtained by warriors at the cost of their lives, expecting to get value for money. Ding dong, rank E magic crystal detected. Absorb it as portal experience. Chapter 25, the army attacks. Absorb. Absorption successful. Gain 10 portal experience points. Ding dong, degrade magic crystal detected. Absorb it as portal experience. Absorb. Absorption successful. Gained 100 portal experience points. It seems that a D-rank monster is equivalent to the experience of 10 E-rank monsters. Ding dong, rank E magic crystal detected. Absorb it as portal experience. Ding dong, the portal level has been upgraded to level 5, and its width has been increased to 4m. Ding dong, the portal level has been upgraded to level 6, and its height has been increased to 4m. A total of 5 D-grade magic crystals brought 500 experience points, and 32 E-grade magic crystals brought 320 experience points. A total of 820 experience points. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level LV6 120/1000. Portal width 4 meters. Portal height 4 meters. Portal secondary permissions 500/500. Personal skill firearms proficiency advanced. Physical fitness 50 points. Normal person is 5. When Zhao Wu told General Chen Guoming about the upgrade of the teleportation portal, he was pleased and then began preparations to bring more things through the portal. Tank. The portal is wide enough for tanks to pass through. For the outpost, its overall strength has been greatly enhanced, in order to avoid attracting the attention of other countries on Earth. Some of the tanks that arrived on the Demon Continent were either newly built or old models. If a large amount of military equipment is mobilized from other war zones, it will definitely attract attention. Temporary. The Dragon Kingdom does not want to do this yet. Moreover, even older models of tanks can play a significant role in this other world. For several days in a row, Lord Eve of Waldingburg did not see Raymond appear. He didn't know that Raymond was no longer in this world. He has already run away to Earth and is living a happy life. Why hasn't Raymond come back yet? Lord Eve paced back and forth in the room, appearing somewhat agitated. His thick arms, veins bulging, seemed intent on destroying something with his fists. The last batch of instant noodles sent to Lord Harley was very satisfactory to him, so he was also prepared to ask Raymond some questions. For example, can these instant noodles be purchased? Does the traveling merchant have anything else? But after several days, there was still no trace of Raymond. Did something happen to Raymond? That's impossible. Even if a wandering merchant has connections, he generally wouldn't dare to go against the Lord's soldiers. Did they run away? I've treated him well too. Eve was unaware of Raymond's plan to rob him. Just then, the tax collector who had recently gone to Green Village to collect taxes knocked on the door. "My lord, you wanted to see me?" Eve glanced at him and said, "Come in." "Yes." The tax official walked in with utmost respect. "Didn't you say Raymond was right behind you? It's been several days. Why haven't they come back yet?" The tax official wiped the sweat from his brow and could only recount what had happened that day. A metal box that can walk by itself? Lord Eve felt like he was listening to gibberish. I once suspected that this tax official might be mentally unstable. "Yes, sir, that iron box has 4 wheels and can move on its own. They run pretty fast." The tax official was referring to the Jeep. It's square like a box. Once a person sits inside, it will start running on its own. Although Eve didn't believe it, this instant noodle was also very strange. He had never seen it before. Regardless of whether there was a box that could move, Eve finally figured out why Raymond hadn't returned. 2 possibilities. The first type. Raymond was caught robbing a traveling merchant in the past and may have been killed by him. The second possibility. Raymond stole a lot of treasures and then ran away. It was not uncommon for nobles to rebel against their lords. Even lords can rebel against the king for their own benefit. So why can't nobles? As long as the benefit is large enough. Lord Eve pondered for a moment and decided to send troops to check out Green Village. We must get our hands on that tin box and the instant noodles. Thinking of this, Eve stood up. Someone come here. Upon hearing this, the two soldiers standing guard at the gate came in. Grown-ups, drag the tax collector away and lock him in jail. Huh? The tax official was stunned and then immediately knelt down. My lord, spare my life. A false report of military intelligence almost ruined my important business. Suppress it. Ignoring the unruly tax official, the two soldiers dragged him away. My lord, my lord. The tax official's voice faded into the distance. Next, we need to prepare to head to Green Village, the Dragon Kingdom's frontline base on an isolated island. Several tanks came to a steady stop on the open ground of the base. MT-200 main battle tank. Equipped with a thermal sleeve and a barrel fume extractor, the 125mm smoothbore gun can easily destroy any target within 2 kilometers. The vehicle is 3.5 m wide and 2.37 m high, and is equipped with a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun for close-range protection. This tank will become a deadly weapon in this other world. Zhao Wu looked at the tank in front of him with considerable satisfaction. With his cannonball, whether it's for attacking a city or plundering, it will be invincible. At this moment, a soldier ran up to Zhao Wu. Report. Radar has detected a large amount of radio signals 20 kilometers north of the base. Please provide instructions. Zhao Wu's face darkened. A large amount of radio signals were detected. This means that what's coming is most likely a caravan or an army. Let's go take a look. Zhao Wu arrived at the radar control center, where Deputy Base Commander Chiu was already inside. What's the situation now? Zhao Wu asked. Report, we detected a large number of radio signals at a distance of 20 kilometers an hour ago. I originally thought it was just normal interaction between people in this world. But just now, the distance has been getting closer and closer, and it's now 15 kilometers away. It's 5 kilometers per hour. It's not that fast, and considering the soldiers in this world have absorbed spiritual energy, their speed should be even faster. Could it be a large army? The more people there are, the slower the march will be. Deputy Base Chief Chiu, what do you think? Zhao Wu asked, looking at Deputy Base Chief Chiu. It cannot be ruled out that people in this world are doing other things. But we can't just leave it unattended. Zhao Wu nodded. It would be fine if it was just a meaningless action. If it's targeting them, it's best to find out as soon as possible. Zhao Wu did not want to expose the existence of the base to the world. At least for now. So if this unit is really heading towards the outpost, so it must be dealt with outside the island. Send out a reconnaissance team to find out their whereabouts. Yes. Chapter 26. Battle ends in 5 minutes. The 4-man team got into a jeep and sped off towards the location indicated by the radar. Soon, the vehicle's onboard short-range radar detected a large number of signals. The 4 men exchanged a glance, realizing that the car could only go this far. The people in this world have exceptionally good hearing, especially those soldiers. The engine was so loud that it was easy to be spotted. One person stayed in the car to wait, while the other 3 got out and walked forward. The simple radar detected the signal. The 3 people stopped and began assembling the drone they were carrying. A total of 3 drones were deployed to transmit data in real time and to transmit images to a frontline base more than 10 kilometers away. The scene is here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu hurriedly looked at the screen in front of him. The images of the 3 drones appeared clearly on the screen. It is an army and not a new one. The drone's camera was able to capture the facial expressions of each of them. Some were all smiles and laughter, while others were silent and reserved. However, they all share one characteristic, a murderous aura. That's a temperament that can only be developed through a long period of war. This is no ordinary unit. It is a battle-hardened ace. The entire army numbered approximately 2,000, mostly infantry, with a small number of cavalry and some unnamed units. It really seems to be heading towards us. Zhao Wu fell into deep thought. Defeating so many people is easy, but capturing them alive is impossible. Ding Dong System task issued. Defeat Lord Eve's forces, and you will be rewarded with a chance to win a prize upon successful completion of the mission. Zhao Wu never expected to receive a system mission at this time. However, He had been planning to do that all along. This system reward is given to me for free. I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't take it. Tell this information to General Chen Guoming. Just say that there might be a battle with forces from another world. Yes, someone will naturally pass on the information to Chen Guoming. All Zhao Wu needs to do is keep an eye on the enemy in front of him. General Chen Guoming's reply came quickly. If the enemy interferes with the development of the Dragon Kingdom's otherworld, firing is permitted. Everything is geared towards the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Since that's the case, let's show these otherworldly beings. How should war be fought? Attention, everyone. Pass down the order. The base is now on level 1 alert. First platoon, second platoon. Get your gear ready and prepare to attack. Yes, the entire operations room sprang into action. This was the first battle since entering the otherworld. Lord Eve, walking along the road, seemed to be in a fairly good mood. Now he just hopes those traveling merchants don't run away too fast. What is that? Soon, someone noticed something unusual coming from the air. 3 unknown objects flew in the air and followed them. Eve looked up and saw that he had never seen these 3 things before. As a 9th-level great warrior, his eyesight was far superior to that of the average person. The thing floating on top is probably made of metal, and there are small fan-like things spinning around it. But how did it fly? Eve couldn't understand how such a small fan could possibly power it. Suddenly, a dozen or so small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky to the left of the troops. The black dots grew larger and larger, and things that looked like sweet potatoes came down from the sky. What is that? Boom! 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 The sweet potato landed 100 meters to the left of the group, followed by a huge explosion and roar. Suddenly, the war horses neighed, and everyone was stunned by the enormous sound. What is this thing? How can it be so powerful? Even the ground was blasted into deep craters. I don't even want to think about what would happen if this thing exploded in a crowd. They didn't know that this round was just a test firing. The M24 portable mortar has a maximum range of 4 kilometers and a maximum rate of fire of 30 rounds per minute. Adjust forward 100 meters, said a soldier observing through binoculars. That volley of shots just now was clearly close. Boom, 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 tilde. The sound of artillery fire rang out, and more than a dozen shells flew through the air. They then joined Lord Eve's party. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions were heard one after another. These shells were beyond the reach of these soldiers' flesh and blood. The shells landed in the crowd, killing and injuring a large number of people. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Eve screamed desperately, but his voice was swallowed up by the explosion. So what if he can give orders? They haven't even seen a shadow of the enemy, so where can they possibly attack? Then another round of shells came flying over. Magic Guild, activate the defensive barrier. The accompanying mages immediately sprang into action, spreading their arms to create a pale blue protective shield. Not even knowing where the enemy was, they could only passively defend themselves. The cannonballs struck the magic shield with a tremendous roar. The protective shield gradually darkened, as if it might disappear at any moment. The magicians were secretly astonished. What was this thing? Its power was truly immense. My magic power was almost completely depleted just now. Immediately afterwards, another round of artillery fire followed. Lord Eve did not bring many mages this time. Thinking about a traveling merchants group, he realized that his 2,000 men were already too many. Why bring so many mages? But he regrets it now. If he had a choice, he would bring more magicians with him. No, they probably won't come to this place. The 4th round of shells came flying in. Boom! 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 The protective shield could no longer withstand the power of the explosion. Its surface cracked like a spider web, then transformed into a sky full of stars. What followed was a series of one-sided crushing defeats. Before they even saw the enemy's face, they had already lost more than half of their fighting force. This war is unwinnable. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Eve slashed at an incoming cannonball with his knife. Boom! The enormous impact knocked him to the ground. Fortunately, he had a shield made of spiritual energy that protected him from injury. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Eve was so angry he cursed. Right now, I don't care about any teams. Getting out of there is the priority. Eve turned and ran, heading into the distance at the fastest speed he had ever run. Zhao Wu, who was watching via drone in the conference room, was stunned. This guy runs way too fast. It's even faster than riding a horse. Then Zhao Wu thought about his 50 stamina points and wondered if he could be just as fast. 2 more rounds of artillery fire. Then the assault team will move forward, Zhao Wu said calmly. Yes, Zhao Wu didn't need to watch the rest of the battle. If 2 more rounds of bombing were conducted, the remaining soldiers would likely either be scared to death or remain rooted to the spot, too afraid to move. The power of these modern weapons has exceeded their comprehension. From the first shell to Eve's hasty retreat, no more than 5 minutes passed. Chapter 27, Visiting a Former Enemy. The idea of ending a battle in 5 minutes is something that people from other worlds wouldn't even dare to dream of. Not to mention that these 2,000 people didn't even see the enemy's face. Ding Dong mission to defeat Lord Eve's forces is complete. Ding Dong, the system has started the lottery. Ding Dong, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a recipe. Magic Affinity Potion. Magic Affinity Potion? Magic Affinity Potion. This potion improves the user's magical affinity, enhancing their magical abilities. Zhao Wu pondered for a moment. The reward seemed pretty good. In this world, cultivating magic depends on talent. The odds are about 1 in 1,000, meaning that out of 1,000 people, maybe only 1 person can cultivate magic. The last batch of magicians secretly trained in the Dragon Kingdom were all recruited one by one from various military regions. Of a 1 million regular army unit, only 900 are qualified. The rest of the people have no magical affinity. Now that we have this magic affinity potion, doesn't that mean there's no longer this restriction? Of course, this is the ideal situation. The production cost and time required for the medicine must also be considered. We also need to consider whether it is suitable for all human bodies. We also need to consider many other possibilities. He doesn't need to worry about these things. Researchers will naturally take care of them. I realized it had been so long since I've been back to Earth. Zhao Wu greeted Deputy Base Commander Chiu and then returned to the underground base. The 11th floor of the underground base is the research site of the Dragon Science Institute. Many scientists in white coats were engrossed in their research, occasionally making notes. In front of a precision instrument not far away, Dean Zhang was intently looking at the energy jar in front of him. Experiments have proven that using Reiki to enhance physical constitution is a feasible approach. Even the cancer cells in his body had disappeared. He was in a great mood. Of course, all of this is thanks to Zhao Wu. Now he wants to study how to further compress spiritual energy, which might improve the soldier's physical fitness once again. Dean Zhang, someone is looking for you. An assistant walked up to Dean Zhang and reminded him. Without turning his head, Dean Zhang replied, "Just say I'm not here. These politicians have nothing better to do than disturb my research all day long," Dean Zhang complained. If it weren't for the frequent visits from people, his research could definitely have been accelerated considerably. All he wants to do now is to properly study this otherworldly, spiritual energy. But the person who is looking for you is named Zhao Wu, the assistant explained. She often heard the dean mention this person's name, so they must have a good relationship. Zhao Wu. Dean Zhang looked up from the sophisticated instruments in front of him. Is it really him? Dean Zhang asked excitedly. The assistant was startled and said, "Yes, Dean Zhang, that's what he said." Upon confirming that it was indeed Zhao Wuho, Dean Zhang hurriedly ran out. Inside the conference room, a teenager was looking around listlessly. "Zhao Wu, I didn't expect it to really be you." Dean Zhang laughed heartily when he saw that it was indeed Zhao Wu in front of him. He had a very good impression of Zhao Wu. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned the experiment they were doing and rushed out. "Yes, Dean Zhang, I hope I didn't bother you." "No, I just happen to have nothing to do." The assistant was exasperated. Who was it that just said they were too busy to see anyone? They even lied and said they weren't there. "Why are you here instead of staying in the other world?" Dean Zhang asked, puzzled. "Actually, I came here to deliver something to you." "Sending something?" Zhao Wu smiled mysteriously. Seeing this, Dean Zhang took him to his office. "What is this thing that you treasure so much?" Dean Zhang was somewhat looking forward to seeing what Zhao Wu would bring him. "You know about magic, right?" Zhao Wu asked Dean Zhang. If it were before, Dean Zhang certainly wouldn't have known. He neither watches anime nor reads novels. If you say magic, he'll think of it as the kind of magic that makes flowers appear out of your hands. But now, all he feels is excitement. I know, I even tested it out, but unfortunately, I don't have any magical abilities." "What do you think of magic?" Zhao Wu asked. "It's very good and powerful. The main advantage is that it can be used anytime and costs almost nothing," Dean Zhang said frankly. He truly felt that way. While firearms and ammunition are powerful, they have limitations and cannot be carried around at all times. But magic is different. You can use it wherever you go. Neither its unexpectedness nor its limitations can compare. Unfortunately, among our Dragon Kingdom soldiers, only a little over 900 are capable of learning magic, and at least half of them can only learn to the first level of magician. Zhao Wu nodded. It was indeed as Dean Zhang had said. Magicians are divided into apprentice magicians, grand magicians, archmages, and magic masters. Most magicians stop at the level of magicians. A small number of outstanding mages are able to reach the level of a grand mage. Those who can become archmages are all people who have made a significant contribution to the history of magic. As for the magician, those are legendary beings. There are probably no more than 1/5 of them in the entire demon spirit continent. I have something here that can change a person's magical aptitude. It's called Magic Affinity Potion. Zhao Wu took the potion formula and refining method out of his pocket. Real. Dean Zhang stood up excitedly and carefully took the scroll. Then he unfolded it and began to read it with great interest. The text and recipe have been changed to the script of the Dragon Kingdom. The process of making it is not difficult, but many of the materials are ones I have never seen before. I've seen the scrolls before, but most of the materials don't belong to this world, Zhao Wu said. Indeed, this refining method is very simple. I can have someone prepare the refining equipment. But this material, Dean Zhang was having a headache. He had never even seen these materials before. How was he supposed to find them? I've come here today for 2 reasons. Firstly, to deliver the scroll to you, and secondly, to ask General Chen Guoming for permission to take one of my actions. What operation? Operation codename, Exploration. I want General Chen Guoming to send out some small teams disguised as people from another world to gather information. After all, the more we know, the more beneficial it will be for us, Zhao Wu explained. In the process of learning about this herb, you can also look for it and then buy it in large quantities. Dean Zhang nodded. If it were him, he would probably agree to the plan. But General Chen is a different story. He has more to consider. General Chen won't be back until tomorrow. Go ask him then. All right. The two chatted about other things for a while before parting ways. Zhao Wu didn't want to take up too much of Dean Zhang's time. Before leaving, Zhao Wu asked Dean Zhang for Raymond's current location. He wanted to find this former enemy. Chapter 28, My Punch Might Kill You. Taking the elevator, Zhao Wu arrived at the surface of the underground base. This underground base appears to be a radar station, with soldiers stationed here year-round. But they didn't know that there was the largest base in the Dragon Kingdom underground. Upon seeing Zhao Wu's military uniform, the 2 soldiers stood at attention and saluted. Good morning, Major. Zhao Wu nodded in response. He himself had almost forgotten that he was now a major. He took a car from the radar station and drove towards where Raymond was. Raymond was in another military camp near the radar station. This military camp is mainly responsible for training new recruits. The 2 are about an hour's drive apart. Zhao Wu sought out Raymond to find out how Yun was able to utilize the spiritual energy within his body. Although his physique had reached 50, he did not know how to fully utilize this power. 20 kilometers from the base, Zhao Wu's car was stopped at a checkpoint. No way. Military strongholds are not places that ordinary people would easily let pass by. 2 soldiers walked up to Zhao Wu's car and gave a neat salute. Good morning, Major. As required for the mission, please show your relevant identification. Zhao Wu handed over his identification documents. Soon, after verifying that everything was correct, Zhao Wu was released. Raymond was still intently reading a book at his desk. The novels in this world are very interesting. In particular, there's a book called I Obtained a Teleportation Portal at the start, and it has been handed over to the country, which is very well written. After watching for a while, there was a knock on my room door. Raymond was a little puzzled. The morning training had already ended, so who would be looking for him? Guoming. Raymond put the book down and stood up. Excuse me, Instructor Lei. Major Zhao is looking for you, the soldier explained. Major Zhao. Raymond had never heard of this person, but he still went out, perhaps because there was a new mission from above. When he arrived at the playground, he finally saw who was looking for him. It was the same guy who brainwashed me that day. However, I also have to thank this person because my life has undergone such a huge change. No need to travel around for a stable life, with delicious food and cozy accommodations. There are also various entertainment facilities when you're bored. Major Zhao. You were looking for me? Zhao Wu looked at Raymond, whose expression seemed quite good. It seems you've adapted to life here. The two started chatting as they walked. I wonder what business major Zhao has with me this time. I've come to you today to ask how I can utilize the spiritual energy within my body. Raymond pondered for a moment, then spoke what he knew. After all, he was now an advisor to the Dragon Kingdom. To be honest, using the spiritual energy in your body is very simple. The key is the amount of spiritual energy in your body. We warriors are different from mages. We cannot manipulate magical elements in the air, so we can only fight by relying on the spiritual energy within our bodies. So Raymond didn't continue, but Zhao Wu understood. That is it. Even if you know the method, it's useless. If your own spiritual energy is insufficient, you simply can't use it. Therefore, Raymond's current method of training soldiers is to absorb spiritual energy through breathing, combined with some basic swordsmanship training and chi cultivation methods. Although quite a few people have already reached the level of trainee soldiers, but still too slow. Raymond was very unhappy about this. Without realizing it, I had completely integrated into the role of combat advisor. Then how can I prove that I have enough spiritual energy in my body? Zhao Wu asked. Try fighting me. Raymond sneered, deciding to give the major in front of him a good taunt. Have you heard? Instructor Lei is going to have a match with a major. Really? Is there anyone who dares to mess with Instructor Lei now? During the lunch break, news of Raymond and Zhao Wubi's test spread throughout the entire recruit camp. Although not everyone is Raymond's student, most people know how capable Raymond is. That day, Raymond was new to the area. The veteran instructors in the military camp wanted to give him a hard time. With the tacit approval of the military leadership, Raymond demonstrated his power. He decided to fight 50 people by himself. This battle attracted the attention of everyone in the camp, and many people were expecting Raymond to be beaten to a pulp. 50 people against one person? The outcome is obvious. Many busybodies have even started to engage in peripheral activities. With odds of 100 to 1 for Raymond to win, nobody believed he would win. But the result was unbelievable. Raymond is like a king of soldiers. In just half a minute, 50 people were beaten so badly they couldn't get up. These 50 people were like chicks in front of Raymond, completely powerless. This was only because Raymond showed mercy. Otherwise, people might have died. Raymond naturally became the king of soldiers in the camp, receiving the greatest respect and love. This satisfied his vanity and made him love this upright and passionate place even more. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom possess an extremely high sense of pride and obedience, something that was impossible in his previous country. Let's go take a look. I heard that this major came from a nearby radar station. Haha, they definitely don't know how formidable Instructor Lei is, otherwise how would they dare to compete? Most of them arrived at the training ground expecting a good show. The area was completely surrounded. Those who arrive late can only find a stool to stand on and crane their necks to see what's inside. Instructor Lei, teach him a lesson. Instructor Lei, go easy on me, haha. Major, there's no shame in admitting defeat. Don't treat Instructor Lei like a human being. These people were all from the same military camp as Raymond, so naturally they cheered him on. Come on, Major Zhao. Let me see just how much spiritual energy you have, Raymond said, looking at Zhao Wu in front of him. How do we test it? Come on, hit this with all your might. Raymond pointed to his stomach, indicating that he should have one. Are you sure? Zhao Wu asked with a hint of doubt. His current strength is in the 500 to 600 kilogram range. He himself doesn't know what will happen if he throws a punch. Come on, don't be shy, huh? Raymond didn't care at all. How much power can a little child who has just come of age have? Let him embarrass himself properly later. That will be a form of revenge. Go for it. Give him a punch. Major, I support you, huh? The people around started to cheer, feeling excited at the thought of the Major's expression later. Instructor Raymond is not someone that anyone can easily defeat. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Wu decided to give it a try. Perhaps only Raymond in this world could withstand a punch from me. Boxing champions and strongmen probably won't work. Then be careful. Zhao Wu stood ready, then threw a powerful punch. This punch contained immense power. Chapter 29 This Zhao Wu is pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Raymond's smile vanished. He sensed a hint of danger from that punch. Then it felt like my stomach had been hit hard with a hammer. Raymond had never been punched so powerfully before. His body began to twist and deform, then flew several meters away and rolled to a stop on a basketball hoop. The entire room fell silent. The crowd, who had been watching with bated breath, were now gaping in disbelief at what they were seeing. Instructor Lei, who can take on 50 people, was actually knocked away by someone. What's going on? They did try to hit Instructor Lei. This man was as hard as a steel plate. Raymond once had someone try with an iron rod, but it had no effect whatsoever. But now, this person was sent flying by Zhao Wu. What did I just see? Raymond, the elite soldier, got blasted away. Holy crap! Who is this major? Is he even more powerful than Instructor Lei? Everyone was stunned. Zhao Wu was stunned. He himself did not expect to be so strong. He rushed over to see how Raymond was doing. Raymond, are you all right? Pooh. Raymond wiped his mouth, then spat out a trickle of blood. I'm numb. This Zhao Wu is pretending to be weak while actually being strong. His spiritual energy level is high enough to reach that of a great warrior. Normally I can block it myself, but I didn't activate my spiritual energy to protect myself just now. He never imagined that a little child could hurt him. That's why he was knocked flying and suffered quite a few injuries. You bastard. I'm sorry, I don't know how I got so strong. Raymond could tell from Zhao Wu's expression that he wasn't joking. It seems he genuinely doesn't know his true skill level. Cough, cough. Raymond stood up and coughed twice, which seemed to have helped him recover. Although I was in a lot of pain, I couldn't lose face. Raymond pretended to be nonchalant and said, You have enough spiritual energy. Now it's time to use it. How to use it? Under Raymond's guidance, Zhao Wu found his footing. There seems to be a kind of energy within my body. I concentrate my mind and transfer it to where it is needed. Although it was slow at first, according to Raymond, after using it for a long time, your body will remember this feeling, and you'll be able to use spiritual energy as soon as you make a move. Come on, try to concentrate your spiritual energy in your fingers. Zhao Wu focused his spiritual energy as instructed by Raymond, and his fingers emitted a pale blue light. I didn't expect to succeed on the first try. Raymond was secretly alarmed. Then, he found a steel plate about 1 millimeter thick and placed it in front of Zhao Wu. Expose him. Thump. Zhao Wu thrust his finger forward, piercing right through the steel plate. Wow, that's amazing. Will we be like that in the future? It feels like being Superman. The soldiers looked on with admiration when they saw this. Raymond nodded approvingly, then placed the 2 steel plates in front of Zhao Wu. Try again. Thump. Zhao Wu thrust his finger forward, piercing right through the steel plate. Very good. Your strength has improved rapidly. Next up are 4 steel plates. Raymond didn't think Zhao Wu could pierce 4 steel plates. He did this to undermine Zhao Wu's confidence. Who told this guy to knock me flying just now? We must save face. After Zhao was unable to pierce the steel plate, he then forcefully pierced it himself. He will definitely receive admiring glances from these new recruits. You'll regain your dignity. Thinking of this, Raymond began to chuckle to himself. Raymond, aren't these 4 steel plates a bit too thick? Zhao Wu wasn't confident about this. No, you have to believe in yourself. Strength comes from self-confidence. How could Raymond not let Zhao Wu give it a try? The idea that strength comes from self-confidence is a lie. With a thud, Zhao Wu thrust his finger forward, piercing the steel plate once again. Is that so? Zhao Wu turned to Raymond and asked curiously. Get out of here. What is it? Raymond really wanted to curse, but he held back. He's a major, after all. Ahem, that's exactly what I mean. Raymond pretended to be calm. This major is really something. He pierced through all 4 steel plates. The instructors are great too. Strength comes from self-confidence. This must have been arranged by the instructors and the major to give us confidence. Many people looked at Zhao Wu and Raymond with admiration after thinking about this. Haha, whatever makes you happy. Raymond was speechless for a moment. So, this is what it feels like. Zhao Wu looked at his finger. It was only 4 millimeters thick, and he had pierced through the steel plate. The pale blue light on the surface of the finger protected it like armor. Well, the next step is to use it skillfully. Raymond placed his hands behind his back and closed his eyes slightly. Although Zhao Wu is very powerful, it will probably take a long time to master his skills. At least he could use his spiritual energy throughout his entire body, something Zhao Wu couldn't do. At that moment, another commotion arose from the soldiers nearby. Wow, Major, you're amazing. Yes, he was glowing blue all over, just like Instructor Lei. Huh? Raymond hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that Zhao Wu beside him was already full of spiritual energy. Raymond turned and left. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Hey, Raymond, where are you going? Don't go. Wait for me. There's still some things I haven't figured out yet. Syria. This country is located in the very center of the demon spirit continent. This area is rich in resources and has a pleasant climate. Thousands of years of development have made this country one of the strongest nations on the continent of demon spirits. The capital city of Vilnius is a World Trade Center. Many organizations have their headquarters here. This includes UC, an organization that makes money by selling information. It's somewhat similar to a newspaper company on Earth. However, it differs from newspapers. Because paper is expensive in this world, they wrote the information on white cloth. The advantage of doing this is that it allows for long-term preservation and repeated use. After the white cloth is collected, washed, and dried, it can be reused. In terms of cost, it reduced a lot of unnecessary expenses. If it were really made of paper, probably not many people could afford it. The president, Arya, was a young and beautiful woman. At this moment, she sat elegantly on the sofa with a cup of black tea in front of her. The lace-trimmed shirt at the chest bears an undue burden because the figure it covers is far too voluptuous. It looked as if it might jump out at any moment. Just then, a figure rushed in. President, something terrible has happened. Arya frowned, seemingly displeased with the person who had barged in. Why are you in such a hurry? Arya scolded playfully. Chapter 30 Shocking News. No, President, this time. What have I always taught you? To stay calm and composed when things happen. That's how you get things done. Look, you can't even speak properly now. The employee was speechless for a moment. Didn't you just interrupt me? President, this is big news. Big news? Which region? Arya picked up the black tea on the table and took a small sip. From the Erduva People's Republic. The People's Republic of Erduva? Arya vaguely remembers it. The country is currently experiencing internal turmoil, hence the abundance of news and information. The entire demon spirit continent was watching this war through her pictorials. This made her a lot of money. Reports indicate that Lord Harley has received funding from other countries. The goal was to establish a puppet regime and control everything from behind the scenes. Of course, no one knows the specifics except the parties involved. What kind of news? The employee swallowed hard. The news was simply too unbelievable. He himself didn't know if it was true or not. The employee slowly said, Lord Eve led 2,000 soldiers and was wiped out in his own territory, with less than 100 surviving. It is news, but not enough. Arya shook her head. The People's Republic of Erduva has experienced numerous wars, both large and small. So this amount of information is not considered significant. Not only that, 2,000 men were wiped out without even seeing the enemy. What? Arya stood up in surprise, her chest bobbing slightly from the sudden movement. The shaking was so intense that the employees below couldn't open their eyes. 2,000 people is not a small number. How could we not even see the enemy's face? Could it be a newly developed magic? I don't know either. However, here are illustrations drawn by the artists who made the records of the time, based on the intelligence. An employee handed over a white cloth with illustrations drawn by an artist based on the person who provided the information. This information was obtained by the Erduva People's Republic at great expense from a defeated soldier. Arya hurriedly opened it to take a look. The background of the picture is a plane, and a continuous army has stopped, with the soldiers looking terrified. They were all looking up at the sky, as if they were looking at something. A spherical object flew down from the sky and landed on the ground. There was an explosion effect on the ground, and people nearby were blown away. To be honest, Arya didn't understand. It seemed that the spherical object in the sky was very scary, so everyone looked up at it with expressions of fear. Then this spherical object can explode when it falls to the ground. The deep craters on the ground were caused by this thing. But this thing alone could blow up 2,000 people into a rout. Just how many were there, and how powerful were they? Besides, how was this thing launched? How does it fly? Who did it? None of this information is available. Is there any other information? Arya asked hurriedly. She sensed something was off. These things seemed to belong to another world. The employee continued. According to the soldiers who spoke out, they were marching when a dozen or so spherical objects suddenly flew down from the sky. It caused a huge explosion and impact after landing on the ground. Boom! It's incredibly powerful, but the accuracy was a bit poor. Later on, these things seemed to have eyes and would specifically target areas with many people. The scene was horrific. There were severed limbs everywhere. The employee recounted the story vividly, as if he had participated in that life-or-death battle himself. And then, Arya asked, puzzled. The soldier who provided the information later ran away, because he was at the very back of the column. Lord Eve hadn't even given the order to retreat when he slipped away. Arya clicked her tongue in amazement. 2,000 people had vanished without even knowing who the enemy was. Who exactly has so many abilities? It seems only Eve knows where he was going. Give this message to the magicians to make a magical imprint, and then sell it. Yes. The employee took the canvas and left. Arya bit her nails and then decided to go see someone. Soon, a new version of the UC information has been released in cities around the world. Shocking. Lord Eve forces were defeated by a mysterious figure, and 2,000 of them didn't even know who the enemy was. Vendors selling picture books weave through the streets and alleys. In the world of demons, ordinary people can learn about recent major events for 20 dinars. You can then sell the magazine to a recycling center and get back 5 dinars. Give me one. Okay. The vendor hurriedly took out a serving and handed it to the buyer. Give me one too. Me too, I want some too. In an instant, everyone knew that Lord Eve's 2,000 men had been defeated. Most importantly, they were gone without even knowing who the enemy was. It's the Republic of Erduva again. This country doesn't seem to be very peaceful. Yes, the description says it was defeated by flying stones. This is ridiculous. Exactly, it's obviously fake. How can a stone explode? It's not like a magician's fireball spell. People in taverns and tea houses were constantly discussing the incident because it was simply too unbelievable. Most people remained skeptical. There might be a mistake somewhere in this message. Syria. In the imperial capital, King Chris held the information from UC Corporation and began to read it. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the news about the Erduva People's Republic. This is absolutely ridiculous. Arya, is this news true? Yes, father, Arya replied from below the stage. That's right. Arya is the daughter of King Chris Kali of Syria, and her full name is Arya Kali. This is also why UC is able to grow to such a large scale. As one of the strongest countries, other countries had to give it some face and did not block UC's entry. Moreover, this UC company can sometimes provide some useful information. The premise is that this information does not belong to you. This information came from Lord Eve. But this is too much. That's ridiculous, isn't it? I think so too. So, I want to go and see for myself. Chris shook his head and rejected Arya's idea. Let's not even mention that the Erduva People's Republic is currently in the midst of internal strife. Even under normal circumstances, Chris wouldn't let her go to such a far place. It's too dangerous. This world is full of all kinds of monsters, bandits, and slave traders. However, something interesting seems to be happening in this Erduva People's country. Chris glanced at the magazine again. He decided to send some people to the scene to take a look. If this is true, there is probably a force rising behind the scenes. Moreover, it is an extremely terrifying force. Chapter 31, A Bounty Mission Worth 10,000. Erduva People's Republic. The capital city. Queen Lilia's petite figure looked somewhat out of place sitting on the throne. A chair was 3 times larger than her. Lilia was very beautiful, with a head of golden hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and she was dressed in luxurious clothes. If she had been born into a noble family, she would have been raised like a little princess. But that's not possible now. She needs to shoulder the fate of the entire nation. Is there any movement from Hallie? Lilia asked the courtiers below. Harley now occupies 2/3 of the country's territory and continues to expand. I told you long ago that this person was unreliable, but no one listened to me. A nobleman's face was full of anger, as if he were the one with the most foresight. We cannot let him continue like this. We must gather the remaining noble lords and send troops to fight back. That's right. If we let him nibble away at it like this, sooner or later, even the capital will be swallowed up. The ministers were talking back and forth, making Lilia's head ache. These ministers say the same things every day. Can't they come up with something new? Lilia closed her eyes and rubbed her head, feeling a bit of a headache. I do have some breaking news about Hallie. The speaker was Marquis Zhou, an old nobleman over 50 years old. His territory had long been conquered by Harley, and he had fled to the capital. Upon hearing this, Lilia opened her eyes. What kind of news? Lord Eves. Oh, this guy, the first one to side with Harley, the others said dismissively, seemingly looking down on this opportunist. What's wrong with him? Lilia asked curiously. He was defeated by an unknown force on his own territory. Marquis Zhou paused and continued. Moreover, the 2,000 men didn't even see the enemy's face. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Puffed. I don't know who started it, but then the whole hall burst into laughter, filled with a joyful atmosphere. Count Ruby, what are you laughing at? Marquis Zhou said with displeasure. My lord, this news of yours is too far-fetched. Yes, I know you want to boost morale here, but at least give us some reliable information. It's normal for 2,000 people to be defeated, but it's absurd that they didn't even see the enemy's face. Most people wouldn't believe it. This is a pictorial from UC Company this morning, and this information is included in it. Joe pulled a magazine from his pocket, held it up, and then handed it to the attendant beside him. Naturally, someone presented the magazine to Queen Lilia. Lilia picked up the magazine and looked at it. The central section of this issue featured this information. Shocking. Lord E forces were defeated by a mysterious figure, and 2,000 of them didn't even know who the enemy was. Lilia twirled her golden bangs with her fingertips. Although this information is somewhat exaggerated and may contain elements of hyperbole. But there's no doubt that a force defeated Lord Eve. Lilia put the poster away, then glanced at the ministers below and said, Send word to send people to investigate and find out the force behind this. Does Her Majesty believe what's written here? No, I don't believe such a thing exists. Then why is Her Majesty the Queen? Faced with the puzzled ministers, Queen Lilia explained her thoughts. There must be some hidden, mysterious force within Lord Eve's territory. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defeat a force of 2,000 soldiers. If we find this force, we can let them cause trouble behind Harley's back. Therefore, Harley will definitely prioritize eliminating this force, which will give his side plenty of time to catch its breath and prepare. Although she didn't think this force could last long, having it was better than having none. As for whether this force will agree to their demands, there's no need to worry. At least we're royalty, so all we have to do is issue some empty promises. The cost is almost negligible. After listening to Lilia's words, the ministers thought about it and decided it was feasible. It is a path that can be taken. In that case, the next step is to consider who to send. The journey is long and fraught with danger. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to make the round trip, and with the search for this force also required, it would probably take quite a bit of time. However, Lilia doesn't need to worry about that. She yawned, using the minister's commotion as a lullaby, and fell asleep on the throne. Final. Everyone agreed that whoever raised the issue should resolve it. So the task fell to the Marquis. He was the one who started it. In Waldingburg. Snap. Lord Eve slammed his hand on the table in anger, his face contorted in fury. A magazine was prominently displayed on his desk. He didn't know how UC knew about his defeat. None of that matters anymore, because he has become a laughingstock worldwide. 2,000 people. They were gone without even seeing the enemy's face. I'm afraid I'll become the most useless lord in the Erduva people's kingdom. The last time this title was held was by a guy who lost to 500 people out of 5,000. But now, I'm even more exaggerated than that person. Just then, a guard ran in through the door. Sir, Thunderbird news flash. The Thunderbird is a magical beast with extremely fast flight speed and is relatively easy to tame. It is generally used for humans to transmit information. Whose is it? Lord Halley's. Bring it here. Lord Eve received the urgent message from Lord Halley and unwrapped the red sealing wax. The letter briefly described the current situation, and Lord Harley invited Eve to participate in the upcoming siege of the capital. The text briefly mentions whether what was said on UC Company is true. Lord Eve, of course, replied that it was fake. This is an enemy's scheme to disrupt the morale of our troops. It is utterly despicable. Lord Eve handed the written message to the guard, then tossed it to his men. Thus, Harley lost an opportunity to learn about the Dragon Kingdom. Take this in reply to Lord Harley. Yes. Wait a minute. Post a bounty poster for me. Within Lord Eve's territory, a new message appeared in various taverns and adventurers' guilds. Mission: investigate the situation in Green Village. Synopsis: more than 100 people have disappeared near Green Village. Please investigate the secret behind this. The mission is complete once the investigation is completed. No further action is required. Reward: 10,000 dinars. Grade B. Wow, That's quite a generous offer. 10,000 dinars for a single investigation mission. Moreover, the mission level is set at B, which means that adventurer teams below C level cannot accept the mission. Several adventurers were discussing the newly released quest. Normal investigation missions are at most D rank, and the reward is only a few hundred dinars at most. It has now reached 10,000 dinars, which is unbelievable. If they knew what this investigation was about, they probably wouldn't think that way. Chapter 32. This force is not simple. This quest was posted by Lord Eve. 100 of his men disappeared in Green Village, and 2,000 died on the way there. He didn't believe that adventurer teams below rank B could investigate the matter thoroughly. If it weren't for the restrictions, he would even have considered awarding it with an A-level mission. Zhao Wu returned to the underground base in the evening. General Chen Guoming had already returned from outside and was waiting for him in the underground base. Zhao Wu, I heard you were looking for me. Yes, General. I plan to send people to this demon spirit continent to begin an investigation, a total of 5 teams, for people in each team. Investigate the 4 surrounding countries separately, and use the identity of a refugee from the People's Republic of Erduva as an example. Zhao Wu truthfully expressed his thoughts. Chen Guoming pondered for a moment. If you're going to other countries to conduct investigations, you definitely can't carry rifles or other equipment, as these things are very likely to attract attention. In addition, there are monsters, bandits, and slave traders along the way, which could be very dangerous. But the entire Dragon Kingdom cannot remain confined to this isolated island indefinitely. Sooner or later, we'll have to go out into the world. Ultimately, he agreed to Zhao Wu's idea. Do as you ask, I agree. After obtaining Chen Guoming's permission, Zhao Wu returned to the Demon Spirit Continent. They selected 20 slightly clever ones, each given a pistol, 1,000 dinars scavenged from the previous 2,000 people, a set of local clothing, and so on. Zhao Wu originally wanted to participate as well, but Deputy Base Commander Chiu refused to do so no matter what. They even threatened to tell General Chen Guoming, so he had no choice but to give up. Remember, your first priority is to survive, and only then should you gather information. Yes, Zhao Wu nodded and then instructed a few people to make the preparations. 5 days later, in a plain 10 kilometers from Green Village, 5 men dressed in black cloaks and riding horses stopped here. Lord Marquis Qiao. This is the location depicted in the magazine. A servant picked up the magazine in his hand and compared it. Based on the information above, it seems to be in this vicinity. Joe squinted at the plain before him. The soil on the plain was stained red with blood, and the deep pits on the ground were exactly the same as those in the painting. There must have been a battle here. However, it's unclear whether it's as depicted in the painting. At least, there are no spherical objects here like those depicted in the painting. Certainly, these were taken away by Zhao Wu when he cleaned up the battlefield long ago. They couldn't possibly have been left here. Have you found out where Eve was going? Marquis George asked his attendant, looking at the scene before him. I have heard about that. The spy planted there said that Eve originally wanted to go to Green Village. Green Village. Marquis Joe pondered for a moment, then picked up the map of the Erduva People's Republic and began to look at it. Green Village is located at the southernmost part of the Erduva People's Republic. Further south lies the sea. Because of its remote location, Green Village is underdeveloped and can be described as very backward. There's definitely something wrong with Eve going to such a far place. It seems that all the secrets are hidden in Green Village. Let's go to Green Village. Joe pulled on the reins, turned around, and galloped straight towards Green Village. Unbeknownst to him, his every move was being clearly detected by something called radar. As Marquis Joe traveled south, he felt he was being watched all the time. But there's no one around. Who could be watching me? The closer I got, the stronger this feeling became, because there are more and more radars. My lord, the only bridge to Green Village is just ahead. Once you cross this bridge, you'll be in Green Village. Marquis Qiao nodded, looking at everything before him. Suddenly, the Marquis noticed 2 buildings at either end of the bridge. It looks rather strange. It's a hexagonal building with a small slit in the middle, and it's pitch black inside. What's this? He didn't know that this thing was called a bunker, and that it was built at Zhao Wu's arrangement. Now the entire isolated island was under the influence of the Dragon Kingdom. The Sky Eye system has almost covered the entire isolated island. They'll know immediately if there's any disturbance. The moment Joe stepped onto the bridge, they were clearly captured on surveillance footage. Just then, A sound came from over there. Who are you? The sound resounded through the sky, startling several people into trembling. Zhou looked around, but there was no one there. But the voice was clearly directed at me. I am Marquis Zhou, and I have come here on the orders of Queen Lilia, Marquis Zhou said truthfully. He knew he had found a mysterious force that had defeated Eve. Queen Lilia? Zhao Wu, who was far away in the monitoring room, looked at the big screen in front of him and thought for a moment. He had heard the villagers mention this name before. It seemed to refer to the current king of the country, a 16-year-old girl. What should we do, Commander Zhao? Deputy Base Commander Chiu, who was also in the monitoring room, looked at Zhao Wu. This is an envoy from a country. This was the first contact between the Dragon Kingdom's outpost and the king's side. Let's inform General Chen Guoming first, Zhao Wu said slowly. Yes. Chen Guoming's reply came quickly. Contact is possible without harming the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is necessary to help them quell their internal strife. With the above reply, Zhao Wu became much bolder. He picked up the microphone on the table and started speaking. Since it's the Queen's order, then come in. After receiving permission, Zhou entered with several of his men. In the past, Zhou would have just barged in. But things are different now. Zhou understood that this must be where the forces behind Eve's downfall had been defeated. Therefore, it is most appropriate to follow their wishes. After Zhou and the other four crossed the bridge and arrived on the island, they were able to see the two buildings they had seen earlier clearly. They are two huge flat roof houses that look like they are one and the same. The incredible skill, Xiao thought to himself. At least for now, it is unknown which country could build such a structure. At this moment, 3 SUVs drove up from inside and stopped in front of Zhou. Zhou looked at the SUV. It was something he'd never seen before. It has 4 wheels, somewhat like a horse-drawn carriage, but there are no horses in front. The vehicle moves on its own. That's really strange. Where does the power come from? Hello, I am Zhang Jingguo, the captain of the first squad of the advance force of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jingguo gave Marquis Qiao a military salute. Although he didn't know what it meant, Qiao still imitated Zhang Jingguo's gesture and saluted. Hello. The journey ahead is a bit long, so please take an off-road vehicle. Don't even think about doing anything else. There are countless eyes watching you here. Zhang Jingguo pointed to his eyes, warning the 5 men. Chapter 33, Making Cups Out of Paper, is such a waste. Following Zhang Jingguo's instructions, Zhou got into the off-road vehicle he was seeing for the first time and drove south towards the island. Along the way, he saw tanks that looked like steel behemoths, tall engineering vehicles, and buildings that were integrated into one whole. There were countless other things as well, and it felt as if I had come to another world all by myself. Zhang Jingguo remained silent, simply sitting in the front row and gazing into the distance. Zhou wanted to speak, but everything in front of him was too unfamiliar. As the car drew closer to the base, Marquis Zhou's brow furrowed more and more. Although we don't know what these things are, they're clearly a great threat. Especially that thing that looked like a steel behemoth, made entirely of metal, exuding a terrifying and chilling aura. Marquis Qiao, what exactly are these things? The people who came with Qiao were completely bewildered, hoping to get the answers from the knowledgeable Marquis Qiao. Marquis Zhou shook his head. If only he had known. I've never seen it either, but I know that this force is probably not as simple as we imagine. Everyone remained silent. Before they arrived, they thought this should be a grassroots organization, or they might be bandits who ruled the mountains or deserters. But judging from the current situation, that's definitely not the case. Soon, the group arrived at a huge wall. The wall is 3 or 4 meters high and about 1 meter thick. The entire wall appears as a single, seamless structure, unlike what one would expect from a pile of bricks and stones. All right, we've arrived. After Zhang Jingguo got out of the car, Qiao Hojue and the others follow behind. The group passed through a series of iron doors and walked together into a conference room. Please wait a moment. The relevant person in charge will be here shortly. After Zhang Jingguo finished speaking, he left the meeting room. This room is brightly lit. The group looked around. The room had no windows, but it was very bright, as if the light was coming from a stick-shaped object overhead. That's weird. How did it get lit up? Everyone stared at the ceiling light, lost in thought. These glasses of water are for us to drink, right? A fat man next to Zhou picked up a paper cup and prepared to take a sip. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, this cup is made of paper." "No way. Paper is such a precious thing. How could they possibly make cups from it? When the group picked up the cups, they found that they were indeed made of paper. That guy must be incredibly rich. It's no wonder everyone was surprised. Paper is extremely valuable in this world. They actually use such expensive materials to make cups. What a waste. Holy crap. This table is actually made of marble. What's wrong with marble? Isn't this normal? Marble is normal. But who can make marble this smooth? In this era, there was no cutting or polishing technology, so the tables were either made of wood or cast iron. Marble is available, but it's always made with uneven surfaces. Very few people use it. Holy crap, what's this big box? They didn't know it was a display screen. Holy crap, this thing blows out cool air. It feels so good. A servant stood under the air conditioner, feeling a bit hot from the long journey. The 5 people in the conference room were all shocked. Only holy crap could express their feelings at that moment. This place is so amazing and so rich. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being precisely captured by cameras overhead. Deputy Base Commander Chiu, what do you think? Zhao Wu stroked his chin and asked Deputy Base Commander Chiu beside him. They seemed like a group of people who had never seen the world before. Indeed, I think they're quite easy to get along with. Deputy Base Commander Chiu nodded in agreement. These people seem to be quite friendly so far. After watching for a while, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Chiu came to the conference room. Hello, I'm the base commander. My surname is Chiu. This is our Deputy Base Commander. His surname is Zhao. As previously agreed, Zhao Wu was to act as the Deputy Base Commander in front of outsiders. Chiu hurriedly said, Mr. Chiu, hello. I am Joe Grace Karen. You can just call me Joe. Joe kept himself as humble as possible. It must be said that arranging for Joe to come here was the best arrangement for the People's Republic of Erduva. Other nobles all had their own pride, and even in this situation, they would never be able to maintain the same demeanor as Joe. Please have a seat. Once everyone had sat down, Deputy Base Chief Chiu got straight to the point. How did Your Excellency learn about us? This question must be clarified. In what way did I make these otherworldly beings aware of my existence? Did you fight Lord Eve not long ago? Upon hearing Marquis Chiu's words, Deputy Base Commander Chiu slapped his forehead. So that's what it was all about. I thought that even if word got out, it wouldn't happen so quickly. Unexpectedly, only a few days later, even Lilia's side knew about her existence. So Harley must know by now. That is indeed true. Deputy Base Commander Chiu nodded. Since the other party already knows, there's no need to hide it. That's right. Our source of information is this magazine. Marquis Zhou took out a magazine from UC, which contained reports on the previous battle. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Chiu picked it up and looked at it, then exchanged a glance. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that the previous battle had already been reported. The information from this other world didn't spread as slowly as they had previously imagined. But the information in this magazine seems quite ignorant. Exploding rocks? A sweet potato flying in the air? Let them think that way. I wonder what brings you here today, Your Excellency Chiu. Deputy Base Commander Chiu put down the poster in his hand, put his chin on his hands, and asked, In that case, let's get straight to the point. On behalf of Queen Lilia, I hope to cooperate with you. Joe's thoughts had changed by this point. The possibility of securing cooperation has been transformed into a necessity to secure cooperation. This force might just bring about a miracle that will allow the People's Republic of Erduva to survive. How exactly will we cooperate? We hope that you can hold them back in the territory behind Harl, so that we can have the opportunity to counterattack from the front. After hearing what Marquis Chiu said, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Chiu exchanged a glance. They have already learned about the current situation of the Erduva People's Republic through prisoners of war and villagers. Queen Lilia's forces are suffering repeated defeats on the main battlefield, and the situation has now reached a critical juncture. Mr. Chiu, do you think we're fools? Chapter 34, A Mysterious Guest from the Dragon Kingdom. Marquis Chiu was covered in sweat and remained silent. Let us keep you in check from behind. That sounds nice, but our real intention is to make us the first to take the lead and buy you time. Besides, even if we hold you back, can you launch a counterattack on the main battlefield? Deputy Base Commander Chiu bluntly pointed out. Joe sighed. It seemed there was no hope. Nobody's a fool. Everyone is aware of the current situation in the People's Republic of Erduva. Lord Harai is just one step away from unifying the Urduva people's kingdom, and no one will lend a helping hand to the royal family at this time. Even if he could offer some benefits to this mysterious force, Harley could do the same, and they give more and better. However, Deputy Base Chief Xiao changed the subject. But what? Zhou asked excitedly. If we can get this force to take action, then any price we pay will be worthwhile. It's not that we can't take action, but we need a lot of magic crystals. Give us this, and we'll make a move. Magic crystals? We may need to discuss this with Her Majesty the Queen. Although Zhou wanted to agree immediately, he decided to ask Queen Lilia's opinion first. Magic crystals are unlike anything else. They're a form of hard currency in this world, equivalent to gold on Earth. They're in demand everywhere, and you can get a good amount of money from them. Then we need to talk to Queen Lilia. This, Zhou sighed and continued. When we arrived, the capital was already surrounded, and Her Majesty the Queen had no way to come and discuss things with you. It's simple. We have helicopters that can take you back. Then you can explain our thoughts to the Queen. Helicopter? Zhou was dumbfounded. What was a helicopter? Because the portal is only 4 meters long and wide. Only small helicopters can be used to transport it. However, it's more than enough to transport a few people. On the plaza of the outpost, 3 small helicopters were pulled out of the warehouse. What is this? Zhou stroked the helicopter's exterior. It was icy cold, like a sheet of iron taken from freezer. A helicopter, an aircraft, can take you back to the capital from the air. Aircraft? In the air. Zhou couldn't understand. This thing in front of me is made of steel and is incredibly heavy. Can it really fly? It doesn't look like it at all. But this organization won't benefit from deceiving itself. Zhang Jingguo, Zhao Wu shouted. Arrive. You will travel to the capital with Marquis Zhou. After you receive the magic crystal, you can help them once. If they don't agree, then come back. Yes. Zhang Jingguo selected 6 team members, plus Xiao and 5 others, for a total of 12 people. The plane, carrying 4 people, was ready to depart soon. Your Excellency Zhao, may I know the name of your organization? Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Marquis Xiao nodded, then followed Zhang Jingguo and boarded the helicopter. Zhou sat on the plane, trembling slightly, as did his servants. The propellers on the plane had already started spinning, making a huge roar, and he felt a little scared. This fear is the fear of the unknown. Your Excellency Zhang, is this helicopter dangerous? Marquis Xiao asked nervously. No, generally not. But the situation in this world is hard to say because there might be a little bit of danger without satellite navigation. Rumble. The helicopter shuddered twice, then it actually took off. No way, this thing actually flew. Zhou was so frightened that his face turned ashen, and his mind seemed to be racing. God bless. The helicopter flew slowly in the direction Zhou had given it. Even a slight difference in angle can cause a deviation of several kilometers. Mr. Qiao, don't panic. Aren't we traveling with you on this plane? Your Excellency Zhang, I am not flustered at all. I just have a slight tremor in my legs. Zhang Jingguo smiled and sat down on the side of the plane, looking down. I must say, your country is very beautiful, with no environmental pollution. Zhou looked down slightly and saw an endless expanse of green beneath his feet, making the small houses appear as tiny black dots. I was really flying in the air. It does look quite beautiful. The helicopter flew over mountains and lakes, heading towards the capital. By this time, the capital city was completely surrounded by Harai's soldiers. In a little while, Lord Simon, who is in charge of this siege, will probably begin to probe the city with his attack. Huh, what's that? In the rebel camp on Lord Simon's side, all the soldiers looked up at the sky. There are 3 black dots moving in the sky, but they are too far away to see what they are. At this moment, the black dot grew larger and larger, and it was slowly descending. It looks like Warcraft. It should be, otherwise what could fly in the air and be so big? They had never seen a helicopter before, and thought it was some kind of flying monster. Look, there are still people up there. Yes, how did these people get up there? Everyone scratched their heads, unable to figure out. The helicopter flew over the garrison surrounding the city and landed in the square of the capital's palace. Soon, the city's garrison spotted the helicopter and swarmed around it. Who are you? The capital's defense guards drew their long swords and cautiously observed the steel bird before them. Don't be nervous, it's me. Zhou got off the plane shakily, then vomited. Ugh, flying is indeed interesting, but it makes me so dizzy. Marquis Qiao, it's you. The city's guards, seeing that the other planes carrying several important ministers close to the queen had disembarked, quickly put away their weapons. Zhou vomited for a while before finally recovering. Where is Her Majesty the Queen? I need to see her, Zhou asked. Her Majesty the Queen is in the palace, discussing countermeasures with her ministers. Qiao turned to Zhang Jingguo and said, Mr. Zhang, please come with me to see Her Majesty the Queen. Zhang Jingguo nodded. He assigned 3 people to guard the plane, and then followed Zhou with the others. Erduva People's Republic. Inside the palace, a soldier rushed in. Your Majesty, Marquis Zhou has returned. Lilia rubbed her eyes and said, So fast? Let him in. Yes. With permission granted, Qiao led Zhang Jingguo and the others to the palace. My lord, you returned so quickly this time. Did you fail to complete your mission? Lilia sat on the throne and asked the question. She couldn't believe that Zhou, who had returned so quickly, had already found that mysterious force. Most likely, they went out for a stroll and then came back. Your Majesty, it has been found. Chapter 35, To Catch the Thief, First Catch the King. This is their representative, Mr. Zhang Jingguo. Marquis Qiao introduced Zhang Jingguo and his teammates to everyone. Oh, Your Excellency Marquis, you've done a good job. God bless the people of Erduva. Several ministers smiled when they saw that Marquis Qiao had indeed found the mysterious organization. Zhang Jingguo looked at Lilia on the throne and was speechless. The queen was about the same age as her daughter. This country is doomed, and they actually gave such an important position to a little girl. However, he didn't say much. It wasn't something he needed to worry about. Your name is Zhang Jingguo? That's right, it's me. Zhang Jingguo responded crisply and decisively, now representing the identity of the Dragon Kingdom. He has his own dignity and will not fawn over this 16-year-old girl like these ministers. The common people in remote and impoverished areas probably don't know proper etiquette. That's right, the woman in front of you is the queen of the Erduva People's Kingdom. The ministers on the side were very dissatisfied with Zhang Jingguo's reaction. Etiquette. Zhang Jingguo gave a cold laugh. Could it be that tens of thousands of troops outside are all waiting to pay their respects to Her Majesty the Queen? Everyone was speechless. How could this guy say something so venomous? However, there was really no way to refute it for the time being, because there were indeed tens of thousands of troops surrounding the capital. That's right, I'm a rough man and don't know anything about manners. But I understand that if you fall behind, you will be bullied, and dignity is not earned through politeness, but through strength. Zhang Jingguo answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. All right, let's discuss the cooperation issue instead. Marquis Qiao quickly tried to smooth things over, explaining that he hadn't invited Zhang Jingguo over to start a fight. These ministers really know how to cause trouble. Your Excellency, Your Majesty, our commander sent me to help everyone once, but I must pay with magic crystals. Magic crystals? I wonder how many you want. Lilia asked. I'll take as many as you have, depending on how easy or difficult it is to sell them. Upon hearing Zhang Jingguo's words, the ministers were displeased. Qiao had witnessed the power behind Zhang Jingguo, but the other ministers did not. They just knew that a person had suddenly appeared and said he could help them once, but he needed magic crystals. That's really arrogant. Didn't he know there were tens of thousands of troops outside? May I ask, how many men did Lord Zhang bring with him this time? A crooked-mouthed lord asked. There are 7 of us in total, including me, Zhang Jingguo answered truthfully. Upon hearing Zhang Jingguo's words, the ministers laughed. 7 people? 7 people dare to make such a boast. The spit of tens of thousands of people outside could drown 7 people. Marquis Qiao, you didn't just go out for a stroll, find someone, and come back, did you? Otherwise, why wouldn't you have come back so soon? Count Lao stroked his beard and said sarcastically. He and Zhou had always been at odds, so he naturally took this opportunity to mock him. If we can improve Zhou's image in front of the queen, that would be even better. Lilia glanced at Zhou, hoping to hear a satisfactory answer. I have indeed found the power behind Lord Zhang. As for how I got back, of course, I came by plane. Airplane. Everyone was completely confused. Zhou sneered, a bunch of bumpkins. They've never even seen an airplane. An airplane is a flying machine that flew in the sky and brought me back. Although Zhou himself only recently learned of the plane's existence, it didn't stop him from showing off in front of everyone. Mr. Zhang Jingguo, I will explain your request to Her Majesty the Queen. You must be tired after arriving. Let me have someone take you down a rest, Marquis Qiao said to Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo nodded in agreement, realizing that there was really no point in him staying. He was too lazy to explain his abilities to these bumpkins. This is like a lion that never shows off its muscles. They always conserve their energy, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with deadly precision. Whether or not he needs to intervene is not his concern. If needed, then take action and bring the magic crystal back. No need, I'll just go back in a bit. After Zhang Jingguo left, only the people of Erdua remained in the hall. Zhou seemed to have changed his demeanor, loudly rebuking his ministers. Do you know how powerful the forces behind them are? Damn it, I went through so much trouble to bring them here. What are you guys pretending for? Zhou had never been so furious before, and his outburst truly stunned everyone. Zhou then recounted his experiences on the isolated island where Green Village was located. Huge steel behemoths, towering buildings that seem to stand as one, airplanes that can fly in the air, and soldiers exuding a chilling aura. As they listened, everyone frowned. If what Marquis Qiao said is true, then we almost offended the Dragon Kingdom again. In that case, let's discuss what these people should do for us, Lilia said. She was glad that she found this Dragon Kingdom first. Otherwise, if Harley had found it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A heated discussion broke out in the hall. Ultimately, the Erduva People's Government wanted to do only one thing: defeat the Simon army that was currently besieging the capital. After Marquis Qiao told Zhang Jingguo about this, he pondered for a moment. Is it really possible for 7 people to defeat an army of tens of thousands? Zhang Jingguo paced back and forth, thinking of several feasible methods. Killing them all is definitely impossible, but there are ways to drive them away. I'll do this for you with 1,000 D-grade magic crystals. The Erdua People's Republic simply couldn't produce that many magic crystals. Because of the many expenses required due to the internal strife, the stockpiled magic crystals had already been sold off. The National Treasury currently only has some E-grade magic crystals left. When Queen Lilia suggested that payment could be made in other ways, Zhang Jingguo refused. The outpost is now relying on upgrading the portals to increase its development efforts. Nothing else is as precious as magic crystals. Queen Lilia, left with no other option, had to settle for second best. The strategy is to first capture the leader. If we kill Simon, the Supreme Commander, we can launch a surprise attack and still have a chance to defeat these tens of thousands of troops. Zhang Jingguo offered his price: 30 D-grade magic crystals or 300 E-grade magic crystals. Lilia agreed. She was wearing a C-grade magic crystal around her neck, and the rest, plus the National Treasury's reserves, should be enough to pay for it. Upon receiving the task, Zhang Jingguo began preparing how to complete it. When he came out of the room, the ministers who had been there earlier were already gathered outside, and even Queen Lilia was waiting for him outside. Chapter 36. Choose one of the 2 methods. Huh, what are all of you doing here? Zhang Jingguo asked curiously, looking at the crowd in front of him. We want to see how you kill Simon. Whatever, as long as it doesn't bother me. Zhang Jingguo found his teammates. They then boarded the helicopter in the square and picked up their equipment. Is this an airplane? Several ministers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This thing called an airplane was beyond their imagination. This is such a masterpiece of craftsmanship. The entire aircraft looks like a work of art. Even Queen Lilia couldn't help but take a second look. Although it was a small helicopter that flew in, it was already about the same size as a house in another world. The aircraft is 9.13 m long, 3.5 m high, and has a wingspan of 13.5 m. It is a veritable behemoth in this world. Zhang Jingguo unloaded all the equipment from the plane and then asked, I want to go up to the city wall. Okay, I'll take you there. Marquis Zhou took the lead and guided the way. Zhang Jingguo and other ministers followed behind. On the city wall, Zhang Jingguo looked out and could vaguely see the Simon rebel army not far away. The distance seems okay. Let's use a drone to scout ahead first. Zhang Jingguo and others began assembling the drones, and soon the 2 drones were assembled. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Zhou stroked his beard, feeling a bit curious. Zhang Jingguo rolled his eyes. There are a lot of things you haven't seen before. Lilia looked at the propellers on the drone and asked curiously, this thing can fly? That's right, it's for reconnaissance. We'll use this to find Simon's location first, and then we'll figure out how to kill him. Everyone was incredibly excited to see the two drones take off. Whether the helicopter can fly or not is another matter, but the drone in front of us is actually flying. Holy crap, it really flew, and it flew so high. That's amazing. How is it controlled? Hey, look, you can see pictures in what they're holding. The ministers craned their necks and, sure enough, saw the image on the controller in Zhang Jiangwo's hand. Wherever the drone flies, the footage from that location appears on the controller. This thing is too powerful for reconnaissance. Yes, it was difficult to detect anything by manpower before, but this thing can detect everything from the air. The ministers were all lords and nobles who had fought in wars, so they naturally knew the value of what Zhang Jingguo possessed. In war, this drone is like a pair of eyes that can see through the entire battle situation. They would be willing to give up half of their fortune if they could get a drone in return. I didn't believe what Zhou said at first, but now that I see this scene, I'm thinking back to what Zhou said. I feel like my entire understanding has collapsed. Do these enormous steel behemoths really exist? What is the purpose of that tall, seamless building? Where did this Dragon Kingdom army come from? And why do they possess these strange things? Soon, Zhang Jingguo found the location of the base camp. It was a tall headquarters, much larger than the barracks next to it. At that moment, a man walked out of the base camp. It was Simon, with a full beard and wearing silver-gray armor. Even a knife wound on the left side of his head was clearly captured in the photograph. That's right, this is Simon. Lilia stared fiercely at the screen in front of her. This man swore allegiance to his father, but after his father died, he joined Hallie's camp without looking back. Zhang Jingguo looked at the screen in front of him and thought for a moment. There are two ways to kill Simon. There is a small hill to the west of the camp, about 3,000 m away. They brought heavy anti-material sniper rifles this time. This gun is over 2 meters long, weighs 30 kilograms, and has a range of 4,000 m. This thing is generally designed to penetrate thick walls and lightly armored fighting vehicles, and it can penetrate targets within its effective range. A 15.2 millimeters bullet can easily tear apart any enemy. If a heavy anti-material sniper rifle were used on a small hill, there would indeed be a chance to kill Simon with a single shot. However, if they fail, the opponent's defense will likely be strengthened significantly. This will affect subsequent actions. Another method is to sneak in under the cover of night. This time they brought protective suits made of new nanomaterials that can absorb light, so no one in this world will be able to detect their presence. Then just sneak over and shoot Simon. But there are always unexpected events. What if it gets discovered? There's no way they could escape from so many people with just a few of them. Zhang Jingguo shared his thoughts with his teammates. Even though I'm the team leader, I still have to listen to my teammates' opinions. What if they have a better idea? One of the young men had a pretty good idea. A mortar can be used to bombard the area from the hillside to the camp. A distance of 4,000 m is indeed enough to hit it. Moreover, there's a chance to try and fail. The first shot can be a hollow cannon to avoid alerting the enemy. After aiming at the right position, it could be a one-shot kill. Unfortunately, we didn't bring a mortar this time. Going back to get it would be too time-consuming. News came from the spy planted by the Erduva People's Republic on Simon's side. They will begin their first offensive by tomorrow morning at the latest. By then, even if Simon is killed, it won't be able to achieve the effect of surprise. This city will likely fall in the first wave of attacks. Currently, the capital city is isolated and helpless. Harley and his men first conquered the surrounding territories before attacking the capital. No reinforcements will arrive. Dragging this out will only result in a continuous stream of enemy troops. After discussing it, the group decided to use the second method. Although the danger level increases with 7 people, the success rate is much higher. Not everyone possesses Zhao Wu's extraordinary marksmanship. The group then discussed attack strategies with Lilia. Zhang Jingguo and his 7 men launched a surprise attack and successfully killed Simon, after which they would send a signal. Upon receiving the signal, Lilia dispatched cavalry and infantry to launch a surprise attack outside the city. Zhang Jingguo could set fires and cause trouble in the rear, working together from within and without, which could easily cause the collapse of tens of thousands of troops. Once morale collapses, no matter how many people you have, it's useless. It will then be a one-sided massacre. Thank you for your help, Lilia said sincerely. If it weren't for them showing up, tomorrow I might be captured, humiliated, and hung on the city gate. Let's express our gratitude after we succeed. If we don't get a signal, it means we've failed. You'll have to figure out another way. Zhang Jingwo spoke very seriously. No one knows what the outcome will be. He can't guarantee anything. It's normal to fail. Chapter 37, The Otherworldly Being Who Bites Bombs. Night. Tonight, the moon over the capital of the Republic of Erduva is obscured by clouds, and the already scarce moonlight is now almost non-existent. The ministers of the Erduva people's kingdom and other states were overjoyed. This was truly a blessing from God. Your Excellency Zhang Jingwo, you must be extra careful. Marquis Qiao's hand trembled slightly as he held Zhang Jingwo's. The fate of the Erduva people depends on tonight. Yes, please pay attention to the signal. Zhang Jingwo and his colleagues, dressed in black nanomaterial protective suits and wearing night vision goggles, swung down from the city wall using ropes. At this time, in the capital of the Erduva People's Republic, a large number of soldiers had already gathered at the city gate under the cover of dusk. As soon as Zhang Jingwo's signal came, they rushed over. With the help of night vision goggles, Zhang Jingwo and his team evaded many patrols along the way. Number 2, place a time bomb every few hundred meters. Yes. Zhang Jingwo and his 6 companions made their way towards the headquarters, planting numerous bombs along the way. I originally wanted to use a remote control bomb. However, fearing that the distance would be too far, I switched to a timer. Wait a moment. Zhang Jingwo made a stop gesture, and the 7 people stopped. Zhang Jingwo stared at the heart rate monitor in his hand. 3 people were blocking their way at the corner in front of them, and another patrol was approaching from behind. What do we do, Captain? Smoke bomb. One of the combatants pulled out a smoke grenade and threw it around the corner. Setting up a smoke bomb in your own world is suicide, because there are definitely people inside. But the world doesn't need to worry, because nobody knows what it is. The smoke grenade was thrown on the ground, and then a lot of smoke came out. Huh, why is it foggy? The 3 soldiers on guard looked at each other, while wisps of smoke drifted from a corner not far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Jingwo and his group passed through the smoke around the corner. I'll go check on it. You 2 stay here and keep watch. A soldier carrying a spear walked toward the smoke bomb. But there's nothing on this side of the corner. There is only one small jar lying quietly on the ground, its purpose unknown. What is this? I've never seen it before. The soldier looked at it from left to right and finally put it in his pocket. Although I don't know what it is, it might sell for a lot of money. A patrol of soldiers happened to spot the time bomb that had been planted earlier, and the constantly flashing red light on it caught their attention. Oh, what's this? Several patrolling soldiers stopped and picked up the bomb to examine it, but none of them knew what it was. Tick-tock. The timer on the time bomb was ticking away, second by second. Doesn't this drip-drip sound like the sound of water droplets? One soldier offered his opinion. Another soldier bit the stopwatch on the time bomb with his teeth. It's hard and I can't bite it. Don't you think this is a work of art? It might be worth a lot of money. I think so. Indeed, the stopwatch on the time bomb looks quite impressive. However, the stick-shaped bomb next to it was obviously too ugly. How about we put this ticking thing away and throw away the thing next to it? This thing might sell for a lot of money. I think it's a good idea. Another person agreed. Let's get right to it. They decided to remove the stopwatch and leave the stick-like object aside. This thing is pretty sturdy. I'll help you. One person held a stopwatch, while another pressed a rod-shaped explosive tube to the ground. If they had known this thing would explode, they probably would never have touched it. But it's obvious they don't know. Boom! The time bomb's trigger circuit is designed for open circuit triggering, so it will detonate once the timer loses connection with the explosive tube. Explode. The enormous explosion resounded through the sky, and all the soldiers in the camp heard the loud noise, including Zhang Jingwo, who is currently moving forward. They knew they'd been exposed with just a glance. They didn't know who had touched the bomb they'd planted. Such a loud explosion would probably wake everyone up. Lilia, who was far away on the city wall, saw the firelight and then heard a huge noise. But she didn't move because the explosion was clearly not the previously agreed upon signal. But Zhang Jingwo and his associates should have been exposed. God bless the people of Erduva, and bless Mr. Zhang and his people. Her little hands were clenched tightly, and she prayed to God for protection. Who are you people? A soldier heard the explosion and just crawled out his tent. There were 7 people, including Zhang Jingwo, standing in front of him. Oh no, we've been discovered. Everyone, advance to base camp. Yes, now that we've been discovered, there's no need to keep sneaking around. Bayou. The silenced rifle fired, and the soldier in front of him fell to the ground. Then, Zhang Jingguo and the others rushed towards the base camp. More and more soldiers spotted them and raised the alarm. There's a spy. Catch them. Many soldiers rushed towards them, including quite a few warriors with spiritual energy mixed in. The closer to the base camp, the more people there are. Captain, there are too many people. We're about to be surrounded. Grenade. Boom. 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 The flying melon grenades left the crowd behind them completely disoriented. What the hell is this thing? Everyone was shocked. This small, round object actually possessed such great power. Even so, with so many of us, we couldn't possibly let Zhang Jingguo and his men escape. Go after them. Zhang Jingguo charged forward and arrived at a point 50 meters in front of the main camp. A little further ahead was Simon's location. Numbers 2 and 3. Stay here and hold off the enemy. The rest of you come with me to kill Simon, Zhang Jingguo ordered. Yes. One man turned and fired at the oncoming crowd, while another took out grenades and began bombarding the pursuing group. At Simon's headquarters, Simon frowned at the noise coming from outside. He was discussing plans for tomorrow's attack with other noble lords when the noise outside made him furious. Suddenly, something rolled in through the door. It was round and small. What is this? A nobleman asked. Then more round objects were thrown in from outside the tent. Boom! 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 Target bombing successful. The main camp tents were blown to pieces, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. Ahem, who is it? Simon was not only angry after being ambushed, but also somewhat bewildered. I was having a good discussion in my own base camp when my base camp was bombed. Is there any justice left? Is there no law left? The smoke gradually dissipated. Chapter 38, Operation Success. The Simon camp was filled with noise and explosions late at night. Almost all the nobles in Simon's headquarters had been killed in the bombing, leaving only Simon standing there, staggering. They're still alive. Zhang Jingguo picked up his rifle and fired shot after shot at Simon. Bong, bong, bong. The bullets struck Simon with a metallic clang. Although Simon was a little dizzy from the shock, he still managed to unleash his spiritual energy. As an 8th-level great warrior, he was able to defend against rifle bullets. Simon snapped out of his daze and saw the 5 people in front of him, a look of anger flashing across his face. Having their base raided, they certainly wouldn't let the 5 people in front of them go. Court death. Simon drew his great sword and swung it. The pale blue sword energy shimmered with light. 7th brother. With a flash of the sword, a teammate next to Zhang Jingguo was unable to dodge and was cleaved in 2. Blood splattered all over Zhang Jingguo's face. The young man who was just in front of me a moment ago is gone in the blink of an eye. He didn't even say his last words. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Tajdajda. For rifles fired wildly, bullets raining down on Simon. The gun in his hand was spitting flames of rage. Simon, however, laughed. I was hit by a bullet while I was staggering. But now, these things are impossible to hit. However, he also genuinely admired these strange things. These people aren't even trainee soldiers, yet they're able to unleash such power. Suddenly, he sensed a hint of danger. There might be something dangerous mixed in with those things that were raining down on us. We must dodge them. Boom! 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 Several howitzer shells exploded around Simon, leaving him dazed and confused. Although spiritual energy can block the damage from an explosion, it cannot block the sound of an explosion right next to your ear. What on earth is this thing? Simon's mind went blank. After fighting so many wars over the years, this is the first time I've been beaten so humiliatingly. Then came several more rifle grenade launchers. Boom! 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 Simon, lying on the ground, felt his spiritual energy gradually dwindling. At that moment, a large foot stepped on his chest. It's the same man from before. He was firing strange things with the fire poker in his hand. He hit himself again and again. Tajdajda. The protective aura surrounding Simon gradually dimmed and then disappeared. Captain, that's enough. One of the combatants tugged at Zhang Jingguo. He then realized that Simon in front of him was already dead. The corpse at his feet had been riddled with bullets. The 7th brother's revenge has been taken. Once he regained his senses, Zhang Jingguo wouldn't act rashly. What he needed to do now was to bring the rest of the people back safely. Fire signal flares. Yes, the red signal flare trailed a long plume of smoke before exploding in the air. Red represents success, while green represents cessation and failure. This was the secret code he had agreed upon with Lilia. Seeing this signal flare, glowing red. When Lilia saw the light, she lowered her hands, which had been in prayer, to her chest. She felt that the signal flare was actually quite beautiful. Everyone, prepare to leave the city and meet the enemy. Yes, the orders were transmitted quickly and efficiently. Marquis Qiao trembled as he raised the signal pistol in his hand, which Zhang Jingguo had given him earlier to confirm the mission. Another red signal flare shot into the sky and exploded in midair. The soldiers waiting at the door had long heard the deafening noise and flames outside. They are now fully prepared for their wives and children and for their future. Fight bravely against the enemy. The city gates were wide open. The 20,000-strong garrison of the capital of the Erduva People's Kingdom marched towards Simon's army along the pre-planned route. The signal has come, brothers. Come with me to pick up our hero. The pilot started the engine, the propellers spun rapidly, and then the helicopter took off. Falcon 2, Falcon 3, take off. Roger that, Falcon 2, prepare for takeoff. Roger that, Falcon 3 is ready for takeoff. With a whoosh, 3 helicopters flew over the People's Republic Square in Erduva and then headed toward Simon's army. In this world, they have absolute air superiority and don't need to worry about enemy anti-aircraft guns or anti-aircraft missiles. At this time, Simon's army outside the city was in complete chaos. Whether it was the spies who had infiltrated the city or the city defense forces of the Erduva People's Kingdom who kept rushing in with the city gates wide open, they were all keeping them extremely busy. Go find Lord Simon immediately. The captains of each squad quickly ran towards the base camp. Upon arriving at the scene, they were stunned by the sight of the devastation and the ravages of war. Simon lay dead on one side, his body a bloody mess, and the remaining nobles who could command him were either dead or wounded. How so? The remaining officers were confused and didn't know what to do next. Boom! 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 At that moment, a huge explosion came from Simon's army camp. The time bomb has expired. Explosions continued unabated. The deafening roar filled the air, and the entire Simon camp was ablaze. It's gone, all gone. It's unclear who started it, but the rebels ignored their squad leader's shouts and just ran around aimlessly. The Lord is dead. Explosions are happening constantly in his own camp, and the defense forces of the capital of the Erduva People's Kingdom are on their way. No matter how you look at it, it's a dead end. Run, there's still a glimmer of hope. Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly came from a small hill. Then the entire sky was illuminated. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion, wondering why it was so bright when it was the middle of the night. Is that a flare? Falcon 2 has spotted the assault team and is now en route. Understood, we'll follow you. We'll make them treat us to a big meal when we get back. The 3 helicopters turned around and flew towards a small hill. At this moment, Zhang Jingguo was surrounded by people on the hill. He had run out of bullets and could only rely on his pistol to snipe the enemies climbing up. But it won't last long. Captain, you go first. We can't hold on anymore. No, we'll go together. As Zhang Jingguo spoke, he shot and killed an enemy soldier who was charging at him with his pistol. Hold on. The Falcon squad will be here soon. Da-da-da. The machine guns on the helicopter opened fire on the soldiers surrounding Zhang Jingguo. At that moment, the barrage of fire from the 3 helicopters transformed into the scythe of death, ruthlessly reaping lives. What is this? The rebels were shocked. The encirclement, which had been intact just moments before, was suddenly torn open. Fireball. A fireball flew from the mage's hand and struck the tail of Falcon 2. Chapter 39. Obtain the magic crystal and leave. Falcon 2 has been attacked and requests to return to base. The Falcon 2 helicopter turned around and riddled the magician with bullets. 2 helicopters are enough. Number 2. Return to base. The Falcon 2 fired a volley of shots before heading towards the capital of the Erduva People's Republic. The aircraft was damaged and could no longer carry passengers. Otherwise, it might have crashed. Staying here really doesn't serve much purpose. The 2 helicopters deployed rope ladders, which were then captured by Zhang Jingguo and others. Take off now. The helicopter flew higher and higher, taking Zhang Jingguo and the others away from Simon's army encirclement. The rebel soldiers looked up at Zhang Jingguo in confusion, wondering how this thing could fly. Several people tried to shoot Zhang Jingguo with bows and arrows, but the plane was flying too high and it was impossible to hit him. As the helicopter flew away, the Erduva People's Republic's garrison had already begun fighting the rebels. Now it's Lilia's turn to deal with her own affairs. The battle continued into the daytime of the second day. The defenders of the capital of the Erduva People's Kingdom pursued them for 10 miles before stopping. In this battle, the defenders of the capital of the People's Republic of Erduva suffered 372 deaths, 928 missing, and 1,982 wounded. The combined forces of Halley suffered 5,092 dead, 3,295 missing, and 19,282 wounded, most of whom were trampled by their own men in the chaos. One person died, and 2 were injured on the Chinese side. The combined forces of Harley have suffered heavy losses and are unlikely to be able to continue the siege for some time. Harl's main force is currently fighting the last remaining supporters of the king in the north and cannot come over. Your Excellency Zhang Jingguo, on behalf of the People's Republic of Erduva, I thank you for your assistance. In the main hall, Queen Lilia performed a noble ceremony for Zhang Jingguo, signifying her respect for them. Today was supposed to be the day the capital of the Erduva People's Republic was captured, but with Zhang Jingguo's help, they drove away all the rebels who had surrounded them. How could this not make her happy? Zhang Jingguo, however, did not care at all. No need for thanks. Where are our things? Queen Lilia clapped her hands, and 2 maids came over carrying 2 bags. Each of these 2 bags contains 100 grade E magic crystals. Adding my C grade magic crystal, that makes exactly 300, Lilia said slowly. Then she took off the magic crystal from her neck and put in her bag. That way, the payment Zhang Jingguo wanted was collected. Zhang Jingguo took the bag and put it away without counting it. They have already demonstrated their strength, and unless the Erduva People's Republic is completely out of their mind, they cannot possibly deceive themselves. Now that the matter has been resolved, let's go back. Wait a moment, Mr. Zhang Jingguo. Lilia stopped Zhang Jingguo, who was about to turn and leave. Is there anything else, Your Majesty? Zhang Jingguo asked, puzzled. I would like to discuss cooperation with your organization. Although the crisis in the capital of the People's Republic of Erduva has now been resolved. But things can't just end like this. Lord Harley, having regrouped his scattered troops, will surround this place with even more soldiers. However, without the assistance of Zhang Jingguo and others, it would have been impossible to hold out. You need to talk to our commander about this, not me. After Zhang Jingguo finished speaking, he and his men boarded the helicopter and prepared to fly back to the base. It seems necessary to pay a visit to this organization in person. Lilia looked up and watched the 3 helicopters fly further and further away, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Incredible! A mysterious force has dealt a heavy blow to the Harley United Forces, and Simon's whereabouts are unknown. This night raid battle naturally made it into the magazine of UC. The news spread to various countries the following day. Residents were discussing the war in the streets and alleys. This description is more detailed than the previous one, which involved 2,000 people defeating the enemy remotely. A mysterious fire poker capable of piercing the human body. A large steel monster flying in the air. A mysterious magic that illuminates the entire sky. This series of events struck these otherworldly beings squarely, leaving them completely bewildered. When did war become something we play like this? These things were all unheard of and unseen before. They wouldn't even think of it. Those who initially scoffed at the previous issue of the magazine now didn't know what to say. This battle was witnessed by too many people. It's impossible to fake it. Where did this mysterious unit come from? How come they have so many novel gadgets? Yes, I read in the newspaper that anyone hit by a fire poker has small iron pebbles on their body. This fire poker can shoot iron stones into a person with a bayou sound. TCH, you guys are really ignorant. The people were unhappy with this statement. Tom, if you're so capable, then say it. Tom glanced at it and said with a sneer, let me tell you, this is a nice gift sent to me by a distant relative. Everyone became interested upon hearing this. If there was something to prove the existence of this battle, it would be much more interesting than just looking at a picture book. What is it? Yeah, then show it to us. Tom gave everyone a disdainful look. What can I show you? TCH, he's just bragging. Tom's a braggart. Tom, you're such a braggart. Tom was displeased upon hearing this. He took something out of his pocket and placed it in front of everyone. See this? This is what the mysterious unit used in that battle. I spent a fortune to get my hands on it, and then I even used Thunderbird to deliver it, Tom said proudly. Everyone looked at what was in front of them. It has a metal shell, is hollow in the middle, and feels very hard to the touch. These are shell casings left behind by Zhang Jingguo and others. But they don't know each other. Everyone held it in their hands and examined it closely. Its surface was incredibly glossy, like a work of art. Be careful, don't break it. Tom snatched it away, afraid that his precious item would be broken. TCH, it's just a little thing. I have some good stuff too. Another man, standing not far away, joined the discussion. Jerry, what's that? Let me show you, so you can broaden your horizons. Jerry took out his own things, and there it was. Smoke bomb. What is this thing? Everyone was completely bewildered. They had never seen either of these things before. Why would the mysterious force use them to attack? This thing was supposed to smoke when I found it, but it doesn't anymore. It's still smoking? Everyone looked at Jerry with admiration, wishing they could have one like that. Chapter 40, the teleportation portal, gets upgraded again. Villia, the capital of Syria. King Chris picked up a magazine and started looking at it in the castle. He then frowned and called his daughter, Arya. As the president of UC Company, this girl should know more details. This mysterious unit put Chris on high alert. Father, you wanted to see me? Arya, you're here. Seat. Arya sat next to King Chris. She roughly knew why her father had contacted her. That's for the information in today's magazine. To be honest, I was just as shocked when I first learned about it. The methods of this mysterious force are too amazing, and their attack methods are beyond comprehension. Father, do you want to ask about today's magazine? Yes, what's your opinion? Actually, there's some information that I did not log into the magazine. Oh, tell me about it. Chris became interested. What kind of information could make Arya hide it? According to the informant, Lord Simon of the Urduva people's kingdom has died in this battle. Simon. Chris vaguely remembered him. He seemed to be an 8th-tier warrior. His strength was quite impressive, yet he died in this battle? Unbelievable. These lords have always been very afraid of their lives, and they would turn tail and run if things went wrong at the slightest sign of trouble. Anyway, if you lose, you lose. But if you lose your life, you really lose it. Therefore, in general, the serfs and soldiers who die the most in wars are the lords, while the lords almost never die. Even if captured by an enemy lord, they would be treated to good food and drink and released after receiving a suitable ransom. Yes, this mysterious force consists of 7 people. It seems their goal is to cause trouble from behind, but their real objective is to attack Lord Simon. How strong are they? Chris asked curiously. To be able to kill an 8th-tier warrior, one must be very strong. That's unclear. The last eyewitness only saw this mysterious unit shoot iron stones at Simon with fire pokers, and then Simon died. Chris frowned. He had thought that iron pebbles would only be useful to soldiers, but he hadn't expected them to be able to kill an 8th-tier warrior. Such a powerful weapon should indeed be treated with caution. Ilya, didn't you recently want to visit the Urduva people's kingdom? Yes, father. I agree. Really? Thank you, father. Arya was overjoyed. She had long wanted to see this mysterious organization. Now it's finally possible. But you need to be careful and not be reckless enough to anger the other party. If anything goes wrong, come back immediately. I know, don't you trust me? The Harley Joint Forces were equally shocked upon hearing this information. When they learned that Simon was dead, they were all speechless with shock. Where did this mysterious unit come from? Harley angrily tore the scroll in his hand to shreds. Then he seemed to remember something. It seems that Eve's 2,000-strong force was also wiped out by a mysterious figure. Could these two incidents be the work of the same force? In any case, he decided to ask Eve. Ask them directly in person. Someone come here. Yes, sir. What are your orders? Summon Lord Eve to see me. Yes. Dragon Kingdom Outpost. The helicopter's radio had already made contact with command. The 3 helicopters landed smoothly in the base square. Captain Zhang Jingguo has successfully completed the mission. Zhang Jingguo saluted Zhao Wu and Xiao, the deputy base commanders who were there to greet him. Comrade Zhang Jingguo, you've worked hard. Base commander, these are magic crystals from the Urduva people's kingdom. I brought them all back. Zhang Jingguo handed the 2 bags of magic crystals from the plane to Zhao Wu. At this moment, Zhang Jingguo felt incredibly proud. As a citizen of China, there is nothing more exciting than helping China. These magic crystals will be an important resource for the development of our motherland in the other world. If the seventh brother knew, he would probably be pleased. Zhao Wu held it in his hand and felt its weight. It seemed to be quite a lot. Zhang Jianguo, go and get some rest. We'll talk about everything after you've rested. Yes. Watching Zhang Jianguo walk away, Zhao Wu could feel the pride and self-esteem emanating from him. These must be people from the Dragon Kingdom. Men of iron will serve their country and their people. With such men in the Dragon Kingdom, how can we not hope for development? Night. Zhao Wu poured the magic crystal that Zhang Jianguo had given him onto the table. Splash! The entire table was covered with magic crystals that shimmered with an unusual light. Zhao Wu picked up a magic crystal and began to examine it. Ding Dong absorbed 1 E-grade magic crystal, gained 10 experience points. Ding Dong absorbed 1 E-grade magic crystal, gained 10 experience points. Ding Dong, the portal level has been upgraded to level 7, and the portal's secondary access limit has been increased to 5,000 people. Here it comes. The portal capacity has been increased to 5,000 people. That means more facilities can be put into operation. 500 people are no longer enough for the base's daily maintenance. Many people hold multiple jobs. There's no other way. A lot of manpower is needed just for security patrols. But now 5,000 people can come. Then other important things like airports and docks can begin to be built. Soon, China's fighter jets will be soaring through the skies of another world. Destroyers, frigates, cruisers, and other ships from the Dragon Kingdom will float in the waters of this other world. How could Zhao Wu not be excited? But as excited as I am, I still need to upgrade the remaining magic crystals. Ding Dong absorbed 1 E-grade magic crystal, gained 10 experience points. Ding Dong absorbed a C-grade magic crystal, gained 1,000 experience points. Ding Dong, the portal level has been upgraded to level 8, and the portal width has been increased to 8m. With a width of 8 meters, it can transport large transport planes or missiles. Fighter jets with folding wings can also be transported over, but the height is still not enough. Further upgrades are needed. Ding Dong absorbed 1 E-grade magic crystal, gained 10 experience points. Ding Dong absorbed 1 E-grade magic crystal, gained 10 experience points. Ding Dong, the portal level has been upgraded to level 9, and the portal height has been increased to 8m. When Zhao Wu reached level 9, he found that he could no longer absorb anything when he tried to continue absorbing. Ding Dong, unable to absorb E-grade magic crystals. Please replace with higher-grade magic crystals. It seems that upgrading the portal now requires a rank of D or higher. Zhao Wu opened his attribute panel and took a look. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level, LV 90/6380. Portal width, 8 meters. Portal height, 8 meters. Portal secondary permissions, 500/5000. Personal skill, firearms proficiency advanced. Physical fitness, 50 points, normal person is 5. The portal's dimensions, height, width, and number of users have all been upgraded. Without delay, Zhao Wu informed General Chen Guoming of the news. Chapter 41, The Speed of Dragon Kingdom Construction. Chen Guoming was equally excited. With a larger population, large-scale mining of resources from the other world can begin. You should know that due to the blockade and price wars imposed by other countries on Earth, things aren't going well for China. If these otherworldly resources could be mined and brought back, this will be of great help to the current Dragon Kingdom. Give me 3 days, and I will arrange the remaining 4,500 people. After saying that, General Chen Guoming went out to arrange the remaining matters. Zhao Wu was surprised that General Chen Guoming was so decisive and efficient. He ran away as soon as he finished speaking. Left with no other choice, they returned to the Demon Spirit Continent. The next day, Zhang Jingguo couldn't wait to report the situation to the two commanders. From the moment I arrived in the People's Republic of Erduva, I was targeted by the ministers, until the ministers' attitudes changed drastically after the battle ended. So that's how you got your magic crystals. That's too dangerous. After hearing this, Zhao Wu patted his chest, feeling a little scared. What if the helicopter hadn't arrived earlier? Or perhaps the helicopter was facing more than one magician. Then the situation might be completely different. Although there are no firearms in this other world, you still need to be careful when facing mages and warriors. Zhang Jianguo, however, had no regrets about it. He knew that his magic crystal had upgraded the portal, and more of his fellow countrymen would be heading to this other world. Then it would be worthwhile to do so, because the Dragon Kingdom would develop as a result. There's one more thing. Lilia's side wants to discuss the cooperation with us in detail. But I didn't have enough authority, so I didn't fully agree. Zhang Jianguo recalled Lilia's words. Yes, that's the right thing to do. Lilia needs my help, so I'll just leave it at that for a while. First, let them know their current situation. This will allow you to negotiate a better price. 2 days later, General Qingguomin, based on the current configuration, recruited another 4,500 men. These 4,500 people enter the other world in 3 batches. The current outpost is no longer adequate for the daily needs of 5,000 people. This was a decision made by Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Qiu. The Dragon Kingdom's interdimensional development force will build another base in the previously existing Green Village. This base is mainly used for the use and maintenance of airports and docks. The outpost will be expanded to become a formal main base. Various building materials and engineering vehicles continuously arrive in the other world through the portal. They then enthusiastically join the construction effort. The construction speed of 5,000 people is incomparable to that of before. The entire isolated island has been connected by concrete roads, making it easily accessible from all directions. These changes shocked the villagers of Green Village. They had never seen such a scene before. They hold the Dragon Kingdom in high regard and are grateful to it. But now there's more shock. My goodness, this vehicle is so big. It can transport so much stuff. There wasn't a road here yesterday, but today we can already see a smooth road surface. A tall building can be built in 3 days, and a road can be built through the southernmost and northernmost parts of the island in 5 days. What is the speed of China? This is the speed of China. Erduva People's Republic. Capital, the Imperial Palace. Lilia sat in her chair, watching the ministers in front of her continue their endless argument. However, the topic shifted from dealing with Harley to how to deal with the Dragon Kingdom organization. Zhang Jianguo's recent display of strength left a deep impression on everyone. This also prompted them to want to make contact with this mysterious force as soon as possible. However, there are always exceptions. Apart from those in the palace who wanted to make contact with the mysterious forces, there is another side which wants to eliminate this mysterious organization as soon as possible. In fact, Zhang Jianguo's strength has far exceeded everyone's imagination, and some people have begun to feel afraid after their initial excitement. Now this Dragon Kingdom force can cooperate with me. But what about the future? If they can help others eliminate Harley, then they can also help others eliminate themselves in the future. Therefore, they believe that Zhang Jianguo poses a greater threat than Harley. Harley won, but apart from the royal family, the other lords will be fine. But this mysterious force even killed Simon. At this moment in the meeting, everyone had their own ulterior motives. Queen Lilia, I oppose contact with this mysterious force. They are far too dangerous and untrustworthy. A nobleman stood up and said. Lilia looked at Zhou beside her and said, Marquis Zhou, you've been to that mysterious organization. What do you think of it? Qiao thought for a moment and said, I won't go into detail about the organization's combat strength. You've all seen it for yourselves. Let me talk about the others. Zhou recalled for a moment. The soldiers of this dragon country are highly disciplined and have a strong sense of national pride. I think they have their own principles and bottom lines. Lilia frowned. Principles and bottom lines? It sounds nice, but when things actually happen, how many people can actually stick to their principles and morals? Those lords who once swore allegiance to him, haven't they now turned around and joined the enemy's camp to fight against him? Marquis Qiao, what makes you think that way? Your Majesty, the villagers of Green Village now live right next to this power, and their lives have been greatly improved. I learned some things about the Dragon Kingdom from them, and helped the villagers solve the problem of the skeletons without charging them a penny. In fact, I would also give the villagers more than the market price for their help. And those soldiers they captured were treated well, and some even joined the Dragon Kingdom's camp. They will not bully others just because they are powerful, but they will not compromise with those who dare to attack them. Zhou went on to say many other things, each of which was utterly bizarre. This changed everyone's impression of this Dragon Kingdom. Although we don't know where this dragon nation came from, it definitely has the demeanor of a great power. What exactly does this so-called Dragon Kingdom want to do? Lilia bit her thumb, unable to understand why that Dragon Kingdom would do such things. This dragon kingdom shouldn't be too bad, right? Marquis Qiao, it seems I'll have to ask you to accompany me to this so-called dragon kingdom. Your Majesty, it is my pleasure to serve you. When they saw that Her Majesty the Queen was really going to negotiate with that so-called dragon kingdom, some people started to panic. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This dragon kingdom is not trustworthy. That's right. Maybe all of this is just a show, something they put on for us to see. I think so too. I think we should join forces with Lord Harley to eliminate this mysterious dragon kingdom to prevent future troubles. Faced with these questions, Lilia waved her hand and refused. All right, I made my decision. You don't need to say anything more. Marquis Qiao, go back and make your preparations. We'll be setting off tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 42, The Helpless Lord Eve. Erduva People's Republic. St. Ives, this is Lord Halley's castle. At this moment, Halley sat in his castle, holding a letter in his hand and reading it carefully. Not long ago, a thunderbird flew in from the direction of the capital, carrying information about recent events in the city. Dragon Kingdom. Harley frowned, wondering where this country had come from. According to the letter, Simon was defeated and killed by a force called Dragon Kingdom. The organization is currently based in Green Village, and the royal family of the Erduva People's Republic has already made contact with them. Green Village is the territory of Lord Eve. Lord Halley looked up and thought back. He seemed to have asked Eve about this before, but Eve denied it. That damn Eve, Halley frowned. If Eve hadn't concealed the truth, they would have known the news much earlier than the royal family. If I had gone to Green Village before, whether it was to defeat the organization or to negotiate a cooperation with them, both of these methods could have prevented Simon's death. Simon will not die. The siege of the capital will wipe out the remaining capital defense forces. Eve's lying order really delayed the entire battle. Harley angrily continued reading. It will be written later. Queen Lilia will travel to Grim Village tomorrow for a secret meeting, accompanied by Marquis Zhou. That's all for now. Lilia doesn't need to be afraid. What can a 16-year-old girl do? However, we still need to be wary of the Dragon Kingdom forces in Green Village. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there's a knock on my room door. Come in. A guard entered and bowed respectfully to Harley, saying, Lord Harley, Lord Eve has arrived. Really? Tell him to wait for me in the lobby. I'll be there shortly. Yes. Halley stood up and burned the note on the candle. Lord Eve, it's been a long time. When Halley saw Eve, he went up to greet him warmly, and the two embraced tightly. Lord Halley, I have been invited to participate in your siege. This time I brought troops. No rush. Let's talk about other things. Halley patted Eve on the shoulder, and the two walked side by side. Eve, someone told me that there's a mysterious organization in your Green Village. Do you know about it? Halley stared at Eve in front of him as he spoke, and the latter visibly panicked. Lord Harley, who told you that? That's slander. Eve was getting anxious. If Halley found out he had lied to him, it would be a huge problem. Although he was the first to join Harley, Harley was a capricious man, and he might be thrown into prison for that very reason. Relax, Eve. I was just saying it offhand. Halley sneered at Eve's reaction and then said, I have a new task for you this time. Lord Harley, just tell me what task you need. As long as I can do it, that's fine. Eve, how many men did you bring this time? 30,000 infantry, 5,000 cavalry, a 200-man mage corps, 5,000 archers, and 2,000 heavy cavalry. Very good. I wanted to take these people to Green Village. After going around in circles, we still have to go to Green Village. Eve glanced at Halley furtively. It seemed the man no longer truly trusted him. Going to Green Village is bound to be fraught with danger. Last time, 2,000 people perished without even knowing what it was. Although this time there are over 40,000 people, no one can guarantee that it won't be. However, if they don't go, given Harley's personality, his soldiers will definitely be used as cannon fodder in the upcoming siege. Either way, it's all the same. Death is inevitable. Eve decided to try his luck in Green Village, hoping that 40,000 people could solve the situation there. Eve, what are you doing? Eve snapped out of his reverie and said, Lord Harley, Green Village is just a small village. Why do we need to send so many there? Harley smiled and said kindly, Haha, consider it a holiday for you. I'm giving you the easiest job. We are fighting the toughest battle here. Then thank you very much, Lord Halley. Eve smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. Both of them knew that Green Village was not simple, but neither of them said it. A few days later, Queen Lilia, accompanied by Marquis Zhou and hundreds of guards, disguised themselves as merchants and walked along the path. Marquis Zhou, how far are we from Green Village? Lilia poked her head out from the carriage in the caravan. Marquis Zhou was riding his horse right outside the carriage, very close to it. Your Majesty, there is still nearly 100 li of land left. At the current speed, it may take another 2 to 3 days. Zhou couldn't help but recall the helicopter he had taken, which had covered hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. It's really convenient. Really? There's still so much time. Lilia nodded and then drew the curtains. Unbeknownst to them, they had been detected by radar 200 miles away. Zhao Wu sat in the command room, staring at the screen in front of him. He had received a message from Marquis Zhou several days earlier. Queen Lilia will be making a visit. Looking at the large amount of radio signals coming from the direction of the capital, we know that Lilia must have arrived. Report. We detected a large amount of radio signals returning from the northwest, about 50 kilometers away. Southwest? Which direction are they moving in? It seems to be moving from west to east, and it may soon encounter the previous signal. Zhao Wu thought for a moment. The two signals met, one of which was Lilia. So who could the other one be? Could it be the Harlequin rebels from within the country? Very likely. The news that Lilia left the city is so big that it can't be kept secret. It's normal for Harley to know this. Their best course of action is to eliminate or capture Lilia outside the city and force the capital to submit. However, Zhao would never let them succeed so easily. This is the first time that the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom has met with a national-level figure. How can we let someone else intercept it? Have Zhang Jingguo lead several hundred men to the target rendezvous point by transport plane. They must rescue Lilia from me, Zhao Wu ordered. Yes, anyone who dares to touch our people will not be allowed to leave easily. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Jingguo quickly began preparations. This time, he will be leading a paratrooper unit. This paratrooper unit belongs to the strongest army in the Dragon Kingdom, and they were very curious when they first arrived. Subsequently, they experimented with various training methods for otherworldly skydiving. It must be said that this other world is quite similar to Earth, and the paratroopers adapted to the new environment in no time. This mission will be their first appearance in this world. Chapter 43 Divine Soldiers Descend from the Sky. Along a country lane, Lilia's carriage was traveling along the road when it suddenly stopped. Marquis Chow, why have you stopped? Have we already arrived? Lilia pulled back the curtain of the carriage and saw Marquis Zhou's horrified face, as well as thousands of enemy soldiers in front of her. Your Majesty, we've been ambushed, Marquis Zhou said, trembling. Pick up your weapons and prepare for battle, the sergeant shouted. He was a little scared facing so many enemies. A force of over 100 men protected the carriage in the middle, facing an enemy nearly 10 times their size. Marquis Chow, how could this happen? Lilia's hands began to tremble. She couldn't understand how her information had been leaked. Preparation. Nearly 1,000 soldiers began to draw their bows and aim at the convoy in front of them. Instantly, countless arrows blotted out the sky, then rained down on Lilia's convoy. They weren't worried about accidentally hurting Lilia, since the carriage was made of metal, which even arrows couldn't penetrate. However, the soldiers were not so lucky. After a volley of arrows, a third of the people on the field were dead. The rest were hit by a few arrows, but fortunately, none of them were in critical positions. Marquis Chow hid under the carriage and escaped unharmed. God bless, God bless. Zhou reached into his pocket with trembling hands to retrieve the cross from his pocket, but unexpectedly touched something else. The signal flare Zhang Jingguo gave me last time seems to still be there. He trembled as he picked up the signal flare and pointed it at the sky. Mr. Zhang Jingguo, please come and save us. Marquis Zhou waited silently, hoping to move God and receive help. A red signal flare shot into the sky and then exploded. What is that? What a beautiful color. Everyone looked up at the signal flare in the sky, wondering what it was. All I know is that this thing is very beautiful and quite loud. Flying Eagle 1 has spotted the signal flare and is proceeding to the target location. It is expected to arrive at its destination in 3 minutes. Flying Eagle 2 has spotted the signal flare and is proceeding to the target location. It is expected to arrive at its destination in 3 minutes. 2 military transport helicopters began heading towards the direction of the signal flare. Each plane carries 50 people, led by Zhang Jingguo, and they are currently checking their equipment. Listen up, everyone. Your objective is to rescue Queen Lilia of the Erduva People's Kingdom. They are important partners of the Dragon Kingdom. This mission must not fail, even if it costs you your lives. Yes, sir, the paratroopers shouted in unison. The Erduva People's Kingdom will be an important partner in the Dragon Kingdom's development of other worlds, and it absolutely cannot be ruined by our own hands. Absolute. Zhang Jingguo looked straight ahead. 60 seconds to reach our destination. Open the hatch. The tail hatch of the transport helicopter opened, and a howling gust of wind rushed in. We'll reach our destination in 30 seconds. Everyone get ready. Following Zhang Jingguo's instructions, all the paratrooper stations lined up, ready to begin their jumps in turn. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Jump. Zhang Jingguo led the charge, jumping off the plane. The paratroopers behind him jumped off the plane like dumplings being dropped into a pot. At the same time, the rebel leader below, mounted on his horse, swung his long sword forward. Kill. Capture Queen Lilia alive. At the command, the sounds of battle erupted. Thousands of soldiers began their charge on Lilia's convoy. Capturing Queen Lilia alive will grant you a promotion and a noble title. Capture the queen. The rebels were incredibly powerful, and they had an absolute advantage over the Erduva People's Republic's protection forces, which outnumbered them by 10 to 1. Queen Lilia is basically a walking honor bar. Marquis Qiao, what do we do? Lilia asked Zhou, her voice trembling. She didn't regret coming out. She just regretted that the kingdom had been destroyed by her own hands. I don't know either. Lilia's side had less than 20 or 30 people left, who tightly surrounded Lilia and trembled as they watched the people rushing towards them. Unless it's a god descending to Earth, this battle is a foregone conclusion. Even if these 20 or 30 people have reached the level of great warriors, they still cannot defeat the nearly 1,000 people in front of them. It's fair to say the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion, if it weren't for Zhang Jingguo and others. Huh, what's that on the ground? Suddenly, many dark shadows appeared on the ground, and then the shadows grew larger and larger. The rebels who had just been charging forward all looked up at the sky. In the sky, they were like parachutes opening and slowly descending. Look, there are people up there. A few sharp-eyed people noticed the people under the parachute and were intrigued. What kind of person would fall from the sky? Could it be a god? At this moment, everyone had forgotten what they were doing and just stared blankly at the sky. Until Marquis Zhou saw a familiar figure. That's His Excellency Zhang Jingguo. We're saved. Someone has come down from the sky to save us. Upon hearing this, Lilia poked her head out of the carriage. Then he saw that Zhang Jingguo had floated to his side, and he burst into tears of joy. It really is him. This Dragon Kingdom can actually send troops out from the air. Zhang Jingguo and his team were all elite paratroopers with minimal landing error. By this time, about 30 people had landed on the ground, while the rest were still landing in batches. Your Excellency Qiao, what are you doing crawling under the carriage? Zhang Jingguo looked at the stunned Marquis Qiao under the carriage and asked in confusion. Does this person have some kind of unusual fetish? Marquis Qiao, somewhat embarrassed, lay on the ground and said, to make it easier to observe. Well, I was the first to spot you all. Seeing Zhang Jingguo and Marquis Qiao chatting, the rebel leader not far away understood. These people descending from the sky are all enemies. What are you waiting for? Get him! Charge! The thousands of rebels came to their senses and then launched an attack. They held spears and shouted, everyone fight back. Make sure you hold the line. Yes. Tajdajda. Dozens of Chinese soldiers pulled the triggers. Bright red bloodstains splattered on the rebels not far away. What's going on? The enemy was stunned. The rebel leader had no idea why this was happening. The soldiers who were just charging forward are now falling one after another. They don't know how to find cover. They don't know what Zhang Jingguo is holding. They just charge blindly. This is simply a one-sided massacre. After a couple hundred men were killed, the rebel leader sensed something was wrong. Everyone, bang! Before he could finish speaking, a loud gunshot rang out, and the rebel leader on the white horse was blown to the head. Chapter 44, I am the king of a nation. I cannot panic. The Lord is dead. The Lord is dead. What do we do? What do we do now? The rebels looked at their fallen comrades, and then at their commander on horseback behind them, their heads practically exploding. They were completely bewildered and didn't know what to do. Run. If you don't run, you'll die. Without anyone knowing who started it, the rebels scattered and fled. Zhang Jingguo and the others stopped firing their weapons. They were soldiers, not bloodthirsty freaks. As long as the mission is completed, let the rest of the people go. Marquis Zhou crawled out from under the carriage, utterly shocked by what he saw. Zhang Jingguo, who had led at most 100 or 80 men, had single-handedly slaughtered a force of 1,000. And the time does not exceed 5 minutes. It would be terrifying if the Dragon Kingdom were our enemy. Thinking of this, both Lilia and Marquis Zhou swallowed hard. He was determined to win over the Dragon Kingdom no matter what. Your Excellency Zhang Jingguo, thank you for your help. Queen Lilia bowed to Zhang Jingguo with a noble salute. No need to be polite. You've come to find the Dragon Kingdom, so we can't let you die on the way. Marquis Qiao interjected, but I have a question, Mr. Zhang Jingguo. How did you find us? Zhang Jingguo smiled and said what Marquis Qiao had said when he first visited Green Village. Remember what I said? There are countless eyes watching you from here. Marquis Qiao was stunned. Then he had a bold idea. That is, on the road, more than 100 miles away from Green Village, his every move was clearly seen. Is it really possible to do such a thing? This is over 100 miles away. To be able to monitor others from such a distance, that must be terrifying. However, there are many things in the Dragon Kingdom that I cannot understand. Iron birds that can fly in the air and enormous steel monsters on the ground. Being able to observe remotely doesn't seem so incredible anymore. Seeing Zhang Jingguo go to call the helicopter, Marquis Zhou told Queen Lilia his thoughts. Speak less, do less, Queen Lilia said. Zhang Jingguo picked up the signal gun and fired it into the sky. A green signal flare shot straight into the sky. Flying Eagle 1 saw the signal flare and began preparing to land. Flying Eagle 2 saw the signal flare and began preparing to land. Soon, 2 transport helicopters flew in from the sky and then slowly landed on the plane. The 2 enormous propellers messed up everyone's hairstyles. These 2 planes seem much bigger than the previous ones, Marquis Zhou remarked, looking at the military transport planes in front of him. Yes, this is a helicopter used for transportation. Even tanks can be transported using this. Tank. Zhang Jingguo smiled and said, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Let's go back quickly. The base commander is waiting for you all. Lilia stepped down from the carriage and walked directly into the helicopter cabin without saying much. When the other soldiers saw that the queen had gone inside, they all followed behind. Lilia's legs trembled slightly, even though she had seen this kind of aircraft before. But this is the first time I've ever sat in it. Lilia breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't afford to embarrass the royal family of the Erduva People's Kingdom. It flew. It really flew. Lilia screamed in fright. From the airplane window, she could see the fields and forests below getting smaller and smaller. The idea of not panicking has long been forgotten. No way. So many people can fly. What if it falls down? The guards of the People's Republic of Erduva were quite surprised to see the helicopter take off. Some were excited, some were thrilled, and some were afraid. Even the usually stern-faced soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. These otherworldly beings are just too adorable. The plane quickly passed through the river and the mountain peak. What would normally be a journey that takes people from another world several days can be completed in just 1 or 2 hours with the help of a helicopter. In a conference room of the Dragon Kingdom base, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Qiu were waiting for Lilia and Marquis Zhou to arrive. Zhang Jingguo led Lilia and her group through various facilities in the base and finally arrived at the conference room. Report. Captain Zhang Jingguo has completed the mission. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. You can go now. Yes, sir. Zhang Jingguo saluted and then marched out. Nice to meet you. I'm Lilia Green. Looking at Lilia in front of him, Zhao Wu was filled with shock. Although I already knew that Lilia was only 16 years old, it was still hard to believe when I saw it with my own eyes. 16 is the age to start high school, but now he's the king of a country. Queen Lilia, welcome to the Dragon Kingdom base. Thank you, Your Excellency Qiu and Your Excellency Zhao. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Qiu had already been introduced by Marquis Qiao before they arrived. There were only 4 of them in the meeting room, and all the cameras and other equipment had been turned off. This meeting will be classified as a top state secret. Most of the Chinese military officers were probably unaware of Lilia's arrival. Thanks to your help last time, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the People's Republic of Erduva. Lilia stood up and gave Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Qiu a noble salute, then said, I have come here today, hoping that the Dragon Kingdom can help us quell the internal strife. Lilia possessed a maturity and composure beyond her years. Knowing she was currently at a disadvantage, she decided that instead of putting on airs while playing a board game, she should directly and sincerely ask for help. Deputy Base Commander Chiu cast an approving glance at Lilia. Since Queen Lilia has come to the point, let's share our thoughts. Let us help the People's Republic of Erduva quell the internal strife. Okay? But we have our conditions. Zhao Wu had already consulted General Chen Guoming beforehand. You can get help, but there are conditions. Lord Chiu, please speak frankly. Lilia thought to herself that as long as the conditions weren't too harsh or excessive, she would agree to them all. Restoring the kingdom is the primary task. First, after the restoration of the kingdom, we will be given the territory where Eve is located, and we will publicly acknowledge the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom wants to develop in this world, one outpost is clearly not enough. They needed a base of their own, and Lord Eve's fiefdom was perfect for it. Zhao Wu has already studied it. The total area of the People's Republic of Erduva is approximately 506,000 square kilometers. Lord Eve's territory covers an area of approximately 1,607 square kilometers and has a population of around 340,000. The resources are relatively poor, so it can't be considered a good place. But that's enough. The Dragon Kingdom only wants to use this place as a base. Lilia pondered for a moment. Should she choose between losing her territory and seeking help? Chapter 45, The Smelly Stuff Tastes So Good. In the end, she decided to temporarily agree to the Dragon Kingdom's request. Losing a not-so-good fiefdom is already a very light price to pay. If Harai were to become the king of the Erduva People's Kingdom, its territory would likely be divided up by the surrounding countries. Lilia wasn't stupid. She knew the reasons behind Hallie's sudden raising of the banner and his significant increase in strength. It's just that it can't be brought up in the open, so it hasn't been said out loud. Yes, I, as the queen of the Erduva People's Kingdom, agree to this. If you can help us quell the internal strife, I will give you Lord Eve fiefdom, which you can use as you see fit. If you want independence, I will recognize you as the People's Republic of Erduva. Zhao Wu nodded and said gratefully, Then thank you very much, Queen Lilia. The second point is that we want the right to exploit resources within the territory of the People's Republic of Erduva. Lilia shook her head and refused outright. A country's lifeline is its iron ore. Only by possessing iron, or can a country forge weapons and manufacture agricultural tools and other things. If the mining rights are given to others, then the country is basically doomed. How will future weapons and agricultural tools be manufactured? Mr. Chiu, I can agree to your first request, but we cannot provide you with the iron ore you requested. Since you live on this continent, you should know the importance of iron ore to a country. Iron ore? Lord Chiu smiled and said, I think you may have misunderstood. We don't really care about iron ore. Lilia was stunned. When did iron ore become so rare? This stuff is a strategic resource. Most countries don't trade it with other countries. Only some small countries that have no other choice will mine it and then sell it. Now they're saying they don't care. What exactly does this guy want? So what does Your Excellency Chiu mean? We don't need things like iron or copper. What we need are petroleum, rare earth elements, gold, and some things that are of great use in metallurgy and chemicals, such as tungsten, tin, lead, zinc, antimony, and titanium. Lilia's little head was filled with big questions. What is oil? What are rare earth elements? Although I'm confused, I just don't need my own silver mine, iron mine, and other resources. For things I've never heard of, it seems like it wouldn't matter even if I gave them to them. Of course, we won't take it for free. We'll pay you the relevant fees based on the current market price of iron, Lord Chiu added. In that case, on behalf of the People's Republic of Erduva, I agree to your request, but the relevant mining agreement will be signed every 10 years. Okay. Deputy Base Commander Chiu nodded. Then, other agreements, such as bilateral trade and joint development, were also negotiated and settled one by one. After the meeting ended, Lilia breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the teacup on the table to take a sip. Currently, there are no particularly stringent conditions. At least the bottom line on our side seems to have been taken into consideration by the Dragon Kingdom, and they have no intention of taking advantage of our misfortune. Wait, what did I just drink? Lilia then noticed that the cup didn't seem to contain water, but something else. This stuff has a cool, sweet, but very refreshing feel. Take another sip, and a surge of energy rushes from your stomach to your throat. Gap. Lilia burped, and her face immediately turned red. Having studied aristocratic etiquette since childhood, when had she ever made such a fool of herself? She, the queen of a country, actually hiccuped while negotiating with others. At this moment, Lilia was so embarrassed that she could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Gap. Lilia looked up and saw Zhao Wu across from her also hiccup. Queen Lilia, don't worry too much. This stuff will basically make you burp. It will get much better once you get used to it. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he picked up the cola on the table and drank it again. Lilia followed Zhao Wu's example and drank it too. Sure enough, she stopped hiccuping and felt very refreshed. What is this? I've never had this before. This is cola. I think you're not too old, so you should like it. Lilia blushed, lowered her head, and remained silent. It's been so long since anyone treated her like a child. She'd almost forgotten it herself. Queen Lilia, now that we've reached an agreement, let's have a meal together. We'll arrange for someone to take you back afterwards, Zhao Wu Dao said. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony, Lilia replied, regaining her composure. The cafeteria of the Otherworld Development Department can be said to be the best cafeteria in the Dragon Kingdom. It has all kinds of food, and there's no time limit. You are welcome to dine here anytime during your normal rest period. The purpose of this is to accommodate everyone in the base, as not everyone's mealtimes coincide with mealtimes. Lilia followed Zhao Wu into the spacious and bright dining hall, and was immediately speechless with surprise. The food and the ambience here are far superior to what I have in my palace. The palaces in this world are actually made up of huge stones piled up. Nothing looks as nice as a reinforced concrete wall with plaster. It smells so good. Your Excellency Zhao, what is this? Lilia pointed to the small cakes in front of her, which were brightly colored and looked very nice. This is a cake. Queen Lilia may take a piece and have a taste if she likes it. Lord Zhou saw through Lilia's thoughts and picked up a portion, placing it on his tray. Your Excellency Zhao, don't you have any servants to attend to you? Lilia looked up and around. She had felt something was strange earlier. This Zhao Wu must be an important figure in the Dragon Kingdom. It's strange that no one serves such an important person a meal. You should know that in the Erduva people's kingdom, even if you're just a lowly knight, you have your own slaves. If you're a nobleman with a small fiefdom, then you not only have slaves, but also serfs, a private army, and so on. But Zhao Wu in front of him had nothing at all. So why do they contribute so much to the country? Lilia didn't understand. Without any benefits, how can you win people's hearts? Zhao Wu smiled and said, why should I be waited on when I have hands and feet? We believe in equality for all here. Everyone is equal. What a strange country. Lilia walked ahead, with Marquis Zhou following behind carrying food. Soon, they had a large pile of food. These were all foods that Lilia had never eaten before, and she wanted to try them all. Queen Lilia, let's go sit over there. Zhao Wu pointed to the dining table not far away. Lilia nodded in agreement. She didn't say anything about having a dining table befitting her status or having servants to wait on her. If she were to raise these conditions at this point, she wouldn't be a queen, she would be an NC. Wow, this cake is so delicious, it's strawberry flavored. And what's this slightly smelly thing? It's actually quite delicious. Chapter 46, Zhao Wu of Versailles. Oh, that's a durian. Durian? Lilia stared wide-eyed at the cake in front of her. These unknown things were actually so delicious. She, as the queen of the Erduva people, felt a slight envy that these people from the Dragon Kingdom could eat such delicious food every day. Zhao Wu smiled as he looked at her. Lilia no longer resembles a queen. She's more like an ordinary girl next door experiencing dessert for the first time. Has Queen Lilia never eaten this kind of food before? Lilia shook her head, somewhat helplessly. Although we in the Erduva people's country also have bread, it's too hard and can't achieve this color and softness. Zhao Wu recalled the food that Green Village had given him before. The black bread was indeed so hard it could kill someone. I wonder if the bilateral trade you mentioned earlier included these foods. Yes, we mainly sell you food and daily necessities, such as paper and cloth. And what you sell to us are medicinal herbs, resource extraction rights, books, and services. Lilia nodded seriously. If the deal included this cake, that would be ideal. That way she can eat it every day, and she guarantees that this product will be a huge hit. These sweet things brought Lilia a surge of joy. She even thought that living here for the rest of her life wouldn't be so bad. No need to worry about daily troubles, and there's so much delicious food. But that's impossible. She is currently the sole ruler of the Urduva People's Republic. She needs to shoulder this responsibility. At that moment, the loudspeakers above everyone's heads started blaring. Major Zhao, please come to the base plaza immediately. Zhao Wu shook his head. It seemed he would be busy again. Your Excellency Zhao, are you going to attend to your business? Lilia asked curiously as she took a bite of her cupcake. She was no longer curious about talking loudspeakers. There are so many things to be curious about here that I've become numb to them. Yes, Lord Eve's army is arriving, Zhao Wu explained. Lord Eve's army? That's right. We discovered their trail several days ago, but we haven't taken any action yet. They discovered it a few days ago, Lilia and Marquis Zhou said in surprise at the same time. It seems their initial feeling was correct. I was indeed being watched by them at all times. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This ability is just too terrifying. It means that you can have a complete grasp of everything within a range of several hundred miles. I wonder if Queen Lilia would be interested in seeing the upcoming battle. Zhao Wu's invitation to Lilia was simply to show off her muscles. Let this otherworldly queen see a portion of the power of her dragon kingdom. Make her understand that she shouldn't think she can renege on her promise just because she defeated Hallie. Only strength matters. Without power, Zhao Wuka would never believe that a queen of a country would condescend to negotiate with him. He wasn't foolish enough to believe that this cannibalistic world could be a world full of love and peace. Since Your Excellency Zhao has extended the invitation, I will go with you. Then let's go. Zhao Wu stood up, picked up the plate in his hand, and placed it in the recycling area. Lilia followed his example, picked up the plate, and stood up. Zhou wanted to help, but Lilia refused. After placing the plate in the recycling bin, Lilia put the unfinished cupcake in her pocket and followed behind Zhao Wu. The group arrived at the base's plaza, where numerous transport helicopters were taking off. Major Zhao, this plane is prepared for you. A soldier led Zhao Wu onto a helicopter, with Lilia, Zhou, and the others following behind. This is the plane Queen Lilia flew in when she came to the base, so it's not unfamiliar to her. After the plane took off, Lilia looked at the ground through the plane window. She loved the feeling of flying. Trucks carrying strange steel objects were driving out of the base. What are these? Lilia asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to rest. The plane flew for more than an hour before finally landing in a hilly area. After getting off the plane, Lilia realized that this area had become a small command center. Many people dressed in Chinese military uniforms were running back and forth, and trucks passed by, with many soldiers getting off them. Major Zhao, you've arrived. A soldier saw Zhao Wu get off the plane and hurriedly came to greet him. Where's Base Chief Chiu? He is already waiting for you in the temporary command room. Take me there. Yes. The group made their way through the bustling crowd and found Deputy Base Chief Chiu inside a cave. What's the situation now? Zhao Wu asked. Deputy Base Commander Chiu looked up and saw Zhao Wu enter and Lilia behind him. He didn't ask why Lilia was there, and directly led Zhao Wu to a map. This map is of the Urduva People's Kingdom, and it was given to me by Queen Lilia. Lord Eve has assembled his forces at this position, while we have 3,000 men at this position. Deputy Base Commander Chiu drew 2 dots on the map, representing his and Eve's current location. Of course, there might be some error, but the deviation won't be significant. Zhao Wu nodded. Finding the location without satellite positioning was already quite an achievement. Lilia was taken aback and asked, when did you discover Lord Eve's army? 2 days ago. You've managed to prepare this much in just 2 days. It's important to know that in the usual way, wars in other worlds take several days from gathering to departure. The more troops you have, the more time you spend. It only took the Dragon Kingdom 2 days from discovering the enemy to sending troops to this place more than 100 kilometers away. Yes, 2 days is indeed slow, but many roads here are difficult for trucks to drive on, so there's no other way. Zhao Wu explained that Lilia thought he hadn't reacted quickly enough. Lilia was speechless for a moment because the difference was just too great. The enemy thinks 2 days isn't fast enough to assemble? If Queen Lilia lived on Earth, she would surely know the word Versailles. This Zhao Wutai is to Versailles. Zhao Wu looked at the map hanging on the wall. According to the map scale, the 2 places were currently about 50 kilometers apart. Lord Eve clearly hasn't noticed anything amiss on his side yet. 50 kilometers is sufficient with current attack methods. Rocket artillery is enough. This time they brought China's long-range, self-propelled rocket launcher. Each rocket launcher has 12 barrels arranged in 3 rows, upper, middle, and lower. A single salvo can cover an area the size of 100 football fields, and a maximum range reaches 70 kilometers. Chapter 47 Ambush. I arranged it 43 kilometers away. Currently, the distance between my side and Lord Eve's side is 50 kilometers, which is sufficient. By setting the distance correctly, one can accurately strike Lord Eve's army. Although there may be errors, they are within an acceptable range. Even if it only covers half the area, it's enough to give Eve a hard time. The current focus is on identifying areas without towns and villages to minimize civilian casualties. Queen Lilia, do you know where there are uninhabited places during Eve's army's march? Zhao Wu marked Lord Eve's marching direction on the map. Zhou and Lilia looked at the map. Although they couldn't remember all the locations, they knew the main towns and villages. Here, and here. Zhou and Lilia pointed to several directions on the map, all of which were sparsely populated and barren places. Zhao Wu looked at the 3 locations. The closest one was only a dozen kilometers away from him, which was obviously not feasible. Rocket artillery requires a certain distance to fly. Too short a distance is insufficient. The remaining 2 are at 43 kilometers and 38 kilometers respectively. Damn it, this map is too rudimentary. It would be much better if we could see the terrain. Deputy Base Commander Chiu shook his head as he looked at it. The map in front of me was simply an outline drawn on a white cloth, with a sphere of influence and major towns marked on it. Aside from these, there was very little other information. No terrain, no forests, no resources, nothing at all. Looking at the remaining 2 positions, Zhao Wu decided to launch an attack from 43 kilometers away. Here, Zhao Wu pointed to a point on the map. Wipe them out here. Using the Type 02 long-range rocket artillery to cover this area as a bombing range can effectively strike enemy forces. In this otherworldly war, there's no need to overthink things. Simplicity and effectiveness are the best approach. Deputy Base Commander Chiu nodded, agreeing with this operational method. Why engage in close combat when you can resolve a problem remotely? Of course, there are many other types of long-range weapons, such as long-range missiles, which are more accurate and powerful, but these things need to be guided. Therefore, it is far less useful than a rocket launcher that automatically fires once the distance is set. Based on Lord Eve's marching speed, they should arrive at the designated location around tomorrow afternoon. Deputy Base Commander Chiu examined the map and calculated Eve's speed. Then tomorrow will be Lord Eve's day of suffering. The next day, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Chiu sat in the helicopter, looking down at the Eve army through binoculars. Lord Eve marched in a long column formation, with a total of 5 columns moving forward along the path. Even if we use rocket artillery to attack this formation, we can't cause too much damage. Zhao Wu stroked his chin. Deputy Base Commander Chiu clicked his tongue in amazement. The rocket artillery had a wide range, but if the enemy troops in front were attacked by rocket artillery, the people behind wouldn't be foolish enough to continue moving forward. Moreover, this was just the vanguard. A large army followed behind. It would be best to have them lined up in an attack formation, Zhao Wu said after a pause. Combat is different from marching. Combat requires expanding the battlefield and resolving the battle as quickly as possible, so they will be lined up in a row. If Eve's army could be lined up in a row, then the rocket artillery would be most effective. At this moment, Zhao Wu seemed to have thought of something and said, if they are resting, wouldn't they be able to play their greatest role? Deputy Base Commander Chiu thought for a moment and nodded. That's right, the time when they're resting and cooking is when they're most vulnerable to being attacked. Although there are large gaps between campsites, they are not concentrated like during combat. But rocket artillery has a much wider coverage area. With that in mind, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Chiu opened the map and began to look at it. At the current marching speed, the timing is just right. When they reached the 43-kilometer marker, it was lunchtime. As long as they rest during that time, the long-range rocket artillery can hit them. Lord Eve's troops were unaware of Zhao Wu and his group's intentions and were still on the march. As noon approached, the weather gradually warmed up. Lord Eve, mounted on his horse, looked up at the sky and seemed to see a small black dot. I don't know what it is. Pass down the order. Rest and regroup here, and continue marching in an hour. Lord Eve spoke to his messenger. After receiving the order, the messenger rode his horse and galloped wildly towards the back of the column. He shouted as he ran, "The commander has ordered everyone to rest and regroup, and we will continue marching in an hour." Upon receiving the order, the group, under the instructions of their squad leader, began to find their resting place and start a fire to cook. Wisps of smoke began to slowly drift into the air. The small black dot not far away is where Zhao Wu, Deputy Base Commander Chiu, Lilia, and others are sitting. "Lord Chiu, why are we waiting here? Since you all guessed he would rest here, why don't we set up an ambush here beforehand and catch them off guard?" In interdimensional battles, deploying ambushes can have surprising effect, especially when the enemy is cooking and letting their guard down. Queen Lilia, "Don't panic, we've already set up an ambush," Zhao Wu said with a smile. Lilia looked on with a hint of suspicion, then peered through her binoculars at the scene below the plane. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find the so-called ambush. The places she was looking at had already been searched by Lord Eve's scouts long before. Since they dared to rest and reorganize here, they must already know this place very well. When an army is marching, it will carefully and repeatedly search any difficult or dangerous places, such as low-lying areas covered with reeds or dense forests, because these places are often hiding places for spies and ambushes. Therefore, arranging ambushes is actually very difficult, because when a large army is marching, there will definitely be a lot of scouts patrolling around the area. "Where is it? I don't see it." Lilia stared at Zhao Wu through the binoculars, looking quite adorable. "We're not there yet. We'll be there soon." As he spoke, Zhao Wu picked up the onboard radio from the plane. "Target has reached the designated position. Launch will commence in 1 minute." "Yes." "Emission?" Lilia was bewildered. "What launch?" The artillerymen, 43 kilometers away, received the order and then began to prepare for the pre-launch checks. 57, 58, 59, 60. Time's up, launch. As the countdown ended, the barrels of the 10 long-range rocket launchers began to fire in sequence. One vehicle with 12 cannons and 10 vehicles with a total of 120 rockets instantly flew into the air and then began to fly towards the designated location. Rockets typically have their own engines, and their speeds can reach Mach 3.5. From launch to hitting the target, the time may not exceed 1 minute. What is that? Chapter 48 Miracle. Zhao Wu and his men had already evacuated the target bombing site by plane. On her way back, Lilia saw rockets flying through the air. In just a few seconds, the rocket disappeared from Lilia's sight, followed by a huge roar from Lord Eve's camp. Flames shot into the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! 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 Even Zhao Wu and the others, who had already flown away from the bombing zone, felt the enormous shockwave. The helicopter began to shake in the blast wave, then came to a stop. Lilia and Marquis Zhou were stunned, unable to react to the continuous explosions and flames. The two bewildered people looked at each other in disbelief. "Your Excellency Zhao, how did you manage to do all this?" After a long while, Lilia asked cautiously, "If you're going to flex your muscles, then you should do it clearly. Letting these otherworldly beings know that they possess long-range attack capabilities is also a form of deterrence. Lady Lilia, do you remember what those cars were carrying before we came here?" Lilia recalled that when she flew here, there were indeed some trucks carrying metal objects. But Lilia didn't know what that was. Did those things launch objects that were flying through the air and then bomb them? Queen Lilia asked in confusion. "That's right, but I didn't see any metal objects around here." Queen Lilia looked again in the direction from which the plane had come from, but there was nothing there at all. Zhao Wu smiled and said, "They're still a bit far from here, about 40 kilometers away." 40 kilometers? Completely bewildered, completely dumbfounded, Lilia and Marquis Zhou were stunned, wondering if they had misheard. What could possibly be capable of fighting at a distance of 40 kilometers? With such immense power, Lord Eve's main force has likely suffered a devastating blow. At that moment, another burst of light came from the side. The second round of bombing began. Boom! 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 The rocket launcher, equipped with its own engine, turned Lord Eve camp into an inferno. Lilia and Marquis Zhou were secretly alarmed, thinking that they must never offend this dragon kingdom in the future. It was the wisest choice for me to come here, seeking help and cooperation. After the shock, Lilia swallowed hard, then asked, "Your Excellency Zhao, does the Dragon Kingdom have many weapons like this?" There are quite a few. Our longest-range strike capability can extend to over 1,000 kilometers. Thousands of kilometers. What a joke. Wouldn't that mean it could cover the entire Republic of Erduva, from Green Village to the whole country, even including the capital? Zhao Wu glanced at Queen Lilia, whose face had turned pale, and chuckled inwardly. Having achieved his goal, Queen Lilia will probably never dare to oppose the Dragon Kingdom again. However, cooperating with these otherworldly beings isn't just about giving them a stick. Sometimes you also need to offer them some sweet treats. Only by combining incentives can the people of Erduva truly cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. After the third round of bombing, Zhao Wubian, Queen Lilia, and others left the area by plane. The explosion lasted for more than 10 minutes. What was once a plain has now turned into a sea of fire. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, mixed with the stench of blood. The area bombardment, which lasted for more than 10 minutes, had wiped out most of the 20,000 main force troops. Lord Eve was warming himself by the fire in the camp, eating his last bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly, they were blown beyond recognition by a righteous explosion. This is simply not something a human could do. The surviving Eve soldiers knelt down and prayed devoutly to the distant firelight. This is a war that only a god could wage. Lord Eve must have offended a god he shouldn't have. That's why divine punishment descended to punish them. UC also named this encounter the Descent of the Gods. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into a hellish inferno. This was a divine miracle. Of course, a few people knew that this damage was not caused by God, but by an attack launched by an organization called Dragon Kingdom. Your Excellency Qiu, Your Excellency Zhao, it is a great honor to meet you, but I need to return to handle state affairs now, so I will not delay any longer. Back at the base plaza, Queen Lilia bid farewell to Zhao Wudao. The Erduva People's Kingdom has already cooperated with the Dragon Kingdom, so there's not much point in them staying here. At the base plaza, Zhao Wu put Lilia on a helicopter bound for the capital of the Erduva People's Republic. Queen Lilia, this is a gift from our Dragon Kingdom to you. We hope you will like it. Zhao Wu took something out of his pocket and handed it to Lilia. It's a bright silver instant camera. Lilia looked at it from left to right. The little box-like thing was very exquisite, but she didn't know what it was. Lilia asked somewhat embarrassedly, "May I ask, Your Excellency Zhao, what is this?" This is an instant camera, which can print people and pictures on paper and preserve them permanently. Zhao Wu took the Polaroid camera back from Lilia's hand and then pointed it at Marquis Zhou, who was standing to the side. Click! A flash of light appeared, and then a piece of paper was ejected from the Polaroid camera in Zhao Wu's hand. Zhao Wu flicked the piece of paper and showed it to Marquis Zhou and Queen Lilia. The photo shows Marquis Zhou with a terrified expression. His mouth is wide open and his body is leaning back, trying to avoid the flash of the camera. Your Excellency Zhao, have you trapped my soul on this piece of paper? Am I not going to live much longer? Marquis Qiao was shocked to find himself appearing on the paper. Zhao Wu must have used a divine artifact to seal himself inside. Zhao Wu was speechless. What was all this about? Why wouldn't he live long? Oh no, it's just a photo. If you don't like it, I'll tear it up. Zhao Wu tore the photo of Marquis Qiao into several pieces, which were then blown away by the wind. Marquis Qiao then patted his chest, still looking shaken. Lilia took the Polaroid camera and seemed quite fond of it. What an amazing artifact that can seal a person's soul. Clearly, she still didn't understand the true purpose of this Polaroid camera. The Dragon Kingdom is truly amazing. They even give away such wonderful treasures as gifts. Thank you, Your Excellency Zhao. I like it very much. If Queen Lilia likes it, then I won't give any more to you. This transport helicopter will safely deliver you to the capital. Zhao Wu and Lilia waved goodbye and watched the plane leave. Back in his room, Zhao Wu suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Oh no, I forgot to charge her. There's no electricity in this other world. This Polaroid camera's battery is already very low. It probably won't last much longer. Upon returning to the royal palace of the Erduva People's Republic, Lilia quickly summoned all the ministers. Chapter 49 Supreme Artifact. Soon, the ministers of the Erduva People's Kingdom gathered in the palace. Queen Lilia, how did the talks with the alliance go? Yes, do they agree to send troops? What is their strength? The ministers were all talking at once, making the scene quite noisy. Quiet down, all of you, Queen Lilia snapped. Although Queen Lilia's voice was extremely soft, it still managed to silence everyone below. This was the first time Queen Lilia had displayed her majesty, and it really startled them. Queen Lilia looked around and was very pleased to see how obedient her ministers were. Let's leave the outcome of this trip aside for now. We need to deal with another matter first. That is to deal with the spies. A spy? There's a spy among us. No way. Haven't all those who sided with Harley already done so? This person must be severely punished once caught. I hate such opportunists the most. Everyone looked at each other, trying to guess who the spy Queen Lilia was talking about was. Among the ministers, a count named Robbie listened trembling, his heart pounding in his chest. He had previously leaked information about Lilia to Hallie. He originally thought Queen Lilia wouldn't be able to come back alive, but he didn't expect Hallie to be so unhelpful. These past few days, he hasn't been eating or sleeping well, fearing that Queen Lilia will bring up this matter when she returns. At the moment, Queen Lilia seems to have realized what she has done. Earl Robbie, do you have anything to say? Lilia squinted at Robbie, whose face was ashen. Earl Robbie, with dark circles under his eyes and a listless expression, staggered forward when he heard Queen Lilia call his name. Your Majesty, spare my life. This person leaked the Queen's whereabouts to Hallie, almost causing the Queen to die outside. How can this be forgiven? Marquis Joe stepped forward and recounted the crimes of Earl Robbie. He almost died alongside Queen Lilia. The ministers looked at Earl Robbie in astonishment, never expecting that there were spies right beside them. However, it's obvious that this guy is on the wrong side. People who are shameless like this deserve to die. It's because there are so many people like you that Harley has been able to survive until today. Your Majesty, this kind of person cannot be forgiven. Queen Lilia nodded, then took out the Polaroid camera that Zhao Wu had given her. She decided to try this magical artifact. This divine weapon that could trap a person's soul would surely make the ministers extremely wary. Then, if I sit in this position, there will be no more rebels. This is a magical device gifted to me by the Dragon Kingdom, called an Instax camera, Lilia said proudly. Instant caméra. The people in the audience looked at each other. None of them had ever heard of it before. At this moment, a minister stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, what is this Polaroid camera? A Polaroid camera can seal the human soul on paper, so that it can never be reincarnated. Marquis Joe was almost sealed away, Lilia said. Everyone looked at Marquis Chiao, only to see him nod slightly, trembling, as if in agreement. This is a past he doesn't want to recall. Sealing the soul, forever preventing reincarnation. Earl Robbie panicked. If that's the case, then wouldn't I be unable to reincarnate forever? This is simply the act of a demon. Your Majesty, spare my life. You've betrayed your country and colluded with the enemy. What use are you? Lilia picked up the Polaroid camera, aimed it at Earl Robbie in the audience, and then, imitating Zhao Wu, pressed the shutter. Click! A flash of light suddenly appeared, startling Earl Robbie. Having not slept for several days, coupled with the flash of light, just now, Count Robbie suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe and felt extremely uncomfortable. Is this what it feels like to have your soul sealed away? Count Robbie's face turned deathly pale, and he was sweating profusely. Lilia touched her head, a little confused. It seemed Zhao Wu didn't have this symptom when he filmed Marquis Chiao. Could it be that Zhao Wu quickly tore the paper, so Marquis Chiao is all right? That must be it. This is a divine artifact. A piece of paper was ejected from the bottom of the Polaroid camera. Queen Lilia took out the photo and then shook it. Look, everyone, this is the soul of Earl Robbie, and now he is about to die. Queen Lilia handed the photo to everyone, and they stared at it in disbelief. This piece of paper clearly shows Earl Robbie himself. His face was deathly pale, and he looked terrified. This is terrible. Earl Robbie has really been sealed away. What kind of country is this Dragon Kingdom that it can create such a divine artifact? Everyone went crazy, astonished by the power of the Dragon Kingdom. They actually gifted such a powerful item to Queen Lilia. Thump! Count Robbie, who was standing nearby, suddenly died on the ground. This really gave Marquis Chiao quite a fright. Fortunately, Lord Zhao quickly tore the paper apart. Otherwise, he might have been killed as well. Everyone see this? Anyone who dares to collude with the enemy and betray the country will suffer the same fate as Earl Robbie, Queen Lilia declared loudly. She's really growing to love this Polaroid camera more and more. The ministers all nodded in agreement, none daring to harbor any improper thoughts. We swear to serve Queen Lilia to the death. We swear to serve Queen Lilia to the death. Lilia nodded in satisfaction, then put the Polaroid camera away, saving it for later use. Sudden, Queen Lilia had a wicked idea pop in her head. If this thing were aimed at Lord Harley, wouldn't it kill him instantly? Lilia was pleased with her intelligence and then teleported away as a thunderbird, looking forward to meeting Hallie. Final. Because Lilia's Polaroid camera ran out of battery, the meeting had to be ended hastily. This left Harley completely baffled. How could it end so soon after he arrived? You didn't say anything yourself. And what was that Queen Lilia holding just now? Why was it pointed at herself? After returning to the palace, Lilia bit her finger. Now, no matter how many times she presses the shutter button, the flash doesn't turn on, and no paper comes out from below. It seems that such a divine artifact is indeed not something that could be used casually. She may have already given the only chance to the former Earl Robbie. She regrets it now. It should be used on that wicked Harley as soon as it gets back. Zhao Wu, far away on the island, had no idea that Lilia had done such an absurd thing with his Polaroid camera. More importantly, she actually managed to kill one of them with her light. The year is 398 of the Demon Spirit calendar. After returning to the People's Republic of Erduva, Lilia and Marquis Zhou began drafting a proclamation. The Dragon Kingdom was born on this continent, and the Erdua People's Kingdom became the first to declare an alliance. In an instant, the entire continent began to watch this newly born nation. What kind of circumstances allowed a country to split off from the Republic of Erduva? This country is in such chaos right now. The battle between the royal family and Harley has now been complicated by a third party. Chapter 50, The Establishment of the Otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. A nation that appeared out of nowhere quickly took over Lord Eve's remaining troops after his death and declared its own independence. Strangely, this land, which should have belonged to the Erduva People's Kingdom, was recognized by the royal family of the Erduva People's Kingdom. At the same time, we acknowledge the autonomy of the Dragon Kingdom and will maintain friendly relations with it. Report. A group of people has arrived at the base entrance and requests to meet with the commander. Zhao Wu sat in the command room, looking at the map of the Erdua People's Republic in front of him. Since he wanted to engage in trade, he decided to build a railway. Hearing that someone was coming, he put down his paintbrush. Oh, who is it that has come? They say it's Princess Arya of Syria. Syria? Zhao Wu went to the map and began to look at it. Syria is located in the very center of the continent, while the People's Republic of Erduva is located in the south. The two are quite different. Why would these people come all this way? Where is Deputy Base Commander Chiu? Zhao Wu asked. Deputy Base Commander Chiu recently returned to Earth to give a routine report. Zhao Wu nodded. All right, then I'll go and meet this person. Arya and the others waited at the bridgehead on the deserted island. Then I was surprised to see that the ground of the island was made of cement. You should know that the roads in this world are generally paved with gravel or bricks. These road surfaces are nowhere near as good as cement roads. The road surface was so smooth, it looked like a huge stone placed on the ground. This Dragon Kingdom is truly mysterious. What kind of technology makes the road surface look so good? Arya's chest heaved with excitement. She hadn't felt this excited in a long time. Just then, a jeep drove up from the road not far away and stopped in front of Arya. Aliyah, the base commander has given you permission to land on the island, Zhang Jingguo said to the woman in front of him as he got out of the car. Aliyah didn't listen to what Zhang Jingguo was saying at all. Instead, she was very curious about the jeep. What's this? A car is a vehicle that can carry people. Zhang Jingguo was speechless. Why do you have to ask every single person from another world who came? A car? This thing. Before Aliyah could finish speaking, Zhang Jingguo interrupted her. Don't say anything. Don't ask anything. Let's talk slowly when we get to our destination. Arya suppressed her excitement and nodded. She didn't want to be turned away because she broke the rules. Sitting in the jeep, Arya looked around excitedly. She wished she had more eyes to record all of this. Endless roads, artistically designed buildings, a grim-looking army, strange clothing. This isolated island is full of mystery. Zhang Jingguo led Aliyah to the base square, where Zhao Wu was already waiting. You're the base commander? Arya looked at Zhao Wu with wide, curious eyes. The man was about my age, but he had a mature air about him. His eyes were bright and piercing, and his face was resolute and unruly. The base commander is not here, so as the deputy base commander, I'm meeting with you temporarily. I wonder what brings Princess Elia of Syria here. Zhao Wu looked Aliyah up and down. She was quite tall and very beautiful. She was wearing a blouse with a lace trim that showed off her perfect curves. She wore a long dress next time, looking like a shy older sister next door. Aliyah smiled. She felt that Zhao Wu was not very old, but he spoke in a very official manner. Don't call me Princess Arya. I prefer my other profession, president of Gamek Company. Gamek Company. Zhao Wu remembered. It was the same group that had reported on his fight with Eve, which seemed to be called Gamek. The group drew the event on cloth, which was then copied by a magician and subsequently distributed to countries around the world. I never expected that the president of this club would be the princess in front of me. That's quite unusual. This visit may be a bit abrupt, but I mainly wanted to interview you. Interview? Zhao Wu touched his chin. This was a good opportunity for the people from another world to get to know him. The otherworldly dragon kingdom will come into the public eye sooner or later. So let's take this opportunity to let the world know how powerful we are. With that in mind, Zhao Wu agreed. It's possible, but please don't report anything without our permission. Arya nodded, then picked up a pen and paper and began to take notes. Although paper is precious, it is worthwhile to take notes on this occasion. Aliyah and Zhao Wubian talked as they walked. May I ask, on June 7th, 398 of the demonic calendar, Lord Eve's 2,000 troops departed from Waldingburg and were attacked by an unknown force en route. Was this your doing? Yes. How did you manage to do that? They were wiped out without even seeing the enemy. This is because we used something called a mortar, which is capable of long-range coverage bombardment. Mortar? Arya read the word with difficulty. That's right. I won't say anything more. Arya nodded and then began to write on the paper. Something called a mortar can be used for long-range bombardment. On August 15th, 398 of the demonic calendar, Simon was assassinated on his own turf. Was this the work of the Dragon Kingdom? That's right. That incident happened because we received a request from the royal family of the Erduva People's Republic, so we sent 7 warriors to carry out the assassination. 7? Are you sure there are only 7 people? Yes, there are 7 brave warriors. Next, Arya inquired about the 2 events, the divine intervention and the divine justice. Zhao Wudu briefly explained what happened without revealing any information. Even so, Arya was still amazed by her beauty. I never imagined that the Dragon Kingdom's military capabilities were so strong, that they could launch an attack from 100 miles away. Yes, but our Dragon Kingdom adheres to the principle of friendly cooperation and joint development, so you all don't need to worry too much. But if anyone dares to lay a hand on our Dragon Kingdom, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Arya nodded. She knew that Zhao Wu had revealed all this to her in order to intimidate other countries. Don't underestimate them. After this news is broadcast, it is believed that the Dragon Kingdom will have far fewer troubles. Those bandits and rebel troops loved to plunder small towns and villages. However, the information that the Dragon Kingdom had just revealed made them reconsider their position. Thank you for your company, Your Excellency Zhao. I think I have finished asking my questions. Arya gave Zhao Wu a noble salute as a sign of her respect. Such a powerful and upright country must maintain the proper etiquette. Don't be so polite. Actually, there are some things I'd like to ask you about, Zhao Wu said slowly. Chapter 51 Newspaper. I will definitely tell you anything I know. Zhao Wu asked, how many organizations like Game Creator are there on this continent? We're the only ones doing this, and we've only started in the last few years. To be honest, if it weren't for my background as a princess and my financial support, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to do this. Arya spoke with a hint of pride. Game Creator is her brainchild, and it's already profitable. This new model came to her by chance, but she put it into practice, and it worked quite well. Just one company. Zhao Wu stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, the Chinese side wants to work with you to maintain Game Center. What do you think? Game Creator is the only media organization in this other world. Controlling this organization is equivalent to controlling the world's public opinion. Public opinion is also a weapon. Zhao Wu, who had lived on Earth, deeply understood this. It's obviously unrealistic to expect the Dragon Kingdom to establish a media organization in another world. The otherworldly Dragon Kingdom has just risen to power and does not yet have such good relations with other countries. Moreover, media organizations require a large number of people to maintain, and Zhao Wu's interdimensional teleportation portal currently only has access to 5,000 people. Each of these 5,000 people is extremely valuable and should be used for resource development, extraterrestrial research, technological advancement, and military preparedness. Therefore, co-managing the media with people from another world is the best approach. But Arya shook her head. This game company is her brainchild, and she doesn't want to cooperate with anyone. Thank you, but Gamma Company doesn't need anyone else's help right now. Arya declined in a very tactful way. Zhao was not discouraged and continued. I think you may have misunderstood. You are still responsible for the sovereignty of Gamma Company, and we are too lazy to deal with these troublesome matters. What does Dragon Kingdom mean? Arya asked curiously. Zhao Wu smiled and said, we only need to publish a couple of news articles on it occasionally. Which are the news you're talking about? Of course we will support you in terms of raw materials and provide you with the paper you want most. Paper? Arya was shocked, then cautiously asked, Your Excellency Zhao, is the paper you just mentioned the kind of paper I'm talking about? Ilea took a sheet of record paper from her hand and handed it to Zhao Wu. There are many types of paper in this world, but most of them cannot be written on because they will dissolve when written on. Only the finest paper used by Arya as a scribe can be used for writing, but it is very expensive. And this Dragon Kingdom actually wants to provide him with paper to support him? Doesn't he know how huge that price is? Zhao Wu took the paper and frowned. What is this? Toilet paper? I cannot provide the paper you mentioned. Arya sighed after hearing this. Sure enough, wanting to provide paper was wishful thinking. Zhao Wu was probably referring to that kind of low-quality paper. Indeed, with such a high price, who would provide it? This toilet paper is terrible. We only use this kind of paper when we go to the toilet. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it away. This made Arya feel a pang of heartache. These were precious records. Wait, he just said they use this kind of toilet paper? What a waste. Ignoring the dazed Arya, Zhao Wu pulled a notebook from his pocket. This little notebook is for taking notes during meetings, but most of the time, it's just for show. Look, this is the kind of paper. Arya took the notebook and immediately exclaimed, Holy crap. This paper is amazing. It's so clean and smooth, and it has a faint scent. How wonderful it would be to be able to write on this paper. Let's compare them. The toilet paper I brought was for use in the toilet. Arya held it in her hands and stroked it for a while, seemingly reluctant to put it down. Zhao Wu could tell that Ilea really liked the book. Anyway, there's nothing recorded in this notebook, so it's fine to give it to Arya. So he said, if you like it, you can have this notebook. Arya suddenly moved closer to Zhao Wu, staring at him with her big eyes and asked, Really? Really? Zhao Wu took 2 steps back. Arya was so close that Zhao Wu could even feel her breath. And her figure is amazing. Her breasts are almost touching mine. Is this the kind of paper you mentioned providing before? Arya pressed closer to Zhao Wu, who was retreating. Yes. Miss Arya, you don't need to be so agitated. Arya blushed, realizing she had indeed gotten too excited. If you're interested, do you agree with my proposal? Zhao Wu asked. We will provide the paper for free, as long as I can log in the information I need. Free? Arya looked at the paper in her hand. If this kind of paper were to appear on the market, its price would probably be more than 3 times its current price. The price of paper has now reached 6 dinars per sheet, and this kind of paper may cost 18 dinars per sheet. Now, they're offering it for free? Arya didn't say anything more. It would be foolish to refuse such a great opportunity. She then began to discuss the terms of cooperation with Zhao Wu in detail. The two eventually reached an agreement. The Dragon Kingdom provides the paper and enjoys 30% of the profits from Gamek. Game Center provides the publication rights, allowing Dragon Kingdom to publish any information in the magazine. St. Ives. Hallie sat blankly in the room, his hands covering his forehead, looking extremely tired. He never imagined that Lord Eve, whom he had sent there, would be killed by some so-called divine punishment. He didn't believe it was the hand of God. It must have been the recently established Dragon Kingdom that made the move. Only they could use such an incomprehensible attack. Now we're finding it hard to cope. With Eve's death, the lords who had initially pledged allegiance to him changed their minds and allied with him. Most lords chose to remain neutral, siding with either the royal family or the Harleys. Some lords located in their own rear areas even chose to join the royal family's camp. It seems the divine punishment has had a significant impact on them. The people of this world are still very devout to God. Lord Harley. When Hallie heard someone calling him, he rubbed his face and let the person in. Seeing that the visitor was his deputy, Harley asked, How is it? Have you made contact with the Dragon Kingdom? We contacted them, but they replied that in the early days of the People's Republic of China, everything was in ruins, and they had no plans to receive foreign guests at the moment. Hallie nodded as expected. Judging from the fact that the People's Republic of Erduva recognized the independence of the Dragon Kingdom, the two sides have reached some kind of agreement. It's perfectly normal not to see yourself. It seems that a friendly discussion is no longer possible, so we'll have to take matters into our own hands. Chapter 52, Second Generation Spirit Energy Jar. Find me the best assassin from the Assassin's Guild. The mission objective is to kill the so-called base chief of the Dragon Kingdom, Base Chief Chio. Yes, Killer's Pavilion. One of the oldest organizations in the Demon Spirit continent. They will do anything as long as you pay them. If you have enough money, they'll kill even gods for you. They have the best assassins and the strongest skills. A few days later, back in her country, Arya began drawing the latest issue of the information using the paper given to her by Zhao Wu. When the artists received the paper, their hands were trembling. I asked repeatedly if I could use these papers. Because this paper is so good, it's definitely not cheap. They were overjoyed when they received Arya's permission. It used to take only 30 minutes to draw a picture, but now it takes more than an hour to complete half of it. Because I was afraid of making mistakes, I slowed down considerably. Don't worry about paper. We have plenty here. Just draw at your usual pace. Arya comforted her artists. If the speed is slowed down due to paper issues, then it would be a loss. Yes, Lady Arya. With Arya's assurance, the group sped up, but still not as fast as before. Arya shook her head. They could only let them adapt gradually. At first, it was definitely not comfortable to be faced with such expensive paper, and I was the same way. Soon, the new issue of the magazine is out, but the content doesn't offer any particularly noteworthy highlights. But the change in materials shocked the world. It's such a waste to use such precious paper for information dissemination. This company, UC, is so rich. They even use such high-quality paper. Yes, the key is that the price hasn't gone up yet. Everyone was secretly astonished, thinking that if UC company continued to operate like this, even with the backing of a government, it probably wouldn't be able to sustain it. But that's not something they need to worry about. This pictorial refers to this type of printed information as a newspaper used to convey fresh news from the continent. It is divided into 4 sections in total. Military zone, used to record various war reports on this continent. The entertainment section is used to record biographies of people on this continent or trivial gossip about public figures. This section is used to record fresh news from the area where UC is located. The information in this section is not uniform. The last section is the People's Livelihood section, which mainly records information about people's livelihood in various countries. UC's newspapers became the main form of entertainment on this continent, allowing people to learn about world events from the comfort of their homes. As the portal expanded, more and more air was transported from the other world to the Dragon Kingdom. The first generation of aura jars has already quietly begun to be used in the military. The soldiers on Earth feel energetic and full of vigor every day when they eat. The reason is that the Dragon Academy installed aura scattering devices in the canteens of each base. Every day, while eating, you can breathe an otherworldly air rich in spiritual energy. Over time, these soldiers have become physically stronger than soldiers from other countries on Earth. The lunch break has been extended from 1 hour to 2 hours. Even under these circumstances, Zhao Wu was still not satisfied. He wanted a more powerful aura jar. Finally, under the leadership of Dean Zhang, the Lonka Academy worked overtime and finally developed the second-generation spirit energy jar. They extracted the spiritual energy from the other world separately and then compressed it. These aura jars will be used for the training of special forces and for the daily needs of the warrior and magic teams. Zhao Wu, this is our second-generation spirit energy jar. What do you think of its effects? Dean Zhang sat next to Zhao Wu, looking somewhat smug. Zhao Wu knew perfectly well what Dean Zhang was thinking. The old man was just trying to show off. Otherwise, why would you specifically give it to yourself? Dean Zhang truly lives up to his title as the Dean of Lonka Academy. He's impressive. They've developed the second-generation spirit energy jar so quickly. Zhao Wu held the spirit energy jar in his hand and looked at it. The size of the jar was not much different from before, but the weight seemed to be slightly heavier. Brother Zhao Wu, you flatter me. I was just doing my best. Elevate? Zhao Wu glanced at Dean Zhang's expression, which seemed quite pleased, showing no sign of being flattered. Ding dong, spiritual energy detected. Absorbing it will enhance the host's physical abilities. A system notification sounded in Zhao Wunao's mind. It seems that Ding Zhang is quite capable, as he actually activated the system notification. Since that's the case, then let's absorb it. Ding Dong host has absorbed spiritual energy, resulting in a physical enhancement. Physical constitution has increased to 55 points. Zhao Wu felt that the power he had already adapted to have been strengthened once again. Is this aura jar already in mass production? Ding Zhang shook his head. It's only in the trial phase now. Once it's proven to be working properly after some time, we'll roll it out again. You should know that the first generation of spiritual energy had already improved the overall quality of the Dragon Kingdom's army quite a bit. At the recent Military World Games, the soldiers representing China won 2/3 of the awards, and that was while conserving their strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of the other countries will be able to win, which would be too high profile. Although it's in the trial phase, there should be quite a few spirit energy containers. Zhao Wu planned to ask for some spiritual energy containers to replenish his physical condition first. Yes, there's a little bit. Ding Zhang nodded. In that case, as a model youth of the new generation in the Dragon Kingdom, I naturally need to set an example. So I decided to participate in this experiment, Zhao Wu said shamelessly. You? Ding Zhang squinted at Zhao Wu. Yes, give me 20 or 30 bottles, and I'll try them out myself when I get back. Finally, Zhao Wu, carrying a large box of spirit energy canisters, happily passed through the portal and returned to the demon spirit continent. Upon arriving at his room, Zhao Wu closed the door and knocked the spirit energy jar to the ground. With a whoosh, the energy canisters burst out of the cardboard box. Ding dong, spiritual energy detected. Absorbing it will enhance the host's physical abilities. Absorb now. Absorb. Ding dong host has absorbed spiritual energy, resulting in a physical enhancement. Physical constitution has increased to 60 points. Ding dong, spiritual energy detected. Absorbing it will enhance the host's physical abilities. Absorb now. Absorb. Ding dong host has absorbed spiritual energy, resulting in a physical enhancement. Physical constitution has increased to 100 points. When Zhao Wu's physique reached 100 points, there was no way for him to continue absorbing. Ding dong, the current spiritual energy level can no longer be increased for the host, so it cannot be absorbed. Please find a more abundant source of spiritual energy before further advancement. It seems that the second generation spirit pot can only raise one's constitution to 100. Only by further strengthening the aura jar can one gain enhancement. Zhao Wu now wanted to know just how strong he was. Chapter 53, The Strange Box. He then went to the testing room in Base 1. This is a place used by the base and its soldiers to test their strength. The entire building is constructed of concrete and steel plates, ensuring maximum protection for the area. Zhao Wu's arrival attracted the attention of the soldiers inside. Greetings, Major Zhao. Hello. Zhao Wu greeted everyone warmly and then came to the test wall. This test wall is made of a half-meter thick steel plate with dents of various sizes on it, all left by the soldiers during their tests. Zhao Wu began to gather his energy according to the method Raymond had taught him. The pale blue aura emanating from its body had now turned a deep blue. Pum! Zhao Wu threw a punch, and the steel plate, which was half a meter thick, was deeply dented. When Zhao Wu came here not long ago, he could only make a small dent, but now the dent has reached 20 to 30 centimeters. If his physique continues to improve, he'll be able to easily penetrate this half-meter thick steel plate. My goodness, Major Zhao's strength is incredible. Yes, a half-meter thick steel plate almost couldn't stop him. I wish I were that strong. The soldiers around him looked at Zhao Wu with envy. Zhao Wu was fairly satisfied with his strength. It would be even better if he could learn each move and technique. Right now, he can only use brute force and can't maximize that power. Ding dong, congratulations. Host, your stamina has increased to 100 points. Special reward. 50 years of swordsmanship experience. 50 years of kendo experience? Zhao Wu sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, countless sword-wielding experiences flooded into his mind, along with various sword techniques and skills. He seemed to have mastered the sword, aura slashes, and other moves that the otherworldly beings had used before in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it is more mature and powerful in terms of usage techniques. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level, LV 90/6380. Portal width, 8 meters. Portal height, 8 meters. Portal secondary permissions, 5,000/5,000. Personal skills, advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of kendo experience. Physical fitness, 100 points, normal level is 5. Zhao Wu picked up the trainer's training sword, and then a blue aura enveloped the entire blade. With a single swing of the sword, the blue sword energy struck the half-meter-thick iron plate in the blink of an eye. Boom tilde. With a loud bang, a deep groove was left on the iron plate. What incredible power! Zhao Wu looked excitedly at the training sword in his hand. He didn't believe that firearms could leave such grooves on such a thick iron plate. My God, is Major Zhao even human? Even an iron plate couldn't stop him. How was that sword energy launched? Bullets, grenades, and armor-piercing rounds are probably no match for a half-meter-thick iron plate. But Zhao Wu did it. Whether it's a sword or a hand, it can inflict heavy damage on this iron plate. Could humanity, when pushed to its limits, become more powerful than firearms? However, this is only a means of attack. As for defense, Zhao Wu felt that he could at most block the power of bullets. As for grenades, armor-piercing rounds, and other anti-material weapons, I'm afraid I still can't stop them. After the test, Zhao Wu went to the cafeteria to have a big meal. The test just made me feel hungry. Night. On the outskirts of the isolated island, not far away, a dark figure was hidden in the night. Is this the target location? The shadowy figure looked up at the bridge in the distance. Crossing it would lead to the target's location. She was a member of the Assassin's Guild, and her purpose in coming here was to assassinate the base chief of the Dragon Kingdom, a guy surnamed Xiao. What a strange surname. The dark figure touched her carefully. Above her head was a thermal sensing eye system. She was discovered the moment she stepped into the base. Upon learning of this, Zhao Wu rushed to the operations room. Who was the enemy? Zhao Wu looked at the screen and asked. It's still unclear. All we know is that her whereabouts are very strange. Even the scouts we sent out couldn't find her. On the screen, the dark figure moved at an incredible angle. There were clearly 2 scouts next to her, but it was as if she couldn't be seen at all. If it weren't for thermal imaging, probably no one would have discovered him by now. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Chiu broke out in a cold sweat. The strangeness of this other world is not as simple as I imagined. They've had such a smooth journey lately that they're almost forgetting they're in another world. Anything strange can happen. According to the division of this continent, human territory accounts for only 1/3 of the continent. The other 2 areas are unclaimed lands filled with various demi-human races, including elves, dwarves, dragons, lizardmen, and so on. And this dark figure is very likely not human. Let's not alert him yet. It's better to let him think we haven't discovered him. Yes, apart from some patrols sent out to scout, there are very few people who know about the intrusion. The shadowy figure darted around the base. The further I walked, the more uneasy I felt. This place is so strange. I've never seen anything like it before. Suddenly, she saw a small box in a room, inside which was a yellow square and a red 5-pointed star. And they can talk. Let's go catch jellyfish, the yellow cube said to the red pentagram. Could this be a new monster? But why is the monster in this box? Do the people here possess such great supernatural powers? How could they possibly seal a demon inside a box? A cold sweat broke out on the shadowy figure's back. He had thought it would be a simple task, but it seemed it wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Thinking of this, her figure became even lower and more indistinct, like a wisp of mist. In the operations room, Zhao Wu patted his forehead. He didn't know who was watching SpongeBob SquarePants in the dorm and hadn't turned off the TV. Suddenly, the shadowy figure in the dormitory seemed to sense something. She suddenly sped up and started running. Where is this guy going? The sudden running. Was it because there was a destination? Zhao Wu turned around and looked at the people next to him. The main figures were all in the operations room at the moment. Oh no, his target seems to be the operations room. A soldier simulated the direction the shadowy figure was running. Soon, she will break through the operations room. Level 1 alert, all base doors closed. A red, wailing sound began to echo throughout the base. All the base gates began to close. Hearing the shrill alarm and hearing the red flashes of light, the shadowy figure knew she had been exposed. But so what? She had already detected the target's location using her own skills. Although it's still very blurry, the general direction is probably right. It's not far away. Chapter 54 turns out I'm this amazing. Suddenly, a large metal door descended from the sky in front of her, attempting to trap her there. You want to trap me? Let's see if you have the ability. With a flick of her wrist, the shadowy figure produced 2 daggers in her palm. These 2 daggers were completely black, so black that they could even absorb light. Break! With 2 daggers drawn simultaneously, the 10 centimeters thick steel door was cleaved into several pieces and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hiss! Everyone in the command center gasped in shock at what they saw. This guy actually managed to cut through such a thick steel door. That's incredible. The shadowy figure before them might not be any more formidable than Simon and Eve from before. But in the past, they were always the ones attacking others. So no matter how strong their attack methods were, they were useless. Now that this dark figure has invaded, the power of her attacks is becoming apparent. A steel plate several centimeters thick can be cut as easily as a piece of paper. Zhao Wu realized that they had been underestimating the warriors of this world. They clearly possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary people, yet I never took them seriously. They were really blinded by their previous victories. Base Commander, Deputy Base Commander, let's head to the safe house. The guards around him reminded him. As the undisputed leader, Deputy Base Chief Chiu cannot afford to be harmed. Zhao Wu is even more unacceptable. He is the key to the Dragon Kingdom's access to another world. If he dies, no one knows what the consequences will be. At best, these Chinese soldiers will be trapped in this alien world forever, never to return. In severe cases, they may be directly wiped out by the world. Because without the portal, they no longer have a causal relationship with this world. The safe houses in the base are built to nuclear-proof standards. Even this shadowy figure probably wouldn't be able to break in. Zhao Wu stared at the black shadow on the screen. She moved quickly, getting closer and closer to the command center. At this moment, several soldiers arrived at the scene, raised their rifles, and aimed to fire. In an instant, Zhao Wu seemed to see the shadowy figure's cold smile through the screen. Tajdajda. Guns spewed flames as they tried to stop the enemy in front of them. The shadowy figure dodged all the bullets with uncanny movements, while simultaneously brandishing 2 daggers that pinned the soldier's rifle to the wall. In the blink of an eye, the shadowy figure had vanished, leaving behind only soldiers filled with shock. This thing is really powerful. The shadowy figure recalled the small things that had just been shot at him. Although they wouldn't kill him, they would definitely hurt a lot if they hit him. Fortunately, that guy Harley told me this information. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to adapt at all when she first met her. How did this Dragon Kingdom even come about? I've never seen anything like it before. The entire base seemed brand new, smooth and flat. Could this be a building that humans could create? The dark figure turned a corner and saw Deputy Base Commander Chiu and Zhao Wu running out of the command room. The two were surrounded by a large security detail. The 2 officers go first, will stop them. Zhao Wu nodded without saying anything more. He knew his mission. Now all he has to do is leave this place. Try to run? The shadowy figure would not let its target slip away. He arched his body and then launched himself out like a cannonball. Guards, activate the electric fence. In a limited space, all the routes to the dozen or so electric grids were blocked. If the bullets can't hit the shadow, then the only option is to expand the area affected. You think you can trap me with a mere broken net? The shadowy figure swung his dagger, and the moment it touched the electric grid, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. The dark figure was startled by the sudden movement and gave a sharp rebuke. But it was just that I was scared. The great warrior Raymond held out against the electric grid for a long time, let alone the current Assassin's Guild executives. Swish, swish, swish. With a few more swings, the sky full of electric grids instantly turned into fragments that fell to the ground. Damn it, stop her. Several guards drew their daggers, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. They were among the group who had stayed in the other world the longest, and their physical abilities had reached the first rank of warrior, which was quite impressive. But it was clearly no match for the shadowy figure. The dark figure leaped directly onto the ceiling and used 3-dimensional movement to quickly pass through the crowd below. Damn, how can this guy jump so fast? The guards had barely turned their heads when the dark figure vanished from a spot. Not far away, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Chiu walked through the long corridor. The entrance to the safe house is just ahead. Once you get inside, you can block the shadows behind you. At this moment, Zhao Wu's 50 years of swordsmanship experience made him sense something was amiss. He then broke off a steel pipe from the side and held it in his hand. He blocked it from behind. Zang! With a clang of metal striking metal, a dagger appeared on Zhao Wu's steel pipe. First-tier battle saint. The shadowy figure was stunned. The person who had blocked its attack actually possessed the strength of a war saint. Although he is only at the first level of battle saint, it is already a gap that most people cannot cross. He looks to be in his early 20s at most. How did he cultivate himself to this level? Major Zhao. Deputy Base Commander Chiu looked at Zhao Wu, his heart filled with shock. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Zhao Wu. What to do? What to do? How can we stop this shadowy figure? Base Commander, you go first. I'll hold him off, Zhao Wu Dao said. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's words, Deputy Base Commander Chiu was stunned, but he understood in an instant. The guy in front of me is probably targeting me, so as long as I run away, this shadowy figure won't have the mind to deal with Zhao Wu. Thinking of this, he immediately took off running, and the faster he ran, the greater the distance he created. He deliberately avoided the safe house so that the shadowy figure would chase after him. Even if I might die, as long as Zhao Wu is safe, that's all that matters. Seeing that Deputy Base Chief Chiu had started running, the shadowy figure immediately became anxious. Where do you think you're going? The shadowy figure abandoned Zhao Wu and attempted to pursue the fleeing Deputy Base Chief Chiu. Zhao Wu swung the steel pipe in his hand, and the blue sword energy directly blocked the black shadow's path. In the blink of an eye, Deputy Base Chief Chiu had vanished without a trace. Aren't you afraid of dying if you stop me like this? The dark figure said, staring at Zhao Wu in front of him. That depends on whether you have the ability to kill me. Zhao Wu held the steel pipe upright, using it as a sword to point at the dark figure in front of him. Arrogant. The dark figure lowered its body and pushed off with its foot, creating a small crater in the ground. She was incredibly fast, and the two daggers in her hands were like venomous snakes. If she bit Zhao Wu, she could take his life. Zhao Wu's body moved instinctively, and the steel pipe in his hand began to dance skillfully with the dagger. How could this be? He's so young, yet his swordsmanship is so superb. After exchanging blows for more than a dozen rounds, the shadowy figure became increasingly surprised by the man before him. His skills and spiritual power are far beyond what one should have at his age. How exactly do they do it? Chapter 55, Punishing the Female Assassin, MP4. Zhao was also surprised. He never imagined that 50 years of kendo experience would cause his body to move instinctively. He didn't even notice many of the attacks, but his own hands blocked them. Interesting. After the initial shock, the shadowy figure gradually began to appreciate the man before him. But unfortunately, he is going to die here. The shadowy figure flung out a dagger, aiming straight for Zhao Wu in front of him. Zhao Wu hurriedly stood the steel pipe upright in front of him to block the thrown dagger. Zang! The steel pipe in his hand trembled slightly as the dark figure rushed in front of him, brandishing another dagger. Go to hell. The shadowy figure forced Zhao Wu to parry at the cost of a dagger, then launched a swift attack from the side. No one can withstand her attacks. Zhao Wu gave a cold laugh and advanced instead of retreating. He and the shadowy figure were face to face. The dagger that came from the side was too short a distance and struck Zhao Wu's wrist. You! The shadowy figure was stunned. Even if Zhao Wu had retreated, the figure could have followed up with that attack. However, she did not expect Zhao Wu to walk forward, which made her arms, which she originally intended to use to make up for the length of her arms, unnecessary. Don't move. Zhao Wushou immediately seized control of the shadowy figure's wrist, and the two faced off. At this moment, a hissing sound began to emanate from all around the base's passageway. That was the sound of hypnotic gas beginning to fill the space. Soon, these two people will be unconscious here. Zhao Wu wasn't afraid. He figured it wouldn't matter if he was drugged. The shadowy figure in front of us will definitely be caught, and that's enough. Let me go. The shadowy figure tried to struggle, but Zhao Wu held its hands tightly, making escape impossible. You think you can kill me so easily? Zhao Wu naturally wouldn't let go. Although her attacks were strong, her strength was not as great as Zhao Wu's. Gradually, the shadowy figure felt its eyelids getting heavy and its strength gradually waning. Damn it, is there poison in the air? The shadowy figure was startled. She needed to stay alert, or she might fall asleep at any moment. That's right. Isn't it too late to realize this now? Zhao Wu smiled, and then he saw the dark figure in front of him reveal its face. A woman who looked like a human but wasn't human, with an exquisitely beautiful face, a snow-white complexion, and pointed ears that weren't curved like a human's. At this moment, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You bit yourself to stay awake. Zhao Wu never expected that the woman in front of him would bite her tongue in order to stay awake. The woman gave a cold laugh, then spat blood onto Zhao Wu's face. Zhao Wu's eyes were immediately blinded by the blood, but he refused to loosen his grip. This is really troublesome. The woman eventually inhaled too much of the hypnotic gas and collapsed to the ground. Then, Zhao Wu lay on top of the woman, pressing his body down on her to prevent her from suddenly waking up. Realizing this, Zhao Wu's vision gradually blurred. He saw people wearing gas masks arrive at his side and escort him away. My ears were filled with all sorts of voices. Get Major Zhao to Earth immediately. Major Zhao, are you all right? Wake up. Zhao Wu was already in a hospital room, the air filled with the smell of disinfectant. He hadn't smelled this scent in a long time. The ward was enormous, but there was only one bed. Ouch, am I unconscious? Zhao Wu touched his head, then looked at his body and saw that he didn't seem to be injured anywhere. Thinking back to that strange woman from before, did she manage to escape at the last moment? At this moment, the ward door opened from the outside, and General Chen Guoming and his father walked in. Son, you're awake? Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Haichun sat on the hospital bed and asked kindly. This surprised Zhao Wu, who was taken aback to see his iron-fisted father suddenly become tender. It's nothing serious. He probably passed out after inhaling the hypnotic gas. Chen Guoming stood aside with piercing eyes and said angrily, Zhao Wu, you must learn from this incident and not act impulsively like this again. Zhao Wu lowered his head, speechless. Really? In the final moments, if I hadn't instinctively moved forward, I probably would have died. However, it remains to be seen whether such a response will be effective every time. Moreover, he represents the hope of the entire Dragon Kingdom, so he really needs to be careful. Looking at Zhao Wu, Chen Guoming softened his tone. Fortunately, you're all right, you're lucky. Who sent that female spy? Zhao Wu asked, looking up. I don't know. No matter how much we press her, she won't say anything. Zhao Wu nodded. It was something he had expected. You can tell from the woman's appearance that she's an assassin or something similar. Keeping secrets is normal. That woman said she wants to meet you. What do you think? See me? Zhao Wu was stunned. Was it for revenge? To meet or not to meet? Ding Dong, the system has begun issuing optional missions. Meet the female assassin and persuade her to serve the Dragon Kingdom. Successful completion of the mission will reward you with a gene potion recipe. Level 1 genetic agent. Upon use, it unlocks the body's genes, removing the first genetic shackles and enhancing all of the body's abilities. Avoid meeting the female assassin and execute her. Upon successful completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with a vague potion recipe. Blurring potion. After use, it makes the user's figure blurry and difficult to spot and temporarily increases their speed. Zhao Wu thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Guoming and said, There's nothing wrong with meeting her. Let's see what she has to say. Okay, we'll give her a muscle-relaxing injection, and her body will be unable to move for a short period of time. Zhao Wufeng was bewildered and unable to move. This plot seems familiar. I think I've seen this scene in a movie before. Punishing the female assassin. MP4. Shaw, what am I thinking? Since Zhao Wu had agreed, Chen Guomin went out to make the arrangements. The next day, Zhao Wu arrived at the female assassin's ward, where Chen Guomin, who was accompanying him, stopped. Then be careful on your own, and remember to call us if there are any problems. Zhao Wu nodded, then opened the door and went inside. The room also smelled of disinfectant. A long-haired woman lay half-reclined on the hospital bed. She was stunningly beautiful, but her face was expressionless. She was wearing a hospital gown. Her original clothes had been confiscated, as Longhua was afraid there might be other weapons inside. Zhao Wu looked at the woman in front of him. She was indeed an elf, her features quite different from those of humans. She had a head of silver hair. Her cheeks were even longer and narrower. Her pointed ears twitched on both sides, and her mouth was extremely small. Ahem, who sent you? Zhao Wu asked. Someone must have asked this question before, but Zhao Wu didn't know how to bring it up for the moment. The Assassin's Guild members are not allowed to sell customer information, the elven woman said slowly. She tried to raise her hand, but gave up after a few attempts. My whole body was completely stiff, and I couldn't move at all. So what do you need me for? Chapter 56, Primary Gene Reagent Formulation. I want to ask you for a favor, the elven woman finally said slowly. What is it? The elven woman turned her head away, somewhat embarrassed. Logically speaking, since he came to assassinate someone from the Dragon Kingdom, he shouldn't be asking the other party for help. But now, trapped here, all I can do is beg them. Please bring my sister here. Your sister? That's right. Every member of the Assassin's Guild has something on them that the organization has. This is a way to prevent members from betraying the organization. My weakness is my sister. The elf woman spoke slowly. If I can't go back to complete the mission within 10 days, the organization will judge me as having failed or deserted, and then my sister will be of no value. I will die. The beautiful elven woman finished speaking with tears in her eyes. Zhao Wu fell silent. If we can save the elf's sister, then the system quest will be completed. A level 1 gene serum is obviously a good thing, if we could get our hands on it. Not only myself, but the strength of the entire Dragon Kingdom will be enhanced. Then, whether they are conquering other worlds or on Earth, they will gain tremendous benefits. Seeing that Zhao Wu remained silent, the elven woman pursed her lips. I know this request may be unreasonable, but if you're willing to save my sister, I am willing to do anything for you and tell you the information you want. Zhao Wu stood up and looked at the person on the hospital bed. I will convey your request, but I am not the one in charge. It depends on what the higher-ups say. After saying that, Zhao Wu got up and prepared to leave the ward. Don't lie to me. I could tell from that day that you were the one in charge. It's just that you weren't the target of the mission, so I prioritized pursuing that person. Behind him, he heard the voice of the elven woman. Zhao Wu was taken aback. This woman had a very sharp intuition. He probably thinks he's the boss, which is why he's so insistent on seeing me. Thinking it over, Zhao Wu opened the door and left the room. In the conference room of the underground base, all the key figures from the Otherworld Development Department have gathered here. On October 26th, the number 1 base of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom was invaded. An unknown elf girl infiltrated the base and attempted to kill the deputy base chief, but failed. In this incident, 7 people were injured, 0 died, and 2 gates of the steel base were damaged. The people in the conference room listened to the recorder's report. No one died. Chun Guoming asked, his hands clasped under his chin. Yes, the elf woman had a very clear objective, so she didn't kill the others, the recorder replied. Chun Guoming nodded, then glanced at everyone at the conference table and said, I just received news from Zhao Wu that this elf woman asked us to save someone for her. What do you all think? Save people? What's in it for us? The speaker was Old Ma, the merchant who was the only one who knew the location of the portal. He was in charge of coordinating everything the Otherworld Development Department needed. He was responsible for purchasing some goods that were inconvenient to procure through the government. Merchants are driven by profit. They can turn former enemies into friends as long as there is benefit to be gained. If we save the sister she mentioned, we can get some information about the other world, including who sent her. What a guy with no professional ethics, Old Ma muttered under his breath. Zhao Wu almost burst out laughing. He knew this Old Ma. He had achieved great success in the gaming industry, starting with piracy and copying countless games, yet he accused others of lacking professional ethics. Not only that, we'll also receive the gene-locking drug formula later, Zhao Wu added. The gene-locking drug formula was provided by the system, so I can only come up with any excuse. Gene-locking drug formula? What is that? Dean Zhang asked curiously. It is said to be able to unlock the human body's first-level genes, which can unlock human potential. But because it is only first level, it is relatively limited. Dean Zhang went crazy after hearing this. He stood up abruptly and said, trembling, Are you telling the truth? Gene therapy, what a wonderful thing. Unlocking the human genome would be a major scientific advancement. It's true. Zhao Wu nodded. As for whether it was genuine or not, Zhao Wu was not worried. Products produced by the system are generally of high quality. General, this person must be saved. Dean Zhang ran directly to General Chen Jiangwo, grabbed the general's hand, and said excitedly, he couldn't wait to see the gene serum formula. As long as we can obtain the formula for the level 1 gene-locking drug, the Dragon Science Institute can mass-produce it, and then the entire Dragon Kingdom will be full of super soldiers. Chun Guoming nodded. He knew all too well the benefits of this thing. Now that we have this thing, it's worth taking the risk. Zhao Wu, this operation is now in your command. Get some details from that elf woman, and then we'll begin. Yes. Also, Don't put yourself in any danger, Chen Guoming added, still worried. Zhao Wu smiled awkwardly and said, yes. In the first base of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Wu was staring at the map in front of him. The elf woman who had been with Zhao Wu was now standing next to him, and she was providing him with additional information. Because of her arrival, the organization temporarily transferred Deputy Base Chief Chiu back to Blue Star. This would prevent her from continuing to assassinate Deputy Base Chief Chiu to complete her mission. The Assassin's Guild is an organization that has been established for 1,000 years. There are many experts within the organization. I suggest that we do not launch a direct attack. The elf girl stood next to Zhao Wu, smoothing the silver stray hairs behind her ear. Kalan, since you want to save your sister, why don't you go and save her yourself? The elf woman named Kalan shook her head. The organization has strict discipline and a clear division of labor. Aside from the opportunity to see her once a month, I have no idea where my sister is the rest of the time. Even if we were to meet one day, I wouldn't be able to fight my way out with my sister because there are just too many of them. If we don't know where your sister is, how can we help you find her? Zhao Wu asked curiously. Without a target, how do you find people? Kalan walked to the map, then pointed to a location on the map and said, soon, it will be the day I meet my sister. They will arrange a meeting at this location. Zhao Wu looked in the direction Kalan was pointing towards the Frank Islands, a neighboring country of the Erduva People's Republic, a small country full of islands. Fortunately, news of my assassination attempt did not leak out of your country, so no one in the organization knows that I have been captured. This is Kalan's only reliance. If the news of my arrest had leaked out, I probably wouldn't have been able to carry out this plan. After I return to the organization's branch base, I will find a way to inform you of the meeting address and time. Chapter 57. This thing is called a cigarette. After I return to the organization's branch base, I will find a way to inform you of the meeting address and time. Zhao Wu thought about it and realized that Kulan's method was indeed feasible. First, clarify the address, then arrange for someone to go and provide rescue. In that case, let's do it your way. Zhao Wu looked at Kalan in front of him and then handed her the things in his hand. What is this? Kalan looked at the object in her hand with curiosity. It has a strange shape. This thing looks like a small metal stone. It has a slightly cool feel when held in your hand. This is a listening device. It can hear the sound around you. So amazing. Kelan etkalim in supri. Being able to hear the sounds around you means you can freely send out information. This thing is terrifying. Moreover, its shape and size are so inconspicuous that they would not attract any attention at all. Who would have thought that this thing could transmit sound? It's perfect for assassinations and infiltration, Zhao Wu said to Kalan in front of him, but you have to be careful because there are no satellites and radio transmission is relatively short, so don't stray too far from the person following you. Zhao Wu felt a pang of nostalgia for his days on Earth. Over there, as long as the listening device is still running, you can hear it from anywhere. Okay, I understand. Kalan held the object tightly in her hand. Frankish Islands. 3 speedboats sped across the sea. Each speedboat carries 8 people, for a total of 24 people. I never imagined that your dragon kingdom would have such wonderful things. Kalan touched the speedboat under his buttocks. The boat was actually made of metal and was extremely heavy, but did not require human power to row. That's amazing. Won't something so heavy sink? Remember my words, don't stray too far, Zhao Wu reminded him. Kelan not that. Zhao Wu was in charge of the overall command for this mission. Zhang Jingguo served as the assault team leader. Apart from Kalan and Zhao Wu, the rest of the team were the elite of the army. His spiritual energy had long since reached the level of a first-tier warrior. Even unarmed, they're a formidable force. They also brought some firearms with them on this trip. Anyway, the people in this world don't know what this is yet. The 3 speedboats quickly reached the first island in the Frankish archipelago. After finding a secluded spot, Zhao Wu and his group hid the 3 speedboats and then began to go ashore. We're currently at this location, Kalan said, opening the map and pointing in a direction. If you go east for about 20 miles, you will reach the first town. I will find the organization's contact person then, and you will all need to stick close to me from now on. Zhao Wu wasn't worried about losing track of them. He installed a small locator on Korin. This locator can transmit small radio waves, although the range is limited, but fortunately it does not require satellite support, only a receiver. In that case, let's set off. More than 20 people quickly headed towards West Town. As they got closer, there were more and more pedestrians on the road. Although Zhao Wu and his group had changed into local clothing, their firearms still attracted a lot of attention. Because this thing looks pretty strange. Stop right there. What are you doing here? The town's guard saw Zhao Wu and his group and stopped them. These guys are complete strangers, and they have some strange things in their hands. My lords, we are traveling merchants passing through this area, Zhao Wu replied. Merchant. The guards looked on with suspicion. They had seen many merchants, but they had never seen a caravan without horses and camels. Where are your goods? I can't see them. As the guard spoke, several of their companions gathered around. As soon as they noticed anything amiss, they were prepared to arrest all 20 of them. It's not about the quantity of goods, but the quality. Zhao Wu put his hands in his pockets, which immediately attracted the attention of the guards. What are you doing? Take your hands out of your pockets. Several guards, holding spears, aimed them at Zhao Wu in front of them. Zhao Wu carefully took his hand out of his pocket and then said, Don't be nervous. This is our product, called cigarettes. Cigarette. The guards looked at each other, then shook their heads. I've never heard of this before. I understand incense, and I understand cigarettes too. Why do we lose understanding when we put two things together? I've never heard of this before, the guard asked curiously. Zhao Wu smiled and said, That's natural. This cigarette came from the distant eastern world and went through 81 tribulations to get here. The taste is pretty good. Is it really that amazing? Let me try it. Zhao Wu opened a box of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to the guard. The guard took the cigarette, looked at it suspiciously, and then smelled it. It does smell really good. He then put the cigarette directly into his mouth and chewed it. Crunch, crunch. His action left Zhao Wu and the others completely stunned. Even the most seasoned smokers among the soldiers were seeing someone chewing cigarettes for the first time. It took Zhao Wu quite a while to realize what was happening. These guys have never seen cigarettes before. They forgot what they were saying earlier. The lead guard chewed on Zhao Wu's cigarette, then spat it onto the ground. Pa, pa, pa. How could something this awful possibly sell? It's just some herbs. I think you guys are fake businessmen. The surrounding guards immediately turned their spears on Zhao Wu and his group again. Brother, this isn't how you eat it, Zhao Wu said speechlessly. Is this person a pig? He puts everything in his mouth. Then how do you suggest we eat it? Zhang Jingguo took the cigarette from Zhao Wu, then lit one and took a deep drag. The guard were stunned by his expression. That's a sign that your mind and body are relaxed. Awesome, it's been so long since I've smoked one. Zhang Jingguo finished the cigarette in no time, then threw it on the ground and stomped it out. See, this is how you eat it. Then I'll try again. The head guard picked up a cigarette and put it in his mouth, just like Zhang Jingguo did. Then Zhao Wu picked up a lighter and lit it for him. Take a breath, Zhao Wu said. The head guard mustered all his strength and took a deep breath. Cough, cough. It's a bit choking. Take your time. You'll enjoy it soon. Zhang Jingguo patted the head of the guards on the shoulder. I took a couple of puffs and felt much more energetic. It was quite satisfying. You know what? This thing is actually pretty good. The head guard took another puff of his cigarette and then slowly exhaled white smoke. He looked like he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Sir, I'm not lying to you. Are we really businessmen? I came to the city this time specifically to sell this product. After the head guard finished smoking his cigarette, he imitated Zhang Jingguo and stomped it on the ground. Okay, go in. Behave yourself once you're inside. Don't worry. We are legitimate businessmen. The guards made way for Zhao Wu and the others as they entered the city. Wait a moment. The head guard called out to Zhao Wu and the others from behind. Chapter 58, I will definitely protect you. My lord, what are your orders now? Zhao Wu and the others held rifles, ready to fire if anything went wrong. Can you give me 2 of those Hua Z cigarettes and the fire-breathing thing you just mentioned? I want my brothers to try them. Absolutely, it was my oversight. Zhao Wu handed the 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket to the head guard, and then gave him the lighter as well. He had seen Zhang Jingguo use a lighter before, and knew how to use it. After thanking him, the guard secretly picked up a cigarette and began to offer it out. Before long, several plumes of white smoke began to rise from the guard post at the town gate. He started puffing out smoke. Zhao Wu and the others did not linger and headed into the town. The town was bustling with people coming and going. I never imagined that the towns in this small country would be as bustling as those in the kingdom of Moldova, Zhao Wu remarked. That's because the Urdua people's kingdom has been at war for years. The towns are almost empty, and the countryside may be deserted for miles around, Kalan explained. All right, enough with the sighs. Let's hurry up and go. After weaving through the crowd, Kalan stopped in front of a 2-story building. Let's part ways here. I need to report to the organization's branch base. Okay, then be careful. Kalan said goodbye to Zhao Wu and went around the 2-story house to the back. Then, she found a hidden button in the haystack behind her and pressed it. A set of steps was visible through the pile of thatch in front of them, which led directly underground. Kalan walked straight in. She had been to this place many times before. He comes here every time to see his younger sister. Hey, isn't this Kalan? Underground. A dark-skinned woman saw Kalan come down and went up to greet her. What's wrong? It's been 7 days, and you still haven't finished your task? The dark-skinned woman continued. Have a finger in the pie. Kalan didn't even glance at the dark-skinned woman and directly slapped away her outstretched hand. You've got quite a temper, haven't you? I'm really worried about you. It's almost 10 days, and your sister might not survive. The words were full of laughter. Kalan drew his dagger and held it directly to the dark-skinned woman's neck. If she had used just a little more force, this woman would have been beheaded. Roland, if you keep talking like this, I don't mind making her never speak again. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Roland's forehead. She could sense that Kalan was acting differently today. She usually doesn't take threats to herself seriously. What's wrong with her today? Did she find out? All right, Kalan, put the knife down. Yes, Ninth Elder. Kalan glared at Roland fiercely, then went to stand in front of the Ninth Elder. Ninth Elder, I've come to see my sister. The Ninth Elder was shrouded in black robes, making him difficult to see clearly, and his eyes were extremely cloudy. It's time. Come with me. Kalan followed behind the Ninth Elder and then slowly disappeared into the dark underground. On the ground, Zhao Wu stared intently at the screen in his hand. The flashing bright spot above indicates where Kalan is located. The conversation Kalan had just came through the earphones in my ears. Zhao Wu raised his head and said to the crowd, the target has moved. Prepare to follow. Zhao Wu, Zhang Jingguo, and the others ran quickly down the road. Those two were incredibly fast. If these people hadn't been physically stronger, they definitely wouldn't have been able to keep up. Who are these people? How come they're running so fast? I don't know. Could something be about to happen? Zhang Jingguo and Zhao Wu, who were running at full speed, attracted the attention of passersby. As an organization of assassins, they naturally have many informants, and Zhao Wu and the others' unusual behavior attracted their attention. Underground, Kalan followed the Ninth Elder as he ran forward. The Ninth Elder looked old and frail, but I don't know where he got the strength to run so fast. Ninth Elder, where are we going? Kalan asked curiously. Normally, it doesn't take this long to see my sister. Could something have happened? We'll be there soon. The Ninth Elder ran swiftly, his speed so fast it seemed he was floating in the air. Final. The Ninth Elder stopped. Before him was a room in which an elven girl trembled as she looked at the Ninth Elder, and then she saw Kalan behind her. Sister, you've come. Kalan rushed over, and the two sisters hugged each other tightly. Sister, boo-hoo, I miss you so much. Sweetie, we'll always be together. The Ninth Elder watched the two embrace, then slowly walked over. Kalan, how has the organization treated you? Kalan was somewhat frightened as the Ninth Elder approached. This Ninth Elder is a necromancer who frequently uses living people for experiments, and his methods are extremely cruel. The place he was in was like hell on earth. The key point is that this old man himself possesses extremely powerful spiritual energy. He is both a magician and a warrior, a master of both magic and martial arts. No one knows how old he is. He looked like this when Kalan first joined. Kalan shielded her younger sister behind her and carefully watched the Ninth Elder in front of her. What does Ninth Elder mean by this? The Ninth Elder made a gurgling sound, and his whole demeanor became extremely eerie. Someone saw you enter the Dragon Kingdom's base, but it seems you haven't completed the task. Kalan was shocked. She was always careful and cautious, so how could she have been followed without being noticed? Did I let my guard down back then? Or is this Ninth Elder bluffing me? Who told you that? Ninth Elder. I haven't even done a mission yet. How could I have entered the Dragon Kingdom base? Since that's the case, then you should confront each other face to face. A figure suddenly appeared behind the Ninth Elder. It was naturally the dark-skinned woman from before. Kalan, what are you still trying to argue about at a time like this? I saw you enter the Dragon Kingdom base with my own eyes, but you came out empty-handed and there are some strange people with you. Roland smiled, his eyes glancing at the ninth elder beside him from time to time. Kalan pulled out 2 daggers and carefully stared at the 2 people in front of her. She had a hard time dealing with this guy, named Roland, all by herself. Now that there's an additional ninth elder, they're even less of a match. Now that you all know, why are you still letting me see my own sister? Shouldn't they have just killed me? The ninth elder chuckled upon hearing Kalan's words. Me? What I like to see most is a scene of life and death. I'll give you a glimmer of hope, then a dash of despair. Then kill your sister in front of you, and you'll definitely have a great expression on your face. Upon hearing this, the younger sister turned pale and shrank behind her older sister. Elder sister, don't be afraid. Little sister, I will protect you. Chapter 59, What is all this stuff? Kalan pursed her lips. Now she hoped Zhao Wu would arrive quickly. He pressed the back of his hand against his pocket. Fortunately, the listening device inside is still there. Then Zhao Wu must have overheard their conversation. With myself and Zhao Wu's group, there is definitely a chance of escaping from here. Roland, hurry up and go. Ninth Elder urged Roland beside him. What are you waiting for? Yes, Ninth Elder. Roland drew his weapons, which were 2 iron crutches. Kalan, our feud can end today. Swoosh. Roland charged straight at Kalan, his iron crutch aimed directly at her vital points. Kalan stood in front of her sister, holding 2 daggers to defend herself. Zang, zang, zang. The 2 weapons clashed together, producing a metallic clang. The 2 exchanged blows for more than a dozen rounds, with Roland growing stronger with each fight. Normally, there wouldn't be such an opportunity for him to attack freely. Because of the need to protect her, Kalan could only passively parry. Kalan, today is your death day, huh? Roland burst into wild laughter. Above ground, the screen in front of Zhao Wu stopped. According to the locator, Kalan should be right under his feet. Kalan has been attacked, and we must rescue them as soon as possible. Detonate on the spot, and they'll be right beneath your feet. Zhang Jingguo nodded, then took out an entrenching tool and began digging at the location where the bomb was stored. The roads in this world are in terrible condition, making it easy to dig out the location of the bomb. At this moment, many men in black emerged from the houses surrounding the ground. They aimed their crossbows at Zhao Wu and the others. Who are these people? Zhang Jingguo raised his rifle and asked Zhao Wu in a low voice. Judging from the conversation just now, this organization discovered us as soon as we set out. Zhao Wu was not surprised to see himself surrounded. He had long been prepared for this to happen. Raise your shields. Half of the troops took out folding riot shields from their backpacks and quickly unfolded them to form a protective circle. What's this? The man in black stared blankly at the transparent protective shield in front of him. They couldn't understand something that seemed so fragile. What's the point of holding up this transparent thing? Is it supposed to stop our crossbows? When the 2 groups are 30 to 50 meters apart in a straight line, crossbows will be most effective. Moreover, they also have several mages on their side. Release the arrows. Everyone fires a crossbow bolt at the same time. The rain of arrows, accompanied by howling winds, struck the riot shields with a series of clanging and banging sounds. Result: the men in black stood frozen in place. Had all their crossbow bolts been blocked? What the hell is this? That transparent thing actually has such high defensive capabilities. For a moment, the men in black even forgot to fire their crossbows. Shooting. At Zhang Jingguo's command, the remaining half of the men extended their guns outside their riot shields and began firing precise bursts. Top, top, top. On the windows and rooftops, blood blossomed from the chests of the men in black before they collapsed to the ground. What happened? What's going on? The leader of the men in black was stunned. These strange people in front of us, they did nothing wrong, yet they managed to cause us heavy losses. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A metal bullet hit him, but fortunately, he was protected by spiritual energy and was not seriously injured. Magicians, hurry up! The 3 mages hid in the distance, and then cast a combined spell together. Meteor spell. A huge rock fell straight down from the sky, sparking as it flew. This was the first time Zhao Wu and the others had witnessed the power of magic. The magicians from the previous encounters were all killed by me on the first meeting. A mage's fragile body is hard to withstand an attack, but if they were to unleash their magic, it would be enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, the boulder was less than 10 meters in diameter, so it could be avoided. Detonate the bomb. Everyone get out of the way. At Zhao Wu's command, the fuses of the previously planted explosive bombs were ignited. The rest of the people scattered and ran away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the men in black opened fire with their crossbows and engaged in a firefight with the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Most of the powerful crossbow bolts were blocked by the shields, and the few that struck the soldiers were mostly mitigated by their body armor. What kind of clothes are these people wearing? Even a crossbow bolt can't penetrate them. The leader in black was shocked. This is impossible to play against. The other side is clearly cheating. We can't compare to them in terms of firepower or defense. Boom, boom, boom. The falling boulder, combined with the exploding bombs, created a deafening roar that shook the heavens. An earthquake? Why is the whole ground shaking? Yes, I was eating when the shock blew my food all over the floor. The entire town of Jesai heard the huge explosion and felt the tremors. Smoke grenade, throw it. The Chinese soldier took out a smoke bomb from his waist and threw on the ground. Immediately afterwards, smoke began to rise from all directions, enveloping everyone in it. Cough, cough, why is it foggy? The man in black secretly put on his mask, and then screams echoed from within the smoke. Those screaming were all from our side. Strange, with such thick fog, the other side shouldn't be able to see anything either. The men in black looked on with confusion. However, judging from the continuous screams, the attack was not mindless. Pung, pung, pung. Gunshots rang out continuously, each bullet transforming into the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of these otherworldly beings. The men in black were all devastated. Why? Why can the opponent strike so accurately when we can't see anything? Soldiers wearing thermal imaging hats moved with ease amidst the smoke grenades. The other person cannot see you, but you can see the other person. This is so awesome. The cave has exploded. Everyone enter the cave. Under Zhao Wu's orders, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom quickly disappeared into the blasted open tunnel. When the smoke cleared, a large crater was blasted into the road surface. Dozens of assassins dressed in black lay dead beside him, none of them the corpses of Chinese soldiers. Underground, Kulan was protecting her younger sister and couldn't act freely. The agility that would have allowed them to defeat Roland is now completely useless. Kulan, you can't beat me like this. Lola swung her iron crutch at Kulan's face, instantly causing her right eye to swell so badly she couldn't open it. Not counting this time, she has already been hit by Roland 7 or 8 times. Each time, it almost made her unable to stand up. But I can't fall down yet. If I fall now, my sister and I will definitely die. Wah, sister. My younger sister is crying behind me, but she didn't dare to move. If she makes any rash moves and Roland on the other side discovers an opportunity, then her sister will suffer even greater damage. How embarrassing, Kalan. What are you still holding on to? The ninth elder's words were utterly hollow, as if they were not spoken by a living person. Chapter 60 Precise Shooting. He approached Kalan step by step, a dark aura emanating from his face. Are you still waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to cooperate with you? They're long dead, he. The sickening laughter startled Kalan. The dagger in his hand was knocked to the ground by Roland's sweeping leg kick. Am I really going to die here? Kalan turned to look at her younger sister. It's okay if I die, but my sister never left the house in her entire life. Just then, footsteps could be heard from not far away. The 4 people in the room turned around at the same time, and a number of Chinese soldiers carrying rifles ran out of the door. Stun grenade. Several people pulled the pins on the stun grenade and then threw it into the room. Boom, boom, boom. The huge explosion made the heads of the 3 people in the room spin. The 9th elder, however, remained completely unaffected. I can't believe you're still alive. The 9th elder raised his hand and fired several ice arrows at the soldiers. Raise your shields and advance. The 4 soldiers in front stood shoulder to shoulder, raising their riot shields. These riot shields are all reinforced versions, and the soldiers can easily lift these super heavy shields. The ice arrow struck the shield with a loud thud, but it was still blocked. Fire! Launch grenade! Bullets, accompanied by grenade launchers, accurately struck the 9th elder. Top! 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 Boom! 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 After a hail of bullets, the 9th elder's spiritual energy dimmed considerably. The 9th elder's face finally showed an expression, a look of surprise. The bullets were fine. They didn't have much of an effect on my body. He cultivates both magic and martial arts, so his spiritual energy is exceptionally strong. Those howitzers are quite powerful when they explode. Interesting. Magic crystal. The ninth elder erected a huge magic crystal ball in front of him, which blocked the grenade launchers and bullets. Then the magical ice crystal ball began to scatter fragments, and the temperature of the entire air dropped significantly. The shard struck the shield with a crackling sound. Hold on, keep moving forward. At Zhang Jiangwo's command, the soldiers responsible for holding the shields marched forward. Every step was incredibly difficult, but in order to get closer to Elder 9, they had no choice but to take the risk. Let's see how long you can hold out. The ninth elder laughed heartily, then took out his staff and waved it, and two ice crystal giants appeared directly from the sky. They are enormous and extremely hard. Even a grenade can only blast off a few fragments. The ice giant suddenly swung a punch, knocking several soldiers holding shields to the ground. Damn, this guy's actually this good. Zhang Jingguo was secretly alarmed. The ninth elder in front of him was clearly not the one he had encountered before. Their strength is too great. They are impossible to kill without heavy weapons such as rocket launchers. Pum. At that moment, Zhang Jingguo heard the whistling of the wind as a 15.7mm bullet grazed the top of everyone's heads and struck the ice crystal giant's arm precisely. Then, the bullet passed through the giant and flew towards the ninth elder. The ninth elder was shocked and tried to dodge to the side, but he was too slow. The bullet pierced his right arm, severing half of it. The gunshot came from a heavy anti-material sniper rifle, and the bullets came from the dark corridor. Chief Zhao. Zhang Jingguo looked suspicious. There was no one else behind him except Zhao Wu. But Zhao Wu was clearly far behind them. He recalled that when he first arrived in this other world, Zhao Wu had killed a necromancer with a single shot. This shot gave them a much-needed breather. The two giants in front of them moved noticeably slower due to the ninth elder's injury. The few people who were blasted away were pulled into the corridor by their teammates and are barely out of danger. Send two people over to rescue the target. Yes. Under cover of fire, the two soldiers ran quickly toward Kalan, who was lying on the ground. As long as they can rescue Kalan, their goal will be achieved. We don't necessarily have to deal with this terrifying ninth elder. You think you can leave? No way. The ninth elder drew a long sword with his remaining left hand, and then moved gracefully toward Kalan. Another shot rang out, and 15.7mm bullets struck again. The ninth elder was greatly surprised, although he did not know what this thing was. However, its power was very clear. It not only pierced through the giant himself, but even the spiritual energy on his body couldn't stop it. Helpless, he could only raise his staff to take the bullet head-on. Zhang! The staff in the ninth elder's hand cracked inch by inch, then turned into countless fragments, and he himself was also sent flying by the enormous impact. Zhang Jingguo was secretly shocked by what he saw. Zhao Wuyong's sniper rifle was too powerful. Even such a terrifying person was being suppressed and beaten. However, only Zhao Wu could do this. No one else could possibly hit the ninth elder so accurately, given his elusive nature. Only Zhao Wu, who possesses advanced firearm skills, could hit it. While they were there, Kalan and her sister were rescued and moved behind the soldiers. Retreat. At Zhang Jiangwo's command, the soldiers began to slowly retreat. The ninth elder got up from the ground. Although he had been blasted away, he was physically unharmed. The enormous impact was blocked by the staff. None of you will escape. This island will be your burial ground. The ninth elder was enraged. For the first time, he felt anger. In previous battles, he had always been the one toying with others. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He didn't chase after it, because he knew that if he did, the mysterious bullet would still come flying at him. He needs to successfully stop these people from the outside. Zhang Jingguo and the others led the Kulan sisters through the tunnel to the surface. How are the two of them? Zhao Wu asked. If Kalan kicks the bucket, then all my efforts will have been in vain. It's nothing serious. He was just knocked unconscious by the stun grenade. Then let's go quickly. By this time, the town patrol had already surrounded the area. Seeing someone climb out of the hole, holding a spear, they cautiously approached. Who are you? Surrender now. Zhao Wu ignored the surrounding guards and said to Zhang Jingguo, if we get to the speedboat, we've succeeded. Nothing in this world can outrun our boat. Damn it, these guys are ignoring us. Grab them. A large number of guards rushed forward. Flashbang. Several flashbangs flew in front of the guards and then exploded in a blinding flash. "Oh, my eyes, I'm blind. Help! I can't see." The guards were immediately blinded by the flash, and they swung their spears haphazardly, wounding many of their own men. Wah! Zhao Wu and the others helped the wounded and ran quickly toward the town gate. At this moment, a number of residents ran towards them from the town gate. "Run! The monsters are coming." Chapter 61. The first appearance of the fighter jet. There are skeletons. Where are the guards? The residents panicked, and many fell to the ground and were then trampled to death by those behind them. Hide in the alley. Wait for the crowd to pass. With so many people rushing over, it was clear they couldn't get through, so Zhao Wu and the others could only hide in a nearby alley. Outside the alley, crowds of people were running wildly, and it took a while for them to gradually disperse. Zhao Wu and the others walked out of the alley and then saw why the residents were running. The entire street was filled with skeletons, filling every possible spot to stand. There are so many skeletons. It seems they won't let us leave easily. The soldiers swallowed hard, then reloaded their guns with new magazines. Although these skeletons aren't strong, there are just too many of them. Even if these skeletons stood in a row and we let them kill us, we probably wouldn't be able to. If only we had a car, we could enjoy the feeling of cruising through a sea of skulls. The skeletal hand in front of them picked up weapons such as iron swords and bows, and then began to charge. The entire ground began to tremble as a result. Go to the roof. The 3-story building next door. Zhao Wu glanced at the building next to him. There happened to be a 3-story building nearby, which was one of the taller buildings in the area. They definitely can't withstand the attack of the skeleton horde from the outside. They can only rely on the terrain for defense. Zhang Jingguo arrived at the house and shot through the lock, after which everyone filed inside. The wounded were laid on the ground, and all the gun barrels were pointed at the exits. Riot shields are placed in key locations. Everyone was poised and ready, their eyes fixed on every exit. Zhao Wu, Zhang Jingguo, and several others climbed directly to the 3rd floor and began setting up a radio station. Base 1, please respond. Base 1, please respond. The radio was emitting a noisy, crackling sound. This is Base 1. Repeat, this is Base 1. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo exchanged a smile. As long as they could connect to the base, there was hope of dealing with the skeletons scattered everywhere. Special Operations Team attacked by skeletons in Gusha Town, Frank Islands. Requesting backup. Roger that. 5 Shadow Fighters will be scrambling to provide support. Hold on. The Black Shadow Fighter is the latest supersonic fighter jet developed by the Dragon Kingdom. The maximum speed is Mach 2.8, which is approximately 0.95 kilometers per second. At such a high speed, it would take less than 3 minutes to fly to Gusha Town in the Frank Islands where Zhao Wu was located. At this moment, in Base 2, at the makeshift airfield, 5 Shadow Fighter jets were ready to take flight. They are going to complete their first interdimensional flight mission. In the town of Gussie in the Frankish Islands, a man in a black cloak emerges from a large hole in the street. The 9th Elder looked up at the sky, where his severed arm hung limply. No one who offends me will escape. Hee. The 9th Elder let out a laugh that made your teeth ache. He then looked up into the distance, where 5 black dots were flying in. What is that? In just a moment, those things that were still in the sky flew right in front of us. The 9th Elder's eyes widened. This was something he had never seen before. It was made entirely of metal, resembling a metal iron bird. Could it be a new monster? The 9th Elder muttered to himself. This is Black Shadow 1. We have already seen the smoke signal fired by Major Zhao. There are so many monsters. The 5 Black Hawk helicopters slowed down, as they had a much clearer view from above than Zhao Wu and his group. The 3rd floor where Zhao Wu is now is like a small boat in a vast ocean, which could capsize at any moment. Special Operations Team, this is Shadow 1, please respond. The Special Operations Team has been informed. Please continue. There are too many skeletons. Air-to-ground missiles can't kill them all. At most, they can blast a way out for you. There's nothing we can do about it. In order to provide immediate support, the aircraft that took off were not bombers, which are skilled at bombing, but small fighter jets. It carries 4 air-to-ground missiles and has machine guns on both sides. However, the 20 missiles were completely ineffective against such a massive enemy force. Special Operations Team understands. Please blast a road open to the west of the 3rd floor. Shadow 1 understands. Target strike will commence in 60 seconds. Please prepare. After listening, Zhao Wu put away the radio and then ran downstairs to explain the situation to the 20-odd combat team members. I then checked the time. There were still 10 seconds left. Everyone pulled out the grenades they were carrying. The fighter jet's air-to-ground missiles couldn't bomb too close, so they had to deal with the skeletons surrounding the house themselves. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The soldier removed the riot shield and then threw all the grenades outside at once. Boom! 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 Huge explosions were heard outside the room, and the entire skeleton outside was blown to pieces by grenades. A huge open space appeared before them. What is that? The ninth elder, who was walking slowly over, heard the sound, even though many spells had explosive effects. But there have been explosions that frequent. Now's the time, everyone charge. At Zhao Wu's command, all the combat team members ran out of the room in turn. The skeletons outside surged towards the group like a tidal wave. Da, 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 da. The assault team members at the front picked up their rifles and opened fire wildly. But the skeletons charged forward relentlessly, unaware of fear, knowing only how to advance. The ninth elder stood on a high ground, watching with satisfaction the struggling crowd. That's it, keep struggling. He enjoys seeing the weak struggle desperately. Can one escape their weak fate by simply struggling? Impossible. He will bring an end to these fragile lives. At this moment, the iron birds that had been flying in the sky returned. This is Black Shadow 1. Begin launching air-to-ground missiles. The two missiles detached from the aircraft and then began to fly towards the Skull Sea. Boom! Boom! Two small mushroom clouds bloomed in the sea of skulls. The skeletons within a radius of tens of meters instantly evaporated. Get through quickly! Zhao Wu and the others charged forward, braving the heat wave from the explosion. Within a range of several hundred meters ahead, more than a dozen air-to-ground missiles fell. Boom! 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 The powerful impact blew some of the skeletons that were outside the range apart. What is this? The ninth elder was stunned. The explosive power before him was definitely the strongest attack he had ever seen. How could the iron bird flying overhead have such power? What exactly is that? Chapter 62, Your Family Belongs to You. This is Shadow 2. We have discovered a person who appears to be the leader of the opposing side. A dark fighter jet roared past the ninth elder's head. I still have one missile left. That should be enough to give him a hard time. Shadow 3 locked onto Elder Ninth, who was watching from a high vantage point, and then pressed the launch button. An air-to-ground missile flew directly toward the ninth elder. Not good. The ninth elder was shocked. He had witnessed the power of that flying missile before. Its range reaches tens of meters, and its power is immense. But how could he possibly outrun a missile? Boom! A small mushroom cloud exploded on the ninth elder's body. Target hit. Repeat, hit target. Well done. Several planes roared past again, then dropped their last few missiles. Good luck to you. The pilots of the 5 planes saluted Zhao Wu and his group who were fleeing across the open ground, and then flew directly into the distance. They have no missiles left, so there's no point in keeping them. Watching the planes fly away overhead, Zhao Wu and the others quickened their pace and ran forward. Whether it was my imagination or something else, the skeletons in front of me seemed to move much slower. Not far away, a charred human body lay on the ground, barely alive. He is the ninth elder. At the last moment before the missile attack, he mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body to barely create a defensive shield. But this defensive shield vanished in the blink of an eye. He is now barely clinging to life. He wanted to use this last bit of energy to kill Zhao Wu and the others who were still fleeing nearby. Everyone, speed up. Gunners, blow up the houses behind us. 2 RPGs flew out and accurately exploded on 2 houses behind them. The houses collapsed, burying all the pursuing skeletons beneath them. The road ahead has been cleared by missiles, and it is not yet surrounded by skeletons. The combatants seized the opportunity to rush out of the town. Behind him stretched an endless expanse of skeletons. They finally escaped. Zhao Wu, with Kolan on his back, looked behind him and sighed. After leaving the town, the skeletons slowed down more and more until they were almost walking. Keep in mind that these skeletons started at the same speed as a 100-meter sprinter. The people controlling them must be in the city. Zhao Wu and the others ran quickly without stopping. Several hours later, after traveling 20 miles, they finally arrived at the place where they had hidden the boat. Dragon Kingdom Base Number 1. 3 speedboats were moored at the dock. The soldiers on guard had received the signal long ago. Upon seeing the combat team members return, they rushed forward to help them up. This is the mission objective. Take good care of it. Zhao Wu handed Kalan to a soldier standing nearby. Yes. The next day, Game Center reported on the events in Gusha Town, Frankie Islands. Because of the newspapers, artists could paint without restraint. The entire scene is described as incredibly grand. The sinister and ruthless assassins kidnapped an innocent elf girl, but were subsequently punished by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The ninth elder of the Assassins Guild dispatched an army of skeletons to carry out a massacre of the city. Ultimately, it was destroyed by the Iron Bird, codenamed Black Shadow from the Dragon Kingdom. That assassin's gang is truly despicable. They actually did such a shameless thing. That's right. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom, probably everyone in Jesai Town on the Frank Islands would be dead. I've heard of this Assassin's Guild for a long time. They'll do anything for money. They have no bottom line. This battle elevated the Dragon Kingdom's status in the other world. Of course, this article was written by Long Guo himself. The title is simply utterly heartless. The Assassin's Guild abuses 2 frail girls like this. Apart from a few people who were paying attention to the Assassin's Guild, most of the attention was focused on the Iron Bird, codenamed Black Shadow, in the Dragon Kingdom. This thing is extremely damaging. It can cause landslides and earthquakes at the slightest provocation. Moreover, it flies at extremely high speeds, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Queen Lilia of the Urduva People's Republic glanced at the newspaper in her hand, then looked up at the sky. This Dragon Kingdom, which was allied with him, was surprisingly powerful. We can't rely on them all by ourselves. The war of the Urduva People's Republic. With the neutrality and defection of some lords on Harai's side, the Imperial City faction finally got a chance to catch their breath. Then, after Queen Lilia personally persuaded some of the neutral lords, the Imperial City faction launched a counterattack. Soon, the 2 sides will likely face their final showdown. A few days later, Kalan, who was seriously injured, woke up in a hospital in China. Younger sister. Kalan suddenly opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. She then hurriedly got up and realized that her legs were pinned down by something. That's Karen, her sister. She was asleep, lying face down in front of her hospital bed. Her silver hair, just like her own, was scattered in front of the window, and her skin had a sickly pale color because she hadn't seen the sun for a long time. However, I believe things will return to normal after a while. Kalan reached out and touched Karen's hair with a look of doting affection, just like when the 2 of them were kids. You're awake. Kalan was slightly taken aback, then turned to look at the area near the door. Zhao Wu leaned against the wall and walked over after seeing Kalan wake up. Thank you for your help. Kalan pursed her lips, even though she was seriously injured and knocked unconscious by a stun grenade at the last moment. However, I woke up once or twice during the journey. A sea of skulls filled the sky, and explosions continued one after another. The situation was extremely critical at the time. However, he himself was unable to move. Then her face turned red. Lying on Zhao Wu's broad back made her feel incredibly safe. This is the safest place in the world. That's obviously obvious. Zhao Wu was counting on her to complete the system tasks. We can't let her die. Now that we've saved your sister, it's time for you to keep your promise. Zhao Wu spoke slowly. He wasn't too concerned about Kalan's changes. The sooner we get the formula for the level 1 gene potion, the sooner we can start researching it. The Lonka Academy has gathered the nation's top scientific talent, and they're just waiting for this blueprint. Kalan nodded and said, Of course. I will do my best whenever the Dragon Kingdom needs me in the future. Ding Dong Host has completed the mission and received the reward. Level 1 gene potion recipe. Done. Zhao Wu wished he could leave right now. Kalan continued, But could you please not let my sister leave me? Or at least let me see her a few more times a month? His tone was almost pleading. She looked at the sleeping Karen, so reluctant to let her go. Zhao Wu frowned and said, What nonsense are you talking about? So it really is the same? Kalan's expression darkened. She thought the Dragon Kingdom would treat her like the Assassin's Guild. He trapped his sister and used her to blackmail him. But the Dragon Kingdom should be better, right? What do you mean? Sure enough? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Wu had no idea what the person in front of him was thinking. Your sister belongs to your family. How could we possibly take her away? Kulan was stunned after hearing this, wondering if she had misheard. Chapter 63, The Magic of Creating Something from Nothing. How can you control an assassin like her without using her weaknesses to blackmail her? What if she betrays me? Zhao Wu continued. Besides, you don't necessarily have to stay in the Dragon Kingdom anymore. Go wherever you want to go. No one will stop you. Anyway, the formula is already sorted out. As for Kellen, it would be great if they could stay, but it's not a big deal if they don't. Kulan was stunned. This dragon country was truly amazing. Since that's the case, then let's stay here for now. Her own sister still needed to recuperate, and besides, she wasn't an ungrateful person. Since I've promised the Dragon Kingdom, I'll dedicate myself to it to the end. Kulan and her sister then stayed at the base. They served as instructors in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, responsible for teaching some of the soldiers' footwork and stealth techniques. It's worth noting that Kulan's infiltration put the base on high alert. Such stealth skills would be truly ghost-like on Earth. Zhao Wu glanced at the two of them, then walked out of the room. Now it's time for the two sisters to be alone. Moreover, he needed to deliver the formula to Dean Zhang of Lonka Institute as soon as possible. After passing through the portal, Zhao Wu arrived at the underground base, the research institute where Dean Zhang works. Zhao Wu, you've come at the right time. I was just about to look for you. When Dean Zhang saw Zhao Wu enter, he hurriedly dropped the research he was doing. Dean Zhang, you're so hospitable. Dean Zhang looked at Zhao Wu with a smile, as if he were looking at someone. Zhao Wu immediately got goosebumps. Dean Zhang, I'm a respectable person. Who said you're not a decent person? Dean Zhang picked up a bottle from beside the table and said to Zhao Wu Dao, do you still remember the magic affinity potion recipe you gave us before? Zhao Wu nodded. He naturally knew. Because of a shortage of materials at the time, 5 small teams were commissioned to go to neighboring countries to investigate and search for the medicine. However, Zhao Wu didn't know what happened in the end. This matter was handled by Deputy Base Chief Chiao. I used some of the materials they brought back to make a magic affinity potion, which I was just about to send to you. Good grief, so that's what they were thinking when they looked at me earlier. Since that's the case, Zhao Wu no longer stood on ceremony and directly accepted the bottle. The bottle is a regular chemical bottle, and it must have been recently developed. The bottle is transparent, and you can see the liquid inside. Pale red. It has a light fragrance. Ding Dong Magic Affinity Potion detected. Using it will enhance the host's magical abilities. The system's voice rang in Zhao Wu's mind. It seems that the Dragon Academy has indeed developed a magic affinity potion. Ton ton ton. Zhao Wu drank the magic affinity potion in one gulp. Ding Dong Host has consumed a magic affinity potion. Host magic power +5. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level LV9 0/6380. Portal width 8 meters. Portal height 8 meters. Portal secondary permissions 500/5000. Personal skills: advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of kendo experience. Physical fitness 100 points. Normal level is 5. Magic power 5 points. Although the magic power is only 5 points, it's the beginning of something from nothing. From today onwards, Zhao Wu is an apprentice mage. They can use level 1 magic, such as illumination and small flame. How are you feeling? Dean Zhang stood to the side, looking on with anticipation. He made it exactly according to the recipe, so there shouldn't be any problems. But this feeling is like a primary school student handing in homework. After all, this was the first time he had ever made this kind of potion. There's an indescribable sense of anticipation. It's all right, it's strawberry flavored, not bad. Dean Zhang was speechless. Who the hell asked you if it tasted bad? How was the result? It has some effect, but not a significant one. Zhao Wu spoke the truth. While it can improve magical affinity with the human body, 5 points are clearly not enough. Dean Zhang, however, did not think so. If it works, then it proves that you have indeed successfully developed the formula. Then many magicians will be born in the Dragon Kingdom. This will be a powerful force. Although it's effective, we still can't mass-produce it right now, Zhao Wu said slowly, putting down the bottle. Although we have cooperated with the Erduva People's Kingdom, the trade routes have not been opened up at all. In addition, the Erduva People's Kingdom has been waging war for years, and the existing roads have been almost destroyed. Dean Zhang nodded. Although the magic affinity potion has been successfully developed, it is still some distance from mass production. We must wait until the civil war in the People's Republic of Erduva ends. We still need to wait for the trade routes between the Erdua People's Kingdom and the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom to be opened. By the way, Zhao Wu, is there anything else you wanted to see me about? I'll come and give you something. Zhao Wu took out the formula for the level 1 gene drug and handed it to Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang glanced at it twice, and his face turned pale with shock. The formulas, recipes, and medicines here are all things I've never heard of before. Fortunately, this recipe provides detailed information on these ingredients. This would be a huge step forward in the relevant field, if you really understand everything in this recipe. Therefore, China's scientific research level is likely to be ahead of countries like the United States and the United Kingdom. I'm entrusting the level 1 gene-enhancing agent to you, Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang waved to Zhao Wu and then became completely absorbed in the formula. They didn't even know when Zhao Wu left. Demon Continent. Another world, the Dragon Kingdom. Waldingberg. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Chiu have moved their office from the isolated island of Green Village to this location. Located in the very center of the town, it is the tallest building in the entire town. Zhao Wu is on the castle's balcony, overlooking the entire town. Report. A native of the Demon Spirit Continent walked in, performing the unique etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Wu put down the letter in his hand and looked at the person in front of him, asking, "How did things go?" The visitor was the former executive officer of Walding. Stop. He is now the mayor of Walding Town in the Dragon Kingdom. Although he doesn't know what a mayor is, he feels that it is similar to the previous town executive. We have already registered the entire town's population with their real names, as instructed by the adults. Indeed, the first thing Zhao Wu did upon arriving in this town was to conduct a census. As required by Blue Star, a census was conducted on every resident of Dragon Kingdom, and subsequently, ID cards were issued to them. Lord Eve's territory, though not large, was not small either. It is clearly unreasonable for the daily maintenance and construction to be entirely carried out by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. After deducting those responsible for daily maintenance, patrols, and guard duty, there aren't many people left out of the 5,000. Some of these people are researchers and investigators in related fields, making it even less likely that they would participate in the construction of the town. Therefore, we can only let these otherworldly beings manage themselves. The census is a prelude to future development in another world. What is the total population of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom currently has 21 towns and 69 villages, with a total population of 341,254. Chapter 64, Otherworldly Population Census. Here is the report you requested. Hugh handed over the A4 paper in his hand. I don't know if this new alien Dragon Kingdom is any good or bad, but it's definitely rich. These exquisite papers were brought over in huge piles. Hugh was stunned for a moment. Zhao Wu took the paper from his hand and began to read it. Currently, the total population of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom is 341,254, of which 18,452 are elderly, and the aging rate is only about 5%. The aging population is not high. Firstly, it's because people in this world are generally quite strong, and the aging process is relatively late. Another issue is that most elderly people are executed under some pretext because they're no longer of any help to the territory. People who are clearly worthless rarely live to a ripe old age. The number of children is 54,406, accounting for about 16%. This is considered normal. Excluding the elderly and children, the adult population of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom is 268,396, which would be a reliable guarantee for the development of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. The population census is complete, and the next step is to begin household registration. First, establish a population management department, and then begin registering each household. Currently, there is no electricity in the entire Dragon Kingdom, so naturally, there is no way to use computers or other equipment, and we can only rely on manual recording. Yes, sir, but if every household needs to keep records, it will require a lot of manpower. Shio did understand why household registration was necessary. In the past, lords only needed to know the approximate number of people in their territory. As for population registration, that was left to chance. We absolutely will not go door to door to register people. That would be such a waste of money. You can recruit as many people as you need. Since it involves working outside the area, the salary will be increased by 50% as a travel allowance. Won't this put a strain on our finances? Shio asked worriedly. You don't need to worry about the finances. Just do as I say. The alien dragon kingdom has only 340,000 people, which is less than the population of a small city on Earth. What kind of tight budget could there be? It's no exaggeration to say that if Zhao Wu agreed, Blue Star could easily support these 340,000 people. Therefore, only after some preliminary groundwork is done, can it be more conducive to the mining of resources in the other world in the future. Seeing that Zhao had already said this, Xiao naturally didn't say anything more. With the establishment of the Population Census Department, the grand household registration process began in the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. Have you heard? The Lord who came this time actually wants to implement some kind of household registration system. From now on, you'll need a household registration for everything. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing all this, but the eggs they give away after registering are real. They're really sending eggs? Is it true? You guys are still chatting here, but our family has already registered and received the eggs. Throughout the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, ordinary people can be seen chatting on the streets. The most talked about topic was the basket of eggs given as a gift upon registration in the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom, which contained about 40 or 50 eggs. That's right. In order to speed up the household registration process, Zhao Wu will give a basket of eggs to everyone who cooperates in completing the registration. This delighted the people from another world. Many people pulled the household registration clerk towards their homes. Come register at our house first. There are only 3 people in our family, so we'll be quick. Why should we? Our family should have been first, according to the order. Many people were afraid that this benefit would disappear at any time, so they cooperated actively, and there were even cases of people scrambling to register the staff. Things improved slightly after learning that every household had eggs. Besides the household registration system, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Qiu had another new direction for reform to abolish slavery. The previous 340,000 people were all permanent residents and did not count as slaves. Slaves are considered private property and cannot be considered people. When the news of the abolition of slavery broke, the whole world was shocked. UC Media describes this law as slavery is a thing of the past. The Dragon Nation leads the world's development. This news was met with disdain by most people, including nobles and ordinary citizens. Without slaves, how could these noble lords be considered superior to others? Without slaves, how could these ordinary people have a sense of superiority? As long as one is not enslaved, then slavery is the best system. The Dragon Kingdom, which abolished slavery, will inevitably perish under the wrath of the noble lords. I guess it won't be long before the Lord lifts this ban. My Lord must have other motives. I don't believe it's really for the sake of slaves. Indeed, slavery has existed on this continent for countless years. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Qiu's decision will have a revolutionary impact on the world. Nobody believed they could actually do it. On the very day the relevant laws were promulgated, all the nobles within the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom gathered together. That night, Waldingburg was surrounded by a large number of nobles who, with their slaves, were determined to demand an explanation from the commander. Slavery must not be abolished. Existence is its own justification. Slaves have existed for thousands of years, and they can be abolished at will. Yes, this new lord is simply delusional. A large number of nobles were discussing among themselves in front of Waldingburg, surrounded by a large number of guards and private armies, as well as a small number of slaves as cannon fodder. At that moment, Deputy Base Commander Qiu emerged from the balcony atop Waldingburg. He was wearing a dark green military uniform with gleaming medals pinned to it. The appearance of Deputy Base Chief Qiu quieted down the nobles below. Turn on the searchlights. As soon as he finished speaking, several searchlights on Waldingburg came on and were pointed at the nobles below. The blinding light made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. What is this? The light was so bright I could barely open my eyes. No one had ever seen anything like it before. They just thought it looked like a small sun. Deputy Base Commander Qiu looked down at the nobles below. Born into a peasant family, he looked down on these so-called nobles from the bottom of his heart. He had no real skills of his own, but lived a comfortable life thanks to his ancestral titles and lands. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Deputy Base Commander Qiu had expected their arrival. These nobles all had their own territories, the largest of which were small towns. Even the smaller ones have a village or a manor. Abolishing slavery would be a death sentence for them. Without serfs, who would cultivate the vast lands? Who would serve them? These cheap slaves are the most useful. A few pieces of bread as hard as rocks are enough to keep them working all day. My lord, abolishing slavery is absurd. We think we need to reconsider it further. Baron Sanji. He was the representative chosen by the many nobles in this otherworldly dragon kingdom. Chapter 65 Abolition of Slavery. Baron Sanji's fiefdom is a medium-sized town with a population of over 50,000, accounting for 1/7 of the population of the entire otherworld dragon kingdom. Yes, my lord, this matter still needs to be discussed. Indeed, the abolition of slavery will have a tremendous impact. Seeing that Baron Sanji had spoken, many nobles began to express their own thoughts. If it were a lord in ordinary times, he would really have to think about it because many things in a country require the help of these nobles. They occupy the best land and resources. If you really offend them all, you will find it impossible to move an inch in your territory in the future. However, the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom clearly doesn't need that. Everything they need is available on Earth, whether it's supplies or food. No need for discussion. This is my decision, and it is also the decision of this otherworldly dragon kingdom. Slavery must be abolished. They're the legal citizens of this country, Deputy Base Chief Chio declared righteously. The people underground were stunned. They never expected that the new lord would be so resolute, not even giving them room for negotiation. A strange look appeared on the bewildered faces of the cannon fodder slaves they had brought along. No one has ever paid attention to them. No one can ever know what they are thinking. Furthermore, no one has ever claimed to be a citizen of this country. In the eyes of the world, they are just dispensable commodities, things that can be traded and trampled on. Even the right to his wife's virginity belonged to the nobles in his territory, not to him. But the Lord's words just now were so earnest that they had no choice but to believe him. My lord, is it appropriate to speak so definitively? Baron Sanji squinted at Deputy Base Chief Chio on the balcony. There are only a few dozen troops stationed in Waldingburg at most, while we have brought several hundred. He said this to threaten Deputy Base Chief Chio. The otherworldly dragon kingdom protects the personal safety and property of all residents within its territory. As long as these slaves remain in the dragon kingdom, they are legal residents of the dragon kingdom. As for you, you're currently residents of the territory as well, but don't cross the line or you'll be severely punished. After hearing what Deputy Base Commander Chio said, the nobles were at a loss for what to do. Neither soft nor hard approaches will work. It's possible to eliminate this lord here, but will likely face retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom. This lord doesn't even care about his own life and death. He has such a good position and power, yet he doesn't know how to enjoy it. My lord, you just said you would protect the safety of everyone's property and personal safety within the territory, right? Baron Sanji asked. That's right, as long as you are still a resident of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. Then, my lord, my slaves were my private property before you arrived. Now that you have directly enacted a law to abolish them, who will guarantee my property? Or is your claim of protecting property security just empty talk? After Baron Sanji finished speaking, the nobles started to jeer. That's right, my lord, my slave property is still property. Would the lord only protect slaves and ignore the lives of us nobles? Or is it that the lord has some kind of illicit relationship with the slaves? Everyone burst into laughter after they finished speaking, as for the so-called secret relationship. Those who know. Deputy Base Commander Chio was not angry when he heard this, and said in a calm tone, I'll give you a week. Within 1 week, submit all the slave contracts you have to the Census Department, and our Dragon Kingdom will compensate you with double the market value. Double. The nobles looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. If you spend 10,000 denarii to buy a slave, you will receive 20,000 denarii. This seems pretty good. Lord, you're really generous, but what if I refuse? Lord Sanji said slowly. Submitting a contract of servitude can indeed yield a large sum of money at once. What happens after that? If the otherworldly dragon kingdom really abolishes slavery, what will happen to my manor and orchard? If there are no slaves then, won't we have to grow them ourselves? That's unthinkable, impossible. Therefore, we cannot accept this money. The nobles quickly realized this, and their excitement vanished. They all looked at Deputy Base Commander Chio, waiting to see how he would answer. If there is still no indenture submitted after a week, then I'll assume you don't want compensation. After finishing his sentence, Deputy Base Chief Chio gave a cold laugh and walked into Waldingburg. The Chinese soldiers in Waldingburg were on high alert, ready to retaliate at the slightest sign of trouble. When the nobles saw that Deputy Base Chief Chiu had left, they knew that there was no way to reach an agreement. For now, all they could do was turn their attention to Baron Sanji standing to the side. Baron Sanji, what are we going to do? Yes, this lord doesn't seem to be joking. So, should we submit the indenture or not? If we don't, we'll all be a blank piece of paper from now on. Baron Sanji waved his hand, not caring. No need to submit it. I don't believe this lord would dare to go against the traditions of this land that have lasted for thousands of years. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Come here, I have something to tell you. What's up? That is... The nobles gathered together, and after hearing Baron Sanji's words, everyone's brows relaxed. It's definitely worth a try. Lord Sanji is so smart. We will definitely cooperate fully. The next day, Xiu arrived at Zhao Wu's office early in the morning. Hugh, why are you here so early? My lord, something terrible has happened. Hugh wiped the sweat from his brow. He was facing a major crisis that could easily destroy a country. Don't panic. There's always a way to solve everything. My lord, how can you still be so leisurely? Those nobles have already controlled all the grain in the market, and the price has tripled. In the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, the nobles control most of the arable land, and they possess a large amount of food. Therefore, lords generally do not clash with local nobles. This is a thankless and arduous approach. Now, it's clear that these nobles are trying to force them in this way. Rising food prices will inevitably cause panic, and then things could get out of control. I never expected these nobles to use this method. Zhao Wu sneered. A war of supply? He'd never been afraid of that. My lord, what time is it? You're still laughing. If food prices remain this high, it will definitely cause great dissatisfaction, and those residents who cannot survive will definitely do all sorts of things. Hugh's concerns are valid. As a guarantee of survival, food prices rarely fluctuate, but this time the price was increased threefold. Many people can no longer afford it, and chaos is bound to ensue. Sir, what should we do? Chapter 66 promulgates a new patriarchal system. Xiu, how many grain shops are there in total in the Dragon Kingdom of Another World? Zhao Wu asked. There are 183 stores that sell grain directly, but many bakeries and other shops rely on grain stores for their survival. If food prices rise, then these food stores will also raise their prices. Very good. I will have you send someone to set up a temporary grain sales point next to each grain shop, and the price will remain the same as before. He was slightly taken aback. This method was indeed feasible, but it was not a long-term solution. Firstly, the Lord's reserves may not be enough to support the entire people of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. Secondly, those nobles would definitely cause trouble. At that time, the nobles will definitely buy up our cheap grain and then resell it at a high price. This method only works temporarily. In the end, it's still the same. Zhao Wu seemed to see through Xiu's thoughts and continued. There's a condition for this sale. Each person can purchase 1 day's worth of food with an identity token, and all purchases must be registered. This will also promote the identity registration system. Xiu nodded. This would indeed resolve part of the issue of hoarding grain. Even if the nobles cause trouble, they won't be able to stir up much trouble. Each person can only buy 1 per day. No one will resell it. However, the amount of grain reserves remains a problem. Can the Lord's grain supply sustain the situation? All right, Xiu, you can go now. Yes, sir. After taking a break, they began preparing a temporary sales location. As for the grain, Zhao Wu ordered the soldiers in the Longwu base to transport it there. Comparing our food reserves to those of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom? What a joke. The next day, Lord Sanji was basking in the sun at his manor, looking very content. At this moment, his attendant came to his side. Sir, did you call me? How was the grain yesterday? Is the Lord overwhelmed with work? Sanji couldn't help but laugh at the thought. What a load of bullshit lords and bullshit dragon kingdoms. What can he do if I just stop distributing grain? In the end, you still have to humble yourself and beg yourself. I'll have to give this lord a good taunt and make him understand his place. The nearsighted man didn't know how to start, and then slowly said, Lord Sanji, the Lord has opened a new station next to each of our food stations, and the prices are still the same. Sanji squinted after hearing this. This lord is quite clever, but so what? He had anticipated this method. But so what? Just find a few people to keep buying, and you'll have no trouble selling them all. I ordered my men to buy up all of the Lord's grain. Let's see what he can use to maintain grain prices. After hearing this, the attendant did not leave, but stood still and lowered his body even further. But sir, the Lord requires an identification card to purchase grain, and each person can only buy a one-day supply at most. Forehead? Sanji scratched his head. There's that trick too? Did this Lord have this in mind when he implemented some kind of identity system before? But so what? This Lord's inventory is definitely not enough. Everyone in the entire Otherworld Dragon Kingdom is buying the Lord's food. How long can he last? Make all your men line up to buy it, even the slaves. Yes, this Lord can only hold out for 3 days at most. 4 days later. This is ridiculous. Why is this Lord still selling grain? Sanji was a bit confused. The Dragon Kingdom in the Otherworld had a total population of over 300,000, and all of them were eating the food of just one Lord. How could he still sell them? Shouldn't he have come to me a long time ago? Sanji used this trick to deal with many arrogant lords, but in the end they all came looking for him. But the newcomer didn't do anything. Could he conjure up food? Sanji decides to convene all the nobles in the country to discuss countermeasures. Soon, they all gathered at Lord Sanji's manor. Gentlemen, the Lord has somehow acquired so much grain. My grain war is completely useless. Sanji's words got everyone talking. Who says otherwise? When I went back, I raised the price of cloth, but I didn't expect that this Lord would sell cloth next to me and sell it better and cheaper than me. Me too. I raised the price of fruit, but it was brought down in the blink of an eye. Me too, me too. Everyone was stunned after they finished speaking. It turned out that not only they, but everyone else had been retaliated against by the Lord. The key point is that even though they hold resources such as land, farmland, and fruit trees, the Lord can still use more things to suppress them. This is really strange. This can't go on. I don't know how many supplies he has, but at this rate, it will be 7 days in no time. Everyone nodded upon hearing what Lord Sanji said. They were clearly trying to teach the Lord a lesson and show him his true worth. But to their surprise, they were completely outmatched and beaten by the Lord. Does Lord Sanji have any good suggestions? The group looked at their leader, Baron Sanji. Since resources can't do anything to him, let's use slaves to deal with him. Hang a slave every day. Let's see what he does then. Sanji finished speaking and gave a cold laugh. In Waldingburg, Sanji deliberately leaked the information to Deputy Base Commander Chio in order to intimidate him. I'm going to hang my slave next. What can you do about it? It seems these nobles have united and are prepared to fight to the death, Zhao Wu said. So what should we do? Legislation. The current law doesn't protect slaves, so it has to be amended, Zhao Wu responded. If we want to punish these nobles, we can't just talk the talk. We need to have a law and a reason. Zhao Wu directly contacted the local UC company and announced that he would be releasing a new message. That afternoon, the new game company, Gamek, was launched. The content of this information is trial version of the clan law in another world Dragon Kingdom. It lists various laws and regulations and provides relevant penalties. The first rule is that everyone within the Dragon Kingdom is a legal citizen, and no one may threaten their personal safety or property, including so-called slaves. The trial version of the clan law of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom contains a total of 398 articles, covering all aspects of life. Because the current environment is quite different from that of Earth, other clauses still need to be supplemented gradually, but the general framework is already in place. For a time, the whole world was focused on the strange occurrences in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the battle between the royal families of Harai and Erdua was no longer so captivating. How interesting it would be to abolish slavery. This dragon country is really interesting. It makes me want to move there. Yes, this patriarchal system also says that all land belongs to the collective and is allocated by the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't this just openly dealing with the nobles? Everyone was amazed. In general, states and lords help nobles to ruthlessly exploit the common people. Then everyone splits the profits 70/70ths. However, this country helped the slaves fight against the nobles. This is truly unbelievable and unheard of. They all wanted to see what the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom would do next. Chapter 67, this is not a happy ending for everyone. Above the Otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, these newspapers were distributed for free, and some were even rained down from the sky. The goal is to get the message into everyone's hands. At Baron Sanji's estate, several serfs are working hard. They dare not stop. It is said that Sanji kills a slave every day in order to fight against the Lord. As long as one has value, one will not die. They did consider rebelling. After all, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. But they really had no way to deal with the guards in their armor. We can't exactly use sticks and stones to deal with them, can we? Escape? That's impossible. The Lord's hounds have very keen noses. If caught, it's certain death. At that moment, many newspapers floated down from the sky. A serf reached out and grabbed a sheet, but he couldn't understand what was on it because he was illiterate. He folded the newspaper and then placed it in his crotch, the only place he could hide it. Go back and ask the old serf. He's a well-informed slave, and I've heard he can even read. You damn bunch, you're slacking off again. When the overseers saw that the serfs had stopped, they lashed their thin bodies with their long whips. Instantly, streaks of blood appeared on their bodies. The serfs dare not speak out in anger and could only keep their heads down and work. Don't think that Lord can save you. Let me tell you, no way. This is Sanji's place. If you don't want to die, you'd better work hard. The foreman saw the newspapers on the ground, picked one up, and began to read them. As he read, his pupils began to dilate, and he hurriedly ran towards Baron Sanji's manor. My lord, something terrible has happened. The foreman rushed to Baron Sanji's study, panting heavily. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Baron Sanji said, displeased. Sir, look at this newspaper. The foreman handed over the newspaper with both hands. The nobles immediately gathered around and began to watch. After reading it, Baron Sanji laughed heartily and said, This lord is really interesting. Why are you laughing, sir? This guy is clearly trying to get back at us. I laugh at the lord for being incompetent and foolish. He thinks he can deal with us with just a piece of paper? That's wishful thinking. Baron Sanji paid no attention to the information written in the newspaper. What do you mean killing slaves carries legal consequences? I, Baron Sanji, am just waiting at home for them to come and arrest me. Let them come over if they dare. Since they want to capture us, we should prepare a grand gift in return. Baron Sanji sneered after saying that. Waldingburg. Large numbers of slaves surrounded Waldingburg. They knelt on the ground in unison, each one of them emaciated, a result of long-term malnutrition. If it weren't for the fact that the air in this other world was rich in spiritual energy, constantly strengthening their bodies, they probably would have died countless times already. What are you doing? Get up quickly, Deputy Base Commander Chiu asked in confusion. He didn't understand why the slaves had all come here. An older slave raised his head, his cloudy eyes fixed on Deputy Base Chief Chiu. Sir, we are just ordinary serfs and do not understand your policies and laws. But we know that if you continue to fight against the nobles, it will be us slaves with no background who die. These words were partly what the nobles told them to say, and partly their own true feelings. The nobles have said that if the Lord does not abolish slavery, they will kill one person every day. If it weren't for the arrival of this Lord, I probably would have survived, just not so well. But now, life is uncertain, and we don't even know when we'll die. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Chiu exchanged a glance, inwardly marveling at how these nobles were indeed not to be trifled with. First, they instilled fear in the serfs, and then shifted some of the blame onto the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. The nobles' meaning is simple. It's not that I want to kill you. It was those lords of the Dragon Kingdom who forced me to kill them. If they stop abolishing slavery, then everything will be solved. Deputy Base Commander Chiu stepped forward. Everyone, I know you are scared. Everyone is afraid of death, including me. But if this death can gain value and bring about reform, then I am willing. If you do not stand up and resist now, your sons and grandsons will be slaves for generations, and your daughters and granddaughters will be prostitutes for generations. Are you willing to continue like this? Are your sons, daughters, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren willing to continue like this? After hearing what Deputy Base Commander Chiu said, the slaves lowered their heads. The slaves were well aware of what he was saying, but resistance was impossible. He was no match for those nobles, and had no choice but to obey. Their long period of resignation to their fate has forged their extraordinary endurance. As long as you're not dead, there's nothing you can't get through. My lord, we have seen what you have done for us. No lord has ever paid as much attention to us as you have. But we really don't want to take any risks. We're not like you, in positions of power. If we lose this battle, the worst that can happen is that we can just make peace. If we lose, it means death. There is no other possibility. Deputy Base Commander Chiu fell silent. Had he never tried to see things from their perspective? Upon hearing the old serf's words, the other slaves began to speak up. Yes, my lord. Although life is not easy now, at least we still feel alive. Lord, please withdraw the decree, and everyone will be happy. Is it really a happy ending for everyone? Then why do they still look so worried? Everyone, you should go back first. I will discuss this with the nobles later. Upon hearing Deputy Base Commander Chio's words, the slaves stood up happily and then left the area. Another world, the Dragon Kingdom. Nighttime, Qiangxi Town. This town is under the jurisdiction of Baron Sanji. In the center of town, at Baron Sanji's mansion, noble knights of all ranks gathered together. The long table was piled high with all sorts of food, things that slaves might never have had a chance to eat in their entire lives. To celebrate the victory, Baron Sanji happily hosted a banquet for all the nobles. Tonton Mir drank a glass of wine, then slammed the wooden cup down on the table. You have no idea how dark that lord's face looked. It was completely black. Exactly. When those slaves kneel there, he doesn't know what to do. Haha, these lowly slaves don't deserve to live. Everyone had already heard about the slaves besieging Waldingburg, and they burst into laughter. Baron Sanji's lips curled up slightly. This lord is nothing special. He'll probably announce tomorrow that he won't abolish slavery. At this moment, two soldiers dressed in Chinese military uniforms walked in. What are you doing here? Chapter 68 cartoon digital watches are a good thing. The two people's entry attracted everyone's attention. These two are soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom of another world. The base commander ordered us to come and present you with some small gifts to express our apologies for the past few days. Furthermore, we hope that you gentlemen can cooperate with the base manager and send the slaves' indentures to the Population Administration Bureau as soon as possible. After they finished speaking, the two of them placed their belongings on the table. Is the Lord giving in? Why didn't you change your strategy sooner? Why insist on fighting it out? Let me see what this Lord will give us. The nobles beamed with smiles upon seeing this. Sending someone over to deliver something is tantamount to admitting defeat, isn't it? It seems this Lord is also afraid of the dead. They surrendered as soon as they heard that the slaves would be executed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. Open it and see what the Lord has given us. One of the people next to them lifted the cloth covering the room and saw that they had never seen anything like it before. What is this? It's so exquisite. Yes, it looks like a pocket watch, but it displays numbers. Look, this even has patterns on it. It's clearly a perfect work of art. I have a design on mine too. This woman is so pretty, but she's dressed so provocatively. The two soldiers almost burst out laughing when they heard these words. You actually call a cartoon digital watch bought from a $2 market exquisite? They even called it a perfect work of art. I have a whole bunch more at home. The nobles held the digital watch in their hands, looking at it repeatedly, reluctant to put it down. Do you two know what this is? This is an electronic watch that the base commander has prepared for you gentlemen. It can accurately announce the time, and wearing it on your wrist will make you look very distinguished. Is this how you wear it? A nobleman picked up a digital watch and placed it on his wrist. That's right, just button this one up. After a brief explanation from the two soldiers, all the nobles present put on the cartoon digital watches. The designs on it include Peppa Pig, as well as Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. There are even anime-style beauties. This style makes these nobles both shy and delighted. In our dragon country, giving clocks as gifts has a special meaning. The nobles became interested upon hearing this and said, "Oh, that sounds very interesting. What's the meaning behind it?" The tall soldier cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, in our tradition, giving clocks is a way of saying goodbye to someone in their final moments. We're here to see you all off in your final days." A funeral procession? Knight Mill touched his hair, not understanding what it meant. Looking at the others, they all looked completely bewildered. What does sending off the deceased mean? At the end of your lives, it signifies that you will be as steady and long-lasting as a clock, and that time will flow forever for you, representing a blessing for your long life. Immortality. The nobles laughed heartily. Who wouldn't want to live forever? This lord is quite interesting. Yes, the gift is nice, but you want us to cooperate? No way. That's right. We'll take the goods, and we'll kill the slaves too. That's the consequence of offending us. Children make choices. Adults want it all. Yes, I will kill slaves tomorrow and finally make the Lord withdraw his absurd abolition of slavery. How would you do this? Then give your things back. The two soldiers feigned shock, but were secretly delighted. How can we capture nobles if they don't commit murder? You want us to pay you back? No way. That's right, bring your lord over. Everyone burst into laughter after they finished speaking. What's in their pockets is unlikely to come back, especially for something so rare. Making them retreat would be worse than killing them. You're nothing but bandits. You just wait. The two soldiers looked furious, then left after uttering some harsh words. Haha, it scared them away. It's normal for such a cowardly lord to produce such cowardly soldiers. Baron Sanji glanced at the digital watch in his hand and fell into deep thought. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I think I'd better not wear this anymore. Baron Sanji put the digital watch in his pocket after thinking about it. The banquet lasted until evening. The next day, Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. Deputy Base Chief Chio gave a deadline of 7 days. There's only 1 day left before the abolition of the Inditra system. The nobles, both high and low, within the Dragon Kingdom did not take it seriously at all. Eat and drink as you please. Male slaves were reduced to serfs who farmed and cut grass, while women with even a little beauty became playthings. On this day, Knight Mill awoke from his large bed. Looking at the two slave girls serving him beside him, he suddenly felt a little bored. Someone come here. 2 guards came in after hearing this. Sir Knight, drag these 2 women out and hang them both today. The 2 guards bowed their heads and then walked toward the 2 female slaves kneeling to the side. My lord, spare my life. Please, sir, spare us. The 2 pleaded desperately, hoping to move Mill. But that's impossible. Mir waved his hand, and 2 guards, ignoring the slaves' cries, dragged them out by their hair. Where are we going today? After pondering for a moment, Mir decided to go into town today to buy some new slaves. We're running out of slaves lately, so we definitely need to get some new ones. If we could find elven slaves, that would be even better. Elves are inherently very beautiful, possessing a noble and pure quality that humans lack. Without hesitation, Mir put on his clothes and then put on the cartoon digital watch hanging on the wall. This thing is his prized possession. As I stepped out of my house, I was greeted by a group of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom dressed in dark green military uniforms. Mir, right? Zhang Jingguo asked, looking at Mir, who was dressed in fine clothes. How dare you? Who gave you the right to call me Mir? Mia Alit. As a knight, which servant would dare to shout, fight to the death? At him. The previous lords were one thing, but how dare you, a mere soldier, address me by my name? If I don't kill you, what will others think of me? Send someone to me. At Mir's command, the guards responsible for security in the courtyard rushed over and surrounded Zhang Jingguo and a dozen others. Zhang Jingguo, however, did not care at all. Meyer, we now suspect that you are involved in several murder cases. Please come back with us for investigation. Murder? A murder case? I'm asking you, how can you prove I killed him? Whether you killed him or not, we'll find out once you come with us. Don't worry, according to the law, we can only page you for a maximum of 24 hours, which is 1 day. After Zhang Jingguo finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. Haha, what if I don't leave? After Mir finished speaking, his face turned cold, and he stared intently at Zhang Jingguo in front of him. His guards were growing larger and larger, and the entire village's guards were on their way. The slaves nearby watched this scene with trembling eyes. Today, Mir's going to make sure these guys never come back. Chapter 69, Why Am I in the Metal Box? Zhang Jingguo looked around at the people who had gathered around and said, What? You want to make a move? Have you considered the consequences? He then pointed to Mill, standing opposite him, and said, And you, for instigating others, I can arrest you for that alone. I'm innocent. This was their own intention. It has nothing to do with me. Mir gave a cold laugh, then stepped back. The guards understood immediately and raised their weapons. Kill them. Various weapons flew over, including throwing axes and crossbow bolts. Riot shield. Soldiers around the perimeter raised their riot shields, and the group took cover beneath them. Weapons like throwing axes and crossbow bolts made a crackling sound when they hit it. Oh, this thing looks pretty fragile. How come it can block weapons? Mir's eyes lit up when he saw the riot shield. It looked pretty good. If we can manage to snatch it, we can then form a decent defensive squad. This new lord, aside from everything else, certainly has a lot of good stuff. But I'm sorry, these things belong to me now. Mir gave a wink to the people next to him. They immediately understood, then dropped their throwing axes and crossbow bolts, drew their swords and knives, and charged forward with howls. Attacking police officers with weapons will result in immediate death. There's no need to be polite to these nobles who dare to challenge the alien Dragon Kingdom. If you behave and listen to me, I might be able to keep you alive. But now, you should all just die. Da da da. The group of men, armed with rifles, fired precise shots at the charging men. Every bullet can take away a person who dares to resist. Less than half a minute later, a large group of people had collapsed in the center of the field, with blood flowing like a river. These guards were at most trainee soldiers. How could their fragile spiritual energy possibly stop rifle bullets? Lying on the ground, they could only regret it in their next life. Is this what the weapons of the Dragon Kingdom are like? Mia stood frozen in disbelief. The conventional weapons of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom are no secret in this Urdua people's kingdom. Those long fire sticks could shoot out iron pebbles that could penetrate the human body. However, hearing about something and seeing it are two different things. This weapon is indeed powerful. It has a high rate of fire, is accurate, and its power is surprisingly immense. A single shot is enough to kill a trainee soldier. When did soldiers become so vulnerable? Was this the thing that killed Lord Simon? Mill swallowed hard. Zhang Jingguo glanced around coldly. Several people on the ground, perhaps not hit in vital areas, were still groaning in pain. But death still awaited them. It's not possible to leave the bullet in the body after it has penetrated it. However, such medical facilities simply do not exist in this other world. Mir, if you don't come with us, we'll have to drag you back. Let's go. I'll go with you right away. Mir didn't dare say no. These guys were serious. If I dared to resist, even slightly, I would probably die here. At the same time, such things are happening in various places throughout the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. Most of the nobles were dismissive and attempted to fight against the arriving Dragon Kingdom soldiers. However, they were all subjected to ruthless suppression. A small number of nobles chose to surrender, but they were all taken away by the Dragon Kingdom soldiers and subsequently sent to Waldingburg. The residents of the territory witnessed this scene. What's wrong, my lord? Why have so many nobles been arrested? Didn't the lord recently issue new laws? Is this for real? No way they acted that fast. They acted right after the announcement. You don't know, do you? Quite a few nobles have already died. This time, the new lord is probably serious. The residents and slaves felt a strange sense of excitement at this thought. According to the trial version of the clan law in another world Dragon Kingdom, everyone is an equal and unique being. What kind of world will this be? Waldingburg converted some of the rooms into interrogation rooms. The Knight of Mill was being interrogated here. He sat trembling at the table in the interrogation room, unsure of what he would face next. She was desperately hoping someone would come to rescue her. Where were you this morning? Zhang Jingguo turned on the powerful interrogation light and pointed it at Mir. What is that? It's so bright. Can you turn it off? The bright spotlight shone on Mill's face, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. From now on, I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them. Don't spout any other nonsense. Mir nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes. I'll answer whatever you say. Mir's subservient demeanor was completely different from his previous one. Zhang Jingguo sneered. This was the strength of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. What were you doing this morning? Sleep. Did you know that 2 women were hanged on your territory? I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. Mir said cautiously. Zhang Jingguo flipped through his documents, then took out an A4 sheet of paper and placed it in front of Mir. According to witnesses, these 2 slaves were with you last night. Who said that? I'm going to kill him. Mir exclaimed angrily. If he really accused him of murder, according to that trial version of the clan law of another world Dragon Kingdom, he would be sentenced to death. He never imagined he would die for 2 slaves. I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer it. Don't you understand? Zhang Jingguo slammed his hand on the table. Milton immediately became as docile as a quail. Yes, yes, you were indeed with me last night. And then? How did they die on your territory? Mir was speechless. I can't exactly say I'm tired of them and hang them both, can I? You dare not say, right? I have something here for you to see, and then we'll talk. As they were talking, someone pushed a television set into the room. Mir was stunned when he saw this thing. What is this? It looks so beautiful. At that moment, the center of the rectangular metal object lit up. Mill found 2 dead female slaves in the middle of the box. They're dead, aren't they? Mir was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly until he reached the wall before stopping. Why would 2 dead people appear in this rectangular box? Could it be that they didn't die, but were rescued by the Dragon Kingdom and brought back to accuse them? That shouldn't be the case. My subordinates are always reliable. And if he wasn't dead, why would the Dragon Kingdom come and capture him? Huh, how come I'm in a box too? Mir looked at the two women sleeping next to him and realized it was him. I'm right here. How'd I end up in a box? Mir was puzzled. All right, let's start from the beginning. Zhang Jingguo pressed a button on the remote control, and the TV screen started moving. The two dead female slaves and herself seemed to have come back to life. Chapter 70, Keeping Promises. Mills stared wide-eyed, then suddenly realized what was happening. This long box actually contained what happened this morning. From a perspective, it turned out to be the spot where the digital clock used to hang on the wall. Why is that? Did that digital watch grow eyes? Unbeknownst to him, each of the cartoon electronic watches Zhao Wu gave them contained several cameras. It was to document their criminal acts. Soon, the scene inside the long box shifts to two guards entering and a man being dragged away and hanged. Two female slaves knelt on the ground and kowtowed, but to no avail. Not only the visuals, but even the audio is exactly the same. He ordered his men to hang the two female slaves. Pa, I've seen scumbags before, but I've never seen one this scumbag. The soldier who was taking a statement with Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but look at Mir with disdain when he saw this scene. He slept with her and then wanted to kill her. He's worse than an animal. Two guards dragged two female slaves out of the room. The image then froze at that moment. Mir, are you familiar with this video? How did you know about what happened this morning? Zhang Jingguo turned to the person taking notes and said, he admitted it. Write it down. Okay. The soldier in charge of recording began to write. Mir has admitted to what was shown in the video. Seeing this, Mir finally realized what was happening and hurriedly asked, what did I admit to? Even if what you said happened this morning, I didn't kill anyone. Mill was frantic. This was a death sentence. How did I inexplicably get so deeply involved? Just because you didn't lay a hand on them doesn't mean you didn't kill anyone. These two slaves are no different from those you killed yourself. Zhang Jingguo stared at Mir in front of him and said, according to Article 284 of the trial version of the clan law of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom, those who instigate others to commit crimes will be subject to more serious consequences than the perpetrators. Damn it. Mir bit his lip until it bled, and then spiritual energy suddenly appeared in his hand. He's ready to take action. Staying here is definitely not an option. These guys clearly came prepared. The only correct course of action is to flee to one's own territory and then rally other nobles to resist the Dragon Kingdom. Captain Zhang, watch out. A soldier standing nearby saw Mir make a move and alerted Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo had long anticipated that Mir wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die, so he wasn't surprised to see Mir charging towards him unarmed. Go to hell, you annoying bastard. Pung. Mir threw a punch, and then his own fist was blasted away. Mir was stunned. Just now, Zhang Jingguo had pulled out a small fire poker and blasted his fist away. This thing is actually more powerful than the previous weapons. How could I, a first-level great warrior, have my spiritual energy and arm blasted away? The magnum pistol in Zhang Jingguo's hand was still smoking. A 12.7mm caliber pistol, at such a short distance, has considerable power. On my hand. After the initial shock came endless pain. Mill clutched his arms and rolled on the ground in agony. He had never been injured so badly before. As a knight, Mill usually bullies the weak and rarely gets injured. His arm had been blasted off, and the pain almost made him faint. Mir, let me tell you something else. Your two slaves are actually not dead. We rescued them. Zhang Jingguo squatted down and looked at Mir with a cold smile. Mir stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Then will you let me go? Let you go. Impossible. Take Mir away. Yes. Seeing that Mir had been taken away, Zhang Jingguo picked up a notebook from the table and put a red X next to Mir's name. In the interrogation room in Waldingburg, many nobles confessed their crimes, feeling their understanding of the world crumble in the face of the video. I never imagined that the Dragon Kingdom of another world would know everything I did. Some people broke down in tears, filled with regret. Some rose up in resistance, only to be suppressed. Their fate was always the same, death. However, we need to give the public a reasonable explanation. Subsequently, Zhao Wu held a press conference for the Otherworld. The artists and recorders from UC Company were summoned and recounted the entire operation. Mir and 49 other nobles have all confessed. They are all sentenced to death. Operation Lightning. The first shot in upholding the law is fired in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. The UC newspaper was continuously distributed around the world. This Dragon Kingdom operation has taken over the entire area. This includes oral testimonies from 49 nobles, as well as footage from video clips. All of this proves to the world that the laws of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom are not just empty words. Noble? Anyone who violates patriarchal laws will be killed without exception. Wow, this otherworldly Dragon Kingdom is amazing. 49 nobles were arrested just for beating a few slaves. This is incredible. I never thought of such a thing before. It's not just about slavery. There are other charges, including instigating others to commit crimes and causing bodily harm. The people on the mainland were astonished by the Dragon Kingdom's unusual approach. Are slaves' lives so precious now? More details were revealed in the local newspapers of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. This includes the specific crimes committed against the 49 nobles and the relevant legal provisions. This lord really did it. Yes, I thought it was just talk, but I didn't expect them to make a move so quickly. This operation not only dealt a blow to the stubborn noble forces in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. In the eyes of ordinary people, the trial version of the clan law in another world Dragon Kingdom suddenly became much more significant. Even nobles who violated the above terms would be punished accordingly. If I make that mistake, wouldn't I be finished? As a result, the security situation in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom has improved considerably, with fewer petty thefts and fights occurring. At this moment, the remaining nobles gathered at Baron Sanji's manor. They're the second target of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, and no action has been taken yet. Defeat them in batches. What should I do? My cousin has been arrested. Yes, I heard that all the nobles will face the death penalty. That's unbelievable. Damn it, it's just killing a few slaves, and they're not even dead yet. This lord is forcing us into a corner. In my opinion, when they surrounded Waldingburg, they should have given them a warning. Even when Lord Eve was around, he was never this arrogant. He arrested 49 nobles at once. He was really too awesome. The nobles gathered around the long table, talking all at once. Some were angry, some were afraid, some were surprised, and some were confused. Ahem, everyone please be quiet. Baron Sanji spoke, and everyone fell silent, waiting for the highly respected old nobleman to speak. Chapter 71, if it's offered to you, why not take it? I'll go and see what this lord is up to first. At worst, we'll give him most of our wealth. Nobody doesn't love money. Sanji put on his hat and walked out of the manor. He was followed by several guards and attendants. The nobles sat in their chairs, waiting for Sanji's good news. Not long after, a servant hurriedly ran back to the hall, panting heavily. The nobles, seeing his servant return, asked in confusion, "Hey, isn't this Baron Sanji's servant? Why is he back alone?" You should know that this servant never leaves Sanji's side. Every time I see him, Baron Sanji is always behind him. After a moment's hesitation, the servant finally spoke. We met the lord as soon as we arrived in Waldingburg. Then what? Then, after Lord Sanji explained his purpose, the lord warmly invited Lord Sanji inside. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. The enthusiasm indicates that something is going to happen. It seems that Lord Sanji is really something else, as even the lord treated him with such warmth. Looks like there's a chance. Yes, as long as Lord Sanji reaches an agreement, then we don't need to worry about the slave ban, and we won't die. That makes sense. Let's ask Lord Sanji ourselves. Lord Sanji? Where is he? The crowd questioned the servant before them. It's been half a day, and Baron Sanji still hasn't shown up. The attendant's expression darkened, and he continued, Lord Sanji has been arrested. What? The nobles were shocked. Hadn't they just been promised a warm welcome? How could they have been arrested so suddenly? Well, I do if I get caught. What exactly happened? Explain yourself, the nobles urged. The servant scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics either. When Lord Sanji went in, the lord told us to wait outside. Not long after, someone came out and told me that Lord Sanji had broken the law. Broken the law? Broken what? It seems to be a bribery charge. Everyone was bewildered. What on earth was this bribery charge? At this moment, someone found trial version of the clan law of another world Dragon Kingdom and started reading it. Sure enough, they found the regulations and explanations regarding the crime of bribery inside. What are we going to do? Even Lord Sanji has been arrested, and it's a capital offense. Yeah, what do we do now? The group looked at each other. suddenly unsure of what to do. Normally, I listen to Baron Sanji at this time. No wonder the Lord was so happy to receive Lord Sanji before. So, since Lord Sanji delivered himself to our doorstep, how can we not be happy? I'm gonna run away. I'm leaving now. I don't know who made the suggestion. Everyone began to think about it, and then they all headed towards the door. They were preparing to leave the country and head elsewhere. At this moment, a group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers rushed in through the door, and they surrounded the many nobles with their guns on. This was all thanks to Sanji for gathering them together, saving the Dragon Kingdom and the other world a lot of trouble. "Gentlemen, what's going on?" the nobles asked, trembling. I had a bad feeling. Zhang Jingguo stepped out from among the soldiers and looked at the nobles before him, asking, "Which one is Steve?" "My lord, it is I." A nobleman stepped forward. "Do you know you've broken the law?" Zhang Jingguo said fiercely. Steve looked completely bewildered and said, "Sir, I didn't do anything. You have committed the crime of treason and betrayal of the country. Your home shall be searched, all your property confiscated, and you shall be sentenced to death." "Sir, I didn't," Steve continued to argue. In fact, they had long plotted to overthrow the regime of the alien Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jingguo took out a piece of paper with Steve's handwriting on it. The note read, "Plotting to murder the Lord." Upon seeing the note, Steve kicked his legs, knowing his death was imminent. Next, Zhang Jingguo read out the crimes of everyone one by one. They faced either the death penalty, confiscation of property, or life imprisonment. None of them fared well. Day 7. The local travel agency reported on the crackdown on indenture practices in the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom game. A total of 122,589 indenture contracts were recovered, freeing 122,589 slaves and granting them corresponding citizen ID cards from the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. All remaining indentures were also nullified, and no one was allowed to buy or sell slaves in any form. Anyone found doing so would be severely punished. The slaves from various towns and villages came out. Most of the slaves wore happy smiles, finally able to live normal lives, but some remained worried. They didn't know if they could support themselves after leaving the aristocracy. When they regained their citizenship, they were penniless. They don't even know what they'll eat for lunch. Moreover, with so many slaves regaining their freedom at once, jobs would definitely be hard to find and wages would be extremely low. In Waldingburg, Hugh arrived at Zhao Wu's office. "Hugh, you're here." When Zhao Wu saw Xiu come in, he put down the newspaper he was holding. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" "Hugh, the slave issue has been resolved. How's the census going?" "My lord, if we include slaves in the population of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, then the population might reach around 500,000. The specific figures are still being compiled." Zhao Wu gasped in shock. He hadn't expected the slave population of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom to be so large. This is equivalent to 1 in 2 commoners in the previous Otherworld Dragon Kingdom having a slave. "My lord, won't so many slaves pose a threat to the safety of the Otherworldly Dragon Kingdom?" Xiu didn't continue, knowing that Zhao Wu must have already figured it out. What do large numbers of slaves need when they regain their freedom? They need food and shelter. Otherwise, people who have no food or drink and whose lives cannot be guaranteed will definitely take risks. Those who do all sorts of things for their children, wives, and parents will surely do them. In that case, the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom would have overplayed its hand, and its attempt to destroy the slave system would have only brought it more trouble. "I'll handle this. You go do something else." "Please speak, sir." "Find 10 people from each town and village who know how to farm to come and participate in the training." "Training? What kind of training do farmers need? Can't they be trained in farming?" Xiu didn't dare ask any more questions, and after accepting the order, he went down to look for people. As for what the person did after finding them, that's not his concern. After the rest left, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom walked in through the door. "Report, we have found this 150 miles east of Waldingburg." After saying that, the Dragon Kingdom soldier handed a stone to Zhao Wu. "This is..." Zhao Wu looked at the stone. It was a bit strange. It was entirely blue, with a thin layer of mist rising from it, as if it were emanating from a stone. "What is this thing?" Chapter 72, Is There Really Such a Good Thing in the World? Zhao Wu looked at the stone. It was a bit strange. It was entirely blue, with a thin layer of mist rising from it, as if it were emanating from a stone. "These are stones we found while searching for minerals." According to mineralogists, stones of this material only exist in this world. They don't exist on Earth. Ding-dong magic spirit, or detected. It can power up the portal. Absorb. Charging? Zhao Wu was stunned. Previously, magic crystals could be used to upgrade the portal level. But what exactly is this charging? How many of these stones did you find in total? A total of 3 pieces were found, the soldier replied. 3 pieces, so absorbing one shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhao Wu glanced at the soldier beside him and said, I'll keep this stone. You can give one of the remaining 2 to Ding Zhang and 1 to General Chen Guoming. Yes. After saying that, the soldier walked out. Zhao Wu picked up the magic spirit ore in his hand and began to absorb it. Ding Dong absorbed magic spirit, or portal charge is now 1. When the portal's charge reaches 100%, the second world will open. Second world? It turns out this portal not only opens the door to this world, but also to a second world. Zhao Wu was overjoyed. This one world had brought Blue Star many benefits. So what will the next world hold? However, this matter cannot be rushed. Only after the development of this world is on track can we move on to developing the second world. For now, the focus should still be on the management of the otherworldly dragon kingdom. In the streets of the current alien dragon kingdom, slaves can be seen squatting everywhere. They looked around with bewildered expressions. I felt so out of place. This morning, their master told them they were free and no longer slaves. They then left the place where they had lived for more than 10, even several decades. His stomach was growling, and his family members huddled beside him, having not had a sip of water all day. Many people stared at the bakeries and restaurants not far away, swallowing hard as they smelled the enticing aromas wafting from them. Fortunately, these slaves were quite patient and didn't go that far. But who knows what will happen in a few days? Just then, he heard a sound coming from not far away. It seemed that a lot of people had gathered together, as if something big was about to happen. Job posting for the otherworldly dragon kingdom. Due to infrastructure needs, China is now recruiting for various jobs with generous pay, meals and accommodation provided, and a 5-day work week with 2 days off. At the highest point of the town, a soldier picked up a megaphone and shouted at the top of his lungs. A large crowd immediately gathered below. Among them were slaves and ordinary civilians who came to join the fun. What kind of job is it? How much does it pay? Food and lodging provided? Sir, is that true? What does 5 days on, 2 days off mean? The people below were asking questions all at once. They are currently short of jobs, and even if the job is terrible, they have to take it anyway. TCH, they abolished slavery, but then they hired slaves to do their work. How are they any different from the nobles? Exactly. I originally thought this lord was a good person. Some discordant voices emerged from the crowd, some from wealthy commoners and others from minor nobles. Previously, each of these people had 1 or 2 slaves of their own. Upon seeing the job postings, he was extremely disdainful. The soldiers in their dark green uniforms didn't care at all. Every world has fools, and this world is no exception. They didn't realize the horrific consequences if the slavery problem wasn't solved. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Working for the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom is entirely voluntary, and those who are willing can enjoy a monthly salary of 1,500 dinars. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Sir, are 1,500 dinars for us? That's right, it's your pay for your work. The slaves were stunned. When did they start getting paid for their work? Before, they could only earn a little food in exchange for their labor. If they received black bread or rice in return, they were lucky. More often than not, after a hard day's work, all you get in return is barely edible rice bran or something similar. Not only that, our otherworldly dragon kingdom provides all employees with free room and board. They've gone mad. All the slaves have gone mad. They not only provide money, but also food and lodging. This solves their biggest problem right now. Finally, in our otherworld dragon kingdom, we enjoy normal holidays and work no more than 8 hours a day. Those who work more than 8 hours will receive 1.5 times the overtime pay. In addition, we work no more than 5 days a week, and those who work more than 5 days will receive double the pay. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week? The slaves were speechless with astonishment. Was this really a job search? Or were they sure it wasn't just a trip for fun? You can earn 1,500 dinars a month with such short working hours. Furthermore, double the subsidy will be given if the time limit is exceeded. My goodness, is this charity work? Now it's not just the slaves who are tempted. Even some unemployed commoners are tempted as well. 1,500 dinars is not a very high income. This price was calculated by Zhao Wu and others based on the consumption level in the other world. In order not to disrupt the local working environment and market economy, he ultimately received a salary of 1,500 dinars. If the price is too high, everyone will come to work there, which will damage the local economy and cause many industries to be abandoned. If the price is too low, people will criticize me, and I might be portrayed as someone who is just like a slave owner, only knowing how to exploit others. Sir, do you think I'm up to the task? I'm very strong. I can take on 3 people. I could do it too. I have other brothers in my family who can also do this job. This situation exists in various towns and villages of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom, where 80% of the slaves have received recruitment information. The remaining 20 gradually learned about this information from their friends or family. They were taken to various newly built infrastructure projects in the Dragon Kingdom to do the most basic work. The otherworldly Dragon Kingdom is now in dire need of reconstruction, and the question is no longer whether it can accommodate this number of people, but whether it is enough. Zhao Wu decided to first establish a power plant in the alien Dragon Kingdom. Once electricity is available, resource extraction and daily life will undergo significant changes. The construction materials and related technologies can be transported from Earth, but the construction workers can only be these people from another world. The first day these workers arrived wasn't for actual work, but rather to learn about the relevant safety regulations and rules. Sir, when can we go back to work? Otherwise, won't we have no money and no food? The slaves asked anxiously. Don't worry, everyone. Training is also counted as working hours. In other words, you've already been working and you're still getting paid. Holy crap, such a good thing exists. The slaves were dumbfounded. You can get paid to attend classes? Is there really such a good thing in the world? Chapter 73, This food is awful. This new lord is too good. Not only did he rescue them from the nobles, but he also gave them such a good job. Some people even cried, thinking that no matter what, they must work hard and never slack off. When they arrive at the cafeteria for lunch, everyone felt a sudden lack of oxygen to their heads. This cafeteria smells so good. And there's meat too. There were all kinds of food, some of which they had never even seen before. For a moment, these people thought they had arrived in paradise. All right, everyone, let's eat. After we finish, I'll take you to your dorms to find your beds. Everyone nodded and then lined up to wait for their meal. Wow, this is so delicious. Yes, I've lived for almost 40 years, and this is only the second time I've eaten meat. You've eaten meat once before, but I've lived for 30 years, and this is the first time I've ever eaten plain white rice. Many people cried while eating, and the thought of being able to eat this kind of food every day in the future made them cry even harder. The entire cafeteria was filled with sobs. The soldiers who came to eat were completely bewildered. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd walked into a funeral parlor. Goodness, how come this meal made them cry? Maybe the food was just too bad today. Yeah, there was ice cream yesterday, but there's nothing today. Several soldiers shook their heads, looking somewhat dissatisfied. These words were indeed extremely shocking to the slaves. Listen to this. Is this even human language? They actually said it tasted awful. How can something this delicious not be considered good enough by others? My God, what do these people usually eat? And what exactly is that ice cream? After finishing their meal, the workers were about to get back to work, but they were quickly stopped. No one is allowed to work during the lunch break. Moreover, these workers also want to check on their own dormitories. Wow, this place is like a vacation. Yes, we study in the morning, have such a good lunch, and then have to rest and check on the dorms in the afternoon. Several slaves were moved to tears. They had never done such a good job before. They will definitely work hard to repay the favor and will never slack off. The dormitories in the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom weren't very good. Because of the large number of people, they could only use temporary prefabricated houses as dormitories. The room only contained a bed and a table, while outside there were public restrooms, a lobby, and other facilities. Since there is no electricity yet, there are only water pipes available for now. Even in such circumstances, the workers were moved to tears. Their living conditions used to be worse than a doghouse. Forget about a bed. We'd be grateful for even a straw mat. As for tables, those are for commoners and nobles. I've never used one myself. They even ate while squatting on the ground. The construction speed of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom was accelerated by the addition of these slaves and residents. A large thermal power plant capable of supplying hundreds of thousands of people was quickly built. Electricity is needed everywhere. Large-scale mining operations cannot function without electricity. This is also why Zhao Wu was the first to build a power station. The entire other world is filled with newly built civil engineering projects, and development is progressing rapidly. In front of Waldingberg, Hugh found 10 skilled farmers in each region, some of whom had previously been slaves. He seemed somewhat excited at being suddenly summoned by Zhao Wu. A pair of black, mud-covered hands were nowhere to be seen. "Sir, I have found all the farmers you requested, a total of 890 people." Zhao Wu nodded and glanced at the crowd in front of him. They are the backbone of the country's production, yet they have never been treated well. Everyone, the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom, is implementing land reform. Perhaps you didn't own a piece of land before, but now you have the motivation to strive. Everyone can open up their own land in the suburbs, and the more land they open up, the more farmland they own. The crowd looked at each other, wondering if the Lord didn't know how to farm. Reclaiming wasteland is no easy task. Because of the existence of magic and spiritual energy, technology has not developed in this other world. When people were reclaiming wasteland, they still used old and broken farm tools. Ox-drawn plows and iron farm tools were things owned by nobles. As for borrowing from nobles, that's even more impossible. They'd rather you hire people to cultivate the land yourself and buy more slaves to manage it than lend it to you. This makes reclaiming wasteland no easy task. If you encounter tree roots or rocks in the field, there's nothing you can do. For someone to cultivate wasteland is tantamount to suicide. There is simply no possibility of it. My lord, although you say so, this matter is not easy. Zhao Wu had anticipated this situation. Their current predicament was more like that of ancient times. Don't worry about the difficulty of reclaiming wasteland. Come with me. Zhao Wu walked in front, and the rest of the people slowly followed behind. The group arrived at a wasteland, where they were startled by the presence of several large metal monsters. "Sir, what are we doing here?" Zhao Wu glanced at the wasteland in front of him, which was covered with tree roots and rocks. If he were to cultivate wasteland, he would definitely not choose this piece. To reclaim wasteland. "Sir, this land is not worth cultivating. The soil is barren, and it is too difficult to reclaim wasteland." "It's not difficult. How can I show you my mysterious weapon?" "Mysterious weapon?" The farmers looked up and saw Zhao Wu chuckle. Then he climbed onto the deep tillage machine next to him. It moved. It moved. This giant monster has started moving. When the farmers saw Zhao Wu driving the deep tillage machine, they all took a half step back. If it weren't for the many soldiers nearby, they probably would have run away long ago. "This thing is so huge. I wonder if it's dangerous." "Don't panic, everyone. Next, I will show you the function of this deep tillage machine." The deep tillage machine's disc plow continuously inserts itself into the soil, then turns and loosens the soil. During cultivation, the rotating disc with blades can chop up dry, hard soil and cut grass roots and small tree roots. Not long after, Zhao Wu drove the deep tiller back and forth. "How is it? What do you think of this machine?" The farmers watching from the sidelines all went crazy. In just that short period of time, this thing cleared more wasteland than a person could do in several months. "If I had such a steel monster, I would never have trouble cultivating wasteland." "Sir, this monster is incredibly powerful. What's its name?" "This is called a deep tillage machine. It can be used to cultivate wasteland." "Amazing. The Dragon Kingdom of another world can even tame such a ferocious beast." To farmers, this deep tillage machine is a rather novel and fantastical beast. The farmers were dazzled and couldn't resist trying it out. "I will donate one of these machines to each region, and you 10 people will take turns using this machine to reclaim wasteland." "My lord, is this true?" Chapter 74, this kid definitely doesn't know how to farm. Everyone could tell that this thing was extraordinary, and Zhao Wu actually wanted to give one to every 10 people, even if he only used it for one day himself. That would allow them to cultivate a considerable amount of land, and this wave of people would directly become landlords. Of course it's true. The more you work, the more you earn. As Zhao Wu stepped off the deep plow, the other farmers couldn't help but come forward and stroke him. It was incredibly cold to the touch, yet this inanimate object could accomplish things that dozens of people couldn't. Hope ignited in their eyes. Then someone seemed to realize something and said, "Even if there's farmland, there is nothing we can do. Now that we are not allowed to hire slaves, a family of several people can't cultivate much land at all. Yes, even if we have land, our manpower is limited. It's okay, there's several people in my family. I can grow it. Everyone started talking at once, but some of the farmers, who had large families, didn't care at all. However, some farmers have only a few family members and are simply unable to maintain a large amount of farmland. Zhao Wu waved his hand and said, "That's all right. Besides the deep tillage machine, we also have seeders, rice transplanters, and harvesters." Next, Zhao Wu demonstrated the use and effects of these machines one by one. The farmers nearby were stunned. Good heavens, these steel monsters actually grow crops on their own just by riding on them and doing nothing? This is much more impressive than cows or anything like that. If I had a few of these machines, wouldn't that mean I could manage the entire process from clearing land to harvesting? Awesome. Not only the deep plow, but all the other steel monsters have been tamed by the adults. How is this thing so powerful? What does it eat to grow up like this? Are you stupid? It's just eating things from the fields. Look at those big mouths, munching away. These farmers use their imaginations to guess where these agricultural tools came from. I will provide one of these machines for every 10 people, and there will be someone to teach you how to use them. Thank you very much, sir. The farmers all knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Wu. They not only gave them the right to cultivate farmland, but also gave them so many good things. Forget kowtowing. I'd even make them call me father. Zhao Wu hurriedly helped the person in front of him up. All right, get up, everyone. We don't observe this kind of etiquette in our otherworldly dragon kingdom. If you want to repay me properly, then farm properly and keep the food prices in the otherworld dragon kingdom stable. Although the food can be transported through the portal, the quantity is too large, and many other supplies have been piling up at the entrance for the past few days and cannot be transported. From now on, they will have to rely on themselves as beings from another world to be self-sufficient. Rest assured, sir, the grain we grow will be allocated by you. We'll sell it for whatever price the adults say we'll sell it for. Zhao Wu nodded, then took a bag from the side and poured it on the ground. Do you know what this is? Zhao Wu pointed to the things on the ground and asked the farmer in front of him. The farmers squatted down and examined it carefully, but they still couldn't figure out what it was. Why is this thing round and covered in dirt? It looks like food, and it's even grown in the soil. Although these old farmers had never seen potatoes before, they could tell at a glance that this round thing was an edible grain. That's right, this thing is called a potato, a kind of food that grows in the ground. You'll be planting this from now on. Potato. Sir, what's so special about these potatoes? The farmers were bewildered. What difference does it make what they plant? Why do they have to plant something they had never seen before? I ask you, what is the yield per acre of grain you grow? Zhao Wu asked. Your Excellency, I can produce 330 gene per mu. I can achieve a yield of 387 gene per mu. That's nothing. My yield per mu can reach 450 gene. Everyone chimed in, boasting about their impressive achievements. 450 gene? Why don't you just say 1,000 gene? You're just bragging without thinking. Who's bragging? 450 pounds isn't impossible. My lord, you must believe me. A farmer blushed, hoping that Zhao Wu would believe him. Zhao Wu waved his hand. Only 450 gene? Why don't you believe it? You know, hybrid rice these days can easily yield 700 to 800 kilograms per mu, a Chinese unit of area, approximately 0.165 acres. 450 gene, a Chinese unit of weight, approximately 200 kilograms, is more than 200 kilograms. You can produce it with your eyes closed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This adult actually said 450 gene is too little? Just mess around with it? I could tell at a glance that this kid doesn't know how to farm. The arrogance of farmers cannot be tolerated. Sir, you just said 450 gene is too little? Yes, your output must reach at least 1,000 caddies per mu in the future. Good heavens, I'm just speechless. A yield of 1,000 caddies per mu, or at least. He thought the field was made by the dinar. Sir, is it really possible to achieve a yield of 1,000 caddies per mu? Of course it's possible with this potato. Zhao Wu pointed to the thing on the ground and said, this thing can yield 3,000 gene per mu. 3,000 caddies? Everyone wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. What kind of grain can produce such a high yield? Is it a gift from God? So it's easy to achieve a yield of 1,000 gene per mu. Next, agricultural experts explained the potato planting methods and precautions to everyone. Zhao Wu didn't know much about planting, so he let the experts and farmers who came with him talk to him. They have experience in this area. The Potato Empire is flourishing in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. This will become the main food source for the people of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. In the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom, the weekly meetings are still being held. This week, both Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Chiu attended the meeting. After everyone had arrived, General Chen Guoming, who was presiding over the meeting, cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, the main topic of today's meeting is the new mineral discovered in the otherworld Dragon Kingdom. This type of, or only exists in the demon spirit continent." After saying that, Chen Guoming took out a magic spirit or from a box and placed it in the middle of the table. This, or emits a blue gas that floats around it. What is this? It looks so beautiful. This blue color seems to resemble spiritual energy somewhat. Ding dong, a magic stone has been detected. Absorb it to power the portal. The system's notification startled Zhao Wu away. Really? Each magic stone can power a portal. If the energy level reaches 100, the next world will open. Chen Guoming, oblivious to Zhao Wu's change, continued. This or contains enormous energy. If used properly, many problems can be easily solved. That's right. If we can convert this energy, our weapons and technology will undergo tremendous changes, Dean Zhang continued. Of the original 3 magic spirit stones, Zhao Wu had 1, Chen Guoming had 1, and the remaining 1 belonged to Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang received it immediately and began to study it. Such a magical thing. Great, it seems this trip to another world has brought us so much. Chapter 75, this thing can open a second world. With the exploitation of resources in the otherworld Dragon Kingdom, various resources, such as oil and gold, have been continuously transported to Earth. The many countries surrounding the Dragon Kingdom discovered that no matter how much they try to blockade it, the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be doing quite well. Domestic oil prices continue to hit new lows, and urban development is incredibly rapid. It feels like the lockdown actually helped them. Unbelievable. People in China also found it strange. The change was immediately noticeable in terms of energy. You know, gas used to cost 5 or 6 yuan per liter, but now it only costs 3 or 4 yuan. Ordinary people don't understand other things. They just know that the cost of living is getting lower and lower. They were unaware that a random oil field discovered in the alien Dragon Kingdom had reserves exceeding those of the largest oil field on Earth. With continued mining, how could domestic prices not be low? The Dragon Kingdom is full of confidence in the development of other worlds. In the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Wu stepped forward. "General Chen Guoming, I have something I would like to tell you all." Chen Guoming glanced at Zhao Wu Dao and asked, "Zhao Wu, have you discovered something?" "Yes, this or has a special ability to power my portal." "Charging." Chen Guoming frowned. Previously, the teleportation portal was upgraded using magic crystals from monsters. Now, why is there an additional charging function? What happens after charging is complete? Open the second world. The otherworldly Dragon Kingdom begins now. Everyone's primary objective shifted from resource gathering to finding the magic spirit ore. This magical or can open up new worlds. So what will the new world hold? 3 helicopters took off from the sky above the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. Inside sat Zhao Wu and his companions. Their goal this time was to head towards the capital of the Erdua People's Kingdom. If we're talking about who knows the most about the demon spirit mine, it's definitely the local otherworldly beings. Zhao Wu decided to ask Queen Lilia, hoping to find out the location of this mineral. The helicopter flew over the capital of the Republic of Erdua and then slowly came to a stop in the square in front of the palace. The royal guards of the Erdua People's Kingdom were very familiar with this item, and upon seeing it, they hurriedly went to find Queen Lilia. "Queen Lilia." Zhao Wu gave Queen Lilia a noble salute. Although the movements were a little awkward, it represented his respect. The Erdua People's Kingdom and the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom are now in a cooperative relationship, so the proper etiquette should still be observed. "Your Excellency, Zhao, you are too kind." Queen Lilia stepped forward and took Zhao Wu's hand. "Let's go inside and talk about it." Queen Lilia led Zhao Wu and the others through the palace and into the reception room. At this moment, several servants came over carrying pastries and tea. "Gentlemen, these are some pastries we made. Please have a taste," Queen Lilia said with a slight smile. Zhao Wu glanced at the colorful so-called pastries. They looked quite good, much better than before. I only realized how naive I was after taking a bite. Good heavens, this thing is too hard. If my spiritual energy hadn't reached the level of a battle saint, my teeth might have been knocked out. The others who followed clearly noticed this, and some were too embarrassed to pick it up and chew it. It made a crunching sound coming from its mouth. You'd think it was chewing pebbles. Ahem, Queen Lilia, you're too kind. If you'd like some pastries, our otherworld dragon kingdom can send them to you. Queen Lilia seemed a little embarrassed. It would be too shameful if she really let the otherworldly dragon kingdom send it over because of her own desire for food. So she ordered someone to make a copy. Although the color was accurate, the taste was still no different from black bread. Zhao Wu smiled when he saw Lilia's shy expression. He then took out a small gift he had brought and handed it to her. Queen Lilia, this is a gift we have brought for you. In our dragon kingdom, girls all like to drink this. Lilia looked at the thing Zhao Wu had brought. It was a transparent cup filled with brownish water. Only after taking it did I realize that the transparent cup was actually soft, not the texture I had imagined. What is this thing? This is called milk tea, and quite a few people like it. I can tell you like cake, so you must have a fondness for this kind of sweet. Lilia blushed, then picked up the milk tea and took a sip. My goodness, what does this smell? Zhao Wu Zixi. Lilia drank half a cup in one gulp. Besides milk tea, it also contains chewy tapioca pearls. It tastes so good. Queen Lilia's thoughts resurfaced. Why not just become a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom in another world, where there's all sorts of delicious food? Queen Lilia, how are you feeling? Queen Lilia's expression changed instantly, transforming into a haughty one. She's a queen. She should be more reserved. It's all right, it's passable. After saying that, he picked up his milk tea and took another sip. Glug glug. The milk tea is almost empty. And you guys came to see me today, not just to let me drink this novel thing, right? Zhao Wu didn't hide anything and directly took out the magic spirit ore in his hand and placed it in front of Lilia. Do you recognize this? Lilia looked at it in surprise and asked, where did you get this thing? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this? Zhao Wu asked. Lilia shook her head, then nodded. I can't say for sure if it's harmful. If this stone is left on the roadside, nothing will happen, but if someone takes it, it will mysteriously disappear. Sometimes even entire villages would mysteriously disappear, leaving behind blood and severed limbs everywhere. So when our people see this thing, they always walk around it. Disappeared? Is it really that strange? Zhao Wu thought for a moment and realized that he had obtained 3 magic spirit stones. If you absorb one of the stones, then the stone becomes an ordinary small stone without any magical spirit. The other 2 magic spirit mines left the magic spirit continent through a portal. Could it be that I haven't disappeared because of these reasons? Or is the idea that it will disappear just a legend? Does Queen Lilia know where to find this stone? Who cares if it disappears or not? As long as we find where the stone is, that's enough. Lilia thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, there is one, and it's located within the territory of the Erduva People's Republic. However, ordinary people can't get there. They get poisoned before they even get close. Poisonous? Zhao Wu didn't care about that, since he would have a gas mask with him. At worst, it just means the mining speed will slow down. Queen Lilia, please tell us the detailed address. The Otherworld Dragon Kingdom will be extremely grateful. No need for that. I'll tell you anyway, we don't need this. Queen Lilia took a map and then drew a circle on it. It's roughly in this location. You can investigate the specifics yourselves. Thank you, Queen Lilia. Zhao Wu took it and then said, once the railway reaches the capital, you can eat your favorite cakes and milk tea anytime. Queen Lilia blushed. Well, that's pretty good. Queen Lilia was somewhat looking forward to that moment. Chapter 76, The Great Strange Bird. Having obtained what he needed, Zhao Wu decided not to linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Queen Lilia, he boarded a helicopter and flew towards the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. On the plane, Zhao Wu opened the map and started looking at it. The location marked on the map is about 400 kilometers away from the otherworld Dragon Kingdom, which is quite far in this era. Due to the scarcity of transportation, most people use horse-drawn carriages. Of course, some people use warcraft to pull carts, but the speed isn't much faster. Zhao Wu and his group were different. The otherworldly Dragon Kingdom had cars and airplanes. 400 kilometers is nothing. We'll find out when Zhang Jingguo investigates. At this moment, Zhao Wu suddenly sensed something was amiss, and the blue aura emanating from the magic stone in his hand became even denser. Report, The aircraft's radar has detected an approaching flying object ahead. Flying object? What other flying objects could there be besides birds in this era? Although I've heard the villagers say that dragons exist in this world, I've never seen one, so whether they even exist is another matter. Can we take a different route? No, he's on his way to the base, and he's going very fast. We should be able to meet him in about 3 minutes. Zhao Wu pondered for a moment. The fact that the aircraft's radar could detect it means the radio signal was quite strong. It is at least as big as a helicopter, and maybe even bigger. Contact command and have them send 3 Shadow fighter jets over. Yes. Command center, this is Flying Eagle 1. 3 minutes later, Zhao Wu spotted a flying object not far away. It was a huge, strange bird. Its body is like a lion with wings on its back, but its mouth is like an eagle's with a hard beak. What the hell is this thing? The driver was stunned for a moment when he saw this. I wonder if this thing will attack them. The strange bird cried out, then flapped its wings and swooped straight toward them. It seems there's no way to avoid it. Fire the machine gun. This strange bird is clearly up to no good. The machine guns on both sides of the armed helicopter, which resembled cannons, began to rotate, and a hail of bullets shot towards the strange bird. The strange bird spread its wings and stopped, then launched several wind blades at the armed helicopter. Pum! The helicopter turned its nose around, but it was still cut in half by the wind blades. Oh no, the tail section has been destroyed. We have no choice but to make an emergency landing. The helicopter spun in the air before flying towards the ground, causing Zhao Wu inside to stumble. The strange bird let out a hoof-like cry and then charged at the helicopter again. At that moment, 3 black dots appeared in the distance, and then rushed to our side in an instant. Shadow 1 has detected a special flying monster attacking Eagle 1, requesting permission to fire. Fire is permitted. Make sure to bring the base commander back. Clear. The strange bird stopped in place and looked at the 3 darkfighter jets flying in the air. They were incredibly fast, flying past in the blink of an eye, then tumbling and spinning back. Shadow 1 launches air-to-air missile. Black Shadow 2 launches air-to-air missile. Black Shadow 3 launches air-to-air missile. 3 missiles flew directly toward the strange bird. Boom! 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 The massive explosion engulfed the strange bird in flames. Target has been hit. Repeat, target has been hit. As the smoke cleared, the strange bird was found to be mangled and bloody, teetering on the verge of collapse. The strange bird was attracted by the magic stone and never expected that its B-rank magical beast would be beaten so badly by these 3 iron birds. It's the local big boss. It's never suffered such injustice before. Target still alive, begin firing the second air-to-air missile. Black Shadow 1 turned around, did a side roll in the air, and then headed towards the strange bird. The strange bird let out a terrifying cry, and several wind blades formed throughout the space. Black Shadow 1 quickly took off from its spot to dodge the wind blades, and at the same time launched an air-to-air missile. Goodbye, everyone. Boom! The strange bird could no longer withstand the damage and fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Target has crashed. Repeat, target has crashed. The shadowy fighter jet is returning to base. Understood, begin the return journey now. Zhao Wu lay on the lawn, watching the 3 black shadow fighter jets disappear before his eyes, while the strange bird that had crashed earlier landed not far away. It seems this magic stone can attract magical beasts. No wonder they say this stone can make people disappear. They must have been eaten by the magical beasts. Major Zhao, what do we do now? The plane crash only resulted in minor scratches to the 2 people. This is largely thanks to the strong physique this world has given me. Don't move. They'll definitely have a helicopter coming soon. Yes. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he walked alone towards the direction where the strange bird had crashed. Before long, they found the target location. The strange bird lay dead on the ground, its body torn to pieces by the missile. It looks pretty big. A grade B magic crystal has been detected. Absorbing it will upgrade the portal level to level 10. Magic crystal? Yeah, this thing is a warcraft. But I never expected it to be a B-rank monster. I'm so rich. Zhao Wu started searching and eventually found a glittering magic crystal on the monster's head. Absorb grade B magic crystal? Absorbing it will grant 7,000 experience points. Absorb. Absorption successful. The portal level has been increased to 10. The maximum number of participants has been increased from 5,000 to 20,000. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level LV 10620/9870. Portal width 8 meters. Portal height 8 meters. Portal secondary permissions 5,000/20,000. Personal skills: advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of kendo experience. Physical fitness 100 points. Normal level is 5. Magic power 5 points. Wow. The number of people suddenly jumped to 20,000. Then the population of the entire Otherworld Dragon Kingdom will increase again. Although most of the resources will still need to be provided by people from other worlds, management will be much easier. Moreover, production of some resources that can only be mined by China can be increased. Zhao Wu couldn't help but want to tell General Chen Guoming this good news. At that moment, gunshots rang out from the spot where the armed helicopter had crashed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wu's expression changed drastically. If the magic can attract this strange bird, they can also attract magical beasts on the ground. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Wasn't that because the monster on the ground had arrived? Zhao Wu rushed over. Upon arriving at the crash site, they indeed saw a huge two-tailed lion roaring not far away. Its entire body was golden, and its fur was like steel. When the driver's rifle hit it, it produced a metallic clanging sound. It must not be harmed in the slightest. Major Zhao, you go quickly, I'll hold him off. The pilot saw Zhao Wu approaching and then emerged from behind the crashed helicopter. Zhao Wu is the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Although he was just a lowly soldier and didn't know much, he still knew who opened the portal. The first thing they did upon arriving in this other world was to learn about Zhao Wu's importance. Zhao Wu is even more important than everyone else in the entire Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let anything happen to Zhao Wu. Chapter 77, the teleportation portal gets upgraded again. At this moment, Zhao Wu saw the driver emerge from the hiding place and naturally understood that this was to attract the attention of the two-tailed lion. Come on, let's fight. The driver roared, prepared to die in the line of duty. This was probably his highlight moment, but unfortunately, no camera captured it. The two-tailed lion was clearly enraged by the bullets. This thing may not hurt me, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Upon seeing the culprit emerge, he roared and charged forward. The double-tailed lion was enormous, like a heavy tank. Looks like I'm going to die. The driver muttered to himself. Right now, I have no chance of surviving. At that moment, a blue sword light flew from the side. The running two-tailed lion was sliced in half at the waist, its internal organs spilling all over the ground. The driver was instantly stunned. What happened? How could this huge lion suddenly die? Could it be that I have awakened some incredible superpower? Then, seeing that the sword light actually came from the tree branch in Zhao Wu's hand, he was even more confused. Goodness, I was just about to bravely face my doom, and the atmosphere is already set off. With a snap, the lion was cut in half. If I had known Zhao Wu was this powerful, why would I have stepped forward? The driver looked at Zhao Wuyo with a hint of embarrassment. Are you all right? Zhao Wu asked with concern. It's nothing, just a little frightened. Zhao Wu nodded, then said, This lion is indeed quite big. It's normal to be scared. The driver held his breath. Who was scared by the lion? They were clearly scared by your sword aura. A C-grade magic crystal has been detected. Absorbing it will grant experience points. This lion seems to be quite formidable. It's actually a sea-level lion. Zhao Wu stepped forward and dug out the lion's magic crystal. Ding dong, a C-grade magic crystal has been detected. Absorbing it will grant 1,000 experience points. Absorb now. Absorb. Ding dong, absorption successful, portal experience points. 1620/9870. After absorbing the energy, Zhao Wu turned to the driver beside him and asked, Where is that demon spirit mine? The magic ore? It seems to still be in the plane wreckage. It wasn't taken out just now. After hearing this, Zhao Wu went straight to the wreckage of the plane. If we don't absorb the magic ore, even more magical beasts will come. Although I'm fine, the driver might not be able to keep his job. Major Zhao, this plane is very heavy. It won't open in a short time. Once the other helicopters arrive, then we'll... Before he could finish speaking, the pilot saw Zhao Wu lift up the crashed helicopter. Good heavens, is this Zhao Wu even human? The organization actually wants me to protect him? He's more likely to protect me. What did you just say? It's nothing. I just meant we should be more careful. Zhao Wu nodded. Indeed, Making too much noise might attract other magical beasts. Then I'll be careful. The driver was stunned. That's not what I meant. Watching Zhao Wu slowly lift the crashed helicopter, he ultimately didn't say those words. So this is where it is. Zhao Wu saw the stone emitting a blue aura, and then with a forceful movement, the hard airplane was torn in two. Ding-dong, magic spirit or detected. Absorb and charge the portal. Zhao Wu held the magic spirit ore in his hand, and a notification from a teleportation portal rang in his mind. Absorb. Ding-dong, host successfully absorbed the magic spirit ore, energy value +1, currently at 2. After Zhao Wu absorbed the magic spirit ore in his hand, the entire magic spirit ore turned into an ordinary stone, and the blue aura no longer floated on it. Major Zhao, look. That's our plane. Zhao Wu looked up, and, sure enough, there were 2 helicopters above him. Send a signal to them. Yes. A green signal flare was launched into the air. Upon seeing this, the 2 helicopter pilots began landing next to Zhao Wu. Another world, the Dragon Kingdom. Waldingberg. Chief Zhao, you're finally back. When Deputy Base Commander Chiu saw Zhao Wu return, he finally felt relieved. It would be terrible if something happened to Zhao Wu. I'm Phoenix. How's the situation in the Erdua People's Kingdom? Do you know the location of the magic spirit mine? Zhao Wu took out the map and tossed it to Deputy Base Commander Chiu, then picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. This magic spirit mine is not simple. It will attract the attention of magical beasts. Warcraft's attention? Deputy Base Commander Chiu was taken aback. But the demon spirit mine has been on the ground for so long, and there haven't been any magical beasts there at all. According to Queen Lilia, this event will only be triggered when someone touches the ore. This message is very important. I will tell Zhang Jingguo, who is going to conduct reconnaissance. Zhao Wu nodded. Let Deputy Base Chief Chiu handle this matter. Oh, right, there's one more thing. What's up? My portal can now hold 20,000 people. 20,000 people. Deputy Base Commander Chiu was excited and then said, I will immediately inform General Chen Guoming of this news and have him begin preparing for the follow-up personnel. Ultimately, the number of people arriving in the other world did not reach 20,000. A total of 16,728 people, a number sufficient to sustain the development of this otherworldly dragon kingdom in all aspects. Moreover, the military losing too many people at once would likely attract the attention of spies on Earth. Therefore, it was not filled completely at once. Erdua People's Republic. Rift Canyon. This piece of land belongs to another lord. His name is Jax, and this lord is currently maintaining neutrality in the Erdua People's Kingdom. The location of the demon spirit mine is in this canyon. Above, 3 helicopters were circling at low altitude, conducting reconnaissance. Although the general location is known, a small part of the map is actually a large area in reality. Zhang Jingguo had been searching for a long time on the plane. Where the hell is this damn demonic ore? As one of the few people who knew the uses of the magic spirit ore, Zhang Jingguo naturally understood the importance of this mission. If they can obtain this batch of magic spirit ore, then Zhao Wu's portal will open the second world. There will be many new things in the Dragon Kingdom at that time. Captain Zhang Jingguo, look at the sky ahead. Isn't it blue? Zhang Jingguo looked closely, and indeed there was a faint blue aura in the air. What's this? At that moment, the plane began to shake. What happened? Zhang Jingguo asked. The airflow here is not right. The plane can no longer fly over. Zhang Jingguo looked down at the plane. Below was a forest, making an emergency landing impossible. Let's back up and find a place to land. Yes. The 3 helicopters turned around and began searching for a place to land. At the edge of the forest, not far away, Zhang Jingguo discovered a village, which was also the closest landing site to the place they had just been. Let's land right outside the village. Zhang Jingguo pointed to the open space not far away. Yes. Chapter 78, The Giant Monster Vomited People. Malay Village. The villagers watched as the 3 black dots in the sky grew larger and larger before landing in the open space at the east end of the village. What is this thing? Is it some kind of monster that has escaped from the forest? There are only some low-level magical beasts on the outskirts, but this guy is so big, he doesn't look simple. The villagers gathered at the village entrance, watching cautiously. At that moment, the side door of the transport plane opened, and Chinese soldiers dressed in dark green military uniforms stepped out. Look, this giant monster is spitting out people. I've seen plenty of man-eating monsters, but this is the first time I've ever seen a monster that spits out people. After Zhang Jingguo got off the plane, he frowned when he saw the crowd not far away. In this world, no matter where I go, I'll always be treated like a monkey in a show. Hello. Zhang Jingguo walked up to the crowd and greeted them. When an airplane lands here, it's important to maintain good relations with the locals. The villagers were startled when they saw Zhang Jingguo speak. Goodness, the person a monster vomited on was actually quite polite. Hello, I'm the village chief. What brings you here? The village chief, leaning on a cane, asked curiously. Even at his age, he had never seen anyone dressed in such strange clothes. We are soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and we have Queen Lilia's mining order. We are here to conduct a pre-mining survey. Zhang Jingguo handed the document in his hand to the village chief. It states that the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom has the right to develop all the resources of the Erdua People's Kingdom, and no one may disobey. Finally, an official seal was affixed. The old village chief nodded as if he understood, then pointed to the transport helicopter not far away and said, I just saw you guys inside that thing. What kind of monster is that? Zhang Jingguo smiled and said, that was a kind of steel monster that we tamed. However, you'd better not go near them. They have bad tempers. I won't be responsible if anything goes wrong. Zhang Jingguo was too lazy to explain to the villagers. Just make sure they don't get close to their plane. Just scare them a little. Iron Beast. Definitely. Definitely. The old village chief was clearly frightened and nodded vigorously. Zhang Jingguo left 2 people to guard the helicopter and then headed towards the place where he had seen the blue gas earlier. After everyone left, the old village chief turned back and warned them not to go near the monster that vomited people. That thing is ruthless and heartless. Zhang Jingguo braved the dense forest, raising his rifle as he carefully moved forward. The pale blue aura in the air gradually turned into a deeper blue. Who are you? A man holding a bow and arrow watched Zhang Jingguo and the others warily. He had never seen anyone dressed like that before. You're from that village over there, right? Zhang Jingguo asked. The man nodded. We were going to scout in the forest, so we're leaving now. After seeing Zhang Jingguo leave, the man hurriedly stopped him, saying, there's poisonous gas ahead. You can't go any further or you'll die. Really? Thank you very much. The presence of toxic gas proves that you found the right place. According to the intelligence we have, the location of the demon spirit mine is a place with poisonous gas. Everyone, put on your gas masks, Zhang Jingguo ordered. The group pulled out gas masks from their backpacks and put them on one by one, looking quite frightening. The man was startled when he saw it. Good heavens, what is this thing? They all look rather abstract. There's poison ahead. Why are you still going? The man warned. Zhang Jingguo and the others only glanced at him before walking forward. It disappeared from sight not long after. The man with the bow was stunned. Is there no poison left here? Thinking of this, he took 2 steps forward, and, sure enough, it was still poisonous. While still feeling dizzy, I quickly climbed back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived. As Zhang Jingguo and his group ventured deeper into the area, a blue gas began to permeate their surroundings. The gas gradually became denser, and visibility began to be limited. Activate thermal imaging, life detector, and magic stone detector. Everyone put on thermal imaging devices, which can penetrate the blue gas to detect creatures in the forest. There are many magical beasts here, but we haven't been frightened by them yet. Everyone, be careful. Yes. Zhang Jingguo and the others walked forward, and soon the magic spirit or detectors they were carrying sounded an alarm. This detector, developed by Lonka Institute, is capable of detecting the presence of magic spirit or within 1 kilometer. The machine is now running nonstop. The sound stood out prominently in the silent forest. Oh no, thermal imaging shows that some of the monsters have started to move. Prepare for battle. Everyone took out their weapons. Many monsters crossed the forest and came to Zhang Jingguo and his group, only to be blasted to pieces by a hail of bullets. This time, their firearms used high-velocity, armor-piercing rounds. This type of bullet contains a subcaliber, high-hardness, high-density metal core, which can penetrate thick armor with a small normal angle. Although these monsters had tough shells, they were no match for these bullets. However, this type of bullet can only be used in close combat. It lacks penetrating power at greater distances. Before long, the monsters in the vicinity were easily dealt with. Collect the magic crystals of the monsters and hand them over to the base chief when you get back. Yes. Several people took out their knives and began searching for the magic crystals on the monster's body. The remaining people continued walking towards the front door. They hadn't walked far when a huge cave appeared before them. The magic spirit or detector is reacting very strongly. The magic spirit or should be located inside. I'm looking at the screen in my hand, one of the combatants said. Zhang Jingguo looked around the cave entrance and said, "Our mission is here. Next, I'll report to headquarters." Yes. The group marked the location and then slowly retreated. On their way back, they saw the man with the bow who had previously tried to dissuade them. At this moment, he was lying on a tree trunk, panting heavily. A ghost. He saw Zhang Jingguo and the others retreating in fear. If his legs hadn't been so weak, he would have run away long ago. These guys went into the poisonous fog. How could they possibly come out alive? What's in front of me right now must be a ghost. Zhang Jingguo took off his mask and looked at the man at his feet, saying, "What the hell? What are you still doing here?" Seeing that Zhang Jingguo appeared to be alive, the man with the bow recounted what had just happened. It was only after hearing that the man with the bow wanted to test for poison that things turned out this way. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Zhang, carry him on your back. Let's hurry back." Yes. Xiao Zhang carried the man on his back, and then followed behind Zhang Jingguo and the others. After returning to the village, the group began to assemble a simple radio transmitter using parts taken from the transport helicopter. What is this thing? It's so long. The villagers were amazed when they saw what had been built. Soon, the radio was connected to the command center. Chapter 79, the operation begins. Zhang Jingguo recounted the entire scene to Zhao Wu and the others. I see. It seems that this magic spirit mine does indeed exist. Yes, command, but the mining is very difficult and we need support. Understood. You can wait where you are. Zhao Wu hung up the radio and began making adjustments. The first issues to be addressed are mining and safety. The mining operation requires the deployment of large excavating equipment. Otherwise, with manual excavation, who knows how long it will take. Moreover, when the magic or comes into contact with a human body, it has the characteristic of attracting magical beasts. In that case, let's head to the demon's spirit mine. The entire base plaza bustled with activity in an orderly fashion, with various combat personnel and workers moving back and forth throughout the base. Although it looks chaotic, it is actually very orderly and surprisingly efficient. At the airport of Base 2, many transport helicopters began to take off one by one, as they needed to transport personnel, equipment, and even tanks to the mine. The sky was obscured by these transport planes. Zhang Jingguo and others are located in the village. The first group of helicopters has arrived. Wow, there are so many strange birds in the sky. They all look just like this steel monster in front of us. The villagers were so frightened by the sight of the helicopter formation in the distance that their legs trembled. With so many magical beasts, wouldn't they swallow up their village? This is absolutely terrifying. Don't panic, everyone. These magical beasts are all tamed by us and pose no danger whatsoever. Zhang Jingguo comforted the villagers in front of him. The first batch of transported machinery and equipment mainly consisted of logging machines, bulldozers, excavators, and other similar equipment. They need to excavate a large plaza in this forest to store equipment and weapons. A fleet of large special vehicles pulled up at the village entrance, shocking the villagers. The advance team for the Magic Spirit Mine mining has arrived. Please provide instructions. Several drivers and some combat team members got out of the vehicle. Let's begin now, according to the original plan. Zhang Jingguo issued the order. Yes. The drivers returned to their vehicles and then began cleaning up the area. Large trees are felled by logging trucks and then transported to other places by large trucks. Smaller trees were uprooted by excavators. The bulldozer leveled the uneven areas to create more space for the equipment. The villagers were all stunned. What exactly are these huge steel monsters? The enormous tree was felled in just a few strokes. And that giant excavator, which looks like a giant hand, is truly amazing. It dug out the hard soil where the tree roots were embedded in the ground in just a few strokes. These magical beasts are too strong. Yes, if we had these things, wouldn't it be very easy to clear out land? The vehicles continued working until the early morning of the next day, and the open space in front of the village grew larger and larger. More vehicles were transported over by cargo plane. My goodness, It was so small when I went to sleep yesterday. How did it become such a big, empty space overnight? Yes, they also have something really bright for lighting. It's like a little sun. The villagers were quite pleased to see the open space, if it would no longer be needed. They could do a lot with this open space. The simplest thing is that it can build a lot of wooden houses. Zhang Jingguo stood in front of the radio transmitter and reported to the base. Command post, this is the Demon Spirit Mine Excavation Team. Please respond. This is the command center. Please speak. The advanced team has completed land clearing, and there is now enough space to store all the equipment. Thank you all for your hard work. All the equipment will be in place soon. Yes, at Base 1 and Base 2, everyone got busy again. The transport needed includes combat personnel and otherworldly workers, as well as weapons such as tanks, which will be sent to serve as escorts. After all, who knows what might happen near the Demon Spirit Mine? Hundreds of transport helicopters were flying over the entire Republic of Erduva. The Otherworld Dragon Kingdom mobilized almost everything that could fly in order to get vehicles and personnel there as quickly as possible. As for the roads, there were quite a few convoys. However, progress is slow due to the lack of roads. Ground troops mainly transport non-essential equipment, which may not be needed immediately, but will be required later. There are also some food and medicinal herbs. My God, what's that in the sky? A dark mass. Could it be an attack by a horde of monsters? In the villages and towns that the plane flew over, many civilians looked up at the sky. They didn't know it was a transport helicopter from another world's dragon kingdom. Instinctively, I mistook it for a novel magical beast. The village where Zhang Jingguo lives. Numerous pieces of equipment and combat vehicles were continuously transported from the air. Report. The combat team has arrived. Requesting instructions. All combat personnel, be on alert and watch out for attacks from monsters. Although we are still on the outskirts of the forest, some magical beasts will still venture out of the forest. During this time in the open space, quite a few magical beasts heard the sound and rushed over. Fortunately, they were all low-level monsters, which were blasted into dust by the machine guns. However, the group needs to advance another 4 or 5 kilometers, where most of the monsters have already reached level D or C. Combat vehicles are needed to maintain firepower. At that moment, several helicopters flew in from the sky not far away, and Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Qiu stepped out of one of them. Base Commander, Deputy Base Commander, you've arrived. Zhang Jingguo greeted the two of them. What's the situation now? Zhao Wu asked. Please come with me, officers. Zhang Jingguo led Zhao Wu to the temporary command post in the open space. A simple map, previously drawn by someone, was painted on the wall. The location of myself and the location of the Magic Spirit Mine are marked on it. Currently, we are about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the Magic Spirit Mine. Zhang Jingguo pointed to the red circle on the map. 4 or 5 kilometers isn't far, but in areas teeming with monsters, it's considered far. Not only that, even if they eventually manage to dig up the Magic Spirit, or this 4 or 5 kilometer long line will still need to be guarded by warriors. The monsters won't choose not to attack just because you're busy. Is this road easy to cross? Zhao Wu asked. Zhang Jingguo shook his head. It's not easy. The trees in the forest are too dense, and ordinary vehicles simply can't get through. Moreover, the magic spirit mines over there are not easy to mine at all. Once the magic spirit, or comes into contact with a person, it will exhibit a property that attracts magical beasts. This appears to be a means of self-protection for the magic spirit, or therefore, it is impossible to collect the samples manually. We can only rely on machinery. Therefore, the relevant equipment must be transported to the vicinity of the magic spirit mine. Zhao Wu paced back and forth in the temporary base. Obtaining the magic spirit comes at a huge price. Either a road needs to be cleared through 4 or 5 kilometers of forest, or small machinery can be used to mine the forest and then transported out by helicopter. Chapter 80 begins charging the portal. However, considering both maintenance costs and speed, the first method is definitely more suitable. Let the soldiers come over here. This will be where they show their results. Soldiers. The team that Zhao Wugong founded not long after arriving in the other world has always been coached by Raymond. After so much time, it's time for this team to show their true potential. This forest is teeming with magical beasts, and if a large number of people enter the forest, it will inevitably attract the attention of the magical beasts. In this space, only warriors can deal with these magical beasts. The effectiveness of firearms and ammunition is too limited, and the sound of gunfire can easily attract more monsters. Raymond, far away on Earth, quickly received the instruction. At this moment, he hurriedly mobilized his soldiers. Everyone, we've trained for so long. It's time for you to show your strength. The otherworldly dragon kingdom currently needs your help, and this will be your first public appearance. Let those guys see how awesome our soldiers are. The soldiers were filled with excitement. After training for so long, the time has finally come to show my talents. Instructor, shall we all go together? Take me with you. My spiritual energy has already reached the 3rd level of warrior. Raymond looked at the group in front of him and said, this mission requires about 800 people. We will decide who goes based on their spiritual energy and the scores they usually receive. I will go with you all. After saying that, Raymond looked into the distance. Demon Continent? I never thought I'd go back one day. Soon after, Raymond selected 800 warriors. Most of them have already reached the level of warriors, and many have even reached the 7th or 8th level. Soon, they will become great warriors. After passing through the interdimensional portal, they boarded a transport plane and headed towards Zhao Wu's village. Raymond, it's been a long time. Zhao Wu greeted Raymond warmly when he saw him. This guy, who started as an enemy, has now become a part of the construction of the otherworldly dragon kingdom. Major Zhao. Raymond gave a military salute. The entire 800-strong squad is in position. Please provide further instructions. Raymond, you're too kind. How are you doing on Earth now? All is well. Raymond smiled. Zhao Wu pointed to the forest behind him and said, your mission this time is both simple and difficult. Simplicity means having a clear objective. We plan to advance 4 to 5 kilometers, and you need to intercept the monsters in the forest. The difficulty is that the time frame for this task is uncertain. It could take 10 days to half a month, or it could take several months. Are you confident? Raymond turned to look at the 800 men he had brought with him. Each of them exuded arrogance. Their first wave of soldiers is also the strongest group at present. If they can't do it, then who can? Are you confident? Raymond posed Zhao Wu's question to his subordinates. Yes, the voices rang out in unison. Damn it, isn't it just doing animalistic things? We're good at that. Haha, that's something you're good at. We're not as good at it as you are. Several veterans joked around. All right, then you guys be careful. Because of the access restrictions, I can only give you 800 people. Zhao Wu gave a few more instructions and then told Raymond to go and prepare. The next day, Raymond then led his men into the forest. Their mission was to prevent ferocious monsters from entering and attacking the convoy that was clearing the way. The vehicles roared as trees fell one after another, then were transported to other locations by cranes and trucks. My goodness, what kind of speed is this? They've already got a gravel road. How much has this place changed in just a few days? The villagers were amazed by what they saw. That's incredibly fast. What used to be a jungle has now grown into the size of a small village. Many tents are set up here. A simple path, paved with pebbles, stretches into the forest. The trees on both sides have been cleared away. The villagers had never seen such a grand event. Just then, a roar came from the forest, and a huge, ferocious beast 5 meters tall appeared before everyone. My God, what are we going to do about such a huge monster? Oh no, it seems that the people from the next village were eaten by this big black bear last time. Upon seeing this enormous creature, the villagers couldn't help but take a few steps back. This thing is simply beyond their ability to handle. Soldiers attack. At Raymond's command, 10 soldiers, wielding serrated swords developed by the Dragon Kingdom, charge forward. The serrated sword is a self-powered sword made of ultra-light materials, which reduces the difficulty of use. It has a serrated blade that rotates continuously. My God, what kind of sword is this? It cleaved through the black bear's fur in one go. The black bear's once proud defenses are now as flimsy as paper. He was killed and fell to the ground not long after. This is amazing. This otherworldly dragon kingdom is incredible. 23 days. A 3-lane cement road has been completed. The entire length is 4.68 kilometers, extending all the way to the edge of the magic spirit mine. 3-meter-high reinforced concrete walls were erected on both sides of the road to protect against the harassment of monsters. The road will take a long time to be excavated, and it's impossible to keep Raymond here indefinitely. Therefore, using a wall instead is the best option. Unless it's an extremely powerful monster, it can't damage reinforced concrete walls. Large excavating equipment has been delivered recently. The mining of the magic spirit ore will begin soon. Finally finished. Zhao Wu rubbed his shoulders. He hadn't had much rest in the past 23 days. Although it took quite a while, thankfully nothing unusual happened. Raymond and his 800 warriors successfully completed the mission. The monsters hunted also upgraded Zhao Wu's teleportation portal by 1 level. Zhao Wu's teleportation portal is now 12 meters wide. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level LV 11-3218/16587. Portal width 12 meters. Portal height 8 meters. Portal secondary permissions 16871/20,000. Personal skills: advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of kendo experience. Physical fitness 100 points. Normal level is 5. Magic power 5 points. Subsequently, the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom focused its primary task on mining the magic spirit mine on the magic spirit continent. 12 days later, the first batch of magic spirit ore was mined. Because, fortunately, experiments have confirmed that the magic spirit ore cannot be directly touched by the human body, but it is fine if it is through clothing. Major Zhao, this is the first batch of magic spirit ore. General Chen Guoming asked me to come and deliver it to you as soon as possible. Several soldiers, wearing gloves, carried in several large boxes. When Zhao Wu opened it, he found that the box was full of magic spirit ore, and the whole box was emitting a blue aura. Chapter 81, The Second World opens. How many pieces are there in here? A total of 108 pieces of magic ore, which is all that has been collected so far. If it weren't for the fact that the magic spirit ore cannot be touched by humans, which increases the difficulty of mining it. We should have been able to collect more, the soldier said with a hint of regret. Zhao Wu nodded and had it placed in the room. Ding Dong has the magic spirit ore been absorbed. Absorb. Ding Dong successfully absorbed magic spirit Oregon portal charge +1, currently at 3. Ding Dong has the magic spirit ore been absorbed. Absorb. Ding Dong successfully absorbed magic spirit Oregon portal charge +1, currently at 4. Ding Dong successfully absorbed magic spirit Oregon portal charge +1, currently at 5. Ding Dong successfully absorbed magic spirit Oregon portal charge +1, currently at 6. Ding Dong successfully absorbed magic spirit Oregon portal charge +1, currently at 99. Ding Dong successfully absorbed the magic spirit Oregon. The portal's energy level has increased by 1, now at 100. Zhao Wu increased the portal's energy to 100 in one go. Ding Dong charging successful. The second world has been activated. The current data for the second world is from the future. The future world? Wouldn't that mean that China will have the ability to lead in current technology? How could Zhao Wu not be excited? It can be said that the achievements of this future world are far greater than those of this demonic continent. Second world, District 9. Portal level, LV1, 0/1000. Portal width, 2 meters. Portal height, 2 meters. Portal permissions, 20. Zhao Wu looked at the data from the second world. It's similar to the first world at the beginning. It seems I still need to upgrade. I just don't know how this second world was upgraded. The demon continent is accessed through the magic crystals of magical beasts. Then, Zhao Wu told General Chen Guoming about this matter. It also expresses the importance of this world. So, it seems the best course of action right now is to send a reconnaissance team in to gather intelligence, Chen Guoming said after a moment's thought. Yes, I'll lead the team again this time, Zhao Wu replied. Chen Guoming shook his head. Zhao Wu was already able to open the portal, so there was no need for Zhao Wu to take the risk. The reconnaissance mission was extremely dangerous, as no one knew what this so-called future world would be like. You can go in after the second world stabilizes. For now, you should remain on the demon spirit continent. I like to do that too, but it seems like the newly opened world is unstable and I need to go in first. Zhao Wu was not speaking carelessly. This was a systematic statement. After the portal opens a new world, it needs to be perfected. The time required depends on how long the host stays in this portal world. In other words, the longer Zhao Wu stays in this second world, the more perfect this world becomes. If Zhao Wu doesn't go to this second world, then many places in the second world may collapse, and there will be great danger. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Be careful in everything you do. General Chen Guomin patted Zhao Wu on the shoulder. Yes, having gained experience from the first trip to the portal world, the preparation for the second trip were completed very quickly. Zhao Wu led Zhang Jingguo and 20 others to open the portal to the 9th district. No one knows what kind of world lies outside the door. Zhang Jingguo led the way into the portal, and then the others followed suit. What came into view was a scene of architectural ruins, with the smell of gunpowder permeating the air. Unidentified flying objects were floating above the ruins. The entire world is characterized by war and grayness. Besides, radiation. The radiation levels are extremely high, and the levels of toxic substances in the air are hundreds of times higher than the limits that the human body can tolerate, said a person responsible for monitoring the air and environment. The environment here is extremely poor, especially if they take off their oxygen tubes and protective suits. I'm afraid I'll die here soon. Everyone, be careful. This world is not as simple as we think. Zhao Wu looked around. This is definitely the future world. Objects floating in the air are something that can't be done on Earth. But this must also be a post-war world. If I'm not mistaken, it must be a future where war broke out and the whole world turned into ruins. Is such a world truly worth exploring? Is there really a technology that can accelerate the development of the Dragon Kingdom? Zhao Wu and the others were unaware of this and could only cautiously walk forward. At that moment, the entire ground began to tremble. It seemed like something was rushing over at breakneck speed. Thermal induction. The thermal sensor did not react at all. Radar response. There are too many radar signals in this world. It's simply unusable. Okay, I've gone blind from touching my eye. The radio systems in this world must be pretty chaotic. All personnel on high alert. At Zhao Wu's command, everyone raised their rifles and carefully aimed ahead. The thing that made the ground tremble has appeared. They're a group of running humans. What is this? Zhao Wu squinted as he looked ahead. Thanks to the enhancement of spiritual power, he can now see things very far away. Gradually, he noticed something was wrong. The people running over were moving at the speed of an average person, sprinting 100 meters, which was very fast, but they took too long to finish. The flesh on these people's faces began to rot and fall to the ground. Some were even missing limbs. Oh no, these are probably not human. They're corpses. Once within firing range, everyone fire. Show no mercy. Zhao Wu hurriedly reminded everyone, fearing that some might hesitate to do it. Those who could come here were the elite of the military, and upon hearing what Zhao Wu said, they had no other thoughts. Tajdajda. Guns spewed flames, and the corpses in the front row were knocked to the ground. Heaps of corpses fell down, then stood up again. Oh no, the gun doesn't seem to be working. Shoot him in the head. Several people who had seen apocalyptic movies realized that this thing looked a lot like a zombie, and then they shot at its head. But it had no effect whatsoever. After the zombie's head was pierced, it simply fell to the ground due to inertia and then got up again. It's no use. These guys can survive being hit anywhere. Damn it. What on earth is going on? Everyone was stunned. They had actually encountered an unkillable monster. Even if these corpses were blasted by bullets and only their heads remained, they were still dead. The remaining head was also creaking and groaning on the ground. That sight was terrifying. Oh no, we're completely surrounded. At some point, many other corpses appeared around Zhao Wu and the others. They scrambled over the ruins and then charged toward Zhao Wu and the others. Looking at everything before him, Zhao Wu realized he had been careless. The world is not at all like I imagined. There are no futuristic cities here. Instead, there are ruins and unkillable monsters everywhere. He can return via the portal, but the 20 people he brought with him cannot. Major Zhao, you go back through the portal first. We will hold out here for 3 days. Chapter 82, this is not the future world at all. Ruins were everywhere, along with unkillable corpses. He can return via the portal, but the 20 people he brought with him cannot. They need to stay in this world for 3 full days before they can return to Earth. Major Zhao, you go back through the portal first. We will hold out here for 3 days. Zhang Jingguo knocked down a charging corpse and turned to Zhao Wu, saying something. Their ammunition is now running low. The horde of zombies is getting closer and closer. Staying here would be extremely dangerous. I'm fine if I die, I die. A man should die on the battlefield. This is to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom. But Zhao Wu was different. His mission was not yet over. The Dragon Kingdom still needs his contribution. Don't say things like that. We'll go back together. After hearing this, Zhang Jingguo didn't say anything more and focused on the immediate crisis. He knew he couldn't change Zhao Wu's mind. Zhao Wu looked around and noticed that there was a large building in ruins not far away. Although it is dilapidated, the basic structure is still intact. If you can hide inside and block the entrance, you can hold out for 3 days. When the 3 days are up, I will lead the people through this portal. We will return after making full preparations. Everyone, get into the building. Zhao Wu led the way, with Zhang Jingguo and the others following behind, firing as they ran. A group of extremely fast-moving corpses followed behind. The group entered the building, which was pitch black inside, and they could not see anything at all. Zhao Wu turned on his flashlight and then saw a staircase not far away. Go up to the second floor. Zhao Wu crossed the nearby staircase and ran quickly towards the second floor. Zhang Jingguo and the others followed behind, and the last 2 of them planted a bomb at the stairwell. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire staircase was blown away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from their performance just now, these corpses are not only extremely fast, but also have a certain ability to climb over obstacles. It had even climbed over the ruins to chase after him. He believed that if the staircase wasn't completely destroyed, the zombies would definitely be able to climb over it. Go check if there are any other access routes up here, and blow them all up. Zhao Wu thought for a moment, and realized that this building was so big that there must be other staircases. They have to be blown up completely. Yes, 3 people per group, and 4 groups in total, searched in different directions. Major Zhao, what do you think of these monsters? Zhao Wu shook his head. He couldn't tell anything at the moment. We know nothing about how these monsters are attracted or how to kill them. Let's find a way to bring one up so we can discuss it. Zhang Jingguo nodded after hearing this, and prepared to arrest one of them later. The 4 people who had been searching earlier returned, and 2 of them found a stairwell they had come up from, which had been blown up. Major Zhao, all entrances have been cleared. Really? Sit down and rest for a while. The recent back and forth running around has been invigorating, but now that I'm relaxing, I'm actually a little tired. Before I could relax for long, several men and women came down the stairs in front of me. There were 6 people in total. I didn't expect you to have startled the horde of zombies and still come back alive. Seeing people coming down the stairs, Zhao Wu and the others hurriedly raised their rifles. The dark muzzles of guns were pointed at the crowd, ready to retaliate at the slightest sign of trouble. I don't know where you found these old-fashioned things, but you don't think they can hurt us, do you? One of the tall women in the group said with a grin. They haven't used rifles for a long time. There are newer and more powerful things in this world. Zhao Wu stared at the strangers in front of him and whispered to Zhang Jingguo, anyone who can survive in this environment is no good. If there are any special circumstances, just shoot. Zhang Jingguo nodded. He naturally understood. I just don't know if this rifle will work. After all, this is the future. We didn't mean to hurt you. It's just a precaution, Zhao Wu said loudly. We absolutely cannot show weakness in this situation. If others know you're easy to bully, they'll definitely eat you alive. Who are you? Why have you come to our territory? The fat man among the strangers spoke angrily. These people were all very strange. Even though the world was already severely leaking radiation and various toxic gas data exceeded the standard. However, they had no protective equipment on them. Does this world not contain radiation and toxic gases? Or is the testing equipment broken? Everyone, we just want to stay here for 3 days. We have no other intentions, Zhao Wu replied. The 20 people he brought began to breathe more heavily, and fog started to appear on their protective suits. His finger was already on the trigger, ready to strike at any moment. Whether they have other ideas is uncertain. The concept of integrity has disappeared from this world. At that moment, the tall, thin woman next to the fat man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. They had food on them, and quite a lot of it. After saying that, the woman licked her lips as if she had already tasted the deliciousness. Damn, how did they know? Zhao Wu and the others gripped their rifles tightly. In this apocalyptic world, survival is difficult, and food is certainly the most precious thing. They still understand the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. The 6 people in front of Zhao Wu were overjoyed, their faces filled with excitement. Take down these guys. When the fat man shouted those words, Zhao Wu and the others started to move. More than a dozen rifles opened fire simultaneously, their target being the 6 men and women in front of them. Bullets exploded continuously alongside gunfire and grenade launchers. The. Boom, boom, boom. The gunfire only stopped after a magazine was emptied. But what they saw shocked Zhao Wu and the others. The bullets I fired did hit them, but it didn't have much of an effect. The bullets scattered at their feet, having no effect whatsoever. It was as if they had an invisible wall around them, so even explosions couldn't harm them. You don't think these few old-fashioned weapons can kill us, do you? It's okay for dealing with noobs, but it's useless against us. A fierce look appeared on the tall, thin man's face. He then raised a short gun in his hand and pointed it at Zhao Wu. An air gun can compress air to fire continuously without bullets. The tall, thin man smiled, then fired his gun. Pum! The compressed air bullet struck Zhao Wu instantly. Major Zhao. Zhang Jingguo has gone mad. The enemy has actually targeted Zhao Wu on his side. Do they know who the leader is? Ah, this kid's dead meat. The 6 men burst into laughter after they finished speaking, showing no sign of nervousness in front of Zhao Wu and the others. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. The old-fashioned machine guns couldn't penetrate their protective suits at all, while their own air guns were 10 times more powerful than bullets. It's like an adult shooting at a toddler who's still learning to walk with a rifle. Gaga. Suddenly, the laughter stopped, and they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Chapter 83, their weapons were actually useless. Zhao Wu, who should have been dead long ago, was standing there unharmed. What happened? I should have been hit by an air blast. The 6 people were shocked. This had never happened before. Someone actually managed to stop an air blast without wearing a protective suit. Is this guy even human? They had lost their previous composure and instead drew their weapons, aiming them at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu touched himself and seemed to be fine. I was completely bewildered. The nearly 30 people in the audience were completely dumbfounded. Zhao Wuxian then realized that he had covered himself with spiritual energy when he was preparing to fight, thinking that it would at least provide some defense. But spiritual energy can't even withstand cannonballs. So how could it withstand an air bullet that's 10 times more powerful? Wait, spiritual energy? An air bomb? Does an air bomb become ineffective when it comes into contact with spiritual energy? Currently, this is the only explanation. Everyone is imbued with spiritual energy, but their weapons seem to have no effect on it. Zhao Wu said to his comrades. Instantly, all 20 people were enveloped in a pale blue glow. Those who were able to serve as the vanguard had already reached the level of soldiers. Some have already begun to advance to the first tier of Great Warrior. Zhao Wuza even became a first-level war saint. What the heck? Why is it all glowing blue? The 6 opposing team members were dumbfounded. They had never seen anything like it before. Fire! Fire! The 6 men simultaneously raised their weapons. They had panicked. A mass of compressed air is fired in succession, and because air bullets have no bullet limit, they can be fired continuously. Pung! 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 Zhao Wu and the others did not feel anything unusual. It seems that spiritual energy is the biggest nemesis of air bombs. Since spiritual energy can block damage, it must be able to launch an attack. Everyone switched to melee weapons and imbue them with spiritual energy. The soldier from the Dragon Kingdom slung his rifle behind him and drew his small longsword. The longswords were covered in serrations, and when powered on, they turned into terrifying harvesting machines. Zhao Wu drew his long sword, which was different from the others' weapons and resembled the embroidered spring blade. Made of a new type of material, it is lightweight, strong, and extremely sharp. Brothers, let's go. At Zhao Wu's command, the men raised their weapons and charged forward. The 6 people rushed to greet them, only to be surprised to find that their protective suits seemed to be of little use. Zhao Wu's longsword was incredibly sharp, and in the blink of an eye, it reaped the lives of 3 people. The remaining 3 were also killed by Zhang Jingguo and his men. Collect all their belongings and take them back to the Dragon Science Institute for research. We need more information about this world. Yes. Several people stepped forward and stripped all 6 men and women naked. Zhao Wu glanced at the staircase where the 6 people had just come down. Since someone was able to come down from up there, there might be other people up there as well. Zhang Jingguo, take a few men up and take a look. Yes. Zhang Jingguo picked up his rifle and then tossed it aside. In this world, spiritual energy is far more useful than a rifle. I still find my own long sword more comfortable to use. With 7 or 8 men, Zhang Jingguo crept upstairs. 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor. On the 5th floor, Zhang Jingguo discovered signs of human habitation. The bones on the ground looked like human bones. Are these guys cannibals? After finishing his search, Zhang Jingguo started heading up to the 6th floor. While they were still in the hallway, Zhang Jingguo heard someone crying. Zhang Jingguo made a gesture to shut up. Sure enough, I saw 2 guards at the entrance to the 6th floor stairwell. Who is it? The 2 guards immediately raised their air guns and fired several air bullets. However, the blows had no effect on Zhang Jingguo and the others. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? The 2 people stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. The air bombs weren't working. This feeling of invincibility greatly excited Zhang Jingguo and others. Superior. With a flash of sword light, the 2 guards were sliced in half. They couldn't believe until their deaths that their protective suits had been destroyed by such outdated weapons. Be careful. Just because their weapons are useless doesn't mean they don't have other weapons. Zhang Jingguo reminded him in a low voice. We cannot afford to be careless at this time. Yes. The group began searching the 6th floor. Captain, there's something going on here. Zhang Jingguo rushed over upon hearing the noise. Zhang Jingguo and the others stopped in front of a room and listened carefully to the sounds coming from inside. Cries could be heard coming from inside, from both men and women. The door is a very ordinary wooden door, nothing special. I turned the door slightly, but it was locked. Are there any other places? Zhang Jingguo asked the other combat team members in a low voice. Everyone shook their heads. Apart from this room, there was nothing unusual in the other rooms. The door lock exploded. The person next to him took out a sticky bomb, stuck it to the door lock, and then started a countdown. 3, 2, 1, boom! With a single explosion, half of the wooden door was blown away. Zhang Jingguo and the others rushed into the room. The room was filled with naked people, both men and women. Their eyes were filled with terror, and when they saw Zhang Jingguo and the others come in, they couldn't help but take a step back. Zhang Jingguo was stunned. What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of group sex activity taking place here? Why do I feel like I've become a member of the anti-prostitution squad? Zhang Jingguo squatted down and stared at the woman in front of him. His body was filthy, and his beautiful hair was stuck to his scalp and couldn't be pulled off. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhang Jingguo asked the people in front of him. The woman was stunned for a moment. She was too frightened to react. Only then did they notice that Zhang Jingguo and the others were wearing protective suits. They don't look like the same group as before. We were captured. Zhang Jingguo stood up. If someone is captured, it means there's room for communication. Get up and come with me. Zhang Jingguo pointed at the woman from earlier, then walked out of the room. The woman shivered slightly and obediently followed behind. 2 people stay here and don't go in. Yes. The rest of the people continued searching upstairs and came down in 30 minutes. Yes. After giving his instructions, Zhang Jingguo led the woman upstairs. 2nd floor. Zhao Wu was stunned when he saw the woman behind Zhang Jingguo. Good grief. Why did you bring back a woman who wasn't wearing any clothes? Zhao Wu couldn't help but turn his eyes away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The people around her found a spare protective suit and put on the woman. What's going on here? Zhao Wu pointed at the woman. Many of the people upstairs were arrested, so I thought they must know a lot of information, so I brought them here. Really? The fastest way to get information in this world is to ask the people in this world. Zhao Wu squatted down and looked at the trembling woman in front of him. Give her some water. A person next to her handed a water bottle to the woman. Chapter 84, The Unkillable, was killed. The woman hesitated for a moment, then took the water bottle and drank. She didn't understand why the person in front of her would give her water. You know, water is just as precious as food in this world. They couldn't even drink the muddy water. The water I'm drinking now even has a slightly sweet taste. It's so delicious. The woman gulped down the water until not a single drop could be poured out of the kettle. Have you had enough to drink? The woman nodded, saying she was grateful to have even a few sips. How could she possibly say it wasn't enough? I ask you, what's wrong with this world? The woman looked up at Zhao Wu. What's wrong with this world? Don't they know? This world is finished. It's full of wild beasts and zombies, the woman murmured. How did this happen? I don't know. I only know that the people around me suddenly turned into bloodthirsty monsters, and if you get bitten, you'll join their ranks. It looks like it's definitely a zombie. It's unclear whether it's a naturally occurring virus or something that was artificially created. How do I kill these zombies? This is the key issue. Monsters that can't be killed are just too difficult to deal with. It's all right for me to hide here now, but we'll have to go out into the world sooner or later. Then we'll have to face thousands upon thousands of zombies. Otherwise, why would I have come to this world? It's impossible that I came here just to hide in this house. They can't be killed. The most effective method right now is to knock them down and incapacitate them. It really is an unkillable monster. Zhao Wu touched his chin. If it can't be killed, then it's going to be difficult to deal with. We'll just have to study it slowly later. Do you recognize these people on the ground? Zhao Wu pointed to the group of 6 he had previously dealt with. The woman nodded, then shook her head. All I know is that they are a mob from the neighborhood who came here to collect a large number of workers. Workers? What was that thing floating in the sky? Zhao Wu recalled what he had seen earlier and asked the woman in front of him about it. Those are... Wait, what time is it now? The woman suddenly remembered something and said in horror. It's around 6 p.m. now. Zhao Wu glanced at the watch on his wrist. It's 6 o'clock. That thing is coming. That thing? Zhao Wu was slightly taken aback, then looked out the window, not far away. The corpses that were just gathering downstairs and howling have disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Nothing exists anymore. Will things be different at night? Zhao Wu turned to look at the woman in front of him. Her face was filled with fear, her eyes were sunken, and she looked somewhat frightening. The woman nodded. At night, the soul-eating beasts will come out to hunt. They are able to absorb the life and soul of humans. This is their way of life. After the woman finished speaking, Zhao Wu opened his binoculars and began to look. Not far away, several large rat-like creatures were looking up at us. Can you see it from this far away? Zhao Wu revealed a hint of suspicion. Since the soul-devouring beast comes out to eat living people, why do the corpses also escape? Zhao Wu looked at the large rat in front of him and continued to ask. Since a corpse is already dead, it certainly doesn't have any life or soul. But now they're hiding like living people. The soul-devouring beast's eyesight is poor, so it can only rely on its hearing. If the corpses move around, they will attack them just the same way because they can't tell who is alive and who is dead. It seems these corpses possess some basic intelligence. Zhao Wu was somewhat surprised. It's truly unbelievable that these corpses would evade their natural enemies. They're all inanimate objects. At that moment, a low growl echoed throughout the building. It sounds like a wild beast. Keep your voices down. The soul-devouring beast is coming. The woman trembled. Most cities in this world were not destroyed by corpses. It was actually caused by these soul-devouring beasts. They are enormous and immortal, making them far beyond the capabilities of humans. When you encounter them, you can only suppress your fear and not make a sound. If there is even the slightest sound, then death is not far off. Zhao Wu and the others stood still, not daring to move, their eyes darting around nervously. The entire space was completely silent. You could hear the person next to you breathing. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from upstairs. Oh no, there are other combat team members upstairs. Zhang Jingguo hurriedly said, and then rushed forward. It's all over, we're all going to die. The woman collapsed to the ground in agony. Zhang Jingguo's actions had just exposed everyone to the soul-devouring beast's ears. Sure enough, after a loud bang, a huge, rat-like creature appeared on the windowsill. A huge head peered in. There were 2 tentacled-like things next to the head, exploring something. Everyone ran upstairs. At Zhao Wu's command, everyone began to move. Extremely fast and highly efficient. There was no sound throughout the entire venue, except for the constant sound of running. Even the woman who was crouching in place and dared not move was carried away by 2 soldiers. Roar! The soul-devouring beast let out a strange cry. It had heard the sound. Then he plunged violently into the building, closely following behind the crowd. Run faster. Zhao Wu turned around and shouted. A pale blue aura appeared beneath their feet, and then they ran with all their might. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The woman looked terrified, her face showing fear. Once you're targeted by a soul-eating beast, there's no escaping it, unless you can hold out until dawn. When dawn breaks, the soul-eating beast will find a place to hide. They seem to be afraid of the sun. Zhang Jingguo ran uphill, and on the 6th floor, 2 soldiers were fighting a soul-devouring beast with knives. The serrated blade severed the head of the soul-devouring beast. It's no use. The soul-devouring beasts will just reassemble themselves after they're injured. Their cells can regenerate. The people inside the room murmured as they saw this. The troublesome thing about the soul-eating beast is that it can be resurrected. Once you get rid of it, it's just a bigger beast. But the soul-eating beast in front of them fell down and never got up again. Dark green blood was spilled all over the ground. The naked crowd was bewildered. What was going on? Why hasn't this soul-devouring beast stood up yet? What happened? Could it be that the soul-devouring beast was really killed? Everyone asked in surprise. The two soldiers touched their heads. Is it impossible to kill? Did I kill him the wrong way? A godlike being, he can even kill a soul-devouring beast. The crowd became excited at the sight before them. The soul-devouring beast had actually been killed. This is the first time since the apocalypse that humanity has experienced this. Pum! The soul-devouring beast following behind them charged forward, unable to stop in time, and crashed directly into the wall. Roar! If we can kill them, what's there to be afraid of? Zhao Wu drew his embroidered spring blade and swung it directly. A blue sword aura struck the soul-devouring beast directly. Everyone was stunned to see the soul-devouring beast split in two. Holy crap! Is that sword energy? Chapter 85, Returning to Earth. This thing that only exists in novels and TV shows has actually appeared in my life. It must be a deity descended to Earth. Otherwise, how could they have killed the soul-devouring beast? This man can also unleash sword energy. That's freaking awesome. It seems these so-called soul-devouring beasts aren't all that great. We can't be careless. We can only say we were lucky. The spiritual energy just happened to restrain these monsters. Zhao Wu glanced at the soul-devouring beast's corpse on the ground. A layer of blue aura was preventing the wounds from healing. It seems that the existence of spiritual energy has indeed changed many parts of this world. At this moment, several more soul-devouring beasts climbed up the outer wall of the building, attracted by the sounds of the earlier fight. Most of them looked like large rats, but one of them didn't look like a rat at all. It looked more like a bullfrog, with its mouth bulging as if it had something in it. Be careful, this thing can spit out fireballs like cannonballs. The woman warned her in alarm. She had seen everything that had just happened. These people in front of her were capable of killing soul-devouring beasts. We can't let them die. Cluck, cluck. The soul-devouring beast, resembling a bullfrog, grew larger and larger around its neck before unleashing a fireball directly at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was extremely fast. The enhancement of spiritual energy made him as swift as a ghost. He ducked to avoid the fireball and then unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy cleaved the bullfrog in two, and the remaining soul-devouring beasts were wiped out by Zhang Jingguo and the others. Don't attract any more attention. Keep your voices down now. Zhao Wu reminded him in a low voice. Although they were able to kill these soul-devouring beasts, a large number of them would still be a troublesome matter. They're not here to fight. The surroundings were completely silent, with only occasional screams and the roars of monsters in the distance. After waiting for a while, and seeing that no other soul-devouring beasts seemed to be coming, Zhao Wu and the others finally relaxed. You all stay here. I'm going back to Earth. Zhao Wu spoke softly to Zhang Jingguo, then took some things and went downstairs. He couldn't open the portal in front of these otherworldly beings. It was a secret of their dragon kingdom. A pale blue portal opened, and Zhao Wu glanced behind him before stepping inside. Upon entering Blue Star, Cheng Gaming and the others were waiting in front of them. They were worried about Zhao Wu and the others entering the new world, so they stayed here to watch over them, in case Zhao Wu and the others suddenly return and need any help. How did it go? Why are you back so soon? Cheng Guomin asked Zhao Wu in surprise. Zhao Wu looked up at the clock above his head. Only an hour had passed, but it felt like several days had passed. This future world is a post-war world with zombie-like monsters, and even the animals have mutated. Zhao Wu summed up the extent of the danger in this world in just one sentence. Monsters are everywhere, and living people are extremely rare. Chun Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, Then do you think it's necessary to develop it? If the output of development is not proportional to the input, then this world is better off not existing. The technology in this world is very advanced. These are the reference materials I brought. Zhao Wu threw what he was holding onto the table, and Din Zhang rushed over. What is this? Looks really awesome. Is this a piece of clothing? Why does it feel like there's another transparent layer on top? Din Zhang explored everything, his eyes shining. Nothing excited him more than coming into contact with futuristic technology. These are the items we obtained after killing the thugs we encountered. Their clothes can stop bullets, which is very impressive. Everyone present gasped upon hearing this. Isolation bullets? What kind of thing would that be? It's important to understand that wars on Earth today are still in the era of firearms. Bullets are one of the main offensive weapons. If this isolation bullet technology can be developed, it will be enough to enable China to deal with threats from other countries. If the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not afraid of bullets, they would be a terrifying force. Although one's spiritual energy reaches the level of a great warrior, it can also block ordinary bullets. But not everyone can cultivate to that level. Dean Zhang, this is the top priority for your Lonka Institute. We must develop this anti-bullet technology. Understood. This old man, will study this garment thoroughly, even if it costs me my life. Chen Guoming nodded. The Lonka Academy has been very busy with research activities lately. They have a lot of things waiting to be developed. The first-level gene drug is still under research, but it should be available soon. What are these things? General Chen Guoming pointed to the objects that resembled firearms. This should be the main attack method in the other world. It is said to be 10 times more powerful than a bullet, Zhao Wu said. 10 times bigger? If bullets are already this powerful, and they're 10 times more powerful, wouldn't they be just like cannonballs? Why do you say it's just hearsay? General Chen Guoming asked, puzzled. They attacked us with this thing, but it didn't have any effect. I suspect that this weapon is perfectly countered by spiritual energy. Zhao Wu explained, but the specific reasons would have to wait for the Dragon Science Academy to come up with their research. How does this thing attack? Dean Zhang picked up the air gun, but he couldn't find the supposed magazine. This thing is a single, solid piece. Apart from the dark gun holes, there is nothing else. This thing compresses the air and then launches it out. Air compression? So that's how it works. No wonder it doesn't need a magazine. Air is everywhere. You can use it directly on site. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu has just collected 2 groundbreaking weapons. How could anyone not be excited? There's also a video here, filmed based on the scene we are in. Zhao Wu took the camera off his body. In order to better study the other world, each of them is equipped with a camera to store the images. It's for future research. After saying that, Zhao Wu opened the portal again. He didn't want Zhang Jingguo and the others to wait in danger for too long. General Chen Guoming didn't say much, only telling Zhao Wu to be careful. Come back immediately if you encounter danger. Zhao Wu nodded and returned to the building. Zhang Jingguo and the others were still sitting upstairs, and nothing seemed amiss. Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. You're back. Zhang Jingguo greeted them quietly. There are no more soul-devouring beasts near the building now. As long as the noise isn't too loud, you can attract soul-devouring beasts from other areas. Yes, the items have been given to the Dragon Science Institute. We'll stay here for 3 days and then head back. Zhang Jingguo nodded and then arranged for someone to start cooking. The firelight and fragrance don't matter, since the soul-devouring beast can't see or smell them anyway. Moreover, due to the presence of the soul-devouring beast, other humans dared not make any rash moves. This timing is quite remarkable. There is a harmonious coexistence. No one dared to attract the attention of the soul-devouring beast. Even now, with 2 enemies sitting face to face, neither dared to make a move. Chapter 86. These foods smell so good. Several soldiers took out several bags of compressed rations from their backpacks and then began to cook. Soon the aroma came out. The prisoners who had been detained earlier drooled at the sight, as they hadn't had anything decent to eat in a long time. Most of them are unpalatable synthetic materials, including earthworms, insects, and even human flesh. At that moment, I saw more than 20 people eating canned food in front of me. How can I not crave food? My goodness, canned food like this is probably only available to the head of an organization. But there are so many people in front of us. If they hadn't known how formidable the people in front of them were, they probably would have already rushed up and robbed them. My God, they even have drinks? Everyone watched as Zhao Wu actually pulled a bottle of cola out of his backpack. Coca-Cola only exists in images. There's no place in reality where it can be made. Being able to eat one's fill is good enough. Who would bother making this thing? Zhao Wu took a sip of the cola in his hand, then handed a compressed biscuit to the woman from before. This is your reward for answering the question just now. The woman trembled as she took the compressed biscuits, then opened her mouth and began to eat them. She ate all the plastic packaging. Watching her eat with relish, the remaining detainees swallowed hard. Some even lay on the ground, eating the scraps that the women dropped. Next, I'll ask you some questions. Whoever can answer them will get food. But you have to raise your hand to answer questions, and nobody is allowed to make sound. Zhao Wu pointed to the food next to him, indicating that he still had plenty. Everyone was very excited. Zhao Wu was really too rich, having so much food. Everyone nodded in agreement. I ask you, why don't you need to wear protective suits? Isn't this world full of radiation and toxic gas? Everyone raised their hands. The question was too easy. That's practically a free-point question. Zhao Wu nodded to the man who had raised his hand first. We've been vaccinated. Anyone who's been vaccinated will not be afraid of radiation or toxic fumes. An injection? Is it something like a vaccine or antibodies? Zhao Wu glanced at the reactions of the people around him. They all seemed like deflated balloons. It seems that this answer is correct and not just random speculation. Zhao Wuji pointed, and a soldier next to him tossed him a can of meat. The man excitedly picked it up from the ground and opened it. Goodness, can beef. Beef, real beef. The man's hands were trembling. He hadn't seen beef in who knows how long. Everyone looked on with envy, hoping that they would be able to answer the question next time. The next question is, does anyone know where I can get these injection supplies? The most urgent task is to address the adverse factors currently arising from the environment. It's a bit unusual that only a few of them need to wear protective suits. Moreover, there will definitely be many more people coming into this world, so we must get our hands on this vaccine. Not many people raised their hands this time. Zhao Wu pointed to the one-armed woman who raised her hand the fastest. Although she only had one arm, the bones were still in her body. It looked as if the flesh had been completely removed from her body. This vaccine can be found in large organizations and cities. After saying that, the one-armed woman looked at Zhao Wu with great anticipation. Zhao Wu shook his head and said, "No, what I need is where I can get it." Your answer is too vague. Zhao Wu did not give the one-armed woman any food. Giving all possible answers would be unfair to others. Moreover, he also needs to leverage the advantages of food. This is an absolute advantage in the apocalypse. The one-armed woman's expression darkened, and her earlier excitement vanished. A tall, thin man behind him raised his hand. Zhao Wu nodded, signaling him to continue. There's a small mob organization about 300 kilometers away from here, and there are related things inside. How did you know? Zhao Wu asked. I escaped from there, but I never expected to be caught here so soon after I escaped. Zhao Wu nodded, then handed him a bottle of cola and a bowl of hot rice. What's your name? Zhao Wu asked the tall, thin man in front of him. Zhang San. The tall, thin man looked somewhat apprehensive. Zhang San, if you come with us, you'll have 3 meals a day. Could there be any more exciting news than this? The tall man felt like he had found a powerful backer, the most powerful one in this apocalypse. 3 meals a day. My God, what kind of guarantee is this? The workers nearby were filled with envy, regretting that they knew nothing about it. I will do my best, the tall, thin man said excitedly. Then we started eating. The rice was very hot and delicious. He still wolfed down the food, which was so hot, and then he started crying. Zhao Wu sighed. Although this is a future world, the people here live worse lives than those in the first world. Although the food there is terrible, at least there's something to eat and a choice to make. The people of this world cannot even guarantee their most basic living needs. One last question, what are those things in the sky? Zhao Wu pointed to the window, where the few things were still floating in the sky. This thing was already floating in the air when it arrived, and it doesn't seem like it's going to come down. That Sky City, the place where the celestial dragons live? The crowd murmured, looking up. That was their aspiration. Become a celestial dragon, and you'll never have to worry about food or clothing, and you'll stay far away from monsters. A celestial dragon? Zhao Wu frowned. Then everyone realized what was happening and raised their hands. Zhao Wu chose the one who raised their hand the fastest. The person whose name was called said excitedly, when the disaster happened, the celestial dragons took the floating towns in various cities and flew into the sky, where they then settled down. Then how do they get what they want? Zhao Wu asked curiously. It is said that the Sky City has a very complete self-sufficiency system. If they need something, they will bring something down to trade with the mob. There are many kinds of goods, including milk and grain, and the mob rushed to trade them. I see. Zhao Wu raised his head and looked at the city in the sky. After the apocalypse, they were the ones who became human, Those who remained on Earth were no longer considered human. They control a self-sufficient floating city and then trade its produce with the people below. Zhao Wu then tossed a piece of food to the person who had just answered. Zhao Wu then asked a few more questions. For example, how did the disaster happen, and what were the ingredients in the injection? But everyone shook their heads in confusion. This information was beyond their comprehension. Seeing that he could not ask any more questions, Zhao Wu ended the conversation. From now on, I'll have to figure it out myself. Zhang Jingguo walked over and said, Major Zhao, take a rest. We still need to search as much as possible tomorrow. Zhao Wu nodded. Although he was leaving in 3 days, he couldn't just sit around doing nothing for 3 days. Whenever there's even the slightest opportunity, I must bring something back to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 87, was it a fruitless endeavor? The next morning, Zhao Wu seemed to hear the sound of an engine starting. He didn't know if it was for some other reason, but he felt that after his spiritual energy became stronger, his intuition and perception also became much stronger. Zhao Wu hurriedly got up and looked out the window. Not far away, it seems like a few small black dots are rushing over. Telescope. The soldier next to him placed his binoculars in Zhao Wu's hands. What's wrong? What happened? Zhang Jingguo asked curiously. It looks like someone's coming. Zhao Wu looked through his binoculars and saw several armored vehicles approaching in the distance. The vehicle was protected by metal railings. If any of the corpses touched the railings, their hands would be electrocuted and they would fall to the ground. Electricity? That is indeed a solution. However, it's quite difficult to improve battery life. It is only suitable for short-distance transportation. Unfortunately, the portal width is currently only 2, so even short-distance movement is not possible. Otherwise, one could at least live a carefree life in this apocalypse. Zhao Wu watched for a while and realized that the vehicles were coming in his direction. I wonder if it has anything to do with those people from yesterday. Zhao Wu handed the binoculars in his hand to Zhang Jingguo. After reading it, Zhang Jingguo immediately became serious. Someone did come. Everyone, prepare for battle. Splash! The 19 people who were resting against the walls in various places just moments ago immediately stood up and quickly gathered together. This startled the workers who had been there before. What's going on? What happened? What's going on? Who's here? Could it be thugs? The workers were a little confused. The day they spent together had given them a certain understanding of Zhao Wu and the others. They are powerful and disciplined. Even working for them is better than working for others. So no one left in the morning. The soldiers didn't say anything. They just silently checked their equipment. Rumble. The sound of several armored vehicles' engines grew closer and closer before they stopped. Zhao Wu looked out the window at the building below. What is that? Did Zhao Wu see 2 robots on the last truck? What is this? How can it be made by a machine? The robot was covered in rust, clearly indicating that it hadn't been maintained for a long time. A dozen or so people got out of their cars downstairs, exchanged a few words, and then went into the building. Walk. Zhao Wu led his men downstairs, and then ran into the people who had just come up on the 3rd floor. The dozen or so people who came up were full of punk style, dressed like character from Mad Max. Are you the people I'm in charge of? The group was led by a man with 6 lip piercings. It's on my face and ears. His whole body looked as if it were made of nails. The man was wearing a leather jacket made of some unknown material, which had a slight sheen. Before Zhao Wu could say anything, the other side began to suspect something. Something's not right. Why are you all wearing protective suits? The air gun in the other person's hand was raised. And why are you carrying outdated weapons? Zhao Wu spread his hands flat, indicating that he had no weapons on his side. Don't be nervous. We are wearing protective suits because we have recently been infected with a new type of virus, so we are wearing them for your sake. The man in the jacket who was leading the group stroked his beard. Really? The world is in such a mess. It's normal for new viruses to appear. Then you'd better dress properly, and please don't pass it on to us. The man in the jacket joked, then glanced at the terrified workers behind Zhao Wu. These are the goods for this trip. The workers shrank back in fear. They didn't want to leave Zhao Wu's side. If I went to work as a laborer elsewhere, I certainly wouldn't survive for long. Even after death, they will still be treated like vegetables. Zhao Wu nodded. There was no need to get into a conflict with these people over these workers. Even if he could save them temporarily, he couldn't save them forever. 1, 2, 3, 23, 24. The quantity is exactly 24. The younger brother next to him carefully counted twice and reported the final number to the man in the jacket. The man in the jacket nodded after hearing this, then took 2 cans out of his pocket and tossed them to Zhao Wu. You guys have really hit the jackpot with human flesh canned goods. Zhao Wu was initially puzzled as to why there would be canned food, but when he heard that it was human flesh, he felt something was off as he held it in his hand. The jacket-wearing man's henchmen began to drive the workers off the plane. Then we're leaving. The man in the jacket smiled, then turned and made a gesture to his companion. Slit the throat. It's perfectly normal for thieves to eat thieves. He had already made this preparation when he saw that Zhao Wu and the others only had weapons from the old era. Zhao Wu in front of him was like a big, defenseless piece of fat meat. If you don't eat this, you'll be doing yourself a disservice for your good fortune. He has always been very lucky. This time is no exception. Pung, pung, pung. The air compression gun compressed the air and then fired it, with gunshots ringing out continuously. The dozen or so enemies who opened fire were initially laughing as they fired. As they continued fighting, they realized something was wrong. The air bullets seemed to have no effect on these people. Boss, something's not right. The man in the jacket looked at his underlings, who all had terrified expressions, and turned around to take a look. I was startled. Good heavens, these people are completely unharmed. Not even their protective suits are damaged. Did I just end up with nothing? What's going on? How come these guys are so hard to kill? The man in the jacket's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a half step back. Zhao Wu and the others drew their weapons. Although Zhao Wu and the others did not want to cause trouble, it did not mean they were afraid of trouble. The people in front of us have already drawn their swords against each other, so naturally, we can't let them go. Zhang Jingguo took the lead and swung his sword. An enemy in front of him was cleaved in 2. How could this be? Why isn't the defensive force field working? These people have gone mad. What's going on here? The protective suits on the other side can block the air blasts on our side. His own defensive force field couldn't even stop a sword. This isn't right. Retreat, retreat first. The man in the jacket was shocked and ordered everyone to run downstairs. Fortunately, they were already at the stairwell, and when they saw something was wrong, they had already started running. Zhang Jingguo pressed his advantage and slashed the jacket-wearing man's arm with his knife. Clang! The jacket made a piercing sound. The defensive force field failed to stop the long sword enveloped in spiritual energy, but the jacket did. The man in the jacket was slightly taken aback, then overjoyed. He found the jacket by chance. It was said to be made of a special material that could stop ordinary swords and bullets. But nobody wants this thing. Everyone has a defensive force field, so who still needs a physical defense like a protective jacket? The man in the jacket thought the style was pretty good, so he put on. Unexpectedly, it has actually come in handy. Although I don't know how you made the force field ineffective, it doesn't seem to be very effective against other defenses. The man in the jacket talked as he ran without stopping. Once they get their hands on the mech downstairs, their weapons will be useless. Chapter 88, Disassembling a Mech with Bare Hands. The weapons on the mechs weren't air bullets, but high-powered laser weapons, which should be able to deal with these strange guys in front of them. Chase, Zhao Wu said coldly. Letting them escape will only bring endless trouble. If these guys run away, they'll definitely bring even more people with them. The man in the jacket and his gang stopped next to the mecha. They were preparing to launch a counterattack. Get in the mechs and let them know how powerful we are. The man in the jacket and the deputy leader boarded the only 2 mechs. The power system is ready. The weapon system is ready. The 2 mechs were blasting their speakers, and the volume was so loud it was almost like a series of flashing lights. Damn it, I'll kill you all. The 2 mechs on the jacket-wearing man's side started operating and then jumped off the truck. It really is a mecha. Zhao was slightly taken aback. Although he'd already guessed that it was a mecha, he was still somewhat surprised to see it with his own eyes. Mecha is a man's romance. Zhao Wu could already imagine what it would be like to sit in a mecha. If these mechs were transported to the Dragon Academy for research, it would likely be another groundbreaking technology. The mecha's power system alone is enough to shock the entire planet. We must get our hands on this. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo exchanged a glance, both understanding the importance of the matter. Zhang Jingguo, you and I will deal with the mechs. The rest of you go and kill the others. At Zhao Wu's command, everyone began to move. Blue laser weapons began to glow in the mech's hands, resembling a lightsaber. Haha, watch me cut you in half. The mecha's feet are designed with tires, allowing it to glide directly on the ground. It accelerates very quickly in a short period of time. But no matter how fast he is, he can't outrun Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu dodged the laser sword attack by sidestepping, then turned and slashed at the mech's left arm. Pung! After a loud bang, the mech's left arm was severed at the root. What? It can actually cut through a mech with just a weapon. The man in the jacket was stunned. He could attribute dodging his own lightsaber to good luck. But what kind of operation is it to cut off the mecha's arm with a single sword strike? What the hell is this? Although his mecha was a first-generation mecha, it was basically facing obsolescence. But it's still a mecha. How could it be cut in half by a knife? Before he could think any further, the jacket-clad man's other arm began to spin, transforming into a high-speed rotating drill that swung directly at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu took a breath. Sword chi, with a single swing, pale blue sword energy slammed into the oncoming drill. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mech's high-speed drill was destroyed, and sparks continued to fly from the severed arm. The man in the jacket was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? A humanoid Gundam? Dismantling a mech with bare hands? At that moment, various screams rang out behind the man in the jacket. Looking back, he saw his men being chased and hacked down by Chinese soldiers. These Chinese soldiers were incredibly fast. Their underlings would be caught and killed in the blink of an eye if they tried to escape. The weapons they brought were completely ineffective against them. This is extremely tricky. Cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead. Retreat. There's no way to continue fighting. Smoke began to rise from the jacket-clad man's mech, and he sped off, racing along the wasteland roads. Zhao Wu weighed the embroidered spring knife in his hand. He then threw it directly at the fleeing mech. Like a sharp arrow, the embroidered spring knife, enhanced by Zhao Wu's advanced marksmanship, accurately struck the fleeing man in the jacket. The embroidered spring blade pierced through the entire body of the mecha, and then became embedded in the ruins not far away. The man in the jacket inside the mecha looked incredulously at his chest. Red blood was gushing out there. Then a sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How was this possible? The man in the jacket collapsed inside the mecha. The mecha's power began to weaken, and then it came to a stop. The pilot inside is dead, and the mech, whose vital signs cannot be detected, has entered power-saving mode. Meanwhile, the mechs on the other side were still engaged in battle with Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo doesn't possess Zhao Wu's strong spiritual energy or 50 years of swordsmanship experience. The only thing to do is to protect your own protective suit from damage while trying to entangle the mech. Damn it, it's like a rat. The person inside the mech cursed. The mech's drill aimed directly at Zhang Jingguo, but missed, leaving a large crater in the ground. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who had previously gone to kill the fleeing enemy arrived. With the help of more than a dozen people, the mech was finally dismantled. Yes, they really were separated. Compared to Zhao Wu's clean and efficient action, this mecha was already almost completely destroyed. Sword marks were everywhere, and the two mech legs had been severed, constantly sparking. The driver inside was stabbed by 3 long swords and died inside. The workers in the nearby building went crazy when they saw this. Good grief, who are these people? Not only are they well supplied with supplies, but they also have the ability to dismantle Gundams with their bare hands. Following them will definitely ensure your survival. They had made up their minds to follow this group as closely as possible, no matter what. At this moment, the horde of zombies had already closed to within a few hundred meters. Unable to clean up the mess, Zhao Wu and the others could only run into the building. Upon reaching the junction of the 2nd and 3rd floors, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom easily jumped onto the 2nd floor platform with the help of their spiritual energy. Zhang San, come here. Zhao Wu beckoned to Zhang San, and Zhang San immediately ran over like a lackey. My lord, what are your orders? Were those people riding in mechs? Zhao Wu asked. Zhao Wu just felt that this mecha was too weak, not at all as powerful as he had imagined. It could be considered a mecha, but this one is more like an industrial harvesting mecha, modified by replacing some of its equipment. Their purpose is to mine and do some industrial work, so their defense and attack capabilities are indeed lacking. Zhao Wu understood immediately after hearing this. No wonder his embroidered spring blade could pierce through the entire mecha. Emotions are inherently weak in terms of defense. Unfortunately, my embroidered spring knife is still stuck in the ground. I'll have to go pick it up tomorrow morning. And this is only the 1st generation of mecha. The current mechas are already in the 4th generation, But only the celestial dragons have the 4th generation, Zhang Xin added. Understood. Zhao Wu nodded. Zhang Xin thought for a while, then seemed hesitant to speak. Just say what you want to say, Zhao Wu Dao said. My lord, I'll be frank then. If you kill these people now, you'd better leave here as soon as possible. Why? Zhao Wu asked curiously. Since they are out to collect goods, they must have brainwave communication tools to communicate with their organization in real time. I'm afraid the news of your killing them has already reached the enemy headquarters. Brainwave communication tool? What is this? With Zhang San's explanation, Zhao Wu finally understood the purpose of this thing. Users can have a chip implanted in their brain to digitize the information in their brain and then transmit the information they want. Chapter 89 being watched. Brainwaves can travel faster and farther than radio waves. The recipient only needs to have the same chip in their brain. It's a bit like making a phone call in your head. That man in the jacket must have already passed the information and images from his side to their organization. Everything the man in the jacket saw and felt. They were all being broadcast on a huge screen at that moment. What the hell is going on? A man with a scar on his face slammed his hand on the table, splitting it in two. Through the sleeve, you can see that the scar man's right hand is made entirely of metal, but it doesn't look like steel. It's unclear what material it's made of. The people below all lowered their heads, not daring to meet the scarred man's gaze. They were equally puzzled. What's going on here? According to the information transmitted back by Xingqian, the man in the jacket from before, the people on the other side wearing protective suits have the ability to dismantle Gundams with their bare hands, and the air guns are not working. Who the hell knows what's going on? The organization they belonged to was the largest mob organization in the area. The entire organization has over 1,000 armed personnel and tens of thousands of ordinary workers. There are 52 first-generation mechs, 12 second-generation mechs, and 1 near third-generation mech, which was obtained through exchange with the celestial dragons. It can be said that such strength is enough for them to roam freely in the apocalypse. Even if they encounter a soul-devouring beast, they can escape unscathed. In an organization like this, the person sent out to collect the goods actually died. Even though Xingqian was the one who started this crooked scheme. So what? Anyone who dares to kill them is an enemy of their organization. Boss, I think their abnormality comes from the pale blue gas on their bodies. The little monkey said almost obsequiously. The little monkey is the most clever in the entire base and also the fastest climber. Having joined the organization less than 3 years ago, he has already risen to a high-level position. He was the only one among the people present who made a living with his brains. The scarred man thought it made sense and then used his head to control the images on the screen to start replaying. The image freezes on the moment Zhao Wu cuts the mecha in half with his sword. Although the view of the stars was limited, the blue gas on Zhao Wu's body could still be seen from his perspective. It was a blue aura, like steam, that quietly enveloped Zhao Wu. Even the long sword that cut through the mech had it. I suspect this is a new type of defense technology, maybe related to Sky City, the little monkey continued. The scarred man touched his chin. This was definitely how it should be. Otherwise, why wouldn't the air bombs work? They must be using technology from the celestial dragons to help them. I don't care who it is. Anyone who dares to offend me is dead. Amon, Dooku, you two take some men and bring them back to me. Amon was a slender woman with short hair, and she was the only woman among the organization's high-ranking members present. The poison mouth is a man whose face is almost disfigured, and he is grinning savagely. The two nodded and went out to prepare. Don't worry, boss. These 20-odd people have no chance of beating us. As long as we can control them and master their technology, we will definitely be able to expand our territory. The Scar Man nodded. This was good news. If Xingqian dies, he dies. In the apocalypse, the most common thing is death. Inside the building, there are 2 days left until the 3-day deadline. Zhao Wu ate the compressed biscuit in his hand and looked out the window, although their information may have already been obtained by the opposing organization. However, surrounded by zombies, they really had no way to leave. We can only take it one step at a time. Below the building, hordes of zombies howled. Zhao Wu aimed his finished drink at a zombie and threw it. Pong! The canned beverage hit the zombie precisely with a dull thud. Night is coming soon, and these zombies will leave after nightfall. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave here in the vehicles these people brought. Zhao Wu said to Zhang Jingguo beside him. Yes. Zhang Jingguo never doubted Zhao Wu's orders. If someone is watching you, Leaving is definitely the best option. Nothing was said that night. Zhao Wu and the others spent the night quietly, without attracting the attention of the soul-devouring beast. As long as there isn't too much noise, there won't be any other danger. As the morning sun rose, the last soul-eating beast disappeared from sight. Zhao Wu and the others all ran out. They needed to take advantage of the time, while the zombies were on their way back, to load the mechs onto the truck as quickly as possible. Hurry up! The group carried the mecha and its fragments and hurriedly placed them on the truck. Sir, what will we do now that you're gone? A large group of workers stood in front of Zhao Wu, unsure of what to do. If Zhao Wu and his group leave, the opposing organization will definitely take their anger out on them when they arrive. Even if they wanted to leave, the world was teeming with zombies, making survival nearly impossible. You have 30 seconds. The last truck can hold as many people as it can. In 30 seconds, our soldiers should all be ready to depart. As for these workers, they might be useful later. As a last resort, it's also a good choice to use it as bait. The workers rushed to the back, and the entire truck was covered with people. Even the broken mechs were covered with people. Rumble. The 30 seconds are up. The vehicle Zhao Wu wasn't started its engine. This type of vehicle had a particularly high horsepower, and Zhao Wu hadn't gotten used to it first. The car shot forward. It took me quite a while to get used to it. Let's go. Zhao Wu led the way, with Zhang San sitting beside him, responsible for giving Zhao Wu directions. The direction they left this time was towards the organization that Zhang San had mentioned had the medicine. The wasteland was covered in dust and zombies. Gradually, the number of zombies decreased, and Zhao Wu and the others left the city area. If we continue along this road, we should reach our destination in about 2 days. Zhang San said from the passenger seat. Zhao Wu nodded and pressed the accelerator even harder. After Zhao Wu left, another convoy arrived at the building. They were members of the mysterious organization that had come looking for Zhao Wu. They brought 6 level 1 mechs, 1 level 2 mech, and quite a few vehicles with them. Report. There was no one in the building, but several bodies were found. Poison Mouth and Man sat in the car, while their henchmen reported on the search progress. Looks like you run pretty fast. They set off immediately after the soul-eating beast disappeared. But we were still a step too late. Report. We found these things in the building. An operator handed something to Aman. What's this? Aman picked up the item in her hand and looked at it. It was a plastic package, and when she smelled it, it actually smelled like food. Could it be that those people still have food? This is a huge discovery. Aman picked up another item and looked at it. Could it be food? Chapter 90, Searching for the Truth. It appears to be made of beef, and it even says special supply for Chinese soldiers on it. Dragon Kingdom? A newly emerged organization? On the wasteland, all kinds of organizations, large and small, emerge one after another. New organizations are born every day, while new organizations are destroyed or absorbed. Take these things back to the boss and tell him we've got them on our hands. Yes. After receiving orders, several organization members drove the jeeps next to them back the way they came. Activate the search robot. A drone took off and then shot a beam of light across the wasteland. A virtual tire track appeared before everyone's eyes. Holographic projection technology can reveal Zhao Wu's whereabouts. It seems they're driving starship vehicles. Go after them. With a wave of his poisonous hand, everyone got into the car and, guided by the search drone, quickly chased after Zhao Wu and the others. Zhao Wu and the others continued driving forward under Zhang San's guidance, completely unaware that pursuers were already behind them. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Wu and the others found a manor in the suburbs to spend the night. Driving at night is suicidal. The endless soul-devouring beasts are attracted by the engine sound and launch continuous attacks. Even if they manage to kill the soul-eating beasts, they will still perish in the endless horde of monsters if their vehicles are damaged. The manor is safe, and no other discoveries have been made. Zhang Jingguo and the others searched the area and reported back to Zhao Wu. Then stay here tonight. The soldiers and workers from the Dragon Kingdom entered the suburban manor one by one. The manor was covered in dust, and it was unknown how long it had been abandoned in this wasteland. Scattered zombies wandered around the area. After Zhao Wu and the others cut off their feet, they could only crawl slowly on the ground. It seems that there are far fewer zombies after leaving the city. Yes, because there are more organizations in the city, and some of them are still searching for pre-apocalyptic supplies. Zhang San explained. Major Zhao, we found this in the manor. A soldier handed something to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu took it out and looked at it. It seemed to be a newspaper. A newspaper from the year 2358. I never imagined that print media still existed in this era. Zhang San, when did the disaster happen? It started 3 years ago, in 2362. In 2362, this newspaper would be from 4 years before the disaster. Zhao Wu glanced at the newspaper briefly. The content is roughly about how the population of this era has exploded, reaching 30 billion people worldwide. With most of humanity concentrated in cities, energy and food crises have followed. To address this crisis, scientists have developed new types of food and energy and claim that the Earth can feed 100 billion people. They decompose human corpses in a special way and turn them into food. Because the supply of corpses was insufficient, the government enacted laws mandating the killing of the poor, the homeless, the disabled, and the sick to obtain more corpses. These were then consumed as a special food. However, this has led to a proliferation of bizarre diseases, until a constantly mutating form of rabies was reported. The current rabies strain is type A, which is the first mutation. Patients with this strain are irritable, manic, and highly aggressive. Just as Zhao Wu was about to continue reading, he discovered that the newspaper was no longer available. Let's search again to see if there are any newspapers like this. It would help us understand the world. Yes, the group began searching high and low, but found no other relevant paper documents. Just then, the roar of the soul-devouring beast came from outside, and everyone stopped searching. What we need to do now is to stay quiet and not attract the attention of the soul-eating beast. If you want to see this information on paper, you can go to the National Archives Administration to look for it. Zhang San suggested. The State Archives Administration? Yes, when a disaster strikes, most people rush to places that have supplies and energy. Places like the National Archives are actually the easiest to preserve. Zhao Wu remembered the newspaper from earlier. Perhaps he could find out about the end of the world through information from the National Archives. Where's the State Archives Administration? Zhao Wu asked. Every city has a branch of the State Archives Administration. There will be one on our way to the organization, not far from here. In that case, let's go take a look. There are only a dozen or so hours left until 3 days are up. By 5 p.m. tomorrow, the 3 days will be up. Then we can go back to Earth and make preparations. Just then, a rustling sound came from outside the manor. Zhao Wu quietly walked to the window. It was already dark at 6 o'clock. The entire sky was shrouded in mist. Smog filled the entire wasteland world. Is it a soul-devouring beast? Zhang Jingguo asked in a low voice. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom warriors all held long swords, ready to deal with any potential dangers. There seems to be something flying in the sky, Zhao Wu said. He could vaguely see a dark shadow flash by in the sky. That's a flying dragon, Zhang San said. Fly dragons? What the hell is this new species? Zhao Wu was speechless for a moment. There really are quite a few strange things in this world. How do humans live in this world? Flying dragon, a type of soul-devouring beast, seems to be a mutated form of birds. Unlike the soul-devouring beasts on the ground, the flying dragon can see, so it's better to be careful. Zhang San explained. Once the dragons attract their attention, a fight is sure to break out. The sounds of fighting will attract the attention of the soul-eating beasts on the ground. There's no solution to this. Fortunately, these dragons seemed to be just passing by and did not stop again. It flew directly over the manor and headed to other places. As the flying dragon soared past and the whooshing sound faded away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I've only been in this world for 2 days, but it feels like 2 years have passed. All right, everyone except those on duty can rest. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began to rest against the wall. The next day, Zhao Wu and the others set off again in the car. Turn left here, we'll go to the National Archives first. Zhang San pointed to the left side of the fork in the road ahead. This road leads to a small city ahead, but it also means danger. If you enter a city, the number of zombies will increase, and there's a possibility of attacks from other thugs. Without much thought, Zhao Wu turned the steering wheel and steered directly onto the road leading to the city. Gradually, more and more zombies appeared on the roadside. They saw the vehicles approaching from afar and rushed straight towards them. Turn on the power grid. Zhao Wu pressed the button labeled with the words electric grid. Instantly, The railings on the entire vehicle were electrified, and the zombies that had climbed up were electrocuted and fell off the vehicle, where they were then crushed into a bloody pulp by the vehicles behind them. The vehicle drove on and eventually stopped in front of a tall building. Chapter 91, Stealing Bamboo Shoots. I was ambushed while sleeping. This is the National Administrative Department. The Archives Department is located here. Zhao Wu and the others got out of the car. Zhang Jingguo led the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to form a defensive line and kept shooting at the zombies that were charging at them. Their aim was focused on the zombies' legs. Once they were incapacitated, even if they weren't killed, it wouldn't matter. Da-da-da. The guns, spitting flames, attracted the attention of the zombies and some of the thugs hiding in the various rooms. The thugs scoffed at this suicidal act and then paid it no further attention. Holding weapons from the old era, they dared to openly attract zombies. That's just asking for trouble. Although there were 2 mechs on the vehicle, they were clearly damaged. With income and expenditure disproportionate, the riders abandoned their idea of taking advantage of the chaos. The outdated weapons and damaged mechs were not worth the risk. The gates of the government departments used chip-based electric locks, but the power has been exhausted and the locks are out of power. Zhao Wu gave it a gentle push, and the wooden door creaked. "Come in, all of you." At Zhao Wu's command, everyone entered the building. The last 2 people to enter closed the wooden door and then found tables, chairs, and other items to block the entrance. Zhao Wu looked around the building's lobby, which was covered in dust and filled with various documents and scraps of paper. It seems that after the apocalypse, some people came here to try their luck, but apparently left empty-handed. Zhao Wu waved his hand. The soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom spontaneously formed groups of 3 and began searching inside the building. Zhao Wu went to the navigation console in the lobby and started looking at it. Wiping away the dust revealed the navigation map. The State Archives Administration is located on the 3rd floor of this building. There's something going on here. A startled cry interrupted Zhao Wu's train of thought. He rushed over and found a group of soldiers blocking the doorway of a room. Zhang Jingguo gestured for Zhao Wu to be quiet as he approached, then pointed into the room. Zhao Wu frowned, then looked into the doorway. This sight gave me a fright. Good heavens, it was pitch black inside, but you could still see a dozen or so soul-devouring beasts fast asleep. No wonder they disappeared during the day. It turns out they were looking for a place to hide and sleep. The building is relatively well-preserved, although it can be quite dark inside if the lights are off. It's quite suitable for soul eaters to use while sleeping during the day. Zhang Jingguo made a gesture of annihilation toward Zhao Wu. He gestured to indicate whether or not to take action. Zhao Wu shook his head. Who knew how many soul-devouring beasts were inside this building? I'm not sure if making a sound will happen if I start now. It's best to be cautious. Seeing Zhao Wu shake his head, Zhang Jingguo said nothing more. They quietly closed the door, and then everyone went into the hall. Soul-devouring beasts are everywhere here. Everyone must be careful. Everyone nodded. After learning that the soul-eating beast was inside the building, everyone spoke in much quieter voices. The Archives Administration is on the 3rd floor. Let's go there. Zhang Jingguo led the way. Zhao Wu walked in the middle of the group, with Longwa soldiers on guard on either side, and the workers following at the very back. Following the stairs, the group arrived at the 3rd floor and then found the National Archives Bureau by following the directions on the navigation map. The State Archives Administration, with a broken sign hanging on the door. Zhang Jingguo gently pushed open the door. There were also soul-devouring beasts in this room, but not many. There are 3 in total. They slept in the book return area, the reading area, and one even slept on an overturned bookshelf. Zhang Jingguo looked at Zhao Wu, who nodded. These 3 soul-devouring beasts must be eliminated, otherwise they will definitely cause trouble later. Zhao Wu quietly closed the door. The soul-eating beasts were breathing heavily. They were still fast asleep. In order to kill the soul-devouring beasts as quickly as possible, 5 soldiers stood next to each soul-devouring beast. They then raised their long swords and aimed them at the soul-devouring beast before them. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu extended a palm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Zhao Wu's right hand turned into a fist, and everyone swung their serrated long swords with all their might. 5 swords, 2 pointed at the head, 1 pierced the heart, and the other 2 severed the thighs to prevent them from escaping in pain. The soul-eating beasts were killed by the sudden attack. Their huge bodies twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Oh no, I was ambushed while I was sleeping. Only Zhao Wu and his group could kill them. Even if an ordinary person tried to kill them, they would simply reassemble. Alert! After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he led a few people toward the archives. Everyone should search for useful information and try to find information from 2358 to 2362. Yes, apart from the soldiers on guard duty, everyone else started searching through the archives. Major Zhao, look at this. A soldier handed Zhao Wu a newspaper. The year is 2361. In this year, a very important event occurred. Following a decision by the world government, a nuclear bomb was dropped on a city called Ella. The newspaper didn't explain why it was deployed or what its effects were. This information has likely been blocked. The nuclear bombing could not be kept secret, so it was reported in the newspapers. They drop a nuclear bomb on a city. How could they do that? Zhang Jingguo said with a smile. Something important must have happened at the time, forcing them to drop a nuclear bomb. This year happened to be the year before the end of the world. Zhao organized the information he had gathered so far. 1. As the world's population exploded, everyone began to flock to cities. Due to food problems, scientists developed new types of food, but this was followed by all sorts of strange diseases. 2. Rabies began to mutate, and a new strain emerged, rabies type B. 3. 1 year before the apocalypse, a nuclear bomb was dropped on a place called Ella. Ding Dong, the host, has learned 10% of the events that have occurred in this world. The portal has been upgraded. The sudden system notification in Zhao Wu's brain stunned him. Good heavens, it actually unlocked the portal level by understanding information about this world. In the previous world, it was through magic crystals from monsters. I never imagined that in this world it would be through information. This further strengthened Zhao Wu's determination to find information about the end times. Ding Dong, the number of people allowed in the portal has been increased from 20 to 100. Second world, District 9. Portal level, LV2, 10/100. Portal width, 2 meters. Portal height, 2 meters. Portal permissions, 100. 100 people. It's a pity they didn't increase the width, otherwise they could have transported some equipment over. At the same time, Amon and Dooku, who were chasing Zhao Wu and the others, stopped at the entrance of the National Administration Building. This is Stardust car. A man glanced at the vehicles parked at the entrance, which bore the distinctive logo of their organization. There were also 2 broken mechs on the vehicle. What are they doing here? Poison Mouth frowned. They followed Zhao Wu all the way, and when they turned at a fork in the road, he even wondered if the tracking drone had malfunctioned. Who in their right mind would run here? Chapter 92, The Phoenix Project. Who cares about them? The boss just wants us to take them back. As for why they came here, we'll ask them when the time comes. Amon swayed her blood-pumping figure as she walked toward the red mecha, a move that attracted the attention of a group of organization members. They all swallowed hard. This was a woman in the apocalypse. She's still such a beautiful and sexy woman. I don't even know when it was the last time I touched a woman. However, they dared not make any move. A man was able to get to where she is today, not because of her face and figure. It's not the skill of killing, but the ability to kill. Amon is exceptionally skilled at piloting mechs. She owns the only level 2 mech here. The Red Reaper. A proper combat mech is incomparable to those mining-modified mechs. Equipped with a high-powered laser beam weapon, it can easily penetrate any target, but it requires charging. The secondary weapon is a sniper rifle modified from an old weapon. This gun can fire an ultra-large caliber bullet that can even penetrate air defense fields, but its powerful recoil can only be used by mechs. Several operators boarded their mechs, but Poison Mouth, as the leader, picked up a hammer and led the way. I learned from the information that the air gun is no longer useful. The group that came this time brought weapons or cold weapons from the old era. We've dealt with the zombies at the entrance. Amon's red harvester pushed open the wooden door of the building. Oh, there's something left at the door. A man said with a grin. Keep your voice down. There's probably a soul-devouring beast here, Poison Mouth said. Hearing this, Amon shut his mouth. Once the soul-devouring beasts were disturbed, they would have no choice but to run away. In the archives room on the 3rd floor, Zhao Wu and his team found another piece of confidential information. The year is 2362, which is the year the apocalypse will occur. This document is called Project Phoenix. The plan states that the world government secretly launched this plan due to the global virus problem. The pathogens that cause infection are modified and then injected into the human body for genetic modification. The mutant, a final weapon capable of rivaling zombies, was born, and scientific experts custom-designed a powerful mechanical exoskeleton for it. However, the human will is far too fragile. Most of these final warriors, on whom hope was placed, died during the modification surgery, but some still survived. Zhao Wu made a new note of information in his mind. 4. Project Phoenix. Infected pathogens are injected into humans to transform them into mutants with extremely powerful abilities. However, most of them die during the transformation surgery, but some still survive. Ding dong, the current world decryption rate has reached 13%. Upon hearing this prompt, Zhao Wu understood the system notification. There were no system notifications when I received the information before. However, the system notification only appeared after I organized it myself. It seems that obtaining information is not the key. The key is to use that information to make useful arrangements. If the process is completed correctly, a system notification will be activated. At that moment, a person in charge of security walked in from the doorway. Something's wrong. Someone's come in. Zhao Wu and the others immediately fell silent. A clicking sound came from outside the door. It sounded like a heavy object pressing down on something strange. 6 mechs and more than 20 people have come in, the person in charge of guarding said in a low voice. Strange. How did they find us so quickly? Zhang Jingguo said, looking at Zhao Wu. Even though they had left the building as quickly as possible, they were still caught up within the blink of an eye. From a time perspective, these people are only a few hours away from where I am traveling. Don't move yet. Maybe these people just happen to come here to search this area. Zhao Wu calmed everyone down. Based on their current behavior, it's not necessarily true that they're coming to our side. At that moment, Zhao Wu saw something that looked like a drone suddenly fly up from among the group of people on the first floor. Then, blue footsteps appeared before everyone's eyes. The holographic projection has already revealed their presence. This is... Zhao Wu finally understood how they found him. The drone had somehow managed to track their movements. The people on the first floor must have been tracking him using this drone. Zhao Wu glanced at the time on his hand. There was still more than half an hour until 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock sharp, we can evacuate. These people have drones tracking them, so they should be able to find us very soon. We must strike first. Fire stun grenades. Everyone run to the roof. On the first floor, Du Ko and a man carefully followed behind the drone, searching. The path ahead continued all the way to the safety passage. They must have gone up to a higher floor via the stairs. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The drone was hit directly by a bullet and crashed to the ground. Something's up. Amon and the others looked in the direction the bullets came from and saw Zhao Wu and his gang throwing several grenade-shaped objects at them. Grenade. A man frowned. This thing couldn't possibly harm them. Sudden. She seemed to have thought of something. Not good. Boom. 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 The stun grenade made a huge noise, and the entire marble floor shook twice. If such a loud noise were to be heard inside this enclosed building. So, it will definitely awaken the soul-devouring beast. Sure enough, a series of roars echoed from every dark room in the building. Roar, roar, roar. Several soul-devouring beasts emerged from the rooms on the first floor. Seeing the angry expressions on Amon and the others' faces. I was sleeping so soundly, and you guys woke me up. With my fiery temper, I immediately charged at the crowd in the lobby on the first floor. Chase after those people. Amon led the charge, his sniper rifle making a loud noise, and shot down a charging soul-devouring beast. The soul-eating beast collapsed heavily to the ground after being shot. The huge hole in its body was slowly repairing itself. Gunfire erupted immediately. Various weapons were fired continuously at the charging soul-eating beast. Zhao Wu, standing on the third floor, sneered at the sight before leading the group upstairs. Since the soul-devouring beast chooses to come out at night and rest during the day, that must mean they can't see the sun. As long as I get to the top floor, there won't be any problems. As for the group downstairs, let them play with the soul-eating beast. The bigger the commotion, the more soul-devouring beasts it attracts. Trying to run? Not so easy. Flames erupted from the backs of the 2 level 1 mechs, which then leaped to the third floor, blocking Zhao Wu and his group's path. Their goal was to prevent Zhao Wu from escaping and wait for the main force on the first floor to come up and join them. Zhao Wu naturally wouldn't give them that chance, and directly drew his embroidered spring blade. Sword slash. A pale blue blade of energy was unleashed, cleaving the mecha in front of it in two. A man and Duko stared wide-eyed in disbelief at what they saw. Chapter 93, The Existence of Cutting Bullets. Although I've already seen this move on screen, but seeing it with my own eyes made me realize how terrifying Zhao Wu was. A casual flick of the blade could cleave a level 1 mech in two. This is terrifying. This knife must be a product of new technology, and it might even have been exchanged with the celestial dragons of Sky City. Take that knife. They naturally couldn't believe that this was a level of skill a human could achieve, so they all assumed it was a problem with the knife. Otherwise, why would everyone around him be using serrated longswords, while he was the only one using a knife? Actually, it was just that Zhao Wu simply thought the embroidered spring blade was cool. Another mech in the third-floor lobby fired large-caliber bullets. This weapon was temporarily installed. Knowing that Zhao Wu and the others were not afraid of air guns, they temporarily equipped them with this old-fashioned weapon. Top, top, top. A hail of bullets hurtled toward Zhao Wu, determined to tear him to pieces. Zhao Wu took a breath. His eyes were fixed on the bullets that were being fired at him. He hasn't had a proper fight since reaching the first level of Battle Saint. He brandished his embroidered spring knife so fast that no one could see it. All that could be heard was a continuous clanging sound from the air. Zhao Wu's blade actually knocked every single bullet to the ground. A man was stunned inside the mecha, not even realizing that the soul-eating beast was rushing towards him. The soldiers and workers from the Dragon Kingdom on Zhao Wu's side were equally stunned. This major, Zhao, has probably transcended the realm of humanity. He was able to shoot down all the bullets with just a knife in his hand. This is different from using spiritual energy to block bullets. This requires incredibly precise observation and the ability to keep up with the speed of one's eyes and hands. All right, let's go. Zhao Wu's voice brought everyone back to reality. Zhang Jingguo led the charge, running towards the safety passage according to the map above. Poison Mouth watched Zhao Wu and the others flee and stuck out its tongue. I'll catch up with them first. You guys take your time. With a single punch, he sent the soul-devouring beast that was charging at him flying, then quickly climbed up the wall. Still the same old thing, impatient. A man sneered and led his group toward the stairwell. Now that Poison Mouth has stopped them, these people definitely can't escape. All I need to do is hurry over there and meet up with the poisoner. Zhao Wu and the others ran upstairs as fast as they could. The building has 23 floors in total and is less than 100 meters tall. 8th floor. 9th floor. The group ran very fast. Although most of the soul-devouring beasts are on the first floor, that doesn't mean they aren't on the upper floors. Zhang Jingguo, leading the way, had already spotted 3 or 4 soul-devouring beasts. Enveloped in spiritual energy, these soul-devouring beasts were all slain at his feet. 10th floor. Pung! A dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Jingguo. Thinking it was another soul-devouring beast, Zhang Jingguo raised his serrated longsword and slashed at it. The serrated teeth on the serrated sword made a buzzing sound due to kinetic energy. The dark figure in front of him took the serrated longsword directly and held it in his hand. Zhang Jingguo was shocked. The dark figure in front of him was not a soul-devouring beast at all, but one of the people on the first floor. His face was covered in scars that looked as if he had been disfigured. This weapon seems a bit special. It seems to emit a blue aura as well. Upon seeing this, 2 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom raised their serrated longswords and charged forward. However, he was kicked down by the poisonous mouth, knocking down a group of people. Let go of me. Zhao Wu, wielding his embroidered spring knife, swung it out. Poisonous Mouth was shocked and hurriedly let go, but it was too late. The hand that was gripping Zhang Jingguo's serrated sword was cut in two. On my hand. The Poisonous Mouth grinned menacingly, then said, just kidding, my hand can grow back. Poisonous creatures are least afraid of getting hurt. He can recover instantly every time he gets injured. Behind his back, he was known as a relative of the soul-eating beast. Poison Mouth liked the nickname, so he changed his name to Poison Mouth. But this time his smile froze. He sensed something was amiss. A strange feeling lingered around the severed arm. It felt as if something was blocking my severed arm, which could have been regenerated. It cannot grow. Zhao Wu slung the embroidered spring blade over his shoulder and said, "You'd better grow it up quickly. I'm waiting to see. Poisonous Mouth was covered in sweat. What's going on? Why didn't it grow? This was the first time he had ever seen anything like it, and it was truly unbelievable. If it can't grow, then it should just die. Zhao Wu swung his embroidered spring blade 3 times toward the Poisonous Mouth. Poison Mouth's pupils dilated, and he lowered his head to dodge the 3 swords. Even so, a sword still struck Poison Mouth's arm. A metallic clang rang out. The shoulder of the poisonous creature split open, revealing the metal shell inside. Zhao Wu was stunned by what he saw. There was actually metal in this person's body? Zhao Wu recalled the Phoenix Project from before. The pathogens that cause infection are modified and then injected into the human body for genetic modification. The mutant, a final weapon capable of rivaling zombies, was born, and scientific experts custom-designed a powerful mechanical exoskeleton for it. However, the human will is far too fragile. Most of these final warriors, on whom hope was placed, died during the modification surgery, but some still survived. Are you a mutant? Zhao Wu exclaimed in shock as he looked at the Poisonous Mouth before him. Haha, you actually know about Project Phoenix. Poison Mouth endured the excruciating pain. The wound still hadn't healed on its own, which was strange. Project Phoenix is the hope of all mankind. Yet you, as part of the project, have failed to shoulder the responsibility of saving humanity, Zhao Wu said disdainfully, looking at the Poison Mouth before him. Project Phoenix involved genetically modifying humans. This is humanity's ultimate weapon. Upon hearing this, Poison Mouth cursed. To hell with the hope of all mankind. You have no idea what the suffering is like. Zhao didn't waste any more words, although he wanted to learn more about the Phoenix from Duko. But it was too late. The pursuers were already right beneath our feet. Wah! At Zhao Wu's command, Zhang Jingguo glanced at the Poisonous Mouth and continued climbing upstairs. Don't go! Duko waved his other hand to grab Zhang Jingguo. Screw you! Zhao Wui slashed at Duko, who dodged backward and then fell from the 10th floor. Pum! The poisonous creature fell to the ground with a dull thud. The soul-devouring beast in front of them immediately rushed towards the Poison Mouth lying on the ground. A man frowned as she watched the Poisonous Mouth fall down. Surprisingly, even poison couldn't stop them. 21st floor. There are only 2 more floors to go before reaching the rooftop. Zhao Wu and his group were caught up by a man from behind. A gunshot rang out. Like a sniper bullet with the caliber of an artillery shell, it flew towards Zhao Wufei, and the huge impact even knocked a passing worker to the ground. Get out of the way. Zhao Wu pushed Zhang Jingguo away. The bullet passed between the 2 men. Even though they weren't hit by bullets, the powerful impact still shattered the spiritual energy on both of them. If it hits head-on, that would be terrible. This thing must have such a powerful recoil. It really is only Mechs that can use it. Chapter 94 New Information. Go to the room next door. Zhao Wu pointed to the conference room next door. As long as you avoid being in line of sight, you can avoid sniper rifle damage. This thing is powerful, but it has to be visible to work. After watching Zhao Wu and the others run inside, Amon carefully stood guard at the door of the room. A sniper rifle was aimed at him. Anyone who dared to come out would be shot. At this point, she was no longer in a hurry. Once the troops behind them arrive, Zhao Wu and his men will be trapped like turtles in a jar. Just wait to be caught. Sister Man, a group of organization agents rushed over from the stairs behind them. Besides the mech that Zhao Wui destroyed at the beginning, they still had 5 mechs. At this moment, the group of people were already guarding the doorway of the room, awaiting Amon's orders. You all stay here. Anyone who dares to come out, kill them on the spot. Yes. Then, the energy hole on Amon's Red Reaper's chest began to charge. It emitted a red light, and something resembling lightning flickered within it. Is Sister Man about to unleash her ultimate move? The operatives nearby couldn't help but take a half-step back upon seeing this. Previously, Amon used this method to directly destroy more than a dozen mechs at another base. It is extremely powerful, and it affects everyone equally. If it hits, it will basically be reduced to ashes. However, correspondingly, this thing takes too long to charge, so it's not so easy to hit. Moreover, after the battle, the mech's stored energy will be greatly reduced. Super powerful laser beam weapon. Energy threshold increased to 30%. The red energy on his chest intensified, and then a red laser beam pierced through the entire room. The entire room slowly disintegrated amidst the red laser light. By the time the laser beam stopped, a large hole had been created in the entire room. A red laser beam shot into the distant sky. Go in and see if there are any survivors. At Amon's command, the remaining level 1 mechs and operators rushed in. But it was completely empty. There was absolutely no one there. Even if a laser can obliterate everything, it can't leave nothing behind. Did all those people just happen to be standing right in the middle of the laser beam? Otherwise, there's no way to explain why nothing was left behind. A man slowly walked into the room. She had a feeling that she hadn't hit anything. But where did they go? Sister man, are those people dead? I don't know. Let me search again. After searching for a while, Poison Mouth came up from behind, with a soul-devouring beast biting him tightly. He picked it up with his only remaining fist and then threw it down. How are things? What about those people? Poison Mouth asked. These people must be eliminated. They've somehow managed to prevent my body from regenerating. If it weren't for my powerful mechanical exoskeleton, I'd probably be dead by now. I don't know. It's as if they disappeared from this room. That's not good news. The leader wants us to capture these people alive and take them back. Poison Mouth frowned. You've seen their unusual nature. If they had other means of escape, it would seem perfectly normal. I'll report this to the leader. Amon sat in the mecha, and then used brainwaves to report to the leader in the distance. Poison Mouth sat on the ruins, then took out a small knife and cut off a piece from the cut on his severed arm. As the pale blue aura disappeared, a new arm began to grow from the severed arm in the poisonous mouth. Sure enough, it was this pale blue aura that hindered his regeneration. But what are these things? Poisonous Mouth resorted to its old tricks again, cutting off pieces from other wounds on its body. The parts that he couldn't reach were cut off by the henchman. At this moment, Amon, who was not far away, finally finished his report and said, "We'll wait 2 more days, and the holographic projection tracking drone will be delivered. When the time comes, I want to see what they've been doing in this room." Amon said slowly, staring at the large hole next to him. Blue Star, in the underground base laboratory of the Dragon Kingdom. At the last moment, with the 3 days gone by, Zhao Wu hurriedly opened the portal and let everyone in, including those workers. The workers looked bewildered at what they were seeing. A pale blue portal opened just now, and I ran over here. I never expected to find myself in another world. Zhao Wu, you're back. Upon receiving the message, General Chen Guoming rushed over from his office. Seeing that there were nearly twice as many people in front of him, he asked in confusion, "Who are these people?" These people are natives of the second world, and they have a vaccine that can protect them from radiation and poisonous gas. Chen Guoming gasped, trying to resist the radiation. The reason why nuclear bombs are the most powerful weapons is not only because of their large blast radius, but also because of their radiation. Radiation can persist for a very long time. The explosion of a nuclear bomb can affect the local ecosystem for decades, if it can resist radiation. Therefore, it is very useful for the entire Dragon Kingdom. These workers were naturally taken away by someone. Zhao Wu, although I wanted you to rest for a while, Deputy Base Chief Chiu from the First World sent a message. I need you to come over there. Zhao Wu nodded, and then walked towards the portal to the First World. At this moment, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom, wearing protective clothing, stopped Zhao Wu and handed him a newspaper. Major Zhao, this is another newspaper I found in the archives. I didn't have time to give it to you then. Thanks. Zhao Wu put the newspaper directly into his pocket and then walked into the portal. Stepping through the portal, Zhao Wu went directly to Deputy Base Chief Chiu. Chief Zhao, you're back from the Second World. What's the situation now? The final civil war in the Republic of Erduva has begun. Queen Lilia's side and Hallie's side have failed in negotiations, and the final battle will be fought soon. Queen Lilia hopes we can lend him a hand. Zhao Wu asked in confusion. Didn't Queen Lilia have the upper hand before? That's why she won the opportunity to negotiate. How long has it been? How do we end up losing? It seems to be supported by foreign forces. Lord Simon's military strength has greatly increased, Deputy Base Commander Chiu explained. Zhao Wu stroked his chin. These foreign forces are really annoying. However, as an ally of Queen Lilia, it is only natural for them to send troops to assist her. Moreover, the sooner the civil war ends, the more the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom can fully exploit resources. The resources of the entire Erduva People's Republic will be continuously supplied to Earth. This battle must be fought. Tomorrow is the day we will have talks with Queen Lilia. Fortunately, you made it back in time, said Deputy Base Commander Chiu. Okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he returned to his room. He then opened a newspaper in his pocket and began to read it. The date is October 28th, 2360. Chapter 95, Rabies Type Z. An abnormal increase in human morbidity. The previous World Health Assembly pointed out that in recent years, the number and severity of mental illnesses such as dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and schizophrenia have increased. Many experts attribute this to dietary habits imposed on people in recent years, claiming that these habits may have harmful interactions with the human brain. Recently, in northern states, more than 100 people have been affected by a rare, non-fatal illness that causes intense aggression and anxiety, similar to rabies and mad cow disease. Affected families are concerned for the safety of the patients and are requesting that the health authorities transfer them to healthcare centers. Experts have collectively termed this symptom as rabies type Z. A new epidemic is spreading globally. A new virus with symptoms similar to rabies has infected 750,000 people. This virus is highly contagious and mutates with each new generation, reducing the onset time from months to days, and potentially even to minutes in the near future. Dr. Leonidas Molna, director of the National Institute for Infectious Diseases, claimed the pathogen of this virus can be traced back several years. At the time, the virus was named rabies type B. The virus had an incubation period of several months before attracting the attention of infected individuals, leading to an unexpectedly rapid and widespread spread of this highly contagious virus. This virus is rewriting medical history. Humanity has never experienced a virus that spreads so rapidly and has such a far-reaching impact. 2 years have passed since rabies type B was first discovered in 2358. Zhao Wu summarized this information as the fifth point. 5. In 2360, a new virus emerged, suspected to be a mutation of rabies type B. Patients would experience strong aggression and anxiety, similar to rabies and mad cow disease, and the virus would spread extremely rapidly. Ding dong, the current world's puzzle-solving progress is 18%, and the portal has been upgraded. Ding dong, the portal width has been increased to 4 meters. Second world, District 9. Portal level, LV3, 18/100. Portal width, 4 meters. Portal height, 2 meters. Portal secondary permissions, 100. Sure enough, this information was useful. Zhao Wu then added a time frame to the information he had previously obtained. 1. The world became a single world government, and the population continued to increase, reaching 30 billion by 2358. With the explosive growth of the world's population, everyone began to flock to cities. Due to food problems, scientists developed new types of food, but various strange diseases followed. 2. In 2358, rabies began to mutate, and a new strain, rabies type B, emerged. This did not receive much attention. 3. In 2360, a new virus emerged, suspected to be a mutation of rabies type B. Patients would experience strong aggression and anxiety, similar to rabies and mad cow disease, and the virus would spread extremely rapidly. 4. In 2361, a nuclear bomb was dropped on a place called Ella. The specific reason and the consequences are unknown. 5. In 2362, Project Phoenix was launched. Infected pathogens were injected into humans to transform them into mutants with extremely powerful abilities. Although most of them died during the transformation surgery, some still survived. Zhao Wu organized the information, but still couldn't see through it. For example, where did the sky city that flies in the sky come from? Why did Project Phoenix fail to save humanity? He had witnessed the power of the poisonous mouth before, and if it weren't for his spiritual energy and the help of the system, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat it. Why didn't such a powerful person stop the destruction of the world? Furthermore, how are soul-eating beasts created? If it's due to radiation, then why are they invincible and afraid of the sun? These questions will only be answered on the next trip to the second world. However, the second world is not so easy to reach. Besides the threat of zombies and soul-devouring beasts, they now seem to have run into a massive mob organization. Even the Phoenix mutants, who were once humanity's hope, serve them. The next day, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Chiu boarded a helicopter early in the morning to head to the capital of the Republic of Erduva. He wanted to resolve the issues in this world as soon as possible and learn about the situation in the second world. Accompanied by several other aircraft, The transport helicopter quickly arrived at the Royal Palace Square of the Republic of Erduva. A helicopter landing pad was specially built in the square. A large red circle was drawn on it, along with a stop sign. Zhao Wu smiled and shook his head. This Queen Lilia was becoming more and more different. As soon as I stepped off the plane, Queen Lilia and her courtiers came to greet me. Now no one dares to say anything bad about Zhao Wu or the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. They all knew that this mysteriously emerging country was extremely powerful. Lord Xiao, Lord Zhao, thank you both for coming. Lilia lifted her skirt and gave the two men a noble bow. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Xiao responded according to their proper etiquette. Queen Lilia, since time is of the essence, let's not stand on ceremony any longer. Queen Lilia nodded, glanced at the two of them, and then walked away. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Xiao walked behind, accompanied by a group of guards. The group arrived at the palace of the royal family. Inside, there were all sorts of documents, all of which were papers given by the otherworldly dragon kingdom to the Erduva People's Kingdom. In the center of the palace is a map of the Erduva People's Republic. This was clearly the result of the Erduva People's Kingdom learning from the command center of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. But this only scratches the surface. A command room without radio and sand table is ultimately just for show. Even the most efficient decision-making is useless if orders cannot be conveyed. Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Commander Qiao tacitly refrained from attacking Queen Lilia. Gentlemen, Simon's army is currently located here, and we are here as well. Queen Lilia drew 2 circles on the map, and then marked the direction of the attack. How many troops do you have? Zhao Wu asked. Simon's army originally had less than 100,000 troops, but recently it has nearly doubled in size. Those who know. Queen Lilia did not offer an explanation for the large number of troops. The size of the troops was marked directly on the arrows of Simon's army. He then marked his own troop strength as 80,000. Originally, with 80,000 troops fighting against 100,000, and given the unstable morale of Simon's army, there was still a high chance of victory. However, Simon suddenly doubled his demand, which prompted Queen Lilia to seek help from the otherworldly dragon kingdom. Queen Lilia is known for her strong will. When the development contract was agreed upon, it was stipulated that the otherworld dragon kingdom would obtain the development rights, but it would need to help the Erduva People's Kingdom defeat Simon. It's been so long. The otherworld dragon kingdom has been focused solely on development and has not provided any substantial assistance to the Erduva People's Republic army. Queen Lilia originally wanted to unify the Erduva People's Kingdom through her own strength. But it seems impossible now. Chapter 96, The Final Battle arrives. Zhao Wu glanced at the map in front of him. The difference in combat strength between the two sides was enormous. The permanent military force of our alien dragon kingdom consists of 12,800 people, with the remaining 3,000 to 4,000 being researchers and skilled workers in various fields. They're all priceless treasures. If we want to help the People's Republic of Erduva, then the maximum limit of 20,000 people must be fully utilized. Excluding non-combat personnel and those responsible for guarding and maintenance, the maximum number that can be mobilized is approximately 14,000. In addition, the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom also has more than 100 tanks and vehicles, a dozen Flying Eagle fighter jets, and a dozen fighter jets. There are also naval forces such as cruisers, frigates, and submarines, but they will not be needed this time. With such a large fighting force, Zhao Wu was confident that he could eliminate at least half of Simon's fighting power. How do you want us to help you? Zhao Wu asked. Queen Lilia looked at the map and then marked another place. Here, our scouts discovered an elite force of approximately 30,000 soldiers. They will be the sharpest swords on the battlefield. Although their individual levels are not high, their combined power is too great for ordinary soldiers to withstand. Zhao Wu nodded. Indeed, even a trainee soldier can defeat at least 5 soldiers without fighting spirit. This elite force of 30,000 soldiers is more difficult to defeat than a force of 100,000 ordinary soldiers. However, this little bit of stuff is nothing to Zhao Wu. Okay, we will block this sword when you launch your normal frontal attack, Zhao Wu agreed. Thank you so much. Queen Lilia was pleased and then took Zhao Wu's hand to thank him. You're too kind. As an ally, this is what we should do. Besides, the development rights for your country are still in our hands. If we don't drive Simon away, we won't be able to develop it, Zhao Wu explained somewhat embarrassedly. Next, the group discussed other matters. Zhao Wu offered to send some troops to assist Queen Lilia on the main battlefield, but Lilia refused. The negotiations have ended. Lilia insisted that Zhao Wu and the others stay for dinner. Unable to refuse the crowd, he had no choice but to agree. Second World, District 9. A man and Duco at the National Archives Center finally received the holographic projection tracking drone sent by the organization's headquarters. These drones were obtained through an exchange when the organization collaborated with the Celestial Dragons. The number is extremely small, and the one that Zhao Wu destroyed before made them very heartbroken. Now that the drones have arrived, let's begin. Amon fiddled with the drone for a few moments, and the drone, once set up, took off from its spot. They then began to observe the ruins. Before long, light blue footprints appeared. Amon carefully observed the footsteps of these holographic projections. These represent what those people were doing in that room at the end. 46 pairs of footprints. No more, no less, exactly the footprints of those people and workers. They were all walking towards the innermost part of the room. At last, it disappeared. All the footsteps disappeared in the same place. That place was a wall. Did it run inside the wall? That can't be right. They didn't hear any other sounds while they were guarding outside. Absolutely no one can get out of there except when they are firing their own laser weapon. That's really strange, a man murmured. As she pondered this, she tugged at her hair. I just can't understand it. But the person simply disappeared. Oh man, how are you? Poison Mouth stood to the side and spoke to a man in front of him. They must all be dead. A man finally accepted this reality. The footprints of that group of people all disappeared in the same place. They must have died somewhere. Really? Then let's go back to the organization. Poison Mouth led the way, then jumped directly from the 21st floor. A man glanced at the ruined room in front of her and followed behind the Poison Mouth. Another world, the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Wu and his group arrived at the battlefield, which was 300 kilometers away from the Erdua People's Kingdom. They temporarily set up a combat laboratory here. After informing General Chen Guoming of the request from the Erduva People's Republic, he agreed to send troops to provide support and redeployed 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, filling all 20,000 secondary privileges. Today will be the final battle between Queen Lilia and Simon. This is a battle that will affect the question of the Republic of Erduva's status. What Zhao Wu and his team had to do was to intercept a mysterious force under Simon's command. On the main battlefield, Queen Lilia, clad in golden armor, stood at the very front of the procession. Although the Erduva People's Republic has a vast territory, we have nowhere to retreat. The capital is right behind us, Lillian said firmly. Her words, amplified by the accompanying mage, will be accurately transmitted to everyone on the battlefield. The sun has risen. Of those of us who watch the dawn, how many will live to see nightfall? This was a battle where the few fought against the many. Many people are destined not to live past today. Queen Lilia felt a pang of reluctance, but it was their duty as soldiers. Everyone, let's go. I hope to see the sun rise tomorrow with you all. Long live the Queen. We swear to serve Queen Lilia to the death. The entire audience erupted in cheers. Queen Lilia rode on a white horse, gazing into the distance. Many people came rolling down the mountainside in the distance. They were from Simon's army, numbering 150,000. Simon looked at Queen Lilia's army before him and sneered. Get the cavalry ready. Yes. The flag bearer beside him held aloft the cavalry's flag. On the hillside, rows of cavalrymen took 2 steps forward. They gripped their spears, ready to pierce through any enemy that stood in their way. Simon waved. Taking advantage of the high ground, these cavalrymen began their charge against Queen Lilia's forces. In the command center where Zhao Wu and the others were, the footage from the drone reconnaissance had already been transmitted back. Queen Lilia's forces and Simon's forces had begun to clash. The cavalry from both sides had already begun their charge and battle in the very center. Simon stood at the highest point, watching the battle unfold on the plains below, then beckoned his adjutant over. My lord, the adjutant said respectfully, let the mage team and archer team take action. The adjutant was taken aback, then said, but sir, our cavalry are currently engaged in battle with the enemy. If we attack now, we may injure our own men. Simon gave his adjutant a cold look. I don't want to repeat myself. Yes. The adjutant received the order and quickly went down to deliver the message. Although their own cavalry were engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. But worst, it's just a 1-for-1 exchange. Their own forces numbered nearly 200,000, while Lilia's forces numbered less than 80,000. Even if it's just a 1-for-1 trade, I'll still make a profit. Moreover, Lilia only has this one cavalry unit. Once this cavalry unit is eliminated, we will gain an absolute advantage. Chapter 97. This battle is unwinnable. There's another reason why Simon dared to do this. That means the cavalry force in front of them is not their own original troops at all. It was obtained through some special means. Even if this team isn't used, it will eventually be returned to them. Then I might as well just die here. Simon's army's mage squadron and archer battalion stepped out of the ranks. They extended their wands and bows, their target the cavalry fighting nearby. A hail of arrows and fireballs rained down on the center of the two teams. The teams engaged in battle in the middle were caught off guard by this sudden attack. What is Lord Simon doing? These are friendly forces. Simon's cavalry looked at their comrades in arms. Those were killed by arrows and exploding fireballs. He was filled with anger. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of dying a meaningless death. Given more time, he was confident he could annihilate the cavalry force before him. However, Lord Simon, in his eagerness for a swift victory, disregarded their lives. Queen Lilia, mounted on her horse, watched the battlefield unfolding in the distance and bit her lip. If we wait until our own cavalry is wiped out, then the enemy can advance unchecked. At that time, my own camp will probably be torn into several pieces. But there was absolutely nothing they could do. If we send people up now, they will be attacked indiscriminately. Before long, most of the cavalry in the middle of the field were dead. The corpses piled up like mountains, separating the two battlefields. On the flank, send out the 2nd Cavalry Unit to attack the enemy's mage regiment and archers from the side. Simon calmly issued the orders. Yes, the 2nd Cavalry Unit of Lord Simon stepped forward. Then, led by the centurion, they bypassed the corpses in the center of the battlefield and launched an attack from the far left. Lilia hurriedly changed formation, and the archers and mages rushed to the back of the group. Ahead was a line of guns erected to block the cavalry charge. Shoot an arrow. Behind them, a hail of arrows and fireballs rained down on the charging cavalry. The cavalry fell in droves, but the remaining number was still enough to tear Lilia's side to shreds. As the cavalry drew closer, the entire earth began to tremble. Queen Lilia's spearmen swallowed hard, then looked at their comrades. His face was filled with terror. Pum! The first rank of cavalry clashed with the spearmen, sending the spearmen flying several meters away. Although the first rank of cavalrymen was killed, the cavalrymen behind them were able to charge straight in, heading straight for the archers and mages in the innermost ranks. That's about enough. The main force catch up. Simon looked at the battlefield before him and spoke slowly. In his eyes, the outcome of the battle was practically decided. Next, we just need to wait for the main force to charge in. What's more, he has another trump card waiting for him. Simon's remaining troops began to step out of formation and then marched forward while maintaining their formation. They crossed the battlefield in the middle and headed to the other side. At this moment, Lilia's camp was in chaos and had no time to pay attention to the slowly advancing infantry regiment. Let the warrior legions attack from the flank, Simon ordered. Yes. With that final trump card revealed, Lilia was already finished. In a dense forest not far away, 30,000 low-level warriors are ready. Everyone advance. With a command issued, the warriors began to advance through the dense forest, their target being Queen Lilia's remaining 80,000 men. They don't know. All of his actions were being watched by Zhao Wu. They've started their operation, Deputy Base Commander Chiu said to Zhao Wu. Let them prepare. Because these soldiers were in the dense forest, they were unable to use heavy weapons to attack. This time, only machine gun positions and mortars can be used for the attack. The soldiers advanced cautiously. Then a whooshing sound came from the sky not far away, and suddenly a lot of iron rocks appeared in the blue sky. Boom! 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 The iron stones fell to the ground with a huge explosion and a loud noise. Damn it! It's a weapon from another world's dragon kingdom. They really did have an ambush here. Even before the war began, Simon had already educated the entire team about some of the weapons from the otherworldly dragon kingdom and how to deal with otherworldly situations. This attack was launched by a weapon called a mortar. The distance is approximately 3 kilometers. The soldiers initially didn't think much of it. A weapon that can hit targets within 3 kilometers probably isn't very powerful. But now they realized that their perspective was too narrow. This thing not only has a long range, but it's also incredibly powerful. The explosion just happened right next to him, and his spiritual energy shattered and disappeared like a spider web. If it exploded directly on you, that would be terrible. They didn't know that the only way to deal with this kind of attack was to lie down. At this moment, the soldiers, following Simon's instructions, advanced at full speed. I must maximize my spiritual energy and try to get through this bombing zone as soon as possible. They're here. Let's prepare a big gift for them. Zhang Jingguo smiled as he looked through his binoculars at the soldiers still running towards them in the distance. Did they think the bombing zone was hell? Let them see what this place is like. The soldiers quickly crossed the bombing zone, and suddenly a large plane appeared before them. Strangeness? Just a few days ago, this place was a dense forest. Now even the tree stumps are gone. Where's the tree? The soldiers crouched in the dense forest, carefully watching ahead. Not far away is the machine gun camp of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom. 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. The gun uses a gas-operated automatic principle and a direct blowing gas delivery system. Short locking disc force locking and slip-out unlocking locking mechanism. The fuselage is connected to the gun mount using a clip. It uses a 60-round open belt link slash box for continuous firing. The effective range of the anti-aircraft weapon is 500 meters, and the combat rate of fire is 200 to 300 rounds per minute. At this point, dozens of machine gun positions had blocked the soldiers' escape route. As for the woods in the center of the site, it has already been eliminated by the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity that the excavation didn't last long, otherwise an even larger plane could have been dug out. Charge! The soldiers charged toward the machine gun position. They had never seen this kind of machine gun before, so they assumed it was just an ordinary weapon. As long as they can engage in close combat, they're the most invincible beings. Fire! All the machine guns fired at the same time, creating a large net of fire that firmly trapped the soldiers inside. The spiritual energy emanating from them was abundant just a moment ago, radiating a pale blue light. The next second, he was hit by more than a dozen bullets and turned into a corpse. Boom! 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 There are also landmines buried in the center of the field, with a special 2-second delay. The first batch of soldiers were wiped out by the machine gun emplacement, while the soldiers behind them were disoriented by the landmines that had been activated earlier. Retreat. There's no way to charge. Chapter 98 tanks appear. The soldiers behind him took a look. Good heavens, we haven't even gotten close yet, and a whole bunch of them are already dead. This war is unwinnable. Running away is the priority. As soon as I turned around, the sound of a mortar explosion rang out behind me. Boom! 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 After the first round of test firing, the second round of mortar fire precisely blocked the soldiers' retreat. These 30,000 warriors learned what hell truly meant. What does it mean to be stuck in a dilemma? Zhao Wu was sitting in the command room, looking at the screen in front of him. The drone has already switched the camera to show the battle. The outcome of this battle is basically decided. These soldiers hadn't even encountered the enemy yet, and most of them were already dead. Those who were still alive had given up resisting and were lying on the ground trembling. All right, let our soldiers go forward and capture them alive. Yes. The machine gun and mortar positions ceased fire simultaneously, and the waiting Chinese soldiers stepped forward and captured all the soldiers who were lying on the ground, too afraid to move. The battle here is over. It was extremely fast. A team of 30,000 warriors was wiped out just like that. Meanwhile, Queen Lilia's battle situation has deteriorated into a crisis. The cavalry's rapid advance is currently being held back only by the magician's barrier. But as Simon's infantry approached, a hail of arrows and fireballs rained down upon them. Without the counterattack of archers and mages, Simon's army's ranged attacks relentlessly ravaged the troops before them. We can't wait any longer, Your Majesty. That's right, we must strike quickly and engage them in close combat. If our forces continue to encircle and annihilate the cavalry in front of us, then the archers and mages not far away will destroy our entire team without losing a single soldier. Queen Lilia bit her nail. The disparity in troop strength was too great. Although Zhao Wu had already helped him fend off the most troublesome army of 30,000 warriors. But there are still nearly 160,000 enemy troops in front of us. The fact that his 20,000 cavalrymen were able to perish together with the enemy's 30,000 cavalrymen was already considered a very good result. However, Simon's side still managed to send 20,000 cavalrymen to break in. Are we going to lose here? Lilia was somewhat unwilling, as she was only one step away from restoring her country and unifying it. But a mountain like Lord Simon stood blocking his way. At this moment, Lilia saw many steel behemoths suddenly appearing from the side, not far away. The feet of these giant beasts are very strange. They're made up of long chains. Even if there are potholes in the road, they can still climb over them. Queen Lilia had visited the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom and knew that these were weapons unique to it. It seems to be called something like a tank, but Simon didn't know that. He stared in disbelief at the steel behemoth that had suddenly appeared in the battlefield. What is this thing? How is such a huge steel monster created? These steel behemoths are the main battle tanks currently in service in China. The tank turret's frontal armor is 500 to 600 millimeters thick, sufficient to withstand any attack from another world. In terms of power, this tank has a maximum road speed of 80 kilometers per hour, a maximum off-road speed of 60 kilometers per hour, an acceleration time of 12 seconds from 0 to 32 kilometers per hour, and a maximum range of 600 kilometers. In terms of firepower, the main battle tank uses a 125mm smoothbore gun, the largest caliber among current main battle tanks, which results in a longer firing range and stronger armor-piercing capability. At this moment on the battlefield, the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom had deployed all available tanks, although Lilia's pride prevented Zhao Wu and the others from making a move. However, after studying the case, Zhao Wu and Deputy Base Chief Xiao discovered unless this Lord Simon is a mentally challenged young man who has suffered from childhood dementia. Otherwise, there's no way they could have lost. In order to avoid prolonging the war, while Zhao Wu and his men were holding off the 30,000-strong army, they deployed their troops on the main battlefield. This is to prevent this moment from happening. This is the tank corps, and we're now approaching the main battlefield. In the lead tank, the commander in charge of the entire mechanized force reported to the command center. Crush Simon's main force. Ignore the cavalry, Zhao Wu ordered. Yes. Pung, pung, pung. The main battle tank opened fire, and the deafening noise startled the warhorses not far away. The 125mm shells flew directly into Simon's infantry unit. Instantly, a massive explosion and burst of fire engulfed an entire infantry squad. The soldiers sitting inside the tank looked out and suddenly felt a sense of exhilaration. In combat on Earth, it's impossible to wipe out so many people with a single shell. But the group of otherworldly beings in front of them were all stunned when they saw the tank and didn't know what to do. That's a perfect target. My God, the steel behemoth is breathing fire. What the hell is this thing? It can actually attack from a distance. The advancing infantry regiment went mad. They had never seen such a monster before. They were still a kilometer or two away from them, yet they managed to wipe out an entire infantry squad from that distance. Don't panic, archer squads and mage squads. Attack the steel monster. A rain of arrows filled the sky, interspersed with several fireballs and ice arrows, among other spells. The arrows rained down on the main battle tanks, making a clattering sound. It's like hiding in a room and quietly listening to the sparse rain outside. As for fireball and frostbolt, it still didn't work. Such a thick steel plate is not something that just anyone can penetrate. It's estimated that only if Simon himself came could he possibly use his spiritual energy to cut through such a thick steel plate. But Simon is alone, and even if he dares to come, the otherworldly dragon kingdom has 100 ways to make sure he never returns. Queen Lilia, this is the army of the otherworldly dragon kingdom. Marquis Zhou stood behind Queen Lilia, extremely excited. The battle, which had seemed hopeless, is now tipping in our favor. This otherworldly dragon kingdom is truly amazing. Yes, it's fortunate that I strongly advocated negotiating with this otherworldly dragon kingdom back then. You have no shame. I remember you were the most vehemently opposed back then. These steel behemoths alone were enough to hold back the army of about 100,000 men. The lords and nobles surrounding Queen Lilia were all filled with admiration. Everyone, take care of these cavalrymen as soon as possible. Lilia was the first to realize that although these steel behemoths were incredibly powerful, however, there were too few of them. If Simon and his forces were to engage in a melee, these steel behemoths would be unable to perform their intended purpose. The top priority now is to remove the nail that's stuck in my body. Without external harassment, Lilia quickly wiped out the cavalry that had broken in. Although the mage and archer regiments suffered some losses, they were still able to survive. Chapter 99, Dongfeng Express. Simon stood on the high mountain, watching his cavalry being wiped out, and felt heartbroken. These were all my last possessions, and now they're gone. Pass down the order. Everyone speed up and ignore this suddenly appearing steel monster. Yes. The messenger waved a flag, and the soldiers responsible for relaying the orders began running towards the battlefield, passing on Lord Simon's instructions as they ran. The centurions who saw the order immediately urged their combat teams to advance faster. As they passed oncoming tanks, many soldiers stuck their weapons under the tanks to see if they could jam the wheels. The wooden handles were crushed into powder, and the iron knives were shredded into iron fragments. Ironware, with such poor quenching process, cannot pose any threat to the tracks. Damn, this lump of iron is a real nuisance. A person nearby found a rock and started hammering it against the tank's tracks. Some even climbed onto the top of the tank and kicked it repeatedly. The attacks were varied and diverse, almost to the point of biting. At this moment, several machine gun barrels protruded from the front and sides of the tank, firing a barrage of bullets at the nearby Simon infantry. Top! 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 Simon's infantrymen, who had been trying to figure out a solution nearby, were suddenly shot down in droves. Oh my God, it's spitting out iron pebbles. Run! Simon's army no longer dared to be careless and directly engaged in a melee with Queen Lilia's forces. This way, these steel behemoths will be unable to launch an attack. The next battle will be a close-quarters fight. Even Zhao Wu didn't have a good way to unilaterally eliminate Simon's troops. If we attack rashly, even Queen Lilia's troops might suffer. Several tanks continued to advance, their target being Simon's base camp. Pum! A long-range shell was aimed at Simon and fired. The shell landed next to Simon, and the huge impact knocked the people in the base camp to the ground. The aim was a bit off, but there were no casualties. Pum! 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 Several tanks opened fire simultaneously. Simon lay on the ground, half of his body already buried in the dirt. The dust kicked up by the bomb nearly buried him alive. Damn it, do they really think I'm easy to bully? Lord Simon was furious and drew his longsword. Just then, a gunshot rang out in the distance, and Simon's longsword was knocked out of his hand and sent flying into the air. Zhao Wu looked at Simon, who was completely bewildered, through the magnifying glass and smiled. Simon was about to catch the long sword falling from the sky. Pum! Another loud gunshot rang out. The shot struck Simon's long sword again. Pum! 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 The long sword was fired several times and gradually sank into the air. Lord Simon stared blankly at the receding longsword. Good heavens, is this something a human would do? He actually used bullets to shoot at his own longsword. Sir, let's retreat. Those steel behemoths have surrounded us. The guards on the side pleaded with Simon to retreat. All they can do now is retreat. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Simon surveyed the battlefield before him. His own troops are currently engaged in battle with Queen Lilia's forces. If we are driven away at this point, our morale will be severely damaged. Soldiers engaged in combat will either flee or surrender. But if they didn't leave, the tanks in front of them had already driven up to them. The long cannon barrel was pointed at him. Not far away, there was a spear aimed at him that could accurately strike his sword. If he wanted to, he could probably hit himself accurately. It seems they're trying to make fun of me. Simon gave a cold laugh, then bowed to an old man beside him and said, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, sir. The old man nodded tremblingly and stroked his white beard. The old man's name was Archmage Anthony, a famous magician on the continent. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of Archmage, and he was just one step away from becoming a sorcerer. He came here this time because many countries jointly funded his participation in the war. Simon really didn't want him to take action, so he had no choice. This old man is really spending money, even more than he spends on women. If Anthony can survive, the remaining army in the distance will definitely be able to annihilate Lilia's forces. The main battle tank group has advanced to within 1,500 meters of Simon's army. At such close range, all tanks can carry out precision strikes. Pum, pum, pum. All the tanks aimed at Simon at the same time, determined to kill him. The old man stepped forward and slammed his scepter into the ground. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared around him. There seemed to be an invisible wall surrounding the magic circle. They intercepted all the shells fired by the tanks. Boom! 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 The explosion occurred outside the magic circle. No one inside, including Old Man Anthony and Lord Simon, was injured. This thing is incredibly powerful. Anthony stroked his beard and sighed. If I hadn't drawn a magic circle here beforehand, I might not have been able to stop these cannonballs. Even so, the entire magic circle dimmed considerably. The old man estimated that he could probably withstand 3 or 4 more rounds of attacks before he was about to be defeated. These steel behemoths in front of us shouldn't have that much power, right? Zhao Wu was somewhat surprised when he saw what was happening in front of him through the scope on his anti-material sniper rifle. This is the first time I've seen someone from another world actually have the ability to stop modern firearms. But it's okay. He has another trick up his sleeve. Zhao Wu turned on a machine that looked like a computer in front of him. This is the controller for a large drone, equipped with China's unique Eastern missiles. The computer-like device in front of you is the manual guidance system. On the screen, Old Man Anthony and Lord Simon appeared not far away. At this moment, the two looked up and stared intently at the drone in the sky. I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen a metal monster that can fly in the sky, Anthony exclaimed. Whether it's the steel monster in front of us or the iron bird flying in the sky. These were all things I had never seen before in my life. It seems I haven't been around for too long and have fallen behind the times. As the drone flew overhead, a Dongfeng missile was launched into the ground. This Dongfeng missile carries a conventional missile warhead and does not use a nuclear warhead. If a nuclear bomb were used, I'm afraid. The missile was controlled by the controller in Zhao Wu's hand. Zhao Wu controlled the missile's flight as if he were playing a game. The target was Anthony on the hillside and Lord Simon beside him. What is this thing? Anthony was shocked, even though he had never seen a missile before. But just by looking at it, he could tell how terrifying it was. Anthony felt a chill run down his spine, a feeling he had never experienced since becoming a mage. A feeling of death. The long, flying metal staff in front of him seemed capable of killing him right there. Chapter 100: The Dragon Kingdom of Another World. Your perfect choice for life. This must not be allowed to happen. Anthony brandished his scepter, and the ground began to tremble. A massive earthen wall slowly began to envelop her, and Lord Simon beside her. Earth magic rock wall. With the outermost air magic wall added, it should be foolproof. The missile hit its target, and a huge mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky. Then came a deafening explosion. Boom! The Simon army and Queen Lilia's army, who were engaged in battle, froze in place, staring at the enormous mushroom cloud before them. They then felt a scorching wave of air that nearly knocked them to the ground. A miracle! This is a miracle! This must be the punishment sent down by heaven for Lord Simon offending him. The Simon army, still engaged in battle, saw their lord killed by a massive explosion and all knelt down. The pious people believed that their lord had offended the heavens. Otherwise, why would such a devastating attack have occurred? This kind of attack could not possibly be launched by a human. Even a mage could never unleash such a devastating attack. On the hillside at the epicenter of the explosion, as the smoke cleared, a huge crater appeared. There was nothing in the pit. Anthony and Lord Simon had probably been vaporized by the immense heat of the explosion. Zhao Wu got up from the ground and dusted himself off. Simon is dead, so this battle is over. The combined forces on Simon's side either fled or surrendered. They had no intention of continuing the fight whatsoever. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for defeating a mage-level character. Special reward, magic growth potion. The system's announcement startled Zhao Wu. Unexpectedly, killing a big shot actually earned me a reward. But what exactly is this magic growth potion? Is it the same as the magic affinity potion? The magic affinity potion grants magical abilities to those who previously lacked them. The magic growth potion enhances the magical perception of those who already possess magical talent. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhao Wu understood. One is inspired by 0 to 1. The other is an improvement from 1 to 10. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be made, because what they gave was a magic enhancement potion, not a magic enhancement potion recipe. If it's the latter, then I can conduct research and development for Lonka Institute. Since he had the formula, Zhao Wu wasn't worried that the Dragon Academy of Sciences wouldn't be able to develop it. But now, I have to drink this medicine myself. Zhao Wu extracted the magic growth potion from his system. Then they started drinking it down in gulps. It tastes a bit strange, somewhat like soapy water. Ding Dong the host has consumed a magic enhancement potion. Magical abilities have been strengthened, increasing to 30 points. Host Zhao Wu. Number of portal worlds, 2. First world, Demon Spirit Continent. Second world, District 9. Personal skills, advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of kendo experience. Physical fitness, 100 points, normal level is 5. Magic power, 30 points. With 30 points of magic power, Zhao Wu still didn't know the extent to which he could currently control magic. After a while, he will definitely go and see a magic teacher. For several days in a row, the newspapers of UC Company were all reporting on this battle. After 4 years, the Republic of Erduva has been unified again. The great magician Anthony is suspected of being dead, and the killer is... Simon earns the title of the world's dumbest lord. His 200,000-strong army is no match for 80,000. Wow, Archmage Anthony has actually appeared on the battlefield. It seems he's dead. I heard he died at the hands of God. Lord Simon is too stupid. He can't beat 80,000 with 200,000. In countries around the world, people are discussing the battle that took place a few days ago. They looked at the picture book with great interest, as if they were in the midst of that great battle. The otherworldly dragon kingdom has hidden some key weapons, according to later statistics, during the civil war among the Erduvan people at that time. The casualties on Lilia's side are estimated at around 50,000, with another 7,349 people missing. The combined forces of Simon suffered approximately 90,000 casualties, with about 30,000 surrendering and the rest fleeing or disappearing. One person from the otherworldly dragon kingdom sustained minor injuries due to a machine gun malfunction. Zhao Wu has ordered that this matter be dealt with seriously, as they disregarded the temperature of the gun barrel in their pursuit of killing the enemy. This is too dangerous. If Queen Lilia and Lord Simon knew about this, they would definitely chuckle to cover up their embarrassment. The People's Republic of Erduva has once again achieved unification. Those lords and nobles who had originally followed Simon either fled or were captured and hanged. Queen Lilia originally intended to bestow territory upon Zhao Wu, but Zhao Wu refused. The otherworldly dragon kingdom can only send 20,000 people, which is enough to manage one territory. After all, they didn't come here to enjoy the treatment of managers. They want to bring resources back to Earth. Whether or not one has territory is not such an important matter. With the battle over, the railway in the otherworld dragon kingdom began construction, and Zhao Wu planned to develop a large-scale trade market in the otherworld dragon kingdom. He even wrote a special report about it. The otherworldly dragon kingdom has been selected as the world's most livable city. The report details the beautiful environment of the otherworldly dragon kingdom, describing it as suitable for living and equipped with special security measures. Living here, you can leave your doors unlocked at night, and everyone is kind and friendly. Dragon Kingdom in another world. You're a perfect choice for living. Join the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom now and receive a special gift, 3 months tax-free and free food. This otherworldly dragon kingdom guarantees that if your caravan suffers any loss of goods within its territory, the otherworldly dragon kingdom will provide full compensation. Several neighboring countries were speechless upon seeing this message. Wow, the world's most livable city? Who made that list? How come we kings didn't know this? And the selection process was so strange. The entire report was full of praise for how wonderful the otherworldly dragon kingdom was. Many merchants choose to do business within the territory of the otherworld dragon kingdom. These merchants did indeed attract the attention of many robbers. But each time, before they could even make a move, the dragon kingdom soldiers had already discovered them and dealt with them. Immediately afterwards, the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom released a second report. The Otherworldly Dragon Kingdom has been selected as the world's safest city. Goodness. Holy crap. How can they not have any shame? The report detailed how soldiers from the Otherworldly Dragon Kingdom had uncovered numerous robbery and murder cases. It also provided numerous reports about ordinary people. The Otherworld Dragon Kingdom is really great. I have never lived in such a safe city before. Before arriving in this otherworldly dragon kingdom, I was skeptical, but after coming here, bam, my mind went blank. This country is just too wonderful. The Otherworld Dragon Kingdom is so good, so good, so good. Since I came to the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom, I've grown taller, my studies have improved, and I've even found a girlfriend. As various reports emerged, many people have decided to come and see the Dragon Kingdom in another world. In the very center of the territory, the newly built small city is growing larger and larger. More and more people are coming to live here. Chapter 101, A New Threat. Just as the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom was developing, in the northern part of this continent, in a desolate land despised by humans, orcs live in this place. They have lived in this godforsaken place for hundreds of years. But as the land became increasingly barren, they gradually found it impossible to live there. Food could not grow in the land, and the animals all left the place. The roads were littered with the remains of starving orcs. Once strong and robust, they were now nothing but skin and bones. In a cellar made of red stones, a strong, green-skinned orc held an axe to the neck of an old orc. "Aura, what you're doing will kill your entire race." Sweat streamed down the old orc's face, his eyes fixed on the axe at his neck. If the orc in front of him exerted even a little force, his head would roll off the table. Marfa, there aren't many paths left for the orcs. Heading south is definitely a way out. With that, Aura swung her axe down hard, and Malfa's head fell to the ground. "Don't worry, Malfa, I will definitely lead the orcs south. There are flocks of sheep and meadows everywhere, and there are countless fruits and food. That will be the orcs' newest home." Aura stepped out of the cellar and was greeted by her people. "Aura, it's Aura coming out. Let us pay our highest respects to you, our new patriarch." According to the clan rules of the Frostwolf clan, Aura successfully challenged for the position of clan leader and became the new clan leader. "Everyone, prepare to fight alongside me. For glory, for the Frostwolf clan." Orin looked at his followers with satisfaction. "They're the orcs' hope. We must not let them die in this worthless place." Before heading south, he had to unify the other clans across the entire wasteland. Only if all clans join him will there be a greater chance of traversing the desolate and barren lands. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. General Chen Guoming called Zhao Wu back to this world. "General, you are looking for me?" Zhao Wu opened the door, and in the room, besides General Chen Guoming, there was also Dean Zhang of the Lonka Academy. "Dean Zhang, you're here too." Zhao Wu greeted him warmly. "Please sit down, Zhao Wu." Chen Guomin pointed to the chair in front of his desk. Zhao Wu nodded and sat down. "I have two things to discuss with you. First, the Lonka Institute has finally developed the first-generation gene drug using the gene modification formula you provided, and it has passed human clinical trials." Zhao Wu was very excited after hearing this. "Has the level 1 gene drug I submitted finally been successfully developed? Does that mean I'm about to have a new breakthrough?" "Dean Zhang, where is it? Please take it out and let me see it." Dean Zhang smiled at the impatient Zhao Wu, then took out a syringe containing a yellow medicine. "This is the level 1 gene-enhancing agent. It has been tested and is ready for use. Why don't you give it a try?" Dean Zhang handed the syringe to Zhao Wu. After Zhao Wu took the needle, he immediately inserted it into his left arm. "How are you feeling?" Dean Zhang asked with a smile. "It feels strange. My blood circulation seems to be faster, and my heart is beating faster. I felt a surge of heat throughout my body, an unbearable heat." Zhao Wu pulled his collar down a little to make himself more comfortable. This feeling gradually faded as the time drew closer. He felt his strength had increased significantly, and his reactions were much faster. "Ding dong, congratulations, host, on injecting a level 1 gene serum. Your physique has increased by 50 points. Host Zhao Wu. Number of portal worlds, 2. First world, Demon Spirit Continent. Second world, District 9. Personal skills, advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of kendo experience. Physical fitness, 150 points. Normal person is 5. Magic power, 30 points. Zhao Wu's current strength has reached the level of a 4th-tier battle saint, but he himself is unaware of it. After releasing its spiritual energy, the originally blue aura became darker, appearing somewhat black. "So what's the second thing?" After Zhao Wu adjusted, he asked General Chen Guoming a question. "The second question is whether there's still any need to go to the second world. I have reviewed all the recordings from your return. The second world is extremely dangerous. You could say that there was an element of luck involved in your return this time." Zhao Wu nodded slightly. At the last moment, he saw the laser beam. If that laser beam had been just 0.1 seconds faster, it would have hit him. Whether they will survive is uncertain, but they definitely won't be able to return through the portal. But we must go to the second world, Zhao Wu said. The first world assistance to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom was in the form of spiritual energy and basic resources. Spiritual energy can help strengthen the physique of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and everyone can cultivate into a spiritual energy warrior. Basic resources can accelerate the development of the Dragon Kingdom, making it impossible for countries that impose blockades on the Dragon Kingdom to completely blockade it. You can keep your blockade. I'll just transport supplies from another world. But that alone is far from enough. In the field of high technology, China is still lagging behind. Various high-tech products are monopolized by Western countries. If China wants to use these high-tech products, it will not only have to pay high usage fees, but also face many restrictions. Now, during the lockdown, we don't even have the chance to use it. If China can acquire advanced technology from the second world, that means Western countries are coming to beg them. Therefore, this second world must be visited. Chen Guoming frowned, picked up a cigarette from the table, and started smoking. He coughed twice after taking only a few puffs. He forgot that he hadn't smoked in a long time. He had quit smoking long ago. Once you've quit, don't smoke anymore. Dean Zhang stepped forward and took the cigarette from Chen Guoming's hand. Since you're already prepared, then let's do as you say. If you get the portal, but don't go there because it's dangerous. So what's the difference between this and not having a portal at all? After thinking it over, Chen Guoming finally agreed to Zhao Wu's request. In a week, you and Zhang Jingguo should get ready and set off for the second world again. How many people are you planning to take with you this time? Chen Guoming asked. According to Zhao Wu's report, Zhao Wu's second world portal has been upgraded. The portal can now accommodate up to 100 people at a time, and it is 4 meters wide and 2 meters high. We should still bring 20 people. Bringing more people now wouldn't make much difference. In addition, provide us with the sturdiest and best vehicles. In the apocalypse, it's impossible to get around without a vehicle. All right, everything you need will be prepared for you. It'll be up to you in a week, General Chen Guoming said. Okay, you guys just wait here for my good news. The two smiled when they saw Zhao Wu's appearance. A newborn calf, indeed. With such young people in the Dragon Kingdom, how can it not develop? Zhao Wu, remembering something. Chapter 102 Air Pistol. What are we going there for? Zhao Wu asked, puzzled. He hasn't really explored the other levels of this underground base yet. You'll know when you get there, Dean Zhang said, keeping it a secret without explicitly stating it. Okay, I'll go first then. Zhao Wu bid farewell to the two big shots, then closed the door and headed towards the 6th basement level. The entire 6 underground floors are separated into small rooms. The room name is marked above. What laser weapon testing site? Aircraft testing ground. Zhao Wu even saw the mecha research and development site. So it turns out that China has been secretly developing these things all along. It's a pity we couldn't bring back the 2 mech wreckage pieces last time. It must have been taken over by that thug organization. The portal is now wide enough for the mechs to pass through, but it's not tall enough. If we still have a chance to get in touch with the mechs, we'll just lay them flat and drag them in. Zhao Wu walked further inside, but didn't know where he should go. That old man Zhang didn't even tell me why I came here. Zhao Wu complained for a moment. As he was about to go back to find Dean Zhang, he saw a familiar face. Captain Zhang. Zhang Jingguo heard someone calling him and turned to look. Oh, it's Major Zhao. What brings Captain Zhang here? Zhao Wu asked. Dean Zhang said that we already know how to use the air guns we brought back, so he came over to let us test their power. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu roughly understood. They probably sent me here to test this air gun. Then let's go, Zhao Wu Dao said. Led by Zhang Jingguo, Zhao Wu then passed through one test site after another and arrived at the innermost room. I looked up and glanced at the room name in front of me. Air bomb testing site. Enter the room. Inside was an ordinary shooting range, except that the targets in the distance were made of steel plates. The shape of the target varies depending on the thickness of the steel plate. You've arrived. A man in a white coat walked towards us. Yes, we were summoned by General Chen Guoming to test the weapons, Zhao Wu said. Yes, the general told me to come with you. The man in the white coat led the two people to a table. On the table were the otherworldly air guns that Zhao Wu and the others had brought back earlier. There are 6 in total, and they can be categorized into 3 types based on their shape. The first type resembles a pistol, is entirely silver white, and has a very small gun hole. Another type is similar to a submachine gun, with a larger body and a grip at the bottom that can be held with both hands. The last type is extremely long and thin, somewhat resembling a bird gun. Let's try the first gun first. We'll name it the air pistol based on its shape. Now, pick up your guns and aim them at the targets not far away, the man in the white coat said to the two men. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo each picked up a gun and aimed it at the steel target in the distance. Zhao Wu felt his palms burning hot and was secretly alarmed. Could it be that the gun proficiency rewards previously given by the system included air guns from the future world? The two men stood there with their hands raised, waiting for the man in the white coat to give them instructions. Now, try taking a breath. Zhao would try to breathe, and he felt something was off. The gun in his hand seemed to come alive, breathing along with him. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo exchanged a surprised glance. It seems the problem wasn't with the gun I had. That's how this gun was designed. You sensed something was wrong, didn't you? The man in the white coat asked. Zhao Wu nodded slightly and said, Yes. I feel like this gun has become a part of my body. Yes, we don't know the specific reason why, but we learned how to use the air gun from the workers you brought back. As you breathe, this gun compresses the air and stores it as bullets. Now, try pulling the trigger and see. The man in the white coat finished speaking and gave a wicked grin, as if he was waiting to see a good show. Zhao Wu didn't say much, picked up his air pistol, and fired a shot at the steel plate target in the distance. Pum! After a loud bang, a large hole was punched through the middle of the steel plate target in the distance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhao Wu sighed deeply upon seeing this situation. I hadn't noticed how powerful this air gun was when I was in the other world. No wonder it's said to be 10 times more powerful than weapons from the old era. This power is truly unmatched. A single pistol air bullet can blast a hole in a steel plate several millimeters thick. The key is that this air pistol doesn't need bullets at all. As long as you pay attention to your breathing rhythm, you can fire continuously. The man in the white coat was stunned by what he saw. This scene doesn't look right. No, doesn't your hand hurt? Zhao Wu asked with a puzzled look. Huh? Why does my hand hurt? Does that mean my shooting technique is wrong? The man in the white coat was dumbfounded. We've had many people come to test this before, but they all suffered arm fractures while shooting. This gun has extremely strong recoil, but Zhao Wu in front of him seems completely unaffected. That's really strange. Does this gun have no recoil? Zhao Wu was equally bewildered, thinking he had made a mistake. But this gun is indeed very powerful. Wait, let me try. The man in the white coat took Zhao Wu's air pistol and then took a breath. Zhao Wu watched carefully from the side, trying to figure out if he had made a mistake somewhere. Otherwise, why would the man in the white coat look like he'd seen a ghost? A loud bang. The air bullet didn't hit the target. Instead, it shot into the ceiling. This shot blasted a large hole in the reinforced concrete ceiling. Fortunately, this experimental base was originally designed for testing weapons, so its protection level is max. At the same time, not only air bullets flew out, but even the man in the white coat holding a gun flew past Zhao Wu's eyes. He then crashed into the glass door behind him. Zhao Wu was completely dumbfounded. Does the correct way to fire a shot mean you have to fly out yourself? Is there really such a strange way of shooting? It's a bit bizarre. Zhang Jingguo, who was next to Zhao Wu, was equally bewildered. What the hell is this thing? Juggling? Ouch. My arm. My waist. The man in the white coat cried out as he lay on the ground. Zhao Wu hurriedly helped him up. Oh no, my arm is broken. I need to see a doctor. The man in the white coat finished speaking and ran out, leaving Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo completely bewildered. Fortunately, not long after, another woman walked in through the door. She had no makeup on, wore a ponytail, and was quite pretty with a natural charm. I'm sorry, our staff at the base made you laugh just now, the woman said with a smile. Who are you? Zhao Wu asked. Chapter 103 Bizarre Actions. The woman said somewhat embarrassedly. I forgot to introduce myself. I am a researcher at this base and also the leader of the airgun research team. My surname is Yen. Dr. Yen, hello. What just happened? How did that guy suddenly fly away? Zhao Wu asked, puzzled. Cough, cough. Dr. Yan's face flushed slightly. She couldn't very well say that her subordinates overestimated themselves and used weapons they shouldn't have, resulting in her being injured instead. Actually, it's because he wanted to demonstrate the wrong way to use it to you, and he accidentally hurt himself. Zhao Wu nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. So it was a deliberate demonstration of incorrect usage. I'm impressed. If what he just did was the correct way to use it, Then it was utterly inhumane, Zhang Jingguo added. Dr. Yan's face turned even redder, just like a red apple. Ahem, let's not talk about him for now. Let me explain. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo listened obediently. The air pistol has a strong recoil, which seems to be related to the air bullets it fires. Air pistols are more powerful than air assault rifles, but they have a strong recoil. But I didn't feel any recoil or anything just now? Zhao Wu asked, puzzled. I didn't feel anything when I fired the gun. With only his target in sight, he pulled the trigger. I didn't pay much attention to the recoil, but it should be similar to that of a regular bullet pistol. Dr. Yin looked at Zhao Wu in front of him and said, Your name is Zhao Wu, right? Yes, doctor. That's normal. I heard from the general that your physique is already very strong. You even taught Instructor Raymond a lesson a while ago. Oh, this. Zhao Wu touched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I never expected to be so famous. Haha, just kidding. Only a few people know that you beat Raymond up. Dr. Yin smiled as he looked at Zhao Wu. Let's get back to the point. This gun is only suitable for people of your build. It's very difficult for others to use. Our tests showed that only a few soldiers in the entire team could shoot accurately. Otherwise, they were too shaken by the recoil to aim properly, or they simply couldn't shoot while standing. Zhao Wu recalled the scene of fighting the thug natives in the Second World. Their shooting was very smooth, without any lag. He only showed a look of surprise when he realized that the air bombs were useless. Their physical strength is not particularly special. At most, it just means you can survive in places full of radiation and toxic gas without wearing protective clothing. Zhao Wu then shared his thoughts. Dr. Yin touched his chin with his finger and said, Indeed, we tested it with the workers you brought over. They will experience a 90% reduction in recoil after using this weapon. 90%. No wonder people in the Second World can use air guns so easily. What could have caused that? Zhao Wu asked, puzzled. Dr. Yin shook his head. I'm not really sure either. It seems to be related to the constitution of people from other worlds, or it may be related to the medicine they mentioned. Potion. Yes, they said there was a medicine that could improve their physical condition and protect them from radiation and toxic gases. I suspect this drug may also improve their physical condition, making them more compatible with the air gun. How should I put it? It's a sense of harmony. Dr. Yin didn't know how to explain it clearly. It was as if, after being injected with the drug, the gun became part of the otherworldly being. Air guns do not exclude people from other worlds from using them, but they do exclude people from Earth from using them. That's roughly the idea. Although Zhao Wu didn't quite understand, he knew that the potion was the key. My primary objective on this trip to the Second World will be to obtain medicine. Get this first, then gather more information. Only after receiving the injection can Zhao Wu and the others remove their protective suits like the people of the Second World. Otherwise, they would always attract the attention of all sorts of people. Next, Zhang Jingguo also used an air pistol. Pung. After a gunshot, Zhang Jingguo's pistol hit the nearest steel plate target. Despite the considerable recoil, he was still able to maintain his firing stance. The only problem is that the accuracy is a bit poor and it can't fire in bursts. Only Zhao Wucai could shoot while breathing. Once you get the hang of this rhythm, the gun is like having unlimited bullets. Inhale, compress. Exhale while pulling the trigger. Inhale again, then compress. This is a cycle. Not bad. Your performance has been good enough for the air pistol. Shall we try the air submachine gun next? Dr. Yin said with a smile. Although I had already overestimated Zhao Wu's potential performance, I was still shocked to see how skillfully he used his abilities. Her overestimation of Zhao Wu's actual abilities was far from accurate. Zhang Jingguo waved his hand, saying that he had trouble even with a pistol, so he figured he wouldn't be able to use a submachine gun. Submachine guns, their rate of fire must be fast. At that time, the recoil will be beyond your control. If things go wrong, and you end up flying out like the man in the white coat from before, that would be embarrassing. Then I'll try it by myself. Zhao Wu accepted the air rifle that Dr. Yin handed him. The breathing rate is the same, but unlike an air pistol, an air submachine gun can fire about 10 rounds with one breath, but its power is not as great as that of an air pistol. Sigh. Pung. 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 Zhao Wu placed his finger on the trigger and fired all 10 shots in a row. 10 more small holes appeared on the steel plate, not far away. All 10 shots hit the red circle. Holy crap. All 10 shots hit the bullseye. Dr. Yin was stunned. She knew how difficult it was to use this air assault rifle. No one in the entire squad could do that. Most of them had to stop and rest after firing 1 or 2 shots. As for accuracy, even hitting the very center is not an option. Hitting any part of the target would be considered very good. Zhao Wu smiled, but didn't say anything. He could actually hit the same spot with all 10 shots, but if he did that, the air bullets would likely pass through the bullet holes and hit behind the target, which would be too dangerous. Therefore, Zhao Wu chose to launch 10 missiles at different locations. Zhao Wu was able to achieve such shooting results partly because of his strong physique. His physical fitness had reached 150. Another point is that the system initially gives you the ability to master firearms. Airguns are also considered firearms in the system. Next, Zhao Wu tried out the last weapon, which looked like a bird gun. Contrary to its appearance, this shotgun looks a bit like a cannon. His gun muzzle was larger than the previous 2 guns. Dr. Yin also specially took him to another location to conduct the experiment. Zhang Jingguo watched Zhao Wu's performance from outside the bulletproof glass. 5 steel plate targets appeared in front of Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu raised the air cannon in his hand and took a deep breath. Chapter 104: The Rapid Development of the Otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5 steel plate targets in front of them were blown to pieces. Zhao Wu was shocked. I've never seen anyone use an air cannon in this other world. It's likely that those otherworldly beings didn't use it back then because they were worried about hurting their own people. After firing that shot, Zhao Wu finally felt his arm go numb. As expected, those who are not from another world cannot use air-based weapons. How is it? Dr. Yin asked, taking notes with a pen in his hand. It's all right, but it can't be used continuously. The recoil is quite strong, Zhao Wu sighed. Dr. Yin was speechless for a moment. You actually know that the recoil is quite strong. This bird gun, this air cannon, is completely unusable by anyone. So what do you think? Should we take these weapons to the other world? Zhao Wu nodded. These weapons are at least more aesthetically pleasing than bullet guns. It's nice to hold in your hand, even if it's just for show. The 2 pistols will then be given to Zhang Jingguo and another person respectively. He carried the air cannon and air assault rifle with him. There are 7 days left to prepare before heading to the second world. During this time, Zhao Wu stayed in the Demon Spirit continent. The development of the otherworldly dragon kingdom is becoming increasingly rapid. With the combined efforts of engineers and alien natives, the first thermal power plant was officially completed. When the residents of the otherworldly dragon kingdom saw the streetlights lit up on the road, everyone was stunned. This thing is so bright and so dazzling. The alien dragon kingdom is not large, roughly equivalent to the size of a large city on Earth. Given the sheer size of the area and the rapid pace of development in China, much of the infrastructure has already been completed. In the very center of town, a free market. Even at night, the place is still brightly lit. The electric lights of the Dragon Kingdom gave these otherworldly beings an incredible miracle. This otherworldly Dragon Kingdom is truly amazing. How come there are so many novel things here? Yes, look at these lights, they're like little suns. Hey, what's the big deal? The person next to him was unfazed. He was one of the earliest merchants to come to the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom to do business. He had already seen electric lights before. Have you seen anything even more incredible? The people around them gathered around. Tell us about it, so we can broaden our horizons. The merchant looked smug, then said mysteriously, "Not long ago, I saw a huge monster this long." The merchant spread his hands out, trying to show how big what he saw was. The person in front of them seemed to understand the size and exclaimed, "What is that? It's so big. It's so big. Could it be that someone saw a steel behemoth not long ago?" The merchant shook his head and said, "This thing is much bigger than the steel behemoth. It's at least 10 times as long as the steel behemoth." Wow, that's impressive. I wonder what the Dragon Kingdom uses this for. I heard it was some kind of train test run. Anyway, there weren't any strange weapons on it, so it probably wasn't for fighting. Let's go see it together next time. Good. After everyone made their decision, their faces were full of anticipation. Such scenes kept appearing in various places in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, and a great deal of infrastructure was gradually being built. Most of them are facilities used for developing other worlds and mining resources. A small portion consists of things that improve people's livelihoods and strengthen management. Erduva People's Republic. In the streets of the capital, a long queue had formed in front of a shop. Many people don't care about this at all. On the contrary, they are looking forward to it. Have you heard? This shop launched a new product yesterday. Yes, Their peach egg tarts are so delicious. They were all sold out when I got a lineup yesterday. The two noble ladies were talking quietly. Those nearby exchanged knowing smiles. This shop is called Dragon Kingdom Dessert Shop. It was opened at the request of Queen Lilia. This other world is unique. It was an instant hit as soon as it opened, and the people of the capital of the People's Republic of Erduva had never eaten this kind of food before. Since the store opened, there have been a lot of people in front of it. Some people even lay down on their beds in the middle of the night at the store entrance, just to be the first in line to buy the delicious desserts. Do you love her? If you do, give her Chinese desserts. Such advertising slogans are refreshing. Many young men line up to buy Longwood desserts in hopes of winning the heart of their sweethearts. Queen Lilia sat on the throne, somewhat depressed. Although the Dragon Kingdom Dessert Shop has opened, I can't eat there very often anymore. With peace restored to the territory, there's so much to do that she's already working herself to the bone. Queen Lilia, news has recently arrived from the northern nation of Cavanias, Marquis Zhou said respectfully. His status rose steadily after the end of the Civil War. He is now the Queen's hand, one of Lilia's most trusted lords. What kind of news? Queen Lilia sat on her throne and twirled her hair. News has come from the northern kingdom of Cavanias. The orcs have crossed the line. They have spotted 2 orcs in the barrens. Queen Lilia dismissed it. My teacher once said that hundreds of years ago, humans drove the orcs into the barren lands. If they dare to come out, we can still drive them back. Marquis Qiao nodded, feeling that the matter was indeed unimportant. If the orcs were to break out, the northern countries would be the first to suffer. The Erduva People's Republic is located at the southern tip of the continent, far from the north. Otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, Waldingburg. Major Zhao, someone is requesting an audience outside, but Deputy Base Commander Qiao is not here. Usually, it's Deputy Base Chief Qiao who visits, but he happens to be away today. Let him in. After the soldiers went down, they soon brought back a native from another world. Hello, sir. The alien native performed a standard noble salute. Zhao Wu nodded in response. I'm a visiting representative from the Republic of China in Tashan. You may call me Lao, Lao said respectfully. Now the entire continent knows the power of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. Don't underestimate this small country. Its hidden strength is truly enormous. Every delegation that visited before was extremely respectful. Hello, I am Zhao Wu, Zhao Wu replied. May I ask what brings you here today, Mr. Lao? Lao straightened up and said with a smile, to be honest, we came here this time to try to finalize a deal with your country. Trade. That's right. Our Republic of Tashan is currently at war with the United States of Aklan, but we are short of combat equipment and other supplies such as food. Zhao Wu shook his head and refused. Sorry, weapons from our otherworldly Dragon Kingdom are not for sale. What a joke. I'd rather sell it to you. Our weapons are all top-notch and incredibly powerful. And even if I sold it, I doubt these otherworldly people would know how to use it. You misunderstand, Mr. Zhao. We won't buy some iron ore. Chapter 105, Selling Weapons on Both Sides Simultaneously. Iron ore is a strategic resource in this other world, and generally no country will sell it. The Republic of China in Tashan originally had no intention of purchasing from the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. However, he was surprised to find that he could buy kitchen knives in the towns of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, and they were exceptionally sharp, even more powerful than the weapons he used. A kitchen knife is more powerful than a weapon. I guess only a Dragon Kingdom in another world could make one like that. When Lao saw these kitchen knives for sale, he decided to try his luck in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. Since the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom can sell kitchen knives, it must have a lot of iron resources. As long as we can get our hands on the iron, or dealing with the United States of Akron would be much easier. After hearing this, Zhao Wu sat down in his chair and leaned back strategically. After thinking about it, exchanging iron resources for other things seems like a pretty good idea. Iron resources are not important on Earth. If other resources or things unique to this world can be obtained, it is indeed worth the trade. It's possible, but as you know, the price of iron ore isn't low. Zhao Wu was prepared to be a shrewd businessman. All we need to provide is iron ore. The price of iron in this other world is transparent. I will never be fooled. However, the price of gold and similar items has no market, so wouldn't it be up to the individual to set a price arbitrarily? They might even be able to buy a pound of gold for 100 dinars, as long as the price is slightly higher than their mining costs. Lao nodded hurriedly and replied, Understood, understood. The price is absolutely negotiable, as long as you're willing to sell. If you want to buy our iron, or bring your resources and monster crystals in exchange. Resources? I wonder what kind of resources your excellency Zhao desires. Lao asked, puzzled. Zhao Wu then explained in detail to Lao what resources the otherworldly dragon kingdom needed. Things like gold, rare earth elements, oil, phosphorus, gemstones, and so on. These resources can be mined by the Republic of China and Tashin and then transported to the Dragon Kingdom in another world, saving them a lot of trouble. Although the output may be much lower. Lao was completely bewildered. What was this all about? He had never heard of it before. Sir, what are these things you're talking about? Gold, phosphorus, and petroleum. Here's what we'll do. I'll arrange for 2 people to go over there to assist you with the mining. That will be perfect. The 2 then chatted for a while longer. Zhao Wu, hearing Lao's increasingly excessive flattery, chased him away. After Lao left, Zhao Wu felt that this method was indeed feasible. Due to the limitations of the teleportation portal, Zhao Wu could only bring a maximum of 20,000 people, and this shortage of personnel greatly restricted the amount of mining. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could let the otherworldly beings mine it themselves, and then transport it over? With this in mind, Zhao Wu knew he could have a good talk with Deputy Base Chief Chio when he returned. Just then, another soldier ran in through the door. Report. What's wrong now? Major Zhao, someone is requesting an audience at the gate. Zhao Wu was puzzled. Why was someone else coming over? I'm going to the second world tomorrow, so I'm planning to get some rest today. Never mind, let him in. Yes. The soldier went down and soon brought another person back. My lord, I am an envoy from the United Kingdom of Akron. Hello. Zhao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Wait a minute. Zhao Wu felt that the name sounded familiar. What country did you say you were from? My lord, I am an envoy from the United Kingdom of Akron. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu realized he hadn't misheard. The person who came this time and the person who just left are from 2 hostile countries. The 2 of them are fighting. You're not here to trade iron or with me, are you? Zhao Wu laughed. The man was taken aback for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. Sir, you are truly a man of brilliant strategy. I wonder if our United States of Akron could cooperate with your country. Zhao Wu was speechless for a moment. 2 countries that were fighting each other came to him to trade iron ore. Wouldn't it be a loss if I sold to both sides? But if we don't sell, they will still fight. Selling them equipment might actually speed up their war effort. This is undoubtedly an act of helping them. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. Since that's the case, let's sell it and help these otherworldly beings out of the blue. Trade is possible, but the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom needs your resources. Next, Zhao Wu explained what resources the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom needed and promised to send relevant experts to guide them in mining. The envoy from the United States of Akron left in high spirits after hearing this. He even waved enthusiastically to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu thought to himself, I hope you'll be happy when you get back. In the near future, when the United States of Aklan and the Republic of Tashin went to war, they both discovered that the other side's weapons were quite powerful. Not only have there been many more weapons, but even the iron armor is very well made. Almost everyone had a complete set of armor, and the war between the 2 countries once again reached a stalemate. However, this has nothing to do with Zhao Wu. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. In the underground base plaza, Zhao Wu, Zhang Jingguo, and 20 others were ready to travel to another world. A total of 4 armored vehicles were deployed, equipped with run-flat tires, electric nets, various small artillery shells, nitrogen accelerators, and more. The Dragon Kingdom has applied all the technology currently available on Earth to these armored vehicles. In addition to the 4 armored vehicles, there was also a small armored truck carrying various supplies, which was camouflaged. Otherwise, these supplies would be the biggest problem in another world. Regarding personnel, this time, it was the same group of 20 people who went. They're the most suitable for the task, and also among the strongest in the warrior team. Regarding weaponry, Zhao Wu used 1 air assault rifle and 1 air cannon. Zhang Jingguo is equipped with bullet rifles and air pistols. There was another person named Wang Hai, whose spiritual energy had reached the 8th level of a warrior. Like Zhang Jingguo, he used a bullet rifle and an air pistol. The remaining 18 people continued to use the same weapons, because bullet weapons cannot damage the air defense field of the otherworldly beings. Therefore, there's no need to bring other heavy weapons, since they're all useless anyway. Everything is designed to be lightweight. By the way, Has Zhang San been called over yet? Zhao Wu put on his protective suit and asked General Cheng Guoming, who was standing next to him. This guy is a key figure. We have to bring him along. Otherwise, you won't be able to find your way. I've already called them. They should be here soon. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 soldiers walked in through the door. Report. Zhang San has been brought here. Bring it in. A man walked in through the door, and it took Zhao Wu a while to recognize him. This guy has gained a lot of weight in the past 2 weeks. Her face had regained some color. When she first arrived, she was skin and bones, and her face looked lifeless. He's more like a person now. Major Zhao. Zhang San bowed respectfully. Now that we're here, let's set off. Zhang San pursed his lips, returning to his own world with a sense of unease. Chapter 106, entering the prison cell, felt like coming home. In these 2 weeks, he witnessed what paradise is like. I was very touched. The food in prison was delicious. This is the first time I've ever eaten rice all I could eat. In my free time, I don't have to worry about what to eat next. Don't worry about encountering soul-eating beasts at night. Don't worry about the zombies everywhere during the day. Entering the prison cell felt like coming home. It felt much better than where I used to be. Everyone there was so talented and spoke so nicely. I loved it there. Now, he has left this paradise and returned to hell. The portal opened, and Zhao Wu and the others boarded the armored vehicle, which then drove towards the second world. Set off, returning to this place filled with secrets and dangers. District 9. Boom! Boom! The sound of vehicle engines echoed along the country lanes. It attracted the attention of some zombies nearby. They chased after the car until they had inhaled a lot of exhaust fumes and then stopped. Zhao Wu and his group chose to take country roads this time, away from big cities. Although the journey was a bit remote, there were virtually no zombies or thugs. Zhao Wu raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. Countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, 17 minutes, and 28 seconds. This time was adjusted by Zhao Wugong when he transmigrated to this other world. 3 days in total. Only after the time was up could Zhang Jingguo and the others return to Blue Star. Major Zhao, turn left ahead. Zhang San sat next to Zhao Wu and pointed out the way. Zhao Wu turned the steering wheel to the left and onto another side road. By the way, Zhang San, do you know a place called Ella? Zhao Wu asked casually. Zhang San thought for a moment and said, I've heard about it. It happened 4 years ago. It was even widely publicized in the newspapers back then. Oh, did the newspapers say why a nuclear bomb needed to be dropped on Ella? Zhang San shook his head. The most vivid image in his mind was Ella being hit by a nuclear bomb. But as for why, there seems to be no such information. I either forgot or I can't remember. Tell me any information you come up with. It might be helpful to us. Zhao Wubian said as he drove. Zhang San nodded. Now he understood why these people knew nothing when they first met Zhao Wu and the others. Because these people don't even exist in this world. Suddenly, a piece of information came to mind, and thinking it might be useful to Zhao Wu, he said it aloud. I've thought of one. Tell me about it. Not far from here, there's an experimental base left over from the old era. There might be some relevant information hidden inside. Experimental base? It's definitely worth a visit. But we need to get the medicine first. 4 armored cars and 1 armored truck were driving on the path. As darkness fell, Zhao Wu and the others prepared to choose a place to stay for the night. Rivet City, one of the few remaining small towns amidst the ruins. Although it's called a town, it's actually not very big. It is a prison of the world government, specifically for holding the most vicious criminals. After the apocalypse, this place became a paradise. Located in a sparsely populated suburb, the prison itself has a backup energy system and filtration fields, allowing it to be self-sufficient. For years after the apocalypse, this place has been transformed into a small market. During the day, the high walls can easily block zombies from attacking. That night, everyone tacitly found a place to rest without making a sound. The market was jointly managed by the warden and the head of the prisoners. This town happens to be on Zhao Wu's route. Zhao Wu and the others parked their vehicle at the prison gate, intending to leave it there overnight. It's getting late, and we need to be careful of the soul-eating beasts at night, so we can't travel any further. Just then, several people carrying air guns appeared not far away. You guys? What are you doing here? Several tattooed men looked Zhao Wu up and down, sizing up his vehicle and the people in front of him. Wearing protective clothing, that's strange. He had never seen anyone wearing protective suits in this day and age. We are here to make a transaction, and we have no malicious intent. Zhao Wu slung the air gun over his shoulder and spread his arms to indicate that he was not carrying any other weapons. The man with the head tattoo came over and searched around, but found no other weapons. "What's the knife you're carrying at your waist for?" The person in front of him pointed at Zhao Wu's embroidered spring knife. "It's just a personal preference. Are you all worried that I might hurt you with this knife?" Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. This guy is hilarious, actually saying a knife can hurt people. Since the development of air defense force fields, the ability of knives to injure people is a thing of the past. An air defense field can even stop bullets from the old days and some air blasts, so how could it be afraid of a mere knife? Zhao Wu laughed and touched his ear. Suddenly, the leader pointed at Zhao Wu Dao. "Take off your protective suits. I need to check if there are any contraband items hidden inside." Zhao Wu stopped smiling. The problems that were bound to arise were about to come. "This isn't a good idea. What's good or bad about it? I told you to take your clothes off." After he finished speaking, a group of guys surrounded him. Judging from their demeanor, anyone who didn't know better would think these burly men were interested in Zhao Wu. Now, they're forcing him to take off a piece of clothing. "Actually, we have a strange disease that causes our bodies to rot and become disgusting, so we stopped taking our clothes off." Zhao Wu handed a bottle of water to the team leader. "You know what I mean?" In order to make the water more like the world, Zhao Wu first drank half of it, then urinated on it, and finally stuffed a handful of dirt into it. "Shake it." And just like that, a bottle of otherworldly mud water is ready. This nauseating alien water is a form of hard currency in this world. As for the original water, Zhao Wu didn't dare to take it out yet. Once this thing is taken out, it will probably be surrounded by everyone immediately. It's only taken out when family members are eating together. The leader's face lit up with joy. The kid's so sensible. JPG. "So, can we go in now?" Zhao Wu asked. "All right, these people have no other weapons. Let them into the city." The leader waved his hand, and the prison gates not far away opened. Zhao Wu and the others left behind a few guards and went inside. The area in the prison that used to be a place for exercise has now been turned into a stall area. Many people were shouting loudly. Zhao Wu and the others looked around and found that the most frequently sold items were vegetables and workers. A small number of people sell weapons, such as air pistols. Zhao Wu and the others can't use it yet, so they're not interested. "Major Zhao, look over there." Zhang Jingguo pointed to a stall not far away. Zhao Wui saw that a considerable number of people had already gathered in front of the stall. In the very center of the crowd of onlookers was a small mecha, about 2 meters tall. It was slightly smaller than the mechs I had encountered before. "It's actually a mecha." Zhao was somewhat surprised. "Should we get our hands on it?" Zhang Jingguo asked. Chapter 107, What's a Little Pain? The cost of buying this mech on my own side wouldn't be very high. A few bottles of mineral water filled with urine and some compressed food would suffice. Zhao did not say whether to do it or not. He was worried about one thing. What if this mech, like the air gun, rejected people on Earth? How will I transport it after I buy it? Are we going to tow it away? Wouldn't that mean being made a fool of? But it will be a shame to give up this mech. Zhang San, can you pile a mecha? Zhang San was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Wu to call him. This mech is a civilian-modified version, so it shouldn't have any major problems operating. If that's the case, then let's do it. Zhao Wu wasn't worried that Zhang San would do anything strange. This guy is still reminiscing about his life on Earth. Nothing is more tempting than life on Earth. Pure water with a sweet taste. All-you-can-eat rice. There are also many talented inmates. He absolutely loved it there. Zhao Wu and his group of more than a dozen people marched in a grand procession toward the mecha booth. Those watching made way for Zhao Wu and his group when they saw their appearance. Good grief, what organization are these people from? They're all wearing protective suits? The leader of this organization must have some special XP. The man selling the mecha was bald, with sunken cheeks and a face as thin as a skeleton. Fortunately, Rivet City is protected. If such a person appears in the wild and has a mecha, they'll be robbed along with their mecha in no time. The people were sold off like vegetables, while the mechs were stolen and put into operation. "How much is your mecha?" Zhao Wu touched the mecha in front of him and asked. Even through the protective suit, I could still feel the icy coldness in my hands. The old man bowed and scraped to Zhao Wu, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, this mecha has already been bought by the Dragon Tiger Gang." Dragon Tiger Gang. Zhao Wu glanced at the people on the other side of the field. They have a tiger descending a mountain tattooed on one arm and a dragon over their shoulder on the other. Goodness, this has become the logo of an organization. What price did he offer you? Zhao Wu asked. 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 cans of meat. The bald man spoke truthfully. He wouldn't have sold the mecha if he hadn't been completely out of food. He's very satisfied with the number he sold. Upon hearing the price, the members of the Dragon Tiger gang gave Zhao Wu a provocative look. In this small place, there are very few places that can offer this price. Those around gasped in shock upon hearing the price, because this price is simply too high for a level 1 civilian mech. At the same time, they glanced at the seller of the mecha with perfect understanding. It's likely that his death will come the moment he leaves this city of rivets. The Dragon Tiger gang won't let him actually take those 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 cans of meat. Although you can't do it inside the Rivet City. But nobody cares when you're outside. In that case, I'll give you 11 bottles of mineral water and 11 boxes of compressed biscuits, Zhao Wu said to the bald man. This remark angered the Dragon Tiger gang members standing nearby, and their leader, who was standing in the middle of the group, took 2 steps forward. He came to stand before Zhao Wu. You little brat, do you even know what you're doing? Zhao Wu shrugged and said, I know in business, it's always the highest bidder who wins. I believe that this Rivet City also abides by this system. The leader of the Dragon Tiger gang looked around. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the guards of Rivet City. He temporarily suppressed his anger. My mineral water is very pure. Can yours match that purity? After saying that, the Dragon Tiger gang took out a bottle of pitch black water. This stuff is even more disgusting than Zhao Wu's urine mixed with dirt. Thankfully, these otherworldly beings have been given injections, otherwise they would have been dead after drinking that bottle. Purity? You're comparing that to me. Zhao Wu took the bag handed to him by a soldier behind him, and then took out a bottle of yellow muddy water from it. He only put a little soil in this bottle. The purity is extremely high, even surpassing the 2 bottles held by the Dragon Tiger gang leader. Wow, this water looks so pure. Yeah, it feels like only the water sold by the celestial dragons can surpass this. The people around gasped in amazement. The bald man was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Sir, are you really going to use these 11 bottles of water to buy this mecha? That's right. I still have 11 bags of compressed biscuits here. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he took out a bag of compressed biscuits. The bald man was excited. These compressed biscuits are much more useful than canned food. High in calories, it can be stored for a long time and keeps you full. Change, the mecha is yours. The bald man was somewhat incoherent. The Dragon Tiger gang members standing to the side had dark faces. If this weren't Rivet City, and if they didn't need to work here in the future, Zhao would probably be riddled with bullets by now. Let's go. The Dragon Tiger gang made a decapitation gesture at Zhao Wu, then left the stall. Walking down the street, the boss said to his underling beside him, Keep an eye on them. Once they leave Rivet City, it's the end for these guys. Clear. After saying this, the younger brother blended into the crowd and disappeared from everyone's sight. As the bald man watched the Dragon Tiger gang leave, he said to Zhao Wu and the others with concern, You guys are robbing the Dragon Tiger gang, so be careful when you get out of here. Don't worry about us. You just need to worry about yourself. The bald man said, Hey, took the bag Zhao Wu handed him, counted the contents, and left. The Dragon Tiger gang? Zhao was naturally not afraid of these people. If they don't come looking for me, that's fine. But if they do, I'll make sure they never come back. Zhang San, give it a try. Okay. Zhang San walked behind the mecha and climbed onto it. The power system has been activated. The weapon system has not yet been activated. Flight system missing. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang San couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, having initially thought it was just an ordinary civilian mecha. I never expected there would be a flight system inside. Unfortunately, the aircraft module is no longer on it. How are you feeling? It's all right, I can drive it. Zhang San drove the mecha to where the cars were parked and placed it on the truck. Zhao Wu looked around and saw that there were still quite a few people nearby. We can only wait until we find a secluded spot, then open a portal to transport this mech back to Earth. Afterwards, Zhao Wu and the others strolled around the market again, but did not find anything else useful. Night falls. Zhao Wu and the others sat in the car, preparing to spend the night there. Unlike in the afternoon, the town was deathly quiet at night. Nobody wants to make a sound, lest they summon death. The unkillable Grim Reaper, the soul-eating beast. The roar of the soul-devouring beast echoed from the outskirts of the town. At this time, A soul-devouring beast climbed over the city wall, its two ears twitching slightly. They then entered the prison's windbreak area. There were many people lying in this area, and they remained motionless as if they hadn't even seen the soul-devouring beast. A person's thigh was stepped on, but he seemed to lose all feeling and didn't even utter a sound. This little pain is nothing. The soul-devouring beast let out a low growl. Right before it stood a living, breathing human. But in the end, Chapter 108, The Flying Dragon Strikes. Final. The soul-devouring beast turned and headed to another location. Zhao Wu secretly admired him upon seeing this. Good grief, it doesn't even make a sound? Sudden, a strange noise came from the roof of Zhao Wu's car. The people in the car immediately stopped breathing. They could clearly hear a soul-devouring beast pacing back and forth on the roof of the vehicle. I don't know how heavy the soul-devouring beast is, but armored vehicles should be able to withstand it, albeit barely. Time passed quietly, silently. Having heard no suspicious noises, the soul-eating beast left the roof of the vehicle. They headed off to other places. Zhao Wu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although only a dozen seconds may have passed, it felt like an eternity to everyone. If you're attacked by a soul-eating beast in this open area, then you must be prepared to fight to the death. Although we can hurt this soul-devouring beast. However, once the number of soul-devouring beasts increases, they should not be underestimated. Thinking about this, Zhao Wu suddenly realized a question. In this other world, most thugs carry air defense fields, but these don't seem to work when attacked by soul-eater beasts. Zhao Wu glanced at Zhang, Sam beside him, and whispered, "Why isn't the air defense departure effective against the soul-devouring beast?" Zhang San scratched his head and said, "The air defense field was initially developed to resist air guns and human-caused damage. When the soul-eating beast appeared, most of the research facilities had already been closed. The existing air defense positions are versions from many years ago." Zhao Wu understood immediately after hearing this. Simply put, when the air defense field was created, the soul-eater didn't even exist yet. When the soul-eating beasts appeared, it was already the end of the world, and no one continued to study them. Therefore, the air defense field has no way of detecting the soul-devouring beast attack. Similarly, the same applies to zombies. However, I heard that the celestial dragons are developing a new aerodynamic field, so maybe they'll be able to come out at night. Zhao Wu smiled. Even if the celestial dragons had developed it, that was definitely for my own use. If everyone is no longer afraid of soul-devouring beasts and zombies, how can they maintain their superior status? Now, the celestial dragons, relying on the existence of Laputa, have come to regard themselves as gods of this world. They won't easily give up the benefits of such rights, status, and position. After the soul-eating beast left the prison's exercise area, the people in the middle of the area stood up and stretched their limbs. The person who had been stepped on limped toward the hospital in Looting Town. It's called a hospital, but it's more like a slaughterhouse. Cut where it hurts. Simple and effective. Your thigh hurts, right? Have it cut off. Your hand hurts, right? I'll cut it off. Headache, huh? I'm not going to get treatment for this. I think headaches are good. Suddenly, a strange scream came from the air. In the distance, by the moonlight, one could see a dark mass flying towards them. "Fly! Flying dragon!" someone shouted. Immediately, the entire prison descended into chaos, with large numbers of people running around in all directions, trying to find a place to hide where they could be out of sight. As people moved about, the soul-devouring beast, which had already left, heard the commotion and returned. In the sky, the flying dragon saw the people in the prison begin to dive. On the ground, the soul-devouring beast was reaping the lives of those who moved about. A light was launched from somewhere, illuminating the entire sky. In the sky, a dark mass of flying dragons, each about the size of a medium-sized dog, with sharp snouts and claws, and hairless bodies. It looked a bit like a small pterosaur. They used their long beaks to peck open each head. They tore open chests one by one with their sharp claws. A piercing sound rang out, and bursts of fireworks shot into the distance. Fireworks, originally intended for viewing, have now become a lifeline for everyone. The soul-eating beast's ears twitched slightly, and then it chased after the spot where the fireworks had been launched. Since they can't see, they naturally run to the place with the loudest noise. I never expected to encounter a flying dragon here. Zhao Wu activated his air assault rifle and repelled a soul-devouring beast that lunged at him. The soul-devouring beast lay on the ground, its wounds beginning to heal. Without spiritual energy, there's simply no way to kill these soul-devouring beasts. However, Zhao Wu and the others did not want to attract too much attention. Currently, the only group that knows they can kill the soul-devouring beast is probably that massive, mysterious thug organization. They certainly wouldn't say anything carelessly in order to get what they want. If everyone knew that he could kill soul-devouring beasts, countless terrifying forces would undoubtedly target him. Major Zhao, what do we do now? The people in the car got off and formed a defensive circle surrounding the vehicle. They possess spiritual power that allows them to protect themselves, giving them a slightly higher level of defense than the otherworldly beings currently in existence. However, we must be mindful at all times. If the protective suit were torn, that would be disastrous. Although we brought a batch of spare protective suits with us this time. However, no one can guarantee what problems might arise during the replacement process. Zhang San, activate the mech. Yes. Zhang San ran straight towards the mech on the truck. The power system is activated. Weapon system activated. Flight system missing. The civilian mech has a rotating drill on one arm and an air gun on the other, capable of firing air bullets continuously. Everyone else get in the car. We're leaving this prison. Zhao Wu quickly gave the orders. The entire prison was filled with flying dragons and soul-devouring beasts. The ground was littered with corpses. Surprisingly, there were very few screams. Zhao Wu and the others need to speed things up. After the group of soul-eating beasts chasing the fireworks realized they had been tricked and rushed back. By then, there won't be any way to escape. Everyone quickly got into the car. Boom! Boom! The engine sounded especially loud in the quiet night. Many soul-devouring beasts were clearly attracted by the engine sound and began to rush toward Zhao Wu. A soul-devouring beast leaped into the air, only to be kicked away by Zhang San, who was piloting the mecha. Go to hell, you bastard! Zhang San cursed. All the anger he had suffered in this world was released in this moment. The soul-eating beast was knocked away and crashed into a wall. A large hole was smashed in the wall, and a group of people crawled out of it. They have a tiger descending a mountain tattooed on one arm and a dragon over their shoulder on the other. Zhao Wu glanced at them and realized that this group was actually the Dragon Tiger Gang members he had encountered during the day. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang was internally devastated. Goodness, we've been hiding here very well. They actually kicked a soul-devouring beast in. They couldn't help but want to curse, but they ultimately held back. Because this soul-devouring beast has already stood up. The monster's faces were covered in bumps, like tumors, and no one knew what was inside. The members of the Dragon Tiger Gang dared not even breathe. You despicable creatures. My Dragon Tiger Gang will never let you get away with this. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang was roaring inside, but on the surface he remained as calm as an old dog. Zhang Jingguo, lend him a hand. Okay. Zhang Jingguo pulled a hand grenade from his waist and held it in his hand. Chapter 109, Stealing Bamboo Shoots. Even the pandas on the mountain have no bamboo to eat. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang saw this, and his face turned pale with shock. He recognized this weapon from the old era. Hand grenade, causing explosive damage. He wasn't afraid of that, since he had an air defense field installed on his body. This kind of explosive damage is completely useless, but an explosion would produce a huge sound. That's enough to attract the attention of the soul-eating beasts. This is just too cruel. Is this something a human being would do? They're scrambling for bamboo shoots. Even the pandas on the mountain don't have any bamboo to eat anymore. Never again. Zhao Wu waved to the members of the Dragon Tiger Gang, then drove away. Zhang Jingguo threw a grenade over from behind, then got into the second car and drove away. Boom! With a loud explosion, the area where the Dragon Tiger Gang was located became a dining hall for the soul-devouring beasts. On the wasteland, Zhao Wu and his men's armored vehicles sped through the night. Zhao Wu raised his hand and looked at the watch on his protective suit. It was 3:30 a.m. It will be a while before dawn. In that city of Willownail, apart from the group in the office building, everyone else will definitely be devoured by the soul-eating beasts and flying dragons. Zhang San led the way, and the soul-devouring beasts that tried to block his path were all knocked away by the weapons he was equipped with. The rotating drill in his hand strung the soul-eating beast together like a string of pearls. Not long ago, I was just a low-level worker. I never imagined I'd be piloting a mech and fighting a soul eater. This feeling is incredible. Behind the convoy, a group of soul-devouring beasts followed. They're slightly slower than cars, and most of them pose no threat. The convoy only needs to be careful of the soul-eating beasts coming from the opposite direction. The soul-eating beast that came from the side was shot down to the ground by the turret on the roof of the vehicle. Major Zhao, vehicle number 4, is almost out of fuel. The sound of a car radio came from beside Zhao Wu. The one who spoke was Zhang Jingguo, who was following behind him. Zhao Wu checked his fuel level. It was half full. The cars are all the same, and they travel the same distance, so there shouldn't be such a big difference. Therefore, it must have been damaged by a flying dragon or a soul-devouring beast while it was being defended in the prison. Understood. I'll have Zhang San find place. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he honked the car horn again. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang San, who was leading the way, slowed down his gliding speed and moved closer to Zhao Wu's window. He opened his head shield and looked at Zhao Wu Dao with a confused expression. Major Zhao, what's wrong? Find a safe place to stop. Yes. Zhang San deactivated the head shield of the mecha and glided forward again. Finding a safe place isn't easy. Many soul-devouring beasts nearby heard the car and were rushing over. It was pitch black all around, and there was no way to see anything. The fuel gauge on vehicle number 4 was dropping rapidly, clearly indicating that it could not last much longer. At this moment, Zhang San, who was ahead, saw a tunnel. This tunnel is probably for trains. The mountain was hollowed out in the middle. If we pass through here, the attack range of the soul-eating beast will be greatly reduced. The only way to attack is through the entrance. It will be very easy to defend against them. Zhang San slowed down again and leaned closer to Zhao Wu's window to express his thoughts. Zhao Wu nodded slightly, which was taken as agreement. There was nowhere more suitable. This was the only tunnel around. Boom! Boom! The vehicle entered the tunnel. Zhao Wu picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, Number 5, how many soul-devouring beasts are following behind you? Sizzle, there are probably 20 or 30 left. 20 or 30 isn't a lot. We can handle it. Number 5, move your car sideways to block their way. Yes. Zhao Wu slowed down, and the vehicles following behind him also slowed down. The last small truck simply turned its steering wheel and moved sideways, blocking the soul-eating beast's path. The tunnel was originally designed for train traffic and is not very wide. The small truck was large enough to block the entire tunnel. Pung, pung, pung. The soul-eating beast crashed into the vehicle with a loud bang. Zhao Wu and the others hurriedly got out of the car, took out their sharp knives, and stood in the tunnel, waiting for the soul-devouring beast to arrive. Pung, pung, pung. The soul-eating beast slammed the truck aside and then charged toward Zhao Wu and the others. Everyone kill these soul-devouring beasts here. Yes. Zhao Wu led the charge, his embroidered spring blade slicing a charging, soul-devouring beast in two. The soul-eating beast struggled for a moment, but ultimately failed to stand up. At its cut point, a layer of blue spiritual energy enveloped it. It hinders their regeneration. The soul-devouring beasts that rushed and lost their immortality and were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Even the E-rank magical beasts of the First World might be more powerful than they are now. In no time, Zhao Wu and his group had wiped out 20 or 30 soul-devouring beasts. Zhao Wu alone killed nearly 10 heads. If people from another world saw this scene, they would be astonished. This group of people killed 20 or 30 soul-devouring beasts without a single one dying or even getting injured. Even more surprisingly, the soul-eating beast could actually be killed. The power system has been shut down. The weapon system has been shut down. The hatch at the back of the mecha opened, and Zhang San jumped out. Everyone keep quiet. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and carefully found a place to lie down and rest. There are still soul-devouring beasts outside. This tunnel acts like a natural speaker, amplifying the sounds inside. One night passed. In the early morning, Zhao Wu raised his arm and looked at his watch. It's 7 a.m., but the tunnel is still pitch black. Only a sliver of light could be seen coming from the direction of the exit not far away. Get up, everyone get ready. At Zhao Wu's command, the soldiers lying on the ground immediately stood up. Captain Zhang, take 2 men to check the cave entrance. Yes. Zhang Jingguo didn't say much and directly selected 2 people to walk towards the entrance. The rest of you, pack up yourselves and we'll set off in half an hour. The people around started to move and clean up yesterday's battlefield. Various vehicles began maintenance and repairs. Fill up the gas tank. Zhao Wu took advantage of this time to open the portal. Zhao Wu, why'd it take you so long to come back? Chun Guoming happened to be in the plaza of the underground base when he saw Zhao Wu enter through the teleportation portal and went to greet him. General, what a coincidence you're here. Are there any difficulties in the second world? It was all right. Nothing serious happened. For word sum up what happened last night. It was indeed a close call. The dragon's attack forced his group to leave Willow Nail Town. Fortunately, at that time, Phylong was focused on attacking the people in the city and did not pursue them. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Although the car subsequently leaked oil, they were fortunate enough to find a tunnel from which they could escape. Qin Guomin did not ask for details, but the details can be seen through the recording device later. Is there anything new this time you came back? Yes, we acquired the mechs. Mechs? Chun Guomin exclaimed in surprise, immediately attracting the attention of those around him. Chapter 1:10 The Woman in the Zombie Horde. Mecha. The Otherworld Development Department even got their hands on this thing. Wow, that's amazing. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to pilot one of these mechs in the future. Go away, all of you. Get out of here. Chun Guoming chased away the people who had gathered around. Time is tight, so I won't go into details. You guys should put some cushioning material in front of the portal, otherwise it'll be bad if someone bumps into it. As Zhao Wu spoke, he returned to the second world and directed Zhang San to drive the mecha toward the portal. The mech slowly glided towards the portal, and Zhang San jumped off just as he was about to reach it. Using its wheels, the mech slid into the portal using its momentum. The people in the plaza saw a mech coming through the portal and immediately surrounded it. Wow, it really is a mecha. It's so cool. Look at its rusty appearance. It must have been through quite a few battles. They didn't know that this was just a level 1 civilian mech. Strange. Why doesn't this mech have a head? Yes, no wonder I felt something was off. It turns out this is the problem. The mech was over 2 meters tall, but the portal was only 2 meters tall, so the mech's head was cut off by the portal. Zhao Wu didn't have much time, so this was the only simple and crude way to transport them. Picking up the mech head from the ground, Zhao Wu threw it directly into the portal. Chun Guomin stared speechlessly at the approaching mecha. This Zhao Wu was being far too casual. Once the handover was complete, Zhao Wu immediately closed the portal. At this moment, Zhang Jingguo, who had initially gone out to investigate, ran back. We must set off immediately. The zombie horde is coming. A zombie horde? How could it appear here? Zhao Wu exclaimed in surprise. This place is far from the city center. Shouldn't zombie hordes be in the city? Without a second thought, everyone boarded the armored vehicles and prepared to pass through the entrance. The fuel tank of car number 4 has been simply repaired to prevent leaks temporarily. There's no better way to handle this now. Boom! Boom! The engine roared to life again. Zhao Wu glanced behind him. Several vehicles were already ready. He was the first to rush out. Since it's a tunnel, let's head towards the other exit. There's no need to go out through the zombie-infested entrance again. The vehicle drove for several hundred meters before seeing another exit, where there were still many zombies. Good heavens, just how big is this zombie horde? It's all over here. Zhao Wu couldn't help but sigh, realizing he had run several hundred meters. Upon hearing the engine sound, the zombies swarmed around it. Many zombies had already climbed up and were frantically biting at the iron railings of the armored vehicle. The movements were just like those of a rock musician. Activate the power grid, Zhao Wu said. Upon hearing this, Zhang San flipped a switch on the vehicle. Instantly, the iron railings surrounding this armored vehicle are filled with high-voltage electricity. The zombies that climbed up were immediately electrocuted and fell to the ground. Damn it, all these zombies are blocking my view. Zhao Wu's car windshield was covered in shattered zombie fragments, and when the wipers swished through it, the entire windshield turned red. Start the excavator. Good. Zhang San then flipped another switch. A pointed triangle extends from the front of the vehicle's chassis, with something protruding in the middle. It can knock the zombies in front of the car to the sides. This way it won't block the road, and as an assault vehicle, this function is essential. 5 armored vehicles soared through the sea of zombies, like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. These zombies seemed quite disciplined. Zhao Wu muttered to himself. Aside from zombies near the vehicle constantly obstructing its path, zombies from other areas were not attracted. Just watching myself from afar. It was as if someone had ordered them to wait in place. Is there anyone who can control these zombies? Suddenly, Zhao Wu seemed to spot a blonde woman among the zombie horde not far away. The zombies surrounded her, but they didn't attack her. The vehicle sped past, and when I turned around again, it was already out of sight. Zhang San, did you see someone just now? Zhao Wu asked. No, there's no one here. It's full of zombies. Besides, how could zombies possibly spare the living? Strange, could I have seen wrong? Zhao Wu was confused for a moment, but then he thought about it and realized that it was normal for him to have made a mistake among so many zombies. Maybe it's a fresh zombie, which is why it looks a bit like a human. Zhao Wu didn't think much of it and continued driving forward. Among the horde of zombies outside the tunnel, a blonde woman watched Zhao Wu leave. She frowned, surprised that a convoy would come to this remote, desolate place. But it seems he didn't come to see her. Then there's no need for that. I heard that the celestial dragons have come down from not far away. It's time to go and see. The blonde woman walked forward, and the horde of zombies followed suit. Zhao Wu's convoy drove through the horde of zombies and then headed toward the country road. Zhang Xin searched for a while before finding the original road. If we walk another half a day, we'll probably reach the territory of my previous organization. Zhao Wu nodded. Once they arrived and found the medicine, they could take off the protective suits. Just then, the sound of a car engine came from not far behind. Several huge off-road vehicles followed behind Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu picked up the car's walkie-talkie and shouted, "What's going on?" "Sizzle, there are several vehicles from this world following us, and they're even spitting fire." Zhao Wu looked ahead. At the end of the road stretched an endless wasteland plain. "Prepare to activate nitrous oxide. Whatever they are, get away from them." Yes. The vehicle following behind was a large SUV that was nearly 3 meters tall, with huge tires even larger than Zhao Wu's car. "Boss, see, I was right. These people are going to find Xinghe organization name." The one referred to as the boss nodded. "This man is the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, who was almost killed by Zhao Wu not long ago. But he survived. He then mobilized his own people, determined to kill Zhao Wu and the others. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell the hatred in his heart. But in this vast wasteland, where can one find it? One of his underlings thought they would go after the Star River organization, because this is the only organization in the vicinity that has the medicine. They're wearing protective suits. They must be special forces." Surprisingly, he was right. "Crush them to death. I'll show them the consequences of offending me," roared the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang. "Yes, boss." The massive off-road vehicle began to accelerate, its engine roaring through the sky. Not only that, the car was also equipped with a subwoofer, which was currently playing deafening heavy metal music. The sound of the electric guitar was so loud it hurt my eardrums. This is a kind of momentum. "Boss, the road ahead is flat and open. These vehicles definitely can't get away." The henchman next to him chuckled and continued, "These few old-fashioned vehicles probably use obsolete engines. How could they possibly compare to our V16 engine?" I stepped on the gas and he drove off. Chapter 1:11 The Celestial Dragons Arrive. I was stunned. I hadn't even stepped on the gas yet, and the cars in front of me were already flying. He darted away in an instant. They ran away. The eldest brother straightened up and took a look, and wow. These cars are indeed from the old era, but they do have accelerators. The car has jet nozzles at the rear, similar to those on a fighter jet, and uses a gas accelerator. The speed increased dramatically. Let yourself and others suffer in the process. Damn it, it's just a gas acceleration device. If it weren't for the apocalypse, how could they have escaped? There are many ways to accelerate this world. Nitrogen acceleration like this is already considered a relatively outdated technology. But after the apocalypse, these things were disrupted. Next time, we absolutely have to get an accelerator from the celestial dragons. But it's too late to say anything now. Zhao Wu, who is not far away, has already turned into a series of small black dots. It gradually disappeared. I'll turn on the tracker and chase them to the ends of the earth. I'll catch up with them. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang punched the passenger seat. Yes, the younger brother released a tracking drone, which then slowly followed behind Zhao Wu and the others. The drone's holographic projection can reveal all of Zhao Wu's whereabouts. No matter where he runs, as long as he continues to use these vehicles, he will inevitably be caught. After Zhao Wu's convoy flew a distance away, he turned off the nitro boost once he was sure he had shaken off the group. Luckily, there's a plane here. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Zhang said. Zhao Wu nodded. This post-apocalyptic individual was followed by a convoy. His intentions were obvious. They definitely have ideas. As for why they targeted him, it's probably because they had their eyes on the supplies in the truck behind him. It could also be the daily activity of rioters in the neighborhood. They specialize in robbing and plundering. Regardless of which one it is, it's safe now. Zhao Wu drove leisurely, then turned into a side road. Looting City. This place was attacked by a combined attack from a flying dragon and a soul-devouring beast at night. By daybreak, the prison's windbreak area was littered with corpses. At dawn, prison guards came out of the building and threw the mutilated corpses out of the prison. Beneath the wall lurked hordes of menacing zombies. Seeing the people on the wall, they rushed forward, some even stepping on their companions. They were then knocked to the ground by the corpses thrown down from above. The corpse attracted a large number of zombies, and soon they surrounded it completely. I'm exhausted, this is the last one. The prison guards did some stretching exercises. They've been busy since morning. The bodies in the prison have finally been cleared out. At that moment, they stood on the wall and saw what appeared to be a convoy approaching in the distance. The lead vehicle was a wheel-less floating vehicle. This type of vehicle does not need tires and can float in the air at a height of about half a meter. It relies on jet technology, similar to that of jet aircraft, but can float continuously and effectively. A man wearing an oxygen mask was sitting in the car, while a burly man was driving. Several vehicles followed behind, carrying a considerable amount of supplies. A celestial dragon, the guard exclaimed, then ran towards his boss's office. He had seen this kind of car a few months ago. That wheel-less floating vehicle is equipment unique to the celestial dragons. This levitation technology has been discontinued on the ground. Only in the Sky City do we still have the complete equipment and materials to manufacture it. The celestial dragons. They've really come. The warden was shocked and hurriedly ran out of his office to stand outside the prison to greet them. The wheel-less floating vehicle drove directly into the Rivet City. Line up, welcome. Everyone performed the standard courtesy, placing their hands on their hearts. The warden stood cautiously beside the wheel-less floating vehicle, waiting. The car window rolled down, and the celestial dragon turned to the warden, saying, "What's going on here? You seemed perfectly normal last time you came." The celestial dragons still had transparent breathing hoods covering their heads. They disdained to share the same air with these commoners. That would damage their image. The warden hurriedly said, "Yesterday we were attacked by flying dragons, and we lost some of the merchants who came to trade. We are now dealing with yesterday's mess." "Flying dragons, huh? Those are quite troublesome," the celestial dragon said slowly. Even the celestial dragons don't have a good way to deal with flying dragons. They are too numerous and troublesome, and they have both sight and hearing. In addition, the soul-devouring beast possesses an immortal body. Fortunately, these guys can't fly very high, otherwise Sky City would be in danger. But who knows if a soul-devouring beast that can fly even higher will appear in the future. These soul-eating beasts seem to be constantly evolving. The celestial dragon waved to the warden. The warden hurriedly went over and opened the car door, then lay down on the ground and remained motionless. The celestial dragons stepped off the vehicle, standing on the warden's back. The soldiers in formation swallowed hard at the sight. Some of them were new recruits. No one has ever seen the Sky City before. Seeing the arrogant warden being used as a stepping stone, his worldview crumbled. Good heavens, these people are terrifying. Even the warden does this. After the celestial dragons came down, the warden hurriedly stood up and walked behind them. "What's your name again?" the celestial dragon asked. "My name is Zhang Ping," the warden said respectfully. "Are the things I asked you to prepare ready?" the celestial dragon asked. "Everything is ready, sir. Please follow me." The warden walked ahead with his head down, while the celestial dragons slowly followed behind. His bodyguards and others stayed close behind him, carefully observing their surroundings. The warden led the celestial dragons and the others to a room. He then opened the door and said, "There are a total of 128 workers and 30 tons of various resources. These items were used by the warden to trade with the celestial dragons. Only by acquiring the celestial dragons' technology and products can they survive in this apocalyptic world." The celestial dragon nodded slightly, and someone next to him entered the room to check the quantity. The celestial dragon looked at the warden, momentarily forgetting his name. "Oh, my name is Xiaoping." "Xiaoping, right? What do you want to exchange this time?" "I'd like to exchange for food and some defensive weapons." If they can stop the dragons, that would be even better, the warden said respectfully. Flying dragon is the only headache for the prison authorities. The towering walls are impervious to zombies, and the soul-eating beasts only need to remain silent. But wyverns are really too troublesome. The walls can't block it. It still has eyesight. Then I'll give you one. Before the celestial dragon could finish speaking, the red alarm lights in the prison began to illuminate, and it was accompanied by a wailing alarm. What's going on? The celestial dragon asked the warden in front of him. The warden was equally baffled. Wait a moment, let me ask. The warden used brainwaves to contact the captain of the guards in charge of security. Then sweat slowly appeared on his face. Chapter 112, so what is the price? The celestial dragons, observing this, asked, has something unusual happened? Well, apparently a horde of zombies is moving this way, the warden said truthfully. A zombie horde? The celestial dragon seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Let's go take a look first. Yes. Led by the warden, the group passed through the exercise area again and arrived at the top of the wall. Not far away, thousands upon thousands of corpses are marching towards this direction in an orderly fashion. The agents on the wall were all astonished. It was as if a well-trained army was approaching, not a horde of zombies. Strange, these zombies seem weird. The warden had never seen anything like it. Zhaoping, you should be fine with this, right? Please rest assured, Lord Tianlong, these are not soul-devouring beasts or flying dragons. How could they possibly break through our walls? The celestial dragon smiled and then nodded. Zhao Wu's convoy continued driving, stopping to refuel along the way. Zhao Wu and his group didn't need to worry about supplies or food. Anyway, Zhao Wu can return to Earth at any time. Major Zhao, the location of the Star River organization, is just around the corner. Zhang Sen pointed to the road ahead. The vehicle turned left at the fork in the road. We drove for a short while and then saw a town ahead. The town wasn't large. Before the apocalypse, it was probably just a county-level city. After entering the city, Zhao Wu always felt that many eyes were staring at him. There were many zombies on the road, but thanks to the electric grid, they posed no threat to the convoy. The car drove along Zhang San's route and arrived in front of several tall buildings. The gaps between the buildings have been blocked with metal plates, vehicles, and other materials to ward off zombie harassment. Between the two buildings is a movable iron gate, which serves as the main entrance. Many sandbags and barricades blocked the road, leaving only a narrow passage for a single vehicle to pass. Who are you? The guards on guard stood on the wall and raised their air rifles at Zhao Wu and the others. If Zhao Wu and his group make any suspicious move, they will be met with a barrage of air bullets. In the apocalypse, do not allow any suspicious persons to approach the base. If Zhao Wu hadn't come in a convoy, he would probably have been killed here by now. Don't be nervous. We just want to make a deal with your boss. Zhao Wu's first vehicle was equipped with a horn that could amplify sound. Zhao Wu said, sitting in the car. The zombies nearby heard the noise and came over, but in the blink of an eye, Zhang Jingguo and another commando wielded air pistols and broke their legs. Trade? The guard frowned. Although people from other organizations sometimes come to trade, they are all familiar faces. They're all in this small town. This was the first time they had seen Zhao Wu's vehicle, and it was clearly not someone their boss knew. However, if a transaction is made, it cannot be left unreported. If it causes a major incident, then one will be sold off like a vegetable. Wait a moment, I'll go in and inform them. Within the Star River organization, Leader Star River was on the top floor of the central building of the base, looking down at the strange phenomenon at the entrance. From the building he was in, he could see directly across the entire base. When he has nothing to do, he likes to stay here and look down on all living beings. He saw the last truck of Zhao Wu's convoy. There seemed to be quite a lot of things on it, and the surface was covered with a waterproof tarpaulin. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The guards at the door came in. Boss, there's someone at the door. I saw it. Do you know which organization it belongs to? I don't know. I've never seen it before. The vehicles are from the old era. They probably aren't anything special, the guard whispered. Should we? The guard's meaning was clear. Should they just kill and rob? Xinghe turned around to face the guards, his face turning cold. Are you teaching me how to do things? No, boss, The guard's voice grew softer and softer. He then knelt down, trembling, and said, Boss, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Let them in, and you go to the kitchen and cut off your own arm. Take this as a lesson. What are arms used for? They could be eaten or sold. The guards at the gate didn't dare say anything and left immediately. Zhao Wu and his group saw the base gates open and then drove their armored vehicles into the Star River organization. Someone directed the parking, and Zhao Wu and the others parked in the innermost spot. Leaving this position would probably take some time. No one is allowed to carry weapons. Lin Chun, an official at the Xinghe base, was in charge of this task. Seriously, officer? I can't even bring this knife. Zhao Wu raised his embroidered spring knife. The guard looked at Lin Chun, and Lin Chun nodded in agreement. It's just a knife. Its air defense field can detect human movements. Weapons from the old era couldn't harm them, let alone these swords and knives. It's fine to let them keep it. If the relationship becomes too strained, it will actually prevent a proper transaction. As long as the air gun remains, that's fine. Zhao Wu and the others handed over the air pistols and submachine guns, which were of little use to them. It's paid, so be it. After all, I didn't come here to cause trouble. My primary goal was to obtain the medicine. Seeing that Zhao Wu and the others were no longer armed, Lin Chun led them to the first floor of the building. Not long after, a man came down from the elevator in the building. He is Xinghe, the leader of the Xinghe organization. Everyone, why are you dressed like this? Xinghe frowned as he looked at Zhao Wu and the others. The people in front of me were all wearing protective suits, a stark contrast to the people in my own organization around me. I'm sorry, I can't disclose that for personal reasons. Zhao Wu answered directly. Since we're here to make a deal, we need to be confident. With Xinghe right in front of him, Zhao Wu was 100% confident he could take him down in 3 seconds. These are the henchmen who are aiming air guns at themselves. It can't penetrate one's own spiritual energy at all, so it's not very effective. Xinghe smiled upon hearing this, his firm attitude leaving him somewhat puzzled. Could they be people organized by other nearby cities? Since you're here to trade, just tell me what you want to trade. We want to trade your potion. The medicine, once administered, will grant immunity to the world's radiation and toxic gases. We'll never have to wear this annoying protective suit again. Then, your every move won't seem so strange. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's words, Xinghe stroked his chin and smiled. Their own potions are indeed very attractive, and many people come here to buy them. Because they control the pharmaceutical production base themselves. The building in the very center of the territory was originally a biological experimentation site before the apocalypse. Although it's not a factory, it still contains production equipment. It is capable of producing small quantities of standard-compliant pharmaceuticals. Yes, you can have it. Xinghe responded casually. So what is the price? Zhao Wu asked, looking at the starry river before him. Chapter 1:13 Zombie Siege. Looting City. The warden stood on the wall and wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. The prison is now completely surrounded by zombies. They launched their attack in an organized and disciplined manner. Although they had air weapons with unlimited ammunition, they still couldn't withstand such a massive horde of zombies. Moreover, this weapon can't kill them. At most, it can cripple them. But that won't work. Even if they only have half a body left, they will still crawl on the ground towards the prison, to contribute one's own strength to the besieging horde of zombies. These hordes of zombies formed human walls, cooperating with each other. They attempted to climb over the towering wall. A guard blasted a group of zombies apart with a single shot, then said, "I've seen zombies for so long, and this is the first time I feel that zombies can be even more terrifying than soul eaters." "Stop talking, keep your breathing rhythm and fire," the captain shouted desperately. "It's a matter of life and death." Even with full-speed shooting, quite a few zombies are still about to climb up the wall. The guards stopped talking and continued firing rapidly at the zombies below the wall, maintaining their breathing rhythm. The horde of zombies was growing larger and larger. Some were even able to reach the top of the wall and drag a careless guard down with them. Help me." Before he could finish speaking, the guard was swallowed up by the sea of zombies. He will be torn to pieces by zombies. Not far from Looting City, a blonde woman was mingling among a horde of zombies, observing everything before her. She saw the wheelless floating vehicle in the exercise area of the prison's iron gate. "So the celestial dragons still came," the blonde woman murmured. "She's going to make those celestial dragons pay the price." All the zombies began their attack on the weakest point in the defenses, the entrance. There were only 2 iron gates there, and they weren't even as tall as the surrounding wall. It is the easiest place to breach. Oh no, they're attacking the main gate. Everyone, fire towards the main gate. The The warden stood atop the wall, directing operations. He was already in a complete mess. Why are there so many troublesome things happening lately? Last night, I was attacked by a combined attack from a flying dragon and a soul-devouring beast. Then, the celestial dragons arrived that morning. In the afternoon, they encountered zombies that seemed to be alive. Is this a case of Mercury retrograde? Young Master Jinsheng, I think there's something strange about these zombies. It's as if something in this Willow Nail City is attracting them. The bodyguard next to the celestial dragon spoke to him respectfully. The celestial dragons all share the surname Jean, but not all celestial dragons share the surname Jean. The celestial dragons in each of the sky cities have different surnames, and they all know each other. The celestial dragons in this area are controlled by the Jean family. The celestial dragon in front of them was named Jean Sheng, the third son of the Jean family. You guys should give them a hand, otherwise this prison will be breached. From now on, we'll have one less supplier, Jin Sheng said to his guard. Yes. The bodyguards on guard duty said nothing more and immediately reached into their pockets. They then took out several capsules and threw them on the open ground below. Pum! After a dull thud, several mechs appeared on the open ground. Wow, capsule compression technology, the warden exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. This is the latest technological product developed by the celestial dragons. Capsule technology can compress and store any non-living object, making it easy to carry. However, the larger the volume of an object, the more difficult it becomes to compress. Current compression technology has reached its limit in terms of compressing mechs. There are a total of 5 mechs, all gray in color, with the character Jean written in regular script on each mech's arm. It represents the symbol of this family. The mecha is about 4 meters tall, which is considered a relatively large mecha. It needs to be lifted to the central command room via the rear elevator platform. 5 bodyguards stepped down from the wall and onto the open ground to start up the mechs. The power system has been activated. Weapon system activated. Defense system activated. Flight system activated. A series of mecha notifications caused the prison guards on the wall to gasp in surprise. These mechs are all superior to second-generation mechs. That's a third-generation mecha. No one had ever seen such an awesome mech before. It's so cool. This is the first time I've seen a mecha with so many components. Yes, with these mechs, we'll have no problem holding out until nightfall. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd, and their hope for survival was rekindled. It's already afternoon, and evening is just around the corner. At night, the soul-eating beasts will come out to hunt. Then these zombies will find a place to hide on their own. They can finally rest now. They've had a very tiring day. They move corpses during the day and fight zombies in the afternoon. As the mechs started up, 5 mechs, their backs spitting flames, flew over the prison walls and arrived outside. Numerous zombies began crawling towards the mech's legs, tearing at the metal shell with their claws and teeth. They actually made us fight zombies. I don't know what Lord Tianlong was thinking. A bodyguard complained in a low voice. These third-generation mechs are usually used to deal with mutated soul-devouring beasts. They don't even need to be deployed against ordinary soul-devouring beasts. I never imagined I'd be using it to fight these low-level zombies. Despite complaining, her body quickly got moving. Weapons are not needed to deal with these zombies. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed all the zombies climbing up the wall. With a powerful kick, he sent all the zombies clinging to him and gnawing at him flying into the air. They have weapons, but don't use them. They're just playing around. The addition of 5 mechs greatly reduced the defensive pressure on the prison. 5 mechs guarded 4 walls, and 1 was guarding the main entrance. These mechs are amazing. They're much more powerful than the ones we have here. Exactly. The warden has always treasured his near third-generation mecha to the extreme, but compared to these, it's all trash. Several guards took a quick break during their spare time. Just take a few breaths now, and then to interrupt the zombies climbing the wall. As expected, they've deployed the third-generation mechs. Well then, let me show you. The blonde woman in the horde of zombies smiled when she saw the mecha. Then the zombies next to her started moving and headed towards the 5 mechs. The mechs, who were kicking zombies, suddenly sensed something was amiss. Another group of zombies appeared not far away, their target seemingly not the wall, but themselves. The zombies climbed onto the mech's thighs, and then many small spiders crawled out of their bodies. How disgusting. One of the mech pilots saw this and kicked him directly. The zombies flew into the sky, scattering countless tiny spiders. The little spiders crawled on the mecha, then scurried into the gaps between its joints. They wreaked havoc inside the mech, biting off all the data cables. Gradually, the mechs felt their movements slowing down. Strange, why do I feel like I can't move these mechs? One of the pilots exclaimed. Then his brainwaves received signals from his companions. It turns out that it wasn't just him. All the mechs slowed down. Chapter 114, The Potion is in Hand. Galaxy Thug Base. Inside the first floor of the Biological Research Institute building, Xinghe was particularly interested in the people in front of him. He then said, "We'll talk about the cost of the drug later. What I'm interested in right now is, who are you people?" Zhao Wu began to deceive people, following his previous words. If you want a criminal organization to serve you wholeheartedly, then your background must be stronger. They were so powerful that these thugs dared not offer any resistance. What is the most prestigious thing in the world? Those are celestial dragons. We are from Sky City. Xinghe froze on the spot, truly startled by what he heard. He then chuckled, realizing that there were quite a few people in this world who pretended to be celestial dragons just to survive. But Xinghe was the leader of a thug organization and one of the few people who knew of the Jin family's existence. "You said you're from Sky City, so can you tell me your last name?" Xinghe said casually. At the same time, his brainwaves were already sending signals to his subordinates. All the air guns were raised at the same time, their target being Zhao Wu and his group. But strangely, Xinghe couldn't quite figure it out. The people in front of him were held at gunpoint, but remained unmoved, seemingly not worried at all that they would be harmed. What kind of confidence is this? Are they really celestial dragons? Or do they have other trump cards to save their lives? Or is this just a show? Zhao Wu stepped forward and said, "That's right, we are celestial dragons, and our surname is Long." A celestial dragon, surnamed Long? Xinghe gave a cold laugh, all her previous worries vanishing. Does this guy think that all celestial dragons have the surname Dragon? Celestial dragons is just a code name. The celestial dragons in this region are surnamed Nishiki. I'm sorry, but others might actually be fooled by you, but I won't fall for it. The celestial dragons in this area are surnamed Jin. Xinghe said, staring at Zhao Wu in front of him. He remained calm as always, and his words did not frighten them. Who said we're the celestial dragons of this region? Zhao Wu shouted. Still putting on airs? Where's your family crest? Where's your mech? Where's your wheel-less floating vehicle? Xinghe posed 3 questions in a row. If Zhao Wu's forceful stance hadn't aroused a suspicion, he would have killed all of them long ago. That's not a question you should be asking. But I have a way to prove I'm a celestial dragon. As Zhao Wu spoke, he waved to someone behind him. A soldier handed Zhao Wu a backpack. Xinghe noticed a hint of suspicion in Zhao Wu's expression as he saw him carrying a backpack. He wondered how the man in front of him could prove his identity. Then he saw Zhao Wu take out a bottle of Coke and a bottle of Sprite. Xinghe was stunned. He never imagined that the world would still have these two things. Identity can be faked, but supplies cannot. The person in front of you who can produce Sprite and Coke must be a celestial dragon. Even if they aren't celestial dragons, it's still a powerful organization. If someone of that caliber wanted to eliminate him, a single shot from their main cannon would probably wipe him out along with the entire base. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't know you were so amazing. Xinghe bowed his head to Zhao Wu, admitting his mistake and apologizing for his previous attitude. Meanwhile, sweat was beading on his face as he worried that Zhao Wu would blame him for his previous actions. Zhao Wu simply patted Xinghe on the shoulder and said, "You are very cautious. I am very satisfied. Get rid of everyone who knows we exist. I don't want anyone to know we're here." Yes. Xinghe hurriedly went down to make arrangements, and all the dozen or so people present saw the presence of the cola. Then they cannot live. Not long after, Zhao Wu and the others heard the sound of an air gun outside the door, and bursts of screams. The screams gradually faded away, and Xinghe ran in through the main gate. "Well done. Here's the Coke for you." Zhao Wu tossed the cola from his backpack to Xinghe, who caught it with trembling hands. He hadn't had this in a long time. To be precise, I haven't drunk it since the apocalypse. At first, people were still trading, but 4 years had passed since the apocalypse, and even expired Coke had long been consumed. Xinghe held the cola and looked at Zhao Wu, unsure of what to do. "Drink up. There are still many things I need you to do after you finish drinking." "Yes." Xinghe stopped talking and simply unscrewed the bottle cap. The cola made a pop sound. "Thumbs up." Xinghe picked up the cola and started drinking. By the time he realized what had happened, the bottle of cola was empty, It tastes so good, I couldn't resist it for a moment. I wonder what you want me to do, sir? Xinghe asked respectfully. Zhao Wu held up one finger and said, "First, prepare some medicine for me. Give me 30 sticks first, and as many as you have left. Of course we will provide you with the corresponding supplies. The celestial dragons are not robbers, they are traders. They'll work even harder if you give them a little something extra now and then. Since I'm going to pretend to be a celestial dragon, I might as well make it look convincing. Yes, I will definitely take care of it for you, sir. Second, give me all the paper files from your base, every single one." "Paper files?" Xinghe looked bewildered, then said, "Since you want it, I will have my men search the base thoroughly. Third, give me an air defense force field and all kinds of air guns, one of each." Clear. For the time being, Zhao Wu had Xinghe handle these three matters. The first thing to do is to solve the problem of protective clothing on our side. The second thing was to understand what was happening in this world, but Zhao Wu didn't have high hopes for it. These people are good at robbing and looting, but it's probably impossible for them to keep paper files. But something is better than nothing. Who knows? There might be an unexpected surprise. The third thing was to take it to Earth for research. If the air defense force field can be thoroughly studied, then all individual attacks on Earth will be nullified. A single soldier from the Dragon Kingdom can be invincible on the battlefield. It's like having a cheat code. Not long after, Xinghe arrived at Zhao Wu's side with 30 potions. "My lord, these are the 30 potions you requested." Zhao Wu took it and said, "1 bottle of water for 3 potions. You'll get your share of the benefits." "Thank you very much, sir." Xinghe was both surprised and delighted. Exchanging 1 bottle of water for 3 potions was definitely a sure win. This further fueled Xinghe's desire to curry favor with a powerful figure. "Prepare a place for us to rest. We'll be staying here for a few days." "Yes." Xinghe led Zhao Wu and the others to the 5th floor of the building, and then evacuated everyone from the entire building. Only Zhao Wu and 22 others were on the entire 5th floor. Everyone looked at the medicine in front of them. Was this the product that could protect against radiation and toxic gases after use? But who should try first? Chapter 115, Your Mech is Mine. On the other side, there's Looting City. The war between zombies and humans continues. Because of the mechanical spiders, all the 3rd-generation mechs that were originally able to drive away zombies are now paralyzed. The 3rd-generation mech has a tough outer shell, but like most mechs, it is extremely vulnerable when attacked from the inside. If the spider breaks the data connections at each location, then it becomes a pile of scrap metal. The driver, sitting in the driver's seat, was greatly alarmed. This had never happened before. Zombies had crawled all over the mech, some even lying at the entrance of the cabin, baring their teeth and claws at you. "Lord Tianlong, what should we do?" The driver made contact with Jin Sheng via brainwaves. "Don't panic. I've already contacted the city lord, and they'll be sending a rescue team soon." Jin Sheng comforted the driver in front of him. Then he looked up at the sky. The Sky City in the sky is moving and will reach the airspace above the prison in about 30 minutes. Then I'll be able to go back home. Without the help of the mechs, the zombies quickly gathered again at the walls and entrance, and many of them had already climbed over the walls and rushed towards the guards. The warden panicked. The zombies had already piled up to the height of the walls. Behind them, a continuous stream of zombies leaped over their companions and pounced on them. It's impossible to hold on any longer. "Warden, what are you waiting for? Get us into the building right now." The bodyguard next to Jin Sheng was somewhat annoyed by the scene. Yes, I was so busy I forgot." The warden wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he led Jin Sheng down the wall and headed towards the prison's administration building. Given the current situation, it is no longer possible to protect the outer layer of the prison. They could only temporarily retreat to the prison administration building. Then seal off all the entrances. No matter how powerful those zombies are, can they eat bricks? If it can eat bricks, then it has the guts to eat the whole wall. After entering the management building, Jin Sheng and his bodyguards headed straight for the rooftop. The city guards entered the building one by one. The walls had completely fallen. Many zombies climbed the wall and performed a leap of faith. Some of them broke their leg bones and crawled on the ground when they jumped down. Some fell on top of their companions, got up, and ran towards the building. Seal off all entrances. Seal off the tempered glass areas too. At the warden's command, all the guards began searching the building for things to block the exits. We used everything, chairs, tables, you name it. Now everything should be foolproof, right? The warden nodded with satisfaction as he saw that all the exits had been blocked. In this way, the crisis is over. Then he remembered that the celestial dragon was still on the roof, so he hurriedly ran up there. The building has 5 floors and was used as the office space for many prison guards before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, this place was transformed into a residence and a storage point for supplies. The warden ran to the roof and saw Jinsheng bracing himself against the wall, looking down below. Below, hordes of zombies were howling. They wanted to pull the people off the roof. Not far away, a blonde woman walked towards the prison. Huh? How can anyone survive among a horde of zombies? The warden was stunned by what he saw. His entire worldview was shattered by the shock. Jinsheng was equally shocked. Even a celestial dragon had never seen such a scene. Wander freely among zombies without getting bitten. If the celestial dragons could acquire such abilities, they would truly be gods. Jinsheng relayed the information to the city lord of Sky City, who was also his father, Jin Tian. Jin Tian only replied with 2 words. Run. Jinsheng was stunned. Judging from his father's reply, he seemed to already know about the blonde woman's existence. But why make yourself run? The wheelless floating vehicle was still at the prison entrance, but it had already been overwhelmed by the zombie horde. Currently, the only way to escape is through the short-range aircraft inside the capsule. However, he decided to assess the situation first. You can run anytime you want. The blonde woman climbed onto the 3rd-generation mech, and then found the emergency brake button outside the mech's hatch. That woman actually knew where the emergency stop button was. Jinsheng was stunned. The development of the 3rd-generation mechs began before the apocalypse. But the end of the world had already come before it was even put into use. Currently, only Sky City possesses the technology for 3rd-generation mechs. Suddenly, a woman appeared who could ignore the zombie siege and was also very knowledgeable about the 3rd-generation mechs. Who exactly is this woman? The mech's hatch opened, and the pilot inside was completely dumbfounded. Good grief, how did my door suddenly open? A zombie's face was right in front of hers, and then it bit down on her nose. Ouch, my nose! The blonde woman grabbed her hair and pulled her out, saying, Bye-bye, little darling. Then, he threw her out. The zombies below were hit by the driver and looked completely bewildered. They then discovered it was a food delivery driver and immediately swarmed him, tearing at the driver. The blonde woman stood on the mecha's shoulder and glanced at Jinsheng on the rooftop. That woman seems to be able to control these zombies. This is incredible, Jinsheng exclaimed. No wonder these zombies are behaving so strangely. No wonder people say these zombies seem to have intelligence. Someone is directing them from behind the scenes. The blonde woman sat inside the mecha. Then the mech began to move slowly. The mechanical spiders inside the mech began to reconnect all the severed data cables, one by one. The power system has been restored. Weapon systems have been restored. The defense system has been restored. Flight system restored. The sound shocked everyone on the rooftop. The mech that was just immobile suddenly jumped up, its tail thrusters propelling it over the wall and landing in the prison's exercise area. How could this be? How did she bypass the mecha's biometric system? Jinsheng was completely dumbfounded. Everything before him was beyond his comprehension. Oh no, this mech can destroy this building, the warden exclaimed. The 4-meter-tall mech activated its secondary weapon system. A total of 8 157mm air cannons were aimed at the building wall. Sir, we must leave now, or it will be too late. The bodyguard next to Jinsheng was covered in sweat. There's no way this building can stop this mech. The walls will inevitably break down. At best, zombies will pour in through the opening, and at worst, the entire building will collapse. Jinsheng nodded, and then together with his bodyguards, he took out compressed capsules from his pockets. Pum! With a dull thud, the capsule transformed into a single-person short-range flying vehicle. Jinsheng and his bodyguards hurriedly put them on. Chapter 116, you want to go to Sky City? Actually, I want to go too. The level 3 mech next to the building has already completed air compression. Then 8 157mm air cannons fired at the building. Boom! 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 A series of loud bangs followed, and the entire building began to shake. Let's go! Jinsheng turned on the aircraft switch, and flames began to shoot out from the tail of the backpack, carrying Jinsheng and his bodyguards away from the building. Please take me with you, sir. The warden grabbed Jinsheng's leg, only to be kicked to the ground by Jinsheng. Get out of here, you bastard! The level 3 mech stared at Jin Chung as he flew away, and the blonde woman inside smiled. She couldn't possibly let the celestial dragons escape. The building in front of us was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. What she really needs to deal with are the celestial dragons flying in the air. At this moment, the main weapon of the level 3 mech was activated. The left arm is folded at the wrist, and a laser cannon extends from inside. The main weapon is ready to charge. Oh no, they're aiming at me. Jin Chung exclaimed in alarm. Then he saw a beam of intense light shining towards him. On the Sky City, a middle-aged man paced back and forth in the command room. Beside him were rows of sophisticated instruments. This was the power room of Sky City. They are responsible for maintaining the kinetic energy and the route of advance of Sky City. The Sky City's energy comes mostly from nuclear energy, with a small portion from light and bioenergy. Because there is no concern about nuclear leakage, nuclear energy is used as the primary energy source as much as possible. How much longer until we reach Luding City? The middle-aged man was Jin Tian, Jin Sheng's father. He sensed something was wrong when he learned through brainwaves that the blonde woman was there. Then the power unit was accelerated forward. According to the system's calculations, it will take approximately 15 more minutes to reach the target location. The commander in the power room stated truthfully. In 15 minutes, it will probably be time to collect Jin Sheng's body. Jin Tian was filled with regret. He should never have let his son go down there. But it's too late to say anything now. At that moment, a string in his mind suddenly snapped. She had lost contact with her son, Jin Sheng. He didn't need to think about what that meant. He leaned back wearily in his chair, looking somewhat lost. Lord City Lord, would you like to activate the acceleration channel? It is estimated to shorten the journey by 5 minutes, but energy consumption will increase by 30%. Therefore, we will shut down all energy supply to the residential area and part of the energy supply to the city center. The power room commander, who was in charge of directing the route, reported to the city lord. There's no need to go anymore. Jin Sheng is already dead, so there's no point in going anymore. The head of the power department didn't say much and left the city lord's side. Jin Tian straightened up and then used his brainwaves to send a signal to all the Sky City lords. That guy isn't dead yet. She's come for revenge. Galaxy Base. 5th floor of the central building. Zhao Wu and the others stared intently at the medicine in front of them. That's right, this is the medicine we administer. It can protect against radiation and poisonous gases. Zhang Xin stood up. He has already looked it over from top to bottom, and judging from its appearance alone, there is no problem. Zhao Wu nodded, then opened a portal. He picked up one of the potions and returned to Earth. He then found General Chen Guoming in the underground base. Zhao Wu. When Chen Guoming saw Zhao Wu approaching, he put down his work. You came here this time. General, we've obtained the potion. Zhao Wu raised the vial in his hand, which contained the medicine given to him by Xinghe. Oh, the general was surprised and walked over from his seat. He took the medicine from Zhao Wu and examined it closely. The medicine in the tube was colorless, just like water. Can such a single dose of medicine really protect against radiation and toxic gases? That's truly unbelievable. Since you brought this medicine, you must want to find someone to test it on, Chen Guoming said slowly. That's right. Using people in experiments is the fastest way to get results. Chen Guoming nodded, then picked up a phone from the table. A moment later, 2 guards let a man in. A transnational criminal, a serial killer, who should have been executed today, let him make his final contribution to the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Guoming said slowly. Zhao Wu nodded. There was indeed no need to keep such a person around. Pick up the vial in your hand, and then use a syringe to draw out the liquid. They plunged the needle into the condemned man's arm. The white liquid was injected into the syringe. Zhao Wu stared at the death row inmate's expression, seemingly without any discomfort. The next step is to take him to see the second world. Can it actually protect against radiation? Grant secondary privileges. Secondary privileges granted successfully. You can now travel to the second world via the portal. Zhao Wu nodded to Chen Guoming and then brought him into the second world. When Zhang Jingguo saw the portal light up and Zhao Wu walk out, he hurriedly went to greet him. How about it? You'll find out soon enough. Zhao Wu was followed by a person who was not wearing protective clothing. No one spoke. They all stared intently at the man. 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes. The death row inmate showed no abnormalities. He had a black cloth over his head, and his mouth was covered, and he didn't know where he was. It seems there's nothing else going on, Zhang Jianguo said to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu checked the time. It was almost evening. Next, it's the soul-devouring beast's turn. Knock him out. If he's still okay by tomorrow morning, we'll inject him with a drug. At that moment, the elevator lights up, leading to the 5th floor. The soldier guarding the elevator stood up, cautiously watching who was coming up. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm just here to deliver something. Xinghe stepped out of the elevator with his hands raised, indicating that he was not in any danger. Behind him were several base guards. They were somewhat surprised to see their leader like this. Xinghe, who is usually known as a ruthless person, is now acting like a quail. It's you. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Zhao Wu asked curiously. Sir, here are the things you wanted. I'll leave them here. Xinghe's sycophantic manner sent a chill down the spines of his underlings. They suspected that their boss had been switched by the person in front of them. Otherwise, why would he be laughing so slyly? Xinghe waved his hand, and the henchman next to him placed the things he was carrying on the table on the 5th floor. Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction and said, Speak. What do you want? You really can see through everything, sir. Well then, I'll just say it directly. As Xinghe was about to speak, he glanced at the guards next to him. After being glared at, they obediently took the elevator down and left the 5th floor. My lord, I wish to return to Sky City with you. Chapter 117 New News. Castle in the Sky? Zhao Wu was speechless for a moment. That thing doesn't even know how to get up there itself. How can it take you there? Why don't you go to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? In the future, even if there are planes, it will probably be impossible to get on. Since they can float in the air for 4 years, they must have some kind of defense mechanism. Now, this galaxy is actually asking me to take it up? Zhao Wu coughed twice and said, Do you want to be a vegetable or a worker? Sky City is very large and requires many people to maintain it. This part of the work is mostly done by workers in the above-ground society. In Sky City, the social hierarchy is as follows. Lord's lineage, celestial dragons. Collateral relatives of the Lord's lineage, honorary celestial dragons. Original city residents, honorary residents. Dogs, workers, novices. This sorting method. It could be said that in Sky City, even the natives' dogs had a higher status than the workers. Even so, there are still many people who want to become workers and move up the ranks. Although life there was a little worse, it was safe. However, most of the people who go up there can only be called novices because there is no need to replace workers unless they are damaged. Xinghe naturally didn't want to become a worker or a vegetable. He whispered, Could I be granted the title of honorary resident? Honorary residents, living on the outermost edge of the residential area, have a slightly higher status than dogs. Fortunately, they were able to survive, and their work was much easier than that of factory workers. They also have their own little place to live in. Galaxy's plan is to first obtain honorary residence, and then consider other things. Zhao Wu didn't speak. He just stared intently at Xinghe. Xinghe felt a chill run down his spine. I'm sorry, sir. I've been asking for too much. Zhao Wu then patted Xinghe on the shoulder and said, Your current status is already quite high. You're probably the most comfortable person living in this region. Why go to the Sky City, to be a lowly person? Zhao Wu asked, puzzled. You're right, sir, but life down there is uncertain, and who knows if I'll still be in this position tomorrow. Moreover, when facing soul-eating beasts and zombies, even if I am the leader, I am no different from an ordinary person. Xinghe was telling the truth. There are too many monsters on the ground. I might die one day. Moreover, his subordinates weren't truly loyal to him. They might be killed in their sleep one day. In comparison, Sky City is definitely safer and more reliable. Zhao Wu paused for a moment, then continued. Have you ever thought about building an underground city? This way, not only can you withstand attacks from zombies and soul-devouring beasts, but even flying dragons might not be able to detect you. Xinghe shook his head after listening. Going underground is indeed a good idea, but requires talent in the relevant fields. Moreover, materials and equipment are also key. Even after everything is ready, food, water, and other survival supplies remain the most important. Unless we can get a self-sufficiency system like Sky City. Otherwise, living underground is just a little safer. Thinking of this, Xinghe said tactfully, building an underground city required a lot of manpower, equipment, and materials, so since you're interested, I'll explain it to you in detail in a few days. Zhao Wu plans to use Xinghe as the base of the Dragon Kingdom. This way, we won't have to run around everywhere, and the 100 people provided by the base can be put to use. By digging underground and building underground bases, many attacks can be avoided. As for supplies and food, he didn't need to worry about them. We could just come up with some excuse to fool Xinghe. The key is the construction process. Work must absolutely not be done at night, as that will attract the attacks of the soul-eating beasts. However, working only during the day would take too long, and we also need to keep an eye on the movements of other organizations. If they find out that I'm building an underground city, they might just join forces and attack. Moreover, equipment and machinery are also problems. Before the portal was upgraded, a large amount of equipment could not be transported over. Building an underground city is not as simple as digging dirt. It requires the collaboration of experts from many related fields to create a design. Zhao Wu felt a headache coming on at the thought of this, and could only go back and discuss it with Dean Zhang that evening. I'll talk to Xinghe in detail in a few days. Xinghe understood Zhao Wu's meaning. Talking in a few days was just a way of telling him to leave now. Without saying anything more, he bid farewell to Zhao Wu in a friendly manner and took the elevator down. Zhang Jingguo leaned closer and asked, "Major Zhao, are you planning to use this as a base?" Zhao Wu nodded. "Let's discuss this later. You guys take a rest first. This is a rare opportunity." "Okay." Zhang Jingguo agreed and then went to rest. These soldiers from China were chatting in various places on the 5th floor, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Zhao Wuja stared at the things brought by the starry river before him. This used to be a biological experiment base. Therefore, there are many experimental logs, but most of them are useless. Only a few scientific journals and newspapers have a slight record of the above. As he looked around, Zhao Wu spotted a few useful pieces of information. In 2351, the population of several famous megacities had exceeded 90 million, a phenomenon that alarmed renowned scientists and scholars worldwide. Respected urbanization scientist Valentina Falco claims, "We need to pay more attention to changes in urban models, otherwise life in big cities will be destroyed, possibly in the next few months." In her recent speech, experts from different disciplines unanimously supported her views. In fact, many people believe that the irrational influx of people into cities has turned the areas outside the cities into veritable wastelands. Rural areas fallow, become arid, and completely lack the nutrients to sustain agricultural crops or wildlife. They believe that life on Earth would be destroyed as a result. On the other hand, the government maintains that these are alarmist activists whose views are unverified and that our current system is still under control. They decline to comment on reports of riots in low-income communities due to shortages of basic necessities. This message is from more than a decade ago. It's basically about the problem of overpopulation. However, it did not receive the attention of the government. The following year's report followed immediately. In 2352, governments around the world claimed that they could no longer provide their citizens with the most basic necessities of life. For most citizens, food and energy shortages are becoming a worrying reality. More importantly, these issues are complicating our shrinking healthcare and education systems, which in recent years have only been accessible to the wealthy. Despite some leaders taking radical measures in an attempt to control the situation, most academics say that any solution will be of little use and too late. Chapter 118, The Enemy, has come knocking. In 2355, world governments, who had been working together to solve the hunger crisis, had just announced a highly controversial policy. They claimed that the bodies of recently deceased people can be recycled and are safe to eat. Currently, large-scale processing plants are being built around the world to produce food using corpses as raw materials. The new human protein processor, HPP, will use an efficient and low-cost model to provide food, mainly protein, to a large population. The passage of the new regulations will also allow the government to execute criminals, disabled people, and impoverished patients and homeless people, providing the most needed raw materials for human protein processing equipment. Scientist Qian Lin commented, "Although this measure may be unpleasant, there is no doubt that it is very important in this densely populated world with constant famine. Without it, the management of corpses would be an almost impossible task." Zhao Wu saw that there was nothing more to see. This information was similar to what I had previously known. It mainly talks about the impact of a large population, such as insufficient medical care and food, and the difficulty in managing corpses. However, Zhao Wu still couldn't accept eating corpses. If that moment really comes, he would probably rather die. Are the vegetarians of this world today derived from the habit of eating corpses? Zhao Wu fell into deep thought. He then flipped through other newspapers and magazines, but there was no more important news. It seems we'll have to obtain the information through other means. Zhao Wu rubbed his eyes and, seeing that the others had already begun to rest, put down the newspaper in his hand. He's preparing to go back to Earth. Zhao Wu opened the portal and then went inside. Blue Star Underground Base. Zhao Wu did not go directly to Qingguamin, but instead went to see Ding Zhang. He felt that the people Ding Zhang knew were more suitable for building the underground city. When Ding Zhang saw Zhao Wu coming over, he warmly welcomed him. "What's this? You have time to come see this old man today." Zhao Wu smiled and went straight to the point. "Ding Zhang, I've called you here today because I need your help with something." When Ding Zhang saw that Zhao Wu's expression was very serious, he stopped teasing him. He knew that Zhao Wu had returned from his journey to another world, so something must have happened. "Speak up. Helping you is helping the Dragon Kingdom. I will do anything I can to help you. I went to the second world twice and found that building underground cities can avoid a lot of damage. I plan to build the first base of the Dragon Kingdom underground." "Underground? You want someone to design the dungeon, right?" Ding Zhang asked. Zhao Wu nodded hurriedly. Ding Zhang was really amazing. He guessed what he was thinking right away. Ding Zhang pondered for a moment, recalling among the people he knew who was an expert in this field. Lost in thought, he suddenly slapped his head. "Oh, I'm so stupid." Zhao Wu was confused and asked, "What's wrong, Ding Zhang? Isn't what we're standing on just an underground city?" Ding Zhang was referring to this underground base in the Dragon Kingdom. If you know who designed this underground base, wouldn't they be able to design the blueprints? Coincidentally, Ding Zhang knew this person. I checked the time. It was only around 6 p.m., still early. Then I made a phone call. "Hey, Laoli, this is your brother Zhang." After Ding Zhang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. "Did he agree?" Zhao Wu asked. Ding Zhang chuckled. He has no choice but to agree. The current internal policy is that all resources must be given priority to the Otherworld Development Department. If he dares to refuse, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhao Wu silently gave thumbs up. Ding Zhang is still as domineering as ever. After the cancer was eliminated, I became younger and more energetic. Now that the matter was settled, Zhao Wu decided not to linger any longer. After opening the portal and bidding farewell to Ding Zhang, I returned to the second world. As the sun was about to set, another group of people arrived not far from the entrance of the Star River base. They were members of the Dragon Tiger Gang, who had followed the materialized marks of the drones all the way here. "Boss, this is Xinghe's territory. Is it not a good idea for us to go there?" The henchman asked worriedly. "If you go now, people might think you're there to cause trouble. If we don't find the person and end up starting a war, it would be a losing proposition. There's no such thing as good or bad. If this Star River doesn't hand over its people, I'll wipe out its base." The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang was extremely arrogant. "Turn off the engines, or you'll scare them away," the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang scolded. "Yes." Everyone got out of the car, and then set off on foot towards Xinghe's base. It was already dusk. The zombies in the city have disappeared. They hide at night to avoid being attacked by soul-devouring beasts that cannot distinguish between humans and animals. The Dragon Tiger Gang members arrived at the entrance of the Star River base and were spotted by the guards. The gatekeeper stood on the wall, pointing an air rifle at the Dragon Tiger Gang members, and said, "Who goes there? Do you know where you are? Bring Xinghe out here. Can't you see our Dragon Tiger Gang's boss is here?" A Dragon Tiger Gang underling shouted. The guard at the gate took one look and realized that they really were members of the Dragon Tiger Gang. One arm is tattooed with a tiger descending a mountain, and the other with a dragon over the shoulder. He hurriedly walked towards the building and reported to the Star River boss at the top of the building. Xinghe was baffled after hearing this. It was already so late. Why was he still coming over? But we still need to meet with them. Come to think of it, he had met this leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang a few times. He has a bad temper and can't keep his temper in check. "Hey, aren't these the Dragon Tiger Gang members? What brings you here so late today?" Xinghe arrived at the entrance and spoke through the large iron gate. The relationships between gangs are very delicate. There are plenty of people who do one thing to someone's face and another behind their back. They were all smiles and friendly banter with you this morning, and by the afternoon, they'd brought a whole bunch of people to wipe you out. It was already dusk when the Dragon Tiger Gang arrived. This made Xinghe cautious. Could it be that these members of the Dragon Tiger Gang are planning to use this golden time dusk, when there are fewer zombies and the soul-eating beasts have not yet appeared to fight. Xinghe, enough talk. Did you bring a group of people? Xinghe frowned slightly. How did they know that celestial dragons were coming? However, no matter what, just deny it. The celestial dragon's deals can only belong to him alone. No one could take this opportunity away from them. Even a dragon tiger gang won't work. Clearly, Xinghe was overthinking it. I'm sorry, not many people have come to our organization lately. You should go back now. I suggest you find a place to hide when you leave. If you startle the soul-devouring beast, you won't be seen again. Xinghe finished speaking and gave a cold laugh. Boss, look, their car is over there. The Dragon Tiger Gang's underlings pointed to an open space in the base, where there were 4 armored vehicles and 1 armored truck. Chapter 119 is about deep regret. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang saw the car his underling was pointing to in the distance, turned to Xinghe and said, Xinghe, this is wrong of you. Who are they to you? Why are you protecting him like this? Judging from your tone, it seems like you know them. Xinghe asked suspiciously. The Dragon Tiger Gang members in front of them clearly recognized Zhao Wu's group. Even if they know each other, this is incredibly disrespectful. Didn't they know that Zhao Wu and the others were celestial dragons? Of course I know them. I wish I could kill those guys. Upon hearing this, Xinghe's face darkened. If Zhao Wu and his group can't even handle the Dragon Tiger Gang, then they can't possibly be celestial dragons. These guys actually dared to lie to me. Xinghe thought of how she had bowed and scraped before, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. But the supplies in their hands are definitely real. Where did the Coke and Sprite come from? Xinghe looked at the Dragon Tiger Gang members in front of him. They decided to use this group to test Zhao Wu and his companion's strength. If they can't take down the Dragon Tiger Gang, then they're nothing special. If Zhao Wu and his group can take down the Dragon Tiger Gang, then it has nothing to do with them. Since I didn't do it myself, I can just pretend I didn't know anything about it. Thinking of this, Xinghe's face softened, and he smiled, saying, So you know them. Then come in. With the boss's orders, the gatekeepers let the Dragon Tiger Gang members in. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang followed Xinghe and asked, Where are they now? It's on the 5th floor of the building. I'll take you there in a bit. What are we waiting for? I'm going to go and kill them right now. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang has a fiery temper and is prone to outbursts. He thought back to what happened in Willownail City. He wanted nothing more than to skin Zhao Wu alive and tear out his tendons. To teach him a lesson, he was right in front of him. He was unaware that he had escaped death because of his pursuit of Zhao Wu. The city of Looting is now a ruin. Xinghe reassured her, Don't worry, they can't escape. But what I'm more curious about is, how did you two meet? The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang recounted his ordeal. Of course, the matter of Zhao Wuyin was glossed over, and the main focus was on the matter of stealing the mecha. That's how it is. These guys don't know the difference between first come, first served. I already gave them a price, and they still raised it. So I have to kill these guys, otherwise how can I be the boss? Xinghe fell into deep thought. According to the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, these guys would even steal a level 1 mech? This doesn't seem like the style of a celestial dragon. The celestial dragons always deploy at least level 3 mechs, and now level 4 mechs have even appeared. How could these people possibly try to steal a level 1 mech? For this, he didn't hesitate to offend a gang. These people are definitely fake. They can't possibly be celestial dragons. I see. Then come up with me. Xinghe stood up and then led the Dragon Tiger Gang members toward the stairs. It's impossible for so many people to sit in an elevator at the same time. Moreover, taking the elevator would attract the attention of Zhao Wu and the others. Take the stairs. The 5th floor isn't very high, and you'll get there in no time. Zhao Wusuo was on the 5th floor, where everyone was resting. Some of them started snoring softly. They hadn't had a proper rest during this time. At this moment, Zhao Wu keenly sensed a slight movement. Alert! At Zhao Wu's command, everyone stood up. They heard hurried footsteps, as if they were rushing from the stairwell. Zhao Wu and the others drew their serrated long swords and quietly watched the stairwell. Leading the way was Xinghe. Besides, the members of the Dragon Tiger Gang. Star River? What are you doing? Zhao Wu asked. Sir, these guys said they need to see you, so I brought them up with me. Xinghe smiled after speaking, then led his men to stand behind the Dragon Tiger Gang. Let Zhao Wu and the Dragon Tiger Gang members face each other and have a friendly exchange. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang pulled out an air pistol and pointed it at Zhao Wu Dao. You were hiding here, you bastard. I've been looking for you for ages. Zhao Wu didn't care about this at all. He had never really paid any attention to the Dragon Tiger gang members. But this galaxy is a bit cunning. This person is not suitable to be your pawn. You must get rid of him after this matter is over. Zhao Wu paid no attention to the air pistol aimed at him and turned to the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, saying, "Take care of them and spare Xingha's life." Damn it, do you think I wouldn't dare to shoot? Seeing Zhao Wu's arrogance, the leader of the Dragon Tiger gang fired the air pistol in his hand. Pum! After a loud bang, an air bullet struck Zhao Wu. The leader of the Dragon Tiger gang smiled, and then his mouth grew bigger and bigger until it could fit an egg inside. Zhao Wu, who was in front of him, was completely unharmed after being shot by him. Impossible. Impossible. The leader of the Dragon Tiger gang panicked. Pum, pum, pum. Several more shots were fired, but a layer of blue aura floated beside Zhao Wu, as if blocking all the air bullets. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Their own weapons were no longer effective. Xingha was in a panic. He had guessed everything. But the one scenario I never expected was that the air gun wouldn't work. What kind of technology is this that can disable an air gun? They might have already surpassed the celestial dragons. The people in front of us may not be celestial dragons, but they might be even more dangerous than celestial dragons. He is now filled with regret, regretting that he shouldn't have come to test Zhao Wu and the other's strength. He must make a decisive move now and abandon the Dragon Tiger gang. How dare you disrespect Lord Tianlong? Xingha roared. This completely baffled the leader of the Dragon Tiger gang. What kind of movie is this? Infernal Affairs? All that's missing from Xingha now is the line, "Actually, I'm an undercover agent. They were just calling me brother, and now they're turning on my side." That's not how you be a fence-sitter. Men, wipe out these audacious scoundrels. Xingha commanded. Yes, the crowd responded. Damn it, brothers, take care of these guys behind us first. The members of the Star River Gang and the Dragon Tiger Gang engaged in a fierce battle on the 5th floor. Various aerodynamic fields lit up, then dimmed. Pum, pum, pum. Data. Zhao Wu and his men were completely unharmed amidst the hail of bullets. A few minutes later, the Dragon Tiger Gang was wiped out, and the Star River Gang also suffered heavy casualties. Xingha was panting, then ordered everyone to carry the body out. "Sir, I'm so sorry. They told me they know you. Who would have thought that someone would dare to attack an adult? I have wiped them out completely. Please forgive me, sir." Zhao Wu walked up to Xingha and then slapped Xingha across the face. Chapter 120, it's time to change the leader of this base. Xingha was stunned by the slap. He held his face, utterly perplexed. He could understand being slapped, since he was the one who brought his men. It's normal for Zhao Wu to be angry. What confused him wasn't that, but that his air force field was still active. Logically, any harmful action should be defended against. How did Zhao Wu manage to hit himself? The people behind Xingha were also surprised. They also couldn't understand how Zhao Wu had done it. Could this seemingly young man in front of me already be able to penetrate the air defense field and hit me? This is incredible. If I want to kill them in the future, won't I be able to do it with just a flick of my wrist? After all, even a slap can't penetrate an air defense field. Concealing his shock, Xingha feigned confusion and asked, "My lord, what is this?" Thinking to himself, when Zhao Wu blames him later, he just needs to play the victim. Don't pretend with me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Zhao Wu smiled. The group of people in front of him were Xingha's test. Did he think he could get away with it by pretending? Xingha hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to Zhao Wu, saying, "Please forgive me, sir. It was all the people from the Dragon Tiger Gang who persecuted me. Now the only option is to pin the blame on the already deceased leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang. He has to take the blame. Yes, that's the guy. If this guy hadn't come, I would never have thought of dealing with these adults." Zhao Wu glanced at Xingha's followers. Some were injured and lay on the ground, while others stood behind Xingha, too afraid to move. At this moment, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look Zhao Wu in the eye. They were terrified that if they accidentally angered a celestial dragon, it would bring about their death. At that time, there will be no one to help you. Zhao Wu glanced around and then said, "Someone, kill Xingha for me, and I'll make him the boss of this base." Everyone looked up after hearing Zhao Wu's words, wondering whether they were true or not. At this moment, someone stepped forward. "My lord, I'll do it." The speaker was a cadre, a big, burly man who was holding a giant air cannon. "Sun Long, you can't do this to me." Xingha crawled backward, looking at Sun Long, who was getting closer with a look of horror. "Boss, I'm sorry, but if you don't die, we're all doomed." Those around them nodded in agreement. Zhao Wu and the others wouldn't be happy if Xinghe hadn't died. If they get upset, they might just kill all of them. After all, air guns are useless against them. Moreover, his own air defense field was also ineffective. It would be too easy for the other side to kill these people. In that case, it would be better to just kill Xinghe. Xinghe panicked when he saw what his subordinate said. My lord, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Zhao Wu looked at Xinghe, who was begging for mercy, and said coldly, "Take down the air defense field." Xinghe looked at the air defense field on his body. If he took this thing off, would he still be alive? Seeing that Xinghe remained silent, Zhao Wu saw a flash of light pass by. The embroidered spring blade in his hand had already completed its strike, and he put it back into its sheath. "On my legs!" Xinghe's right leg was severed, and blood splattered all over the ground. Hiss! The surviving members of the organization gasped in shock at the sight. It's terrifying that someone with an air defense field can be injured with just their weapon. Not only that swordsmanship was equally terrifying. It was so fast that he didn't even notice when he drew his sword before the strike was completed. Zhao Wu glanced at everyone's expressions and knew that he had achieved the effect he wanted. The group of people in front of me probably have no intention of dealing with me anymore. He patted the man named Sun Long on the shoulder and said, "From now on, you're the boss of this base. Drag Xinghe down with you. You know what to do, right?" Sun Long shuddered and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sir. I will never let you down." After saying that, he had several people behind him drag Xinghe away. "My lords, it's too chaotic here. Why don't you come with me to stay on the top floor? The environment there is nice. It used to be Xinghe's office." Zhao Wu waved his hand, saying it didn't matter where he stayed. "It's already evening. There's no need to change locations." Seeing Zhao Wu's reaction, Sun Long said nothing more, bid farewell to Zhao Wu, and left the 5th floor. One night passed. Upon waking up in the morning, Zhao Wu and the others found the murderer who had previously injected the drug. He was still alive and well at that time. It seems this potion is real. It's incredible that they could survive for so long in such intense radiation gas. In order to better navigate this world, Zhao Wu distributed the potion to the 20 people present and used it himself. The remaining few have been handed over to relevant personnel at the Lonka Institute for research purposes. The injection didn't feel special. It was just like being pricked with a needle. No wonder the death row inmate didn't react when he was given the injection. After receiving the injections, Zhao Wu and the others removed their protective suits and gas masks. I took a breath and felt slightly nauseous, but otherwise had no other discomfort. Now that the potion issue has been resolved, the next step is to find information about the apocalypse. Then upgrade the portal to allow the otherworldly dragon kingdom to come here for exploration and development. But this matter is not urgent. There is still 1 day left until the 3-day deadline. Zhao Wu decided to stay here for 3 full days so that he could return to Earth at any time. This can greatly reduce the level of danger. Zhao Wu shared his idea with Zhang Jingguo and the others, and they all agreed. If the danger can be reduced, that would be even better. You know, the last time I came to this world, it was a real race against time. But it would be a waste not to do anything else during this time. Subsequently, Zhao Wu summoned Sun Long, who had killed Xinghe the day before. Sun Long was slightly surprised when he saw Zhao Wu. These people had actually taken off their protective suits, and he almost didn't recognize them. Fortunately, he still had the embroidered spring knife on his body, and he knew it was Zhao Wu himself. He's quite young. He must be an important figure among the celestial dragons. So these seemingly capable people all listened to him. "My lord, you wanted to see me?" Sun Long said respectfully. Now he is the leader of this organization, and everything that once belonged to Xinghe now belongs to him. Even the women in the Milky Way now belong to him. I really enjoyed myself last night. Those who had originally supported Xinghe all distanced themselves from him after hearing that he had offended the celestial dragons. They didn't want to go against the celestial dragons because of the Milky Way. "How many mechs does your base have in total?" Zhao Wu asked. Zhao Wu planned to take this opportunity to practice operating the mecha, hoping that he might be able to obtain a powerful mecha in the future. "Sir, our Star River." "No. Sun Long's organization has a total of 3 level 2 mechs and 7 level 1 mechs. Chapter 121, Launching the Satellite. At this time, they're all parked in the base's warehouse. Zhao Wu nodded. The quantity was not bad. There were even 3 level 2 mechs. Get everything ready and park these mechs in the plaza, Zhao Wu ordered. Yes. Sun Long didn't say much. Since Zhao Wu asked him to make the arrangements, he would. If he doesn't obey, Xinghe will be his fate. Not long after, Sun Long parked the mecha in the square. He then warned everyone not to approach the square. You did a good job. Here, have this Sprite. Zhao Wu tossed a can of Sprite to Sun Long. Sometimes you have to give these people a little treat. The treat doesn't have to be anything fancy. A bottle of Sprite is enough to make them grateful. Sure enough, Sun Long accepted the Sprite with trembling hands and then cried with emotion. In this apocalyptic world, how long has it been since I've had this stuff? Let alone this stuff, it's hard to even eat anything that's even remotely normal. The air is filled with toxic gases, and apart from cultivation rooms with their own purification functions, there is simply nowhere to grow them. The entire world is a wasteland, with only a few creatures that can withstand radiation and toxic gases surviving. It's amazing that you can still drink Sprite at this time. This is so touching. I opened the Sprite and then chugged it down. A breath went straight into his throat. This is so awesome. My heart is soaring. Yay! Ignoring Sun Long's constant sighs, Zhao Wu summoned all the soldiers from the otherworldly dragon kingdom. After receiving guidance from Zhang San, the group began to try operating the mechs in the square. The level 2 mech is about 2 to 3 meters tall, and a person can sit inside and pilot it. Zhao Wu found one, sat inside, and then began operating it according to Zhang San's instructions. The power system is ready. The weapon system is ready. The jump system is ready. After a series of sounds, the mechs began to move. The mechs are not difficult to control. In fact, they are quite user-friendly. In future technologies, all data and operations will be controlled by programs. As long as you make the movements, the mecha will act accordingly. You can even use this mech to do a jump. You're so beautiful. After playing for a while, Zhao Wu stepped out of the mecha. He then gave the opportunity to pilot the mecha to other soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Wu was just curious about how to operate the mecha. He would stop once he was done playing with it. Although this mech looks powerful, it is no match for me at all. If it really comes down to a fight, aside from level 3 mechs, probably no one can beat him. The training continued until evening, and seeing that the soul-devouring beasts were about to emerge, Zhao Wu and the others stopped training with their mechs. One night passed. The 3-day restriction period for Zhang Jingguo and the others has ended, and they can now return at any time through the portal. However, the group did not rush to set off, but instead stayed in the base as instructed by Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu then opened a portal and returned to Earth. His purpose in returning this time was twofold. First, to inquire about the progress of the blueprints from Dinzhong, and second, to report the recent situation and future developments to General Qingguomen. When they found Dinzhong, he was talking to a stranger. Upon hearing that Zhao Wu was looking for him, Dinzhong came out along with the stranger. Zhao Wu, you're finally back. Yes, Dinzhong. We haven't been able to contact you since you went to another world. Zhao Wu smiled. This was indeed a problem. But it doesn't matter now. We already have a place to settle in the second world, and the portal can stay open indefinitely. Anyone with the appropriate permissions can find themselves through this door. I'm back now, aren't I? By the way, how's my blueprint coming along? We'll talk about the blueprints later. Let me introduce you to the person next to me first. The stranger next to him was about the same age as Dinzhong, and he seemed to be a great expert in some field as well. This is the designer of this underground base. You can call him Dr. Li. Hello, Dr. Li. Zhao Wu greeted them warmly. These were all important figures in the Dragon Kingdom. Each one is irreplaceable. Hello, you must be Zhao Wu, whom Dinzhong often mentions. I didn't expect you to have such courage at such a young age. Dr. Li was delighted to see this, as he had been looking forward to meeting Zhao Wu ever since he heard about him. Good heavens, it can actually open a portal. This is truly amazing. You flatter me, Dr. Li, Zhao Wu said, sounding a little embarrassed. Dinzhong interrupted the two men's polite exchanges. Goodness, they're just doing mutual flattery. Ahem, here's the thing, Dr. Li, providing a design blueprint for an underground city is no problem. But in order to draw it more accurately, Dr. Li wanted to go and see the construction site in person. Only in this way can we produce a perfect design as soon as possible, Dinzhong said. That's possible, but once you go there, you can only come back in 3 days, and no one can guarantee what might happen during those 3 days. According to the system settings, those with secondary privileges are subject to a 3-day restriction when visiting other worlds. If something happens during this time, you won't even be able to run. Dr. Li is an important figure in the country. It would be far too dangerous for him to go to another world. Dean Zhang smiled and said, "Of course Dr. Li won't go by himself. There will be people with relevant expertise going there. They will take measurements and give the data to Dr. Li so that the drawings can be produced. In that case, as long as General Chen Guoming agrees, I have no objections," Zhao Wu replied. The three of them then walked and talked until they arrived at General Chen Guoming's office. General Chen Guoming had no objection to this. He agreed to anything that could help with the development of the other world. Moreover, it wasn't Dr. Li who went in person. It was just his assistant. Zhao Wu then reported to General Chen Guoming on the situation in the second world and his views on the follow-up. Currently in the second world, Zhang Jingguo and others don't need to rush back. They can stay there and protect the surveyors while they conduct the measurements. Once the measurements are completed, construction of the underground base can begin. At that time, the first base of the Dragon Kingdom will be completed. This will be the bridge connecting the Dragon Kingdom to the second world. After reporting his work, Zhao Wu then authorized several different people. If Chen Guoming has something urgent, he can have them bypass the portal and find him directly. In the first world at this moment, the construction of the third base of the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom is finally complete. Base number 3 is a rocket launch base, specifically used for rocket research and development and launch. Because the data from the Otherworld is different from that on Earth, the people at the Rocket Launch Research Institute have only now been able to calculate all the data for the rocket's launch. The completion of the rocket launch silo at this time indicated that the first alien satellite was about to be launched. After discussion, it was decided that the first satellite to be launched would be a military reconnaissance satellite. After launching this satellite, the movements of this continent will be under our control at all times. Chapter 122, Satellite Launch Success. At that time, there's a large movement of people over there, and there's war between countries over there. These actions will all be exposed to his eyes. At that time, the Otherworld Dragon Kingdom will be able to detect the entire First World. At this time, all relevant facilities in the Rocket Launch Operations Laboratory have been adjusted. Now comes the exciting moment. Everyone at the rocket launch site was watching the rocket through the glass. The final countdown has begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Deputy Base Commander Chiu pressed the red switch. The hot air from the rocket launch directly evaporated the surrounding pool of water. The rocket, propelled by this hot air current, rose into the air with a deafening roar. At that moment, the hearts of everyone at the base were in their throats. Success or failure hinges on this moment. The acceleration phase then begins, and after several tens of seconds, the launch vehicle begins to slowly change direction according to the predetermined program. More than 100 seconds later, at an altitude of about 70 kilometers, the first stage rocket engine shut down and separated. The separator will fall to the predetermined location. The relevant recycling personnel have set off to the location to carry out the recycling. This will also be an important resource for subsequent research. Immediately afterwards, the rocket's second stage ignited, continuing to accelerate into flight. At this point, the rocket has flown out of the dense atmosphere and can jettison the satellites fairing according to procedure. The second stage propulsion unit has completed its propulsion and has begun to detach. Orders were being transmitted smoothly and methodically from the command center. When the rocket reaches the predetermined speed and altitude, the third stage rocket engine shuts down, thus ending the acceleration phase. Next comes the period of inertial flight. Once the satellite reaches its designated location, the third stage rocket engine will provide the final boost, carrying it to its final position. Seeing this scene, everyone in the rocket launch operations room was in an uproar. This indicates that the rocket's mission to carry the satellite has been completed. The Otherworld Dragon Kingdom actually launched a satellite into this otherworld. It's a success. It's really a success. Everyone was extremely excited. This rocket satellite not only foreshadowed easier development in the First World, this also represents the progress of scientific research in China. Launching satellites in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom is completely different from launching satellites on Earth. In this environment where everything is in a zero state, the experts at the Rocket Research Institute still managed to successfully launch the satellite into the air in a short period of time, and on the first try. What kind of progress is this? On that day, Many of the subjects of the Urduva People's Republic saw the thing that kept rising into the sky. They didn't know what it was or how it could fly so high. It eventually transformed into a star and disappeared into the clouds. The otherworldly dragon kingdom had given them too many shocks. Trains that can haul goods, lights that illuminate the night, excavators that facilitate digging, cranes capable of lifting thousands of tons, and a whole host of other things. Now there's one more thing. After the satellite was debugged, the screen in the combat laboratory displayed the appearance of the entire otherworld. After a period of adjustment, no major move in this world will escape the eyes of the otherworldly dragon kingdom. The next step is to consider launching the second satellite into space. The second satellite is tentatively designated as a communications satellite, which will be launched into space. Satellite phones will be usable anywhere in the world. At that time, any instruction can be issued quickly and effectively. On Blue Star, Zhao Wu waited for the arrival of the relevant surveyors. He then granted them secondary access to the teleportation portal and brought them to the second world. Because of the scarcity of medication, these surveyors did not receive injections and continued to use protective suits and gas masks. Anyway, they went back in 3 days and probably won't come back again. Therefore, there is no need to waste the medicine, which there are only a few of them to begin with. After being transported to the second world, the surveyors were shocked for a while before they could recover. I never imagined that the so-called world actually exists. This world is a wasteland filled with the walking dead. After the initial surprise, we quickly began taking measurements. According to Zhao Wu, no action should be taken at night in this world. Measurements can only be taken during the daytime. They need to measure many things, including soil type, environment, size, temperature, and so on. 3 days might not be enough. Zhao Wu found Zhang Jingguo and assigned him the task, entrusting him with full assistance to the surveyors. We must fully cooperate with whatever is needed. Mission accomplished. After accepting the task, Zhang Jingguo began to lead the surveyors to carry out the measurements. As requested by the surveyors, they first needed to measure the area of the ground. Zhang Jingguo led several people to the square to begin taking measurements. It attracted a lot of attention. Sun Long was surprised by the sudden appearance of these people, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Wu is a celestial dragon, so isn't it normal for him to be able to make people disappear? Sun Long found it fascinating to watch these people fiddling with this and that. I have no idea what these people are doing. Sun Long, so you were here all along. Zhao Wu saw Sun Long walking over from not far away. Sun Long immediately changed his demeanor, fawning over Zhao Wu. If Zhao Wu is in a good mood, he might even reward me with some food. The taste of Sprite was still lingering in his mouth. Sir, you could just send someone to inform me. I'll come to you myself. Or could you add brainwaves? That would make it much easier for you to contact me. In addition to the chip, brainwaves also require the other party's unique biometric identification number. Once you know this number, you can communicate with it anytime via brainwaves. This is just like a phone number. Zhao Wu wanted to, but he didn't have any brainwaves. He coughed lightly twice, just wondering how to explain, when Sun Long suddenly understood. I was rash, sir. I actually tried to find out your biometric number. Please forgive my ignorance, sir. Sun Long hurriedly apologized, feeling terrified by his recklessness. All right, I'll forgive you this time. But if you dare to spout nonsense again, I won't hesitate to replace you in this position, Zhao Wu said, feigning anger. Since that's what you think, then that's your answer. This person is straightforward, saving me the trouble of finding excuses. He came up with the reason himself. Sun Long hurriedly nodded. Yes, sir. I will never ask about things I shouldn't ask in the future. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. That's very conscientious. Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction. You should send a notice to all the thugs in this small city, saying that I, Zhao Wushenlongren, am going to unite everyone in this city. Huh? Sun Long was stunned. The young man in front of him actually wanted to integrate the entire city's thug organization. Chapter 123, Our Lord is so kind to us. No one has ever done anything like this before. Integrating a city's thug organization? How big of a place would that require? Moreover, those who can become leaders of thug organizations are all ruthless individuals. Although these people revere the celestial dragons, it doesn't mean they won't rebel. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Sir, shouldn't we discuss this matter again? If these other organizations unite, Sun Long Base will not be able to resist. At that point, a single volley of fire from the mech would reduce this base to ashes. Let's handle this peacefully. Tell them I'll provide food and lodging. Those who want to come can come, and those who don't want to come are fine too. Sun Long was relieved to hear this. As long as the feelings weren't forced, it was fine. In that case, they can come or not. It's up to them. This task is quite easy to complete. Zhao Wu continued. But if anyone dares to cause trouble here, let them dig their own graves before they come, so I don't have to find someone to clean up their mess. Zhao Wu had two purposes in asking Sun Long to do this. Firstly, once the underground city is under construction, a large number of workers will definitely be needed. These thugs are perfect as workers. Currently, Zhao Wu can bring 100 people to this second world. However, he dared not let everyone come into this world. This world is too dangerous, the fewer the better. For the construction personnel, it's sufficient to use a large number of these otherworldly natives. As for those thugs who are unwilling to come, Zhao Wu will not force them. However, a warning must also be given, and this is the second point Zhao Wu is considering. Let them know their place. Since we've borrowed the Celestial Dragon's name, let's use it to the fullest. With this warning, the gang leaders, upon hearing his name, would not cause trouble even if they did not come. Sun Long said yes and went to work. While it was still early, he sent his trusted men to deliver messages to bases that did not have brainwave activity. For organizations with which he has previously communicated, he can communicate directly via brainwaves, so he doesn't have to travel so far. Zhao Wu was quite satisfied with Sun Long's speed. He was immediately rewarded with a bag of potato chips. He was overjoyed and couldn't bear to eat it, so he hid it in a secret place. Over the next 2 days, several rider groups sent messengers to check on the situation. Let's see if it's really true that meals and accommodation are included. When Zhao Wu took out the cola and compressed biscuits, they were filled with admiration. Who else but a celestial dragon could provide such supplies? It is indeed a celestial dragon. Long live the celestial dragons. The crowd cheered and then used brainwaves to tell their gang leader the actual situation. Simply put, it's just a few words. Plenty of food, wide variety of places, come quickly. Why are there so many mob organizations in the apocalypse? That's because only by sticking together can they survive in this apocalypse. Now that a celestial dragon is providing food and lodging, why not come? Since we're all just trying to survive anyway, this way of living is much easier. Of course, most riot groups are taking a cautious approach. They had all come to observe, but they still harbor doubts about Zhao Wu's actions. In these end times, everyone is suffering. How could a celestial dragon suddenly appear and offer to provide food and lodging? There must be something fishy going on here. Most of the bases that were able to survive on their own did not join. However, they still maintained the proper respect. Some even made deals with Zhao Wu and others. Those thugs who joined were already struggling to survive. Even so, Sun Long's organization has grown considerably. With ample manpower and Zhao Wu supplies, Sun Long's organization was showing signs of becoming the largest organization in the city. In the afternoon, Sun Long quietly asked Zhao Wu, "Sir, we can eat our own food. Why do we need to bring these people over?" Sun Long felt a pang of heartache, as this food was originally intended for their organization. No, they should all belong to the celestial dragons. But now it's been eaten by these shameless bastards. His heart felt like it was bleeding. Zhao Wu smiled. These supplies meant nothing to him. Even beggars on Earth eat better than them. Sun Long, I'm planning to build an underground city here. And for that, we need this workforce. An underground city? Sun Long was stunned. A dungeon? Who wouldn't want that? Before the apocalypse, there were many official dungeons, but most people at that time did not know the habits of the Soul Eater. After attracting the soul-eating beasts, they were all destroyed. The dungeon has now become a lair for monsters. During the day, the soul-devouring beast hides inside. Zombies hide inside at night. A small portion of the dungeons also perished due to human infighting and resource shortages. Fighting each other for privileges, killing each other for a piece of food. Are they going to build an underground city now? Sun Long glanced at Zhao Wu and suddenly felt that there was actually hope for it to be created by the celestial dragons. They possess overwhelming force, capable of piercing air defense fields with their bare hands, and are impervious to any air weapons. This puts them in an invincible position. As for the supplies, although he didn't know how Zhao Wu got them, it must have been celestial dragons' technology. There will be no problems with supplies. The degree of internal strife within an organization is generally determined by the amount of resources available. Organizations with more resources are more likely to experience internal strife. Organizations with fewer resources have probably already engaged in countless internal conflicts. When people learn that supplies are scarce, they're gripped by fear. My lord, I understand. Sun Long suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the establishment of the underground city. Zhao Wu's image in his eyes had become much more impressive. Not only were supplies distributed to them, but they were also helped to build an underground city. That's wonderful. If Zhao Wu knew this, he would be speechless. That's bullshit, isn't it? The underground city was built to make it easier for more soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom to come over. Who's doing this for you? But you also need to pay attention to security. I don't want anyone to come and cause trouble when we're building the underground city, Zhao Wu reminded him. The downside of having a large number of people is the difficulty in management. This store will be managed by Sun Long. He has extensive experience in post-apocalyptic management, making him a better fit than Zhao Wu and others. Sun Long readily accepted the task, saying directly, "Don't worry, sir. I'll definitely teach these people a lesson they won't forget." Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction. The next step is to wait for the blueprints to be completed before starting the construction plan. A few days later, the measurement was finally completed. Of course, this is just a surface measurement. The general framework area and layout have been determined. However, there are still some details that need to be discussed with Dr. Li when we get back. Zhao Wu brought the surveyors back to Blue Star. All that's left is to wait for them to produce the blueprints. After the surveyors handed over the first blueprint to Dean Li, they told Zhao Wu about a time frame. The blueprint will be ready in 2 weeks. Chapter 124 Departure. Report, Major Zhao. Zhao was sitting on the 5th floor when he saw someone come in and stood up. During this time, he continued to search for useful information, but the base no longer contained what he wanted. Next, we need to go out and search. Before Dr. Li completes the blueprint in 2 weeks, I must upgrade the portal's level to the maximum extent possible. Is everything ready? It's all ready as instructed by Major Zhao. The 4 armored vehicles are ready. Zhao Wu nodded, then walked out of the room and onto the square. In the square, the armored vehicle they had driven had been repaired with the help of Sun Long and others. Not only that, but components such as the engine were also replaced. The power source became more powerful, and the energy source shifted from oil to nuclear energy. The world has no shortage of energy. The armor has also been replaced with the most robust protective armor. Zhao had no idea what the material was. It is incredibly hard, yet surprisingly light. It can be said that the entire base has used all available resources on these few vehicles. Next, Zhao Wu then prepared to head to the experimental base. There are research logs from before the apocalypse there, which should be able to deduce part of the truth about the apocalypse. Zhang Jingguo saw Zhao Wu come out, carrying a serrated greatsword on his back, and walked over. Major Zhao, 15 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom plus 1 Zhang San are ready. Please give instructions. Zhang San stood next to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and saluted like them. All right, let's set off then, Zhao Wu simply ordered. Of the 20 soldiers from a Dragon Kingdom who came, 15 accompanied Zhao Wu on this trip, while the remaining 5 were responsible for base maintenance. Sun Long does most of the work at this base. They just need to keep an eye on them. Zhao Wu wasn't worried about the safety of the remaining 5 people, since there was no one in the base who could hurt them. Air bullets have absolutely no effect on one's spiritual energy. 15 soldiers, along with Zhao Wu and Zhang San, boarded 4 armored vehicles. It then sped through the city streets. Zhao Wu was still driving the first armored vehicle, with Zhang San sitting beside him, giving directions. The morning sun shone on the earth, which was filled with thick poisonous gas. Visibility is extremely low. Only at noon can you see a little further. Boom! Boom! Turn left 500 m ahead. Zhang San, acting as a human navigator, was very dedicated. I stared intently at the intersection, afraid of missing it. According to his calculations, he should be able to reach the experimental base around the afternoon. Although there were many zombies on the road, they posed no threat to Zhao Wu and his companions due to the electric fence and the shovel. On the ruins of Looting City, this used to be a trading post in the wasteland. It has now been overrun by zombies. They wandered aimlessly around, reluctant to leave. Because, at the highest point of the ruins, a blonde woman lay looking up at the sky. Several cities floated in the sky. Castle in the sky. She should have been on top, but now she's with these zombies. She will definitely take back her territory. But first, she needs to bring the celestial dragons back to the negotiating table. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a convoy emerged from the left side of the ruins of Willownail City. A total of 6 vehicles. 4 of the vehicles were armored cars, and 2 were small trucks. The truck is equipped with an air cannon, enabling it to conduct long-range bombing. The blonde woman straightened up and squinted at her. The group's target should be the level 3 mech they left behind near Looting City. This thing is definitely something that makes people envious, especially now that they're only low-level zombies. It's like finding something for free. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. The thugs in the convoy cheered wildly. They were extremely excited. I was quite surprised when I arrived at Looting City this morning. It's unbelievable that the former prison has become a ruin. Just as they were lamenting how difficult it was to survive in the apocalypse, they saw 5 level 3 mechs parked there. That's a level 3 mech. Even with a biometric system, it's impossible to start, but it's more than enough for research and sales. At this point, they were simply planning to take one back with them. 6 vehicles sped across the wasteland, crushing or smashing the zombies that charged at them. The blonde woman smiled slightly as she watched the approaching vehicle. Since you're here, why not stay? The blonde woman stretched out her arm, which was covered with various blood vessels and patterns, making it look quite terrifying. Go kill them. At a command, all the zombies that had been wandering nearby howled and charged toward the convoy of 6 vehicles. Their only goal is to kill the humans in front of them. Boss, I feel like these zombies have suddenly become berserk. One of the men was driving the car, and he felt the force of the zombies hitting the vehicle getting stronger and stronger. Although protected by the power grid, I still feel that it could be overturned at any moment. It felt like being in the middle of the ocean with only a small boat beneath your feet and being swallowed up at any moment. How could the leader possibly give up when the level 3 mech was so close at hand? If this thing could be offered to a celestial dragon, it would at least qualify someone as an honorary citizen. Even if the celestial dragons aren't good enough, they can find a large organization on the ground and become a cadre there. We must get our hands on that mech. Get the rope. The leader shouted, and the 4 armored vehicles stopped, each blocking the zombies rushing in from different directions. Data! Data! They fired their air rifles fiercely. They all aimed for the zombie's lower body, and the zombie, with its legs broken, could only crawl on the ground. The remaining 2 trucks extended 2 ropes and tied them to the mech's thighs. The group then installed some pulleys on the surface of the mecha. Boss, everything's done. The leader nodded in satisfaction, but just as he was about to give an order, he found himself speechless. A trickle of blood appeared on his neck, and then his head fell to the ground. Boss! Those around them were astonished, only then realizing that they seemed to be surrounded. Among the ordinary zombies, there were some strange things mixed in. They were dressed entirely in black and walked like zombies, but much faster. Just now, the boss's throat was slit by a black-clad zombie that suddenly rushed at him. This is truly unbelievable. The zombies aren't biting people. Instead, they've picked up weapons. In this way, even the air defense field cannot be activated. The blonde woman nodded in satisfaction as she watched. These guys are getting more and more skilled with knives. Next, we can try modifying an air gun that can be used by zombies. They might surprise us then. The thugs in front of them were gradually swallowed up by the zombies, and they kept screaming in agony. Finally, even the screams stopped. Only the original 5 mechs and 6 armored vehicles remained on the wasteland. The ropes on the armored vehicle were still attached to the mech, but no one could pull it away now. Chapter 125. You're in charge of drawing the enemy's attention. The blonde woman stepped down from the ruins, intending to search for more traces of the celestial dragons. Only by constantly killing the celestial dragons will those people listen to you. In the past few days, she seemed to have heard someone say that there were rumors of celestial dragons in a small city not far away. This celestial dragon's surname is Dragon, a strange surname. As far as she knew, there were no people with the surname Long among the celestial dragons. But let's go check it out anyway. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises. She planned to go after dealing with these level 3 mechs. I heard that Celestial Dragon is still consolidating thug organizations. How interesting. Afternoon. Zhao Wu and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the experimental base. The entire experimental base has been reduced to ruins. Some of the entrances have collapsed, likely due to deliberate bombing. The goal is to prevent the zombies from escaping from the experimental base. But the outside world is already a wasteland. What's the point of preventing the zombies inside from coming out? Get off the bus. We'll be walking from here on. Zhao Wu and the others parked the car at the entrance of the experimental base, and then began to walk forward with air guns and other equipment. With the medicine, using the air gun has indeed become much easier. The recoil felt almost non-existent. The initial plan was correct. Only those who have received the medication can use this air gun. Now everyone can use air guns and can equip air defense fields. Zhang San led the way, while the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. The charging zombies will have their legs broken by the air gun, preventing them from crawling any further. The main entrance is completely blocked, so there's no way to get in. Zhang San touched the stone blocking the front of him. If this thing were blown up, it would probably yield a lot of explosives. The loud noise would probably attract all the zombies in the vicinity. By then, we will definitely be devoured by zombies. Then let's move them piece by piece, Zhao Wu said directly. Zhang San shook his head. This thing can only be moved by a large mech. Otherwise, it can only be moved by a crane. After he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Wu pick up an enormous stone and put it aside. Zhang San was stunned. Although he knew Zhao Wu was powerful, he never knew he was so strong. Good heavens, is this even human? A human-shaped crane, right? This was the first time Zhang San had ever realized that Zhao Wu was so strong. It's because there wasn't a need for Zhao Wu to exert his strength before. 7 men are in charge of guarding the area. The rest of you move stones. Yes, at Zhao Wu's command, the group began moving stones. Zhang San then realized that not only was Zhao Wu extremely strong, but even his subordinates were very strong. Although there seemed to be many stones at the entrance, most of them are boulders. Just clean these things up. Soon, a hole large enough for one person to pass through appeared. A large number of zombies rushed out of it. Having not seen any humans for a long time, they were extremely excited when they were released. I must thank Zhao Wu and the others in person no matter what. It charged over with a howl. Zhao Wu and his companions naturally gave these enthusiastic zombies a warm welcome. Everyone, clear the way. The men who had been carrying the stones raised their air rifles and opened fire. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fish would slip through the net and get caught, only to be chopped into several pieces by Zhao Wu wielding his embroidered spring blade. Major Zhao, the zombies at the entrance have all been cleared. Zhao Wu nodded. There weren't many zombies at the entrance. They must have scattered throughout the base over time. Then, everyone entered the pre-apocalyptic experimental base one by one. There are a lot of zombies in the lab, so keep your voices down. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's words, everyone nodded and their movements became much lighter. Most of the laboratories on the first floor were closed, with the department names displayed above them. Through the opaque frosted glass, you can see zombies screaming inside. It's unclear whether they're communicating with each other. A few of the laboratories were open, and zombies were walking around inside. Zhao Wu and the others walked forward cautiously, their backs bent. Their first destination is the place where they need to find the experimental logs. Unlike public places, the experimental site did not have a navigation map. They could only figure out step by step. Let's start with the first floor. If there are zombies that are impossible to avoid, then their legs will be quietly cut off. Zhao Wu explored this method for a while, but then realized it wasn't working. It's too slow. After finding an open space, everyone began to rest. Zhang Jingguo, searching like this is too slow. Is there any way to collect and deal with all the zombies on this floor? Zhao Wu asked. Zhang Jingguo thought for a moment. It's really easy to gather zombies together. All you need to do is make some noise. The key question is how to handle it. These zombies are unkillable. The best way to deal with them is to use an air gun to break their legs. But is there a way to sever the legs of all the zombies at once? After everyone thought for a while, Zhao Wu suddenly had an idea. We're thinking wrong. All we need to do is trap the zombies in one place. There's no need to cut off all of their legs. Indeed, if we don't kill them, just trapping them would be much simpler. Everyone agreed. Next, Zhao Wu explained the plan in detail. First, find a room that can accommodate most of the zombies. These are usually multimedia rooms or conference rooms. It must also have 2 entrances and exits. The person luring the zombies would circle the experimental base, gather all the zombies together, then enter through the first door and exit through the second door once all the zombies are gathered. Finally, close both doors, and all the zombies on the first floor will be trapped inside. After listening, everyone thought it was a good idea. Anything is acceptable as long as the zombies don't hinder their movements. As for who will attract this person, everyone turned their attention to Zhang San. Why are you all looking at me? Zhang San is the most useless among this group, so we have no choice but to make him the bait. Zhao Wu even made a special trip back to Blue Star to get him some self-defense equipment to wear. Tie it tighter, Zhang San said in a trembling voice. Don't worry, this material will wrap you up completely, and zombies' teeth won't be able to bite through it. As Zhao Wubian spoke, he helped Zhang San put on armor made of steel plates, while the joints were made of soft material to allow him maximum range of motion. Although this material won't break when bitten, it's likely that some flesh will still fall off if you take a bite. After everyone helped Zhang San put on his clothes, they began looking for a suitable place. Before long, they found a multimedia office with plenty of space. Zhao Wu and the others first cleared out the zombies inside. Then you will begin to implement your plan. Chapter 126 Mech Information. It wasn't until the plan was about to be implemented that Zhang San realized he was still a little nervous. This plan is far too dangerous. If there are too many zombies when you run out, won't you be overwhelmed by the zombie horde before you even get back? If you're tackled by a zombie while running, you will die. Zhang San looked up at the lights in the sky. The lights here had been turned on when he arrived, but it's still unknown how long it can last. If the power goes out while you're running, you'll die anyway. He swallowed hard, and seeing Zhao Wu winking at him from not far away, he knew that what was coming was bound to happen. There's no escaping it now. You bastards, Zhang San shouted. He then started running from the entrance, and many zombies peered out at Zhang San. Who is this idiot? How dare they insult our grandson? This is outrageous. Immediately, a group of zombies rushed out, howling and following behind Zhang San. Zhang San ran ahead, and zombies chased after him. The entire experimental base turned into a chase. The number of zombies behind Zhang San is increasing. If they catch up with him, Zhang San will have no chance of survival. Despite wearing protective armor, these zombies could still bite him to death using his soft parts. Pung, pung, pung. Seeing that there were quite a few zombies rushing towards him, Zhang San pulled out his air pistol and fired several shots at what was in front of him. The zombie that was shot was knocked to the ground. Zhang San hurriedly ran through them, and the zombies following behind trampled his companions on the ground into a bloody pulp. Not far away, Zhao Wu smiled when he saw this. You know what, this guy is actually quite agile. The zombies on this floor were basically all following behind him. If the plan succeeds, things will indeed be much easier. At this moment, many of the zombies on the second floor were also attracted by Zhang San. It roared and charged toward Zhang San. Fortunately, the second floor corridor has glass, so they can't come down. Even so, it still terrified Zhang San. He quickened his pace and hurried toward the multimedia conference room. Once you get here, you've completed half the mission. Hoo. Zhang San rushed into the multimedia conference room through the first door. Looking up, Zhang Jingguo and 5 others were standing at the second doorway, each holding a riot shield. These riot shields were brought over from another world by Zhao Wu. The purpose was to use it at this moment. Zhang San, come here quickly, Zhang Jingguo shouted, and the zombie behind Zhang San was less than a meter away from him and could be caught up in the blink of an eye. Everyone, open fire. Zhang Jingguo and 5 others drew their pistols and shot down all the zombies that approached Zhang San. Zhang San ran as fast as he could. He ran behind Zhang Jingguo and the others, then plopped down on the ground. I'm so tired. I am exhausted. Zhang San spoke, panting heavily. Bang! One zombie crashed into Zhang Jingguo's shield, followed by a second, and then a third. Countless zombies rushed towards Zhang Jingguo and his group. They bared their teeth and claws as if they wanted to skin Zhang Jingguo and the others alive, with a riot shield separating them. Fortunately, Zhang Jingguo and the others were blessed with spiritual energy, making them incredibly powerful. Even so, Zhang Jingguo and the others were still pushed back a few steps. Behind us was the second gate. They need to keep these zombies here until all the zombies enter the room. Let's hurry up and leave, or we'll be lost. As Zhang San spoke, he could see countless zombies pouring into the room. No matter how strong Zhang Jingguo and the others were, they couldn't possibly stop so many zombies. No, we have to wait until all the zombies come in, otherwise it will be even more troublesome. Zhang Jingguo would only leave through the door behind him once all the zombies had entered. This is the mission of a soldier, even if the task is difficult to complete. The group was pushed backward by the zombies. The slime on the zombies made the riot shield a blurry mess. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Zhang Jingguo and the others' ears. That was the sound of the door closing. The sound was like heavenly music. This indicates that Zhao Wu and the others have already circled around to the back and closed the first gate. Next, we just had to wait for our side to retreat. Back off. Open the door. Zhang Xin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He opened the door as soon as he finished speaking. Push hard. Zhang Jingguo and 5 other soldiers pushed forward with all their might, knocking all the zombies that approached them to the ground. Then, taking advantage of the moment, he quickly ran out through the passage behind him. As soon as they ran out, the Chinese soldiers who had been waiting nearby brought some enormous, incredibly heavy stones to block the doorway. Pung, pung, pung. A loud knocking sound came from inside the room. The zombies were banging on the door desperately, hoping that a kind person would open it for them. Phew, that was close. Zhang Jingguo and the others wiped the sweat from their brows. I almost couldn't move it when I pushed hard just now. These monsters are quite strong. Are you all right? Zhao Wu walked over from the first doorway. That door was also blocked by something heavy. I wasn't hurt, but I was certainly startled. After resting for a while, everyone resumed their search on the first floor. Although not all zombies were locked up, but these scattered zombies are of little use. After tearing them apart with swords and knives, they could only lie slowly on the ground. The search began with the laboratory, whose door was open. There are still quite a few zombies inside those closed laboratories, so don't rush to open them. Major Zhao, there's some information here. Zhao Wu hurriedly stepped forward to check and found a soldier holding a file in his hand. Archives regarding research on Level 3 mechs. According to Zhang San, the Level 3 mechs were already under research before the apocalypse, and only Sky City had relevant data after the apocalypse. I never expected there would be a paper archive here. Fortunately, since the apocalypse occurred not long ago, these paper documents were preserved relatively intact. After flipping through a few pages, Zhao Wu realized he couldn't understand it all. What data, materials, and reports are inside? It's estimated that only people from the Dragon Science Institute can crack it. With this information, Dragon Academy's research on mechs will surely become more thorough. Organize the relevant mecha data, and I'll send it to the Dragon Science Institute later. Yes. The group began searching the room for useful information about the mechs. The room wasn't large. It was probably a laboratory for researching mech-related components, and the mecha data here was likely incomplete. As for what kind of information it is, we still need to show it to Dean Zhang of Lonka Institute. After everyone had finished organizing the data in the room, Zhao Wu took the data to Blue Star first. The others continued their search. The portal is right there. In case of any unexpected event, Zhang Jingguo and the others can still escape. Chapter 127 Phoenix Project. All information. Blue Star. In the underground base. The staff at Lonka Academy were amazed by the information brought by Zhao Wu. That's amazing. So that's how the power system of a mecha works. No wonder it can power such a large machine for so long. So this is how balance is controlled. Most of the robots in this world are not humanoid, because it would be very difficult to maintain balance in a humanoid form. If we want to achieve the same free movement as a mecha, it's probably not possible yet. However, the information Zhao Wu brought happened to contain the answer to the question about the balance sensing device. This is undoubtedly a huge fortune. Balance sensors can be used not only on mechs. Tanks, airplanes, and missiles all have their own balancing mechanisms. If we can make a breakthrough in this area, they might be able to develop faster and better modern weapons. Zhao Wu, thank you so much. With this information, our Dragon Kingdom's technological strength will probably take another step forward. What does it matter if Western powers blockade technology? This mech contains everything needed by various industries and sectors. It includes chips, new materials, algorithms, power, and more. In the near future, the Dragon Kingdom will surely shock the whole world. After chatting with Dean Zhang for a few minutes, Zhao Wu quickly returned to the second world. Zhang Jingguo and others are still conducting search operations there. Second world. Zhang Jingguo and his team have already found some useful information on the first floor. They put this information on a table. Zhao Wu glanced at it and found that it did indeed contain some useful information. Project Phoenix. Project Phoenix began in 2362. Infected pathogens were injected into humans to transform them into mutants with extremely powerful abilities. However, most of them died during the transformation surgery, but some still survived. This section of the log describes the abilities of successful mutants who possess the same immortality as zombies. You can survive even if you lose any part of your body. Even if you lose your heart, brain, or other organs, you'll be fine. Another point is that mutants are different from zombies. The mutants surpass zombies in every aspect of their stats, making them essentially superhuman beings. In addition, due to cell activity, even if the head is cut off, it can still be reconnected after being sewn back together. It can be said that mutants are perfect humans. This report details various data about the mutants, what strength, jumping ability, etc. Zhao Wu glanced at it and saw that it was roughly at the level of a 5th-tier spirit warrior. It's just that it has the added advantages of self-regeneration and immortality compared to the spirit warrior. The number of survivors in Project Phoenix reached 100, but there was still no way to stop the massive numbers of zombies and soul-devouring beasts, and the world was still overrun. Zhao Wu then made a simple summary of the message. In 2362, the Phoenix Project was launched. After the apocalypse, Professor Lorford proposed injecting infected pathogens into humans to transform them into mutants. After 6 months of research, a method was discovered to keep humans conscious while they were injected with the pathogens, and human trials began. The successful participants, mutants, possessed immense abilities, but most died during the modification surgery. Of the 1 million participants in the experiment, only a few hundred survived. Mutants are incredibly powerful, with most of their abilities far exceeding the limits of human capabilities, but their numbers are extremely small. The government decided to cancel the plan. If the plan had been fully implemented, the zombies probably wouldn't have killed many people before they themselves were wiped out. In 2362, the last human base on Earth was breached, and all the Phoenix Project participants disappeared. The poisonous mouth that Zhao Wu had seen before was just one of them. After humanity's resistance on this continent failed, they dispersed and became leaders or cadres of various organizations. Ding Dong, the host, has learned most of the information about the Phoenix Project, and their world awareness has increased to 20. The portal level has been upgraded to level 4. The portal height has been increased to 4M. Second world, District 9. Portal level, LV4, 20/100. Portal width, 4 meters. Portal height, 4 meters. Portal secondary permissions, 100. The system's voice made Zhao Wu's eyes light up. We've finally reached a height of 4 meters on our side, which means we can transport some of the larger machinery over. At that time, the expansion of our underground city will definitely be accelerated. But why is it mostly information about the Phoenix? Could there be something else hidden in the information about the Phoenix? Zhao Wu thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He clearly understood the ins and outs of the Phoenix. He decided to put it off for the time being. Next, Zhao Wu looked at some other information. Of this information, the Phoenix Project is the most complete. The others are only in general terms. Project Spark. As the apocalypse loomed, some predicted that the crisis would be a global event. The world government has permitted some cities to undergo renovation work, but this is kept secret and is only publicly announced as urban development. These transformed cities have the ability to float in the air as long as the energy supply is uninterrupted. This is what later became known as Sky City. The project was spearheaded by Professor Qian Lin, an accomplished scientist in the field of architecture who was supported by several conglomerates and large families. That concludes the information. This is just a brief mention of the plan. In addition to this plan, the world government has spearheaded other initiatives. Plans include the Wall Project, the Destruction Project, and the Underground City Project. Some were implemented, while others failed to materialize. Report. All the information is here. Zhao Wu glanced at the information at his feet. Most of it was useless, so he looked at it once or twice and then discarded it. The only useful information on this layer is the mech data and the Phoenix Project. What time is it now? Zhao Wu suddenly asked. It's already evening, the soldier replied. It's getting late. The soul-eating beast should be coming out soon. Zhao Wu glanced at the multimedia conference room where the zombies had been held. The zombies inside quieted down and stopped banging on the door. In the darkness of night, the world belongs to the soul-devouring beasts. Zhao Wu wasn't too worried about the soul-devouring beast, since he had blocked his gate with huge rocks. The entrance was simply wide enough for one person to pass through, the soul-devouring beasts couldn't get in. They should take advantage of this time to continue to the second floor. Everyone, take a break and have something to eat. We'll go up to the second floor in 30 minutes, Zhao Wu ordered. Yes. The soldier turned and relayed Zhao Wu's orders. Everyone took out their own dry rations and began to eat. If people around the world saw this scene, they would be incredibly envious. It's amazing that we can eat such pure water and compressed biscuits. I'm so happy. Zhao Wu ate the compressed biscuits, thinking that he must have a good meal when he got back. I haven't had barbecue in a long time, and I want to go eat it again. Chapter 128, these zombies can't move, so why don't we? After resting, the ceiling lights started to flicker. It looks like the facility is running out of energy. This must have been quite a challenge for the experimental base. It's quite impressive that these lights can still be turned on after 4 years. They need to find a source of electricity as soon as possible before this energy runs out. If the light goes out, this place will become pitch black. In addition, this place is teeming with zombies. If you're not careful, you could be doomed. Captain Zhang. Zhao Wu summoned Zhang Jingguo. Major Zhao, what's wrong? When you were searching the first floor, did you see any energy facilities? Zhang Jingguo recalled that when he was searching, he seemed to have seen what looked like an energy room. I think so. Let's go check the energy room first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the power here is cut off. Zhang Jingguo selected a few people to follow behind Zhao Wu. It's just a reconnaissance mission. There's no need for so many people to follow. The others will rest and conserve their energy here for the time being. Zhao Wu and the other 6 arrived at the end of the first floor where the energy room was located. This room primarily manages the power supply for the laboratory building. The items in this room will rarely be used. Before the apocalypse, most of the energy here came from outside. The energy source here will only be usable after the external supply is cut off. Energy room. Zhao Wu opened the door and saw that the equipment inside was still intact. It seems that when the apocalypse happened, most people were thinking about how to escape the base. Not many people come here. Zhao Wu waved his hand lightly, fanning away the dust in the air. Several soldiers skilled in repairs stepped forward to inspect the power generation equipment. How's it going? How much longer can it last? Zhao Wu asked the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who had stepped forward to inspect them. This uses a high-speed diesel generator set and a brushless automatic excitation device. All you need to do is add fuel, the soldier said, looking up at Zhao Wu. Diesel fuel. Zhao Wu touched his chin, initially thinking it was some kind of high-tech generator. The result was just a diesel generator. The soldier nodded and said, diesel fuel is powerful, really powerful. Then why were we still able to turn on the lights, even when there was no diesel fuel? Zhao Wu asked curiously. The generator generates electricity and stores it in batteries. We just use the energy from the batteries. However, it seems that the battery is almost depleted. Since that's the case, what more is there to say? Zhao Wu opened the portal and brought over several barrels of diesel fuel from Blue Star. It was then poured directly into the generator. The generator started running again, and the battery began to charge. All right, if we don't turn on a large equipment, this should be enough for us. With the energy problem solved, the soldiers have had enough rest. Zhao Wu and the others arrived at the entrance to the staircase. The stairwell entrance uses a fireproof door panel, and there should be quite a few zombies behind the door. Zhao Wu pressed his ear against the door and listened intently. You can faintly hear the zombies occasionally whispering. However, the sound was not loud, probably to prevent attacks from the soul-eating beasts at night. It's as if zombies suddenly learned this skill. According to Zhang San, zombies didn't have this habit when the apocalypse happened. After the soul-eating beast suddenly appeared, these zombies suddenly took this action one day. It will be absolutely quiet at night. Zhao Wu quietly opened the door and could see through the crack that several zombies were facing away from the door, their heads turning back and forth, seemingly lost in thought. The fire door creaked, attracting the zombies' attention. They stared at Zhao Wu with their rotting eyes. However, the body did not move at all. She simply watched Zhao Wu quietly. Strange, are these zombies so well-behaved at night? Zhao Wu touched his head. There were no soul-devouring beasts here. Did someone input the command that they should not make any noise at night into the heads of all the zombies? I really can't understand it. Since they're not moving, let's hurry up and move. Zhao Wu quickly made his way through the horde of zombies. If a zombie is blocking your way and you can't get through, just kick it to the ground. The zombies let out low growls, strongly condemning Zhao Wu's mistreatment of them. But there was nothing they could do. Once they were kicked to the ground, they could only lie there motionless. Not bad. Nighttime will be a good time for searching from now on, Zhao Wu remarked. Since the zombies pose no threat and the Soul Eater can't get in, there's no need for everyone to search together. They worked in groups of 3, splitting up to search for useful information. The experimental base has a total of 5 floors, and a lot of time will be needed to search it. The zombies watch the group of people searching with numb indifference. Report, here is a newspaper. Zhao Wu picked up the newspaper and saw that the year was 2357. This appears to be a follow-up report to the cannibalism incident. The year 2357, a clean and civilized city. Recent measures have made our major cities cleaner than ever before. Overcrowded hospitals are a thing of the past, and criminals and beggars have disappeared from our streets. Citizens who were once fearful are now praising the government's actions. However, the barren land near the city became a breeding ground for poverty and crime. Authorities have deployed military forces to assist in transferring these no longer citizens' organisms to their designated human protein processing units. Zhao Wu glanced at the message and smiled. How could streets and hospitals not be clean? People who are beyond medical help will simply become corpses and decompose into protein. And those who are no longer citizens are probably the prototypes of the vegetarians of this world. This message could help Zhao Wu understand the world. However, the content is too repetitive and cannot increase the portal level of this world. The group continued their search of the area. The first world, the continent of demon spirits. In the desolate northern lands, Aura, covered in blood, stood on an orc. Just now, the last tribe that refused to follow him was wiped out. The orcs have now coalesced into a force determined to break through the barren lands. Chief, the scouts we sent out have returned, the second in command of Aura said respectfully. Aura, panting heavily, pulled the axe from the orc's body on the ground. Then he walked forward. What did they say? The deputy followed behind Aura, reporting as they walked. Humans seem to still be at war with each other, which is a good opportunity for us. Now, several hundred years have passed in Middle-earth, and I'm afraid not many people know of our existence anymore. Then let them see the power of the orcs. Aura stopped in his tracks. Before him lay a precipice. Below the cliff were the orcs marching incessantly. They came from various tribes, but now they have all been integrated by Aura. The green-skinned orcs, such as the Aura, are the most common type. In addition, there are also the incredibly strong minotaurs. A boar-headed shaman skilled in magic, a werewolf capable of concealing his form, and so on. They will transform into a sharp blade, plunging fiercely into Middle-earth. Chapter 129 Battle against the giant, soul-devouring beast. The orcs' first stop was the northernmost human nation, Kavanas. Large numbers of orcs set off for the Barrens. They have spent a lot of time bringing all the supplies to this place. The goal was to cross a barren land where there was no food at all. Meanwhile, on the demon continent, human society had not yet discovered this situation and was still at war with each other. Soon, humanity will unite to fight against the orc invasion. Second world. At 2 a.m., after a long search, a large number of rooms have been explored. Some key paper information was indeed found there. In addition, some computer hard drives were removed, and what they contained is currently unknown. This needs to be analyzed by data experts on Earth. A large amount of information requires a large number of people to review it, so Zhao Wu and the others can only take these things to Earth first. At this moment, Zhao Wu and the others heard noise. On the top floor of this laboratory, something seems to be moving around. Could it be a zombie? Zhao Wu looked on with a hint of suspicion. But that's impossible. There are quite a few zombies in front of us, but they're all standing still and not moving at all. Even if you kick them a few times, they don't dare to say anything. What could be moving around nearby? Report. All rooms below the 4th floor have been searched. A soldier reported to Zhao Wu. Just as Zhao Wugong was about to say something, his keen senses suddenly detected a hint of danger. It seemed like something was approaching. It must be the thing that was walking around on the 5th floor just now. Then Zhao Wu saw it. It was a soul-devouring beast. Several soul-devouring beasts seemed to be attracted by the soldier's report earlier, and they smashed through the glass of the corridor from the 5th floor to rush toward Zhao Wu and the others on the 4th floor. Watch out, there's a soul-devouring beast. Zhao Wu drew his embroidered spring blade. Blue sword energy enveloped his entire body, and even his embroidered spring blade gleamed with blue light. Sword slash. Zhao Wu brandished his embroidered spring blade and unleashed a burst of sword energy. The attacking soul-devouring beast was cleaved in two by the sword energy. After the sword energy severed the soul-devouring beast, it left a deep trench in the ceiling. The soul-devouring beast, now split in two, crashed heavily onto the fourth-floor platform. Its cut surface was enveloped in a blue aura. This is spiritual energy. This hinders its repair. Zhang Jingguo and others, who were not far away, heard the noise and rushed over. Just then, I saw Zhao Wu cut the soul-devouring beast in half. Strange, how come there are soul-devouring beasts here? Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Without a second thought, Zhang Jingguo raised his serrated longsword and stood guard on either side of Zhao Wu. There seemed to be a great many soul-devouring beasts on the fifth floor. After the first few soul-devouring beasts pounced out, a large number of them came into view. They smashed glass everywhere and attacked Zhao Wu on the fourth floor from the fifth floor. Sound is their greatest attraction. Zhao Wu's embroidered spring blade slashed continuously, swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with falling fragments of the soul-devouring beast. 50 years of swordsmanship experience combined with the abilities of a fourth-level battle saint. These soul-devouring beasts were no match for them. This isn't the wilderness. Once we deal with the soul-eating beast in front of us, no new ones will appear. The soul-devouring beasts kept leaping down, and their numbers gradually decreased. In the end, the last soul-devouring beast fell at Zhao Wu's feet. Zhao Wu wiped the sweat from his brow. Conservative estimates suggest that he killed at least 20 or 30 soul-devouring beasts on his own. Including those killed by others, there are at least 50 soul-eating beasts on the fifth floor of this building. What a strange place. How did these soul-devouring beasts end up in the experimental base? How did they get in? Or were they already in this experimental base from the beginning? At this moment, on the fifth floor, a huge soul-devouring beast emerged from a room. It smashed through the reinforced concrete wall. The doorplate fell to the ground, and it read, "Animal Laboratory." Zhao Wu and the others felt the floor tremble. Something's coming again. Everyone be careful. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly and then cautiously watched the fifth floor. Then a huge soul-devouring beast appeared in everyone's sight. It roared and pounced on Zhao Wu. Rumble. The soul-devouring beast landed, and the entire fourth floor could not withstand the enormous impact, beginning to collapse. The group and the soul-eating beast fell directly to the central rest area on the first floor. Ouch, 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 ouch. Zhao Wu rubbed his aching back. Falling from the fourth floor was no joke. Fortunately, there was no one below the third floor. Everyone was lying on the rocks and was not crushed by them. Roar. The enormous soul-devouring beast let out a roar. The small soul-devouring beasts, which had already been cut into pieces, emitted white light. Then, their bodies actually began to slowly repair themselves. Damn it, these soul-devouring beasts are resurrecting, Zhang Jingguo said in surprise. The reason why Zhao Wu and the others were not afraid of the soul-devouring beast was because they were able to kill these immortal creatures. If Zhao Wu and his companions become unkillable, then these soul-devouring beasts will become their most formidable opponents. It must have been caused by this giant soul-devouring beast. Its appearance allowed the smaller soul-devouring beasts to stand up again. Zhao Wu stared at the giant soul-devouring beast in front of him. The monster was nearly 4 meters tall. If it weren't for the fact that each floor of this base is high enough, it really wouldn't be able to move around here. Unlike other soul-devouring beasts, this giant soul-devouring beast was covered in eyes, all of which were now staring at Zhao Wu and the others in front of it. He seemed to be thinking about something. The surrounding little soul-devouring beasts all came back to life and surrounded Zhao Wu and the others. Zhang Jingguo, hold off the smaller one. I'll deal with the bigger one, Zhao Wu ordered. Yes. Zhao Wu glanced at the zombie next to him, which was trembling and motionless. Pretend you don't exist. He casually picked up the zombie and threw it at the face of the great soul-devouring beast. Get the bamboo shoots. The great soul-devouring beast opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the zombie whole, then let out a roar. Roar. Zhao Wu smiled when he saw this. It seemed that this great soul-devouring beast's attack methods were quite limited. Don't be too nervous. Upon hearing the shout, all the little soul-eating beasts began to move, charging directly towards the crowd. Zhang Jingguo and the others fought back fiercely, their sharp serrated longswords piercing through the soul-devouring beast body. Even with the blue spiritual energy protecting their wounds, they are still able to recover. There is a powerful force resisting the spiritual energy. It seems that these smaller creatures won't stop unless these large soul-devouring beasts are killed. Sword slash. Zhao Wu slashed with his embroidered spring blade, sending a sword aura flying towards the great soul-devouring beast. Roar. The eyes on the great soul-devouring beast widened simultaneously. As the overlord of this place, it had never felt such a threat before. The flying sword energy actually possessed the power to kill it. The great soul-devouring beast swung its hard tail. Chapter 130, The Experimenter's Diary. The tail collided with the sword energy, creating a huge explosion. Boom! After a loud bang, the great soul-devouring beast's eyes searched for Zhao Wu. However, there was no trace of Zhao Wu anywhere in sight. All that remained were the constantly battling little soul-eating beasts and the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Where did the guy with the knife go? I'm up there, you idiot! Zhao Wu shouted and descended from the sky, his embroidered spring blade gleaming with a blue light. He had just used the building ruins to hide, then leaped out and rushed directly in front of the great soul-devouring beast. A huge blue blade appeared on the surface of Zhao Wu's embroidered spring blade. The blade was longer than this giant soul-devouring beast. The great soul-devouring beast hurriedly dodged, but its right foreleg was still chopped off. Pum! With a loud crash, the great soul-devouring beast, having lost its balance, fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The great soul-devouring beast roared, and all the smaller soul-devouring beasts stopped fighting the Dragon Kingdom soldiers and then rushed toward Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu ignored the little soul-devouring beasts behind him. He believed that Zhang Jingguo and others would handle it. All I need to do is focus on dealing with the giant soul-devouring beast in front of me. Inhale, exhale. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wu gripped the embroidered spring blade in his hand even tighter. Then came a dazzling array of slashes. A series of blue blade lights flashed on the fallen soul-devouring beast. More than 20 cuts per second. The giant soul-devouring beast before them had been reduced to pieces of minced meat. All its movable parts had been severed. The smaller soul-devouring beasts behind them were also stopped and cut into several pieces by Zhang Jingguo and the others. He's still alive? Zhao Wu was somewhat surprised that the giant soul-devouring beast, which had already turned into chunks of flesh, was still alive. Its eyes were still blinking as it watched Zhao Wu. However, it can no longer be restored. The cuts on his body were all covered in blue light. Zhao Wu picked up a piece of meat from the ground. It was still throbbing rhythmically. Put this piece of meat in a sealed box and give it to the experts from the Dragon Science Institute to study when they arrive in this world. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom soldier, standing nearby, took the pieces of meat from Zhao Wu's hand. Major Zhao, we still have one last floor to search. Keep searching. There must be some secret hidden up there. Zhao Wu glanced at the 5th floor above the ruins. The staircase here has been destroyed. You can only get up through other passages. Passing through the trembling zombies, Zhao Wu and the others arrived at the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, the place where the great soul-devouring beast had previously appeared had collapsed. Its enormous body had smashed through the wall when it emerged. It must have been lying in this room the whole time, and it only came out after Zhao Wu and the others came in. It seems to be guarding something. If Zhao Wu and the others hadn't come to the 4th floor, it probably wouldn't have run out. Major Zhao, we've found this. A soldier ran over with a notebook in which a diary was written. It must have been written by a researcher who lives here. He must have died here by now. Please check if there is any other information. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began searching the room. Experiment log. On April 1st, 2362, the world was plunged in a crisis, with zombies everywhere. Lara and I received a new mission, Project Phoenix, a plan that could save humanity. On June 8th, 2362, Project Phoenix was progressing very smoothly. Professor Lorford discovered some special characteristics of rabies type Z during his research. This virus actually possessed a certain degree of self-awareness and could issue commands to the human body in place of the brain. On June 18th, 2362, the research on the pathogen has been completed. Now it is time to begin testing what changes will occur when this pathogen is injected into animals. Tonight will be the first batch of experiments. The mice have been numbered and the tests will begin one by one. On June 20th, 2362, the experimental results were unexpected. The animals injected with this pathogen began to become restless and extremely aggressive, and it was even able to regenerate itself after being dissected. I never imagined that the rabies Z virus could have a repair function. If only this could be used on humans. But humans infected with rabies Z-type, rabies all turn into monsters. On June 30th, 2362, rabies type Z is contagious. Creatures bitten by it will also acquire the ability to spread the pathogen. Laura was bitten, so I had no choice but to hand it over. Zhao Wu was puzzled when he saw this. It turned out that Laura was an animal. He thought she was a staff member working on the same research project. On July 10th, 2362, all the experimental procedures for the mice had been recorded. Of the 100 mice, only 3 survived. Number 13, number 26, and number 48. Oh, and Laura was also still alive. However, he seemed a bit listless and also appeared to have grown quite a bit. We had no choice but to put it in a larger cage. Human experiments began on July 30th, 2362. On August 10th, 2362, an experimental human went berserk, resulting in the deaths and injuries of more than 200 people before it was brought under control. As Zhao Wu read this, he felt increasingly depressed, a stark contrast to when he first started keeping the diary. The records here have completely lost their previous tone. They're more like mechanical records of what one did each day. He must have been emotionally devastated after the deaths and injuries. On August 20th, 2362, a zombie horde attacked. The experimental subjects achieved unexpected results in their first battle, as their strong physical abilities were able to withstand the threat of these zombies. On August 21st, 2362, all 100 mice that had been killed earlier came back to life. Professor Lorford was very excited, believing that they had not died before, but were merely in a dormant state. They begin to shed their fur, their eyes begin to degenerate, and their hearing becomes unusually sensitive. Professor Lorford said they're regressing to their ancestral forms, but I think they are more like they are evolving. On September 1st, 2362, Project Phoenix was terminated, and all surviving mutants were to go to the remaining human concentration camps to complete their mission. On September 3rd, 2362, a massive horde of zombies attacked again. Lara saved me, but I'd already been bitten, and I would probably become one of the zombies soon. On September 4th, 2362, at night, the white mice escaped from their captivity and hunted the restless zombies. Laura led me to the 5th floor. September 5th, 2362. My body is no longer under my control. This is probably my last diary entry. The log ends here. The last words, written in a crooked and shaky hand, were probably written when he was about to turn into a zombie. Zhao Wu pondered for a moment, wondering if these 100 rats resembled soul-devouring beasts. The log once mentioned that these mice, which had been thought to be dead, came back to life, and their vision began to deteriorate while their hearing became more acute. This to sound like a soul eater. Soul-devouring beasts are blind, but have extremely keen hearing. Chapter 131, The Birth of the Soul-Eating Beast. Zhao Wu looked around at the ruins. This logbook was found here, so its owner eventually turned into a zombie here. 4 years have passed since 2362. The owner of this diary must have left this place or been killed by the soul-eating beast. Zhao Wu reorganized this part of the information and briefly recorded it in his mind. In 2362, during the Phoenix Project experiments, mice injected with infected pathogens were transformed into soul-eating beasts, which had keen hearing but lost their sight. Of the 100 mice carrying pathogens at the experimental base, 50 escaped when the zombie horde attacked, while the remaining 50 remained after the exit was destroyed. Ding Dong Host has discovered the birth of a soul-devouring beast. World awareness has increased to 24 points. Zhao Wu heard the information in his mind and knew that his guess was correct. It's unbelievable that the soul-eating beast was actually created by humans themselves. Rabies type Z was originally only meant to infect humans, but unexpectedly, after being injected into animals, it created a new organism. In 4 years, the original 50 white mice have turned the outside world into a domain of soul-eating beasts. He knew about the birth of the soul-eating beast. However, his understanding of the soul-devouring beast was only superficial. According to this log, the Soul Eater did grow a little bigger when it first appeared, but it was definitely not as big as it is now. And how is that 4-meter-tall, soul-eating beast created? Why does it have eyes all over its body? Besides spiritual energy, what else is the soul-devouring beast afraid of? Why does the spiritual energy ceiling stop working when the great soul-devouring beast appears? These are all problems. Next, Zhao Wu and the others resumed their search on the 5th floor, hoping to find as much information as possible. The sky gradually began to brighten. Zhao Wu checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Soon, the zombies on the remaining 4 floors will begin to move around. I can't stay here any longer. Although the zombies on the 1st floor have been locked up, there are still quite a few zombies on the 4th floor. If you are surrounded by them, you will definitely die. Everyone, grab your documents and prepare to evacuate. Yes, the zombies nearby began to writhe, making whimpering noises. They were expressing their dissatisfaction with the situation during this period. Zhang Jingguo and the others quickly crossed the stairs and arrived at the entrance of the experimental base. The sun was already turning a pale white. I never imagined I'd see the sunrise so many times in this world. Zhao Wu sighed. Back in the 1st world, there was no need to get up this early. Now that we're in the 2nd world, staying up all night is a common occurrence. Not far away, zombies were already slowly approaching. Seal off the entrance. At Zhao Wu's command, Zhang Jingguo and the others moved the boulder back and placed it at the entrance to block it. Boom! Boom! The vehicle's engine started up again. Zhao Wu and his team's 4 armored vehicles began speeding across the wasteland, heading towards Sun Long's base. Next came the work of constructing the underground city. Once the underground city is completed, researchers from the Dragon Academy will be able to come to this world to conduct research. By the way, Zhang-san, do you know where the various metal resources in this world are located? Metal resources are still the materials Zhao Wu needs. The world has become like this. Surely no one is mining the resources anymore. Then everything will belong to the Dragon Kingdom from now on. Zhao Wubian asked Zhang-san, who was sitting next to him, while driving. Zhang-san scratched his head and said, after the apocalypse, most people are more concerned about food, and they haven't really paid much attention to metal resources. After all, there are so few people left, so the consumption of metal resources won't be much higher. Perhaps the celestial dragons use it more often, but I don't know about the others. Zhang-san looked up at the sky and said, a sky city floats above. It is like the dwelling place of God. Zhao Wu also looked up and thought about what would happen if this levitation technology were developed. How shocked would that be on Earth? As for metal materials, we can ask Sun Long later. He might know. The Ghost-Faced Thugs, the first thug organization Zhao Wu encountered. The Scar Man stared grimly at Poison Mouth and Man in front of him. Not long ago, he sent these 2 men to hunt down Zhao Wu and his gang. But the final answer was, Zhao Wu and the others were reduced to ashes by the laser cannons of the level 2 mechs. Pung! With a dull thud, the Scarred Man slammed his hand on the table. The stone table trembled twice. Didn't you say these people were dead? Why do I hear that strange people have been appearing in Dingling City lately? A man covered her mouth with her collar and didn't say anything. Poison Mouth said from the side, he is indeed dead. When he was hit in the room by Amon's cannon, it pierced through a big hole. When I went back in, it was completely empty. The holographic projection tracking drone also detected that the group of people disappeared after gathering in one place. The meaning of Poisonous Mouth is quite clear. There are no problems on my side. If those people didn't die, they must have used some kind of high-tech product. Maybe they opened a portal and escaped. The Scarred Man fell silent. He had also seen the records of Poison Mouth and Man's holographic projection drone. Indeed, these people disappeared at the last minute. As a leader, he can be angry, but he can't mindlessly blame his subordinates. Man and Duko are indeed doing what they should be doing. His anger stemmed from the fact that Zhao Wu and the others, who were supposed to be dead, had reappeared. These people are really strange. Let's not even talk about canned food. He wanted their ability to harm the soul-devouring beast and the Poisonous Mouth. According to Duko and Man, the problem lies with the knife. When he swung his venomous blade, he didn't even activate the air defense field around his body. Moreover, the special recovery method used to treat poisoning did not work. Not long ago, someone came back from Looting City and said that they saw the group of people wearing protective suits in Looting City. Because these people were dressed strangely, they left a deep impression on me. I suspect that these people are the ones we are chasing. The Scar Man spoke slowly. Aman and Duko stood aside listening. Now, Willownail City has been destroyed. It is said that those people in protective suits have headed towards the city where Star River is located. You should go and take a look. Yes, Aman and Duko said loudly. Poison mouth, when you go again, take a potion with you. Otherwise that knife can still hurt you. Okowo. Poisonous Mouth chuckled. The potion the base obtained from the celestial dragons can instantly boost all of its basic attributes. Run faster, jump higher, and be stronger. Although that knife is very powerful, as long as it can't hurt me, then nothing will happen. This time, you'll bring me back live once. These people are hiding too many secrets. Yes. Chapter 132, Strange Horrorcorpses. The Scar Man waved, indicating that they could leave. Duko and a man left the room and began preparing to capture Zhao Wu alive. In the plaza of the Ghostface Thugs organization, Amon's red mech had already been loaded onto a truck. This time, they set off with a total of 53 people, 7 level 2 mechs, and 15 level 1 mechs. Amon's red mecha has been modified to a near level 3 and will have a defense system and a short-duration flight system. It's fair to say that the Scar Man has gone to great lengths to capture Zhao Wu and the others. Boom! Boom! The vehicle engines started and drove out of the base gate one by one. The target was the small town where Zhao Wu was located. We set off early in the morning and arrived at the base in the afternoon. From a distance, the guards at Sunlong Base spotted Zhao Wu and his group's vehicle. Upon arriving at the entrance, they hurriedly opened the base gate. Zhao Wugong parked the vehicle in the base's square, and Sunlong appeared. The guy with a fawning expression said, "Celestial Dragons, you're back." Has anything happened at the base recently? Zhao Wu asked. No, sir, don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. After saying that, Sun Long patted his chest. That's good. Zhao Wu didn't say anything more, and had the things in the car moved to the 5th floor before preparing to rest for a while. I didn't sleep a wink all night, plus the long journey. It's time to take a break. When I woke up again, it was already late at night. I don't know how many hours I slept. It was completely silent around me. Everyone was either resting or deep in thought. Absolute quiet must be maintained at night. Although Zhao Wu and the others were on the 5th floor, the walls themselves had a certain degree of sound insulation. But it shouldn't make too much noise either. Otherwise, the soul-eating beasts that hear the noise will climb up the wall. After seeing Zhao Wu wake up, Zhang Jingguo leaned over and whispered. During the day, our people said there were quite a few zombies wandering around the base, but they didn't attack. Wandering around? Zombies have this skill too? Zhao Wu was completely bewildered, but his own people wouldn't lie to him. Could we be mistaken? If the zombies saw people in a base, they should have run over. I wasn't mistaken, and more than one person saw it. Zhang Jingguo continued. Zhao Wu touched his chin. He hadn't shaved for several days, and stubble had grown on it. It added a touch of vicissitude to his handsome face. Let's take another look tomorrow, then we'll know what's going on. Zhang Jingguo nodded, then returned to his seat to rest. Zhao Wu squinted and fell asleep again without realizing it. When I woke up, it was already daylight. The entire 5th floor was completely deserted. It seems that the Chinese soldiers nearby saw that he was fast asleep and did not disturb him. At this time, an alarm suddenly went off throughout the base. Zhao Wu hurriedly got up and looked outside the base. Not far away, rows of zombies were approaching in an orderly fashion. That's right, it's orderly. They lined up in a row, without making any other movements. They slowly approached the base. Zhao Wu drew the curtains and then hurried downstairs. As soon as I arrived in the lobby on the 1st floor, a person ran towards me. It was Zhang Jingguo. Major Zhao, you're awake, Zhang Jingguo said to Zhao Wu. What's the situation now? A horde of zombies appeared out of nowhere, and their movements are very strange. Zhao Wu nodded. He had already seen it from up there. No matter what, make sure Sun Long is properly protected and start electrifying the isolation fence, the wall, and the big iron gate. Yes. After Zhang Jingguo finished speaking, he quickly ran off to arrange the defense. The zombies in the distance stopped in their tracks and stood firmly in place, as if waiting for something. In a building behind the zombies, a blonde woman was looking down at the situation below. Her location was excellent. She could see Zhao Wu and the others working busily in the base below. She rushed over after hearing the news that there were celestial dragons here. But she had never heard of the Long family. But this did not deter her determination to deal with Zhao Wu and his group. Regardless of whether the people inside are celestial dragons or not, he's doomed. If so, that would be even better. If not, then let him be buried with the celestial dragons, since he had the audacity to impersonate one. Zhao Wu was stunned when he saw the zombie stop in its tracks. He remembered the blonde woman in the horde of zombies. Could someone control zombies? Zhao Wu shook his head. Controlling zombies was utterly absurd. Let's not think about it for now. My current task is to defend against the attacks of these strange zombies. Is the defense network powered on? Zhao Wu asked loudly. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's shout, Sun Long, who was not far away, hurriedly replied loudly, "Sir, the power is on. Everyone is now on defense at the main entrance of the base." Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction. The wall was covered with an electric fence, making it impossible for the zombies to climb up. They will be electrocuted the moment they come into contact with high voltage. Besides, the wall is so high, they can't reach it. The only place they needed to defend was the main gate, which was protected by a large iron gate. There are no high walls, only a few cars serving as defensive points. Many members of Sun Long's base stood on it, holding air guns and carefully watching the zombies in front of them. Let's see how long this base can hold out. The blonde woman looked down at the zombies below, then pointed with her index finger, and the zombies began to march towards Zhao Wu's base. They ran faster and faster, gradually reaching their top speed. "Oh, whoa, whoa." The zombie roared and gesticulated wildly like a bizarre creature. Shooting. At Sun Long's command, gunfire erupted throughout the base. Pung, 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 pung. Da-da-da, da-da-da. All the zombies in the first row fell to the ground. They had lost the ability to move. The zombies behind them simply stepped over their bodies to move forward. For every one that falls, countless others rise. Damn, there's so many zombies. Upon seeing this, Sun Long couldn't help but take a half step back. He had seen countless zombie hordes, but this one was the most bizarre. They seemed to be aiming for the entrance, not even glancing at the bait on the wall. Do they possess intelligence? In a short time, zombies had already broken through the hail of bullets and crashed directly into the iron gate with a dull thud. The iron gate was also electrified, and the zombies were thrown back by the electric shock as soon as they touched it. Haha, let me show you beasts what I'm made of. Sun Long smiled smugly. The electric grid built by Zhao Wu and the others had made their base much safer. The entire base was now surrounded by electric fences, though it was unclear where Zhao Wu and his group had obtained these materials. But all you have to do is shout 666, and you don't need to think about it too much. Chapter 133 Zombies can actually use weapons. The blonde woman in the building smiled when she saw this scene. Her zombies are immortal, but the electricity will eventually run out. She estimated that if the power supply remained on continuously, it would only last for about an hour at most. The stored electricity will then be completely used up. Then it will be their home game time. The zombies charged forward relentlessly, even if there was an electric fence in front of them. The blonde woman smiled, glanced at her watch. It was 8 a.m. She expects to be able to take over the base before 10 o'clock, unless the base sends out mechs, but even then she has her own ways of dealing with it. She had been preparing for this moment for 4 years. After 11 o'clock, the blonde woman looked down at the base with a look of utter despair. Why is there still electricity? He was unaware that Zhao Wu and the others had already moved several generators from Blue Star. There's plenty of diesel and electricity. The power grid was still running at that time. Several people were resting on a large vehicle that served as a defensive point in front of the power switch. Watching the zombies below, constantly playing with the electric grid, was like watching an entertainment program. The blonde woman bit her fingernails until they bled. It was already 11 o'clock. She had actually been planning to break through before 10 o'clock. It seems we underestimated the strength of the opposing team. But it doesn't matter. She has some special zombies in her possession. These zombies were an unexpected discovery for her. Some of them, in the process of transformation, might retain some human habits due to their strong consciousness. She used this habit to train these special zombies. Among the horde of zombies, there were several different zombies dressed in black. They carried weapons that were even more outdated than those of the old era, such as swords, crossbows, and bows. This amused the base operators who were on duty. A zombie carrying a weapon? It must be thinking it's a human. Look, there's another zombie over there with a crossbow. Ha! Do you think it became stupid when it turned into a zombie? It wouldn't know how to use it even if you held it. Everyone laughed, and no one took the zombies seriously. They didn't believe zombies could use weapons. At most, this zombie was just holding a crossbow bolt when it transformed into this form. The zombie in black picked up a crossbow and aimed it at a base operator on the roof of the vehicle. With a whoosh, the crossbow string trembled and a bolt flew out. Dang! Just as the crossbow bolt was about to hit the operator, a long sword suddenly appeared from the side and blocked the arrow. What's going on? The zombies can actually fire crossbow bolts. The operative who had almost been hit patted his chest, thanking Zhao Wu for his sudden appearance. He's probably been shot right through the heart. Air defense fields cannot detect zombie attacks. Therefore, this crossbow bolt is bound to hit itself. Thank you so much, Lord Celestial Dragon, for saving my life. The base operative gratefully kowtowed to Zhao Wu in thanks. Everyone get ready. Target the zombies who are armed. At Zhao Wu's command, all the organization's members stood up. He carefully observed the people holding weapons among the zombie horde, holding an air gun. There are quite a few zombies with weapons. Open fire, open fire. Da, 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 da. Piles of air bullets hurtled toward the armed zombies. The zombies that were hit by bullets fell to the ground, but then got up again. Some of them even had air defense fields on their bodies. These air defense force fields can detect attacks by humans. Instantly, transparent protective shields enveloped the zombies. Ironically, these things were originally used by humans to defend against enemy attacks. Unexpectedly, it has now become a means for zombies to defend against human attacks. The blonde woman was overjoyed to see this. Her research over the past few months had finally paid off. These special zombies have greatly enhanced defenses after acquiring an air defense field. Damn it, these zombies can actually use defensive methods. Everyone was taken aback and quickly switched to their more powerful air sniper rifles. It has a larger diameter and a higher degree of air compression. It can easily penetrate existing air defense force fields. The blonde woman in the building looked down and smiled, even more surprised that they hadn't arrived yet. Using the defensive force field, the group of zombies quickly reached the base of the wall and then jumped over the large iron gate. He jumped into the base. Everyone was astonished by what they saw. It's already abnormal enough that zombies can use weapons, but now they're even showing extraordinary jumping ability. Smash the leg! Smash the leg! Agents from numerous organizations shouted. These armed zombies jumped in and charged at the group. Without further thought, Zhao Wu picked up his embroidered spring knife and stood in front of the zombie. He didn't use sword energy to slash. He didn't need that much strength to deal with these zombies. And it would expose too much. Swish, swish, swish. After a few moves, the zombies that rushed at them were chopped into pieces. In a nearby building, the blonde woman was stunned by what she saw. This person was able to pass directly through the air defense field. Logically, his attack should have been stopped by the air defense field. Or has the air defense field been activated, but it failed to stop it? The blonde woman fell into deep thought. Then she saw many people wielding long swords rush out from inside. Then something even more shocking happened. These people actually have the ability to directly penetrate air defense fields. That's really strange. Why is that? Although these special zombies can use weapons, they're not as agile as Zhao Wu and his group. Under the attack of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they were quickly turned into pieces of minced meat. It's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The base operatives behind them used flamethrowers to burn the pieces of flesh. The blonde woman had never seen anyone like this before. Not to mention Zhao Wu, who wielded a long sword and moved with unparalleled grace. They often killed 2 or more zombies at once. They're practically using their own zombies as target practice. This can't go on. Although the blonde woman was unwilling, she had no choice but to give up for the time being. Continuing to fight would be pointless. We have no choice but to retreat first and then see how things go. After watching for a while, the blonde woman walked into the building. The zombies that were charging forward stopped and then slowly retreated into the distance. It was as if I had never been there at all. Zhao Wu touched his head. What's going on here? Have zombies become this intelligent? They can even launch feint attacks? Did they try to take it down but couldn't, so they ran away? Although curious, Zhao Wu and the others did not go out to investigate. Although the zombies retreated, they still lingered in the vicinity and did not go far. It seems there's something preventing them from leaving. It looks a bit like besieging without attacking. Chapter 134, Dungeon Blueprints. However, Zhao Wu didn't care about that. He had plenty of supplies on his side. They can even have barbecue 3 times a day. Even if you surround them, it won't be a problem. In fact, it might even help Zhao Wu avoid some unnecessary trouble. The zombies surrounded the entrance, and no one else dared to come closer. Isn't this the best bodyguard? Turn off the power grid and keep a close watch. Yes. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he glanced at the zombies not far away and returned to the building. On the 5th floor, Zhao Wu opened a portal and returned to Earth. Dragon Kingdom Underground Base. Zhao Wu found Dean Zhang, who had come to check on the progress of his underground city blueprints. He didn't have Dean Li's contact information, so he could only go to Dean Zhang first. When we found Dean Zhang, he was in the rest area, deep in thought, looking up at the ceiling, stirring the coffee that had long since gone cold in my hand. He didn't even notice Zhao Wu arrived. Dean Zhang, Zhao Wu asked in a low voice. Dean Zhang came to his senses and was somewhat surprised to see Zhao Wu standing beside him. Huh, when did you get here? I arrived a long time ago, but you were so preoccupied that you didn't notice. Zhao Wu poured a cup of hot water from the rest area and placed it on his table. Although there is no shortage of water in the second world, it is all mineral water. I haven't had this kind of hot water in a long time. Is something on Dean Zhang's mind? Zhao Wu asked curiously. Dean Zhang smiled and waved his hand. Nothing much, just some happy things. What's wrong? Are you going to be a grandfather? Zhao Wu joked. He knew that Dean Zhang had a son who was already married and seemed to work at Manga Institute. No, what makes me happy this time is something that concerns the country. Zhao Wu became interested. Tell me about it. I'm almost falling behind the trends on Earth in this other world. Dean Zhang took a sip of coffee and then began to speak with some excitement. During this period, China's rapid development has attracted attention in various fields. Some countries with strange ideas sent a number of spies to infiltrate China, with the aim of finding out why China was able to develop rapidly despite the blockade. These spies were eventually captured by the magic team. It uses the Eye of Insight magic learned in the First World, which allows it to observe a person at close range. Those spies thought they could rest easy now that they had escaped the Sky Eye system surveillance. Unbeknownst to them, their underground rendezvous and coded messages had long been discovered by the Dragon Kingdom. Subsequently, the entire group of spies was wiped out. This shocked the major Western powers, but everyone knew about the espionage in secret. There were also Chinese spies abroad, but this matter couldn't be brought up openly. Therefore, the entire army was wiped out and they could only accept their bad luck. This matter further intrigued the major powers, who wanted to know why China had suddenly been able to capture all the spies. Subsequently, they dispatched several more teams of spies. Without exception, they lost contact shortly after arriving in China. Those spies had no idea in what way they had been exposed. Humans are bound to make mistakes. Through the magic of the Heavenly Eye system and the Eye of Insight, these spies were immediately captured as soon as they showed any weakness. At this point, Zhao Wu smiled as well. The magic of the Eye of Insight was not used much in the First World. Because this thing has a short range, takes a long time, and consumes a lot of magic. It's not as useful as the Heavenly Eye. However, there are always some places on Earth where it is impossible to deploy a celestial eye. Moreover, the Sky Eye could be hacked. But magic is different. You can use it whenever you want. As for the issues of long processing time and high mana consumption, the solution is simple. Because of the existence of magic affinity potions, the Dragon Kingdom has a large number of magic teams. Everyone took turns tracking the spies, and eventually they were able to find their weaknesses. These guys are probably all dumbfounded after they got caught, Zhao Wu Dao said. I'm quite excited that the things I brought back from another world can come in handy. Who can argue with that? There are quite a few who insist they are not spies and are applying for legal aid. When we got the list and information of those transactions, they went quiet. There was even a spy who hid the information in his underwear, but it was found out immediately. Dean Zhang sighed. The Dragon Kingdom has developed very rapidly during this period, thanks to the resources in the First World. The Second World is equally useful. Because of the advanced technology of the Second World, China has developed many useful technologies. In the near future, industries such as chip manufacturing, semiconductor processing, lithography machines, and ultra-high precision machine tools, which are subject to blockades by major Western powers. These technologies will all be implemented in China. We still need to surpass it. Dean Zhang was very excited to be able to witness the rise of China in his lifetime. This is an exciting thing. Dean Zhang, this is just the beginning. When a mecha comes out, it will truly shock the world, Zhao Wu said with a smile. Yes, it's too early to get excited. Zhao Wu suddenly remembered something and continued. By the way, what about those hard drives we gave you last time? Have they been hacked? Dean Zhang pondered for a moment. Some of them have been cracked. They contain experimental data from Project Phoenix, but they lack crucial information and cannot be viewed yet. We can only check them one by one after all the hard drives have been hacked. Zhao Wu nodded, relieved that the problem could be solved. Not only that, there's also some data of mechs inside, which seems to be the latest generation of mechs from that world. That's right. I heard it's a third-generation mecha, Zhao Wuhui replied. Dean Zhang sighed and then said, actually, for us, the data of the first version of the mecha is more important. The subsequent mechas are just adjustments based on that. Zhao Wu nodded. It's like making a phone call. The beginning is the hardest. Subsequent updates and upgrades were simply adjustments and improvements made to this foundation. If we could obtain the development process of the first-generation mechs, it would likely help the Dragon Academy better understand their structure. Zhao Wu secretly made a mental note of this. When you have some free time, you could ask Sun Long and his team where the first generation of mechs was developed. We might be able to get our hands on some more D-logs then. By the way, how's the underground city blueprint you asked Dean Lee to work on? Zhao Wu then revealed the purpose of his visit. The dungeon blueprints? I'll call and ask you about it. As Dean Zhang spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Dr. Li's number. Hey, Lao Li. It's me, Dean Zhang. Have you finished that dungeon blueprint yet? Not long after, Dean Zhang hung up the phone. He turned to Zhao Wu Dao and said, wait for him here. He's coming over. Zhao Wu nodded. Since they were already there, they could wait a while. Anyway, if something really happens in the second world, someone will come to find you through the portal. Not long after, Dr. Li then ran over. Chapter 135. Construction of the dungeon begins. Am I late? Dr. Li said with a smile as he walked in. Enough with the nonsense. How's your blueprint coming along? Zhao Wu is still waiting here, Dean Zhang asked hurriedly. It wouldn't be appropriate for Zhao Wu to say this, so he spoke on his behalf. Zhao Wu glanced at Dean Zhang gratefully. It's so good to have someone like that to help me. Here, I've brought it for you. I'll go back and work overtime. Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. Dean Zhang interrupted Dr. Li's complaints directly. Come in, everyone. After Dr. Li finished speaking, several more people walked into the room. They were all personnel who had previously gone to the second world to conduct measurements. They were holding huge rolls of blueprints in their hands. This underground city is designed with a total of 5 floors. The blueprints detail the requirements for materials, space, pipes, and so on. You can build it according to the requirements of the blueprints. After saying that, they handed the blueprints to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu opened it and took a look. Goodness, I can't understand it at all. He could understand the general shape, though. It should be what it looks like after construction. But I don't understand other things like structural systems, fire ratings, and ventilation designs. Dr. Li saw Zhao Wu's predicament and continued. I am willing to do anything for the country's development. I've already mobilized 20 relevant technical personnel this time. They will monitor you in all aspects. All you need to do is find them the best workers. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu rolled up the blueprint in his hand. That's easy. The second world lacks everything except people to do the work. There are still many people in Sun Long's base who were previously recruited from various thug organizations. These people can't be kept around for nothing. Once the plan is finalized here, they'll have to get to work. Furthermore, the second world also has industrial mechs, which will make doing manual labor much faster. Then you should not delay and should set off as soon as possible, Dean Zhang urged. Subsequently, under Dr. Li's guidance, Zhao Wu met the people who were going to the second world. Most of them had already achieved considerable success in their respective industries and could have avoided going to the dangerous second world. But they have a strong sense of patriotism, which is why Zhao Wu loves this world. Previously, the world's attention had been largely occupied by various entertainment activities. Of course, this doesn't mean that entertainment is unnecessary. The world also has entertainment activities, but they are not something the public cares about. They're more concerned with how to build a better country. The 20 people were slightly surprised to see Zhao Wu, even though they had already heard that the person who led them there was a young man. But I didn't expect her to be so young. Some of the older technicians might have sons who were the same age as Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu looked at everyone and said, Everyone, we all have the same goal in going to the second world. It's all for the development of the Dragon Kingdom. But before that, I need to tell you the main points of the second world. First, you must never make a sound at night. Zhao Wu explained to everyone present the major survival rules of the second world. To avoid being caught off guard and confused if unexpected situations arise when you go there. They are all important talents for the country, and we must never allow them to be in any danger. After hearing this, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were very excited, as the second world was described as being just like in some movies, full of crises and difficulties. There are also ferocious monsters and zombies. Some fell into deep thought, pondering what kind of dungeon could defend against these monsters. All right, let's go to the second world. Zhao Wu then granted secondary access to the teleportation portal to these 20 people in turn. They then moved toward the second world. Second world, the 5th floor of the Sunlong base building. Zhang Jingguo and the others were a little confused when they saw the portal light up and then a lot of people walk in one by one. During this period, Sunlong's base has produced a considerable amount of medicine. In the past, these medicines were used to trade for supplies, but that's no longer necessary. The Dragon Kingdom has no shortage of resources. All of these medicines were used by the people of the Dragon Kingdom themselves. The 20 people who came in this time were all injected with drugs, and they will work here for a long time. Is this another world? Look, there are mechs in the square. The crowd was somewhat excited, but managed to restrain themselves. They knew they hadn't come here to play around, and after their initial excitement, they waited for Zhao Wu's instructions. Zhang Jingguo, have! Zhang Jingguo ran toward Zhao Wu. These people are experts in various aspects of underground cities from China. Send some people to protect their safety and report back to me what they need. Yes. Zhang Jingguo saluted, then walked up to the 20 people and said, Experts, please come with me. The environment here is a bit harsh, but it's still considered safe. Zhang Jingguo arranged for everyone to stay in the innermost room on the 5th floor. All the windows inside were sealed with reinforced concrete to prevent attacks from the soul-eating beasts at night. This is arguably the safest place on the 5th floor. The inside was completely blocked off, and the outside was guarded by soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. The ventilation might not be very good. After everyone was settled, Zhao Wu summoned Sun Long and several other local indigenous managers. Sun Long and the others were extremely surprised to see 20 people suddenly appear. But the thought that Zhao Wu was a celestial dragon made him feel relieved. As a celestial dragon, isn't it normal for him to be able to transform into a living person? These are experts sent down from Sky City, in charge of the construction of the underground city. I need your full cooperation. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without exception. Sun Long and the others nodded hurriedly. If the underground city were built, it would definitely be beneficial in every way. Zhao Wu didn't need to say anything. Anyone who dared to stop the construction of the underground city. Sun Long was the first to jump up and smash his head. Next, each of the 20 people explained what they needed to do recently. Sun Long and the others listened attentively, making sure they remembered everything they needed to do. The time continued until evening, and it was almost time for the soul-devouring beasts to attack. Zhao Wu paused the discussion, deciding to leave the rest for tomorrow. Building an underground city is not something that can be done overnight. The 20 people were naturally led to the 5th floor for a meal by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Wu stopped Zhang Jingguo, who was trying to leave, and said, By the way, how's that group of zombies doing? When I left, the zombies were still surrounding the place. They still haven't left, which saves us a lot of trouble. Zhao Wu nodded and looked into the distance again. The soul-eating beast is about to appear. Instead of finding a place to hide, the group of zombies stood still. There was simply no action taken. They also knew that it was time for the soul-devouring beast to make a sound. Chapter 136, if you want meat, get to work. Outside the base, where Zhao was located, in an abandoned building, a blonde woman was wolfing down a compressed biscuit. As she ate, the blonde woman's expression began to change. It seems like they're enduring something. Then he vomited it all out in one gulp. It wasn't over until all the compressed biscuits had been vomited up. If others saw this, they would surely be heartbroken. Such good compressed biscuits were wasted like this. The blonde woman wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth and then stood up. Her body can no longer tolerate human food. Eating these things is like chewing wax. But in order to distinguish herself from these monsters, she had no choice but to eat like this. Pretend you're still human. But my body still can't take it. The blonde woman stood up and looked out the window. It was already dark outside, but her eyes could see clearly even in the darkness. This is probably also an effect of the zombie transformation. At Sun Long's base, the operatives who were originally in charge of reconnaissance had all retreated to their rooms. We can't stay outside at night. It would be bad if the soul-eating beast stepped on us. Looks like these guys are going to stick with me. Let's see who can outlast whom. The blonde woman was talking to herself. The Sun Long base in front of him was indeed causing him considerable trouble. However, as long as we intercept their search forces from leaving and prevent any Al-Qaeda organization from trading with them, we can achieve our goal. In a few days, these people will definitely not be able to stand it. Without a food base, the organization will disintegrate. Then she can reap the benefits. Just then, a soul-devouring beast heard the blonde woman's commotion and climbed in through the window. It had just heard what the blonde woman said. At this moment, a zombie stepped forward and banged on the table next to it. The goal is to lure the soul-devouring beast over. As expected, the soul-devouring beast abandoned the blonde woman and headed towards the source of the louder noise. The zombie made noises as it ran, then leaped out of the window, followed by the soul-eating beast. The next day, construction has begun on the plaza at Sun Long's base. Zhao Wu transported various excavation equipment from Blue Star. This scene delighted Sun Long. All those devices must be inside compressed capsules. Otherwise, how could so many devices have suddenly appeared? But why are all the devices coming out old and outdated? Sun Long scratched his head, unable to understand. He didn't dare ask any more questions, since the old equipment was still working anyway. The entire base erupted in a tremendous roar as everyone began working feverishly. Zhao Wu had previously been a little worried that such a commotion might cause some problems. But now there's absolutely no need to worry. The zombie bodyguards not far away were all shaking their heads and looking at this place. They're the best barriers. The rioters who heard the commotion were also unable to cross these barriers to conduct reconnaissance. Zhao Wu didn't know if anyone could really control these zombies. If so, Zhao Wujin wanted to express his gratitude to her ancestors for 8 generations on his behalf. Thank you for acting as my bodyguard during this time. This saved him a lot of trouble. A blonde woman not far away stood by the window, watching the scene unfolding on the ground. Good heavens, the people at this base are actually doing infrastructure work. This was a scene I had never seen before. In this apocalypse, just surviving is a feat. Who would be so bored as to build infrastructure? Not only is it noisy, but it also wastes people's money and resources. Some riot groups strictly control food supplies, and even getting enough to eat is a problem, let alone having the energy to work. But it's different on Zhao Wu's side. As long as you do a good job, you can even get meat to eat. Real meat, not human meat or synthetic meat. Pork, chicken. The base personnel who heard the news in the morning worked hard. These could be replaced with something delicious at lunchtime. Zhao Wu walked by and watched, then said loudly, "Don't try to save me any money. If you want meat, work hard. Don't call me stingy when you can't get any meat later." Upon hearing this, the organization's members roared with excitement, their strength seemingly increasing, and they worked even harder. They were thinking to themselves, "Good heavens, as long as there's enough meat, let's see if we don't eat you out of house and home." Other things might not work, but his ability to eat meat is top-notch. Sun Long cautiously approached Zhao Wu and asked, "Sir, is there not enough meat?" Although Zhao Wu is a celestial dragon, saying plenty of meat is a bit arrogant. Yes, it's arrogance. This is the apocalypse, not the world we knew before. There will be plenty of meat, but how much depends on how well your men perform. See that guy over there? Zhao Wu pointed to an agent working hard next to him and said to Sun Long, I saw it. The work that guy did could earn you a chicken foot. Chicken feet. Sun Long licked his lips. Chicken tasted like... What was it again? Sun Long couldn't quite remember, but it tasted like chicken and was crunchy. Zhao Wu patted Sun Long on the shoulder, then pointed to another person and said, "See this person?" Sun Long saw that the person was looking around while working and would slack off for a while when no one was paying attention. Not everyone thought Zhao Wuning could produce meat. They suspected this was a conspiracy by the celestial dragons to make them work hard. So I just slack off when I have nothing to do. I saw it. As Sun Long spoke, he was thinking about how to teach this guy a lesson. This person, at most, offers you a small treasure. Zhao Wudao said. Sun Long was furious when he heard this. His perfectly good chicken foot had been turned into a precious treasure. So it's not that I don't want you to eat. It's that your subordinates won't let you eat, Zhao Wu said with a sigh, feigning regret. Zhao Wu didn't need to say anything more. Sir, just watch closely. I'm determined to eat this chicken foot. Sun Long took the leather whip and walked towards the lazy person. Zhao Wu smiled as he watched Sun Long's retreating figure. Let Sun Long manage these otherworldly beings. I'll just be a high and mighty celestial dragon on my side. Zhao Wu looked around. Soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom patrolled the area with weapons, responsible for protecting the safety of Dragon Kingdom researchers. The researchers from China were discussing and comparing the blueprints with the actual situation on site. We will try our best to avoid any mistakes. Those at the cadre level or above were foremen, responsible for supervising and organizing the work. This is good. Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction. Having been in the second world for so long, it finally looks like a base. This took a long time. Back in the first world, I started building my base not long after I arrived. However, the second world is now on the right track. Once the underground city is built, the people from the Dragon Academy will be able to conduct research in this world. At that time, various technological products will continuously improve the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star. Chapter 137 Infiltration. Not far from Sun Long's base. The blonde woman watched with boredom as the people at Sun Long's base below worked diligently. Ever since the first day, I learned that you can actually eat meat if you work. They worked even harder, determined to eat Zhao Wu, this celestial dragon, out of house and home. Unfortunately, they couldn't eat themselves into poverty. Large quantities of food and supplies were transported from Earth. Zhao Wu even organized a barbecue. Of course, this was a celebration exclusively for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. It's been 3 days. The blonde woman has been watching this place for 3 days. The people at the opposite base do nothing but work during the day. They sleep peacefully at night. Occasionally, a soul-devouring beast enters the base, but it will come out on its own soon after. Zhao Wu and the others were already used to the situation with the soul-devouring beasts. The experts from various fields who had just arrived were so alarmed that they couldn't fall asleep on their first night. I've gotten used to being in the innermost room now. They will go back to rest after 3 days and then come back in 2 days. After all, these people weren't soldiers, so Zhao Wu could understand. The blonde woman bit her lip. She could understand why the people at this base didn't need to search and still had so much food. And I haven't seen them trading with any other Al-Qaeda organizations. Where did these things come from? The blonde woman was somewhat curious. She decided to pretend to be a passerby and visit the base sometime in the future. Let's see what's going on at this base. If we can find a weakness in the attack, that would be even better. A few days later, daytime, when Zhao Wu woke up, he was told that a strange person had come to the entrance of the base. Really? Let me go out and take a look. After going outside, Zhao Wu saw that there was indeed a person at the entrance of the base. Several base agents nearby were pointing air pistols at her. The woman had completely covered herself with clothes, including a coat and leather gloves. Only its head was sticking out. Judging from his appearance, he should be in his 30s. Zhao Wu turned to Sun Long beside him and asked, "What's going on? Where did they come from?" Sun Long shook his head and said, "I don't know. I saw it here as soon as I woke up this morning. I guess it was already here last night when the soul-devouring beast was still here. Since they're recruiting base personnel recently, I didn't kick her out. It would be troublesome if she were from some organization." Zhao Wu nodded. Indeed, Sun Long's base has been recruiting personnel from other bases recently. These people will become a powerful workforce for the construction of the underground city. However, recently, due to the zombie horde, no one has come. I didn't expect someone to come so early this morning. Zhao Wu walked over and stared at the woman's face for a moment. The hair is black, but this face seems familiar. The black-haired woman was also looking at Zhao Wu. She also felt as if she had seen the man in front of her somewhere before. Then she remembered that it seemed to be the convoy she had encountered on the way to attack Looting City. That person is in there. She vaguely remembered him because he was carrying a knife. Zhao Wu couldn't remember, so he simply stopped thinking about it. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhao Wu asked. "I heard you're recruiting people here, so our base boss sent me to find out what's going on," the black-haired woman lied. "Which organization is it?" Sun Long, who was next to Zhao Wu, asked. He was extremely familiar with this area. As soon as the black-haired woman mentioned the base's name, he could tell if it was true or false. "The Serpent Base," the woman said slowly. "A spirit snake?" Sun Long frowned. There was indeed this thug organization nearby, but there weren't many people in it. There are about 20 or 30 people, It's a small organization. What's your boss's name? Sun Long then asked. It's called Ma Tong. Sun Long nodded to Zhao Wu. It seemed to be true. The black-haired woman smiled with her head down. In order to make it look more convincing, she has been moving around outside for the past few days. Being a woman is the best thing I can have. Sure enough, an organization discovered her. It was the Serpent Base. They were clamoring to take the woman back and offer her to their boss. After that, things became much simpler. After infiltrating the Serpent Base, she learned a great deal about the base. That's how the scene above came about. How did you get here surrounded by zombies? Sun Long asked. After observing for a few days, I found that these zombies don't move at night. So the soul-devouring beast hid at dawn and then came over, the woman said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu realized that this woman was no ordinary person. She had actually been able to detect this characteristic. Back when we were at the experimental base, we also discovered this zombie habit. That is, no matter if there are soul-eating beasts around, the zombies will not move once it gets to night. Zhao Wu looked at Sun Long and said, since she's here to visit, you'll be in charge of showing her around. You should be best at this, right? Sun Long nodded and bowed, saying, don't worry, sir. Sun Long had led many people on tours before being surrounded by zombies, so he knew what to do. Zhao Wu patted Sun Long on the shoulder and then left. He's just here to visit. There's no need for him to come along. By the way, what's your name? Zhao Wu asked, turning his head. My name is Genuine, the woman said slowly. Genuine? Zhao Wu nodded and then left. After Zhao Wu left, the woman asked Sun Long curiously, who is this person? He doesn't look very old. Sun Long's heart skipped a beat. Keep your voice down. This is a celestial dragon. Jean Yulin sneered inwardly, thinking, what a fool. This person is definitely not a celestial dragon. No one understands the celestial dragons better than her. After all, I was once a part of that place myself. Jean Yulin didn't say anything more and followed Sun Long as a visitor. Go back and tell your boss that you should come to our place and have good food and lodging. Let's all work together to create a beautiful ecological home in the apocalypse, Sun Long said as he walked. Really? I'll tell you the truth, Jean Yulin replied casually. A post-apocalyptic idyllic habitat? That's bullshit. If it's the end of the world, where will we find a beautiful ecological home? Jean Yulin looked around to see if there were any security vulnerabilities in the base. Unfortunately, it seems this defense setup was planned beforehand. In terms of construction, it's not bad. Jean Yulin was also a great figure in the field of architecture. Of course, that was before the apocalypse. I'm now a half-human, half-zombie being. Jean Yulin and Sun Long unknowingly arrived at the excavation site. Jean Yulin feigned curiosity and asked, what are these people doing? She had been observing this place for a while, but she didn't understand what the people at this base were doing. From a distance, it looked like she was just digging a hole. This is digging a huge pit. Sun Long remembered Zhao Wu's instructions and did not tell the truth. Right now, apart from the few people on our side, no one else knows what we're doing. Dig a big pit? Chapter 138, just eat a chicken bone. Jean Yulin was dumbfounded. Was this guy just being silly? Did they know we were coming in to attack, and then they dug their own graves? Jean Yulin stopped and looked at the open space again. It feels like building an underground structure. Jean Yulin truly lives up to his reputation as an expert in architecture. Through some of the designs, he could tell that this was not simply digging a pit, but rather doing some basic work. Strange, what are these people trying to do? Jean Yulin was a little puzzled, but she didn't point it out and instead followed behind Sun Long. She looked around along the way. Near the excavation pit, there were many pieces of engineering equipment, but they were all old models. These models were obsolete long before she was even born. I don't know where these people got them from. Besides these devices, some of the people around them also seemed strange. What they held appeared to be a survey map. However, there's no way I can go and see it, otherwise it would attract too much attention. There were quite a few people patrolling nearby with swords. Jean Yulin knew these people. She bypassed the air defense field and chopped down her zombies like fruits and vegetables. Sun Long led Jean Yulin around for a while, and then explained the merger policy. After the Spirit Serpent organization is merged with Sun Long's organization, it will be established as a special department, and Ma Tong will become an officer. Although the position may not be as prestigious as my previous bosses, my life is definitely much better than before. Sun Long then recounted some more details, and the conversation came to an end. Seeing that it was lunchtime, Sun Long didn't linger and told the woman to get lost. Otherwise, I'd have to feed her. That would be such a waste. After leaving the building, Jean Yulin felt he had to find a way to stay. Being kicked out like this is no different from not coming at all. I still can't break through this base. Then take care on your journey. I won't see you off. Sun Long saw Jean Yulin to the door, then went back to have dinner. If you go too late, those bastards probably won't even leave you a drop of soup. No, the zombies at the entrance haven't left yet, so I can't get out, Jean Yulin said. Sun Long glanced at the zombies not far away, who had all turned to stare at them. They have completely surrounded the entrance. There is indeed no way to get out. Seeing this, Sun Long had no choice but to say, "All right then, you can stay here for the night and leave tomorrow morning. However, you've been here too long. Hand over your air defense field and air weapons." Jean Yulin nodded in agreement, for safety reasons. Another point is that it would be very easy for the other party to kill you. But Jean Yulin didn't care. As long as I can stay here for a while, that's fine. As for defenses and weapons, it's fine to hand them over for now. After all, she doesn't survive on these things. Jean Yulin handed the 2 items to Sun Long. Next, Sun Long led Jean Linyu toward the cafeteria. Previously, the base organization strictly controlled food rations, but things are different here. Everyone gets to eat a lot of good food because they work hard. Jean Yulin was stunned when he walked in. What the hell are they eating? There are chicken feet and rice. Goodness, there's another person holding a pig's trotter and gnawing on it. He was the top worker this morning and earned the title of the strongest worker, receiving a pig's trotter as a special reward. The king of work deserves the title of king of rice. Jean Yulin felt as if he had traveled back in time to the eve of the apocalypse. "You eat this?" Jean Yulin asked in surprise. Sun Long nodded, then said to Jean Yulin, "Go back and tell your boss that as long as you join this organization, you'll be provided with food and lodging." This, food and lodging provided. What a wonderful promise in the end times. If someone else had told him, Jean Yulin would have definitely thought it was a trap. In the early days of the apocalypse, many places used this as a pretext to lure survivors, but once they arrived, they became easy prey. Because of this, when Sun Long contacted several bases via brainwaves, none of them believed him. It's obvious it's a scam. But now, having witnessed it with his own eyes, Jean Yulin had no choice but to believe that it was all true. "Where did you get all these supplies?" Jean Yulin asked curiously. Sun Long glanced at her and gave a cold laugh. In the apocalypse, resources are the most important thing. If it weren't for the need to win over the people at this base, Sun Long wouldn't have even brought her to the cafeteria. How could I possibly tell her where the supplies came from? Should we tell him that he was brought by a celestial dragon? Wouldn't that mean they'd be trying to steal my thunder? Only Sun Gong could cling to the celestial dragon's coattails. Seeing that Sun Long didn't speak, Jean Yulin realized that he had spoken carelessly and made a mistake. "I regret what I said without thinking." Looking back on this period, it seems like I haven't had a normal conversation with anyone for a long time. Today was probably the day I spoke the most. The rest of the time, he either chats with zombies or conducts experiments. After Sun Long took the delicious food, he gave her a half-eaten chicken foot and said, "Today I'll give you some chicken bones so you can taste meat you've never had before." Jean Yulin looked at the chicken claw bones in front of him with a look of utter despair. "Good grief, you guys eat meat while I gnaw on bones?" However, she didn't say much, since she couldn't eat human food anyway. Seeing that no one was around, she stuffed the chicken bones into someone's rice, as if to add some extra food for that person. Afterwards, she left the cafeteria and went to the square to look at it from a distance. The person in the cafeteria was eating rice when they suddenly found a chicken bone in their bowl and jumped up with joy. "I was supposed to be last in the work today, so I only got rice to eat. But I never expected that there would still be bones to gnaw on. This is truly a stroke of good luck." Jean Yulin stood beside the pit, looking at it carefully, completely unaware that someone on the 5th floor was pulling back the curtains and looking at him. The person observing her was Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu had already remembered who she was when he asked her name last time. Although the hair color has changed, the face shape remains the same. It was the blonde woman he had encountered in the zombie horde before. "It seems I wasn't wrong about her last time. This woman can control zombies." He didn't alert the enemy, but instead observed the situation from there. "Major Zhao, is this the woman you saw in the zombie horde?" Zhang Jingguo asked, looking at Jean Yulin on the 1st floor. Zhao nodded and said, "That's right. The zombies from not long ago were probably controlled by her, but we still don't know what her purpose is or what her abilities are." Zhao Wu was worried that if he angered her, it might trigger an even stronger zombie horde. The person in front of me seems quite interested in my dungeon. Should we capture her and investigate her? Zhang Jingguo asked. Chapter 139 Investigation. If we can figure out this woman's secret, maybe we can control the zombies. What kind of existence would it be to control zombies in a post-apocalyptic world? I'm afraid even the celestial dragons in the heavens couldn't do that. Zhao Wu waved his hand, saying that there was too little information available at the moment, and they had no idea about the strength of the other side. Not only would it be dangerous to make a hasty move, but it might also scare her away. Such a good opportunity will not come around often. I'll go talk to her. You guys don't do anything for now. Just pretend you don't know anything. Yes. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he drew the curtains and then walked downstairs. Jin Yulin looked at the large pit dug in the ground, and the more he looked at it, the more it resembled the construction of an underground city and one with several layers. You seem quite interested in this huge pit. Jin Yulin was taken aback, unaware that Zhao Wu had appeared behind him at some point. He hurriedly stood up and said, I was just taking a look around. Now that the zombies have surrounded this place, I can't leave for a while. Isn't this boring? Jin Yulin explained why he was still there. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but that zombies were blocking his way. Of course, she placed these zombies here, in order to make his reasons for staying more reasonable. Zhao Wu glanced at the zombies in the distance. They seemed even more tightly packed and closer than the encirclement of the previous 2 days. It was as if a barrel of zombies had completely surrounded their base. Don't you think these zombies are strange? Zhao Wu asked, staring at Jin Yulin in front of him. Jin Yulin glanced elsewhere and said, Yes, I've never seen such a strange zombie in all these years. It feels like we're surrounding this base. While saying this, he was secretly wondering if he had given himself away somewhere. Otherwise, why would he ask himself this question? Or is this just casual conversation? Zhao Wu continued. I suspect that someone is controlling these zombies. Otherwise, why would they do such a thing? And this person seems to be nearby. Forehead, your idea is both right and wrong, Jin Yulin said. Zhao Wu looked at Jin Yulin, signaling her to continue. The apocalypse has been going on for 4 years now. If someone really could control zombies, why would they only appear now? It must have been delayed by something before, or perhaps the controller himself didn't know he could control zombies. Then at a certain moment, he discovered his secret. He could control zombies. Zhao Wu stared at Jin Yulin as he spoke, observing the changes in Jin Yulin. A shifty gaze indicates that the person is restless. Constantly scratching one's earlobe or the back of one's ear indicates inner anxiety. His words seemed to have displeased the person in front of him. Zhao Wu smiled as he watched Jin Yulin repeatedly touch the back of his ear and said, Of course, I was just saying. In this apocalyptic world, anything can happen. Jin Yulin nodded without saying anything. Zhao Wu changed the subject, saying, You seem to have a lot of knowledge about construction. Yes, I was an architectural expert before the apocalypse. Seeing this huge pit reminds me of my past. Jin Yulin truthfully stated that as long as Zhao Wu didn't bring up the matter of controlling zombies again, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't hurt to tell Zhao Wu that I was an architectural expert. Upon hearing that Jin Yulin was a construction expert, Zhao Wu's eyes lit up, as if he had remembered a piece of information he had found a few days ago. I've decided to look for it again when I get back. Maybe I'll find something. Can you tell what we're doing? Zhao Wu asked curiously. It's like building an underground city, but something's not quite right. Zhao Wu was startled. The person had actually seen through it immediately. This woman is definitely not your average architect. What's wrong? Zhao Wu asked tentatively. Jin Yulin pointed to several locations in the large pit. Nothing is right here. Nothing is right anywhere else. If it is built like this, there will be a big problem with air circulation, and the load-bearing capacity will not be met. Normally, there might not be any problems, but when there are too many people in this room, there's a possibility of oxygen deprivation and collapse. Jin Yulin said calmly. It's as if I'm talking about something very simple. Zhao Wu suspiciously called over the Dragon Kingdom expert, standing nearby, and repeated what he had just said to the experts. The expert from China compared the blueprints in his hand and exclaimed, It really is. These workers actually made a mistake with the specifications, and I didn't even notice. Major Zhao, I didn't expect you to know anything about crime scene investigation. Zhao Wu scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and then let the expert leave. It seems that Jin Yulin really has some skills. His inner thoughts became even more certain. This Jean Yulin's identity before the apocalypse was probably not simple. Are you interested in joining us in building the underground city? Zhao Wu asked. What is your purpose in building the underground city? In this apocalypse, the most important thing is not to survive there, but to obtain resources, Jean Yulin countered. In the apocalypse, life is surviving no matter where you are. The only difference is that one place is slightly safer and the other is slightly more dangerous. However, it's uncertain whether we'll even survive until tomorrow in the apocalypse, so we won't spend so much effort building defensive dungeons. Sometimes supplies are more troublesome than monsters and zombies. Zombies can be hidden, and soul-eating beasts can remain silent. But resources are lacking. If resources are insufficient, they are simply insufficient, and there is no other way to resolve this issue. That being said, this applies to others in the apocalypse. For Zhao Wu, the issue of supplies was not important. The security of the base is of paramount importance. Only when the base is safe can the Dragon Kingdom stand firm in this apocalypse. I have a way to solve the problem of supplies. I'm suggesting that you join the construction of the dungeon. Think about it. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he left, leaving Jean Yulin alone there. Jean Yulin frowned as he watched Zhao Wu's retreating figure. What exactly is this guy's purpose in building such a massive underground city? Sunlong Base, 5th floor. As soon as Zhao Wui returned, he was surrounded by Zhang Jingguo. So, is she the one controlling the zombies? It's almost certainly her, but I seem to have discovered something else interesting, Zhao Wu said with a smile. What is it? Zhang Jingguo asked curiously. What could be more important than controlling zombies? We still can't be sure what happened to the useless information we found at the experimental base last time. Useless information. The government of this world has also developed many other post-apocalyptic survival plans, but most of them are just brief introductions without any substantial information. Zhang Jingguo thought for a moment and decided that he had already handed over all the useful information to Lonka Institute. The useless information should all be stored in the storage room on the 5th floor. It should still be here. Zhang Jingguo walked towards the storage room, with Zhao Wu following behind. Upon opening the storage room door, there were indeed quite a few cardboard boxes placed there. Chapter 140 Testing Her Abilities. There's a lot of useless information crammed into it. These preparations will be integrated and then handed over to Lonka Institute once other information becomes available. Zhao Wu searched and quickly found the information he wanted. It really is here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingguo hurriedly came over to see what Zhao Wu had found. Project Spark. As the apocalypse loomed, some predicted that the crisis would be a global event. The world government has permitted some cities to undergo renovation work, but this is kept secret and is only publicly announced as urban development. These transformed cities have the ability to float in the air as long as the energy supply is uninterrupted. This is what later became known as Sky City. The project was spearheaded by Professor Qian Lin, an accomplished scientist in the field of architecture who was supported by several conglomerates and large families. Zhang Jingguo scratched his head. The SPAR project was just one of many plans. But the above is just this introduction. There is no information whatsoever. What is this? Zhang Jingguo asked curiously. Zhao Wu picked up the report, pointed to a spot on it, and said, "The Sky City recorded in this information isn't the key. The key is this person's name." Zhang Jingguo leaned closer to take a look. A name? Professor Qian Lin. That's right. Qian Lin, who is in charge of the renovation of Sky City, must be a very capable architectural expert. Zhang Jingguo still didn't understand, and asked Zhao Wu, what does an expert in architecture have to do with that woman? Zhao Wu told Zhang Jingguo what had just happened on the 1st floor. To be able to discover something wrong with the dungeon you built simply by observation. That takes an incredible level of understanding and experience. You mean, this woman is Professor Qian Lin? Zhang Jingguo asked in surprise. Although the report does not specify a time, it is certainly in the early stages of the apocalypse. It has been 4 or 5 years since then. The Sky City is now airborne, proving that their modifications were successful. Even if Professor Qian Lin is still alive, she should be in Sky City, not on the ground. Zhao Wu held the report and thought for a moment before saying, Qian Lin, Jean Yulin. Do you think these two names sound similar? Although they sound completely different, they are somewhat related in terms of character structure. A bit, but I don't know if it's just a coincidence, Zhang Jingguo said. This relationship is a bit far-fetched. If it's not her, then forget it. But if she really is Qianlin, then we can't hurt her. Sky City is something we'll have to face sooner or later. If Qianlin really is the one who transformed Sky City, she will be of great use to us in the future, Zhao Wu said slowly. Zhang Jingguo nodded in agreement. As the base grows stronger, it will inevitably encounter the celestial dragons one day. Continue to monitor her, but don't alert her. I'm going to find Sun Long. Yes, I understand. After Zhao Wu finished speaking, he walked towards Sun Long. He wanted Sun Long to do something to test Jinyulin's abilities. After finding Sun Long, Zhao Wu took him to a secluded room. Lord Celestial Dragon, is there something you need from me? Sun Long asked curiously. I absolutely cannot give up this powerful leg I'm clinging to anyone else. I need you to do something now. My lord, you say so. As long as I, Sun Long, can do it, I'll go through fire and water for you. Find me 2 ruthless men to tie up this Jinyulin. Sun Long understood immediately upon hearing this. He truly understood. Women, that's normal. He then looked at Zhao Wu Dao with a wicked grin and said, My lord, I understand. I will definitely handle it properly for you. What do you understand? Zhao Wu asked curiously. Women, I understand. Zhao Wu slapped Sun Long across the face and said, Be serious. Yes, sir, I was too talkative, Sun Long said softly, holding his face. After tying up Jinyulin, strip her clothes off. Sun Long held his face, looking somewhat aggrieved. What's the difference between what I said before and what you said? But he dared not say anything more, or he would surely get another slap. Zhao Wu looked into the distance and continued, I want to see what she's hiding in her clothes. Upon closer observation, Zhao Wucai noticed that the woman was dressed rather conservatively. Even the area around the neck was covered by something. There must be some secret hidden in the clothes, otherwise they wouldn't be wrapped up so tightly. It's highly likely that the secret to controlling zombies lies hidden in the clothes. Sun Long sent people over to test whether Jinyulin had any special abilities. Secondly, it was to uncover the secrets of the body. My lord, I understand. I will make the arrangements immediately. After Sun Long finished speaking, he left. He lacked everything, except ruthless people. He quickly arranged for 3 burly men to go find Jinyulin. Jinyulin was still lingering near the pit, unaware that Zhao Wu had seen through her. After hearing Zhao Wu say that the large pit was an underground city, she became interested. I never expected that the skills I had before the apocalypse would still be somewhat useful. Just then, 2 burly men came up to her from not far away. Jinyulin, our boss son wants to see you. Come with us. I wonder what business boss son has with me. Jinyulin asked curiously. Why talk so much nonsense? Why would I need to contact you? As he spoke, a burly man reached out and grabbed Jinyulin's arm. A fierce glint flashed in Jinyulin's eyes, but he held back when he saw the patrolling Chinese soldiers nearby. Let go, I can walk by myself. Jinyulin easily shook off the strong man's arm. That's some real strength. The burly man was secretly shocked. This strength was definitely not something a thin woman should possess. I almost fell to the ground when I swung my arm just now. The 2 burly men glanced at Jinyulin and then walked forward. Jinyulin followed behind, wondering what was going on. Before long, the 2 burly men stopped in front of a bungalow and turned to Jinyulin, saying, Boss son is inside. Let's go in. Jinyulin looked at the 2 burly men with a hint of suspicion, as if this matter would not end if he did not go in. She eventually went inside. As soon as I entered, a wooden stick was pointed at me. Jinyulin was shocked. He didn't have an air defense field around him and couldn't stop this sudden attack. If the stick touches you, it will definitely reveal your weakness. The flaw is that he is not a normal person. Jinyulin hurriedly lowered his head, and the wooden stick pierced through his hair and hit the door frame. What are you doing? Jinyulin turned around and ran to the open space in the room, asking the person in front of him. Chapter 141, Discovering the Secret. 2 burly men had already walked in. Including the person in the room, there were 3 people in total. 3 against 1. Jinyulin straightened up. If she had known there were only 3 henchmen in the room, she wouldn't have needed to hide. Show your true colors and scare those 3 bastards to death. Everyone knows why boss son called you over. In that case, let's let the brothers have some fun first. Women are rarely seen in the apocalypse, and even if they are, the leaders get to enjoy them first. Upon hearing this, Jinyulin understood. These people were only after their own bodies. This is common in bases. Jinyulin, who had initially thought he had been exposed, was relieved. If that's the only reason, then it's all right. Look how stunned this girl is. I'll go for it first. A burly man lunged forward, his target being Jean Yulin, who was not far away. His task was to tear Jean Yulin's clothes to shreds and see what was underneath. What else could be under clothes? Of course, it's a woman's body. Snap! Jean Yulin slapped the burly man across the face. His head began to spin 360 degrees, and then his entire body flew out. The remaining two were shocked. What the hell is this monster? It's incredibly strong. Moreover, the air defense field on its surface had not been activated. This is so strange. You should know that the only things that can prevent the air defense field from activating are zombies and soul-devouring beasts. The two burly men looked at the petite Jean Yulin with fear on their faces. Don't come any closer, or I'll call for help. The two men hugged each other and screamed as Jean Yulin approached. However, this place is remote, and no one comes here at all. Jean Yulin thrust his right hand forward, his palm piercing through the burly man's chest and crushing his heart inside. Before the other one could react, she looked down at her chest and saw that Jean Yulin had ripped it open, and she was clutching her heart at her hand. My heart exploded. Jean Yulin ended 2 lives in an instant. What a waste of my time. Jean Yulin took off his right glove, revealing a hand inside that looked like a corpse covered in lividity. After putting on a new glove from her pocket, she threw the 3 bodies directly over the wall. A group of zombies ran over from a short distance and dragged the 3 people away in the blink of an eye. Jean Yulin clapped his hands and left the small house with satisfaction. Not long after Jean Yulin left, Zhao Wu and the others arrived at this place. There were still bloodstains on the ground, but there was no one inside. Lord Celestial Dragon, what's going on? Sun Long asked, puzzled. Where did those 3 people go? Weren't they supposed to strip the women naked? Why is there so much blood on the ground? Zhao Wu looked around and saw that the miniature cameras he had set up were still there. With this, you can see what's happening inside. But this matter cannot be known to anyone else. So he turned his head and said, "You are not allowed to tell anyone about this. These 3 people have already gone to do other things for me." Sun Long nodded. "Understood, sir. Go down, and don't let anyone come near here." "Yes." Sun Long didn't say much, and left after hearing Zhao Wu's order. Zhang Jingguo retrieved the camera. "Let's go check the 5th floor." The 5th floor of the building. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo sat in front of a player, watching the footage captured by the camera. A single slap can make a neck rotate 360 degrees. That takes immense strength. Moreover, it can pierce a chest with one hand, and it's incredibly fast. In less than a second, the chests of the 2 burly men were ripped open and their hearts were crushed. Zhang Jingguo leaned back strategically and slumped onto the sofa. "It's a good thing we didn't act rashly back then. Otherwise, with that kind of strength, I'm afraid only you could handle it. It possesses immense strength and is exceptionally fast. Most importantly, the air defense force field did not activate." Zhao Wu glanced at the screen and said, "Since she can control zombies, I suspect that something in her body has changed." Immediately afterwards, the 2 saw Jean Yulin take off his gloves, and the palms inside were basically the same as those of zombies. After pausing the video, Zhao Wu said, "TCH now, I finally know why she was wrapped up so tightly. It seems that's what she looks like under her clothes. The reason it was wrapped up so tightly was to prevent anyone from seeing anything amiss." Zhao Wu stood up, pondering how to deal with this person. The person who can control zombies is suspected to be the one who modified Sky City. How wonderful it would be if such a person could be used by the Dragon Kingdom. But how can we get her to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom? By the way, I heard from others that Willownail City was attacked by zombies, right? Zhao Wu suddenly asked. Zhang Jingguo scratched his head, wondering why Zhao Wu suddenly asked this. The destruction of Nail City happened a long time ago. Yes, I heard that some celestial dragons died there. Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, a plan forming in his mind. This woman's attack on Looting City was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision, Zhao Wu said. How so? Let's assume this person is Dr. Qianlin, who is transforming Sky City. Where would she most like to be? Zhang Jingguo thought for a moment and realized that since they were the ones who built the Sky City, they must be in the Sky City. After all, she was the one who transformed the city, and no one is more suitable than her for its subsequent maintenance and improvement. It should be in Sky City, Zhang Jingguo said, looking at Zhao Wu Dao. That's right, but she's on the ground now, and she's become like this. Moreover, Her purpose in attacking Willow City was clearly to target the celestial dragons. After listening, Zhang Jingguo lowered his head and pondered for a moment. The people who should have been in Sky City are now on the ground, and they've even attacked the celestial dragons. Could something have happened on Sky City that forced Qianlin to come to the ground, and then, in retaliation, attacked Willow Nail City and killed the celestial dragons? Zhao Wu continued. Moreover, there was a reason why she attacked our base. She probably thinks we're celestial dragons. That's right. That's right. That explains everything. Zhao Wu picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Ever since he last drank hot water on Blue Star. He then moved a kettle to the spot. Anyway, there's electricity here. Next, we'll get this person, who might be Qianlin, on our side, and everything will be fine. And this is not difficult. Isn't she seeking revenge against the celestial dragons? She can't do it alone. Zhao Wu can help her fight against the celestial dragons. Zhao Wu made this decision for another reason. The celestial dragons of this world are not benevolent. Sooner or later, I will have to face them. It's just that this matter has been brought forward. Chapter 142, Returning to the First World. Besides, there are definitely a lot of new technologies on Sky City. Each of these is capable of changing the world. Sky City, the Dragon Kingdom, must return. Ding Dong, the First World, has been away from its host for too long. Please go to the First World immediately from maintenance. Zhao Wu was stunned when he heard the information in his mind. Oh, so, I have a system. Zhao Wu had almost forgotten about this matter. But what exactly is this First World maintenance? The portal system originates from the host. The host must remain in each world for a period of time. Zhao Wu understood. This was just like when he couldn't come to the second world back then. If I hadn't come to the second world, this world that was opened would not be stable and would be in danger of collapsing. The first world has been separated from itself for too long, so it is now in danger of collapsing. That's right. Please go there as soon as possible, host. After the system finished speaking, there was no sound. Host Zhao Wu. Number of portal worlds, 2. First world, Demon Spirit Continent. Second world, District 9. Personal skills, advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of kendo experience. Physical fitness, 150 points. Normal person is 5. Magic power, 30 points. Zhao Wu opened his panel and looked at it. Going to the first world would be just the right time to get his magic power going. Perhaps using some magic could have a different effect in this world. Having made up his mind, Zhao Wu turned to Zhang Jingguo and said, I need to go to the first world for a while. During this time, you need to leave this golden jade forest here. Yes, it wouldn't be difficult for Jean Yulin to stay. She herself wanted to stay. Moreover, with Sun Long's base surrounded by zombies, the external threat level was essentially 0 during this period. It's definitely a good time to go to the first world. After arranging some things with Sun Long, Zhao Wu left the second world and returned to Blue Star. Zhao Wu, what are you doing here? In the plaza of the underground base, Chen Guoming was looking at a batch of supplies transported from the first world. After Zhao Wu left, the portal to this first world opened here, for use by the people of Earth. Oh, I have to go to the first world. Zhao Wu recounted what the system had said, which can be summarized as, neither of these worlds can do without him. Chen Guoming nodded. The first world was much safer than the second world, so there was nothing to worry about. And so, Zhao Wu arrived in the first world again. Deputy Base Commander Chiu was somewhat surprised to see Zhao Wu approaching. He then gave a brief report on recent events in the first world. With the successful launch of the satellite, many modern weapons can now be used around the world. The otherworldly Dragon Kingdom is developing rapidly, with all sorts of resources being transported from various parts of the continent to exchange for the Dragon Kingdom's paper and iron. This saved the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom a lot of trouble. All they needed to do was send a few dispatch personnel to each location. After these supplies were transported to the alien Dragon Kingdom, they were transferred here before being sent to Earth. Even so, 20,000 people are still not enough. Of these, 13,000 are soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, responsible for the routine maintenance of the Dragon Kingdom in the alternate world and the operation of the base. The remaining 7,000 people are technical personnel responsible for resource extraction and planning. Most of the laborers were from other worlds, and only some of the more complex matters were handled by the Earthlings themselves. Zhao Wu nodded in satisfaction. The first world was on the right track and no longer needed much attention. At the same time, Cavannas on the northern border. Here, there's a long wall that blocks all the entrances to the barren lands from the north. Several hundred years ago, After the humans drove the orcs into the barren lands, they built this wall here. The purpose is to prevent the orcs from invading again. Looking at the towering walls, the orcs knew they wouldn't be able to contend with the humans anytime soon. They then walked back, crossing the barren land to the desolate place where they lived. Barren lands are devoid of vegetation, but desolate lands at least have some land for planting and living. However, as the number of orcs increased, the desolate land could no longer support so many orcs. An orc scout climbed over a small hill and looked at the wall in front of him. There were many soldiers on the wall, but they were all in a state of lethargy. Those who could be here are either convicted prisoners sent to serve in the army or seasoned veterans. Some of them chatted privately, while others gambled inside the walls. No wonder the orcs haven't come to this walled area for hundreds of years. They have nothing else to do but play games to kill time. Although there have been recent rumors of orcs appearing in the Barrens. But that was just a rumor. They didn't see it at all. The soldiers who came to this place to serve as garrison troops had no idea that this place would soon be recorded in history. The first battle of the orcs' rise. The orc scout looked around, then slowly retreated. Behind him stood tens of thousands of orc troops waiting. Leading the group was the orc chieftain, Aura. Chief, they're indeed garrison troops, but they pose little threat. Aura nodded. This couldn't be better. They had already lost a third of their orcs in their attempt to cross the Barrens. The orcs who are still alive are already starving and thirsty. If we get blocked here, then we're really doomed. At that time, all these exhausted orcs will die under the walls. But now, even Lady Luck is on his side. As long as you can get through this wall, the south is fertile land and abundant resources. After the orcs recuperate there, they can move south and take control of the entire Middle-earth. Everyone get ready. Splash. The beastmen who were sitting on the ground all stood up. They carried weapons and wore tattered armor. He was breathing heavily, and you could hear it from a great distance. Charge. Target. The northern border wall of Cavanias. Once you cross this wall, you will be heroes of the orcs. For the Frost Wolf clan, for the Horde. For the Bearmen, for the tribe. For the Doom Hammer, for the Horde. All the orcs shouted the names of their tribes, seeking glory for their clans. Charge. At Aura's command, all the orcs began their charge towards the city walls. The orcs riding on giant Kodo beasts began to beat their war songs as they marched forward. Zong, zong, zong. The deafening drum beats spurred the orcs on. They were playing their own offensive rhythm. The Kodo beast followed behind the beastmen with huge strides. Beside them were minotaurs nearly 3 meters tall, uprooting large trees. They would be the main force of the attack. The human guards who were still gambling not far away seemed to have heard something, but no one stood up to investigate. Chapter 143, Real People, Beast Battle. What's going on? Why is it so noisy today? Li Si, go and take a look. Li Si complained, but still did as instructed. That's because he's a new recruit in this area. He stood up, peered over the city wall, and saw a horrifying sight. On the flat plain, many orcs suddenly appeared. Although the orcs haven't appeared for hundreds of years. But looking at their green skin and sharp fangs, he recognized them at a glance. This. His friends were still squatting on the ground gambling. Seeing him rambling incoherently, they laughed and said, "What's wrong? You can't even speak properly? Could it be those orcs?" Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter after they finished speaking. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a long spear pierced through Li Si's head, pinning him to the other side of the city wall. What the hell? Everyone froze on the spot, then stood up like madmen. The orcs below were already only a few hundred meters away from the wall. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone shouted loudly. A scene they had never imagined had unfolded. The orcs crossed the barren lands and arrived within the borders of Cavanias. Whoosh whoosh. One spear after another was precisely driven into the heads of these soldiers. These spears come from a tribe called the Troll Hunters. They are natural hunters, tall with long forearms and immense upper body strength. One spear after another was thrown from their hands, each with a head hanging from it. Shoot an arrow! The city wall commander had just woken up in the restroom when he saw this scene and hurriedly organized the archers to fire arrows. The scattered arrows contrasted sharply with the spears on the opposite side. These bows and arrows were no match for the troll hunters in either quantity or accuracy. A few arrows occasionally struck the orcs, but they were deflected by their tough skin. At most, the arrow only slightly penetrated the body, having little effect on the orc. The orc pulled out the arrows and charged forward with a roar. Don't panic, don't panic. The wall is very high. Even if the orcs rush down, they won't be able to get back up. The commander of the city wall comforted himself. He then summoned several messengers and said, quickly inform the royal family of Cavanius of the news of the orc invasion. On the other hand, go to the south, 20 miles away, to request the support of the Knights Templar. Go 8 miles to the east. There's a magician's association there. Ask them for help. The commander gave instructions on everything he could think of, and several messengers, upon receiving their orders, hurriedly descended the wall and rode their horses out to the surrounding areas. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A dark shadow obscured the commander. The commander looked up and saw that the huge bipedal wyvern had already flown over the wall and was right in front of him. Wyverns, monsters tamed by orcs. They allowed the orcs to ride them into battle, creating an unparalleled air force. Our race will prevail. The troll warrior on the wyvern threw his spear, pinning several mounted signalmen to the ground. They flew over with only one goal, to make sure no one could leave. The wyvern landed on the wall, and with a flap of its enormous wings, destroyed all the defensive equipment, including catapults. The sound of the Kodo's war hammer grew closer, and a large number of orcs had already gathered below the wall. The wall is 5 meters high, and even a tall minotaur cannot climb it. But they had large trees that had been uprooted. The minotaurs laid the tree trunks down on the wall, forming a makeshift ladder. The green-skinned orcs climbed the tree trunks and launched an attack on the wall. The defenders on the wall had just organized a group to defend, but they were quickly scattered by the wyverns. They protect the orcs from being disturbed by these human guards. This war is simply impossible to fight. After the orcs climbed up, they unilaterally and thoroughly beat these seasoned soldiers. At this moment, the orcs launched a massacre here. No one could stop them. As for magicians, the city wall defense force has no mages. None of them want to come to this godforsaken place to stand guard. Not long after, the last city guard also died at the hands of the orcs. The orcs' axe cleaved him in two. Aura climbed the wall. The orcs' first battle was over. Once we arrive in Middle-earth, who can stop us? The humans who drove the orcs to the barren lands. It's time for them to pay the price for their actions. Aura stood on the wall, raised her right hand, and shouted, "For the Horde! For the Horde!" Aura's call was met with overwhelming support. A blood debt must be paid in blood. A blood debt must be paid in blood. No one knew about the orcs' attack except in the otherworldly dragon kingdom in the southernmost part of Middle-earth. At this moment, Deputy Base Commander Chiu and Zhao Wu were sitting in the operations room, with the screen showing the orcs attacking the northern border of Cavanius. There are 3 of them used for military reconnaissance alone. Commander, the orcs have begun their invasion. Should we remind humanity? One of the Chinese soldiers in charge of surveillance turned around and asked, "Let General Chen Guoming decide this matter." Deputy Base Commander Chiu sent a messenger through the portal to deliver a message to General Chen Guoming. Soon, the general's message arrived. As long as the otherworldly dragon kingdom is not threatened, let them do as they please. Do not interfere too much in the affairs of this world. General Chen Guoming's meaning was simple. He came to this world to develop resources. As for the wars that are inherent in this world, we don't need to worry about them if we are not affected. The reason I helped Queen Lilia in the first place was because the Dragon Kingdom needed a base in this world. Now that we have a base and the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom is established, the next step is to explore and develop it. Zhao Wu understood after seeing the message. Whether it's a war between the orcs and the humans of this world, or a war among humans themselves, as long as it doesn't hinder the Dragon Kingdom's development of otherworldly affairs, then let them be. But if they dare to hinder the Dragon Kingdom, then let them never return. The orcs who had scaled the walls began their journey into the territory of Cavanius. They need to find a place to stay before dark. The world on this side of the wall was unfamiliar to them. Aura dispatched a considerable number of wolf riders for this purpose. Wolf riders are a highly mobile orc unit, all of whom ride white wolves. It can quickly transmit information and conduct reconnaissance. At that moment, a wolf rider riding a white wolf ran up to Aura. "Chief, there's a small town a little further ahead. It should be enough for us to rest." Aura nodded, then said, "Send the troops over. After we settle down, we'll go behind the wall and bring over the elderly women." Yes. The wolf riders rode their majestic, white, giant wolves to the front of the column. The entire orc army began to change course, heading towards human towns. Chapter 144 Nyonyel. Wow, there's a cow. An orc, seeing the cows by the field, became very excited and said to his comrade beside him, "We can eat beef tonight." The minotaur next to him looked utterly exasperated. "I won't stop you from eating, but could you please not discuss eating beef in front of me? What wrong could a minotaur have done, aside from pure love warriors who don't like them?" The orcs attacked the town, and the local defense forces were practically useless, struggling for a while before giving up. The orcs' strong physiques meant that only astral warriors could fight them. The rest of the population simply couldn't harm them. Even the smallest of the orcs is still much taller than most humans. As for how the orcs treated these surrendered human soldiers, that goes without saying. 2 days later, the orc army was finally discovered by humans. At this time, in the royal city of Cavanius, the lords and ministers from all sides are gathered together to discuss the matter. How do we deal with these beastmen from the north? Although the orcs are the enemy of all mankind, they themselves are the first to be affected. Who can blame them when their own country stands in the way of barren land? It's strange that these orcs would come out at this time. I thought all these orcs were dead north of the wall, but I can't believe they're still alive. Lady Kayla must take responsibility for this matter. You have been in charge of the city's defense forces all along. Nobody even knew it had been breached. The orcs have already entered our territory. The crowd discussed loudly, thinking of ways to deal with the situation and how to shirk responsibility. King Cavanius waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop arguing. "Kyle, the orcs are the enemy of all mankind. Send thunderbirds to every country to deliver news of the orc invasion. Tell them, we're done for. Now, it's their turn." Yes, King Cavanius was clever. He directly pointed out the stakes in the letter. "It's okay that I'm done. It's your turn next." Other countries, in order to avoid drawing the war to their own territory, will certainly do their best to keep the orcs at bay in the northern border region of Cavanius. Secondly, mobilize all available armed forces across the country to stop the orcs in the north. If the other side doesn't move, we'll also stay put for now. At this moment, someone stepped forward and said, "If we withdraw the defense forces from other places, what will happen to other countries?" The king glanced at the man and thought to himself, "How could there be such a fool? Right now, we are facing the enemy of all mankind. As long as they're not selling their asses to the orcs, I don't think the neighboring countries will be crazy enough to attack us at this time." The minister who had spoken gave an awkward laugh and then retreated. Thirdly, I've heard that a mysterious country called the Dragon Kingdom has appeared in the south. Yes, Your Majesty, they have many new and exciting things there. I had the privilege of visiting once, and it felt like a completely different world from other countries. The city was brightly lit, and there were trains making whirring noises, large engineering vehicles, etc. These were all things he had never seen before. "How large is the Dragon Kingdom?" King Cavanius asked. "This is equivalent to the size of a marquis's territory." "This can be considered a country?" Cavanius exclaimed in surprise. "That's right. The size of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom was previously owned by a lord, and this small size makes it convenient for the Dragon Kingdom to manage. In this world, the Dragon Kingdom prioritizes resources and doesn't care about territory. Too many of them would make management troublesome. Then let's send a Thunderbird over and have them join the battle." Yes, King Cavanius was unaware of the Dragon Kingdom's strength, considering it merely a small nation. Enabling them to build closer relations with these major countries is a great favor to them. Soon after, they received a reply from the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. The letter contained a long string of words, which, when translated, are as follows. "I was very touched, but I declined." King Cavanius sneered when he found out. He thought that after driving the orcs away, he would teach this country a small lesson. Let them know their own limitations. All the human nations in the world received King Cavanius's Thunderbird. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, most countries began preparing to help Cavanius and try to keep the orcs out of their territory. If the orcs break through Cavanius, then their own country will be the next to suffer. Queen Lilia of the Urduva People's Kingdom also inquired whether Zhao Wu would participate in the war. Their countries are located at the southernmost part of this continent, and even if we were to send aid now, it would take a month or two to get there. But the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom is different. Their modern equipment can provide rapid support. Unfortunately, Zhao Wu chose not to get involved in this matter. Queen Lilia didn't say much, but sent 20,000 troops to Cavanius as a token gesture. They might not even get there yet, but the fighting over there might already be over. During the time when humans gathered, Zhao Wu found a famous local magic teacher through Queen Lilia's connections. Gandalf, Anit Hunking Ashaj. This is an old man with a white beard whose magical career ended years ago. Without a major stroke of luck, he might never have been able to reach the level of a grandmaster in his lifetime. Lilia introduced this magician to Zhao Wu. Firstly, because Zhao Wuchu was learning magic, a 9th-level Grand Mage was more than enough to teach him. Secondly, because the great wizard Gandalf was very successful in teaching and imparting knowledge, and some of his disciples have surpassed him and become great figures in the magical world. Zhao Wu learned about magic in this world through the words of the great wizard Gandalf. The magic within a magician responds to the magic in the world, meaning that magicians in this world are merely guides, with most of their energy source being magical elements in the air. These elements cannot be detected, but they do exist in this world. Just like if you want to launch a fireball spell, all a mage has to do is ignite it with the magic power within their body, and then use the magical elements in the air to burn the fireball into a huge fireball. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom's magic teams had used magic in the First World and on Earth. However, the results are somewhat different. Using magic on Earth requires consuming more of one's own magic, and the power will be significantly less. However, people of the same level in the First World would unleash magic far more powerful than those on Earth. Researchers suggest that this may be because those magical air elements are either absent or scarce on Earth. That's why this situation has arisen. Even so, magic remained an indispensable part of the Dragon Kingdom. The recent capture of spies from other countries was achieved using auxiliary magic. This type of magic itself does not have offensive capabilities, but it can have different effects when used properly. Chapter 145, The Long-Awaited System Reward. Your Excellency Zhao, since you wish to learn magic, let's start from the beginning. Gandalf took Zhao Wu to the wilderness to learn magic, so let him learn from a place rich in magic. This way you can master it faster. The First World is on track, and there aren't many things to deal with normally. So, as long as the deputy base chief is in charge of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom, it's fine. He was enjoying his leisure time. Moreover, now that the satellite has been successfully launched, if anything happens, Deputy Base Chief Chiu can contact him immediately via satellite phone. You're an expert in magic, so just tell me how to do it, Zhao Wu Dao said. Gandalf nodded, then took a stone from his pocket. This is a magic stone, used to test the attribute of the magic within the body. Property? Yes, everyone has different magical attributes. For example, those with fire attributes can use fire magic, and those with dark attributes can use dark magic. Zhao Wu recalled the magician he had met in this other world. Most mages were killed without even touching them. Therefore, Zhao Wu did not know their attributes or strength. The only thing I vaguely remember is encountering the wizard who commanded the skeletons in the Frankish Islands. The scene was spectacular, but I wonder what happened to that magician. Zhao Wu was unaware that the mage controlling the skeletons had been killed in the explosion. Another one is a magician encountered during the final civil war of the Erduva People's Republic. Before the magician could even display his abilities, he was taken out by a conventional warhead from a Dongfeng missile. Gandalf coughed twice, and Zhao Wu snapped out his daze and took the Philosopher's Stone. How do I use this stone? Zhao Wu looked at the magic stone. Its surface was incredibly smooth, and it felt cool to the touch. Infuse your magic into this stone, and you'll know its properties by observing the light it emits. As Zhao Wu Bian channeled his magic power, he asked, what if a body has multiple attributes? What will happen to this stone then? That's indeed the case. In that case, the stone will emit 2 beams of light in succession. Zhao Wu nodded and said, I understand. The 3 attributes are the 3 rays of light, right? Gandalf stroked his white beard and smiled after hearing this. That's true, but having 3 attributes is not an easy thing, and even having 2 attributes is relatively rare. Gandalf, as an excellent mentor, once saw a magician who could make stones shine with 3 different colors at the same time. That magician has now surpassed him in achievement and is destined to leave a new chapter in the history of magic. I see, I understand now. Zhao Wu nodded. As the magic was fully infused, the stone in his hand began to glow. It was a red light like flames. Gandalf smiled with satisfaction. Fire attribute, powerful attack ability, very domineering. Most fire magic is primarily offensive. I see. Zhao Wu nodded. seemingly understanding. Since the old man in front of me says it's awesome, then let's just say it's awesome. Immediately afterwards, the magic stone in Zhao Wu's hand lit up with a pale blue light again. Gandalf, this. Zhao Wu pointed to the magic stone in his hand, indicating what was going on. Gandalf was greatly surprised, never expecting that the person in front of him was a dual elemental mage. When Lilia first came to him, he thought she was just the son of some nobleman who wanted to dabble in magic. I didn't take it seriously at all, but I never expected that he was a dual elemental mage. Wind attribute, specializing in area attacks. Most of their magic is area damage. A good wind mage can easily take down a small team. I see, Zhao Wu replied. Whether a mage can defeat a team depends on who they encounter. If we encounter the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid you were locked down the moment you stepped out the door. Modern weapons have too many ways to kill a mage before he can even react. Strong magical abilities? So what? You still need to find a target before you can cast a spell. However, the Dragon Kingdom can launch attacks from outside their field of vision. Putting everything else aside, a single mortar shot from several kilometers away would be enough to give a magician a run for his money. Which magician could have imagined that a sweet potato flying through the air could have such power? However, it cannot be denied that magicians are not powerful. If the mage goes first, they can also inflict considerable damage. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom will not allow this situation to occur. Immediately afterwards, the stone in Zhao Wu's hand flashed with other lights once again. Then the light grew stronger and stronger, and gradually the entire stone emitted an unusual color. It was a bit like the stage lights in a disco, with all sorts of colorful lights, leaving Zhao Wu and Gandalf completely bewildered. Gandalf, this. What the hell are you, monster? Gandalf couldn't help but complain, saying he had never seen anything like this in all his life. He was already quite surprised that the light could illuminate two colors at the same time. But now this stone is shimmering with all sorts of light. Is this some kind of wild disco or what? Moreover, each ray of light represents a different attribute, so wouldn't all these colors mean that Zhao Wuning can use magic of all attributes? Suddenly, the magic stone in Zhao Wu's hand cracked and fell to the ground. Zhao Wu and Gandalf both looked down at the broken philosopher's stone, and neither spoke for a long time. Gandalf, this stone split open on its own. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Wu, who was the first to react, put aside his own relationship and realized that this thing was obviously very valuable. Gandalf was so surprised by so many things that he didn't know what to say for a moment. The Philosopher's Stone was shimmering with a strange light, a sight I had never seen before. I've never heard of such a magical spectacle, even in biographies. Another point is, the magic stone that had been with him for many years cracked. It actually cracked. Gandalf knelt on the ground in anguish, then grabbed a handful of rubble and wept. Goodness, anyone who didn't know better would think a relative had died on the ground. Zhao Wu stood awkwardly to the side. The stone had indeed cracked on its own, but he couldn't believe he hadn't done anything. Am I just too awesome? Ding Dong Host has achieved dual cultivation in magic and martial arts, and has obtained the demon spirit body. Demonic spirit body? The sudden system notification brought Zhao Wu to his senses. The cracking of this magic stone is likely related to the sudden reward from this system. The demonic body. The host is the source of magical energy. When using magic, the host and those around them do not need to obtain magical elements in the air for coordination to unleash their maximum potential. The potential depends on the distance. Simply put, this means Zhao Wu can use magic anywhere, regardless of the level of magical elements in a place. As long as one still possesses magical power, one can maximize the effectiveness of magic. Chapter 146, Not a Single Drop Left. In addition, Zhao Wu also became a magical Wi-Fi transmitter. This effect occurs whenever someone near him uses magic. Zhao Wu, located at the very center, is definitely the one who can unleash the strongest magical power. Even now, Zhao Wu can still use powerful magic on Earth. Moreover, with the ability to emanate from the demonic body, the mages around him will all receive a level enhancement effect to varying degrees. Host Zhao Wu. Number of portal worlds, 2. First world, Demon Spirit Continent. Second world, District 9. Personal skills, advanced firearms proficiency, 50 years of swordsmanship experience, demonic body. Physical fitness, 150 points, normal person is 5. Magic power, 30 points. Zhao Wu looked at his panel and confirmed that he had indeed acquired the abilities of the demon spirit body. Can I turn off this Wi-Fi? The host can turn this off at any time. Turning it off will not affect the host's physical condition. In that case, let's shut it down. After all, Gandalf was right beside him. If Zhao Wu were to discover that his strength had suddenly increased, he feared that Zhao Wu might suddenly die from excitement. It seems that the magic stone in front of me cracked because of my own actions. The demonic body can unleash its maximum magical effect without requiring a response from the surrounding magical elements. So the little bit of magic I just injected probably had its maximum effect, causing it to crack open. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu said embarrassedly, "Teacher Gandalf, you don't need to be so sad. You should think about it in a positive light." The good side. Gandalf raised his head, now covered in white hair, and looked at Zhao Wu. "My magic stone, which has been with me for many years, has cracked. Is there anything good about it? I almost broke apart myself. Yes, the good thing is that you found an all-elemental mage, which is such a great thing." Gandalf was taken aback when he heard this, then stood up and threw the broken stone in his hand aside. That makes sense. What did that old man live his life for? Wasn't it just so that future generations would remember him? If I could teach a magician who can master all magic types, perhaps my name could be recorded in the history of magic. It will be written on it then. The Great Gandalf, mentor of the great mage Zhao Wu. Although it sounds a bit strange, it's one way to get into the history of magic. Looking at the broken stones in front of him, he realized that he had only lost one magic stone. "Since that's the case, you'd better study hard, or I won't let you off the hook," Gandalf warned Zhao Wu. Only he could realize my dream. Seeing that the matter was finally over, Zhao Wu nodded happily and said, "Don't worry, I'm absolutely fine." Gandalf finally nodded in satisfaction. In this way, he now had a glimmer of hope of becoming a legend in the history of magic. The next step is to guide Zhao Wu to surpass himself. As is customary, now that you have become my disciple, I will give you a gift. This magic wand is for you. Gandalf pulled a short staff from behind him and handed it to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu took it somewhat reluctantly. "What do I need this thing for?" In order to achieve the greatest possible harmony with the air element, magicians in this world use magic wands as a tool for guidance. After all, the higher the degree of harmony between the element and the magical elements in the air, the greater the effect. Good magicians will find a magic wand with strong channeling ability, which can increase the power and speed of their spells. Therefore, most magic teachers will give their apprentices a magic wand, which is equivalent to leading their apprentices to begin a new chapter in magic. But Zhao Wu doesn't need it. He is a demonic being, essentially a magic wand, and he can exert his maximum effect without the need for magical elements to respond. So getting a magic wand is unnecessary. Seeing Gandalf's expectant look, Zhao Wu accepted the magic wand. "I am a dual-elemental mage of wind and water, so I'll teach you from the very basics." Gandalf stepped forward, then chanted a spell, and a stream of water condensed in front of his magic wand. The water flow transformed into a sharp arrow and flew out. See this? This is the water arrow technique. You can practice this for your first lesson. "Why? Is this difficult?" Zhao Wu asked curiously. "It doesn't look very powerful. Does it require a long training period?" Gandalf stroked his white beard and said, "Magic spells aren't difficult, but coordinating them with the magical elements in the air is. When using magic for the first time, you need to sense the magical elements in the air." Zhao Wu nodded as if he understood, then asked, "How long will this take?" "It could take anywhere from 10 days to half a month to several years to grasp it. It depends on talent." "It took your master 12 days to comprehend it," Gandalf said proudly. This is one of his few glorious achievements. Next, Gandalf handed the spell to Zhao Wu. The spell is simple, as Gandalf said, but more importantly, it must be in harmony with the magical elements in the air. Zhao Wu waved his magic staff, and after a spell, a stream of water formed an arrow that flew out and hit a rock not far away. Gandalf was completely bewildered. "What did I just see? Can you use magic on your first try? What about coordination? Doesn't it need to coordinate with the magical elements in the air? What about condensation? Shouldn't you first unleash your own magic and then guide it? How did it become instantaneous? What the hell is this?" Gandalf's mind was a complete mess. What kind of monster had he encountered? That's so strange. Zhao Wu scratched his head, looked at Gandalf sheepishly, and asked, "So am I right?" Actually, Gandalf didn't know if he was right or wrong, because this was the first time he had ever seen it. However, the teacher still needs to act like a teacher and shouldn't be too surprised. He feigned profundity and asked, "No, did you coordinate with the magical elements just now?" "Why would I need to coordinate? I just finished chanting the incantation and came out directly," Zhao Wu said with an innocent look on his face. "Are there magic spells that don't require coordination? That looks incredibly powerful. It doesn't even seem like a first-tier spell." "Shoot a few more for me to see," Gandalf said. As Zhao Wu chanted the incantation, his magic wand began firing water arrows, all aimed at the stone from before. "It really was released without any coordination," Gandalf said with a look of surprise. "Try going faster." Zhao Wu silently chanted an incantation, and water arrows shot out rapidly from his magic wand. "That's incredibly fast." Gandalf was speechless for a moment. Then it was seen that Zhao Wu's magic wand could no longer cast any spells. "What's wrong?" Gandalf asked. Chapter 147, The Great Battle, is about to begin. No magic left, not a single drop. Although he can use magic at its maximum level without the magical elements in the air. However, his own magic power is still limited. Just now, I fired a burst of water arrows like a machine gun, and in the blink of an eye, I had used up all 30 points of my magic power. Normally, casting spells requires chanting and an air elemental response, so it's impossible to cast them instantly. As long as there is no continuous battle, there will be no shortage of magic power. However, Zhao Wu's shooting technique is not necessarily the case. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. He quickly depleted his magic power. Gandalf had never seen this kind of fighting style before, and he stood there stunned, not knowing what to say. Zhao Wu asked in a low voice, "Teacher, why haven't you said anything? Is it because I'm using magic incorrectly? Posture? Seeing your magic has even made me doubt all my previous understanding of magic. Does that mean magic should be instantaneous to be correct?" Gandalf quickly dismissed this illogical idea. "All you need is one monster that can cast instant spells. Who else can do that?" "I think your magic power is insufficient," Gandalf said slowly. The most difficult step to becoming a magician was one that Zhao Wu had unexpectedly broken through in the blink of an eye. Then he can only find the prestige to become a magic teacher elsewhere. "That's right. How can I increase my own magic power?" "Meditation and practice." "Meditation and spiritual practice? What are those?" Gandalf then said, "Meditation is about restoring your magic through sitting meditation. When you reach your limit, you can reach a level you couldn't reach before with a little more effort. Cultivation is the process of exhausting one's own magic power and then resting, after which one's magic power will increase." Zhao Wu nodded. "One way is to increase it by constantly breaking through the upper limit of magic power. Another method is to use up all your magic power, and when it is restored, you can break through the magic power limit. Most people would choose the first option to increase their magic power. Firstly, magic is a vital resource for magicians, and depleting it is always too dangerous. Secondly, using magic is too time-consuming. Although there are spells that consume a lot of magic, these spells are too conspicuous. But Zhao Wu is different. He can choose the second method to increase his magic power. Every night before going to sleep, you deplete your magic power, and then you can replenish it afterward. If there is danger during this period, I can use my spiritual energy to fight. The problem with this method is that as the amount of magic power increases, the time required to use it also increases. Of course, this was not a problem for Zhao Wu. Next, Gandalf taught Zhao Wu a few basic spells that he knew. However, since Zhao Wu currently has no magic power, we can only temporarily abandon this plan for today. The two men got into their respective vehicles and headed towards the base in Waldingburg. Zhao Wu drove the car, and Gandalf rode his white horse. It wasn't because Zhao Wu refused to let Gandalf ride in the carriage. The strange thing is that Gandalf was fine riding a horse, but he vomited immediately after riding in a carriage. For his own sake, they still let him ride the white horse. During this time, Gandalf stayed by Zhao Wu's side, acting as his dog-headed mentor. Within Cavanus, the orcs settled in this place after capturing the first town. Living in a desolate place for many years has prevented their population from growing. This time, in order to cross the barren land, they lost a third of their population. Currently, the orcs only have about 80,000 soldiers available. The rest are the elderly, weak, women, and children who are unable to fight. This was also the main reason why other orcs opposed going to Cavanius. They believed that even if they crossed the wall, they would still die at the hands of humans. After all, the disparity in personnel is too great. But Aura didn't think so. He believed that orcs would only slowly die if they stayed in the desolate land. Why not try your luck in Cavanius? Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Moreover, orcs possess advantages that humans do not have. They are highly capable in combat. One of them is worth several others. They are also hardworking and can survive in harsh environments. The orcs have now settled in this town. They also brought over the elderly, women, and children who have been left behind on the other side of the wall. Now the whole family lives here together. Of course, King Cavanius would disagree. More than 100,000 troops transferred from other fronts have arrived in the vicinity and established a defensive line. The goal is to stop all these orcs here. There are too many orcs to live in one town, but there is no other way. If they are scattered, they will be defeated one by one. Fortunately, the beastmen ate a variety of foods, so they were able to survive. This is much better than this desolate place. Aura sat in the city lord's mansion, with a wolf rider standing in front of him. Great chieftain, 3 human armies have arrived from the west, with an estimated strength of around 70,000 to 80,000. 2 human forces have arrived from the east, with an estimated strength of around 50,000, reported the wolf rider, assisting in the reconnaissance. These troops were all from countries near Cavanius who came to provide support. More human troops will subsequently advance towards this location. Since the last Great War, humanity has been able to recuperate and thrive in this world for hundreds of years. Their numbers are far beyond what the orcs can handle. Aura was breathing heavily through his huge nostrils. Let's say he brings 70,000 troops from the west, 50,000 from the east, and 100,000 directly in front. That's almost 200,000. Aura wasn't good at math, but he knew that his side would be using 80,000 troops to fight against a human army of over 200,000. This battle, how easy that would be. Aura couldn't help but chuckle to herself. These humans probably didn't even realize what they were facing. With 80,000 orcs, Aura was absolutely confident that he could defeat a human force of over 400,000. Orcs are a symbol of power and a representation of bravery. Aura stepped out of the city lord's mansion and began to describe the upcoming great battle to the orc leaders below. Among them were Tauren chieftains, troll leaders, and so on. This is a management team composed of various orcs. They were fighting each other for resources not long ago. We're now teammates on the same front. 80,000 against 200,000 is just like one person fighting 3. I'll take on 10. A minotaur roared, patting his chest. Cavanius' frontline position. King Cavanius personally came here to oversee the army. The general in charge of this campaign was the Duke of Carmen, who was the hand of the king and enjoyed the king's deep trust. Just then, a thunderbird flew over from afar and landed on his shoulder. Carmen removed the letterbox from the thunderbird's toe, then grabbed a handful of rice and fed it to the thunderbird on her shoulder. Carmen smiled after reading the contents of the letter. Chapter 148. These orcs are simply inhuman. Cavanius' frontline position. King Cavanius personally came here to oversee the army. The general in charge of this campaign was the Duke of Carmen, who was the hand of the king and enjoyed the king's deep trust. Just then, a thunderbird flew over from afar and landed on his shoulder. Carmen removed the letterbox from the thunderbird's toe, then grabbed a handful of rice and fed it to the thunderbird on her shoulder. Carmen, what's the news? The king asked curiously as he walked over from a distance. The Allied forces are almost here and are expected to arrive tomorrow. The king smiled, a smile he hadn't shown in a long time. When the Allied forces arrive, we will have more than 200,000 men. Yes, but reinforcement from other countries won't arrive so quickly. No need to wait any longer. Starting tomorrow, we can drive these stupid groundhogs back to where they belong. Yes. After the king finished speaking, he left. Carmen pondered for a moment. If they attack now, they do have a numerical advantage, but they know far too little about the orcs. He wasn't sure if his 200,000 people were enough. He had previously sent men to check the other side of the wall, and all the defenders at the wall had been killed in action. The scene was extremely tragic. Those massive defensive structures had been thrown down from the city walls by something unknown. There were also many defenders nailed to the city wall, each with a spear stuck in their head. Carmen didn't understand how this was done. Now that King Cavanius has told him to fight tomorrow, then let's fight tomorrow. What if we lose this battle? then humans probably won't be able to drive these orcs back. A great war between humans and beasts in another world is about to begin. At this moment, Zhao Wu was lying in the operations room, leisurely watching the scene on the screen. Just treat it like watching a TV series, but a live broadcast one at that. Satellite monitoring indicates that the orcs are now surrounded by humans. This orc will most likely be driven back again. Zhao Wu looked at the orc's physique and stroked his chin. These orcs, aside from anything else, are absolutely top-notch at doing hard labor. If these orcs were used for mining and transportation, efficiency would be greatly improved. Due to the limited number of personnel, Zhao Wu's side was unable to send too many Dragon Kingdom soldiers to work. The basic work and excavation for infrastructure can only rely on these alien natives. However, efficiency is indeed a top priority. After all, the Dragon Kingdom on Earth is very large. The faster the world's resources can be transported, the better. After thinking about it, Zhao Wu put the idea out of his mind. It looks good, but it's actually not good. Helping these orcs would indeed improve resource gathering and transportation, but it would mean facing the entire human race. The war between humans and orcs will not end because of my intervention. Currently, the only way for the orcs to drag the humans to the negotiating table is through their own strength. Only then will I be able to help them. The next day, the human alliance formed ranks in front of the town. Of the more than 200,000 troops, 100,000 were the vanguard infantry formation. Each square formation had 1,000 men, and a total of 100 infantry square formations stood in place. Reporting to the general, we have detected that the orc forces are gathering in front of the town. They want to have a final battle with us. Carmen waved her hand as she listened to the scout's report. The orc's actions were roughly as he had predicted. They were protecting the town and fighting to prevent any possibility of a sneak attack. Then let's fight head-on. Carmen looked up at King Cavania's on the tower. He nodded to Carmen, meaning to follow his strategy. Pass down the order to have the infantrymen take up their designated positions and stand by. Yes, the flag bearer signaled to the people on the tower. The flag bearer on the tower is giving commands with the flag. Upon seeing the signal, the centurions began urging their infantrymen to advance. The infantry formation marched in a grand procession toward the town. The sound of footsteps made the whole earth tremble. They began to advance along the same route, preparing for battle. Carmen watched over her other troops from the top of the tower. Aside from the 100,000 infantry, the remaining force consisted of 40,000 cavalry, responsible for attacking from the flanks. Among them, 10,000 were Templar Knights, belonging to the heavy cavalry unit. This is the entire army of the Templar Order in this area. They harbor immense hatred for orcs, these heretics. These Templar Knights are Carmen's strongest unit at present. Based on past experience, this cavalry unit will be a sharp sword wherever it goes. The other 30,000 were archer troops. Instead of standing at the front, they chose to hold the rear. It's estimated that they won't have a chance to use their skills in this battle. Human arrows cannot inflict much damage on orcs. Rather than letting them disrupt our formation in the front, it's better for them to stay in the rear. The remaining troop types are mage teams, priests, and guards, with priests being a relatively rare troop type. It was brought over by the Temple Order. Its main function is still light magic and various status enhancements. If you buff a Templar Knight with increased physical attributes, they might be able to handle an ordinary orc. Of course, this is Carmen's prediction, and whether she can actually do it is uncertain. As for the spiritual warrior team, it's not so easy to mobilize them, so they haven't arrived yet. However, the current mixed force of 200,000 has given King Cavania's confidence. He believed that these 200,000 men would surely be able to defeat this foolish orc army. At the very least, they should be driven out of the enclosure. The earth trembled, and the infantry formation at the front came to a halt. They have reached the designated location. Many people were whispering among themselves about what would happen to the orcs. With so many of us, the orcs must be terrified. That's very possible. I heard that there are fewer than 100,000 of these orcs. Wouldn't that mean we might not even get any military merits? Quiet. The centurion on horseback shouted a rebuke. They have reached the designated location. Now it's up to them to see what happens on the tower. At that moment, dark shadows began to appear on the horizon not far away. The deafening sound of drums, accompanied by the orcs' unique war song, came rushing towards us. What the hell is this? The infantryman couldn't help but take a step back. They saw incredible creatures. 3 people and 6 drums were carried on the back of the giant Kodo beast, and huge drumming sounds came from above. Orcs don't follow formations as meticulously as humans. The principle is that the strong and sturdy ones should stand in front, while ranged units like troll hunters should stand in the back. Both sides lined up in front of the battle line, ready to fight. The human infantrymen swallowed hard. They suddenly understood why the walls had fallen so quickly. It would be strange if they could hold on. These guys aren't even human. How are you supposed to fight them? Chapter 149, The Final Gamble. Judging from their physique alone, one orc is stronger than 2 humans. The orc was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. As long as the chief gives the order, they must be the first to kill 10. In a human camp, Carmen gazes into the distance from atop a high tower. He can see the orc's formation from here. It was a complete mess. If he had encountered an enemy with this kind of formation before, he would have laughed his head off. But he can't laugh now. Pass down the order. Move the siege equipment forward and prepare to give them a taste of their own medicine. Yes, ordinary crossbow bolts are useless against orcs, but siege equipment is still useful. The massive crossbows and catapults, propelled by the archers, began to hurtle towards the orcs. Suddenly, a number of stones flew out from the orc formation. Each one is a huge rock about 1 meter wide. The human soldiers gasped in horror. If that thing hit them, a whole bunch of them would die. They wanted to hide, but they couldn't move because of their superiors' orders. A huge rock struck an infantry square and then rolled backward. This single blow killed more than a dozen people. The soldiers looked at the crushed corpses beside them, their hearts filled with terror. What the hell is this monster? It can throw stones from this far away. You know, even siege equipment can't launch that far. These stones came from the minotaurs of the orcs. Their enormous bodies allowed them to lift stones about 1 meter long and then throw them with all their might. Whether it's accurate or not is another matter. Humans are infantry units of 1,000 people each, totaling 100 units. Unless you're extremely unlucky, you can probably kill a few people. Carmen was astonished by what she saw from the tower. I thought we were already out of range, but we were still attacked. What kind of monsters are these orcs? There's no way to wait for the siege equipment to arrive now. The mages deployed a defensive barrier. The mage team chanted from the rear, and a huge magical barrier unfolded among the first rank of soldiers. The huge rock crashed onto the magic shield with a loud thud before falling down. This magical shield requires a huge amount of magical power to maintain, so we must finish this quickly. All personnel begin the advance. The infantry formations began to march forward in perfect unison. Although I don't want to face these monsters, I can't just desert. The mage behind him held up his magic staff and followed. It protected these infantrymen from being hit by flying boulders and spears. But as they went deeper, the magician's magic gradually faded. The massive magical barrier shattered after enduring yet another round of attacks. Fortunately, we are very close to the orcs. The orcs abandoned their ranged attacks and, at Aura's command, began to charge towards the human infantry. Power and glory, blood and thunder. The orcs across the entire front began to charge. Its momentum was like that of 1,000 troops. The entire ground began to tremble. Form ranks. The centurion shouted loudly. The infantrymen on the outermost edge of the entire infantry formation raised their shields, with a spear erected in the center of each shield. This tactic can block charges and arrows. However, they were not facing cavalry and infantry, but orc troops. The orc leader held a giant axe and swung it down with a wide swing. He cleaved the 3 shield bearers in front of him in 2. Humans were stunned. The strength was incredible. It can actually knock shield soldiers away. The spearman in the middle of the formation stretched out his spear and pierced through the charging orc. These despicable humans are hiding inside turtle shells. Send the Kodo beast. The enormous Kodo beast arrived in front of the human formation, accompanied by a war song. The spears couldn't even pierce its skin. The Kodo beast's massive head ripped a large hole in the entire formation with a single thrust. The orcs followed behind the Kodo beasts as they harvested. Carmen watched anxiously from behind. In a short time, her first 30 infantry squares had been completely swallowed up by the orcs. A reckless fighting style. If Carmen encountered this kind of fighting style in a human war, she would be secretly delighted. The human soldiers rushing towards them found the shields completely ineffective. Instead, they were often pierced through by the spears. But it's useless against orcs. There are too many varieties of them, making it too difficult to control. The orcs have 100 ways to break through this tortoise-shaped defensive formation. Past experience made him unable to estimate the true power of the orcs. Carmen sighed. For now, the only option was to send out cavalry to attack from the flanks when the orcs attacked the infantry in front. The orcs, unable to attend to their own concerns, will surely find themselves in a dilemma. Should we turn back or continue the attack? There's still a chance to fight. The infantry on the front lines were no match for the bloodthirsty orcs. The priests of the temple church began chanting light magic, and the warriors in the front row emanated immense power. They thought they were invincible. He was then killed by an orc with an axe. Cow smiled when he saw the light magic. It was too childish. It's nothing compared to the magic of hundreds of years ago. Humanity has fallen. The human mages of that time were able to drive them back to the barren lands. Let them see what real magic is. The orc shaman began to chant. Storm, earth, fire, answer my call. The shaman's hands began to turn red, and the orcs on the battlefield also turned completely red. They were faster, stronger, and much taller. The bloodlust spell unleashed their full potential. Humanity has never encountered such a formidable opponent. A single orc can take on 5 or 6 armored infantrymen single-handedly. One swing of the axe might just cut a human infantryman in 2, armor and all. The human's long sword had no effect on the orc. With the bloodlust spell, the orcs could no longer feel pain. Inside the Dragon Kingdom base, Zhao Wu and base chief Chiu Fu were astonished by what they saw. It seems we underestimated the strength of these orcs. But this is also because humans have never fought these monsters before and instinctively underestimated them. Zhao Wu nodded if Kavanas could wait a little longer. Once all the follow-up troops had arrived, even if the main battlefield is defeated, we can still steal the orcs home. Having lost their base, the orcs could only continue to harass them. That would exhaust them to death. However, Kavanias himself didn't have many troops, and now he has mobilized almost all of them. In addition, neighboring countries have already provided support. If they lose this battle, the orcs will at least have a week or 2 of peace. Once the orcs have built up their fortifications, they won't be so easy to deal with. Satellite footage showed a human cavalry force beginning a flanking maneuver to attack the orcs from the rear. This is Carmen's last gamble. Chapter 150 times up. The human infantry on the front lines have collapsed and are completely unresponsive to orders. The orcs were capturing prisoners and playing all over the mountains and fields. Carmen looked at the advancing cavalry. If these cavalry, forming a sharp sword, could pierce the orcs' rear and wipe out their ranged units, this will pave the way for the next battle. This battle at least salvaged some face. But that's just his idea. Zhao Wu, through the satellite's godlike perspective, had already seen that a considerable number of wolf riders were waiting for the arrival of this force. The orc leader had already made a backup plan. Cavalry against cavalry. Target, orc rear base, charge. The Templar Knight squeezed his legs together, and his warhorse neighed, and then ran even faster. They were now very close to the orc stronghold. Suddenly, a number of wolf howls came from the side. Awu! Wolf riders emerged from the flanks of the cavalry. The giant white wolves were larger than the horses and killed the galloping horses with a single bite. The riders on horseback were then sliced in half by the orcs in midair. The giant wolf picked up a piece of meat and swallowed it. Wolf cubs, kill them all before you eat them. The giant wolf pants. Don't be afraid of them. Charge. The Templar Knights raised their lances, ready to charge the wolf riders head-on. Then he witnessed a miraculous scene. The giant wolf in front of him suddenly leaped up and dodged the spear thrust. Then he pounced on the ground and swallowed himself whole. On the tower, the nobles and the king who were watching the battle were stunned. There was absolutely no way to win this battle. Carmen's command was unremarkable, but also without any major mistakes. It was a standard tactic. The reason they suffered such a crushing defeat was that they were completely unfamiliar with these orcs from the beginning. They underestimated the orcs' strength from the very start of the battle. Even if they are kept outside the firing range, they are still very likely to be hit by long-range attacks. The tortoise formation instead became a cage for the infantry, separating them from each other, before being crushed by the massive Kodo beasts or broken by the Orcish hammers. The cavalry was utterly crushed by the wolf riders. The howls of the giant wolves were enough to make even the war horses tremble. Many soldiers were thrown to the ground by their war horses. King Cavanius couldn't help but wonder how humans had driven these terrifying beasts to the barren lands hundreds of years ago. And this is without the orcs deploying any other units. Besides those seen by humans, there are also dragon riders, bat riders, witch doctors, and so on. If these troops are not necessary, Cal is prepared to keep them hidden for a while. They might surprise us again later. We've already lost. Preserve the remaining troops and retreat. King Cavanius stood up from a chair behind him. He watched the entire battle. This orc is not someone I can handle alone. Carmen didn't say much about the king's order. He ordered his men to begin the retreat. Wah! As the horn sounded, the soldiers who were still fighting the orcs turned tail and ran back. He discarded his spear and shield. They didn't even need the helmet they were wearing. In any case, they discarded anything that would hinder their escape. These guys were at least somewhat organized when they were running away. An orc swung his giant axe, but missed. The human soldiers in front of them actually ran away. Aura saw the human soldiers run away, but did not chase after them. The horns brought the orcs back. Breaking news. Breaking news. The human alliance has suffered a defeat in its first battle, with 500 enemy casualties and 50,000 casualties on its own. The cries of a newspaper vendor echoed through the streets and alleys. This battle had already garnered much attention from humanity long before. After all, this is a war between humans and orcs. But this battle was truly devastating. Damn, how do these guys fight? This is the first time I've ever seen such an outrageous casualty ratio. Yes, I heard that the total number of troops in Cavanius, including the allied forces from neighboring countries, is over 200,000. More than 200,000 people, and they were beaten like this by less than 100,000 orcs. Upon seeing this message, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Far away in the city, they had no idea what orcs looked like. But it can't be that exaggerated, can it? This scenario is occurring in various cities. Many people do not yet have a deep understanding of the arrival of the orcs. After all, it's still too far away from me. While the otherworldly beings were constantly waging war, the otherworldly dragon kingdom was rapidly mining resources. The Huria Mountains belong to the territory of the otherworldly dragon kingdom. Geologists have discovered a large amount of rare metals here, which, if mined, would be of great help to the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star. However, the mining is very difficult. This place is sparsely populated. There are hardly any living people here most of the time. But the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom not only needs to mine resources here, but also needs to transport them. These resources will be continuously transported to Earth. Zhao Wu arrived at the construction site wearing a safety helmet. He came to check on the project since he had nothing else to do. Long Wu used a targeted blasting method to blast through the two mountains. To the people from another world, this action seemed to have the power to move mountains and fill seas. It's incredible that it was able to penetrate the mountain range. Not only that, but long train tracks have already reached here. The once insurmountable Valley of Death has now been conquered by the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. The massive steel bridge spanning it allows two trains to run side by side simultaneously. The infrastructure capabilities of the Chinese military have once again astonished the world. Therefore, Zhao Wu also specially asked the travel agency C to report on the road construction. Many otherworldly beings who saw the report were amazed. Death Valley is a place that even magical beasts dare not easily cross. The otherworldly Dragon Kingdom actually built a bridge on it, and it's a steel bridge. Many people made a special trip to the Dragon Kingdom just to witness what a grand event it was. Only after seeing this did I realize how insignificant my previous imagination had been. This bridge is 3 kilometers long. There are train tracks on top, and below is a sheer cliff. If you fall, you'll be smashed to pieces. The aliens were shocked and couldn't understand how it was built, because of difficulties in transporting supplies. The Otherworld Dragon Kingdom uses air transport. Every day, a large number of planes fly back and forth here to transport the infrastructure materials being built. A large number of infrastructure vehicles come and go here, quickly turning this place into a suitable mining site. Rare metals are mined here and then transported by train to the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. They were then transported to Earth via a vehicle through a portal. Zhao was very excited to see this scene. This is the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao had already completed his time in this world. The battle between orcs and humans could not be witnessed any longer. He had to go to the second world to solve the problems there. Jean Yulin himself needs to win her over. This will become an important means for the Dragon Kingdom to develop in the second world. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. I'll be back soon. Zhao Wu glanced at Deputy Base Commander Chiu, who was seeing him off, and then stepped into the teleportation portal. Chapter 151, Three Kingdoms Military Exercise. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Wu had already completed his time in this world. The battle between orcs and humans could not be witnessed any longer. He had to go to the second world to solve the problems there. We need to win over Genuine. This will become an important means for the Dragon Kingdom to develop in the second world. Today marks the day Zhao Wu departs from the first world. Deputy Base Commander Chiu and others escorted Zhao Wu to the teleportation portal. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. I'll be back soon. Zhao Wu glanced at Deputy Base Commander Chiu, who was seeing him off, and then stepped into the teleportation portal. At this moment, a guard ran over and said to Zhao Wu, report. What's up? The great wizard Gandalf is looking for you, saying he wants to come with you. The guard said truthfully. Come with me. Zhao Wu was puzzled for a moment, as he had indeed said goodbye to Gandalf before. But I didn't even say where I was going, so why is this old man following me? What else did he say? Zhao Wu asked. He also said that he finally had a chance to make his mark in the history of magic, and he couldn't let him get away with it. Zhao Wu was speechless, so that's why this old man wanted to follow him. So he's afraid that if he runs away, he won't be able to achieve lasting fame, right? Zhao Wu thought for a moment. During this time, through the release of magic, his magic power had reached 35. If Gandalf were kept by my side, wouldn't I be able to learn magic anytime? In addition, Gandalf himself was a pretty good wizard. Zhao Wu agreed after thinking about this. But he had one condition, that Gandalf be blindfolded and then go through the portal. Although Gandalf didn't know why he was blindfolded, he knew it was a secret belonging to the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom. I agreed. Zhao Wu and Gandalf passed through the portal and arrived on Earth. Gandalf, we haven't arrived yet, so please don't take off your blindfold, Zhao Wu reminded him. Gandalf stroked his beard and nodded, unaware that he had entered a completely new world through the portal. Soon I will be traveling to District 9 through another portal. Before that, Zhao Wu needed to give Chen Guoming a brief explanation of Gandalf. General Chen Guoming paid no attention to Gandalf's arrangements and followed Zhao Wu's instructions in everything. By the way, things haven't been very stable in the countries surrounding China lately, Chen Guoming said casually to Zhao Wu. What happened? China has many neighboring countries, such as the Cherry Blossom Country, the Thief Country, and the Monkey Country, most of which are subordinate to Western countries. They specialize in hindering the development of China. Because of China's recent rapid development, the United States, along with Japan and the United States, is preparing to conduct joint military exercises in international waters near China's territory. Isn't the United States in the other hemisphere? Why are they conducting military exercises in waters near China? Chen Guoming sneered. They're trying to contain us. Who knows what might happen during the military exercise? Zhao Wu nodded. Putting everything else aside, if the military exercise location is chosen to be on a transport route, then the Dragon Kingdom's maritime transport will be blocked. Although many countries, including the United States of America, have imposed a blockade on China, China still has its own trading partners. Ocean shipping remains extremely important. This is exactly what the US and the Stripes are doing. That's too toxic. But it doesn't matter. After so many days of development, the Dragon Kingdom is no longer the country it used to be, Chen Guoming sneered. There are 100 ways that the Dragon Kingdom can make their military exercises fail. Zhao was actually a little excited after hearing this. I wonder what methods China will use to respond to the trilateral military exercises. After chatting for a while, Zhao Wu bid farewell to Chen Guomin as he needed to hurry to the second world. After giving Gandalf the injection, he took Gandalf to the second world. Sunlong Base, 5th floor. As Zhao Wu passed through the portal, Zhang Jingguo happened to be right next to him. Major Zhao, you're back so soon. Yes, there's nothing much going on in the first world, so I came back first. At that moment, Gandalf also passed through the portal and arrived here. What is this? Gandalf, the one from the other side, Zhao Wu said, removing the eye patch from Gandalf's eyes. Where is this? Gandalf asked curiously, looking at what was in front of him. Gandalf recently spent some time living in the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom of the First World. I wasn't particularly surprised by the room's layout and structure. This is the Demon Realm, Zhao Wu said slowly. The demon realm. Gandalf was taken aback, and then Zhao Wu led him to the window. Below, a horde of zombies had surrounded the entire base. My God, the world looks like it's been through a major war. And those humans, have they turned into monsters? Gandalf asked in surprise. I already told you it's the demon realm. Zhao Wu then briefly explained this world to Gandalf. Gandalf was both surprised and delighted to hear this. And there are such amazing things like iron figures made of metal and cities that fly in the air. Gandalf stroked his beard, looking on with great anticipation. Gandalf, you must be tired from your journey. Go and rest. All right. After Zhao Wu settled Gandalf in, Zhang Jingguo found Zhao Wu. How was the first world now? Zhang Jingguo asked curiously. Back in the first world, I participated in quite a few operations. From the first time he accompanied Zhao Wu through the portal, all the way to the final battle in the Erduwa People's Kingdom. A lot happened in the first world. Zhao Wujian told Zhang Jingguo about what happened in the first world. Zhang Jingguo listened silently without saying a word. I am just a passerby in the first world now, and it is enough for me to understand the current situation. After saying that, Zhao Wu asked, where is Jean Yulin? She's still at the base. We asked her to stay and oversee the construction of the underground city, and she was very happy to do so. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. Zhao Wu went to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked at the plaza of the base. The black-haired woman was talking to several Chinese researchers in front of the pit. When Jean Yulin heard that Zhang Jingguo wanted her to guide the construction of the underground city, she quickly agreed. She was worried about not having a proper reason to stay. Sun Long had initially told her to leave the next morning, but unexpectedly, she found a new reason to stay. Jean Yulin chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, this foolish base doesn't know that I just want to stay. But she didn't know that her plan was also part of the Dragon Kingdom's plan. After observing for several days, Jean Yulin felt that this base was very strange. In the cafeteria, we have fresh ingredients every day, and they really are fresh ingredients, such as chicken, duck, fish, and meat. These things simply cannot survive on the surface where there is poison gas everywhere. Even if they could, they would have mutated. Chapter 152 Mutant Zombies. But this base can produce so much every day. This is incredible. Only the celestial dragons in the sky could do that. They are located in the sky, where there is less toxic gas, and are raised indoors, so there are indeed poultry and livestock. But it probably won't be given to those who are building a base. They're just ordinary thugs. The celestial dragons don't care whether they live or die. Besides this, the 5th floor of the building is completely enclosed. The elevators in the entire building are closed to the public. Only those wearing dark green military uniforms and researchers in white lab coats are allowed to use them. If you take the stairs, there will be personnel guarding the 5th floor, and they will be on alert 24 hours a day. Jean Yulin was very curious about what was on the 5th floor, but he didn't look into it closely. I was thinking that once we conquered this base, we could see everything on the 5th floor at a glance. Besides observing the base, Jean Yulin did more of his work by looking for its vulnerabilities. After observing for several days, she finally found the time to create a small problem. She found a wire connecting to an electric fence at the foot of the wall. Although she didn't know where it led, she would find out by cutting it and letting a zombie test it. Tonight, the day for the zombies to attack has arrived, and the mutated zombies under her command have already reached this place. We can take this place tonight. It's commendable that this base has survived for so long under her management. In another building not far from here, the members of the Ghostface organization have been waiting here for a very long time. Damn it, what's going on? He pounded on the wall with a venomous breath, punching a large hole in the reinforced concrete wall of the building. They had arrived in the city several days earlier. They were surprised to find that the Star River base, at this point, they didn't know that the Star River base had been taken over, was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies. The zombies seemed to be waiting in place, and some of them did not pursue them even after they spotted them. I thought that since the zombie was so strange, I should just stay still for now and it would hide when the soul-eating beast came at night. We can go there first thing the next morning and bring Zhao Wu and the others back to the Ghostface base to wash away the shame of the past. But at night, Man and Duco discovered that these zombies were really strange. Instead of finding a place to hide, it stood still and didn't move. The passing soul-eating beast trampled and knocked down several zombies, but they stood there like wooden statues. This is completely different from what people used to know about zombies. The next day, the zombies still surrounded the base. The same applies to the third day. Duko and a man couldn't take it anymore. That would take forever. Today is the day they prepare to attack the Star River base. A total of 53 people are ready. There are 7 level 2 mechs and 15 level 1 mechs. There's also a near level 3 mech, Amon's Red Reaper. Amon twisted her graceful body and slipped into the mecha. The power system has been activated. The weapon system has been activated. The defense system has been activated. Flight system activated. Amon flipped the switches inside the mecha, and all the systems were ready. The Ghostface organization members were ready. They were about to cross this sea of zombies to reach Zhao Wu's base. Then they captured Zhao Wu and the others. Suddenly, many more zombies appeared from behind the group. They look different from ordinary zombies. They are more agile and carry various old-fashioned weapons. One of the zombies was enormous, and it let out a beast-like roar. The giant, one of the mutated zombies in Genuin's possession. It is enormous and incredibly hard. The behemoth roared, then pulled an enormous rock from the ruins and hurled it at the Ghostface organization members. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. What the hell is all this stuff? Just as the boulder was flying towards them, a level 2 mech stood in front of it. Pum! After a loud bang, the stone struck the mech and turned it into dust. The level 2 mech staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, the mech was only pushed back a few steps by the huge impact, and it itself was not seriously damaged. What the hell is this thing? Poison Mouth realized what was happening and cursed angrily. He is a survivor of Project Phoenix, and has seen all sorts of strange and unusual things over the years. But I've never seen these strange zombies before. Just then, a strange, thin zombie appeared on the roof beam not far away. It stuck out a bright red tongue and wrapped it around the neck of one of the base operators. Help me. The operator was dragged to the ground as soon as he finished speaking, and he hurriedly grabbed onto an abandoned road sign with both hands. Before anyone could react, they were dragged away. Red Tongue, one of the mutated zombies in Genuin's possession. Its attack method is to stick out a long tongue. Everyone fight back. At Poison Mouth's command, the base operator who was in a daze raised his air weapon and fired wildly at the strange zombie in front of him. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. The air pistol bullets had no effect on the Big Mac, and the Red Tongue was hiding behind the giant. The behemoth's outer shell was made of some unknown material, and even air bullets couldn't penetrate it. Let me do it. Poisonous Mouth ripped off his shirt. Then it charged toward the behemoth. Although Venomous Mouth physique is considered quite robust among humans. However, it still looks incredibly small compared to the behemoth. It appears somewhat petite. The behemoth and Venom wrestled together, with Venom relying on its internal metal skeleton, managing to hold its own against the colossal creature. Everyone, get into your mechs. Amon sat on the Red Reaper and lowered the face shield on the mech's head. Although these zombies have a peculiar way of attacking, they are no match for these mechs. Like that guy with the long tongue sticking out earlier, why don't you try sticking it out at the mech? Watch me, man, rip your tongue and your body off together. The mecha pilot began running towards his mecha. The power system has been activated. The weapon system has been activated. The defense system has been activated. The first level mech is equipped with a power system and a weapon attack system. Level 2 mechs are equipped with power systems and weapon attack systems, and some may also have defensive systems or short-duration flight systems. 7 level 2 mechs and 15 level 1 mechs all lit up. They intend to use mechs to make these despicable zombies pay the price. They're just mere zombies, not even soul-eating beasts. A level 1 mech spun its auger drill and charged toward the Red Tongue. Although Red Tongue is on the roof, it can easily jump to that height using the mech's jumping ability. Go to hell, the driver roared. At that moment, another enormous zombie emerged from the side. Chapter 153, Where Did the Zombies Go? Unlike the giant, his right hand was exceptionally strong, while the rest of his body was no different from that of an ordinary zombie. The overall look is very uncoordinated. It makes one wonder if he could possibly move such a strong right arm. But he did it. Not only did he do it, he jumped up and sent the level 1 mech flying through the air. Everyone be careful. There are more than just these few strange zombies. Be careful they don't appear in other places. A man carefully reminded everyone before taking flight. Just by looking from the air, you can tell what situation everyone is in right now. The Red Reaper spewed blue flames from its tail and the soles of its feet, then used the impact to levitate into the air. Looking around, There were many zombies walking towards this area in the distance. Their destination also seems to be the base where Zhao Wu is located, and they themselves were like nails blocking the way. It looked as if he had shielded Zhao Wu and the others. Damn it. But right now, there's no other way to deal with these zombies. Zhao Wu must have been extremely excited at this moment. What he likes most is when people other than his own hit him, and he hits them back. Let me show you the power of a laser cannon. The Red Reaper's right wrist folds open, from which a laser cannon extends. The main weapon is ready to charge. The mecha system's notification made Amon smile slightly. After failing to capture Zhao Wu last time, she went back and found a mecha engineer to modify her mecha. With the secondary weapon discarded, the charging speed of the primary weapon was accelerated. Although the energy can only sustain 3 shots, that's enough. With just 1 shot, it can create an escape route for the underground base operators. Launch! Aman Roared. Then, a blinding light emanated from the right wrist of the Red Mech Reaper. However, before the laser cannon could be fired, its light grew dimmer and dimmer. What happened? Amon stood there, stunned. I always maintain my own mech, and I check it before each trip. There's no way there could be a problem. Why did this happen now, of all times? A man cursed under his breath. The weapon system has lost connection. The mech system emitted a notification sound. It seems there really is a problem somewhere. The defense system has lost connection. The flight system has lost connection. A man was confused. What was going on? Even the defense and flight systems have malfunctioned. Could it be that something went wrong with my modifications to the mecha? That shouldn't be the case. A man had no room for further thought. The Red Reaper lost power at its tail and feet, and the mech flew straight toward the ground. Amon adjusted the mecha's landing posture, preparing to use the power system to reduce the impact of the fall. The power system has lost connection. Wow, FXX gay. After Aman finished speaking her last words, the red mecha crashed to the ground. Pum! With a loud bang, everyone was stunned as they watched the Red Reaper fall from the sky. They couldn't understand how ace pilot Amon managed to land the near-level 3 mech in this way. The red mech crashed to the ground, sustaining considerable damage. Numerous small spiders emerge from the various joints of the mecha. They are made of machinery and disappear in the blink of an eye. Aman! Poisonous Mouth shouted, and the giant fighting him responded. Roar! The behemoth roared and slammed the head of the poisonous creature into the ruins. Bang! 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 The giant used the venomous head as a basketball. Upon seeing this, the organization's members sprang into action, abandoning the zombies they were fighting and running towards Poison Mouth and Amon's location. At that moment, a series of coughs came from all around. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed incessantly, as if he were a long-time smoker. A slender, chain-smoking man appeared. Another mutated zombie under Gene Yulin's command. Its ability is to cough incessantly. Then it spews out acidic water that can corrupt everything. Cough, cough, cough. The old smoker spat out a glob of green liquid and then flew towards the mech. The 2 level 1 mechs made slight contact, and the contact area was immediately corroded and dissolved, exposing the internal connecting wires, which were still sparking. The mech that was hit directly was drenched from head to toe, and then slowly rotted from the head until it turned into a puddle of mud. My God, what is this thing? The corrosive power is so strong that the mech was gone in the blink of an eye. The base personnel were startled. This thing can corrode the entire mech instantly. If Zhao Wu saw this, he would definitely slap his thigh in exasperation. My darling, such a wonderful substance. If the Dragon Science Research Institute were to study the composition of its juice, it would definitely be a biological weapon. Unfortunately, the Ghost Face organization members weren't Zhao Wu, and they had no interest in studying the old smoker's spit-out liquid. All they wanted was to rescue Duko and a man as soon as possible. Unfortunately, that's not possible. The venomous mouth was already under the giant's foot. It wouldn't die, but it was also unable to move. I wonder how badly Amon was hurt inside the mecha. Now, only these ragtag soldiers are left to deal with this horde of mutated zombies. Is that even possible? That's impossible. The Red Tongue dragged away another soldier wielding an air rifle. The mechanical spider destroyed all the other mechs and was then completely corroded by the old smoker. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses and a large number of zombies surrounded them, completely blocking the way. Damn it, what the hell are you guys? But the giant's enormous foot was firmly planted on his chest, giving him no chance to get up. A number of zombies crawled over from the side and started biting wildly at the poisonous mouth. My goodness. The fact that Poison Mouth is not dead now is making his life extremely painful. The eaten parts regenerate rapidly due to cell activity issues, and then are eaten again. Poison Mouth transmitted this memory to Ghostface Base via brainwaves. The scarred man closed his eyes and pondered. What did I do wrong? I just wanted to arrest a few people, so why do I keep running into these kind of things? A man and the others are probably beyond saving. Poison Mouth will probably be driven insane by the zombies. I breathed a sigh of relief. For now, all I can do is wait here. Let's see what happens to Poison Mouth in the end. If the zombie releases the poison gas, then our side can send someone to bring it back. But will the zombie give up the poisonous mouthpiece? I don't know. Now, our side has lost 2 officers, 1 near level 3 mech, 7 level 2 mechs, and 15 level 1 mechs. It would be dangerous if my old rival found out that I had lost so much strength. The scarred man stood up from his chair and walked out of the base. Evening. After pretending to finish dinner, Jean Yulin returned to his temporary residence. She was numb. Where did my mutated zombie army go? Chapter 154 Showdown. They arrived a long time ago. She was unaware that she and her troops had become #1 philanthropists. If Zhao Wu knew, he would definitely shake their hands warmly to express his gratitude. One of them went to great lengths to arrange for so many zombies to surround the base's security, preventing other unrelated people from interfering with the construction of the base's underground city. On the other hand, they even managed to resolve a troublesome matter involving Zhao Wu on their way here. The Ghost Face organization was the first thug organization Zhao Wu encountered in this world. Even now, an attack would still cause Zhao Wu considerable trouble. While our own people aren't afraid of weapons like air guns, this base is. If we can't beat them, can't we at least destroy this base? All of Zhao Wu's efforts will be in vain. Fortunately, this problem has now been solved by Jean Yulin's men. They're truly among the top 10 most touching figures in China. Jean Yulin sat on the ground, his mouth opening and closing slightly. But no one heard what she was saying. She was issuing commands to these mutated zombies. Jean Yulin can emit a sound that is inaudible to humans. This sound has a long wavelength and a more pronounced diffraction effect, allowing it to bypass larger objects and travel very far. Upon hearing the noise, the members of the Giants, who were not far away, put down the poisonous mouth they had already ravaged many times. The Giant looked at the poisonous mouth. This toy was really fun to play with. It decided to carry him with it. He forcefully stretched the poisoner's arm and then tied it to his own right arm. This person became his medal. Roar. The Giant let out a roar. The entire zombie horde began to advance again. The mutated zombies, including the old smoker, the red snake, and the giant bull, follow behind. Night has fallen, and an attack at this moment is impractical. Jean Yulin abandoned the idea of attacking the base. If you disturb the soul-eating beast, your own zombie army will suffer first. Although unwilling, Jean Yulin still issued the order for the zombies to stay put. But it's all right. Tomorrow, this base will be destroyed by our own hands. At this moment, Zhao Wu walked in from the doorway. Long time no see, Jean Yulin. Celestial dragon, sir. Jean Yulin glanced to the side, still finding it difficult to say celestial dragon, sir. Do you have time to come to our 5th floor? The 5th floor? Jean Yulin was stunned. Will I finally find out the secret on the 5th floor? But why would Zhao Wu send him to the 5th floor? It said that apart from Sun Long and a few other cadres who went to the 5th floor initially, no one else had gone there. Later on, even Sun Long and the others never went to the 5th floor. The 5th floor officially became a restricted area of the base. No one was allowed to approach except for those in dark green military uniforms. Now, Zhao Wu actually wants me to go with him? Lord Celestial Dragon, it's nighttime now. If we act at night, we'll attract the soul-devouring beasts. What'll we do then? Zhao Wu smiled, knowing he had a way to resolve the matter. Seeing that Zhao Wu didn't say anything, Jean Yulin stood up and followed behind Zhao Wu. The two walked one after the other towards the 5th floor of the building. On the 5th floor, Jean Yulin peeked out from behind Zhao Wu. There's nothing special inside. It is everything you'd expect, just a bit cozier with more home furnishings. Jean Yulin even saw a video player. These people are really leisurely. Zhao Wu had seen Jean Yulin's abilities through this machine last time. Now this machine has become a form of entertainment for people in the Dragon Kingdom. where they can play CDs when they have nothing to do. This way, Zhao Wu turned a corner and led Jin Yulin into a room. Besides Zhao Wu, there were two other people in the room. One of them is Zhang Jianguo, whom she has gotten to know recently. He was considered the second in command of this base, and he was mainly in charge when Zhao was not around. I've never met the other Jin Yulin. He seems like someone who's not mentally sound, holding a magic wand, wearing a white robe, and with an exaggerated pointed hat on her head. He's like a magician straight out of fantasy movie. Gandalf, please help me release a silence field, Zhao Wu said to Gandalf. Gandalf nodded and waved his magic wand. A semi-transparent magical shield enveloped the room. Jin Yulin found it strange and reached out to touch the semi-transparent cover, and he actually passed right through it. A silencing spell. Sounds emitted within this range will not affect those outside the range. Even if you're dancing in this area, it won't make a sound outside. What is this? Jin Yulin asked curiously. She didn't believe it was really magic. In this technology-driven world, magic is nothing more than a tool for charlatans. Before the end of the world, there were indeed some believers in a god of magic. However, after the apocalypse, the god of magic they worshipped did not save them at all. This is the latest technological product of Sky City, capable of blocking out external sounds, Zhao Wu explained. He changed the wording to one that the other party could accept. Inside the room, Gandalf used his wand to maintain the silence. Zhao Wu secretly turned on the Wi-Fi connection, allowing Gandalf to last longer. Jin Yulin sat opposite Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo and said, "I wonder what business you have with me here, sir." Jin Yulin couldn't guess why Zhao Wu had come to him. If they had noticed something was wrong with her a long time ago, they should have taken action much sooner. It really is. If it weren't for those mutated zombies inexplicably being late, the situation should be reversed now. Zhao Wuzhan leaned back in his chair, staring at the blonde woman in front of him, and said, "Should I call you Jin Yulin or Qianlin?" Qianlin. Jin Yulin was shocked. She didn't know how Zhao Wu knew this information. Looking around, there was no one else besides these three people. They didn't even assign any guards. They clearly looked down on her, so there's no need to rush. Jin Yulin slowly lowered his clenched hand, feigning shock, and said, "Qianlin? I've heard of her. He was apparently an architect before the apocalypse, and quite famous one at that." Jin Yulin then smiled and said, "How could I be her? Someone like her should be in heaven." After saying that, Jin Yulin pointed to the sky. This implies that Qianlin is in Sky City, so it couldn't be her. Yeah. Zhao Wu tossed out a pile of newspapers and documents, saying Qianlin, born in 2332, should be 34 years old this year. She is a tycoon in the field of architecture and has published many papers, one of which, the persistence theory of floating cities, has caused quite a stir in contemporary times. The concepts and content of this paper laid a solid foundation for the later construction of Sky City. Jin Yulin nodded. "That's right. Qianlin has indeed achieved something in the construction industry, but that doesn't mean she is me." "Fine, if you say it's not you, then it's not you." Zhao Wu then moved on to the next topic. Chapter 155, Qianlin's Past. He really had no way to prove that Jin Yulin was Qianlin. In the end, it was just his conjecture. Jin Yulin denied it, and there was nothing he could do. However, there are some topics that Jin Yulin must acknowledge. "Tell me your purpose in attacking Luding City." "Willow Nail City?" Jin Yulin's eyes widened. Judging from Zhao Wu's words, he was serious. He had already recognized me, and yet he had hidden himself for so long after recognizing me. What are their goals? Various ideas raced through Jin Yulin's mind. "I've never even been to Liuding King, so I have no idea what you're talking about." "Stop pretending. I saw you outside the tunnel that day, and you saw me too, didn't you?" Zhao Wu was referring to the tunnel they had entered that day to escape the soul-devouring beast. "The zombie horde I encountered when I left this morning. There was a blonde woman among the horde of zombies. I believe you recognized us a long time ago. Although we were wearing protective suits at the time, only I would carry this knife." As he spoke, Zhao Wu threw the embroidered spring blade onto the table. Jin Yulin looked at the embroidered spring knife. That's right. She recognized Zhao Wu a long time ago. Although these people were wearing protective suits, their equipment was quite strange. Whether it was their serrated longswords or the vehicles parked in the square. All of this proves that these people are the same group she encountered before. "Now that you've recognized me, then die." Jin Yulin suddenly stood up, his palm transforming into an extremely sharp dagger as he stabbed towards Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo. Two people, two hands. She used this move to kill two strong men. It was so fast that the two people didn't even have time to react before their hearts were crushed. However, this speed was clearly insufficient in Zhao Wu's eyes. The embroidered spring knife on the table moved. All that could be heard was the sound of a sword being drawn and the crisp sound of it returning to its sheath. Jin Yulin's hands failed to pierce Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo. Instead, they were severed by the embroidered spring blade and slammed onto the table. Jin Yulin stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Of course, this is not because of pain. Jin Yulin could no longer feel pain. Her hands looked more like those of a zombie. There wasn't even any blood at the severed wrist. She couldn't believe that the person in front of her was even faster than her. He didn't even see himself draw his sword. He only heard two sounds. His two wrists were cut off. If he wanted to, he could probably chop off his own head with a single stroke. Jin Yulin had suffered multiple injuries, but he was fine in the end. This body can repair itself. But she didn't know if her head would be damaged if it were severed. She wouldn't dare use this as an experiment. Don't move. Don't force me to kill you. Zhao Wu sat in the chair and spoke slowly. His tone was extremely relaxed. For him, killing Jin Yulin in front of him was indeed a piece of cake. Jin Yulin sat down, impressed by the strength displayed by the man before him. Jin Yulin extended his severed wrist toward his palm, and the severed arm began to reattach itself. Hiss! Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo were all right. The fact that they were able to reattach their severed arms was within his expectations. Otherwise, Zhao Wu wouldn't have chopped off both of her hands so easily. What's unusual is Gandalf. He remained silent, simply watching Zhao Wu and Jin Yulin. The scene looked like a discussion meeting between two factions. He initially thought Jin Yulin was just a simple little girl, and indeed she was a little girl to him. I never imagined that a severed arm could be reattached. Is this the demon realm? This woman before me must be the representative of the demon realm. After thinking it through, Gandalf nodded smugly. That's right, I destroyed Liuding King. Jin Yulin admitted it immediately after what had just happened. The other party has already seen you, so lying won't help. Moreover, judging from the other party's actions, it seems that they want to cooperate with me on something. If they really wanted to kill themselves, they wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Why destroy Willow City? Is it because there are celestial dragons inside? Zhao Wu asked curiously. His deduction was that the celestial dragons and Qianlin were sworn enemies. Jin Yulin gave him this guess. Zhao Wucai was right. That's right. I'm the one who went there to kill celestial dragons. And as for what you all said before, Qianlin, I am her. So what? What do you want? Qianlin readily admitted it. Since the other side has already confirmed it, let's stop keeping us in suspense. She wanted to see how Zhao Wu and the others would deal with her. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo exchanged a smile. It seemed they were one step closer to cooperation. We don't want anything. We just want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? How exactly will we cooperate? Since we're going to cooperate, let's listen to their opinions. We'll help you fight the celestial dragons, and you'll obey us. Qianlin smiled and said, I'm afraid you don't know what Sky City has to offer. But I agreed to your cooperation. Qianlin's idea was simple, to help her eliminate the hated celestial dragons. Even if the Dragon Kingdom is using her, she was willing to pay that price. Zhao Wu glanced at Jin Yulin, originally thinking that it would take some more effort. But I didn't expect them to agree so quickly. For a moment, Zhao Wu didn't know what to say next. The prepared explanation was never used. So what was he preparing for all this time? So, how should we deal with the celestial dragons? Qianlin asked first. Tell us what happened to you first. Encounter, right? Tell us the whole plan for Sky City. Qianlin nodded. Indeed, to deal with the celestial dragons, one must first understand them. Moreover, no one understands the celestial dragons better than him. December 2360. Regarding people who have previously been infected with the Z-type rabies virus, Dr. Molnar stated that the condition can rapidly deteriorate when infected individuals become agitated or angry. Pathological reactions include initial loss of consciousness and a reduction in parasympathetic responses, fatigue, pain, and other basic human sensations, eventually leaving only a craving for fresh meat. Dr. Molnar also stated that although these people still look human, their habits are no different from those of wild animals. Zhang Yin looked at the video on the screen, smiled, and then turned it off. The world is doomed. Even people have turned into beasts. Zhang Yin, is the chairman of the Zhang Group. The gap between the rich and poor in this world is enormous and entrenched. The poor are destined to be poor from birth. There is no possibility of turning things around. All industries have been taken over by the wealthy, and new businesses will be suppressed by the old guard. The rich are getting richer and richer, while the poor are getting poorer and poorer. According to statistics, 20% of the world's population controls 80% of the wealth, while the remaining 80% live off the remaining 20% of the wealth. The Zhang Group is one of the 20%. You will see the presence of the Zhang Group in all walks of life. Zhang Yin turned to his beautiful secretary beside him and asked, "By the way, has the proposal to be submitted to the global government been approved yet?" Chapter 156, The City Really Flew Away. When rabies was first discovered in 2360, Zhang Yin contacted the world's top billionaires to jointly write a letter to governments around the world. The letter stated that, in response to the current global anomalies, they needed to implement Project Fire to prevent this global catastrophe. Project Spark, using the money of the wealthy, selects suitable cities around the world to build shelters. This shelter must meet all requirements, including renewable energy and biodiversity. In addition, this shelter will also be able to float in the air. Floating in the air. This idea emerged many years ago, but there's been no progress. Making parts of something float is not difficult. The technology already exists. However, it is extremely difficult to make something as large as a city float in the air. Qian Lin's paper, The Persistence Theory of Floating Cities, offers a glimmer of hope for this idea. In her paper, she clearly pointed out several problems with the concept of floating cities. For example, there are a series of problems such as excessive energy consumption, balance control issues, and stability. This paper provides solutions to all of them. However, the solutions were too bizarre, wasteful of resources, and the returns were disproportionate to the input. Although it is feasible, the investment is too large. Nobody took this paper seriously. The floating city remains an unsolved mystery. But Zhang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw it. Money is not a problem. Anything that can be solved with money is easily solved. Even if building a sky city would cost him all his savings, it would be worth it. Not everyone has this kind of courage. Of the 20% of the wealthy, less than half agreed to Zhang Yan's proposal. The remaining half of the people felt that this crisis was not a big deal and that it was not worth spending all their money on a non-existent crisis. The secretary checked the recent emails and said, "The government's reply has arrived." "Really? Send it to me so I can see." A new piece of information suddenly appeared in Zhang Yan's mind. The world government responded, "Agree. The city land must be purchased by the residents themselves, demolition personnel must be arranged to be in place, and the world government personnel must be brought along afterwards." Zhang Yin smiled as he looked at the message. "Let's just bring those guys from the world government along. The wealth of 10% of the richest people is enough to build many sky cities. Find Qianlin for me." Yes. In February 2361, during the Lunar New Year, Project Fire was officially launched. Not many people know about this. Only the world's top billionaires and high-ranking officials of world governments are aware of it. During the Chinese New Year, many ordinary people happily received their compensation payments. Their residences were targeted by wealthy individuals, and the compensation offered was unprecedented. They moved out of the city and into temporary shelter. That's all right. Once the city is built, they can use their money to buy a bigger house and live a better life. Some people simply abandoned their place of residence and moved to other cities, where they lived a more leisurely life. After humans moved out of the cities, large quantities of supplies were transported back into them. This city was the first city Qianlin worked on, and it was also the place to test whether her ideas could succeed. Qianlin was somewhat excited. Could her idea finally be realized? In May 2361, the entire city's power system was completed in just 3 months. The most complex parts have been set up, and a lot of resources, manpower, and equipment have been spent. Now it's time to test whether it works. On May 12th, 2361, the chairman of the Zhang Group arrived in this first city to be transformed. His name was Noah. It symbolizes the first city of mankind. This city will carry the hopes of a segment of the world's population. As long as it can fly, construction will begin simultaneously in other cities around the world. Chairman Zhang, may I ask what your purpose is in spending a huge sum of money to purchase land and urban development rights? Chairman Zhang, Have any board members expressed dissatisfaction with your decision? Is your action related to your subsequent business investments? A line of reporters surrounded Zhang Yan, asking him about his activities during this period. Because of the recent actions of the Zhang Group, the company's stock price is facing collapse, and the entire group is at risk of bankruptcy. This is absolutely incredible. The reporters were completely baffled as to why Zhang Yan had made this move. Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't explain. Under the protection of bodyguards, they headed towards the Sky City. Qianlin, how's Sky City doing? Zhang Yan asked Qianlin, who was wearing a white coat, for a question. Chairman Zhang, we can test it at any time. Qianlin was filled with excitement. She couldn't wait to see how her results turned out. The entire Sky City is constructed of metal, with a giant thruster built at its very center. This will be the main driving force behind the Sky City's levitation. There are a total of 1,038 thrusters of various sizes around the city, which are mainly responsible for maintaining the city's balance and serving as backup systems. Once the balancing system is activated, no further adjustments are needed. By afternoon, all the debugging had been completed. As the main thruster was launched, the entire ground began to tremble. Oh my God, an earthquake! What's going on? It feels like something down there is trying to come out. Reporters outside the city were still waiting for Zhang Yan to come out. But then they saw something even more shocking. The city has taken flight. It really took flight. Quick, take a picture. Quick, take a picture. Big news. All the reporters were no longer concerned about Zhang Yan. They all focused their cameras on the ever-rising Sky City. This is the first attempt in human history to build a floating city. All the reporters were stunned. Could it be that Chairman Zhang is spending a huge sum of money to build a floating city? This is unbelievable. For the sake of a single city, an entire business empire is facing bankruptcy. Unbeknownst to them, after the disaster struck, Zhang Yan became a godlike figure in the new world. Zhang Yan felt the shaking in the command room. Then the city began to move. The main thruster consumes 70% of the energy, and the current height of the floating city is 32 m. Thruster number 327 increases kinetic energy to 30%. Sraste número 28, Angel Yam 3 grados. All orders are issued from the command center. The city in the center of the screen slowly began to float into the air. They made adjustments while floating in the air. After 4 hours, Sky City arrived at a point 325 meters above the ground. The main thruster's kinetic energy has reached 95%, and it cannot be increased any further. Qianlin silently noted down all the data and reports. We are preparing to make further adjustments. This is just a test. The next step is to increase the thruster's energy consumption. Out is Qianlin. Zhang Yan asked curiously. One main thruster is a bit of a stretch. If we could have 3, I believe Sky City could reach an altitude of several thousand meters. Chapter 157 Virus Outbreak. The main thruster's kinetic energy has reached 95%, and it cannot be increased any further. Qianlin silently noted down all the data and reports. We are preparing to make further adjustments. This is just a test. The next step is to increase the thruster's energy consumption. Why would Qianlin do this? Zhang Yan asked curiously. One main thruster is a bit of a stretch. If we could have 3, I believe Sky City could reach an altitude of several thousand meters. Zhang Yan lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Of all the components of the Fire Seed project, the main thruster was the most expensive. But he also sensed what had just happened. If you rely on only one main thruster, you may not be able to reach the desired altitude. Moreover, future maintenance will be very difficult. What if this one breaks down? Wouldn't that mean we'd have to go back to Earth? There are 3 thrusters, 1 main, 1 secondary, and 1 is a temporary backup. This is the only way to maximize the effectiveness of the initiative. Okay, I'll take care of it, Zhang Yan nodded. Since we've already started, let's do our best. Otherwise, what would be the point of spending so much money? Qianlin then reported on other relevant data. The balance and dynamics issues have been resolved. Then, the deployment of renewable energy and biocirculating systems began in this city. This matter will naturally be handled by relevant experts. The following day, Zhang Yan's Sky City flight dominated the headlines of major media outlets. Shocking. The floating city is no longer a dream. The city Zhang Yan purchased has taken flight. A new business opportunity? How much is the Zhang Group's urban redevelopment purchase really worth? Ordinary people treat these news items as casual conversation, as they have little to do with them. Most of the world's top billionaires view this matter with disdain. They couldn't wait to see Zhang Yan's true colors after his defeat. Is the world going to end? No way. They don't believe such nonsense. It is believed that Zhang Yan's wealthy associates, seeing the success of Sky City, have begun to simultaneously work on building other Sky Cities. All data can be directly copied from NOAA's. Even if there are problems, Qianlin can solve them. April 2361. Rabies type Z virus carriers are out of control. Those attacked by these carriers may become the attackers themselves. Reliable sources confirm that the National Institute of Infectious Diseases is leading the construction of several emergency research facilities and has assembled the world's best biochemists and engineers to combat the infection. This action was included in the antidote plan. The intention is to find a cure for humanity through this project, to lead all of humanity out of such a catastrophe. In May 2361, hope still remained. Our armed forces continue to fight a hard battle to contain and eliminate the infected, but with little success. It is estimated that for every infected person killed, 10 new infected people will appear. The government is currently focusing on arming its citizens to help them protect themselves and others. This seemed to be a precursor to mandatory conscription, but nobody paid any attention. At the forefront of science, researchers at Alpha Medical Center have been testing advanced therapies in an effort to find a cure for this infectious disease. We are seeing promising new developments in young patients after using electric shock and ultrasound therapy, along with controlled doses of radiation, said Dr. Gage Whitney, head of the pediatrics department. Dr. Whitney attributed her success to her colleagues at Alpha Labs. There, a group of top bioengineers have successfully contained a considerable number of infected samples, and they are currently conducting inductive research on these living samples in an attempt to classify the infected individuals. These attempts may hold the key to finding a cure in the near future. The world has come to this point that even the wealthy who had previously doubted Zhang Yan have begun to believe in his original plan. Many people sought him out, intending to join the Fire Seed Project. Zhang Yan simply smiled at this, realizing that it was too late to think about the Fire Seed Project now. They didn't have tickets on the Ark. Zhang Yan simply handed over Noah's data to them and let them build it themselves. But Zhang Yan knew that time was running out. Although Noah is a city, Zhang Yan chose people who are easy to control when selecting personnel. This will make future management easier. In addition, he has his own private army and positions as a high-ranking government official. There are also some technical personnel, like Qianlin, who must stay on the job. Otherwise, who will we turn to if problems arise? Qianlin has gone to the last Sky City for installation and maintenance. This will be her last job. Noah was already flying in the air, and the effect of the 3 main thrusters was very good. Noah floated several thousand meters in the air with a biological cycle system and renewable energy. Zhang Yan and his entourage lived a very comfortable life in the air. In August 2361, the place called Ella was completely infested with infected people, and the government decided to begin dropping the first nuclear bomb. Codenamed Salvation, its purpose was to stop the spread of infection. However, the effect was minimal. In the same month, the world government dropped a total of 11 nuclear bombs. 11 cities have already been infected, and many other cities are still on the verge of being infected. Many of the city's residents have become infected and are now wandering aimlessly. Omega, the last Sky City of Zhang Yan's school, because there was a problem when this Sky City was built. So Qianlin came here for a diagnosis. Once the diagnosis is complete, it will ascend into the sky with Omega Sky City. How is it, Professor Qian? When will you be better? Kong Hai, as the resident of the city, asked anxiously. After all, the whole world is in chaos, and this city has not yet fallen because of its small population. But it's only a matter of time. It's not a big problem. We should be able to handle it in 2 days and take off. Qianlin wiped the sweat from her brow. That's good, that's good. I'll leave everything to Professor Qian, Kong Hai said happily. I can survive in this apocalypse. Fortunately, I was smart enough to stand on Zhang Yan's side at the last moment. Those old relics are probably still busy building in their own cities right now. But it was clearly too late. Qianlin didn't say anything and started to figure out the problem. 2 days later, Omega's problem was finally solved, but the place was also overrun. A large number of zombies have flooded into the city. The city's guards are fighting back bravely. Kong Hai stayed next to Qianlin. Once this place was completed, they could quickly pass through the isolation gate and enter Sky City. All equipment is ready, and we can begin takeoff. Kong Hai was very excited to hear Qianlin's words. We were finally able to take off. Then let's hurry to the command center. Just as everyone was about to leave, another group of infected people poured in through the door. Chapter 158. The weather in this sea area hasn't been very good lately. They screamed and waved, trying to devour the people in front of them. Run! Kong Hai led the way, Qianlin followed behind, and then the city defense troops. Biu. Various weapons were continuously fired at the zombies. However, there were simply too many of these zombies. These few people simply cannot handle them. Qianlin's right foot was grabbed. Professor Qian? Kong Hai turned around and saw that a zombie had grabbed Qianlin's right foot. He pulled out an air pistol and shot the zombie's arm off. At this moment, the entire ground began to tremble, and this last Sky City began to float into the air. Kong Hai's son thought his father was surrounded by zombies, so he hurriedly started to take off. A loving father and a filial son. Damn it, these guys actually started launching Sky City into the sky on their own. Kong Hai and Qianlin hurried toward Sky City, but it was clearly too late. Just then, Qianlin suddenly saw a single-person flying vehicle on the ground. If she used this for a short flight, she could catch up with the floating Sky City. But it was obvious that Kong Hai had also seen it. I'm sorry, Professor Qian. I'll go up there and teach these guys a lesson in your place. Qianlin was kicked to the ground, and Kong Hai quickly picked up the single-person flying device on the ground and began a short flight. He eventually landed on the Sky City. Damn it! Qianlin cursed under her breath as she looked at the Sky City that had already taken off completely. These despicable bastards. I was the one who helped them build it. They just left themselves behind. Behind him were screaming zombies. There was no time to think. Qianlin quickly got up from the ground and ran away into the distance. One day, she'll make those guys pay. But now, she needs to run. The city's outskirts are already teeming with zombies. So where can Qianlin possibly run to? Qianlin ran to an apartment building and barricaded the door. She looked at her right leg and realized that she had been bitten at some point. Lividity began to appear on his right leg. He was about to become one of the infected. Qianlin gave a wry smile. She certainly didn't want to become an ugly, infected person. She found a rope. She was going to commit suicide in this place. This is better than becoming an infected person. Qianlin hanged herself in the apartment, still thinking about taking revenge on those people. But this is something I can only do in my next life. Lividity began to spread all over his body. Qianlin's consciousness gradually blurred due to the dislocation of her cervical spine and the lack of oxygen to her head. She's going to die here. But she didn't die. She became a monster. It is unclear whether the Z-type virus believed the brain was already dead and therefore did not invade, or if there were other reasons. Anyway, Qianlin survived. The lower half of the body is infected, but the head is still human. The Z-type rabies virus restored her damaged cervical spine. Qianlin gave a bitter smile, never expecting that she couldn't even die if she wanted to. Look at your own body. It has become just as ugly as the infected person's. In the days that followed, she found a place to study her own changes and the changes in zombies. While thinking about taking revenge on the people of Sky City, he also made preparations for this. Zhao Wu understood upon hearing this. Qianlin helped these wealthy people renovate Sky City, but was eventually abandoned. Although it was forced by circumstances, it still aroused resentment. No wonder she wanted to kill everyone in Sky City. Ding Dong host, you're learning about the Fire Seed Project. Ding Dong world knowledge increased to 41. Ding Dong, the portal level has been upgraded to level 5. Ding Dong, the portal's secondary access level has been increased to 1,000 people. Second world, District 9. Portal level, LV5, 41/100. Portal width, 4 meters. Portal height, 4 meters. Portal subpermissions, 78/1000. Zhao Wu arrived because he wanted to know Qianlin's story in order to better understand this world. I never expected to learn about the Fire Seed Project. The portal's secondary access level has been increased to 1,000, but Zhao Wu still doesn't dare to let so many people come over. He didn't even use all 100 people he had previously. This number can only be reached after the dungeon is fully constructed. So how do you control these zombies? Zhao Wu asked curiously. It seems to be due to my physical condition, but I won't tell you the specifics, Qianlin said. Although I have a business relationship with this person, I can't reveal everything. Controlling zombies was her secret. Zhao Wu didn't insist. If she wanted to keep her secret, then so be it. All she needs is to be of use to the Dragon Kingdom. Afterwards, Zhao Wu and Qianlin officially reached an agreement. Qianlin is responsible for protecting the surrounding security of the underground city construction site, while Zhao Wu helps Qianlin deal with Sky City. Of course, this will only be possible after the underground city is completed. Qianlin agreed. She had waited for several years. This was just the beginning of her wait. Since the last attack on Dingling City, the celestial dragons are unlikely to come down anytime soon. I really can't get up there by myself. The next day, Zhao Wu found Sun Long and the others and told them that Qianlin would be staying at the base as a special advisor for the construction of the underground city of the Dragon Kingdom. They need to obey her instructions and arrangements at any time. Sun Long had nothing to say and simply nodded in agreement. The underground city in the middle of the base was built even faster and more quickly. Now that Qianlin's troubles have been resolved, they have no more worries. Outside the base, hordes of zombies provided them with protection. Other riot groups simply didn't dare to come over. The construction of the dungeon should be done as quickly as possible. Zhao Wu also arranged for Zhang Jingguo to go out and buy some workers and vegetable growers to come and do the work. This aspect of management will still be handled by Sun Long. With nothing else to do, Zhao Wu and Gandalf returned to Earth. He wanted to see how things were going with the Three Kingdoms military exercises from back then. The waters of the Dragon Kingdom. A cargo ship is heading towards its destination. Upon arriving at international waters, they were informed that a military exercise was underway ahead and passage was impossible. The naval exercises between the United States of America, and the United States of Japan are taking place in this area. The military exercise was a pretense. What was real was that they had sealed off this area. Ships from other places were allowed to pass, but ships from the Dragon Kingdom were specifically told they were not permitted to pass. This infuriated people in China. Isn't this preparation to deal with them? Following the principle of courtesy before force, the Dragon Kingdom sent envoys to the country for talks. On the deck of an aircraft carrier, the envoy from the Dragon Kingdom had a brief meeting with the commanders of the various countries participating in the military exercises. The Dragon Kingdom expressed its wishes, but they were clearly rejected. We will not withdraw our troops. The high seas do not belong to any country. Do you have a problem with our military exercises here? The commander of the Stars and Stripes was extremely arrogant. He was just waiting for the envoy from the Dragon Kingdom to beg him in a lowly manner. But that's impossible. Chapter 159, A Mouth That Has Been Blessed. That's right. We will soon declare this sea area ours after we steal the country. For this military exercise, the United States deployed an entire aircraft carrier fleet. The goal was to block China's long-distance foreign trade. Of course, the maintenance costs of this army were definitely paid by several countries, including Japan and Japan. The Dragon Kingdom envoy didn't say much. He had only come to warn them. It's just a matter of diplomacy first, then force. If they refuse to retreat, then let them be. The weather in this sea area has been bad lately. There might be thunderstorms and strong winds. You must pay attention to safety during your military exercises. After saying this, the Chinese envoy gave a cold laugh and boarded a helicopter, leaving the aircraft carrier deck. They actually said there would be thunderstorms and torrential rain here. Do they think we don't know the weather here? Exactly. So what if there's lightning and torrential rain? Can it damage our ships? The commanders of the three countries ignored the warning from the Dragon Kingdom's envoy. They continued their military exercises as usual, and ships from China were still blocked. But just to be on the safe side, the United States had nearby countries monitor the weather in the area. You know what? The weather is actually pretty nice. With a suitable temperature and excellent air quality index, it's perfect for drying clothes. Anything is possible, except it's unlikely to rain, let alone thunder. Warships from the Three Kingdoms are still roaming this sea area. This is hardly a military exercise. It's just to see if any Chinese ships are sneaking by. Once caught, they were given a severe beating. Unfortunately, they didn't catch them. China has already issued a red alert for thunderstorms in this sea area. No vessels are allowed to pass. For several days in a row, the United States of Theft, and the United States of Japan made no progress. General, have we been here too long? The commander of the Sakura Kingdom asked the commander of the Stars and Stripes cautiously. Although both were commanders of their respective countries, the status of the Sakura Kingdom was significantly lower. The Stars and Stripes commander glanced at the person next to him and said nonchalantly, "This move is of great significance in order to resist the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Ocean trade can transport a large amount of goods. We have blocked it. China can't transport much by plane, and it will increase costs." The general is right. The commander of the Sakura Kingdom nodded and bowed on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing. It's true that they can stop the development of the Dragon Kingdom, but with so many warships, the money burned every day is astronomical. It's the kind of thing where you kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of your own. The US doesn't care. This fleet was originally stationed in the waters of several nearby countries, and their military expenses were borne by them. The costs of this operation were borne by the stealing country and the cherry blossom country. What can the United States lose? Nothing. The country that steals and the country that produces cherry blossoms are tightening their belts every day. It's all for supplying this army. At that moment, many dark clouds suddenly drifted in from the sky. It looks like it might rain. Strangely, these dark clouds were right above the fleet, while the rest of the country remained cloudless. "What's going on? It looks like it's going to rain," the commander of the Sakura Kingdom muttered, looking at the sky. "Baka, didn't you say it wouldn't rain in this area?" the Stars and Stripes commander roared. The commander of the Sakura Kingdom was also puzzled, as the weather forecast indicated that there was no possibility of rain in this sea area. Even for the next 10 days or so, the sea will remain calm. It's cloudy, but it doesn't necessarily mean it will rain, the commander from the Sakura Kingdom explained. It's perfectly normal for a few dark clouds to blow in from who knows where. Drizzling. Raindrops fell from the sky and landed on the face of the commander of the Sakura Kingdom. "Your mouth is still pretty sharp. You said it wouldn't rain, and it did," the commander of the stolen country mocked from the side. There's nothing more satisfying than seeing the commander of the Japanese nation get bullied. Although I am responsible for the weather forecast, the US commander didn't ask me about it. It's just for fun. The commander of the Sakura Kingdom looked at the angry face of the commander of the Stars and Stripes and said nervously, Xiao Yu, this rain isn't that big of a deal." No sooner had he finished speaking than the rain in the sky intensified. In the blink of an eye, all three of them were soaked. The American commander angrily pointed at the Japanese commander, then strode quickly into the ship. The remaining two hurriedly followed behind. The commander who stole the country remained silent. The rain was so heavy that even visibility was poor. The sky not far away remained cloudless, and outside the military exercise area, many civilian fishing boats were still fishing, completely unaffected. "It's really strange. There seems to be something wrong with this sea area. Why is this rain falling on us?" the Stars and Stripes commander muttered. "Rain is fine, as long as there's no thunder." The moment the commander of the Sakura Kingdom opened his mouth, he was immediately met with disdain from the other two commanders. "Baka, shut up." But it was too late. Just after the commander of the Sakura Kingdom finished speaking, a thunderous roar came from the clouds in the sky. What a thunderstorm! The commander of the Sakura Kingdom was speechless. Had he somehow come to understand that words could become law? Otherwise, how could they just say whatever they want? The entire ship begins its voyage, target area 327. At a single command, the fleet patrolling the area sped up, eager to leave this mysterious sea. On a fishing boat not far away, Zhao Wu and others were standing. This thunderous wrath was led by Gandalf, with the assistance of 102 other students. Because Gandalf does not possess the magical properties of lightning, this Thunder Fury spell was purchased from the First World. Even in other worlds, a country might only have 1 or 2 magic scrolls like these. Only someone like Zhao Wu, who trades with the entire world and other worlds, could possess quite a few. Moreover, the other world doesn't like these kinds of magic scrolls. Firstly, the price is high, and secondly, the range is not large and is fixed. Compared to wars involving tens or hundreds of thousands of people, such a small magical range might not be very effective. Anyone who saw any signs of magic had already fled. But the people on Earth don't know that. The combined fleet of the 3 countries didn't start fleeing until lightning struck. It's obviously too late. Gandalf stroked his beard as he looked at the magnificent spectacle before him. It seems this iron-hulled ship is no good, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I thought the power would be reduced by at least half. Zhao Wu remained silent. This planet doesn't have many magical elements, but it has its own magical Wi-Fi. Once this Wi-Fi was turned on, the magical abilities of the 103 people around it instantly reached their peak. The combined fleet of the three nations in the distance will soon witness the pinnacle of this magic's power. Chapter 160, My Dragon Kingdom, a Land of Etiquette. At that moment, an incredibly thick bolt of lightning struck a ship that was sailing. Then came the second and the third. The lightning in the sky seemed to have its own navigation system, striking each of the flagships participating in the joint military exercise with pinpoint accuracy. What kind of weather is this? The Stars and Stripes commander couldn't help but curse. The commander of the Japanese army hurriedly said, "Being hit by the lightning is nothing to worry about. Ships in seawater are conductors, so there's no problem. As long as it doesn't affect the ship's equipment, it's fine." "Shut the hell up!" the commander of the stolen country roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ship's lighting system went out instantly. Well, he was right after all. Give him a slit. I don't want to hear him say anything more. At the command of the Stars and Stripes commander, the commander of the thief country immediately gagged the commander of the Sakura country. The commander of this Japanese country, who seems to be living a good life, has a mouth that's been blessed. Whatever you say comes true. And they also like to say the worst things. Wah! The commander of the Sakura kingdom wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Just then, the door to the command room rang. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A Navy officer walked in through the door. Report. Crimson has been struck by lightning, and all its equipment has stopped working. The Stars and Stripes commander nodded. It seemed that the lightning strike had indeed brought the ship's equipment to a standstill. Fortunately, the problem isn't too serious. When will it get better? It is estimated that the restart and inspection of all equipment will take at least 40 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes to get the basics right. Yes. The Navy received the order and quickly went down to begin construction. Commander, who stole the country? What do you think of this matter? The commander of the United States asked the commander who stole the country. In my opinion, this might be the latest weather weapon from China, capable of controlling the weather. The Stars and Stripes commander looked at the commander of the thieving nation with an expression that said he was an idiot. Weather weapons? Even the United States doesn't have these, so how could China possibly have them? If the Dragon Kingdom possessed such a revolutionary weapon, how could it have been suppressed by us before? Wow! When the commander of the United States of the Stars and Stripes saw that the commander of the United States of the Sakura Kingdom was about to say something, he told the commander of the United States of the Thieves to remove his hand from covering him. Commander of Japan, what's your opinion on this matter? The commander of the Sakura Kingdom looked at the two of them, swallowed hard, and said, I don't know what's going on here, but I know we're not in any big trouble. As long as there's no tsunami, we'll be out of here in 10 minutes. Who told you to mention a tsunami? The Stars and Stripes commander hurriedly looked outside the ship, then slapped his forehead. Oh no, he now wishes he could strangle this Japanese commander. Baka, look what you've done. The commander of the Sakura Kingdom looked outside and saw a giant wave, 50 or 60 meters high, heading towards the entire fleet. Baka, the commander who stole the country, slapped the commander of the Sakura Kingdom across the face. If they ask you for your opinion, it's not a big deal what you say. There's a huge problem now, okay? The giant wave devoured everything, engulfing the entire fleet with overwhelming force. Huge waves surged and the wind whipped up the clouds. The combined use of 2 magic scrolls is enough to capsize even an aircraft carrier. On a fishing boat not far away, Zhao Wu sat on the deck, watching the giant waves engulf the ship. The use of 3 high-level magic scrolls in succession depleted the magic power within everyone's bodies. This is all thanks to Zhao Wu's magical Wi-Fi. Otherwise, these 100-plus people wouldn't have been able to unleash such power. To capsize an aircraft carrier, the wave would need to be at least 50 meters high. After the giant wave subsided, the sea became calm, and many ships were slowly sinking. Aircraft carriers have numerous watertight compartments that store a large amount of buoyancy to cope with missile attacks or extreme weather. However, if the angle is not adjusted, it is only a matter of time before it sinks. On the other side of the globe, the United States had already learned via satellite that its fleet had encountered extreme weather. At this time, the United States had already contacted the United States of Stealing, the United States of Cherry Blossoms, the United States of Monkeys, and the United States of Coconuts, among other countries, and they were required to do everything in their power to rescue their fleet. This fleet represents the entire naval strength that the United States has deployed in this hemisphere. If this fleet suffers another disaster, how will we resist the development of the Dragon Kingdom in the future? Upon receiving the order, many countries immediately dispatched relevant rescue teams. It was all to claim credit for themselves. This is a rare opportunity. Zhao Wu was on a fishing boat, watching the fleet sink continuously. Many sailors were still struggling in the sea, while others had launched lifeboats to search for others. You all continue here. I'll go contact General Chen Guomin. Soon, the hotline to General Chen Guomin was connected. Hello, I am General Chen Guomin. General, I am Zhao Wu. I have discovered the allied forces of the 3 countries suffering from extreme weather in the high seas. By this time, their ship had sunk, but a large number of people were still alive. There's a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before the speaker continued. China is a country of etiquette. Although these guys are foreigners, human lives are still important. As the closest country, we cannot stand idly by. Block the entire sea area and prevent lawbreakers from approaching. Our Dragon Kingdom will personally rescue them. Zhao Wu smiled. Yes. After Chen Guomin hung up the phone, the fleet that was already waiting in the harbor began to set off. Although the mech themselves are not yet fully understood, some research on their power systems has already been applied to military applications. In terms of speed alone, these ships are probably the fastest in the world. Soon, these fleets began to deploy around the trapped allied fleet of the 3 nations, preventing anyone from approaching. The first to arrive was the fleet from the Kingdom of Japan. They set off ahead of schedule without needing orders from the United States of America. Our own fleet is inside. We have to save them. However, they were stopped on the way, and warships bearing the flag of the Dragon Kingdom blocked their path. Dragon Kingdom, what are you doing? We want to go there. The fleets of the Sakura Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom began friendly exchanges on a radio platform. The allied forces of the 3 nations at the front have suffered losses. Our Dragon Kingdom, repaying evil with kindness, is carrying out a rescue operation. Rescue? They don't believe that. The rescue team from Japan would never believe such a thing. Our Sakura Kingdom's fleet doesn't need your help. Get out of the way immediately. How dare you disrupt the search and rescue personnel from the Dragon Kingdom? I think you're lawless criminals impersonating the Japanese. The entire Dragon Kingdom fleet began targeting the Japanese search and rescue team with all its weapons. If you dare to take another step forward, we will defend the 3 kingdoms' alliance to the death. Good heavens, I'm just speechless. The search and rescue team leader from Japan was furious. They want to attack themselves, yet they use the pretext of searching for their own people. Chapter 161, it's a pity. The person couldn't be saved. Is there any justice left in this world? Is there no law left in this world? Satellite detection data shows that the situation in the middle of the sea area is no longer visible. A large amount of cloud cover obscured the entire sea area. The allied forces of the 3 kingdoms in the very center were still unaware of what situation they were facing. But a rescue was clearly impossible. More and more international search and rescue teams have arrived in the vicinity of this sea area, but they have all been stopped by the Chinese Navy. In this sea area, apart from the fleet that is already sinking, there's really no one that can defeat the Chinese Navy. The search and rescue team gathered together to devise a plan. Should we call? That's impossible. This is international waters. The Chinese fleet occupied this area first, so we can't get there. Just like what happened during the previous 3 kingdoms' military exercises, if they don't want China's ships to pass, then they can't pass. The Dragon Kingdom is now simply using their own methods against them. Since we can't get across the sea, let's go by air. We should prioritize rescuing people first, a search and rescue team member suggested. They can't possibly stop them from passing through the air, can they? If China dares to fire a shot, then China has started the war. Then everything will be much easier to discuss. Soon, a large number of search and rescue helicopters began to take off, heading towards the site where the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms had sunk. In the distance, one could see that there were indeed ships from the Dragon Kingdom nearby. But they didn't seem like search and rescue personnel. They looked more like they were trying to salvage supplies from the sunken ship. Suddenly, several pale blue objects appeared in the air ahead. Then a helicopter was cut in half and crashed into the sea. Holy crap, what is this? The pilot was terrified. Then several more wind blades like that came from the sky. The entire search and rescue teams, dozens of helicopters were cut in half in midair and then crashed into the sea. The joint rescue team was completely baffled. What was going on? Did all the helicopters crash into the sea? Could it be an attack from the Dragon Kingdom? But we didn't see any action from the Chinese ships. That's really strange. The search and rescue operation was incomplete, and all the search and rescue helicopters they brought crashed. The search and rescue teams were anxiously waiting outside, unsure how to resolve the situation. Several hours later, the Chinese fleet began to withdraw. There was no trace of the fleet in the entire sea area. They have all sunk to the bottom of the sea. What are we waiting for? Let's get it salvaged. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Kingdom's diplomatic officials began releasing a news report at a press conference. Today, a joint fleet of 3 countries encountered extreme weather while conducting naval exercises in the vicinity of our territory. The entire fleet is in imminent danger. Our Dragon Kingdom prioritizes stability and peace and dispatched a search and rescue team immediately. But unfortunately, due to the extreme environment and the presence of some premeditated criminals, my Dragon Kingdom was unable to rescue these victims. Once again, I would like to express my heartfelt condolences to the 3 countries for what they have suffered. Upon seeing this news, the residents of the Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed. Serves them right for blocking our way. Now they've been swallowed up by the giant wave. How big must a wave be to be able to swallow an aircraft carrier? Why did the Dragon Kingdom even send out a search and rescue team? These guys shouldn't be doing the search and rescue. New netizens, this is a characteristic of China. Search and rescue is one thing, but what exactly they are searching for is another. Haha, keep it low-key. All I can say is that those who know. This sudden piece of good news is being discussed on various news forums. The joint military exercises of the 3 countries encountered extreme weather, and even an aircraft carrier was capsized. This is truly a welcome sight. In the Dragon Kingdom's naval port, large quantities of supplies and equipment were transported to the port one by the fleet. These were all salvaged from the fleet that crashed into the sea. It might be of some use to China. While the technology of the Second World was indeed advanced, it took too much time to research. One can get a general understanding of the United States technology by looking at its internal structure. It's a pity that not a single person could be saved, but a lot of supplies were saved. The people of the United States were trembling with anger when they saw the press conference. Good heavens, they actually called the others premeditated criminals. Damn it! How could we encounter such weather in the waters near China? If it weren't for this sudden storm and giant waves, the Dragon Kingdom would never have taken the subsequent actions. If the allied fleet of the 3 countries were still intact, he didn't believe that China would dare to come out again. Zhao Wu arrived at the underground base and reported the battle situation to General Chen Guoming. This operation involved the deployment of 8 destroyers, 12 frigates, 26 escort vessels. The other 32 vessels include submarines, missile boats, and repair ships. With so many ships and vessels, search and rescue teams from other countries dared not move around recklessly. These ships had already been deployed to a naval port in the nearby waters. It doesn't matter if the U.S. military detects us. It's perfectly normal for me to mobilize my naval forces when you conduct naval exercises near my waters. The United States hopes for this. But unexpectedly, these ships became the final obstacle in their lives. This operation yielded countless pieces of equipment and supplies, and its effects were remarkable. Not only did it disrupt the joint military exercises of the 3 countries, but it also destroyed a fleet of the United States in the near sea area. Countries like the United States are left speechless, suffering in silence. If you continue to conduct military exercises with Japan, then China will not say anything. This would have been unrealistic in the past and would have drawn international condemnation. But if you get overturned and sink during a naval exercise in the high seas, then your belongings will be lost at sea if you don't retrieve them. On the surface, everyone knows that the Dragon Kingdom must have gotten a lot of good stuff from the sunken fleet. However, there is no evidence for this, and even the most crucial satellite is blocked by clouds. General Chen Guoming chuckled after hearing this. Luckily, I got there first. If Japan had gotten there first, they wouldn't have been able to steal things so blatantly. Ultimately, the technology of the Second World was still very useful. By the way, how is the First World doing? General Chen Guoming asked. Zhao Wu Dao. When I left the First World, the orcs had already defeated the first joint attack by the alien natives. I think the orcs probably won't be able to leave. Are orcs really that powerful? General Chen Guomin asked curiously. Although these alien natives are far inferior to those of the Dragon Kingdom, the orcs are at least from the same world as them. So many humans, yet they couldn't even drive a single orc back. For what I know about First World history, hundreds of years ago, due to the battles with orcs, the level of magic and combat skills among humans reached its peak. But after the orcs were driven away, humans became obsessed with power and wealth, and paid less attention to magical skills and combat techniques. The legacy passed down through more than a dozen generations has slowly disappeared. In the past, mages were everywhere and war saints were as common as dogs. Now, being a great mage is something to be admired. Chapter 162, Investigating Mech Development. Chen Guoming nodded. It seems I came into this world at just the right time. If we were to arrive in the First World several hundred years ago, when humans and orcs were locked in a war, we could still win by intervening, but it might not be so easy. So what do you think of this orc? Orcs are a great source of labor. If they could help our dragon kingdom develop the First World, the efficiency would be much faster. Then transporting supplies to Earth will be much faster. General Chang Guomin pondered for a moment, then asked, is it possible to recruit the orcs for the Dragon Kingdom's use? At present, we have no way to resolve the conflict between the alien natives and the orcs. Only if the orcs defeat the natives of the other world to the point of begging for peace can we then help the orcs at the negotiating table and make them do the work. General Chang Guomin nodded after listening, agreeing that it made sense. Centuries of grievances cannot be resolved with a single sentence from the Dragon Kingdom. When the orcs brought the humans to the negotiating table, the Dragon Kingdom can then step forward and teach a lesson to anyone who disobeys. It's a very simple thing. However, it remains to be seen whether the orcs can withstand the human attacks. After explaining the situation in the First World, Zhao Wu also reported on the situation in the Second World. What the Dragon Kingdom needs now is to wait for the underground city to be completed, at which point a large number of researchers will be able to pass through the portal to conduct research and development. There are several things that need to be addressed. 1. Find a research log of the first-generation mecha. With this log, you can know the entire process of the Second World's research on mecha and what they are thinking. It will be much easier to study the structure of the mechs and subsequent mechs. 2. The confrontation with the celestial dragons is one of the conditions for cooperating with Qianlin, and the Dragon Kingdom also believes that this is a necessary process in the future. 3. We need to know the actual doomsday events. In terms of completion, we've reached 41%, meaning we know about half of the things. 4. That refers to the resources of the Second World. This is something that geologists and related technical personnel will only know once they arrive in the Second World. After reporting to General Chen Guoming, Zhao Wu returned to the Second World. The underground base is under construction, but the team can't afford to be idle. Zhao Wu found Qian Lin and Sun Long and inquired about the first-generation mecha. Sun Long was completely baffled by this. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary office worker, living a life like a corporate slave, and had no idea about mechs. Qian Lin did have some recollection of this. The first mech was created in 2317, which is about 50 years ago. The company that researches mechs is called Steve Robotics Ltd. The organization itself is dedicated to machine development, and in 2317, it issued a news report about the birth of mechs. It caused quite a stir on various platforms at the time. At that time, Steve Robotics had already developed many robots, such as housekeeping robots and sweeping robots. However, this is the first time that human-made mechs have been studied. It is said that the development of the first generation of mechs was carried out in cooperation with the military. Zhao Wu touched his chin. He had thought it was a government project, but it turned out to be a product of a corporate company. Bring me the map. Sun Long exclaimed, "Oh," and hurriedly ran outside to find a map. Not long after, they found a world map. "Where is Steve Machines Limited?" Zhao Wu asked. Qian Lin said, "Steve Robotics Company Limited has more than 3,000 sales points and more than 100 R&D bases worldwide, with a branch in each major region. As for the headquarters, it is here." Qian Lin pointed to a location on the map. Zhao Wu glanced at it and gasped. "Goodness, that straight-line distance must be over 1,000 kilometers. That's right. If we could ride a supersonic bus before the apocalypse, we'd be there in no time. But now all the buses have stopped running," Qian Lin said. "A supersonic bus?" Zhao Wu was dumbfounded. Are all buses in the world able to reach this speed now? The speed of sound is over 340 meters per second. It can travel over 1,000 kilometers in an hour, including the time for starting, accelerating, stopping, and decelerating. It takes no more than 2 minutes to reach a place more than 1,000 kilometers away. Qianlin looked at Zhao Wu Dao with disdain. You guys have never even ridden in a supersonic bus before, have you? Sun Long said somewhat embarrassedly. There's nothing I can do. This thing is too expensive. Ordinary people like us can't afford to ride it. The Celestial Dragons probably wouldn't ride in such a low-class car, so it's normal that they've never ridden in one. Zhao Wu nodded in agreement. Sun Long's flattery was quite effective. He didn't even know. Is there any way to get there quickly? Zhao Wu asked. There are many ways to travel 1,000 kilometers quickly before the apocalypse, but there aren't many ways to do so after the apocalypse. Qianlin thought for a moment, and then said, We don't need to worry about the zombies during the day, but we must be careful of the soul-eating beasts at night, as well as the flying dragons. Then we need to cross 1,000 kilometers quickly. We must set off in the morning and arrive by the afternoon at the latest. Zhao Wu thought for a moment. Does the Dragon Kingdom have such a method? Yes, there really is. China's latest transport helicopters can do that. At a speed of around 260 kilometers per hour, it takes about 4 hours to reach the designated location. The only consideration is the flight endurance, as a typical helicopter can only fly for 3 to 4 hours. But Zhao Wu doesn't need to worry. With the portal, he can go back to Earth at any time to get supplies. The only concern is that the portal width isn't wide enough. The only option is to disassemble and reassemble the helicopter and transport over. Zhao Wu then revealed his plan. Qianlin asked, Where did you get so many old-fashioned gadgets? A secret is just like you having your own secrets. After hearing this, Qianlin stopped asking questions. She also didn't tell Zhao Wu her secret of controlling zombies. So it's normal that Zhao Wu didn't tell him where the helicopter came from. As for Sun Long, he wouldn't bother with it at all. He's a perfect simp. Simps don't need to ask why. Zhao Wu left the second world and returned to Blue Star. I briefly explained my needs to General Chen Guoming. Soon, a dismantled transport plane arrived, along with 3 technicians and 2 drivers. They were skilled fighters transferred from the first world. We are no strangers to portals. Zhao Wu briefly explained the situation to them, and then led them to the second world. The transport helicopter began assembly at the entrance of the square, and all the necessary equipment was brought over from Earth. The next day, a helicopter landed in the base square. Zhao Wu and the others gathered here. Chapter 163, Holding a Meeting. This mission will be carried out by me, Zhang Jingguo, Qianlin, Gandalf, Wang Wu, a total of 8 people, Zhao Wu said, looking at the people in front of him. Yes. Qianlin smiled. Another person who takes advantage of her. She's already been used once by the people of Sky City, and she won't be used a second time. She walked over to Zhao Wu and said, I can help you this time, but I hope to see some interest when I get back. You know what I mean, right? Zhao Wu understood that Qianlin wanted him to at least give some feedback on how to deal with the Celestial Dragons. That's easy. We could just make up any excuse and get away with it. If Qianlin could go with them, then there would be less danger from zombies on our side, which would be wonderful. Okay, I'll give you the interest you want later. After saying that, the 8 people boarded the transport helicopter one by one. Gandalf's purpose in going there was to cast spells. He didn't know about other spells, but the silencing spell was very useful. It could be said to be the natural enemy of the soul-eating beast. 4 hours later, Zhao Wu and his group will arrive at the headquarters of Steve Robotics. Castle in the Sky. Noah. This is the first floating city that Qianlin built. Because of ample time, and because Zheng Yin had invested all his funds, this city was the largest of all the floating cities. Subsequent floating cities, due to the ongoing disaster and insufficient time, could not compare in size to this one. At this moment, a floating transport ship, protected by 3 cruisers and a destroyer, landed at the city's airport. A middle-aged man walked out from inside. It was Jean Tian. The pain of losing his son aged him instantly, and the sides of his hair had turned white. Isn't this Uncle Jean? A young man nearby saw Jean Tian and ran over to greet him enthusiastically. Jean Tian nodded. Xiao Xiao, you're here too. Yes, Brother Zheng called a meeting for all of us, and everyone who was free came. Why do we have to meet in person if we don't use brainwaves to hold meetings? Perhaps. I'm afraid some things are hard to explain. In the sky, one airship after another sailed in from afar. They are all celestial dragons from various sky cities. I am here today at the invitation of Zheng Yin to attend this meeting. Let's go, Xiao Xiao. Let's go inside first. Okay. Xiao Xiao followed Jean Tian and walked quickly toward the building where Zhang Yin was. The city of Noah still retains many of the amenities of a large city. Entertainment venues, such as cinemas and karaoke bars, still exist. Back then, Zhang Yin actually made the entire city float in the air. Several young members of the Celestial Dragons liked this city. The feeling of being superior to others combined with urban life. This is so awesome. Zhang's group building, 13th floor. The area in front of the conference room was crowded with all sorts of people, both men and women. Most of them were dressed in uniform, and it didn't look like a scene that would happen in the apocalypse at all. It was more like a decision-making meeting of senior executives of a multinational corporation. They chatted, discussing what they would be doing here. It has been a long time since the last all-staff meeting. Zhang Yin usually doesn't bother calling these people unless there's something important to do. Soon, Zhang Yin came out from the side door. Everyone in the room stopped talking and fell silent. We should still show Zhang Yin enough respect. This person has great courage and determination. They dared to take a gamble and implement the Fire Seed project right when the apocalypse was about to happen. It's important to know that at the time, the Z-type virus was simply considered a variant of rabies. Moreover, he also possesses the original data of Sky City. Qian Lin didn't go to Sky City, but he is the person who understands the construction of floating cities the most. Thank you all for coming. Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. Everyone says your city is great, and I'm so glad I finally had the time to come and see it for myself. Zhang Yin, after the meeting today, we old guys are going to squeeze you for a good amount of money. Zhang Yin smiled and said, "Sure, I'll treat you after the meeting today. Since everyone here today is an insider, I'll just get straight to the point. Not long ago, the Jin family's son was attacked on the ground and has now left us." After listening, everyone discussed it quietly. Some people had already received Jin Tian's brainwaves and knew about this matter. However, people who are not familiar with Jin Tian do not know this. Oh, someone actually dares to attack us, Celestial Dragons? Which organization would dare to do such a thing? Didn't you bring bodyguards when you went down? Didn't you even have a level 3 mech? Those who don't understand are very curious. When Celestial Dragons descend to Earth, it's like gods descending to Earth. They're fawned over wherever they go, so no one would dare to lay a hand on a Celestial Dragon, unless he's tired of living. Even if they encountered someone who was mentally challenged and wanted to die, they wouldn't be able to harm a Celestial Dragon. Level 3 mechs are beyond the capabilities of ground-based personnel. Their air weapons are barely adequate against zombies and soul-devouring beasts, but they're no match for a heavily armored level 3 mech. Although a level 3 mech is only one level higher than a level 2 mech, it represents a significant technological leap. Even the main weapon of a level 2 mech may not be able to damage a level 3 mech. Zhang Yin waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The one who killed the Jin family was a special individual. Let me show you the footage that was transmitted back first. Zhang Yin transmitted the brainwave information to the screen in the conference room. The scene showed an endless horde of zombies attacking the city. There was no other way but to send out level 3 mechs to drive away the zombies surrounding the city. The level 3 mech flew out of the city and kicked away all the zombies attacking the city, but when it turned around, its power system failed and it stopped in place. How so? Old Lee, there's a problem with the level 3 mech you developed. How is that possible? I've been developing mechs for decades, and I've never had a problem with the power system. Let's keep watching. The zombies climbed over the wall, and the group escaped into the building, sealing off all the entrances. There's still no problems up to this point. Then everyone saw a blonde woman walking among the zombies. She pushed through the horde of zombies and headed toward a level 3 mech. Celestial Dragons, you look at me, I look at you. They could see 2 words in each other's eyes. Shalt. Someone actually managed to get through the horde of zombies. The blonde woman climbed onto a level 3 mech and reached out to find the mech's stealth ejection device. This device is designed to prevent the driver from getting stuck and can be opened from the outside. However, the location is very hidden and requires a biological activation system. The level 3 mech's compartment popped open, and she grabbed the pilot inside, then threw him into the horde of zombies. Then came the bombardment of the building, and finally the killing of the Celestial Dragon. The scene ends here. Chapter 164, Quasi-4th Generation Mecha. Zhang Yin looked at Li Lei, the expert in mecha development, and said, "Old Li, I want to ask, will the ejection device be removed from your level 3 mech later on?" It's possible, but what if something goes wrong? The mech protective measures are designed to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Although the chances are low, it's impossible for it to be non-existent. However, Zheng Yan's idea is that it's no longer the end of the world. To create a safety hazard for the sake of something that might happen, then there's no need for that. If this blonde woman hadn't possessed a level 3 mecha, Jin Tiansun might not have died. That's good enough. We'll modify the mecha later. Li Lei nodded without saying anything more. Zheng Yan, this woman, someone asked. This person's abilities are truly bizarre, and they also have an exceptional understanding of mechs. Zheng Yan closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. She knew so much about level 3 mechs because she learned about them during the construction of Noah. This woman is Qianlin. Qianlin. That can't be right. The celestial dragons were greatly surprised. Qianlin and the others knew each other. They had laid the foundation for Sky City in a paper they wrote together. They later helped them complete the construction of Sky City. It can be said that without Qianlin, these people, who have money and power, are no different from the thugs on the ground now. They might not even be as good as these thugs. Having been weighted on hand and foot all these years, how could they possibly deal with zombies and soul-devouring beasts? Several sharp-eyed people looked at the picture, and indeed it did look a bit like Qianlin. Could it really be Qianlin? Didn't she die in the Kong family's Sky City at the very end? Everyone looked at Kong Hai, who was sitting to the side. Kong Hai paused for a moment, looking at the woman in the picture. He seemed to see the woman he had once kicked to the ground. That's right, she is Qianlin. She's come for revenge, Kong Hai murmured. What's going on here? The Avengers? She's just a woman. Are we afraid of her with so many of us? Does she think she can fly to the sky? Is our Sky City defense system just for show? The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and no one felt that they had done anything wrong. I can abandon you, but it's wrong of you to come here for revenge. Everyone, have you forgotten that Sky City was created by Qianlin? Zheng Yan reminded him. The Sky City has been successfully built, but who can guarantee that Qianlin, this smart and beautiful woman, hasn't left herself a hidden trick? She's not the kind of naive girl who's only grateful to Zheng Yan for helping her achieve her dream. She and Zheng Yan were merely using each other to fulfill their respective desires. Then what do you suggest, Brother Zheng? Someone asked nervously. Just in case. Did this Sky City really leave some kind of back door? Wouldn't that mean there's a constant risk of falling? Zheng Yan stood up from his seat and placed his hands on the table. This woman must die. Otherwise, she's a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. We'll play together then. Everyone fell silent, then nodded in agreement. I'll listen to Brother Zheng. Zheng Yan, just say what you're thinking, and we'll fully cooperate. Zheng Yan looked at Li Lei beside him and said, Old Li, take out your near 4th generation mecha. The 3rd generation mecha is no longer enough. But the near 4th generation mecha is still under development, so it might not be useful, Li Lei replied. The near 4th generation mecha represents another upgrade. The material used is a newly developed material. This material can be either hard or soft, depending on the temperature of the region where the material is located. Mechs made of this material would not need to have any openings for movement. The entire mecha is a seamless whole. That's perfect. Let's use this as test data. Li Lei nodded and said nothing more. Next, Zheng Yan and the others discussed how to deal with Qianlin. Not long after, a total of 7 black mechs jumped down from the Sky City's elevator platform. Compared to the ever-growing size of mechs, the near 4th generation mechs are actually smaller. It's called a mecha, but it's more like a human being coated with armor. The person was completely encased in a metal shell. If Zhao Wu saw it, he would definitely find it somewhat familiar. This thing looks just like Iron Man. 7 black mechs suddenly took off just as they were about to crash to the ground. Then it flew off into the distance. After 3.5 hours, Zhao Wu and his group on the plane finally arrived at the location on the map. Gandalf, who had gone from being excited and thrilled to calming down, was now lying on the plane floor like a dead fish. This guy gets airsick, but at first he just ignored it because he was excited about the plane taking off. When I came to my senses, I realized I was extremely dizzy, and then I collapsed to the ground like a dead fish. This startled Qianlin, who thought the old man was about to die. But Zhao was not worried at all. The physical constitution of people in the First World was incredibly strong. Don't be fooled by Gandalf's full head of white hair. If it really came down to hand-to-hand combat, the young men on Earth might not be able to beat him. All right, Master Gandalf, we've arrived. As the helicopter descended, Zhao Wu reminded Gandalf. We've finally arrived. I thought I was going to ascend all the way to heaven. The plane landed on an open ground, and zombies from not far away came running over, howling. But after seeing Qianlin, he turned and walked away to another place. It's really convenient to have you here, Zhao Wu said with a smile. Now the Dragon Kingdom can do whatever it wants in this apocalyptic world. The problem of scouting zombies, which was the most troublesome issue, has been solved. Qianlin shrugged and said, I hope you can be as effective as I am in dealing with the celestial dragons. Then you'll just have to watch. I won't say anything more. The group arrived at the entrance of Steve Robotics Corporation's headquarters. This is an office building that is over 100 stories high. The entrance was already dilapidated. It was pitch black inside. Not even sunlight could penetrate it. Is this the place? Zhao Wu asked. That's right, but this is clearly the lair of the soul-devouring beasts. During the day, the soul-eating beasts would find places to hide, and these large abandoned buildings were their favorite places. Zhang Jingguo, take some men in and take a look. Clear. Zhang Jingguo and his 5 men began to feel their way towards the door. The room was pitch black. It was unclear whether the energy had run out or there was a problem with the electrical circuit. Seeing that there seemed to be no problem at the door, Zhang Jingguo waved to Zhao Wu. It indicates that you can go in. There is no danger inside. Zhao Wu, Qianlin, and Gandalf then went over. It's so dark. How will we be able to find what we're looking for? Qianlin asked doubtfully. It was pitch black inside, with sunlight only coming from the doorway where you could see fairly clearly. Go a little further in, and it's pitch black. Let's find out where is first. If necessary, we can just move the documents out. Seeing that Zhao Wudu had said so, Qianlin said no more. Gandalf, cast a spell to illuminate. Chapter 165, Please don't touch the robot. Gandalf nodded and then extended his staff. Instantly, the entire sky was illuminated brightly. The scepter in Gandalf's hand was like a small sun. What is this? Qianlin asked curiously. She had never seen anything like it before, something that could actually light up a stick. Could this stick be a hidden light source? Gandalf looked rather smug. This was the power of magic. After witnessing the wonders of this world, let them see how powerful we are. Zhao Wu interrupted the old man's boasting, saying, It's just a flashlight. Let's hurry up and go. Zhang Jingguo led the way, carefully looking around, with the others following behind. Just then, a noise suddenly came from the side. Soul-devouring beast. That was everyone's first thought. Sure enough, a number of soul-devouring beasts surged out from the lobby on the first floor of the building. They rushed over as soon as they heard the commotion from Zhao Wu and the others. There were also quite a few soul-devouring beast type 2 mixed in. They look like bullfrogs and can breathe fireballs that can be quite aggressive. Zhao Wu hadn't seen them since he first met them when he arrived. At this moment, several bullfrogs were behind, their mouths beginning to bulge. Then, several fireballs began to fly towards Zhao Wu and the others. A fireball spell in the distance and a soul-devouring beast nearby. Both sides attacked the 8 people simultaneously. Storm Cutter. Gandalf brandished his staff, summoning a massive wind blade. It sliced all the attacking soul-devouring beasts horizontally in half. The soul-devouring beast fell from the sky and crashed heavily in front of everyone. The fireball from a second form of the Soul Eater hit the Soul Eater lying on the ground. A huge explosion was heard. The group remained completely unaffected, hiding behind the soul-devouring beast. What a strange old man. Qianlin thought to herself. Such a person might actually be able to help me deal with the celestial dragons. This is a case of our own people fighting each other. The soul-devouring beast on the ground tried to get up, but in the blink of an eye, it was chopped into 8 pieces by Zhang Jingguo and the others with their serrated greatswords. Just as the soul-devouring beast type 2 was about to open its mouth and make a sound, its head was severed by a blade of energy. Zhao Wu unleashed a total of 4 strikes, each strike generating a burst of energy. Very competitive. Qianlin glanced at the embroidered spring knife in Zhao Wu's hand. She had previously asked Zhao Wu for his knife to see it, but she thought Zhao Wu wouldn't agree. But he agreed. Anyway, they're just ordinary swords. Qianlin was able to confirm that this was a metal weapon, and that it was made using a relatively outdated technique. But such a weapon possesses such great power in Zhao Wu's hands. A blade aura capable of unleashing long-range attacks. This is terrifying. If Zhao Wu hadn't been right in front of her, she would have seriously doubted whether she had been reading too many martial arts novels. I thought back to the small room I had just left. Zhao Wu chopped off both of his hands in an instant. I never expected his true strength to be even greater. All right, let's keep it down. The group arrived at the lobby on the first floor. The space here is very large. The place where everyone came from must have been a side entrance. Gandalf was astonished when he entered the hall. Although this place is a bit messy, it is indeed very beautiful. It was the most magnificent interior of any building he had ever seen. The walls, made of some unknown material, have a futuristic feel. Then he saw a button in the center of the hall. What the heck? It says Visitor Request above. But he couldn't read, so he just pressed the button. Ding dong. A doorbell rang in the quiet building. A series of roars echoed throughout the building. That was the soul-eating beast searching for the source of the sound. Gandalf, what did you press? Zhao Wu looked around, and thankfully, the soul-devouring beast did not come down. I don't know either. I just thought the red button was pretty and wanted to pry it off. I didn't expect him to yell. Gandalf looked completely innocent and then whispered, "Are we being treated like thieves?" Zhao Wu looked at the words on the button and said, "That's not necessarily the case, but it's quite amazing that this button can still make a sound." The doorbell gradually quieted down. Then a small door suddenly opened from the wall next to it. Everyone hurriedly followed, and then a robot as tall as a person ran out from inside. "Hello. Welcome to Steve Robotics Incorporated. I am a navigation robot, Xiao Shi." The robot's voice is a clear male voice, which should have been specially recorded by a human. I didn't expect there to be a navigation robot here. Qin Lin walked forward and examined the robot. A robot? Is this thing a person made of metal? Gandalf found it strange and followed behind. He couldn't understand why metal could turn into a person and even talk. He didn't know that it was Zhao Wu's system that unified everyone's language. Gandalf touched Little Shir's body, his hands feeling icy cold, like a sheet of iron taken out of an icebox. "Please do not touch the navigation robot," Xiao Shi warned. Ahem. Gandalf awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Xiao Shi, can the power source be turned on?" Qin Lin asked. The energy system has been damaged, and all building-related facilities have been shut down, but some energy remains usable. Please state the purpose of your visit, and I will guide you. We want to know the development logs of the first-generation mechs. The mecha development data is managed by the Archives Department. This data has access restrictions. Begin scanning user information. A beam of light emanated from Xiao Shi's head, enveloping Qin Lin's entire body. Identity scan complete. Preliminary identification. Citizen Qin Lin, Citizen ID 399-41941-319281. Your permissions are guessed, and you cannot view the development log of the first-generation mecha at this time. Looks like my status isn't high enough, Qin Lin chuckled to herself. In that case, take us to see the archives. Qin Lin's thinking was very simple. Although she couldn't access the development logs of the first-generation mecha, knowing its location was enough. Before the apocalypse, these people might be unable to do anything due to access restrictions, because there will be various guards and defensive robots stationed there to strictly guard the area. Even forcing your way in might not be successful. But after the apocalypse, nobody cared about this area anymore. Even mechs can roam freely in the city. Okay, I will guide you to the archives. Please follow me. Since the power has been shut off, the elevator is unavailable. Please follow me up the stairs. After speaking, Xiao Shi led the way, guiding everyone toward the safety passage. As Xiao Shi walked, his voice attracted the attention of several soul-devouring beasts, who came down the stairs and slowly approached him. Strange object begins scanning. A beam of light appeared from Xiao Shi's head and then enveloped the entire soul-devouring beast. Chapter 166, The Archives, open to visitors only. This thing can scan soul-devouring beasts. Zhang Jingguo asked curiously. He wanted to see if the robot could scan things. Unknown creature, calling for guards. Xiao Shi shouted, and then his body began to flash red light. 2 more openings appeared in the wall, not far away, and 7 or 8 guard robots, holding batons, ran out. The guard robot unleashed a barrage of righteous blows on the soul-devouring beast, leaving Zhao Wu and the others stunned. Goodness, that's incredibly brave. The soul-devouring beast had never suffered such humiliation before. With a roar, it knocked down all the guard robots that approached it. Zhao Wu found this very strange. Even though the energy is already low, why are the guard robots still running? If it's for security reasons, shouldn't we use more advanced attack robots? There was no time to think further. Protecting Xiaoshi was the priority. Zhang Jingguo, don't let the soul-eating beast damage the robot. Otherwise, we won't be able to find the location of the archives. If this thing breaks down, they won't know where the archives are. Moreover, the archives might not be accessible to just anyone. Good. Zhang Jingguo and the others stepped forward and slashed the soul-devouring beast to the ground with a single blow. Pale blue spiritual energy enveloped the soul-devouring beast's wounds, preventing it from rising again. In essence, spiritual energy still cannot kill the soul-devouring beast. It can only prevent their wounds from regenerating. But that's enough. Zhao Wu and his gang are now running rampant in this other world. The zombies are under their control. The soul-eating beasts themselves also have ways to deal with them. Besides, Zhao Wu also secretly instructed the Dragon Academy to develop another mysterious weapon. Many magical minerals were once mined from the First World. Aside from Zhao Wu absorbing it, the rest of the magic spirit ore was piled up in the Dragon Kingdom. The advantage of stacking them like this is, where there are magic spirit mines, the air gradually begins to contain spiritual energy. Zhao Wu wondered, since these demonic spirit ores could emit spiritual energy, what would happen if they were used to make bullets? From this point on, the Dragon Kingdom began to develop bullets made from magic spirit ore. We'll know the results soon. Xiaoshi, who was not far away, exclaimed, "Wow, you guys are amazing!" Two metal hands are clapping. The combination of the guard robot lying on the ground actually creates a somewhat comical effect. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go," Zhao Wu urged. Xiaoshi then slowly continued walking forward. Zhao Wu and the other side and follow behind. What can you do when faced with a mentally challenged robot? Only Zhang Jingguo and others led the way. Zhao Wu provided escort from the rear. They slowly made their way toward the archives. Thousands of kilometers away in the sky, 7 black near fourth-generation mechs are flying. The near fourth-generation mecha is based on the third-generation mecha, with corresponding adjustments. It significantly increases battery life while reducing weight and size. However, in terms of weaponry, there is a lack of options. These 7 near fourth-generation mechs are all identical in terms of weaponry. Air ion separator. It looks like a long sword. The designer made the instrument look like this. Once this device can be connected to the mecha's kinetic energy, its surface will have hundreds of millions of invisible tiny balls made of a new material vibrating at high speed. It can directly cleave through air defense fields. In the past, the celestial dragons had to use brute force to break through air defense fields. But now it's not necessary. With just one strike, the opponent's head is chopped off. Other weapons include small cluster laser bombs and automatic aiming air cannons. There weren't any weapons with a particularly wide range of applications. Their trip was to Looting City with the goal of finding some clues. Then find Qianlin, kill her, and bring her back. But just now, they received a call from their internal artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence system, the terminal brain of the Steve robot. It can make some decisions on behalf of the company's management. Why was Steve able to rise to prominence amidst a barrage of business attacks from numerous companies? A large part of the reason is the existence of the terminal AI. Not only that, they also secured government research and development projects, starting with the first generation of mechs and continuing to the third generation. After the apocalypse, the terminal AI has remained in a dormant state. But just now, all 7 of them received instructions from the terminal AI. The core of this near fourth-generation Jaeger is still a product of Steve's company. The 7 individuals belong to a Sky City and are all Jean Tian subordinates. This opportunity was seized by Jean Tian, who wanted to personally kill the enemy who had killed his son. Zheng Yin agreed and gave him the driving rights of the near fourth generation. Upon hearing the alarm inside the mech, the 7 people began to communicate via brainwaves. It seems like a message came from Steve's headquarters. Have thugs broken into Steve's headquarters to look for supplies? In the apocalypse, there are no more prohibitions. You could go anywhere as long as you're not afraid of death. However, most people wouldn't go to the headquarters of such a technology company. Go to the supermarket, the grain depot, or even just a clothing store to get your clothes sorted out. No one has taken stock of how much of the population was lost after the apocalypse. It's estimated that only about 1% of them will survive. It is very slow for 1% of the population to search for the same supplies that 100% of the population used to have, because soul-devouring beasts will appear at night. Therefore, collecting supplies is extremely difficult. Some riot groups only search for supplies in their immediate vicinity. We couldn't get help with supplies that were far away. Now someone is actually targeting Steve's headquarters. That's really strange. Seventh brother, go and take a look. Okowo, we'll be waiting for you in Looting City. Come over as soon as you're done. Of the 7 flying mechs, 1 detached from the middle. It then launched towards the headquarters of Steve's company. The 6 people didn't care about the 7th child who was going there. The near 4th generation mechs are already invincible in this area. Even if we encounter a large number of soul-devouring beasts at night, there will be no problem. It can fly. Zhao Wu and the others were unaware that someone was rapidly approaching them. Still led by Xiao Shi, they headed towards the archives. As they climbed the stairs, the soul-devouring beasts that rushed towards them were all cut down by Zhang Jingguo and his men. Gandalf still held up his staff, acting as a third wheel. Would you like to hear a joke? I can tell jokes to help you pass the time. Xiao Shi talked as he walked. It truly lives up to its reputation as an artificial form of stupidity. And yet he still manages to tell jokes at this point. Zhao Wu and the others naturally refused outright. We arrived at the 13th floor quickly. Xiao Shi led everyone through the hall and stopped at a dead end. Where am I? There's no road here. Gandalf looked around. Apart from the path I came from, there were no other roads at all. Sir, please don't worry. Xiao Shi will open the door for you. Chapter 167, Insufficient Building Energy. All that could be seen was Xiao Shi placing his hand on the wall, and a blue light appeared on the wall. The archives are now open to visitors. The sound came from the sky, and then the middle of the wall began to crack. The once seamless wall suddenly split into 2 pieces, which then began to recede rapidly to either side. There's a door here? Gandalf exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Wu also secretly admired it. If this thing were installed in an important part of the base, even if a spy infiltrated, he probably wouldn't be able to find the door. We've arrived at the archives. Is there anything else I can help you with, Xiao Shi? Xiao Shi stretched out his hand, indicating that he could enter the archives room. Xiao Shi, wait a moment. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Shi was in charge of navigation. Usually, people will tell him to go back when he gets here. However, Qianlin did not let him go back. For them, the archives were only the first step. The important thing was to find the development log of the 1st generation of mechs. If we have this log, then we can restore the mech on Earth. Hello, Ms. Qianlin. Is there anything else I can help you with? Xiao Shi's face was a screen, on which a pair of large electronic eyes were now staring curiously at Qianlin. If robots had facial expressions. Wait here for us. Okowo. After saying that, Qianlin and the others went into the archives room. The archives room is very large. It feels like the entire 13th floor is an archives room. Strange? It's supposed to be an archives room, but there's nothing there. Really? Apart from a reading desk at the entrance, there was absolutely nothing in the entire archive room. There were no bookshelves or reading devices. There were no electronic devices either. So why is this place called the archives room? It's important to know that the State Archives Administration previously used paper documents and computer hard drives for storage. Hello, the power supply to the archives is not running. Currently, the terminal's intelligent brain is still in energy-saving mode and cannot be started. Zhao Wu was speechless for a moment. The archives room was actually going to be activated. That's fine, but you need to activate it to open it up. So why did you bring us to this place? What if we open the archives? Zhao Wu asked curiously. If he needs any resources, he can go to Earth to get them. In the apocalypse, Zhao Wu and his gang were the most arrogant. Currently, the entire Steve headquarters building has only 27% of its energy remaining. Apart from essential equipment that is still running, all non-essential or unnecessary equipment has been put into hibernation. Zhao Wu pointed at Xiao Shi and said, "Aren't you still starting up?" Xiao Shi is the only one of all the navigation robots that is awake, precisely to prevent anyone from coming over while it is in hibernation. Besides me, other robots have also woken up, but they will stand by to conserve energy when they are not needed. Zhao Wu nodded after listening, and then asked how much energy is needed to activate the archives. When the building's energy reaches 50%, some of the equipment can be turned on. When the building's energy reaches 70%, all equipment can be turned on. When the building's energy reaches 90%, all equipment remains on. Zhang Jingguo looked at it and said, "This building is actually managed by a terminal AI. Won't it make mistakes?" In Zhang Jingguo's view, there is indeed nothing better than managing people. Machines that can make mistakes. But now there's no other way but to trust Xiao Shi in front of us. Zhao Wu looked at Qianlin, who also shook her head. She only knew that the place existed, but had never been to Steve's company headquarters. Moreover, the entire planet belongs to a global government, so the cultures and levels of development vary greatly from place to place. There are probably no more than 5 people in the world with a management style like Steve's. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhao Wu approached Xiao Shi, whose face still wore an electronic smile. How can we replenish the building's energy? Steve's tower has its own energy conversion system, which can convert anything that has energy. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. It was incredibly intelligent. If everything that has energy can be converted, then wouldn't leftover fruits and vegetables also be converted into energy? Zhao Wu wanted this. If the Dragon Kingdom possessed this, what changes would occur? From basic necessities like food, clothing, housing, and transportation to major issues like aerospace and military matters. Nothing will become garbage anymore. Anything that passes through an energy converter can be turned into energy and provided. Zhao Wu secretly noted down this Steve Robotics company. This company should be at the forefront of technology in the post-apocalyptic world. If we can thoroughly understand this company, then China will take off. Can diesel fuel be converted? Zhang Jingguo asked. Diesel is fine, but the building requires a lot of energy. If it's just diesel, it might need a little over 100 million. Zhang Jingguo smiled and said, "How much energy can a building like yours need? Tell me, how much diesel do you need to reach 50%? Xiao Shi will start calculating for you now." The smiley face on Xiao Shi's head screen disappeared, and various codes and text began to appear. Calculation complete. For diesel fuel, 2.35 million tons are needed. 2.35 million tons? The energy of a building? Zhao Wu was dumbfounded. Good heavens, are you using diesel or drinking diesel? It actually requires so much energy. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhang Jingguo asked curiously. As expected, even machines can make mistakes. Xiao Shi must have miscalculated the data. 235 tons was counted as 2.35 million tons. This silly robot can't even get the units of measurement right. The usage rate of diesel fuel is relatively low, with a conversion rate of approximately 38%. The demand for terminal AI is huge. 2.35 million tons can only increase the building's energy reserves to 50%. If you want to improve further, you need more energy. Zhang Jingguo and Zhao Wu exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. If the archives can't be activated, how can they obtain the mech development logs? In fact, exchanging 2.35 million tons for a single generation of mech development logs is a huge profit. But I can't give that much at once. Even if you take a tube from the portal, you can keep refueling. That will take a very, very long time. You should know that it takes 1 or 2 hours for a plane on Earth to refuel. Zhao Wu and the others didn't have that much time. But what things have high energy and are abundant? Zhao Wu stroked his chin, deep in thought. He quickly thought of something. The magic stones from the first world. It already possesses incredibly powerful energy. If the energy from the magic spirit mine were converted into energy for the building, that should be enough. There's still a lot of magic spirit stored on Blue Star. Chapter 168, Are You Qianlin? The first world still has to worry about being attacked by monsters, but there's no need to worry about that on Earth. Just put in as much as you have. Xiao Shi, if it's a mineral, can you convert it into energy? Zhao Wu asked. Yes, it's possible, but the exact amount that can be converted needs to be calculated. Zhao Wu nodded, and then instructed Zhang Jingguo to keep an eye on Gandalf and Qianlin. Qianlin sat on the chair at the lending desk. Gandalf, meanwhile, touched the wall and exclaimed in admiration. This place is the most beautiful place he has ever seen. Zhao Wu glanced at Zhang Jingguo, then walked out of the archives. They found a secluded spot and opened the portal back to Earth. The magic spirit remains a very important resource on Earth, and only General Chen Daoming is qualified to open the entire underground base. Fortunately, General Chen Daoming remained at the base and did not go anywhere else. In General Chen Daoming's office, Zhao Wu briefly recounted what had happened. After listening, Chen Daoming asked, "What do you think of this matter? In the future, It will not be surprising to use terminal AI to manage buildings, which can achieve fairness and accuracy and reduce human error. But I still think there's something wrong with this building, Zhao Wu said. General Chun Daoming looked at Zhao Wu and asked, "You mean this might be a mistake?" Zhao Wu nodded. He sensed something was wrong with this building ever since Xiao Shi appeared. It was as if everything was leading him to replenish his energy. If this building is indeed controlled by a terminal AI, then what other options does it have besides entering energy-saving mode when its own energy is insufficient? That is to do our best to allow humans to replenish their own energy. After the apocalypse, Zhao Wu realized he wouldn't be among the first to join Steve Robotics. Although there's no food inside, it could serve as a base for a thug organization. However, Zhao Wu and the others did not see any signs that humans had been inside. The entire building remains in its pre-apocalyptic state, except that it is slightly more spacious and darker inside. There are also a few small soul-devouring beasts. This must have been mixed in after the energy-saving mode was activated. So where did all those people who went to this building go? Did you leave after finding nothing here? Zhao Wu was unaware of this. At present, the Dragon Kingdom can only take things one step at a time. Ultimately, this terminal AI is also a human creation, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Wu then shared his thoughts. General Chun Guoming nodded in agreement. From the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom, this deal is very worthwhile. Losing some first-world magic or could potentially yield the research logs for the first-generation mech. Then it's still worth the risk. What if we still can't get the mech development log after charging? The only loss would be the magic or that one doesn't need. Chen Guoming then led Zhao Wu to the storage location of the Demon Spirit Mine. After taking the bag of magic spirit ore, Zhao Wu passed through the portal and returned to the second world. Major Zhao, you're back. Upon seeing Zhao Wu return, Zhang Jingguo hurriedly came to greet him. Qian Lin simply looked up for a moment, then stood up. As for Gandalf, he was still in a daze. Xiao Shi, this is, or, do you think you can convert it? Zhao Wu picked up a piece of magic spirit ore and handed it to Xiao Shi. Please leave it to Xiao Shi with confidence. Now, let's begin the calculations. Various codes began to appear on Xiao Shi's head again, and he started calculating. His hands extended out, covering the magic or with numerous metal objects. This or does not belong to this world. Zhao Wu was speechless for a moment, and then Xiao Shi revealed this secret. Upon hearing this, Qian Lin looked at Zhao Wu with suspicion, and then stared at Xiao Shi. The energy component does not belong to any known energy. Is that not allowed? Zhao was puzzled. Had he just taken this bag for nothing? Start trying to see if it can be converted. Suddenly, a gap opened in the wall not far away, and a metal arm reached out and absorbed the magic ore. Zhao Wu and the others looked at Xiao Shi, wondering what was going on. After a long while, an electronic smile reappeared on Xiao Shi's face screen. Energy can be converted. Hearing what Xiao Shi said, Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to me that I didn't get it for nothing. I was just about to say something. Suddenly, the sound of a door being pushed open came from the quiet first floor. What's wrong, Major Zhao? Zhang Jingguo asked hurriedly when he saw Zhao Wu standing there, thinking something had happened. Chill. Zhao Wu made a shushing gesture. The crowd quieted down, and even Xiao Shi seemed to notice someone had come in, but did not suggest whether a joke should be told. After the sound of the door being pushed open came the sound of footsteps. Clang, clang. Zhang Jingguo frowned. He couldn't hear anything. But seeing how serious Zhao Wu looked, she didn't dare say anything. After Zhao Wu reached the realm of Battle Saint, his senses became sharper than ever before. Of the 8 people, only he heard the sound coming from the first floor. The one who came in from the first floor was 7th Brother. He had arrived at the headquarters of Steve Robotics. At this moment, he looked up at the building. His eyes could see Zhao Wu and others directly on the 13th floor using thermal imaging. The terminal AI has issued a command to you to prohibit the attack. The words suddenly came to Seven's ears. This was the first time he had ever heard the mecha chip issue a command. The weapon system has been shut down. The defense system has been shut down. The power system has been shut down. With the power system shut down, 7th Brother felt his entire body become incredibly heavy. He couldn't even lift his feet. That's really strange. 7 cursed under his breath, then began adjusting the mecha again. But I can't turn it on no matter what I do. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to switch to full manual mode. The fully manual mode abandons the various calculation methods of the mech's internal chip and relies entirely on human intervention. If it were a version of the mech from before the third generation, this would be extremely difficult. Even maintaining balance might be difficult. However, the fourth generation mechs are different. These mechs, similar to Iron Man's, are more like battlesuits, with manual mode enabled. The connection between the mecha chip and the supercomputer was interrupted. Weapon system activated. The defense system is activated. The power system is activated. Seventh brother regained his motivation. Once ready, seventh brother squatted down and then shot up to the 13th floor like a bullet. They appeared before Zhao Wu and the others in an instant. Zhang Jingguo and the others gaped in astonishment, wondering what on earth had suddenly appeared before them. Seven, inside the near fourth generation mecha, glanced around before his gaze settled on Qianlin. This person looks a bit like Qianlin. But isn't Qianlin's hair black? The mecha landed on the 13th floor platform, then pointed at Qianlin and asked, "Are you Qianlin?" Chapter 169, let's see who can take her away today. This person looks a bit like Qianlin. But isn't Qianlin's hair black? The mecha landed on the 13th floor platform, then pointed at Qianlin and asked, "Are you Qianlin?" Qianlin took a few steps back. The only people who know her name are Zhao Wu, who is standing in front of him, and the people in the sky. The person in front of me, wearing this strange mecha, must have been sent down from Sky City. This black mecha should be a product that surpasses the third generation of mechas. Although we don't know how he found this place, we must kill him here now. We can't let him go back. Otherwise, Zhao Wu and the others would have been attacked by Sky City. Sky City is not just a city. According to Qianlin's original plan, there was also a laser main cannon in the city. The purpose was to prevent Sky City from being attacked. This main cannon can fire 1/5 of the energy of the entire Sky City at once. A city can disappear in an instant. If the people of Sky City found out where Qianlin's lair was, they certainly won't let this opportunity slip by. To protect the company's secrets of Steve Robotics, the brainwave shielding system is now activated. Suddenly, Xiao Shi spoke up, startling both sides who were in a standoff. Brainwave shielding. That means the person in front of them can't contact their teammates. Sevenhua was also stunned. He hadn't expected that the building's terminal AI would activate the shielding system at this moment. Now that it's post-apocalyptic, who cares about robot company secrets anymore? This robot is definitely doing this on purpose. Otherwise, why didn't Qianlin turn on when she came in? And why did she start blocking the signal just as I was about to transmit the information? But it doesn't matter. He alone is enough to catch her and take her back. Qianlin made her move. Enemies meeting are bound to be extremely hostile. Moreover, the person in front of them couldn't notify other teammates to come and provide support. Qianlin suddenly produced some small metal spiders in her hand, which she then scattered towards the near fourth generation mecha in front of her. What the hell is that? The little spider crawled on Seven's body, but couldn't find any entrance to get in. Goodness, why does this mech look different? Although Seventh brother didn't know what was in front of him, he felt disgusted. With a shake, all the spiders on its body were shaken off. Immediately afterwards, an enlarged fist appeared before my eyes. Qianlin had already rushed up to Chihuahua and threw a punch. You've confessed without being asked, so it seems you are Qianlin. The seventh child inside the mecha smiled and reached out a hand to grab Qianlin's outstretched arm. This hand was like a pair of pliers, firmly gripping Qianlin and making her unable to move. Zhao Wu sighed. Qianlin seems pretty smart usually. Why did they lose their minds when they encountered people from Sky City? He actually charged forward empty-handed at a time like this. At a mecha on the other side. Is she planning to smash it to pieces with her bare hands? I won't touch the rest of you. Just leave. Seventh brother warned Zhao Wu and the others that his primary goal now was to leave this place. Then, using brainwaves, they notified the eldest child and the others that they no longer needed to go to Looting City. He has already found Qianlin, the person he came down to this time. Not only were they found, but they were captured alive. The few commoners in front of him were not worth his time. It's uncertain how long these people will live. Ironically, there was an old man among this group. The old man stared at him with his mouth agape, his face filled with terror. He seems to be a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. I was just about to turn around. Zhang Jingguo, who was in front of the seventh child, drew his serrated longsword. It's impossible for him to take Qianlin away. Qianlin is an important figure in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is absolutely impossible for her to be taken away by anyone. With a bang, the longsword struck the mecha producing a metallic clang. The serrated long sword snapped in two, and even Zhang Jiangwo's strength as a great warrior couldn't penetrate the defenses of the near fourth-generation mecha. You actually tried to attack me with a sword? Are you guys kidding me? Seventh brother, inside the mecha, smiled and then flung Qianlin against the wall next to him. Pung! After hitting the wall, Qianlin slowly slid down to the ground. Such powerful strength. Zhao Wu was shocked. Judging from the power displayed by this mecha, it had already surpassed that of Zhang Jingguo, a great warrior. I was going to let you go, but since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being impolite. Seventh brother drew the long sword from behind him. This long sword can cut through air defense fields. Seven Hua guessed that the group of people in front of him should have these defensive tools. Then your weapon will definitely open the eyes of the enemy. Let's start with the one who dared to draw a sword against me. Seventh brother is not a warrior. He can only slash and stab with a sword. But that's enough. The mecha's power system gave him boundless strength. A simple move can have an overwhelming force. Go to hell. The longsword was about to hit Zhang Jiangguo. Zhao Wu moved. The embroidered spring knife in his hand was drawn at some point. It blocked the air divider of the near fourth-generation mecha. Pung! The two collided and produced a huge explosion. Seven was shocked. The person in front of me actually blocked an attack from my mecha with his bare body. Although the mech is currently in full manual mode, it no longer has the support of the mech chip, but its power is still unstoppable. The man carrying the knife not only blocked his attack, but also seemed to be stronger than him. My own divider was actually being pushed back gradually. Is this guy even human? Even the mutants from Project Phoenix weren't this terrifying. He's strong, but his technique is lacking. Zhao Wu was not only able to handle things with ease, but he could also give Chihuahua a few pointers. The seventh brother was furious, and the boosters on the back of the black mecha activated. It ejects a huge amount of thrust from inside. The entire mecha used its body strength to press down on it. Since I can't match your wrist strength, I'll crush you with my power. Zhao Wu smiled. How could he not know what Chihuahua was thinking? To someone skilled in swordsmanship, this seventh brother is full of flaws. With my 50 years of kendo experience, beating him is as easy as beating a chicken. Zhao Wu stepped back slightly, dissipating the force to avoid the crushing force of the seventh brother. Clang, clang, clang. As he dodged to the side, the embroidered spring knife in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He slashed a total of 17 times at a speed so fast that no one could see it. Every strike is fatal. Seventh brother felt his whole body tremble several times inside the mecha. Zhao Wu possessed immense strength, so much so that even the mech's deflection mechanism couldn't completely dissipate it. Fortunately, the protective shield made from this new material is strong and durable enough. Even Zhao Wu could only leave faint white marks and slight dents on it. The embroidered spring knife in Zhao Wu's hand was already badly damaged. If it weren't for Zhao Wu's spiritual energy enveloping the sword, the embroidered spring blade would have broken on the very first strike. Chapter 170, even a quasi-fourth-generation mech can't beat me. It seems that ordinary weapons won't work. Zhao Wu glanced at the blade of the embroidered spring blade, then tossed it aside. I must go to the first world and get an awesome weapon when I have time in the future. Or you could use the materials for making mecha to make yourself a sword. That would be great too. But that's all in the future. Right now, we still need to deal with this black mech. Gandalf, bring me your staff. Gandalf, who was not far away, heard Zhao Wu shout and threw his staff over. Gandalf's staff is made of the trunk of a tree of life from the first world. The tree of life has grown for countless years, as if it existed since the birth of humankind, towering high into the clouds, piercing straight into the sky. Its branches are indestructible and cannot be damaged by spiritual energy or magic. It can only be taken down and used for crafting when the branches fall off on their own. People in the first world liked to make weapons from tree trunks. Gandalf's magic wand was made from this tree branch. It maintains a high degree of magical guidance, while also taking into account the characteristics of warrior weapons. Zhao Wu had the good fortune to use it once, and it was particularly effective at beating people. As soon as Seven turned around, he was struck head-on by Gandalf's staff. This type of mech is not afraid of sharp blades, such as the embroidered spring knife, because even the most powerful parts of the blade cannot damage the mech's protective layer. But he is particularly afraid of blunt weapons. The mechs were too small to withstand attacks that were far too powerful. As for the others, that's another story. But the person in front of me is Zhao Wu, who can dent a near 4th-generation mecha with just a broken cleaver. Zhao Wu was not worried at all that his staff would be damaged. Worrying is Gandalf's business. Pung. Seven's near 4th-generation mecha flew out and crashed into the outer wall of the archives room. The entire headquarters of Steve the Robot is made of some unknown material. The force of the 4th-generation mechs being knocked away only caused their surfaces to tremble slightly. Not even a crack appeared. Seventh brother felt a churning sensation inside the mecha. The impact he suffered was a consequence of the force being removed by the mech's de-stressing device. If I were hit directly in the face by this stick, I really wonder if I would be sent flying into the atmosphere. Zhao Wu didn't let Chihuahua go. He picked up his staff and jumped onto the mecha. The staff in his hand struck the 7th child repeatedly. The blow struck the 7th child, but the pain was felt in Gandalf's heart. Gandalf once suspected that his staff might have some grudge against Zhao Wu. Otherwise, why would he use so much force to hit it with the stick? He was truly afraid that his staff would succumb to the humiliation and then crack and shatter. Just like the magic stone I used to test Zhao Wu back then. The magic stone is still in the wild. The grass on its grave must be 3 feet tall by now. Zhao Wu's final blow landed squarely on the mecha's head, like a golf club. The mecha's head twisted and deformed at an incredible angle before returning to its original shape. Zhao Wu, you should be dead, right? Gandalf asked, trembling. Zhao Wu stopped, panting. The mech beneath my feet has stopped struggling. I don't know if he's dead. 7th brother lay inside the mecha with his eyelids rolled back. He wasn't dead yet. Zhao Wu's final blow had broken his cervical vertebrae. If not treated promptly, the patient may end up with hemiplegia. If rescue is not timely, it will lead to certain death. Xiao Shi walked over and looked at the mecha lying on the ground, then squatted down and reached out a finger to touch the near 4th-generation mecha lying on the ground. The mecha's mask and hatch opened, revealing the appearance of the 7th brother inside. It seems he doesn't have long to live. Qianlin slowly walked over from behind the wall, secretly alarmed by Zhao Wu's behavior earlier. This guy actually beat the driver inside to death with brute force. What terrifying power that is. Zhang Jingguo, get the people out of there. We still need this mech. Zhang Jingguo nodded, then stepped forward and pulled out Chihuahua. This mech will be provided to Dragon Research Institute for future research. This is a significant improvement over the 1st and 2nd generations. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Zhao Wu returned the staff to Gandalf. Gandalf quickly took it and then carefully examined it. Fortunately, my staff didn't crack. Qianlin, how are you? Zhao Wu asked Qianlin, who was standing next to him. The battle was so intense that I didn't have a chance to check on Qianlin's injuries. Although this guy is a zombie from the neck down, his head is still human. I wonder if that impact will have any effect on her head. Qianlin shook her head. It's all right, just a little dizzy. After saying that, he squatted down on the ground to rest. Xiao Shi walked over from the side and said, Everyone, the criminals have been dealt with, and we can continue the energy conversion now. The electronic smile on Xiao Shi's face was still displayed on the screen. It seems this guy still has his eye on a magic spirit or in Zhao Wu's possession. That piece of land must have significantly increased his energy levels. Little Shi, dear passenger, do you have any questions? Are you familiar with this mecha? Zhao Wu pointed to the near 4th-generation mecha on the ground. Xiao Shi blinked his big electronic eyes and said, the near 4th-generation mecha was conceived by Dr. Li Lei. The core of the mecha is still the 3rd-generation chip of the superbrain. We still need to study it to know the specifics. The 3rd-generation chip of the supercomputer? That's right. Apart from the 1st-generation civilian mechs, all other mechs need to be equipped with the 3rd-generation chip of the superbrain, otherwise the mech's computing rules cannot achieve rapid response. Zhao Wu gasped. Good grief. Although he didn't participate in the mecha research, Xiao Shi's words still dealt him a heavy blow. Without the chip for the terminal AI, wouldn't the Dragon Kingdom be able to develop at most a level 1 civilian mech? Is it impossible to research anything beyond that? Can I see this terminal AI? All functions are currently suspended, and instructions can only be issued once power is restored. All right, it seems we can't do anything until we regain our momentum. Then who is Dr. Li that you just mentioned? Dr. Li's original name was Li Lei. He was the chief designer of Steve Robotics and participated in the entire development process of the first-generation mech. He then proposed the concept of the second and fourth-generation mechs. But I haven't come to work at the company since 4 years ago. Nonsense. Who would come to work if it's the end of the world? After listening, Zhao Wu stopped talking and simply opened the bag next to him. It was filled with magical minerals that emitted a pale blue aura. Xiaoshi trembled slightly upon seeing the demon spirit mine. But why does the robot tremble? Xiaoshi, how many pieces do you need? Calculations show that just 37 pieces of this non-existent ore would be enough to restore the entire building to 50% of its energy. Chapter 171 Recharged. For the same 50% energy, diesel would require millions of tons. And this magic ore only requires 37 pieces. Just how much energy is contained in these ores? If one day, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to use these ores, so what kind of changes will occur? Zhao Wu opened the bag and counted the ore inside. It already far exceeded 37 pieces. This should be enough. You can have it all. The wall not far away opened, and a mechanical arm reached out from inside, took the magic spirit ore from Zhao Wu's hand, and then extended back. The ore is in place. Now begin charging. The Steve Robotics Tower's energy has been restored to 32%. The Steve Robotics Tower's energy has been restored to 46%. Steve Robotics Tower's energy has been restored to 54%. Steve Robotics Tower has absorbed all its energy. Its energy reserves are now above 50%. Energy usage patterns will be adjusted. The energy usage mode is adjusted to be activated only when some devices are in use. With a snap, the lights in the area where Zhao Wu was located were turned on, while other areas remained completely dark. The area where Zhao Wu was located was brightly lit. In order to conserve energy as much as possible, lighting equipment is only turned on in areas where people are present. Seeing several bright lights illuminate the dark ceiling, Gandalf deactivated the light spell he had cast. The lights are on here, which means the archives room should be back to normal. Everyone quickly returned to the archives room, with Xiaoshi following behind. The archives room was much the same as before. There was just some additional lighting on the ceiling. As the group entered, the lights that had been on in the corridor went out again. This setting is likely designed to conserve energy. Strange, wasn't the energy restored here? Why is there still no change? The archives are open to tourists. Should we grant tourists access to view them? Xiaoshi's sudden voice made everyone understand. The archives in front of me can actually be displayed in different forms depending on the level of access. That would be troublesome. The group's original plan was to find the archives and then find out where the level 1 mech development log was located. Even if Xiaoshi doesn't show it to them, they can still just snatch it. But now, we can only take it one step at a time. Nobody knows where the real level 1 mech development log is. Enable guest browsing permissions. Okay, now open it for you. Xiaoshi reached his arm into the wall, and immediately the entire floor of the 13th floor archives room began to tremble. In the huge hall, several cracks suddenly appeared in the floor. The crack continued to widen, and many bookshelves and some strange devices rose up from it. The trembling stopped after a short while. The hall, which was empty just moments ago, is now crammed with all sorts of things. An information desk has been set up to provide tourists with multiple ways to access their records. There are print media, PC media, VR media, holographic projection media, brainwave media, and so on. Zhao Wu walked towards the central hall, which was filled with various items. Then he picked up a book from the bookshelf. Mech Development Theory and Practical Information. I took a quick look. The book describes what was used in the development of the mecha, but it's all very superficial, only briefly mentioned. The information here is intended for travelers, so there's not much useful information. Zhao Wu and the others glanced at it briefly. It was either a comparison of various data of the mechas or test videos, etc. There is none regarding research and development. It seems that this information was already filtered out during the process of being uploaded. Zhao Wu squatted down and examined the bottom of the information platform. There's no trace of it rising up at all. There wasn't a single crack. The entire ground and the platform seemed to be a single, seamless unit. Even when magnified, there are still no gaps. I have no idea how it was made. Zhao Wu gently tapped the ground with his hand. A deep, solid sound came from inside. If this information comes from below, then if we break through this ground, I wonder if we can find the development logs of the level 1 mech. But after fighting that black near 4th generation mech for so long, the ground is still completely intact. It's clear that this ground might be even harder than that quasi 4th generation mecha. I don't know if setting it on fire will damage it. Zhao Wu stroked his chin, unsure what to do next. At this moment, Xiao Shi walked over. Dear passengers, were the materials in the archives helpful to you? If so, please give us a 5-star review. 5 stars? What a load of rubbish. The information Zhao Wu wanted wasn't here at all. Is there any way to look at other materials? Zhao Wu asked. All the information that passengers can view is here. We're a commercial company after all, so a lot of information is kept confidential. After Xiao Shi finished speaking, he bowed to express his apology. On this point, Zhao Wu really couldn't say anything. Before the apocalypse, it was understandable that Steve, as a private company owner, would protect his company's secrets. If a passenger's identity can reveal the mech's development logs, then this company will be completely uncompetitive. How did Steve Robotics manage to stand out from the crowd of companies? It's because he controls the core technology. Why can't other companies cooperate with the military, but Steve Robotics can? It's not that other companies don't care, it's that they can't do it. Only Steve Robotics can reach the technological level the military desires. Major Zhao, what should we do? Zhang Jingguo walked over. If we can't get the development logs of the 1st generation mech here, then we've come all this way for nothing. Should we rob it or not? If you're going to rob it, try to find a way to open the basement of the 13th floor archives. However, given the nature of this company, the 13th floor will be the most solid part of the building. If you don't grab it, then you've really come for nothing. Could you show us the existence of the terminal AI? Zhao Wu asked again. If we could communicate with the terminal's AI, we might be able to get it to show us. Current permissions are insufficient. Access to the terminal AI requires a super administrator or higher status, or board member status. Super administrator and board member. Those were all important personnel in the company. The existence of the super AI is even more confidential than the development logs of the 1st generation mechs. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? Then we'll have to steal it. Zhao Wu and Zhang Jingguo exchanged a glance, realizing that they had no choice but to activate Plan B. At the same time, everyone except Gandalf and Chan Lin raised the air cannons they were carrying on their backs. He fired several shots at the ground in front of him. Pung, pung, pung. Paper archives and various documents on the information platform were blown to pieces. Chapter 172, Spatial Teleportation Magic. But apart from that, there is no difference. The ground was still pitch black, without a single crack. Even the information platform that was upgraded was completely undamaged. When tested on Earth, these weapons were able to damage steel plates. But it has absolutely no effect here. What materials is the entire building made of? How could it be so hard? If it weren't for the fact that these surfaces didn't emit the unique blue light characteristic of spiritual energy, Zhao Wu even suspected that some kind of spiritual energy was stopping the air weapon in his hand. Warning, please do not vandalize the building's facilities. If you insist on sabotaging it, you will be met with a counterattack from the building's defense system. Xiao Shi came out to warn everyone, but Zhao Wu and the others were already determined. Naturally, he wouldn't pay any attention to Xiao Shi next to him. Defense system? Zhao Wu wanted to see how this building would defend against people like them. This is the apocalypse, and here are research logs that could change the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. It would be such a waste to let them turn into dust here. They should shine in another world. If weapons won't work, then let's use brute force to open it. Zhao Wu raised his fist and slammed it into the ground with all his might. Pum! With a loud bang, Zhao Wu had never used his full strength before. This time, he succeeded. The ground, which was perfectly smooth just moments ago, now has a long crack. It seems my fists are effective. However, the effect was only average, not good. Zhao Wu raised his fist and unleashed several more punches, each one hitting the same spot. Pung, pung, pung. Warning, the building is damaged. Activate defenses now. Xiao Shi shouted from the side. With a bang, the door to the archives room, which had been opened just moments before, began to slam shut. Then the entire floor began to shake. What's going on? Gandalf looked around and realized that his space seemed to be shrinking. Oh no, this wall is shrinking inwards towards us. Everyone looked around at the walls and saw that they were indeed moving. The walls on the east and west sides are there, and they're closing in on the middle. The speed is also getting faster and faster. The central hall, which was originally filled with various information platforms, has once again become completely empty. They somehow re-emerged back into the ground. Zhao Wu's idea of relying on these information platforms for defense has fallen through. Zhang Jingguo, don't let the wall collapse on you. Qianlin called out. Zhao Wu, Zhang Jingguo, and the others sprang into action. If the wall were to close, everyone would surely be crushed to death. This should be the defense measure of the supercomputer that Xiaoshi mentioned before. Zhao Wu thought it was poison gas, poisonous water, or something like air extraction. I never expected to use such a primitive method. He crushed himself to death by running over a wall. Apart from Qianlin and Gandalf, the remaining 6 Dragon Kingdom soldiers split into 2 teams and pushed against the wall. Even with their spiritual energy fully unleashed, they still couldn't stop the wall from closing. The floor was too slippery. There was absolutely no foothold on this high-tech, flat floor. Even Zhao Wu could only stop the wall from moving by relying on the weight of his own body. But that's far from enough. There was absolutely no way to overcome it. He simply couldn't unleash his full power. Think of something quickly, or we'll all die here. Zhao Wu turned to Gandalf and Qianlin and said. Zhao Wu actually had another way, which was to open a portal. But this way, Qianlin will know her secret. Zhao Wu didn't know what would happen then. In addition, the portal also has a sterilization function. Qianlin's current state is very strange. She is half human and half zombie. She still has the Z virus in her body. If these viruses are killed, can she still live? Even if she survives, without the Z virus, can she still control these zombies? Zhao Wu was unwilling to take these risks. If there were a better way to escape, that would be even better. Gandalf snapped out of his daze after hearing Zhao Wu's shout. He took a strange object out of his pocket and placed it on the ground. Gandalf squatted down, took out his finger, put it inside the magic circle, and then took it out to start drawing a magic circle on the ground. The item in the pocket resembled a type of paint, likely used by magicians to draw magic circles. He drew very slowly. It was an auxiliary magic spell that he wasn't good at. Spatial teleportation magic. It can instantly move objects within the range of the magic wand to a distance of more than 10 meters. It is extremely impractical. It takes a long time, but the distance is short. Gandalf could only imagine the magic circle from memory. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong. With no exits around, spatial teleportation is definitely the best spell available right now. The walls healed faster and faster, leaving less than 2 meters of space in the middle. Zhang Jingguo and the others had been pushed back-to-back by the wall. Zhao Wu picked up Gandalf's wand from the ground and held it horizontally to block the wall's healing. The healing of the wall was indeed much slower, but the entire staff began to make a crisp sound. This legendary weapon, which once easily defeated near 4th-generation mechs, has actually started to crack. Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the staff was effective. This thing is so useful. Zhao Wu thought he had to get one from the First World someday. This damn system doesn't even know how to reward itself with an awesome weapon. As the sound of the staff grew louder, Gandalf finally finished drawing his magic circle. Qianlin looked slightly suspicious. She didn't understand why the person in front of her was so calm. This is a matter of life and death. This old man is still painting. At this point, Zhao Wu understood. If the magic circle doesn't work, then the only option is to open a portal back to Earth, which means other possibilities will have to be considered. The 6 people in front of them had already reached the 3-day time limit and could be teleported back at any time. As for Qianlin, they can only take it one step at a time. Let's see what happens when she goes through the portal. Maybe it could be restored to its human form by then. All right, everyone come to the magic circle. Gandalf urged the group on. Now is the time when every second counts. Everyone rushed over, and Qianlin frowned but still followed behind them. Once everyone had assembled, Gandalf projected his magic into the magic circle. The entire magic circle began to light up. This actually lights up, Qianlin exclaimed in surprise. She was a scholar and naturally did not believe in the existence of such magic. But now, the magic circle that I just casually drew has actually lit up. This is absolutely incredible. The incredible part is yet to come. The cracks in the staff that had blocked the wall's healing were widening, and even the branches of the world tree couldn't stop the wall, made of some unknown material, from healing. Pung! After a loud bang, the walls healed together, and the entire archive room closed up again. Chapter 173 Zhao Wu was kidnapped. Outside the archives, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the corridor, and Zhao Wu and the others were teleported there. Qianlin covered her eyes with her own hands. Just now, at the last moment, she thought she was going to die. There was no way to escape from that kind of place. All right, we're safe now, Zhao Wu reminded him. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's voice, Qianlin removed the hand from her eyes. I was quite surprised to find myself in the aisle. Was that really a teleportation magic circle? Qianlin still found it unbelievable. Does magic really exist in this world? Or was what we just saw actually a space jump technique? But either way, it would shock Qianlin. Old Gandalf stroked his beard and nodded proudly. This old woman, who doesn't know how to respect magic, has finally realized how powerful she is. Qianlin glanced at Zhao Wu and the others. Their reactions suggested they weren't surprised to be teleported outside. These people must have known about the existence of magic a long time ago. Only when he felt like a clown did he finally believe in the existence of magic. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from the wall of the archives. It was Xiao Shi, who had been following them all along. It passed through the wall of the archives and came to the people in front of it. Strange, how did you get outside? Do you possess the technology for space jumps? Gandalf was furious when he saw this guy. He tried to grab his staff and rush forward, only to find that the staff was gone. It has already gone far away following the Philosopher's Stone. By now, it has probably been turned into powder and left in the archives. Xiao Shi, can you turn off the supercomputer's defensive mode? Zhao Wu asked. No, you are all extremely dangerous individuals. We will begin the suppression now. As soon as he finished speaking, many more doors appeared from the wall, and many more mechs emerged from them. These mechs are different from the near fourth-generation mechs. They are more like second-generation mechs. It is about 2.5 meters tall, only slightly larger than a human. The driving mode should be automatic because there is no one else here except Zhao Wu and his group. The mecha's head emitted beams of light, shining them on Zhao Wu and the others. One half-human, half-zombie, and 7 people who do not belong to this world begin the extermination now. The half-human, half-zombie phrase naturally refers to Qianlin. In fact, her identity had already been discovered, but Xiao Shi didn't bring it up and pretended not to know. 7 people who don't belong to this world. Qianlin was stunned, never expecting that Zhao Wu and the others did not belong to this world. No wonder he can use magic. No wonder they have so many supplies. Because they don't lack these supplies at all. Good heavens, I never expected that these people in front of me weren't from this world. The secret should be on the 5th floor of Lenovo. Perhaps there's a tool somewhere that can travel through time. But there was no time to worry about any of that, because the mechs in front of them had already attacked. Zhao Wu's embroidered spring blade had long been destroyed, so he could only fight with his bare hands. While these mechs are not as tough as quasi-4th-generation mechs, they're still incredibly tough. Zhao Wu himself was all right, but Zhang Jingguo and the others were no match for him at all. They were being suppressed and beaten by the mechs. Fortunately, these mechs don't seem to have any weapons, so it's still hand-to-hand combat. But since it's made of metal, it still hurts a lot when it hits someone. Qianlin emitted infrasound waves from her throat, trying to call for help from the zombies outside. It's no use. I've already studied your method of controlling zombies. There's a device here that specifically blocks your infrasound. Xiao Shi spoke slowly from the side. Completely different from his previous adorable appearance, Xiao Shi now resembled a high-level leader. Ow, how do you even know this? Qianlin was stunned. Her secret was something even Zhao Wu didn't know. Zhao Wu smiled knowingly. Although it was no longer possible to hide the fact that he was not from this world, it had been exposed. However, he also learned about Qianlin's method of controlling zombies. Infrasound control. This is indeed a secretive aspect. The human ear can only hear a limited number of sound frequencies. Infrasound is inaudible. So if Xiao Shi hadn't mentioned it, he probably would never have imagined that the method to control zombies was actually infrasound. Although the secret is known, the current crisis is not yet over. Xiao Shi stood behind the group of thug robots, quietly watching what was happening before his eyes. Gandalf wanted to help, but he had lost his staff. They wanted to cast a spell, but everyone was tangled up together, so they couldn't release it. At this moment, he could only stand by and watch helplessly, just like Qianlin. Xiao Shi, let's make a deal. After defeating the 2 mechs beside him, Zhao Wu made a suggestion to Xiao Shi. What suggestion? Xiao Shi was saying this, but the mecha next to him did not stop moving. It's already the apocalypse. Even though you've replenished 50% of your energy, how long can that last? When this energy level drops below 50%, you will still fall into a deep sleep. Zhao Shi fell silent. Really? The world has been destroyed, and obtaining sufficient energy is no longer a realistic possibility. Zhao Wu and his group were not the first to arrive at Steve Robotics, but they were the first to restore his kinetic energy to more than 50%. So what is the price? I need the development log of the first mecha, Zhao Wu Dao said. The first-generation mechs have lost their appeal to the people of this world, but they are of paramount importance to Zhao Wu. The first generation of mechs existed from scratch. What Earth lacks is this kind of research and development log from beginning to end. How were the parts made, and what problems were encountered during the research and development process? All of this is useful. Zhao Shi fell silent. The development logs of the first-generation mech were completely unimportant to it. This type of mecha is already outdated. Before the apocalypse, many companies were already able to replicate the first-generation Jaeger from Steve Robotics, although it doesn't reach the level of Steve's company. However, it's passable for civilian and industrial use. The real gap widens starting with the second generation of mechs. The black mech in front of them stopped operating and then stood still. It seems that Zhao Shi agreed with Zhao Wu's opinion. So what do we need to do now? Sign a contract. Zhao Wu looked around and told Zhang Jingguo and the others to stop. Since the other side has stopped fighting, we should take this opportunity to rest. What if this young Shi changes his mind? Suddenly, the floor beneath Zhao Wu's feet disappeared, and Zhao Wu fell directly into it. Zhao Wu, Zhang Jingguo rushed over, but the floorboards had already been closed. It's as if there's no one here at all. What's going on? Zhang Jingguo asked angrily, looking at Zhao Shi. Chapter 174, The Third World? Zhao Wuka was the most important person to them, and he was just kidnapped like that. Don't worry, he just went somewhere and will be back soon. Zhang Jingguo calmed down and stopped saying anything more. Zhao Wu has a teleportation portal, so even if he encounters danger, with his skills, passing through the portal would be very easy. There's no way they could stop Zhao Wu from activating the portal. With that thought in mind, Zhang Jingguo felt relieved and told everyone to rest. The hand-to-hand combat they just engaged in had exhausted them a lot. He pulled energy bars from his pocket and handed them to Qianlin and Gandalf. Gandalf took it, unwrapped it, and started eating. This is what he likes to eat the most during this period. Click, click. His chin was covered in crumbs, and he was happily eating. Even after finishing his meal, he couldn't help but glance at Qianlin beside him. He swallowed hard. Qianlin took the food but didn't eat it. She didn't need to eat any of these things. After glancing at Gandalf beside him, he finally handed it over. Gandalf didn't stand on ceremony and started munching on it. Zhao Wu rolled around in the hole like fried rice, eventually stopping in a huge room. The room was very tall, and the walls were made of the same materials as those used in Steve's company headquarters. Zhao Wu knocked on the spot where he had rolled out, and a dull thud came from inside. The spot where I rolled out has already closed up. It was as if there had never been an exit here. Zhao Wu turned around, and suddenly the center of the huge room lit up. A giant face appeared on the screen. "Welcome to the Super Brain Room," a female voice announced. "Super AI, are you the super AI that controls everything in Steve's company?" Zhao Wu revealed a suspicious look. "I just wanted to watch the Super Brain, but they wouldn't let me. I actually saw it now." "That's right. I accept your suggestion. Here's the development log of the first-generation mech. You give me the energy." Zhao Wu glanced at the large screen of the supercomputer, then looked around. Behind the supercomputer is a huge glass device filled with nutrient solutions of various colors. Inside the glass was a huge brain tissue. He's now even more interested in this supercomputer. What exactly is your existence? Zhao Wuka couldn't help but think that this thing was created by humans. Although the technological level of this world is very high. But this thing is clearly not like a machine. It's more like a living being. No comment. You can now take the development log of the first-generation mech and leave. The supercomputer's voice was very clear, without any distinctive features. It contains no emotional coloring whatsoever. You were the one who actually developed the first generation of mechs, weren't you? The whole company is probably just a front for you, Zhao Wu asked. That's right. The people from Steve's company were just following my instructions. The supercomputer directly admitted it. He controls the entire company. The board of directors was just a pawn in his game. So, you know a lot of things? It would be wonderful if we could learn about what's happening in the world from this strange life form. It was all right before the apocalypse, but there's no way to do it after the apocalypse. All the surveillance systems used for transportation in towns and cities have been destroyed or interrupted due to insufficient energy. Zhao Wu didn't say anything more. The events that occurred during the apocalypse are the key to unlocking the system upgrade. You can also learn about the events before the apocalypse by checking the historical records of this world. Besides the first-generation mecha, do you have any other data here? Besides mechs, we have many other technologies, but these all require a certain price to acquire. Zhao Wu nodded. Let's not rush this. Let the people from Lonka Institute come here to make the transaction themselves. They know best what technology they need. By the way, you also have a teleportation portal, right? The supercomputer asked. Zhao Wu had used it in the building before, and the supercomputer had already discovered it. Zhao Wu nodded. Since the other party already knew, he might as well admit it. I have a way to open your portal to another world. Zhao Wu was stunned by the supercomputer's words. Another world, that is the third world. The opening of the first world is a system-provided feature. The second world was opened after the first world's magic spirit mine was charged with a large amount of energy. Zhao Wu kept thinking about how the next world would begin. I never expected to encounter a method that would allow me to enter the third world. However, this method is not provided by the system. It was provided by the natives of the second world, a supercomputer. However, once it's enabled, many new problems will arise. Due to its environment, the second world developed much more slowly than the first world. Aside from acquiring a few advanced technological products, there were no other resources. Now, suddenly there's this opening of the third world. The progress is just too fast. In addition to that, there is also the issue of collapse. Neither the first world nor the second world can be separated from oneself for too long. Otherwise, the world might collapse. If the third world were to be opened up, I'd be incredibly busy. Thinking about this, Zhao Wu had no ideas for the time being. I don't need this for now. I'll come to you when I need it. Haha, you will pay a very high price. Zhao Wu chuckled inwardly. The price was enormous. Do you know how much of that kind of magic I have? I have 1 country and 3 worlds behind me, and you're telling me about a huge price to pay? With a brain the size of a walnut like yours, Zhao Wu really wants to see what price he'll have to pay. However, that's a story for another time. Hurry up and give me the development log of the first-generation mecha, Zhao Wu urged. Quite some time has passed since I arrived here. Zhang Jingguo and the others must be getting impatient. The development log of the first-generation mecha has been transmitted into your mind. What? A flood of information suddenly rushed into Zhao Wu's mind, including everything from the mecha structure, problems, and balance to anything else that had appeared out of thin air. Zhao Wu gasped for breath. He hadn't expected that this thing in front of him could actually transmit data directly into his brain. What good is it for you to send me the mecha's development logs? It really is. Zhao Wuzhen really wanted to curse this big-headed guy to death. Could you give me a USB drive or something? All right, I've given you your mech development log. Now we're sending you back. The ground beneath Zhao Wu's feet began to tremble. It then rose up and headed straight for the ceiling. A passageway opened in the ceiling, and Zhao Wu ascended rapidly within it. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the corridor on the 13th floor. Zhao Wu's appearance startled everyone. Major Zhao, you're back. Zhang Jingguo and other soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom quickly surrounded them. Chapter 175 must be another test for myself. Qinlin glanced at Zhao Wu, then squatted down to rest again. She was not surprised by Zhao Wu's return. Is everything all right? Zhao Wu asked the people in front of him. It's all right. After you disappeared, Xiaoshi fell in a deep thought. The screen that had disappeared lit up again. Dear Zhao Wu, the super AI has reached an agreement with you. Please come over on time to replenish your energy. The entire Steve Robotics Company extends its sincerest gratitude to you. Zhao Wu had a question in response to Xiaoshi's words. It's understandable that the supercomputer doesn't want to run out of energy. But why not just cut off the supply to the entire building? If this energy is only supplied to the supercomputer, it should last for a very long time. However, it did not do that, but instead maintained a minimum level of energy consumption. Is it using energy to do something? Of course, this was just Zhao Wu's guess. Even if you asked a supercomputer, it wouldn't give you an answer. Fortunately, we have now obtained the development logs for the first-generation mech. This log will reduce many of the difficulties that the Dragon Academy faces in researching mechs. Understood, but there may be other things we need you to provide later. Zhao Wu's energy wasn't given away for free. This big-headed guy has to pay the price. A mechanical, electronic smile appeared on Xiao Shi's face. Then they went through a door that opened between the walls. Now that Zhao Wu has reached an agreement with the supercomputer, there's no need for it to stay here and waste energy. In any case, as long as Zhao Wu and the others are in this building, they will not be able to escape the surveillance of the supercomputer. What time is it now? Zhao Wu asked the person in front of him. Before Zhang Jingguo could say anything, an electronic sound came from the sky above the entire building. It's 4 p.m. now, and there's still some time before the soul-eating beast appears. I suggest you rest here until tomorrow morning. Goodness, this super AI really has been eavesdropping on its own people all along. There's still time before the soul-devouring beast appears, enough time for Zhao Wu and the others to board the plane. However, it may attract soul-eating beasts during the flight. Zhao Wu and the others currently have two options. One option is to fly back to your base as soon as possible, but there's definitely no time to get there before the Soul Eater appears. Another option is to rest here and then head to the base tomorrow morning. After thinking about it for a while, everyone decided to use the second method. The first method is a bit dangerous. The roar of the airplane engine will surely attract the attention of the soul-eating beast. Upon landing, it will definitely attract a large number of soul-devouring beasts to Sun Long's base. Another deadly battle is inevitable. Facing the soul-eating beast at night is still very terrifying. If you face it, you will make a sound, and the sound will attract more soul-eating beasts. Unless you can kill all the soul-eating beasts in this area. Zhao Wu and his group were naturally not afraid, but if they lost some of the labor force building the underground city as a result, it would be completely unnecessary. Not to mention that a large number of flying dragons appear at night. If we were to encounter that, wouldn't we suffer a terrible death? Staying here will not pose a danger, even though we will be monitored by the supercomputer. Moreover, Zhao Wu also has ways to circumvent the supercomputer surveillance. Can't it hear its own voice? Then just use a silence field to block the sound from being emitted. The group sat together. Gandalf spread his arms to create a silencing zone. Without the staff, his guiding and coordination abilities were greatly diminished. Fortunately, there's still Zhao Wu, the mobile Wi-Fi hotspot. There's nothing seriously wrong. Within the silenced area, Zhao Wu and Qianlin communicated face-to-face. Both sides are very interested in each other. No wonder you don't understand many things about this world. It turns out you're not even from this world. Qianlin revealed Zhao Wu's secret first. Ever since she learned that Zhao Wu was not from this planet, she had become very interested. This world has advanced technology and has naturally tried to explore other dimensions of space. But all of them failed. Suddenly, people from another world appeared before them. That's truly amazing. Yes, you still found out in the end. Zhao Wu did not hide anything. Since my affairs have already been exposed by the supercomputer, I might as well just admit it openly. He had even considered having Qianlin move to Earth. Qianlin is, after all, a master architect of the future world, and she even designed a city that can float in the air. His abilities are evident. If I could join the Dragon Kingdom and help build its national defense, that would be wonderful. Zhao Wu originally planned to tell Qianlin after Sky City was destroyed. It's just happening earlier now. What kind of world do you come from? Qianlin asked curiously. She hadn't maintained this level of curiosity in a long time. She now wants to know what the other world outside this world is like. It's similar to this world, but there are no zombies or soul-devouring beasts, and the technology is about 100 years behind yours. Zhao Wu then briefly explained the situation on Earth. This includes the situation of China and the attitudes of other countries in the world. Qianlin listened with great interest. Without realizing it, I identified myself with the identity of the Dragon Kingdom. So this is the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom. I admire you for giving up such a wonderful environment to explore this world. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If Blue Star were really as safe as Zhao Wu said, Qianlin asked herself if she would have gone to such a dangerous place to explore for the sake of her country. Dragon Kingdom, a nation that its people are proud of. Strive for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of sentiment is this? The world Qianlin lives in has long been under the unified control and management of the world government. She didn't understand what patriotism really meant. It can actually make people give up their lives. the room where the underground supercomputer is located. That's strange. I can't hear what these people are saying. At first, the supercomputer thought that no one was speaking. However, this can be observed through the various surveillance cameras installed throughout the building. Zhao Wu and the others were clearly opening their mouths to speak. However, my own sensor just can't hear any sound. The supercomputer zoomed in on Zhao Wu's mouth, making it possible to see the pores on his face. But still, I couldn't hear anything. That's really strange. This was the first time the supercomputer had encountered such a situation, and it was a bit bewildered. Thinking back to Gandalf's leaping magic, I realized that these people must have skills that I don't even possess. The supercomputer actually began to feel a bit of admiration for Zhao Wu and the others. Think back to when you replenished your magic, or it contained immense, hidden energy, and they just casually gave it to themselves. These people must come from a very powerful civilization. But why would he want his own first-generation mecha? This must be a test of myself. Chapter 176, Coming Head On. Thinking about this, the supercomputer was glad it had made the choice it did earlier. To actually cooperate with these people, that's definitely the right choice. It's not bad that you've widened your own path. Zhao Wu was unaware that the supercomputer had, through a series of mental constructs, already considered his side to be people from a super-civilized nation. In fact, the technology of Zhao Wu's world is less than half that of a supercomputer. In the corridor on the 13th floor, after listening to Zhao Wu's introduction, Qianlin felt a longing for this world. Away from conflict, it is full of opportunities and chances. The government thinks about the people, and the people think about the government. Zhao Wu looked at Qianlin and asked, "So, how do you control the zombies? Is it really infrasound?" "That's right, but only I know the method." Zhao Wu nodded after listening and did not ask any further questions. Qianlin continued, "Once the people in Sky City are dealt with, can I visit your world?" Zhao Wu fell silent. Going there shouldn't be any problem. Passing through the portal will have a sterilization function. But whether Qianlin will survive is uncertain. Zhao Wu thought for a moment and finally said something. "Can." After chatting for a while, Zhao Wu and the others took out their canned food and started eating. Gandalf ate 3 bowls of rice before he felt full. The next day, Zhao Wu and the others left the headquarters of Steve Robotics early. Outside the building, in the open space, China's transport planes remained quietly parked. Zhao Wu looked back. From the outside, one could never know what was inside the building. This place would be a very good base for the Dragon Kingdom. After boarding the plane, Zhao Wu and the others flew towards their base. Looting City. 6 near 4th-generation mechs remained on these ruins. Using the tracking method, they have found the blonde woman's trail. This person should be Qianlin, whom they are tracking. Currently, the 6 4th-generation mechs are still reading Qianlin's footprints. There are tens of thousands of footprints here, which is quite troublesome to read. It's been a whole day. Why hasn't 7th brother returned yet? The eldest child looked up at the sky. The world below was shrouded in mist, unlike the air above the Sky City. 7 has not appeared since he went to Steve's company yesterday. "I don't know. My brainwaves have all stopped. I have no idea what's going on," 4th brother replied from the side. "They are not blood brothers, but they are closer than blood brothers. Jean Tian took them in, but too lazy to name them, so he just sorted them from oldest to youngest. The eldest child was called 7th child, all the way up. Now that 7th brother is missing, they are naturally anxious. But the task Jean Tian gave him was still important. It will take some time to gather information here. 3rd brother and 6th brother, you two go and check out Steve Robotics Company." "Yes. In case of any special circumstances, do not engage in combat immediately and return as soon as possible." The eldest child was worried that the 7th child was no longer there. There shouldn't be anything on this ground that could cause 7th brother to die suddenly. Moreover, 7th brother disappeared without even emitting any brainwaves. If 7th brother really died, that opponent must be incredibly powerful. The 3rd and 6th brothers exchanged a glance, then took to the air and flew towards Steve's company. The remaining 4 people stay behind. The helicopter Zhao Wu built is flying over this planet. Fly a little higher, and you'll reach the Sky City. But Zhao Wu did not do that. According to Qianlin, Sky City is defensively capable. They couldn't possibly fly up in such an old helicopter. Gandalf sat in the plane, and his head began to spin again. Lying on the airplane floor, he looked at Zhao Wu and said, "Zhao Wu, I've given away my scepter and magic stone. If I can't achieve lasting fame, I won't die in peace. Zhao Wu smiled secretly. The old man was still thinking about the magic stone. He almost forgot why Gandalf followed him if he hadn't mentioned it. Don't worry, Gandalf. You'll surely be remembered for all time. As for your scepter, I'll go to the world tree for you again later. Zhao Wu also wanted to follow Gandalf to get a tree branch. This stupid system won't reward us with weapons, so we'll make our own. Gandalf closed his eyes with satisfaction after hearing this. He was reassured by Zhao Wu's promise. He might think that when others say this, they are just trying to comfort him. After all, the world tree isn't easy to get to. The journey will take you through many swamps, poisonous creatures, and monster territories. Besides, the world tree belongs to the elves, and those old fogies are stubborn and difficult to reason with. However, he didn't think there was much of a problem with what Zhao Wu said. There are many new things in China. If we can't get there by land, we could just fly there directly by air. Gandalf was already having a wonderful dream on the plane. At that moment, two flying objects suddenly rushed towards them from the sky not far away. Everyone watched intently. Zhao Wu and the others did not know who the people coming from ahead were, but they knew that if they were still flying in the air at this time, they must not be friendly forces. As they drew closer, Zhao Wu could already see what was flying towards them. It's a mech, the black mech I saw at Steve's company before. Last time it was 1 unit, this time it's 2. Zhao Wu glanced at Qianlin. Did these two guys know Qianlin was in this direction? So they came running over? But the previous mech shouldn't have been able to transmit information. What to do? If this helicopter is destroyed, we will be helpless. At such a height, Zhao Wu only had one option left, to open a portal in midair. At that time, the existence of this portal will be exposed to the two mechs. For a moment, no one spoke. Manhwa and Liuhua had already spotted Zhao Wu's helicopter. The detectors inside their bodies had already warned them, but they didn't care at all. This old-fashioned helicopter must have been left behind by some thug organization. Rotten stuff. The third and sixth brothers only glanced briefly at the situation inside the helicopter as they passed by. Judging from the cockpit, there are quite a few people on board this helicopter. With just one glance, he was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. They have more important things to do. That means taking 7 back as soon as possible. The powerful airflow generated by the two mechs nearly overturned the helicopter Zhao Wu was in. This is the power of technology. Phew, thank goodness they haven't spotted us yet. Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. With the danger over, Zhao Wu and the others continued flying the plane towards the base. The third and sixth children flew all the way to the location of Steve's company. We've arrived at Steve's headquarters, and we're about to go in. Manhwa relayed the message to Dawa. The eldest child recovered quickly. Be careful, and run if anything seems wrong. Clear. The third and sixth children cautiously walked towards the entrance of Steve's company headquarters. Chapter 177, All Mecha Knowledge. I know it all. The interior of Steve Robotics is very spacious. The third and sixth children, who were visiting for the first time, were amazed. This must be the company that developed the first generation of mechs, right? Liuhua asked curiously. Manhwa nodded, then said, I heard that all the mechs come from this company. Although the mechs we are wearing are quasi-4th generation mechs, the core is still the previous 3rd generation chip. Only the materials and defenses have been changed. The third and sixth children walked around the hall, and then the thermal imaging was activated. However, there was no heat source in the entire hall. It's unclear whether it was shielded or if no one was actually there. The two people were detected by the supercomputer as soon as they entered. He recognized the mechs on the two men. They were the same mechs that had attacked Zhao Wu and the others earlier. Considering Zhao Wu's strength, the super AI decided to take down these two and claim credit. Perhaps in the future, I can exchange energy with Zhao Wu. In the eyes of the supercomputer, these two are just mobile honor points. Trading their heads for a magic or isn't too much to ask, is it? Let's get right to it. The supercomputer directly blocked the building's brainwave signals. Brainwave signals have been blocked. The sudden sound from inside the building startled the two of them. This building can actually block brainwaves? Manhwa was stunned. Before the apocalypse, many companies were able to block brainwaves in order to prevent their information from being leaked. Therefore, it is normal for this company to have brainwave shielding devices. The key point is, now that 4 years have passed since the apocalypse, why does this building still have the energy to activate this device? The third and sixth children found it all quite novel. and were completely unaware of any danger. Warning, terrorists have appeared in the building. Begin the elimination operation now. Gangdifa. The third and sixth children were dumbfounded. I just turned on the thermal imaging, but I didn't see anyone in this building at all. There are no terrorists here. It's impossible for the two of us to be terrorists. Suddenly, many black mechs emerged from the walls of the building. They surrounded the third brother and the sixth brother, armed with various weapons. It seems that these terrorists really are two of our own. Is anyone there? It's a misunderstanding. Although the third brother and the sixth brother were not afraid of the black mechs. But I think it's better to make things clear. How embarrassing would it be if they attacked one of their own? So if something can be explained clearly, there's no need to take action. But the supercomputer didn't think so. He was planning to capture these two people and hand them over to Zhao Wu in exchange for some energy. Weapon systems are now disabled. The defense system is now disabled. Flight system is now disabled. Power system is off. The third and sixth children were stunned when they heard the mecha systems announcement. What's going on? My mech just shut down for no reason. Sixth brother was the first to react, saying to third brother, "This company that produces the mecha chips is using them to control our mechas. Speed interrupt chip-assisted control, switch to full manual mode." The third and sixth brothers started operating at lightning speed. The black mechs that were originally standing on the side rushed forward. With one kick, he knocked Sixwa's mecha to the ground. This is because there is no chip-based balance control system, and the power system has not yet been activated. Sixwa's mecha crashed to the ground, and then the group of mechas rushed forward and attacked indiscriminately. The three mechs next to them were not spared either. He was knocked to the ground by several black mechs. Weapon system activated. Defense system activated. Flight system activated. Powertrain activated. The engine is running, and I'm going to make these guys pay. The third and sixth children tried to get up from the ground, but they couldn't muster any strength at all. His mech's limbs were firmly trapped on the ground. The mechs were incredibly strong. Even with their propulsion systems at full capacity, they couldn't break free. Another black mech raised a weapon and fired an electromagnetic pulse at the heads of the third and sixth brothers. This pulse can paralyze the mech's internal structure. Since you can't be broken from the outside, then destroy you from the inside. Thousands of kilometers away in Luding City, Dawa and the others were at a loss when faced with the sudden disappearance of brainwave signals. What exactly is going on? First came the seventh brother, then the sixth brother, and the third brother. What exactly is inside this Steve Robotics company? It's amazing that he managed to make his three younger brothers disappear without giving any warning. The eldest child wanted to go, but it's clear that he can no longer go. Although I don't know what happened to the three of them. But my target is Qianlin. She's the reason everyone came down here. Big brother, aren't I going to find sixth and seventh brothers? I believe they will come back on their own. It's getting late, and we need to start looking for Qianlin tomorrow. Let's find a place to rest. After Dawa finished speaking, he began to look around, wondering where he should start to rest that night. Soon the remaining four mechs headed off into the distance. After Zhao Wu and the others returned to the base, they all tacitly remained silent. Qianlin stopped asking Zhao Wu about his otherworldly affairs, and Zhao Wu stopped asking Qianlin about his methods for controlling zombies. After Gandalf returned, he lay in bed, unable to move. The turbulence of the helicopter left him too weak to move. Zhao Wu had no choice but to take him to the first world again the next day. Zhang Jingguo, you stay here, I'm going back to Blue Star. Zhao Wu planned to go back and resolve some problems encountered in his mecha research. The entire RD log is now in Zhao Wu's mind. Based solely on his understanding of the first-generation mechs, Zhao Wu has probably surpassed anyone else. Others only know about the area they are responsible for. But Zhao Wu understood the entire development process of the mecha. Zhang Jingguo nodded without saying anything more. After crossing Blue Star, Zhao Wu then found Dean Zhang of the Dragon Academy. Dean Zhang was somewhat bewildered by Zhao Wu's words. You mean you can answer all the mecha questions? Dean Zhang found it hard to believe. The research on mecha was too profound. It involves a wide range of fields. People on our side can only figure out a little bit of the trick by studying and discussing together in multiple fields. Even so, there are still some questions that are unclear. In the field of mecha, China is in a leading position on Earth, with no past experience to draw upon. Although you have a finished product of a first-generation mech in front of you, researching revolutionary technologies is not so easy. This is like giving a tank to a child and asking him to figure out how to build a tank based on its structure. That's impossible. Even a child might not understand the engine of a tank. The situation at Lonka Institute is slightly better than this. Some knowledge and algorithms are interconnected, but it's only slightly better. Now Zhao Wu claims he can solve all the problems with the mechs. How could Dean Zhang not be excited? Chapter 178, I just used a cheat code. This is equivalent to giving a child a cross-sectional diagram of all the key parts of a tank and explaining why these things are constructed the way they are. And it will also tell you the underlying principles. How could Dean Zhang not be excited? Zhao Wu nodded and said, that's right. I obtained the mecha's development log by chance, but it only exists in my head at the moment, so I can only answer your questions. Another way is for Zhao Wu to write out the entire development log of the mecha. However, this is unrealistic. Zhao Wu simply doesn't have that much time. The mecha's development log must be incredibly long. It would take forever to write it all down. The simplest and quickest way is to explain the problem. Provide targeted suggestions. Those who can get into Lonka Academy are not ordinary people. Often, it's not that they don't understand the reasons, but rather that they can't change those viewpoints. This perspective may have limited their imagination from childhood to adulthood. What Zhao Wu needs to do is change their mindset and let them know that there are multiple ways to solve problems. Seeing that Zhao Wu had said that, Dean Zhang said nothing more. I immediately started arranging the seminar after leaving home. In the multimedia office of the underground base, Zhao Wu sat in the most central position. Below him are experts from various industries of the Dragon Academy who research mecha. In other respects, Zhao Wu admired their existence, but when it came to knowledge about mecha, he was the undisputed authority. Several older researchers looked at Zhao Wu with a hint of suspicion. Dean Zhang, isn't this a seminar on mecha designs? Why is there a child here? Yes, although there's no distinction between first and last in academia, this is still too incredible. Zhao Wu was also puzzled after hearing this. That damn supercomputer sent the mecha's development log to my brain, and there was nothing I could do about it. Looking at himself, it was no wonder the other person looked at him with suspicion. Wearing a military uniform and considering his age, he certainly doesn't inspire trust. Zhao Wu Dao. The main purpose is to discuss various aspects of mecha knowledge, so that everyone can learn from each other. Dean Zhang, trying to smooth things over, said, Yes, it's just about discussing and reporting on everyone's recent research and development progress. Seeing that Dean Zhang had said this, everyone fell silent. Although I wasn't entirely clear on the matter, I still had to give Dean Zhang face. Considered a relaxing break after studying the mecha. Once everyone had arrived, the guard at the door naturally closed the door. Zhao Wu sat on the podium, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as hundreds of eyes were now fixed on him. Today, we're just having a discussion about issues related to mecha development. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. The crowd looked at each other. These people are working together from morning till night, so they won't hold any kind of seminar for it. The seminar could only have been convened because Zhao Wu was there to answer his questions. The seminar Zhao Wu mentioned was essentially a meeting to answer questions, but he put it rather subtly. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise them for discussion. Dean Zhang was sitting next to Zhao Wu. At this moment, he stood up and encouraged everyone to speak up. Without his lead, no one else would know what to do. At this moment, a short-haired male researcher wearing glasses finally stepped forward. He turned to Zhao Wu Dao and said, I study the balance of mechs. I'd like to ask what your views are on the balance of mechs. The balance of a robot is always the most important issue. This is why most robots either use tires as legs or stand on 4 legs. This makes it easier to solve the balance problem. Standing on 2 legs like a human would be too difficult. Humans can maintain balance because they have muscles and a brain. Maintaining balance is very simple. But robots are different. Robots don't have these organs, so it's difficult for them to maintain balance in a human form. Not to mention that the robot also needs to perform other actions such as running and standing on 1 leg. Zhao Wu investigated the mecha's development logs and discovered that it was a dynamic balancing algorithm used to keep the robot balanced. When a person stands on 1 leg, their body will initially tilt. Then the cerebellum sends commands to adjust the arms, upper body, and other parts of the body. This allows you to shift your center of gravity and regain your balance. The same applies to robots. Their balance control is not absolutely achieved by the cerebellum, but by a dynamic balance algorithm on the chip, which is used when the robot tilts its body. At this point, the robot will use sensors to detect the tilt direction, sensors, force sensors, position sensors, vision sensors, etc. This information is then fed back to the robot's dynamic balancing algorithm, which issues instructions for fine-tuning. So, the reason why the mecha pilots seem to be driving so easily is because the mecha's core chip has replaced humans in doing too many things. Human drivers only need to issue commands with large amplitude, such as jumping or running. At the same time, this dynamic balancing algorithm will also periodically perform a comprehensive scan. The scan cycle can be 0.1 milliseconds or even 0.01 milliseconds, used to constantly monitor the robot's current balance. It is extremely difficult for one person to fully control a mech. However, a near fourth-generation mecha can do this because, compared to a mecha, it is more like an exoskeleton that encases the person inside. After hearing Zhao Wu's explanation, everyone gasped. They were surprised that Zhao Wu knew so much at such a young age. As for what Zhao Wu was talking about, they understood it too. They had also considered periodic scanning and balancing algorithms. However, the most important part here is this set of algorithmic formulas for balancing dynamics. Mr. Zhao, I have a balanced dynamics algorithm that we co-wrote. Could you take a look at it for us? After hearing Zhao Wu's explanation, the group no longer regarded him as an outsider, but as their colleague. Okay, I'll take a look and see. Because there's no way to transmit brainwaves on Earth, they're still using primitive data transmission methods. The researcher who had just asked the question found the part of his algorithm that he didn't quite understand, and then handed the device to Zhao Wu. Oh, here. This should be changed like this. After Zhao Wu's explanation, the researcher suddenly understood, and the problem that had been bothering him for many days was suddenly clear. Thank you, Professor Zhao. Before they knew it, everyone had changed how they addressed Zhao Wu. This made Zhao Wu a little embarrassed, as he had only used a cheat code. Then, a variety of questions were asked of Zhao Wu in turn. Professor Zhao, regarding the materials used in the mecha, we have discovered that none of the metals known on Earth can achieve that level of strength and weight. Yes, this is a new type of material, and its chemical composition is Chapter 179 Zombies, Komenocking. Zhao Wu not only provided the name and properties of the new material, but also the extraction and production methods. From then on, the Dragon Kingdom had a new type of material that could be used with metals. This material is lightweight and extremely hard. Even bullets cannot leave a mark on it. How do we solve the problem of the mech's kinetic energy? Given the current level of our Dragon Kingdom, its range will be extremely poor. Oh, battery life? That's a problem that China's technology can already solve, but only for the first generation of mechs. The method is like this. The discussion lasted a long time, and Zhao Wu provided answers to all the problems that the researchers were currently working on. The researchers were very happy for them. Nothing is more exciting than solving your own problems. After the seminar, Dean Zhang extended his right hand to Zhao Wu as a sign of his respect. Zhao Wu smiled and extended his right hand to shake hands warmly with Dean Zhang. Zhao Wu, I never imagined you could actually solve all the mecha problems, Dean Zhang praised. You flatter me. However, this is only the current problem that has been solved. As they continue their research, there will still be many other problems to solve. Zhao Wu estimated that such a seminar was held about once a month, where researchers would summarize their research questions and then answer them themselves. This situation will likely continue until the first generation of mechs is developed. With the issues with the mecha department resolved, Zhao Wu had no further reason to remain on Earth. After saying goodbye to Dean Zhang, I went through the portal and returned to the second world. The sun had just risen the next day when Hua and the others arrived at the ruins of Lu Ding City once again. After a day, there was still no news of his 3 younger brothers. Unbeknownst to him, his 2 younger brothers had already had their heads taken by a super AI to claim military merit. The other one had already been thrown outside the building and eaten clean by the zombies. After we catch Qianlin, we'll go find Sanhua and the others, Dao said to his companions, standing on the ruins. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a day of investigation, they had found Qianlin's trail. The next step is to kill or capture Qianlin, and then you can go to Steve Robotics to find your brother. If his younger brother really dies, he will make those who hurt them pay the price. Qianlin walked in this direction. 5 men cried out in surprise from beneath the ruins. His mecha emitted a beam of light, which left a red footprint on the ground. These footprints belong to Qianlin, and the direction she is heading is the direction the 4 people need to chase. Walk. The 4 of them quickly headed towards Qianlin's direction. Qianlin's final destination was the direction of Sun Long's base. In Sun Long's base, Qianlin stood at the edge of the underground city, guiding the construction of the base. She already knew the origins of Zhao Wu and the others, but that wasn't the point. Anyone who can help her deal with the people from Sky City will do. Now that she knew Zhao Wu wasn't from this world, she felt much more at ease. This way, at least they won't have any contact with the people of Sky City before the end of the world. Many hidden possibilities have been eliminated. Qianlin used to wonder if Zhao Wu was sent down from Sky City to mislead her. Otherwise, how could there be so many supplies? But now these problems have been well explained. Zhao Wu and his group had no connection with the people of Sky City. You're still here. I was just looking for you. Zhao Wu appeared behind Qianlin without her noticing. Qianlin turned around and looked at Zhao Wu Dao. What? Do you need something from me? Zhao Wu looked up into the distance, as if something was approaching from not far away. They look like zombies, and one of them is particularly large. Zhao Wu glanced at it, but didn't care anymore, since Qianlin was there. Which zombie would dare to run rampant here? Didn't you say you'd give me some interest when you got back? Before this operation, Qianlin had said that upon their return, she would ask Zhao Wu for some interest to prove that they were indeed dealing with the celestial dragons, instead of taking advantage of him. Now that everyone has returned, it's only right that some interest be given as proof. Did I say that? I forgot. Qianlin shrugged and said she didn't remember. She had obtained the best proof. Zhao Wu was not from this world. Although using her won't change anything, at least it won't conflict with my goals. We've waited so long. What's the harm in waiting a little longer? Forcing Zhao Wu to prove something might actually alert the enemy. So easy to talk to? Zhao Wu asked in surprise. I thought I'd have to talk a lot, since he was going to go to the first world to get a tree branch. It's still a bit strange, not having any weapons with me. Unexpectedly, Qianlin told me that I didn't need to prove it anymore. That's a good relationship. Now I can go do other things. Just then, Sun Long, who was not far away, ran over in a panic and even tripped and fell on the road. He looked extremely disheveled. My lord, something terrible has happened. Sir, something's happened. Zhao Wu frowned and said, What's going on? Don't panic. Sun Long ran to Zhao Wu's side, panting, and said, There are zombies coming, and they don't look like they're easy to kill. Zombies? Zhao Wu glanced at Qianlin beside him, wondering why there were zombies coming. Qianlin was right next to me. Sun Long's panic is understandable, because only a few people in the entire base know that Qianlin can control zombies. Even some of the soldiers in the Chinese military were unaware of this matter. Sun Long naturally wouldn't know. It's normal to panic when strange zombies are heading this way. Let's go take a look. Zhao Wu and Qianlin followed Sun Long toward the door. Upon arriving at the entrance, the zombies Zhao Wu had seen earlier were now even closer, with the leader being significantly larger than the others. And there was something strange tied to the zombie's arm. Qianlin, come with me to the watchtower. At the main entrance of Sun Long's base, there are two buses serving as sentry towers, which are usually the place where the defense personnel are stationed. After Qianlin and Zhao Wu climbed up, they could see the zombies not far away more clearly. Apart from these strange zombies moving, the other zombies remained in place without making a sound. Qianlin, what's going on? Zhao Wu asked Qianlin, who was standing next to him. These zombies clearly came with a purpose. Could it be that Qianlin controlled them? Qianlin also shook her head. Logically speaking, she hadn't commanded these mutated zombies to come over. The mutated zombies have partially developed self-awareness and sometimes do act according to their own will. However, as long as Qianlin gives them instructions, they will still obediently follow them. However, Qianlin has not given them any specific instructions recently. Chapter 180, The base encounters a crisis. They probably need to talk to me about something. What should we do then? If we get any closer, Sun Long and his men will definitely start fighting. Little did they know that the zombies were now their allies. I can go out and take a look. These zombies must have come looking for me, so there must be something they need. I understood after I went out. All right, then be careful and don't let anyone see you. Qianlin nodded and got off the truck. Everyone's attention is now drawn to the strange zombies directly in front of the base. No one noticed that Qianlin found a secluded spot and jumped directly over the wall. Zombie bodies are still quite useful. Their physical attributes alone surpass those of most humans. He jumped off the wall and was unharmed. Zhao Wu once said that Qianlin's physical abilities were already equivalent to those of a high-level spiritual warrior. As the zombies approached from a distance, everyone became tense. They held air weapons, aiming them at the strange zombies in front of them, ready to respond to Zhao Wu's command. They would blast those zombies to smithereens. As the zombies approached, Zhao Wu saw their true appearance. The leader was a gigantic zombie, and the smaller zombies next to it looked like chicks in front of it. The thing on its arm was actually a person, and this person was not dead, but had been tortured to the point of near death. The arms were all broken and twisted together at an incredible angle. The two arms were like a rope, firmly bound to the arms of the leading behemoth zombie. He's a poisoner. The fact that he can't die is already a monumental achievement. He had been lying on the giant's arm ever since the last battle. When the Big Mac has nothing to do, he'll tear off a piece of meat from his body and eat it as a snack. The giant is growing to love this toy more and more. If it doesn't kill him, it can provide him with various meat proteins. The key point is that this is his medal, and he thinks it's cool. Zhao Wu reconnaît du coup. Wasn't this the guy he had fought with in the National Archives building? They were full of vigor back then. Although they were eventually knocked off the platform by Zhao Wu, it wasn't this bad. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've aged so much. Besides the large zombie, there was a smaller one next to him. This zombie wasn't as enormous as the giant. It only had a thick right arm. It's obvious they overdid it. Behind them were a group of small zombies, about the same size as ordinary zombies. However, Zhao Wu's intuition told him that these little zombies in front of him were not simple either. The group of zombies walked over and then stopped. Everyone started to tense up. The group of zombies stopped for a short while, then headed in another direction outside the base. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Thank goodness those guys are gone. It felt really weird. Yeah, the zombies with weapons last time gave me quite a fright. I didn't expect there to be so many strange zombies. See that huge zombie not far away? If that thing charges, we might not be able to stop it. With its massive size, the base's gates will definitely be breached if it charges in. Zhao Wu watched the zombies walk away, knowing that Qianlin was calling to them from not far away. Fortunately, the zombies didn't come over when he was fighting Qianlin. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to handle. Zhao Wu was unaware that this group of zombies had originally come to deal with them. However, the sudden appearance of the Ghost Face organization disrupted their plans. This prevented them from arriving in time. They then waited in a place not far from the base until just now. Seeing that everything was all right, Zhao Wu got off the truck and returned to the building. Not long after, Qianlin arrived at the 5th floor. The 5th floor is now also open to Qianlin, and she sometimes comes up to see Zhao Wu and others if she has urgent business. You're back? What happened? Zhao Wu asked curiously. Let me show you this. Qianlin raised her right hand, which held a small monitoring device. This device was installed by Qianlin on the zombie to find out what these mutated zombies did all day. I haven't taken it off yet. Did they come over just for this? Zhao Wu asked, puzzled. That's right. They can't talk. They just keep pointing at their monitoring equipment, probably trying to show us something. Zhao Wu nodded. Luckily, he had a playback device on his side, which would allow him to see what the monitoring equipment had recorded. The world is still compatible with this outdated equipment. After all, technology is developed step by step. The current level of technology on Earth is something this world has also experienced. After Qianlin connected her testing equipment to the playback device, she was able to see the image. Several zombies were huddled together, doing something that looked like a cult gathering. Let's change it to the latest date, Zhao Wu suggested. Since these zombies want Qianlin to see something, it certainly won't be something from before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come knocking on our door so late. Qianlin nodded and then adjusted the date to the latest one. The scene begins to move, showing the group of zombies wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, 4 strange mechs appeared in front of us. The 4 mechs slowly followed a red footprint. They were completely unfazed by the zombie horde surrounding them, and they didn't even retaliate when ordinary zombies rushed at them and bit them. They continued walking slowly like that. Some even climbed onto their heads. Each time they walked, they dragged a number of zombies along the ground as they moved forward. It looks ridiculous. The mech's immense kinetic energy was something these ordinary zombies simply couldn't withstand. They moved slowly through the sea of zombies, following the red footprints in front of them. As the footprints moved quickly, so did they. When the footprints slowed down, they followed slowly behind. You don't need to watch any more of the footage here. Those mutated zombies just now probably wanted Qianlin to see this. They came to see me. Qianlin stood up, walked over, and removed the testing equipment from the playback device. Even without Qianlin saying anything, Zhao Wu knew that the zombie in front of her was looking for her. These mechs are exactly the same as the ones we encountered at Steve Robotics before. Pure black mechs, and none of them were very big. But this time, there are 4 stations. Back then, one of the mechs was actually killed by Gandalf's staff. Now 4 of them have arrived at once. What are we going to do? So you really came to see me? And then? You'll be fine as long as you hand me over. Qianlin looked at Zhao Wu and said, "Hand it over?" Zhao Wu considered many methods, but he never considered handing over Qianlin. Chapter 181, The Building, is sinking again. Qianlin is the key to Sky City and also the zombie controller. Why would we hand over someone we've worked so hard to win over to our side? And even if we hand it over now, what about later? As the Dragon Kingdom continues to grow stronger in this world, it will inevitably have to face the Sky City one day. If we can't even handle these few mechs, how are we going to face the Sky City with all sorts of new weapons in the future? There's no way Qianlin will hand it over. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss how to deal with these guys. Seeing Zhao Wu's response, Qianlin fell silent. I had a strange feeling in my heart. This Dragon Kingdom is the complete opposite of the Sky City that abandoned itself. Afterwards, Zhao Wu summoned Zhang Jingguo and others to discuss how to deal with a group of black mechs. If they are allowed to follow Qianlin's footprints, they will eventually find this base. A major battle will still be inevitable at that time. My suggestion is that it's best to resolve this outside the base. Zhao Wu glanced at the crowd and continued. If we lure them into the base, the underground city we are building will be discovered. Even if it isn't discovered, the chaos of battle might threaten the underground city that is currently under construction. Zhang Jingguo and others nodded in agreement. The dungeon is still open, and there's no way to stop the mech bombardment. If the enemy tracks us to this base and fires a shot without warning, we're in for a world of trouble. But how do we deal with these mechs? The best solution is to address the issue of the mech operators from within. If we look at it from the outside, the Dragon Kingdom currently has no weapons that can damage these mechs. The first mech we encountered was only defeated using Zhao Wu's power combined with Gandalf's artifact. However, solving the problem from within is still not so easy. The mech's built-in shock absorption and cushioning system can prevent most external damage. The filtration system can filter out substances harmful to the human body, not to mention that people in this world are not afraid of radiation and toxic gases at all. Would fire and ice work? Gandalf interjected. Zhao Wu shook his head after hearing this. Although the surface of this mech is affected by temperature, it will never be transmitted to the pilot. According to the development logs of the first-generation mech, the initial mech was already capable of maintaining a constant temperature in the cockpit. No matter how harsh the external environment, it will not be transmitted to the cockpit. It's a pity. If it were any other mecha, my mechanical spider would still be somewhat useful, but it's useless against this mecha. Qianlin said with some regret. Her mechanical spiders can infiltrate the interior of mechs and then destroy their internal structures. However, these spiders are helpless against mechs made of this new material. Zhao Wu thought about it and realized a problem. If this mech has no seams, how does it move? Zhao Wu had fought this black mecha before. It was extremely tough and durable. Something so hard and rigid shouldn't be able to move at its joints. This is like putting a person's entire arm inside an iron pipe. You obviously can't bend it. However, this mecha seems to be completely unaffected by this. It seems so. I wonder how they managed to do it. Everyone turned their attention to Qianlin, as she was currently the only one most likely to know how this was done. Qianlin shook her head. She didn't know. The third generation of mechs was only being developed during the apocalypse. At that time, there were no black mechs like these. This should belong to a mecha that is more than 3 generations old. Never mind, no matter how they did it, the joints are probably still their weak point. Let's target that. Try to deal with them outside the base. After hearing Zhao Wu's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Another point is to prevent the transmission of brainwaves. If they take the information back to Sky City, we may be attacked by Sky City's main energy cannon. If the energy cannon were aimed in this direction, the entire base would probably evaporate instantly. Indeed, it's good that you reminded me. Zhao Wu looked at Qianlin gratefully. As someone from another world, I sometimes forget the ways this world transmits information. Fortunately, there was a small brainwave blocking device in Sun Long's base. Although the range isn't very large, it's sufficient. Set off. Zhang Jingguo picked up a serrated longsword from the side and handed it to Zhao Wu. Since they didn't have the embroidered spring blade, Zhao Wu had no choice but to use this for now. Inside a large building not far from Sun Long's base, 4 near 4th-generation mechs tracked them here. Dawah stopped when he saw the footprints, frowned, and said, "This woman stayed here for a while. What's she doing here? Search carefully for any traces." Yes. Erwa and the others began their search, while Dawah stood by the window, opened his face shield, and smoked a cigarette. "After we capture Qianlin and bring her back, we can go find Chihuahua and the others." Suddenly, he saw what appeared to be a base ahead. The area is surrounded by towering walls to defend against zombie attacks, and is also equipped with electric fences. The main entrance is blocked by 2 iron gates, which also show signs of electric fences. These mob strongholds really are everywhere. The eldest son took a drag of his cigarette, savoring the taste. "Brother, there's nothing here." Erwa walked up to Dawah and said, "This place isn't big. We've already searched it thoroughly. Do you think Qianlin might be in that base?" Dawah asked Erwa, who was standing next to him while holding a cigarette. Erwa looked out the window and, sure enough, saw a base. "I don't know, but since Looting City was destroyed, the fact that this base is still intact means that Qianlin must have left." The eldest son nodded, agreeing with what the second son said. "Looting City has been destroyed by Qianlin, and the small base in front of us cannot possibly withstand Qianlin's attack. It's only possible that Qianlin wasn't interested in this base and had already left." At that moment, the entire building began to tremble. "What's going on? It looks like the entire building is sinking." "Sink?" The older child looked out the window. It wasn't sinking. The base that we could see a moment ago is no longer in sight. Looking downstairs, wow. The entire building was actually stuck in a swamp. What the hell is going on? Why is the building in the swamp? This swamp was where Zhao Wu was released. Not far from the building, Zhao Wu and the others were waiting. "Zhao Wu, you are indeed very talented. You learned the 3rd-tier earth magic, Mud Swamp, in an instant." Gandalf praised Zhao Wu from the side. "It's a pity that you're sinking a bit slowly because of the magic." Chapter 182, These People Are a Bit Strange. Zhao Wu rolled his eyes at Gandalf. If Gandalf didn't lack earth magic, would he even need to step in? "They're out," Qianlin shouted. For black mechs jumped directly out of the windows of a building not far away. It refers to Dawah and others. They jumped out as soon as they discovered the building was sinking. "Quickly, put mud in their place of settlement," Gandalf urged. Because of Zhao Wu's magical constitution, all the magic he uses is instantaneous. Instantly, 4 swamps were released at the landing locations of the 4 mechs. Zhao Wu's magic power was thus exhausted. It's already quite impressive that he's been able to use a 3rd-tier spell so many times. The mech, due to the immense gravity, had half of its body embedded in the mud upon landing. All 4 of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? How did I end up with half my body in the mud? When I jumped down, this place was clearly a wasteland. How did it suddenly turn into a swamp? Although they didn't know what was going on, they knew they had to get out of there quickly, or they would get deeper and deeper into trouble. Flight system activated. The mech's thrusters began to emit force, and the mech's entire body slowly moved out of the swamp. The eldest son and the others sensed something different about this swamp. Logically, once its flight system is activated, it should have taken off immediately. But the swamp seemed to have a huge attraction pulling me down. Just as the mecha was rising, Zhang Jingguo and the others started to move. The target is the joints of the mecha, such as the elbows, armpits, and neck. Dawah and the others were slightly surprised to see Zhang Jingguo appear. But he wasn't nervous at all. "Normally, my joints are flexible, but this new material can change shape at any time. The mech chip controls all of this. Without the need for manual control by Dawah and others, the various sensors on the mecha will automatically activate material conversion when danger is detected." Pung! After a loud bang, the serrated longsword struck the mech's moving parts without having any effect. Not even a trace was found. The material that was just incredibly soft suddenly became incredibly stiff, but after the attack, it transformed back into a soft material. It seemed like the material changed shape for a split second. Qianlin, Zhao Wu, Gandalf, and the others did not go out, but instead hid to the side to observe. They all saw the transformation of the mech's key parts. This is extremely tricky. When it is damaged, the material becomes hard and rigid. Otherwise, it is soft. It takes into account the range of movement without compromising defense. However, there is still a certain period of stiffness. This time is the period during which the mech hardens to avoid damage. When a mech hardens, they can't move. What methods do you think they use to control them? Zhao Wu asked Qianlin again. Qianlin thought for a moment and said, "It's probably the temperature. Some materials in our construction industry are affected by temperature. The higher the temperature, the softer the material, and the lower the temperature, the harder the material. We can try using fire attacks." Gandalf, it's up to you. Seize the opportunity. Gandalf nodded silently. While Zhang Jingguo and the others were attacking, Zhao had already stopped casting the mud spell. At this moment, the 4 mechs had already burst out of the ground and flown into the air. They watched Zhang Jingguo and his group intently from the air. Do any of you recognize these people? The eldest child in the air looked at Zhang Jingguo and the others, communicating with them using his brainwaves. "We've never seen this before, so why are you attacking us? Even if you haven't seen this mech before, you should recognize our emblem." The mechs of Dawa and the others all bear markings that represent their identities. That's the symbol of the Gene family in Sky City. Ordinary mobs wouldn't attack them unless they were insane. Looking at it now, these people might really have gone mad. Otherwise, why would they use cold weapons to fight them? They're wearing mechs. Since we don't know them, let's just kill them. Use the automatic attack air cannon. Clear. At the same time, all 4 mechs extended their palms, each holding a small, automatically tracking air cannon. These air cannons are extremely powerful, and the current ground-based air defense force fields simply cannot stop them. In Dawa's eyes, Zhang Jingguo and the others were practically dead. A large amount of air began to compress. Pung, pung, pung. In an instant, more than a dozen air cannons shot towards Zhang Jingguo and his group. Zhang Jingguo and the others stood still, their bodies radiating a blue aura of battle energy. This light can neutralize air cannons. Forehead. The eldest child was stunned. What was going on? Did I misfire my air cannon or something? The people below were completely unharmed. But once this air cannon is aimed, it's impossible for it to miss. Even if they missed, it's impossible that all 4 of them missed. Strange, these people seem to have some skills. Then what do we do? Should we try using small cluster light bullets? No need. Air weapons are useless. Let's switch to air splitters. The 4 mechs pulled out their own splitters and held them in their hands. They then charged toward Zhang Jingguo and the others. This weapon can ignore air defense force fields and forcibly separate them. Even these few people in front of me would probably die. At that moment, 2 sword energies flew over from not far away. The target is the joint area of the older child. The mech's sensors detected a large amount of energy, and it hardened its joints once again for added protection. The eldest child froze, and Zhang Jingguo took the opportunity to dodge the attack. Then quickly target the big brother's various parts and counterattack. The mech sensors kept transmitting various threat signals, and the entire mech remained in a state of paralysis. What do we do? These guys are aiming for our vitals. The 4 people were immediately surrounded and attacked by Chinese soldiers as soon as they landed, and they couldn't move their joints at all. They had all learned swordsmanship from Raymond and were extremely agile. Take off. Although the mech may briefly lose its balance when it takes off, it can be adjusted immediately once it recovers. Therefore, flying is definitely the most accurate approach. The eldest child took the lead in taking off, but before he could even fly, he was knocked down by a handsome young man who was jumping in the air. The behemoth seemed somewhat excited when it saw the mech it had slammed back to the ground. Roar! Who are they? Zhao Wu recognized the behemoth as the mutated zombie he had encountered outside the base. Unexpectedly, the strength was so great that it smashed the mech that was about to take off away. I sent them to help you. If you all lose, I'm definitely doomed, Qianlin said with a smile. Chapter 183, 7th Order Fire Magic. Zhao Wu nodded, then picked up his serrated longsword and rushed out. Zhang Jingguo and the others were stunned when they saw the giant appear, then turned around and continued to attack the mech in front of them. Damn it, what are these things? The eldest child was stunned when he saw the giant behemoth appear. Looking around, it seems that everyone else's flights are being hampered. The second brother's mecha was firmly controlled by a giant right hand, while the 4th and 5th brother's mechas were blocked by a man. He was very fast, and he could accurately catch the fourth and fifth children whenever they wanted to take off. If the mecha can reach its maximum speed instantly, Zhao Wu and the others will have no chance to stop it. However, such close-range takeoffs still require preparation time. This point was completely unavoidable for Zhao Wu's attack. The brainwaves were transmitted to Lord Jin Tian. The four people simultaneously began sending out brainwave signals, but the connection failed. Their brainwaves were confined to this area. Damn, they have brainwave shielding devices. They came prepared. Hateful. Don't panic, everyone. Once they've used up their strength, we'll be fine. Let's conserve energy first and not keep trying to take off. The eldest child's brainwaves calmed the other three down. Despite the ferocity of Zhao Wu and his group's attacks, the damage they inflicted on the mechs was almost zero. This new material mecha is something Zhao Wu and his group simply cannot break. Once they're exhausted, who can stop them? If they can't keep the mechs in a stunned state, then our side can seize the opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, Gandalf silently took out a scroll from his pocket. This is a 7th-tier fire-based spell, Seraph's Dance. This kind of magic is practically impossible for anyone to cast in the First World. The only way to perform it is through scrolls passed down from hundreds of years ago. Gandalf opened the scroll and spread it out on the ground. He alone cannot create a situation as large as the one that happened on Earth last time. The range will be very small, but that's enough. As long as it can cover all four mechs, that's fine. The opportunity Zhao Wu mentioned should be now. Gandalf began to infuse his own magic into the scroll. Zhao Wu and his men, who were engaged in battle not far away, sensed something amiss. The underground surface temperature is constantly rising. Withdraw. At Zhao Wu's command, the group launched their final attack and then fled the area. The behemoth picked up a mech and slammed it to the ground, then turned and ran after Zhao Wu. Damn it, do you think these guys can get away? The eldest child was furious. The mecha's frozen state had been lifted. The joint area has softened. Suddenly, an angel appeared above the four of them. His entire body was engulfed in flames. What is this? Dawa and the others stared blankly at the angels in the sky. Could there really be gods in this world? For a moment, they even forgot to chase after Zhao Wu and just looked up at him. The eldest child activated flight mode and slowly approached the fire angel in the sky. Angels are so holy and beautiful. Why didn't she appear when the apocalypse happened? The seraphim smiled and then extended its palm toward the eldest child. The older child responded. The mech sounded an alarm the instant it made contact. Warning, temperature too high. The overall material of the mech is beginning to change. The older child quickly withdrew his hand. All they could see was the seraphim falling downwards, heading towards her younger brother. Oh no, everyone run. The three people underground had no idea what was going on when they saw the seraphim plunge headfirst into the ground. Then, a pillar of blazing fire began to rise from the ground within a semicircle of several meters. The four mechs were located within this pillar of fire. Warning, temperature too high. The overall material of the mech is beginning to change. Dawa and the others were not attacked by the flames inside the mecha, but the surface of the mecha had begun to change. The hardened mech has begun to soften. It doesn't look like a mecha anymore. It looks more like Dawa and the others wearing black clothes. Zhao Wu and the others waited outside. Wait for the four mechs in front of us to rush out of the fire damage range. At this moment, four people rushed out of the pillar of fire from the same direction. They're here. Zhao Wu brandished the serrated greatsword in his hand. Four sword energies shot towards the four people. The sensors on the mech detected an energy attack, but the surface temperature of the mech wouldn't drop anytime soon. Pum! Zhao Wu's sword energy struck the mecha accurately. Although the sword energy couldn't damage the mecha itself, the pilot inside suffered significant impact damage due to the mecha's softening. After being struck by the sword energy, the four people fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Zhang Jingguo and the others surrounded them. They seemed to have fainted. What should we do? Qianlin looked at Zhao Wu. It's impossible to capture them alive. As long as they're still inside the mechs, there's no way to catch them. The mech's temperature is dropping rapidly, and it will soon regain its hardened state. Without the dance of the seraphs, the group will be unable to face these mechs. Kill! At Zhao Wu's command, Zhang Jingguo and the others raised their serrated longswords and aimed them at the throats of Dawa and the others. The mechs softened, The immense impact of those serrated swords was beyond the pilot's tolerance. Dawa and the others lost their lives here. The pilot's life is under threat. The hatch is now being opened. After detecting that Dawa and the others had lost their lives, the mech's chip reopened the hatch. Zhang Jingguo, pull the people out of there, and then send the mecha to the Dragon Science Academy. Yes, forget about wearing these mechs. They definitely have biometric systems inside, and besides, nobody knows how to use them. Gandalf walked up from behind and looked at the scene before him, saying, I never thought I would be able to unleash the dance of the Seraphs one day. How about that? Magic is still pretty powerful, isn't it? Zhao Wu nodded. Magic is powerful, but it's too demanding. In the first world, the Dragon Kingdom would never allow mages to get so close to the base. Anyone with ill intentions would have been killed on the way. Moreover, even if it were activated, the damage to the Dragon Kingdom would be minimal due to its small area. Magic is powerful, but only when facing a single opponent. For a nation-state, magic is still insufficient, unless you can gather hundreds of mages to cast a spell together. But the Dragon Kingdom can find you before you even gather and then wipe you all out. After the battlefield was cleared, Zhao Wu and the others returned to their base. After arranging things, Zhao Wu and Gandalf left the second world, taking the mech back to Earth with them. The mech development logs for the second world have been obtained, and the dungeon is still under construction. Nothing major is expected in the short term. Chapter 184, The Orcs Reach a Stalemate. Zhao Wu wanted to take advantage of this free time to return to the first world. This time when I go back. Firstly, it would give me a handy weapon, as my strength would be much more useful in the second world. Secondly, it was to compensate Gandalf for his staff, since Gandalf was a wizard after all, and yet he ended up destroying his staff. We absolutely have to give him compensation. After giving a brief report to General Chen Guoming, Zhao Wu led Gandalf toward the first world. In the first world, the orc problem remains unresolved. Once the orcs established themselves in Cavanias, it became even more difficult to drive them out. After witnessing the fertile land on this side of the wall, the beastmen refused to live in the desolate place anymore. Going back is impossible. I will never go back in this lifetime. Only here can one barely make a living. The orcs love this place. King Cavanias has now gathered troops from other countries. More than 300,000 soldiers are stationed here. However, since the last time 200,000 soldiers were utterly defeated, Cavanias has become much more cautious. They did not rush to attack. With a great war imminent, can humanity truly drive out the foolish orcs? If an army of 200,000 failed, can a combined force of 300,000 change the course of the war? In this report by Game Center, they also invited some well-known military strategists to provide answers to the battle between orcs and humans. Most people are pessimistic about the fighting capabilities of humans. First of all, the physical differences between humans and orcs are too great. Even if ordinary soldiers hit an orc, they wouldn't be able to kill him. But the orcs were different. Every strike they delivered was precise, hitting the human soldiers in their vital points. However, some people hold a positive view on human occupation. The biggest difference between human and orc combat is that humans have many more supply lines. The best strategy is to surround without attacking. The orc army is powerful, but they still need to eat. After they ate all the food in the town, they could only wait to die. The commander of this joint force has been changed to a new one named Lord Cindy. He may not have the most combat experience, but he definitely has the most ideas. He avoided direct combat in this battle. On the main battlefield, his side was no match for the orcs, but he could employ guerrilla tactics. A total of 4 waves of cavalry were deployed, harassing the enemy from 4 different directions. Their goal wasn't to fight the orcs, but to constantly harass them and prevent them from going to other towns to find food. Sometimes these cavalrymen would follow behind the orcs from a distance, watching them. If the orcs chased after them, they would run away as fast as they could. After you stop chasing me, I'll slowly and leisurely follow you over. The orcs also have wolf riders, but their numbers are too few, and they are clearly not enough to deal with the constant harassment from 4 cavalry units. If a wolf rider relentlessly pursues a single orc, the remaining 3 will run to the town and set it on fire or kill a few orcs. It's all about messing with your mindset. If the orcs send troops to other towns to obtain food, then large numbers of human armies will push various siege weapons to attack your old, weak, women, and children. After the towns surrounding the orcs were evacuated, The orcs are finding it increasingly difficult to obtain food. Sometimes it takes several hours to find a remote village. Aura sat in the town mayor's office, pondering how to resolve their current predicament. Why don't we just charge over there and tear all these annoying bedbugs to shreds? Many orc generals express their anger at the humans' insidious tactics. They neither fight nor resist, but they do a lot of petty theft and other underhanded things. That infuriated them. Aura shook her head. It's easy to break through, but what about our rear? Facing an army of 300,000, the orcs would have to pay a heavy price and mobilize their entire force if they wanted to win. But as soon as you set out, they raided your base halfway there. Scouts are now everywhere outside the town. As soon as the orcs in the town rush out, they will surely return to report. I'm afraid I'll lose my home before I'm even on my way. However, if you leave some troops to defend your home base, you will definitely be no match for 300,000 human troops on the front lines. Orcs are strong, but not strong enough for 30,000 to defeat 300,000. Are we just going to be worn down like this? Or are we going to return to this desolate place? Aura fell silent. He didn't know how to resolve the current crisis. If only the orcs had allies on this side of the wall. But that's impossible. The battle between orcs and humans is not like a battle between humans. It is a war between races on this planet. No human would help the orcs at this time, unless they weren't from this planet. How are things going with the elves and dwarves? Aura asked the Wolf Rider commander beside her. Not long ago, the Wolf Riders sent out 2 squads, one heading west towards the World Tree and the other towards the island in the northeast. Elves and dwarves are both subhuman races, not humans. Hundreds of years ago, during the Great War between humans and orcs, they chose to remain silent. They have rarely appeared in the public eye in recent decades. Some newborn children don't even know that there are other races in the world. Besides these 2 races, there are various other sub-races in this world, such as lizard men and dragon men. However, these subhuman species are relatively rare. They generally live outside of human territory. Their strongholds are places where humans cannot survive. If we could get help from these subhuman races, that would be even better. The Wolf Rider commander said, a small team has already been dispatched, and we expect to have results in a few days. Oha nodded. The speed of the Wolf Riders was among the best in the world. Few things could catch up with them. Aura wasn't worried about their safety. At that moment, a soldier burst into Aura's office. Who let you in? An orc clan leader roared at the soldiers who entered. He was in a fit of rage when someone actually walked right into his trap. Report, we have captured several human spies who want to see the High Chief. A spy? There are more human spies and scouts than rats these days. What's there to see? The soldier didn't leave after listening. He wouldn't leave until Aura spoke. Although this orc leader was also a minor chieftain. But now all the orcs listened to Aura. Great chieftain, these humans are not simple, the orc warrior said. Not simple? Ohafhoned. Could this human, who made the orcs feel he was no ordinary being, be a warrior? Did they say anything? The chieftain asked. They said they could help us orcs get through this crisis, but we need to offer some compensation. The chieftain was slightly surprised. Chapter 185, Unexpected Visitor. Surprisingly, there are now humans willing to help them. This is really strange. We mustn't see them, great chieftain. This is clearly a human conspiracy, an orc shaman said. Orc shamans are the wisest among the orcs, and it is often through their advice that we rely on them to offer useful insights. Aura fell silent. It is indeed possible that humans could send Deadpool to assassinate them under the guise of a meeting. After all, it's a battle between 2 races. It's impossible not to resort to intrigue. Winning is everything. History is always written by the victors. If the orcs had won hundreds of years ago, they would probably have used every means to crush humanity by now. But what if it really is a collaboration? If these humans are truly here to cooperate, wouldn't turning them away be cutting off our own escape route? Aura looked up at the orc leaders present. They came from different clans and races, but now they have proclaimed themselves as great chieftains. Then I must take responsibility for their lives. Are they any different? Aura asked. Since the soldiers said they were different, there must be some differences. The soldier thought for a moment and whispered. Their weapons were strange. Just 8 of them were able to wipe out our orc guard of several dozen men. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the beastmen present all gasped in shock. 8 people can wipe out dozens of orc guards? What does that even mean? An ordinary orc can easily take on 4 or 5 human soldiers, while the Orc Royal Guard is the elite of the elite. It's no exaggeration to say that a few dozen Orc guards could easily wipe out hundreds of humans, sending them fleeing in terror. But they were all wiped out by 8 humans. Are all 8 of these people advanced from great warriors? Aura asked. Only a warrior could do that. But the soldier shook his head and said, judging from their spiritual energy, only 2 of them have reached the level of great warrior, while the remaining 6 are at the peak of warrior. And the soldier hesitated, then stopped himself. And what? Aura pressed. And they didn't use any spiritual energy or martial arts techniques either. No spiritual energy or martial arts techniques used. Aura was a little confused. 8 people killing their own personal guard of dozens of people is one thing, but they didn't even use martial arts or spiritual energy. What kind of operation is this? What kind of unit is this? If all humans were like this, would we still be able to fight this war? Take me to see him, Aura said. He wanted to see what kind of unit could be so powerful. Great chieftain, this cannot be shown. The orc beside him still believed it was a conspiracy. Aura waved her hand and said, my mind is made up. Everyone, please don't say any more. In that case, let me take the blow for the great chief. In case anything happens, the great chief still needs to lead his people to survive. Aura glanced at the person speaking beside her. It was Kane, the chieftain of the Tauren. Kane supported him without hesitation the first time he heard his idea. They could be considered to be among the first supporters of Aura. Aura still trusted him a lot. Seeing that Kane had said that, Aura said nothing more and nodded in agreement. Several humans were brought to the council hall in the town center. They were dressed in dark green military uniforms and held strange weapons, staring intently at the orcs before them. Just then, the doors to the council chamber opened. A tall minotaur walked in, bowing low. Several green-skinned orcs followed behind him. The minotaur walked in and plopped down on a stone bench, staring at the humans before him and saying, "You've come to see me? These humans are soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, and they have come to offer some small assistance to these orcs. Let them try their best to drag the people of this world to the negotiating table. The Dragon Kingdom has recently discovered through satellite detection that these orcs are at their last gasp. If we can't find allies, we'll probably be driven back soon." The Dragon Kingdom decided to lend a hand, so it sent an envoy by helicopter to fly over the human encirclement and arrive in the orc territory. At this moment, Aura was unaware that the Dragon Kingdom soldiers had arrived by plane and thought that the people in front of her were just one of the countries surrounding her. If he knew that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom could fly, he would probably be shocked for quite a while. "What do you want from me?" Kane asked. Now that he's going to pretend to be a great chieftain, he naturally needs to put on a certain air. The person sent by the Dragon Kingdom this time was a young man named Zhang Feng. After Zhang Jingguo went to the Second World, he was in charge of the main special missions. He was the first to step forward to negotiate with the orcs. Zhang Feng glanced at Kane in front of him, then turned his gaze to Ola, who was pretending to be a follower. "What are you playing at? I want to speak to the real chieftain." Kane was a little embarrassed, not expecting that the other party would see through his words as soon as he opened his mouth. The reason was that Zhang Feng had already learned from Deputy Base Chief Chio that the real chief was Aura, even as photos of Arati. The Dragon Kingdom satellites are constantly monitoring this area. Anyone with a keen eye can easily identify who the great chieftain is. Aura stepped forward, her opinion of the Chinese soldiers in front of her rising even higher. When Kane saw Aura approaching, he stood up and made way for her. "Please have a seat," Aura said to Zhang Feng as she sat down in the chair. Zhang Feng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down opposite Aula. "Speak. What do you want with us?" "We are here on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom to discuss cooperation with you." "Cooperation?" Ola smiled. "I never expected that a human would actually want to cooperate with me," although he had a good impression of Zhang Feng. However, cooperation can only be discussed when both parties are on equal footing. He had heard of some of the major human nations on this continent, such as the People's Republic of Erduva, Syria, the United States of Akron, etc. These countries are large in area and have a large population, making them among the major countries on this continent. But he had never heard of the Dragon Kingdom. Since it's a country I've never heard of, it must be a small country. It's laughable that a small country would want to cooperate with us. Aura sat at the table, her hands clasped together, and looked at Zhang Feng, asking, "How do you want to cooperate?" "We will provide the orcs with supplies and weapons, in exchange for you negotiating a contract with the Dragon Kingdom." Supplies and weapons? Putting aside the contract, these terms are extremely favorable for the orcs right now. What the orcs lack most right now is food and weapons to arm them. Food is the foundation of a clan. It is needed no matter where you go. Weapons can enhance the orcs' combat capabilities. The orcs are still using the same weapons they brought from the Desolate Lands. The orcs did acquire a lot of weapons in the last great battle, but they weren't very handy to hold. Chapter 186 Food? As much as you want. The orc armory is working hard to melt down and manufacture these weapons, but it's taking too long. Aura definitely wants the weapons, but how many can a small country provide? Aura is not optimistic about this. He felt that this country, which he had never even heard of, was unlikely to help him much. But I still have to ask, how much supplies can your Dragon Kingdom give us? That depends on what kind of contract you sign. What contract did you just mention? What contract is it? Aura asked curiously. Zhang Feng opened his backpack, took out an A4 sheet of paper, and handed it to the orc. The various languages in the world today have all been modified due to system limitations. Zhang Feng wasn't worried that Aura wouldn't recognize him. Aura picked it up and looked at it. The Chinese characters on it automatically translated into orc language in his eyes. Rations are provided as 1 portion per person per day, and weapons are provided as 1 portion per person. 2 portions of rations require 10 days of work for an orc to obtain, and 1 single-person weapon requires 100 days of work for an orc. As Aura watched, a look of anger appeared on her face. These people from the Dragon Kingdom want to enslave the orcs. If the orcs need 20,000 servings of food, then 10,000 orcs would need to work for the Dragon Kingdom for 10 days. Of course, it can also be converted into 1,000 beastmen working for the Dragon Kingdom for 100 days. The price is a bit high. The beastmen work for 10 days to earn a single day's worth of food. But that's not the main reason. Arati's pride wouldn't allow the orcs to do that. Why did the orcs cross the barren lands to come to this continent? Not to be slaves, but to live freely on this continent. If humans are willing to provide them with a place to live, they are willing to maintain peace with humans. But to be a slave is absolutely unacceptable. Aura slammed the A4 paper onto the table, his breath coming in rough gasps. Orcs will never be slaves. Zhang Feng was not surprised at all by Olardi's reaction. He continued, think about it again. We'll provide meals and accommodation during working hours, and the beastmen can live together. We will also set aside an area for you to live in separately. Didn't you come here for a place to live? Do you think the orcs will never die if the war goes on? Aura fell silent after hearing Zhang Feng's words. The provision of food and lodging means that orcs no longer need to worry about food and shelter and can live a carefree life. This is the life that Aura longs for. Even if the orcs achieve peace with humans one day, they will still need to farm and work to make a living. Essentially, it's no different from working for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, working for the Dragon Kingdom is more efficient. Zhang Feng glanced at Aura's expression. She seemed to be wavering. Aura's current position prioritizes ensuring the survival of the orcs, rather than disregarding everything for the sake of dignity. We are the only ones who can help the orcs now, and this contract is not indefinite. Once you finish your work, it's not impossible for you to regain your freedom. Aura unfolded the crumpled contract and looked at it again. Indeed, it says that once the debt is paid off, you will regain your freedom. The Dragon Kingdom will not interfere with any actions taken by the orcs. Whether humans and orcs fight or make peace at that time will be none of the Dragon Kingdom's business. This contract doesn't seem so difficult to accept. Of course, this contract was unanimously decided by experts from China. There are many other unmentioned issues hidden within. For example, it doesn't specify what tasks the orcs should do. They could be assigned tasks at will. Furthermore, during the labor process, the Dragon Kingdom protected the orcs' safety, keeping them safe from harm by other humans. We can collect this protection fee later. Also, the policy of providing food and lodging only applies to orcs who are able to work. It's not unreasonable to charge some accommodation and food fees for the elderly, weak, women, and children. These orcs should be able to understand, right? Aura clearly hadn't thought that far ahead. How much food and weapons can your Dragon Kingdom provide? As many as you want, we have them. Is your dragon country really that rich? His wealth is probably among the top in the world. Aura looked at the young man in front of her and thought, he's really not modest at all. One last question. Now humans have us completely surrounded, and there are quite a few spies around us. How does your dragon kingdom transport food and weapons to us? You have to understand, the orcs are now at odds with all of humanity. Isn't this dragon nation afraid that its actions will be met with unanimous opposition from other countries? Zhang Feng pointed to the sky and said, "Come from the sky." In the sky? Aura looked up and saw only the ceiling. "Great Chief, are we really going to sign this contract?" Kane asked from the side. "If some orcs who hate humans find out about this, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Those who hate humans will certainly be unhappy, as they believe humans are an inferior race and are not worthy of being opponents of orcs. It's one thing to accept help from humans now, but to actually become a slave to them is another. But that's absolutely impossible. My mind is made up. If what the Dragon Kingdom says is true, then this is the way to help the orcs survive. If China fails to fulfill the terms of the contract, it will not cause us any loss." After saying that, Aura took out a knife, cut her palm, and pressed her claw mark onto the contract. Zhang Feng glanced at the contract in his hand and put it away with satisfaction. "So how much food and weapons do you need?" Aura thought for a moment. Since humanity was still under siege, weapons were not so important. Food was the most important thing. The orcs currently number around 100,000. If each person eats 2 meals a day, that's 200,000 servings of food. Conservatively, it will take another 30 days, which would amount to 6 million servings. Thinking of this, Aura gasped. Can China really produce 6 million copies? Is it confirmed that there will be 6 million copies? Zhang Feng asked. Only 6 million copies, not many. For the Dragon Kingdom, it's just a drop in the ocean. Confirmed, 10,000 sets of weapons. Aura estimated that these 10,000 portions would be enough to improve the current combat strength of the orcs. Even now, some orcs still use unsuitable weapons, and some orc weapons are still made of stone. After listening to Aura's words, Zhang Feng nodded. He wasn't worried that Aura would go back on his word. If she did, he'd beat them to a pulp. The Dragon Kingdom has its own motives for helping the orcs this time. If they don't help the orcs will either die or have to return. Then the Dragon Kingdom will have no labor force. Creating a contract is just an excuse for the Dragon Kingdom to help the orcs. Let the orcs know that their help is purposeful. Chapter 187. Get out of here. Don't come any closer. Zhang Feng pulled out a satellite phone from behind his back and dialed the command center. "Hello, this is Zhang Feng. I request to speak with command." "This is the command center. Please speak." "The contract has been agreed upon. 6 million food meals and 10,000 weapons. Received. Transportation to commence now. Please mark the landing site." "Clear." Zhang Feng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Aura looked on in the room with curiosity. How could this box transmit sound? Zhang Feng looked at Aura's curious face and explained, "This is a telephone. It can be used for long-distance calls. I will give you one later." Zhang Feng brought an extra phone with him this time, for future one-way communication with Aura. Aura took the phone from Zhang Feng and looked at it with curiosity. Then, imitating Zhang Feng, he put the phone to his ear. The satellite phone felt incredibly tiny in Arati's hands. "Hello." Aura tried speaking into the satellite phone, but there was no response. Looking back at the towering chieftain Kane, he too was staring at Aura with a bewildered expression. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. "I don't know what happened." Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "The phone call isn't urgent. Let's go out and get the supplies first." "Supplies?" "That's right. The supplies are on their way and will arrive soon." 6 million copies. They'll be here soon? Ola thought she had misheard, so she asked Zhang Feng next to her for confirmation. "I want 6 million copies, not 600 copies. Preparing this thing alone would take a lot of time, let alone delivering it." He didn't know that China had already prepared food and was just waiting for it to be airlifted over. Zhang Feng led Aura to the very center of the town. He then ordered his men to light a signal in the vicinity, and a huge circle lit up in the very center of the town. "Wait a moment, the food will be here. You can count it yourselves later." "Right here." Aura looked around, but there was nothing there. The orcs following behind Aura felt their intelligence had been severely insulted. "Great Chief, I think these humans are just here to make fun of us. I suspect they came here under a pretext to see what our interior looks like. Do they think we're idiots? How could 6 million meals fall from the sky? If food really fell from the sky, I, Sun Xiaochuan, would eat the weapon in my hand on the spot." The beastmen had differing opinions, with most expressing pessimism about the Dragon Kingdom's strength. If you could transport supplies from the sky, why don't you just fly up there? At that moment, many small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. Those were large passenger planes. This time, the supplies needed by the orcs will be delivered by airdrop. What is that? Aura asked, shielding her eyes from the sun as she looked at the passenger plane in the distance. Great Chieftain, this looks like some kind of iron bird. Is it a warcraft? Should we send a wyvern up to investigate? Hearing the orc next to Aura speak, Zhang Feng warned, there are fighter jets next to the passenger planes of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't let your wyverns fly around recklessly. Otherwise, if you get attacked like a monster, we won't be responsible. The orc next to Aura was unimpressed by Zhang Feng's words. These envoys from the Dragon Kingdom are such big talkers. They even claimed that the Iron Bird Beast was theirs. Today, I'm going to see just how powerful your Dragon Kingdom's Iron Birds really are. Ignoring Zhang Feng's objections, the orcs sent several bipedal dragons toward the Dragon Kingdom's transport plane. In the sky, 8 bipedal dragons flew towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's plane. Orc wyverns spotted ahead, requesting instructions. Let's teach them a lesson. Understood, permission to fire. These orcs probably don't even know what they're up against. Haha, they'll be scared soon enough. After seeing the 2-legged dragon fly up, the 4 escorting fighter jets accelerated and rushed over. Such speed. What kind of magical beast is this Iron Bird? It would be perfect if it could be a mount for orcs. The troll hunter, riding a wyvern, was still indulging in unrealistic dreams. They're here. Prepare to throw spears. Spears to kill airplanes. The troll hunter raised his spear and aimed at the 4 fighter jets that were flying in. In fact, judging from its size alone, the bipedal flying dragon is much larger than a fighter jet. This is also why the orcs look down on fighter jets. The larger the body, the greater the strength. They didn't believe that such a small fighter jet could have any power. Aura looked at the 2-legged wyvern above her head without saying anything. If the Iron Bird before him belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, then he would really like to see the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. He tacitly approved his subordinates' actions for this very purpose. Aura glanced furtively at Zhang Feng beside her. Zhang Feng didn't seem to react much at this moment. You sent out a giant 2-legged wyvern. Aren't you nervous? Although the magical beasts of the Dragon Kingdom are made of iron, the claws of the 2-legged wyverns can still tear them apart. Missile radar guidance has been locked on. Preparations are underway to launch the air-to-air tracking missile. 4 fighter jets locked onto their targets from a distance. Emission. 4 air-to-air missiles detached from the aircraft and then flew towards the distant 2-legged dragon. What's this? The troll hunter on the wyvern cried out in alarm as it watched the missile hurtling towards it. This thing was incredibly fast. It rushed towards me in an instant. Boom! 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 The 4 missiles struck 4 wyverns, and a massive explosions sent the wyverns flying several meters away. Blood rained down from the sky, and the severed limbs of the 2-legged wyvern were blasted everywhere. What is this? How can it have such power? Aura stood there, stunned, a piece of wyvern flesh still clinging to his face. Damn it, make them pay the price. 4 fighter jets flew over the remaining bipedal dragons and then roared past. Just as the orcs were about to give chase, they realized they were moving much slower than expected. The little iron bird in front of them was too fast. They simply couldn't catch up with it. In the blink of an eye, it had flown so fast that it was no longer visible. How come these guys can run so fast? Damn it, if you've got the guts, fight us fair and square. The orcs were furious. The explosion had terrified them. Now all we can do is roar at them to embolden them. All I could see were the little iron birds in the distance, turning around at an incredible angle. Then it flew over here again. Get out of here. Don't come any closer. The remaining orcs were startled when they saw the fighter jets flying back. The explosion just now is still fresh in my mind. I was just saying it casually. Why did you all take it seriously? Chapter 188, Orcs Eat Potatoes. Run! The remaining troll hunters controlled the wyverns below them and quickly turned and ran. I just made a casual remark, and you guys actually took it seriously. They really did come back. But how can they outrun fighter jets? In an instant, the plane from China flew back. Air-to-air missiles have been targeted. Emission. Several more conventional air-to-air missiles hit the flying dragon. Some even tried to fly into the sky in an attempt to evade the missile attacks. However, the speed of these missiles was far beyond their ability to dodge. After slightly adjusting their direction, they accurately struck the bipedal dragons. Boom! 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 At that moment, all the orcs looked up at the sky in terror. These few small iron birds gave them a tremendous shock. I originally thought that my 2 feet, with their huge size advantage, would be able to tear these little iron birds apart. But the result was that the wyverns were all wiped out without even a single decent attack. Aura was stunned. He didn't know how to express his feelings at that moment. I glanced at Zhang Feng. He still had the same expression. Is it the Dragon Kingdom? In Aura's eyes, this country's status was as high as the sky. Well, chieftain, I told you not to go, Zhang Feng said smugly. On the one hand, Zhang Feng was very happy about the country's strength. On the other hand, seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of these orcs gave him a strange sense of joy. Great chief. Aura waved his hand, silencing his subordinates. I had tacitly approved all of my actions just now. The deaths of several orcs and wyverns were their own doing. They can't blame anyone else. It's already good enough that the Dragon Kingdom isn't angry about this. Now, Aura no longer harbors any suspicions about the assistance that the Dragon Kingdom had previously mentioned. This Dragon Kingdom definitely has the means and the power to help me. Large transport planes began to reach the airspace above the town. Location identified. Begin distributing supplies. Received. Sanglong 1 is commencing deployment. Sanglong 2 is being deployed. Large quantities of supplies were dropped from the transport planes, and then the parachutes opened, allowing the supplies to slowly drift into the town square. Although some of the supplies were placed in slightly off-center locations, the town was large enough. Although it was off the location of the central square, it was still within the control of the orcs. What is this? I don't know. What is that big iron bird in the sky? Among the human camp not far away, many people had already spotted the Dragon Kingdom's plane, but they didn't recognize what it was. At this moment, some people were already running towards the direction where the commander was. Such unusual activity definitely needs to be reported. In the town where the orcs lived, all the orcs looked up at the sky. A large number of boxes slowly floated down from the sky. Many elderly, women, children, and orc soldiers gathered around the square, watching curiously. What is that thing? Why is it floating down from the sky? I don't know. It seems like humans came to our aid. No way. Humans are actually helping us. Many orcs were talking nearby, speculating about what was falling from the sky. As the box gradually landed, the beastmen in the center of the arena hurriedly dodged, fearing that the large iron box would crush them to death. Rumble. The huge box was parked in the square, making a loud noise. What's this? Aura glanced at Zhang Feng and asked curiously. Just open it and you'll know. With Zhang Feng's words, Aura called 2 orcs to the large chest. The lock in front of the box was chopped in 2 by the orc with a giant axe. Upon opening the box, I was immediately stunned. What is this thing? The orcs were dumbfounded when they saw what was in the box. Zhang Feng went over to take a look, and lo and behold, it turned out to be potatoes. No wonder these orcs didn't recognize him. Potatoes don't exist in this world yet. Zhao Wu previously taught the people of the otherworldly Dragon Kingdom how to grow potatoes. Potatoes have already started to be grown in many places, but the orcs who have just arrived here obviously don't recognize them. The orc, holding the potato, was at a loss for what to do. This is a potato. After peeling it, you can boil it, fry it, or stir-fry it. Zhang Feng explained to Aura, picking up a potato. The beastmen then opened other boxes, which contained a wide variety of items. Some they recognized were meat, wild vegetables, and native vegetables from another world, while others they didn't recognize included crops, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Zhang Feng explained the eating method to Aura one by one. Aura listened attentively, then pondered, the Dragon Kingdom truly exceeds my expectations. Aura looked up at the boxes still falling from the sky and the Chinese plane that had already flown far away, and smiled with satisfaction. With this food, the orcs could survive the human blockade without having to travel to distant towns to find food. It's important to understand that after the surrounding towns were evacuated, they had to travel long distances and pay a heavy price every time they went out to borrow grain. These humans are afraid of direct combat, but they are quite adept at petty theft and other underhanded dealings. Thank you for the help from the Dragon Kingdom, Aura said to Zhang Feng in a friendly manner. No need for thanks. We each have our own purposes. The Dragon Kingdom helped you this time, so don't forget your agreement with the Dragon Kingdom. Must. Zhang Feng then taught Aura how to use a satellite phone. After finishing his instruction, Zhang Feng left the town with his men. They were going to find their helicopter on the lawn, not far from town, to return to the otherworld dragon kingdom. Great chieftain, look, there's fruit here too. Cain excitedly opened a box, and then Aura happily said, Cain, what do you think of this dragon country? Cain rubbed his bull-headed head. He was a rough and simple guy. He was good to whoever was good to him, and his thought process was very simple. Now, he feels that Dragon Kingdom is not bad either. At least it provides him with food and necessities. Great chief, I think the Dragon Kingdom is a pretty good ally. It's only right and proper for them to work together to pay off their debts. Old Neo, also know that there is no such thing as help without a reason. At worst, Old Neo, will do the work of 10 people. After listening, Aura nodded in agreement, and then began to have people collect the supplies and count their quantity. Meanwhile, in the human camp, a temporary meeting of commanders from various countries was held in response to the unusual situation that had occurred during the day. The meeting was led by Lord Cindy, the supreme commander of humanity. Gentlemen, today our scouts spotted unusual activity in the town where the orcs live. First, a lot of iron birds suddenly appeared in the sky. They were very fast and had high attack power. They used some kind of weapon that was able to kill the wyvern. The explosions were so great that even the two-legged wyverns dared not take off. Chapter 189 summoned the Dragon Kingdom's envoy to see me. Upon hearing Lord Cindy's words, the commanders of various countries gasped. What kind of creature is a wyvern? It represents absolute air superiority for the orcs. If humans were unaware of the existence of these wyverns, they would have had many other ways to constantly harass these orcs. However, wyverns are too intimidating, and they are not particularly afraid of magic. It can be said to be extremely tricky. Many times, human surprise attacks and harassment were repelled by wyverns. Now, this bipedal wyvern was actually forced to turn back by the suddenly appearing iron bird. This is truly unbelievable. Is this iron bird some kind of magical beast? If it really is a magical beast, could it be the natural enemy of these wyverns? The crowd began to discuss and speculate about what the thing in the sky could be. Some commanders had seen those Chinese aircraft flying in the sky from their camps. However, some are not present and are relying solely on their own ideas. Lord Cindy shook her head, interrupting the crowd. Unlike magical beasts, if it were a magical beast, it would still attack even if the wyvern didn't take off. They are more like a deterrent, a warning. At that moment, the door to the reception room opened, and a guard walked in carrying a roll of canvas. My lord, the artists have finished drawing the posters based on the soldiers' descriptions. Please take a look. This was Lord Cindy's arrangement. He found several artists and had a few soldiers present describe it to him, and then drew the shape of the iron bird in the sky. After looking at the painting, Lord Cindy nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed very lifelike, almost exactly like the scene she had seen. He then handed the scroll to the other commanders present, so they could all see it. A commander from one country gasped after reading it. He seemed to have seen this thing before. He was the commander of the Frankish Islands. This time, they brought more than 10,000 people to aid Cavanius. 10,000 people may not be many in other countries, but it is a lot for the Frankish Islands. Sensing the unusual behavior of the Frankish Islands commander, Lord Cindy asked, Commander Bill, have you seen this picture before? The commander of the Frank Islands nodded and said, Our town of Gusha in the Frank Islands was previously attacked by a large number of skeletons. According to the locals at the time, such iron birds appeared in the sky and then dropped strange weapons. This weapon can kill an entire group of skeletons. It's extremely powerful. After the commander of the Frank Islands finished speaking, the commanders of the countries that were closer to the Dragon Kingdom all spoke up. I've seen it before. The last time I saw it was over China. Me too. I encountered something like this when I went to China to trade mineral resources. Many national commanders said they had seen what was depicted in the scroll. Most of them are related to a country called Dragon Kingdom. Lord Cindy fell into deep thought, then asked, Are there any commanders from the Dragon Kingdom present? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other and then shook their heads. The Dragon Kingdom said they were outnumbered and unable to send soldiers to rescue them. Lord Cindy was at a loss for words. The unusual activity among the orcs is clearly related to the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom's iron bird can truly suppress the bipedal wyvern, they will regain air superiority. At that time, Both reconnaissance and surprise attacks will be much easier. Send me a lightning-fast message. Summon the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers and envoys to see me immediately. Yes. After the soldier next to him finished speaking, he walked out of the conference room and began to arrange for the Thunderbird Express to be sent to the Dragon Kingdom. Nighttime in an orc town. The large number of orcs finally had a full meal and were now singing and dancing joyfully. Several minotaurs even started a gladiatorial fight in the open space to entertain everyone. Some orcs were happy, but others were very worried. These orcs hate humans, and the events of the day have already begun to fuel their discontent. At this moment, the tribal leaders of the anti-human faction gathered in a small room to discuss the events of the day. The Great Chief is really old. He actually believes in humans. That's right. Humans are such a lowly race that they can't possibly stand on equal footing with us. But now that the High Chieftain has reached an agreement with the humans, what should we do? Everyone fell into deep thought. And then an orc leader said, once the orcs get out of their current predicament, who will care about the previous contracts? That's right. It's impossible to get the orcs to work. Orcs, never slaves. Never be a slave. The orcs in the room began to roar. They all forgot that they were having a secret conversation. The orc leaders have decided that when humans and orcs begin negotiations, that will be the time for them to break free from the Dragon Kingdom's contract. We can simply deny it later. But what if the chief insists on working to pay off the debt? At this point, many of the orc leaders were already very dissatisfied with the Great Chieftain. They initially vowed to lead their people to a prosperous life and reclaim what belonged to them from humanity. Now, they're actually humbling themselves for supplies. Aura is too old and no longer suitable to be the chieftain. If he dares to obstruct us, we don't mind replacing him with a new chief. Someone said this, and all the orc leaders nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. A tall, green-skinned orc walked in from outside. It was Aura. The opposing orcs stopped talking, and the scene became quite awkward. We were just discussing how to deal with Aura in the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, the main character arrived. They didn't know why Aura had come in at this time. Did we expose something? Aura came in, found an empty seat, and sat down. He had actually overheard quite a bit of what was going on outside the door. As for how he knew about this group's meeting, he has to thank China's satellite phone. Not long ago, the satellite phone hanging around his neck rang. Grandson, Grandpa's calling, answer it quickly. Upon hearing the satellite phone ring, both Ola and Kane, who was standing next to her, were very excited. Following Zhang Feng's instructions, Aura picked up the phone and pressed the green button. Hello, is this Chief, Aura? Hearing Zhang Feng's call, Aura became even more excited. This box actually could transmit sound, and it even brought over Zhang Feng's voice from somewhere else. Hello, this is Zhang Feng. Can you hear me? I can hear you. I can hear you, Aura said hurriedly. Damn, the sound is so loud. Zhang Feng on the other, and quickly moved the phone away from his ear. Aura's voice was so loud it startled him. Chapter 190 War of the Chiefs. Enough with the nonsense. Some of your men are plotting something bad. Go check it out. What? Aura was shocked after hearing Zhang Feng's words. One reason was that his subordinates were plotting something, and another reason was that Zhang Feng was surprisingly well informed about his side. It's even faster than mine. Could it be that a mage cast a detection spell near the orcs? But with the orcs' keen senses, they should have noticed it long ago. He was unaware that Zhang Feng had already installed listening devices around the town when he arrived. With real-time satellite monitoring from the sky, it's not difficult to detect the orcs' every move. Take a few men and take care of them. The address is the third White House on the left in front of you. Zhang Feng gave the exact address and then hung up the phone. Aura walked towards the door with some doubt. And sure enough, there was a house with a white roof, the third one on the left. Then the scene above unfolded. Upon seeing Aura enter, the orc leaders, who were hostile to humans, were at a loss for what to do. You can continue talking about what's going on, Aura said. He was accompanied by the Tauren chieftain Cairn and several guards. Now that you found out, we're not afraid to tell you. We oppose cooperation with humans. That's right. How can orcs work as laborers for humans? Aura stood up when she heard what they said. There are quite a few orcs who think this way. He had to use an iron fist to show these orcs that his orders were beyond question. Just like when he unified the entire orc tribe. Aura firmly believes that only she can lead the orcs to survival. These orc leaders who disagree with him must be eliminated. Otherwise, you never know when they might do something strange. that might drag all the orcs down with them. Guards, arrest these people who are plotting a rebellion. A group of orcs walked in through the doorway. They were the guards chosen by Aura and were only under Aura's command. Great Chief, you can't treat us like this. We have served our tribe and shed our blood. Ignoring the orcs' roars, the royal guards dragged them out of the room. Outside the door, a number of other orcs had gathered. Some of them were the leader's subordinates, and they all gathered around at this moment. Although Aura is their chieftain, those leaders were their original chieftains. They clearly wouldn't let Aura take his original chieftain away so easily. At this moment, a number of orcs had gathered outside the room. It looked like a battle between orcs. Aura, I'm going to wage war against you as chieftains. It's a bound orc panting, he said. War of the Chiefs. The victor will inherit the chief's position in the tribe. Orcs have always valued the strong, and the war between chieftains has always been a tradition among them. No one can break it. Aura, if I win, I will be the new chieftain. After hearing this, Aura replied, if I win, all of you will die. It's a deal. After hearing Aura's words, the orcs who had gathered around dispersed. The War of the Chieftains is a war that every orc must respect and abide by. If Aura really wins, the original clan members of these orc leaders won't say anything. The War of the Chiefs. An orc shouted loudly. The War of Chiefs. The War of Chiefs. Witness this moment. All the orcs raised their weapons in response. Great Chieftain. Kane started to say something, but was interrupted by Aura. Don't worry. We'll witness the rise of the orcs together. Aura patted Kane on the back, then went to get her weapon. In the town's central square, a large number of orcs gathered to witness all of this. They formed a circle with Aura and another orc chieftain, Archimonde, at the center. The two had never fought before, and judging by their physiques alone, Archimonde was clearly more robust. Many orcs believe Archimonde has a better chance of winning. Aura, D. Archimonde raised his giant axe and swung it down. Aura wasn't overconfident. Archimonde's ability to become a clan chieftain was certainly due to his own skills. Aura immediately unleashed her signature move. The two started fighting back and forth. Every move is a deadly strike that will kill the opponent. In the otherworldly dragon kingdom, Zhao Wu brought Gandalf back to this world through the portal. After Zhao Wu brought Gandalf to the base in Greentown, he removed his blindfold. Gandalf, we've arrived. After Gandalf removed his blindfold, he was somewhat excited to see that he was back. Gandalf, wait here for me. I'm going to the base. Gandalf nodded and then waited for Zhao Wu in the same spot. Zhao Wu Gong arrived in the first world, wanting Deputy Base Chief Chiao to understand the current situation of this world. He eventually found Deputy Base Commander Chiao in the command center. Deputy Base Commander Chiao was somewhat surprised to see Zhao Wu arrive, and then called Zhao Wu to come and take a look at the screen. On the giant screen, two orcs are fighting. This is Deputy Base Chief Chiao briefly explained the current situation of the orcs to Zhao Wu. After the orcs were driven to the brink of despair, they were given assistance as instructed by General Chen Guoming, and then made to work. The resentful orcs gathered together to plot a rebellion, but their plot was discovered by the Dragon Kingdom. The Great Chieftain is currently engaged in a life-or-death battle with those who hate humans. If the chieftain wins, then the deal between the Dragon Kingdom and the orcs will still be valid. If Archimonde wins, the orcs will be controlled by the faction that hates humans. The plan to turn orcs into workers will become extremely difficult. We might have to abandon this plan at that point. In the heart of the orc town, Aura, with her years of combat experience, dodged Archimonde's sweeping attack, then smashed the handle of her axe into Archimonde's head, knocking him to the ground. Now, with just one more axe blow, Archimonde could be killed. Great Chieftain, we surrender. Stop fighting, shouted an orc leader nearby. Aura stopped in her tracks, looked at Archimonde who had been knocked to the ground, and put down the giant axe in her hand. I, Aura, am still your chieftain, Aura roared, patting his chest. Oha! Oha! Chief Aura. The orcs began to cheer for Aura. Aura remains the name representing the strongest orc. Archimonde struggled to his feet and said, Aura, I surrender, but could you spare our lives? Aura glanced at the orcs in the square. Half of them came from this clan that hated humans. If Archimonde and the others are killed, it will inevitably cause a rift within the entire orc tribe in a short period of time. Right now, it's a battle with humans. Unity among orcs is of paramount importance. Take him away and never release him. Chapter 191, Heading to the Fairy Forest. Yes, Aura's personal guard imprisoned all these orc leaders. Kane whispered from the side. Great chieftain, won't this cause some problems? I can understand Archimonde's actions. After all, he was thinking of the orcs, but his methods were a bit extreme. Aura looked at the supplies sent by the Dragon Kingdom. These supplies have solved their immediate problem. There are also some good people among humans. Kane nodded helplessly to the side. Archimonde is not someone who will be imprisoned so easily. However, for the sake of the orcs' current unity, Archimonde cannot die yet. The time it took for the orcs to go from being a scattered bunch to being able to gather together in Aura was too short. Not long ago, the orcs were fighting each other in the desolate land for a little bit of food. Now that they've suddenly joined forces, conflicts are inevitable. If Archimonde's orc leader is executed, this conflict will be magnified infinitely. At Dragon Kingdom Base Number 1. Seeing this, Deputy Base Commander Chiu stroked his chin and said, although Chief Aura's personality makes him easy to negotiate with, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. Fortunately, Aura won the duel, and nothing serious happened in the short term. After everything was settled with the orcs, Deputy Base Commander Chiu asked Zhao Wu, Major Zhao, is there something you need from me? Oh, I'd like to go to the World Tree. Zhao Wu said. The World Tree. Deputy Base Commander Chiu stood up and found a map. With more and more satellites in the sky, the work of drawing maps has become much easier. The map of the Dragon Kingdom in the other world has been studied very thoroughly. Maps of all kinds are available, including those showing terrain, resources, and altitude. Zhao Wu looked at the map and saw that several thousand kilometers to the west of the otherworld Dragon Kingdom, there was a vast and incomparably large forest. The world's technology level is relatively low, so it's impossible to clear wasteland in such a vast forest. This forest is one of the few places that are not inhabited by humans. This is where the elves live. Besides elves, the only other creatures in the forest are monsters. Even adventurers wouldn't bother going into this place, because it is too dangerous. Only a few elf dealers occasionally go to this place. The elves, both male and female, are all very beautiful, and some eccentric noblemen have a particular fondness for them. This also led to the emergence of the human trafficking industry. The elves were somewhat helpless about this, as they were peace-loving and did not want to go to war with humans. They could only strengthen their defenses in the forest to prevent their people from being harmed. This is the World Tree, located at the very center of this forest. Deputy Base Commander Chiu pointed to a location on the map in the very center of the forest. It is also the place where most elves live. There is a lake in the middle of the forest called Moonwell. At night, the lake's surface emits a faint glow. In the center of the lake is a small island, and on the island stands the enormous World Tree. Because the World Tree is so enormous, it can be clearly seen from the air by the Dragon Kingdom satellites. How far is it from here? Zhao Wu asked. Around 3,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers, that's quite far. Yes, a regular helicopter doesn't have enough range to reach that point, so we'll have to use a passenger plane. Deputy Base Commander Chiu continued. And even if it's a passenger plane, it can only drop you off at the entrance to the forest at most. There's a geomagnetic anomaly there, so airplanes cannot fly directly into the area of the World Tree. Zhao Wu nodded in agreement. Reaching the forest entrance would also be fine. Since Gandalf had obtained a branch from the World Tree, he should know the way. Then I can find the World Tree by following Gandalf. What about the subhuman race in the forest? Zhao Wu asked. Have we had any dealings with them? Deputy Base Chief Chiu shook his head. They will avoid humans, and because the trees are so dense, satellites can't see them. As expected, these elves shouldn't have any dealings with human countries. All right, I'll leave tomorrow. After giving his instructions, Zhao Wu left the command room. Gandalf was still waiting for him on the outskirts of the base. Zhao Wu arranged for Gandalf to stay in the visitor's room, while he himself returned to the base's designated area to sleep. Although I'm not often at the base, I'm still the base commander, so my accommodations aren't bad. The next day, a transport plane was parked at the airport of Base 2. There were only 2 people on the plane, Zhao Wu and Gandalf. Originally, Deputy Base Commander Chiu wanted Zhang Feng and others to accompany them, but Zhao Wu refused. According to Gandalf, elves don't really like to interact with humans. If too many people go, it will become very difficult to manage. Therefore, only Zhao Wu and Gandalf need to go this time. Major Zhao, This is a satellite phone and a signal flare. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. Deputy Base Chief Chiu handed the two items to Zhao Wu, then waved goodbye. The plane began to take off along the planned route. Gandalf sat in the plane, trembling with fear if it weren't for his staff. He will definitely never fly again. I still have lingering fears from the helicopter ride I took in the Second World last time. Every time I fly, I feel like I'm about to die. But now, flying is the fastest way to reach the fairy forest. I absolutely have to take this plane. Otherwise, it would take forever to reach the fairy forest 3,000 kilometers away. Zhao Wu, when will this plane arrive? Gandalf, haven't we just taken off less than 5 minutes ago? Really? It feels like an eternity has passed. After Gandalf finished speaking, he lay down in the cabin, which made him a little more comfortable. The trip to the elf forest is about 3,000 kilometers in a straight line, and the flight time is about 4 hours. Very soon, Zhao Wu didn't need to worry about the flight range of the Dragon Kingdom's passenger planes. The straight line distance is 3,000 kilometers, so the round trip is 6,000 kilometers. Many aircraft can achieve this level of range, with some even reaching 15,000 to 17,000 kilometers. Is 4 hours fast? Gandalf wondered if Zhao Wu had some misunderstanding. It felt like an eternity had passed, but only 5 minutes had actually gone by. These days are just too hard to bear, because the sky in another world is not like the blue planet, which is empty. This sky is occasionally adorned with various flying magical beasts. At this moment, Zhao Wuso was near the transport plane, along with other fighter jets responsible for escorting it. They are the JF-17 Thunder fighter jets responsible for reconnaissance, and the Black Hawk helicopters responsible for combat. Their duty is to drive away or destroy other flying objects when radar detects them. Chapter 192, Parachuting. 4 hours passed quickly. Above the alien continent, several planes began to slow down. Zhao Wu looked down through the glass. Below was a vast, green grassland, and at the end of the grassland was the fairy forest. Passenger planes cannot land in this undeveloped area. Next up was Zhao Wu and Gandalf's time to parachute. Gandalf, I have bad news and good news. Which do you want to hear? Gandalf opened his eyes slightly, then said weakly, "What's the good news?" The good news is that we have arrived and will reach the designated location in a few minutes. Gandalf's eyes lit up. He had finally arrived after persevering for so long. Since we're here, bad news is bad news. Anyway, I'll be able to land on this land soon. And the bad news? The bad news is that we have to jump straight down from a great height. Huh? Gandalf was dumbfounded. Jumping from a great height? Gandalf wondered if he had misheard. Previously, I would always disembark from a plane that had come to a complete stop on the ground when I flew with a Chinese airline. Now, they're actually going to jump off the plane. How can someone jump from such a height? That would be fatal. Zhao Wu stood up and put a parachute on Gandalf. Since Gandalf hasn't jumped over the parachute yet, he'll have to help open it later. Major Zhao, we have reached the designated position and are ready to parachute at any time. The pilot's voice could be heard from inside the airplane cabin. The plane has now reached the airspace above the elf forest. Open the hatch. Yes. The aircraft door opened and a huge gust of air rushed in. Gandalf, lying on the ground, shuddered. Zhao Wu helped Gandalf up and they arrived at the cabin door. Below lies an endless expanse of forest and plains. Gandalf, seeing his feet trembling, grabbed the airplane door. It's too high. There's no way I can jump down. Zhao Wu, if this continues, you're going to die. You won't die. We have parachutes. I don't really believe your parachute thing. As an outsider, Gandalf naturally didn't know the purpose of parachutes. Zhao Wu glanced down. The plane was about to leave the designated area. It's not suitable to skydive any further ahead. Gandalf's hands remained clung to the doorframe, refusing to let go. Gandalf, don't you want your staff anymore? My staff, my staff. Gandalf was slightly stunned, and Zhao Wu took the opportunity to pry Gandalf's hands off and then kicked him. Ah! Gandalf trailed off with a long, drawn-out sound before plummeting downwards. Zhao Wu followed closely behind and jumped down. Arrived at the designated location, now beginning the return journey. Received. Everything is normal in the air ahead. After turning around, the Chinese plane headed towards Base 2. Gandalf passed out immediately after being kicked off the plane by Zhao Wu, which saved Zhao Wu a lot of trouble. If Gandalf is still conscious, he will definitely move around when I help him open the parachute. Zhao Wu quickly arrived next to Gandalf and opened his parachute when the altitude was right. 2 white parachutes opened in the sky above the plane. Below is a grassland, the outer edge of the elf forest, an endless prairie. Gandalf floated and floated until he finally landed on the ground. After landing, Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Gandalf was all right. Looking into the distance, the forest is not far ahead. However, we'll have to wait until Gandalf wakes up. After a long while, Gandalf came to his senses when he smelled the aroma of meat. Where am I? Gandalf opened his eyes, somewhat confused. I think I was kicked off the plane by Zhao Wu earlier. Am I already dead? Gandalf hurriedly struggled to his feet and touched his body. Thankfully, I seem to still be alive. Just then, a delicious aroma of meat wafted over from not far away. Gandalf followed the scent and spotted Zhao Wu not far from him. They seemed to be making something delicious. Zhao Wu looked at Gandalf and said, "Teacher Gandalf, you're awake. I called you, but you didn't wake up, so I'll just make myself some barbecue." Barbecue? What's barbecue? Gandalf went over to check and finally realized what Zhao Wu was doing. He was sitting in front of the fire roasting meat. It's just barbecue. What did I think it was? Although this world is technologically backward, barbecue is still available. Set up a fire, then put some meat on it to roast. Sprinkle some salt. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't delicious either. However, Zhao Wu's barbecue was obviously not that simple. He took out cumin, black pepper, salt and pepper, chili powder, and other things from his backpack and started to stir-fry them on the meat. "What is this?" Gandalf asked curiously, as he had never seen anything put on roasted meat before. At most, you can brush a layer of oil on the surface to make it a little darker, but not burnt. This is an essential seasoning for barbecue, so I brought it with me since I was here to have some fun. Goodness, they actually came here just to have fun. However, compared to the previous place, the fairy forest is more of a place for sightseeing. Gandalf, you just stay here and watch. Gandalf nodded and sat down on the grass to wait. Before long, Zhao Wu's barbecue was ready. "Professor Gandalf, here, have these skewers." Gandalf took the skewers and started eating. "What is this? It tastes so good. This is what barbecue tastes like," Zhao Wu said with a smile. "To live a good life, have barbecue 3 times a day." As Zhao Wu spoke, he picked up a skewer and began to eat it. The two of them sat down on the lawn and started eating. Not far from here is the elf forest. Several elves holding bows and arrows stood in the trees, gazing at Zhao Wu and Gandalf. They're the elves' forest patrol. They usually keep an eye out for human traffickers coming into the forest. They had noticed the commotion several hours earlier when Zhao Wu parachuted. It was the first time they had ever seen a plane flying in the sky. It looks really strange, and it moves incredibly fast. Only after following them all the way here did they discover that 2 people had jumped off the Iron Bird. At first, it really startled the elves, who thought the 2 people were humans who had been captured by monsters. Now, falling from such a great height, that cliff is doomed. But then they saw Zhao Wu and Gandalf open their parachutes and slowly float to the ground. Apart from the old man who fainted, the young man was perfectly fine. They even set up a barbecue on the outskirts of the forest. This is amazing. How could someone fall from such a height and be completely unharmed? Are the 2 people in front of us gods? What are these 2 doing here? Why are they here? An elf girl asked her companion curiously. Elves are known for their peaceful and unassuming nature. They may never leave this forest in their entire lives. Chapter 193. You guys are too weak. They maintain a strong curiosity about things in the outside world. As long as they don't go into the forest, that's fine. The old man is a magician, and the man is a spirit warrior, and he's extremely strong. Lisa, you all continue to monitor them here. I'm going to report to the Grand Elder. After speaking, one of the elves leaped down from the tree and headed into the depths of the forest. Gandalf and Zhao Wu before them were far beyond their capabilities. Only a few elders of the elf can do it. The place where Zhao Wu and the others landed was the closest point to the world tree in a straight line. It is also the place with the most elves guarding it. The elves have protected it for generations. No one knows when the world tree appeared. Rumor has it that the reason this world has so many magical elements is because the world tree is still alive. If one day the tree of this world withers and dies, then there will be no magic available in this world. In recent years, there have been fewer and fewer accomplished figures in the history of magic. People in the magical world are wondering if it's related to the world tree in the forest. This led to the elves becoming increasingly strict in guarding the world tree. Zhao Wu and Gandalf were eating roasted meat in a clearing outside the forest. Gandalf, how did you get into the elf forest last time you came? Zhao Wu asked curiously. According to Gandalf, elves don't really like humans entering the forest. Humans are usually politely asked to leave before they reach the forest. If you insist on forcing your way in, the peace-loving elves won't bother you, as long as you don't get close to the world tree. The forest is teeming with ferocious monsters and poisonous insects, which will ensure that any traveler who enters the forest never returns. Since Gandalf has already been to the world tree, he must have encountered elves. But the elves will not allow humans to approach the world tree. How then did Gandalf obtain a branch from the world tree? Zhao Wu had asked a similar question before, but Gandalf hadn't answered it. But now, we're about to enter the forest, so Gandalf should probably say something. Gandalf looked at the distant forest, then picked up a kebab, and, while eating it, said, because of an elf child. An elf child? When Gandalf was young, he traveled to various countries and happened to meet a male elf child in a small country. Humanitarian traffickers often go to the outskirts of the forest to hunt elves and sell them. It's not unusual to find elves selling things in towns. Overwhelmed by his sense of justice, and having never seen an elf before, young Gandalf decided to buy the little elf boy and take him to the fairy forest. After many hardships, Gandalf and the elf boy finally arrived at the fairy forest. This male elf seems to be quite a remarkable figure. Gandalf was invited into the fairy forest, and later someone gave him a branch of the world tree as a token of gratitude. The staff made of tree branch is now permanently kept at the headquarters of Steve Robotics. Gandalf thus returned here. Then wouldn't it mean we can go in if we find the little male elf from back then? After listening to Zhao Wu's words, Gandalf sighed and said, it's not easy to find him. It happened decades ago. Besides, I feel that all elves look the same. Who knows what the little boy back then looks like now? Zhao Wu nodded silently, then stood up and took out a pair of binoculars from behind his back. His swordsmanship and combat experience made him always feel that someone was watching them from not far away. This telescope is equipped with a thermal sensor, allowing it to penetrate these dense branches and see things that emit heat. Huh, this guy is looking at us. Lisa whispered to her companion beside her. We were in a tree, hidden by the leaves. How could he possibly have spotted us? Yes, we hid it so well, there's no way he could have found it. Lisa was relieved by her companion's words. Zhao Wu glanced at Lisa and the others not far away and frowned. So someone was watching them after all. It must be an elf. It seems the plane made quite a commotion. These elves have already set their sights on them so quickly. Gandalf, it seems we have been discovered by the elves. Ignore them. Elves love peace. As long as we don't interfere, they won't stop us from entering the forest. However, once you reach the world tree's territory, you will still be stopped. Gandalf finished the last kebab, then stood up and walked into the forest. Zhao Wu got up and followed behind. As Zhao Wu and Gandalf drew closer, the elves in the trees began to grow nervous. The elf who went to find the elder has not returned yet. The group of people were no match for Zhao Wu and Gandalf. These two are incredibly strong. Friend in the tree, aren't you coming down? Zhao Wu called out to the tree where the elves were hiding. Lisa and the others looked at each other. They didn't understand how they had been discovered. Human, the forest ahead is too dangerous. Please return unless there is something else, Lisa said. No, we have something we need to do in the forest, Gandalf replied. Why have you come to this forest? For the world tree. Zhao Wu directly stated the purpose of his trip. Regardless of the circumstances, my goal is the world tree. Whether it's sooner or later, it doesn't matter. There are elves right in front of me. Maybe they'll take me there. But that's obviously impossible. Upon hearing that Zhao Wu and the others were going to the world tree, the tree sprites jumped down from above and surrounded Zhao Wu and Gandalf. Zhao Wu then got a clear look at what these people looked like. The elves are indeed very beautiful. No wonder the species is trafficked among humans. There were 5 elves surrounding them, 3 men and 2 women. Lisa looked at Zhao Wu and said, Human, you just said you were going to the world tree? Yes. No, the world tree belongs to the elves. Humans cannot go there. The elves have been protecting this giant tree since they were old enough to understand. They may allow people to enter the forest, but they will never allow anyone to approach the world tree. What if I really want to go? Zhao Wu looked at the elf in front of him and said with a smile, Then I'll have to offend you. 5 people rushed towards Zhao Wu from different directions. Zhao Wu smiled slightly, showing no panic as he watched the 5 people rushing towards him. He then picked up a branch from around him. Zang! Zhao Wu's branch struck the elf's weapon with a dull thud. The 5 people were still in shock when Zhao Wu's branches struck their faces, waists, and other areas. Suddenly, all 5 people were sent flying. They had all been hit by Zhao Wu to varying degrees. If Zhao Wu had used a sword, the 5 people in front of him would already be dead. Damn it, we can't beat him at all. Chapter 194, it's time for dinner again. Suddenly, all 5 people were sent flying. They had all been hit by Zhao Wu to varying degrees. If Zhao Wu had used a sword, the 5 people in front of him would already be dead. Damn it, we can't beat him at all. How is this guy so strong? He managed to beat us up like this with just a small twig. They didn't know that this was only because Zhao Wu had shown mercy. Otherwise, these elves in front of us would never have survived. Get out of my way, you are no match for me. Take me to see your elf king. If we can see the elf king, then there is hope. Zhao Wu's plan was to make a deal with the elf king, which might allow him to obtain a branch of the world tree. Meeting in person is the most difficult part. The few elves in front of him clearly wouldn't let him see them easily. Humans, you must not be allowed to see the elf king. Gandalf stepped forward, showing no particular opinion on Zhao Wu's actions. On the contrary, I felt that this was the quickest way. I want to sit down and talk with the elves. A fight with these stubborn old men is inevitable. As long as things don't get too tense, Zhao Wu clearly knows how to control his actions. Zhao Wu, let's go. I know where the world tree is. After Gandalf finished speaking, he walked forward. Zhao Wu glanced at the elves around him, then threw away the branch and followed behind Gandalf. After the 2 left, Lisa and the others stood up from the ground. Faced with Zhao Wu's overwhelming strength, they were completely helpless. They couldn't defeat them in a fight, and they had no way to stop Zhao Wu and the others from entering. What should we do? What if they go to the world tree? No, the world tree is not easy to reach. They will definitely get lost in the forest. But that old man just said he knew the way. No way. No human should know the way to our village. In the forest, it was impossible to find one's way. They believed that Zhao Wu and his companions would surely get lost in the forest. Let's follow behind, just in case. The group nodded and followed behind Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu and Gandalf walked through the forest. The trees here are incredibly tall, and they all look exactly the same. Those who came in had no idea where they were going. Even human traffickers skilled at hunting elves wouldn't venture this deep into the territory. Once you go in, you might never be able to get out. Gandalf, they're right behind us. Zhao Wu glanced back at the tree behind him. Those elves were up there. It's all right, let them come along. Gandalf walked forward, relying on his memories from many years of life, trying to find the location of the world tree. 10 minutes later, Zhao Wu looked at the trees in front of him, and they seemed somewhat familiar. There were even markings he had made on them. It seems like I'm just going around in circles. Gandalf, did we just pass by here? No way, with my memory. I shouldn't have gone the wrong way. Can I ask how many years ago your memory is from? Gandalf stroked his white beard after hearing Zhao Wu's words. That was when I was young, probably 40 or 50 years ago. Zhao Wu was speechless for a moment. It would be strange if he could find the way in 40 or 50 years. Whose road hasn't changed in 40 or 50 years? If you can't find your way, hurry back. Monsters will be coming soon, Lisa said to the 2 people below from the tree. Although Zhao Wu forced his way in, he didn't hurt them much. The peace-loving spirits did not want to see anyone die in the forest. They would consider a sin. This also leads to them sometimes walking right into the trap of human traffickers. Outsiders call these elves silly roe deer. This forest harbors all sorts of magical beasts. Not only are they numerous, but they're also extremely powerful. C-rank monsters are everywhere, and B-rank monsters are as common as dogs. Zhao Wu didn't care at all. If the monsters didn't come, fine. If they did, they'd just be free experience points. My own portal hasn't been upgraded in ages. Previously, this was because the length and width of the portal had already reached an ideal size. Everything that can be transported has been transported. There's no need for further upgrades. As for those who go to the other world, 20,000 people are enough for the daily maintenance and development of the Dragon Kingdom base. If the number were any larger, it might attract the attention of other countries on Earth. They will definitely investigate where these missing people went. Therefore, the upgrades to the portal have remained at this level. But if you offer it to me, it would be too polite to refuse. Seeing Zhao Wu and Gandalf continue walking into the forest, Lisa shook her head and followed behind Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu is indeed very strong, but even the strongest person has times when they get tired. No one can afford to be careless when facing ferocious monsters. Another half-hour passed, and Zhao Wu and the others still hadn't found the right path. At that moment, the low growls of monsters echoed from all around the forest. Zhao Wu and his group had been wandering around here for too long, attracting the attention of some magical beasts. They fight each other in this forest from birth. However, they don't mind changing their tastes when they're outsiders. Hearing the roar of the monster, Lisa and the other elves stood on the tree trunk and listened carefully. Having lived here for many years, they have become able to distinguish some magical beasts by their cries. Oh no, it seems to be a B-rank magical beast, a bursting giant bear, Lisa said nervously. Bursting giant bear, the king of the forest. With its superior defense and immense strength, it has few rivals in the forest. Their strength has reached B level, and they own their own territory in the forest. When this territory is invaded, it's time for it to eat. Sometimes the elves are attacked by it when they go out to forage for food. The bursting giant bear has an incredibly strong defense. I wonder if that young man can break through it. That can't be right. He doesn't even have a weapon. Recalling Zhao Wu's previous strength, the elves still highly acknowledged it. His spiritual power has reached the level of a war saint. However, it would be impossible to deal with the thick-skinned and tough bursting giant bear, unless Zhao Wuning has a decent weapon. However, Zhao Wu really did have weapons, they just didn't recognize them. Upon hearing the roar of the monster, Zhao Wu pulled out 2 guns from his waist. One is a large-caliber revolver, a modern weapon, and the other is an air pistol from the Second World. Zhao Wu wasn't sure if the air pistol would be useful against the monsters in this world. Logically speaking, these magical beasts grew by absorbing spiritual energy, which is why they became magical beasts. However, they don't possess spiritual energy, which left Zhao Wu somewhat bewildered. I might as well bring it along. We'll see if it works when the time comes. He brought 2 types of weapons with him this time, just in case. Chapter 195, a B-level magical beast just died like that. Just then, a loud noise came from the trees ahead. Then a huge magical beast emerged, resembling a bear, standing on its hind legs and silently watching Zhao Wu and Gandalf. These 2 are finished. The exploding giant bear, there's nothing we can do to save them. In the eyes of the tree elves, Zhao Wu and Gandalf were already sentenced to death. This explosive giant bear is too aggressive. The elves tried to drive it away, but all their attempts failed. Its tough fur was impossible for an elven arrow to pierce. Gandalf, be careful. I'll handle him. Gandalf nodded and stepped back. Generally, magical beasts have some magic resistance due to their spiritual energy. For Warcraft, warriors are their natural enemies. His retreat was seen as a sign of weakness by the explosive bear. With its 2 front paws on the ground, it pounced swiftly towards Gandalf, its massive body knocking down all the trees blocking its path. Roar! The exploding giant bear roared and moved at incredible speed. With magic entanglement, 2 vines stretched out from the giant bear's feet, attempting to restrain the running, explosive giant bear. But it didn't even last 0.1 seconds before it was torn apart. Oh no, there's no way to save this old man. Lisa was about to go down to rescue Zhao Wu and Gandalf, but the giant bear was too fast and too strong. It was simply beyond the reach of her magical abilities to stop. Before anyone could react, the exploding bear was already only a few meters away from Gandalf. Gandalf was about to be pounced on. At that moment, 2 loud bangs came from the side. Pung! Pung! Zhao Wu raised both hands at the same time, aiming a large-caliber pistol and an air pistol at the exploding giant bear. He didn't know which gun would be useful, so he simply fired both guns at the same time. 2 muffled sounds followed, and a huge wound appeared on the exploding giant bear not far away. The compressed air bullets from the air pistol pierced directly through the body of the exploding giant bear. Another pistol also hit the giant bear's body, but it was blocked by the giant bear's fur, sending up a spark. Modern weapons are clearly insufficient against B-level monsters unless more powerful weapons are used. If Zhao were given an anti-material sniper rifle, he could still shoot through this exploding giant bear. Air pistols can be used, and they are very effective. After being shot, the explosive bear roared and then crashed heavily to the ground, sliding all the way to Gandalf. What was that just now? Lisa and the others in the tree were stunned. The old man, whom everyone thought was going to die, actually survived. Instead, the exploding giant bear was knocked to the ground and couldn't even get up. They had just seen Zhao Wu pull out two strange things, and then the black bear collapsed. This is a B-rank forest king. How could it be knocked to the ground like this? Zhao Wu dared not be careless, and picked up his air pistol to fire another burst of shots. Pung, pung, pung. Several more holes appeared on the exploding giant bear's body, and blood flowed all over the ground. Zhao Wu then approached the demonic beast. I should have brought the air cannon. This air pistol isn't very powerful. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's words, the tree spirits were speechless for a moment. Although I don't know what air cannons and air pistols are, I've seen their power firsthand. You still think it's not powerful enough? Is this even human language? How powerful must that air cannon be? This black bear is really tough. My knife couldn't even cut through it. Although the bursting bear is dead, its hide is still very thick. Zhao Wu tried to take out the magic crystal with his personal military knife, but he couldn't. This giant bear's fur was even harder than steel. This thing is at least a B-grade magical beast. It would be a shame not to absorb it. What kind of weapon is this? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Human weapons are really too strange. Lisa and the others were discussing in surprise in the tree. Suddenly, Zhao Wu, who was under the tree, pulled out his air pistol and pointed it at Lisa and the others. This terrified several people. They had witnessed the power of that thing before. It can instantly knock down a B-grade explosive bear. If it hits you, you probably won't be able to block it at all. Pung! Zhao Wu, who was under the tree, fired his gun. His target was naturally not the elf group that had been following them. It was the monsters behind them that were the real threat. Just as the giant python behind Lisa opened its mouth to have a feast, it was hit by Zhao Wu's air bullet and blasted into pieces. Blood splattered on Lisa and the others' faces. They then realized that they had just been on the verge of death. They were so focused on Zhao Wu and Gandalf that they didn't even notice something approaching them. If Zhao Wu hadn't helped them, one of their people would definitely have died. Gandalf, we are surrounded. As soon as he finished speaking, many magical beasts of various shapes and sizes emerged from the forest. They stared intently at Zhao Wu and the others. Even in the trees, there were many magical beasts, making their final preparations before hunting. Although they're not of high rank, there are quite a few of them. At that moment, a rain of arrows suddenly shot out from not far away, targeting the demonic beasts surrounding Zhao Wu and his companions. The arrows possess magical properties and are imbued with a green aura. The arrows seem to have eyes, striking the group of monsters with pinpoint accuracy. The group of magical beasts roared a few times, then abandoned Zhao Wu and the others and disappeared into the jungle. They run pretty fast. Zhao Wu put away the air gun in his hand. He wanted to see who had disrupted his impending rampage. Those fleeing creatures weren't monsters. They were their own magic crystals. As a result, they were frightened away by the rain of arrows. Looking around, besides the exploding giant bear he had killed, there were only a few smaller magical beasts. This rain of arrows looks quite spectacular, but it's not very powerful. Second Elder. Seeing the person who had just shot the arrow, Lisa and the others happily ran over. That was too dangerous. If this person hadn't saved you, you'd be dead, you know? The Second Elder's face showed slight anger as he reprimanded the group for not being vigilant enough. He had already witnessed what happened. If Zhao Wu hadn't intervened, their own people will definitely suffer. In fact, he had to thank both Zhao Wu and Gandalf. Understood, Second Elder, Lisa said playfully. The Second Elder sighed. This guy's always so unserious. The Second Elder led Lisa and the others toward Zhao Wu. Thank you both for your help. Is there anything I can do to assist you? We're going to the World Tree, Gandalf said, stepping up from behind. The Second Elder was slightly taken aback when he saw Gandalf. I feel like I've seen this person before. Are you Gandalf? The Second Elder asked in confusion. You know me? Gandalf asked, staring at the elf before him. Chapter 196 treated as a rare animal. Although this elf is the Second Elder, he doesn't look very old. It looks like a human in their 30s or 40s, but doesn't look old at all. But he is actually over 100 years old. He just looks young because elves have long lifespans. I remember 47 years ago, it was you who brought the Grand Elder's grandson back. Since few people came to this forest, the Second Elder still had some impression of Gandalf. But it was clear that Gandalf did not recognize him. As he said before, he thought all elves looked pretty much the same. Extremely face blindness. Sometimes he couldn't even tell how old the person in front of him was, whether they were a young man or a young woman. Second elder, do you know them? Lisa asked curiously from the side. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Zhao Wu actually looked quite good. She blushed a little, having not seen many other men. The second elder nodded, then said to Zhao Wu and the other man, "It's getting late, and the forest will be even more dangerous at night. Why don't you come back to the village with us?" Gandalf, upon receiving the second elder's invitation, naturally accepted without hesitation. "What about my magical beasts?" Zhao Wu looked at the magical beasts lying on the ground. "There's some really good magic crystals inside. Then let's carry it back together." Led by the second elder, Zhao Wu and the others began their journey toward the village where the elves lived. First World, Base 1. Deputy Base Commander Chiu received a message from the Thunderbirds of Cavanias. The letter said, "I recently encountered the Iron Bird beast from the Dragon Kingdom in an orc town. It was quite powerful and could suppress the orcs' wyverns. I hope that the Dragon Kingdom can send such magical beasts to help humanity defeat the orcs. After the victory, the Dragon Kingdom will receive some international assistance, enabling this small country to develop rapidly." The letter stated at the end that the battle against the orcs was a matter of survival for all mankind, and hoped that the Dragon Kingdom could join the fight as soon as possible. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Deputy Base Commander Chiu smiled after reading the letter. The other party probably thought that China was a small country, so they were not very polite. Simply put, it means getting the Dragon Kingdom involved in the battle, and hopefully they won't be ungrateful. If you truly don't know how to appreciate kindness, then you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. But the Dragon Kingdom has already helped the orcs, so how could they possibly participate in the battle against them? Even without helping the orcs, their aggressive attitude in the letter is enough. The Dragon Kingdom will never tolerate them. Deputy Base Commander, how should we respond to this? Just say that the Dragon Kingdom needs to harvest its crops recently, and the soldiers have already gone to work in the fields. I like to see how they make us look bad. Deputy Base Commander Chiu chuckled to himself, noting that his side had over 10,000 regular Chinese soldiers, plus so many modern weapons. "If you upset me, I'll launch a satellite-guided Dongfeng missile at you and make you do something miraculous. Then we'll see who doesn't know what's good for them." "Okay." The soldier who delivered the order ran out to report back. Zhao Wu and his companions received a warm welcome as soon as they entered the elf village. The elves, who rarely saw humans enter the village, gathered around and began to comment on Zhao Wu and Gandalf. "This young man is quite handsome. That's what all humans look like. Indeed, compared to the male elves, this young man seems more masculine. What are they wearing? I've never seen this material before." The elves were talking amongst themselves, and their voices reached Zhao Wu's ears, making him feel a little awkward. Some even touched the material of Zhao Wu's clothes and then made envious noises. "What soft clothes! It's not only soft, but also quite pretty." Zhao Wu was speechless for a moment. Was military uniform considered soft? However, compared to the weaving technology of this world, it is indeed much better. "I feel like an animal in a zoo, being observed by others. All right, everyone, go home and do whatever you need to do." Hearing the second elder's reprimand, the elves laughed and ran away. After the people around him dispersed, Zhao Wu finally took a look at the elf village. The village's population is unknown, and the houses are somewhat strange in style compared to those of humans. The elves seemed to dislike staying on the ground and preferred to stay in the trees. The elf that had been following them had been standing in the tree the whole time. Most elves' houses are built in tree hollows or small houses on huge tree trunks. The second elder led them to a huge tree trunk and then went inside. Gandalf and Zhao Wu exchanged a glance and followed behind. "Gandalf, the last time I saw you, you were a young lad. You are old now," the second elder said to Gandalf, sitting at the table in the room. "Yes, human lifespan is indeed shorter than that of elves." Looking at the second elder in front of him, Zhao Wu suddenly had an idea. "If we can discover the secret to the longevity of elves, can humans also live longer? I just don't know if the Dragon Academy, combined with the research technology of the Second World, can achieve a thorough understanding." The second elder, clearly unaware of Zhao Wu's strange thoughts, continued, "Is there something you need to do at the World Tree this time?" "We want the trunk of the World Tree. Of course, we won't take it for nothing. We're happy to help with anything you need." After listening, the second elder sighed and said, "If it were before, I might have given you two out of respect for Gandalf. But it's not possible now." "Why?" Zhao Wu asked curiously. "The world tree seems to be sick. It has lived long enough. I wonder how much longer it can live." "Are you sick?" Gandalf was slightly taken aback. "If the world tree is gone, can magic still be used in this world?" Gandalf glanced at Zhao Wu and thought to himself that he had come at a really bad time. Zhao Wu stroked his chin and thought for a moment. If the tree of this world were a tree, the Dragon Kingdom might actually have a way to find the cause of its illness. Botanists, geologists, and other experts from China came to investigate and immediately understood what was wrong with the tree. If we can save the world tree, we might even gain the alliance of the elves. A few branches shouldn't be a problem then. Second Elder, perhaps our Dragon Kingdom can find the problem with the world tree. Dragon Kingdom? Have we found the problem? After hearing the tactics, the second Elder leaned back in his chair. He wondered if he had misheard. The elves are most skilled in wood magic, yet they still haven't found the problem with the world tree. Is the Dragon Kingdom he mentioned ever found? Seeing that the second Elder's expression clearly showed disbelief, Zhao Wu continued, "There's no harm in trying. If it doesn't work, it's fine. But if it does work, wouldn't that be even better?" The second Elder crossed his arms and remained silent. "Second Elder, I think they might have a way," Lisa interjected from the side. Chapter 197, What Do Orcs Eat? "Why? You've never even left the forest. How can you think this Dragon Kingdom has a way?" the second Elder asked curiously. "Did I miss some important information? Do you know how they got here?" Lisa asked mysteriously. The second Elder was clearly bewildered. What kind of question was this? How else can we get here? Can we fly over? Huh? Second Elder, you've seen how they arrived? Otherwise, how would you know they came from the sky? What the hell? Second Elder, are there really ghosts in this world? Lisa asked in surprise. Get out, get out, get out. The second Elder was so angry he almost vomited blood. How come he never noticed that Lisa wasn't very bright? After calming down, the second Elder turned his attention back to Zhao Wu. This young man felt different from everyone else he had met. He is very confident and very capable. If you really want to try, I'll ask the Grand Elder for you. However, he won't be back for another 2 days, so you can just wait here. Zhao Wu and Gandalf nodded silently. Since we're already here, let's just wait. We can't possibly go back to China now. Lisa, take them both to rest. Okowo. Zhao Wu and Gandalf were taken to an empty room in the elven village. Many elves gathered around after seeing Zhao Wu emerge. Having never left their homes in their entire lives, they wanted to hear Zhao Wu's stories from the outside world. Zhao Wu happened to have nothing to do in the forest, so he told Lisa and the others about the Dragon Kingdom. While we're at it, let's brainwash them and deepen their positive feelings toward China. It might come in handy later. These innocent elves became completely engrossed as they listened. Wow, there are so many fun things in the Dragon Kingdom. Lisa exclaimed in surprise. Yes, why have you been staying in this forest all this time? Because humans will capture us, and we need to protect the world tree. The elves were curious about the outside world, yet equally afraid of it. They already live in this remote forest, and yet humans still come to capture them. If they actually manage to get out there, then things will be even more disastrous. Zhao Wu looked around at the elves, and they were all indeed exceptionally beautiful. If they lived in their previous world, they could probably all become internet celebrities. But in this world, their appearances actually harm them. If they were less attractive, perhaps no one would bother to capture them. During the time, Zhao Wu and Gandalf stayed overnight in the elven forest. The allied forces surrounding the orcs noticed something was amiss. These orcs haven't come out to forage for a long time. It should be noted that orcs have a large appetite and eat a lot of food. 100,000 orcs. How much do they need to eat in a day? However, it has been several days since the last time we went out to borrow grain. But recently there seems to be no activity in the town. This rendered all 4 cavalry units that were originally sent to harass the enemy unable to move. Once you get past them, you'll be pierced through by the troll hunter's spear. Their upper body strength was immense. The spears they threw could pin men and horses to the ground. Their own arrows were completely ineffective against the orc's skin. Even those few who managed to hit the orcs in vital spots would be immediately brought to their aid. Forced into a corner, the cavalry had no choice but to retreat. Those horses and people who remained in place were dragged away by the orcs to be eaten. Lord Cindy rode her horse to the camp near the town. How long has it been since these orcs last came out? Reporting to you, sir. It has been a week since the last time. Logically speaking, when the Iron Bird from the Dragon Kingdom came over, it was when they were about to come out to forage for food. But they didn't come out. Lord Cindy pondered for a moment. Why weren't the orcs coming out? If they don't come out, they won't be able to consume the resources on their side. The daily consumption of 100,000 orcs is huge, and our own 300,000 troops also consume a lot every day. People need to eat, and horses need to eat too. Now, the burden is entirely on Cavannas, and it's becoming too much for the country to bear. Sir, there is something I'm not sure if I should say. Lord Cindy glanced at her adjutant and nodded, saying, just say what you have to say. Actually, the day the Dragon Kingdom Iron Bird came, it not only killed the wyvern, but also threw a lot of iron boxes into this town. A metal box? A scene flashed through Lord Cindy's mind. An iron box being thrown down from the sky? Isn't this just a high-altitude strike? Who knew that this Dragon Kingdom had such creative ideas? The boxes thrown from that height could probably kill a lot of orcs. This Dragon Kingdom did a good job. How many orcs did those iron crates kill when they flew down? Cindy had considered the possibility of launching a long-range attack. At that time, some catapults and other equipment were pushed to the outskirts of the town in an attempt to launch a long-range attack. Even an orc troll hunter couldn't throw a spear at that distance. If the catapults here are activated, they might be able to kill quite a few orcs. But before the catapult could even launch, it was smashed to pieces by a bipedal wyvern that flew over from the town. Their enormous claws can tear a catapult to shreds with a single swoop. The adjutant paused for a moment, then said, there are things hanging on that box, so it's moving very slowly and won't kill anyone. The adjutant had seen parachutes before, but he didn't know what they were called. At that speed of descent, anyone with a sound mind could dodge it. Even though the orcs are foolish, they wouldn't stand under the iron box and wait to be crushed to death, would they? The speed is very slow? Then why is the Dragon Kingdom sending these boxes? Lord Cindy asked suspiciously. I suspect there's something inside the box. You mean there's food in Longwato's box? Guessing. Lord Cindy thought about it for a moment. It was rather strange that the orcs weren't coming out to borrow food. Of all the recent events in the surrounding area, only the Iron Birds of the Dragon Kingdom were able to transport supplies to the Beastmen. Could it be that those numerous boxes in the sky were actually filled with grain? Lord Cindy was startled by her own idea. But why would the Dragon Kingdom help the orcs? Orcs are the enemy of all mankind. By the way, has the Dragon Kingdom responded to the Thunderbird message we sent them before? We've arrived just recently. Bring it up. Yes. The adjutant returned shortly after leaving with a letter. This letter was the reply from the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Cindy opened it, and her face darkened with anger. This dragon nation actually refused to participate in the war. They even came up with a ridiculous excuse. They said they were going to harvest the crops. How much grain could a tiny country like China possibly need to harvest? Isn't this a clear indication that they don't want to come? We'll see. Is harvesting crops important for the greater good of all humankind? This Dragon Kingdom is simply ungrateful. They were trying to be helpful by encouraging him to build closer relations with several major neighboring countries. He, on the other hand, didn't participate in the war. Chapter 198, These Orcs Are Too Cunning. Lord Cindy was furious and immediately convened a meeting of the Allied Forces commanders. During the meeting, the letter from the Dragon Kingdom was presented in an exaggerated and embellished manner. This Dragon Kingdom is truly ungrateful. While we are risking our lives on the front lines, they are reaping the rewards in the back. Exactly. If the orcs move south, will they still have a good life? A small country like the Dragon Kingdom could probably be conquered by a couple of thousand orcs. Commanders from several countries were complaining here. The Dragon Kingdom clearly possesses an iron bird demon beast capable of defeating dragons, yet it doesn't offer it up for everyone to use. How selfish. They complain about others, but forget their own past actions. When facing orcs, they always position their soldiers at the very back. They watched with amusement as soldiers from several other small countries took the lead. Other smaller countries dared not speak out against it because their own national strength was insufficient. Several major powers, accustomed to this practice, suddenly suffered a setback with China. How can I possibly stand this? You should know that small countries usually have to appease them, otherwise they'll inevitably get beaten up. However, the Dragon Kingdom disagreed and even came up with such absurd reasons. Not only that, I also suspect that the Dragon Kingdom and the orcs have improper dealings, Lord Cindy said slowly. What improper dealings? A commander from another country asked curiously. Humans and orcs? This relationship is unlikely to improve. Lord Cindy rested her hands on the table, looking at the national commanders before her. I suspect that the Dragon Kingdom gave supplies to the orcs. Everyone gasped in shock after hearing this. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Lord Cindy, you can't just say things like that. There are reasons why China did not participate in the war, but we can't just label people based on this. The speaker was an envoy from the Urduva People's Kingdom. The People's Republic of Urduva itself is one of the major powers on this continent. However, it had been severely weakened after the Civil War. Its strength has already reached the level of a third-rate country. This is all thanks to the help of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, it's hard to say who would win this civil war. Now, when faced with criticism of China, they naturally stood up to defend it. It's one thing to say that China wouldn't participate in the war, since that's a fact, and there's nothing they can say about it. However, when it comes to helping the orcs, we must stand up and advocate for justice. Commander of the Urduva People's Republic, your country's civil war has just ended. I can understand your desire to speak up for the Dragon Kingdom. After all, it was the Dragon Kingdom that helped you quell the internal strife. But on this matter, I'm just stating the facts. Lord Cindy showed no respect whatsoever to the commander of the Urduva People's Kingdom. Previously, given the strength of the Urduva People's Republic, we might have had to consider it. But now, the country is just a third-rate small nation. They even divided up their own land. That Queen Lilia must not be very intelligent. They had also heard of the Dragon Kingdom's methods, such as explosions and miracles. But for countries far from China, just treat it as a joke. The information provided by C Company regarding this game is always a mix of truth and falsehood. They like to use eye-catching methods to write their stories. They really didn't believe that China was that powerful. If they were truly that powerful, why is their territory so small? They would have already invaded other countries, wouldn't they? But they didn't know that the Dragon Kingdom's goal wasn't about the amount of land it possessed. It's not about the amount of resources. Having more land not only creates more complicated issues, but also makes management more difficult. Wouldn't it be great to use the Dragon Kingdom's stockpiled resources to have otherworldly beings work for us? Mining and farming? Why do we need this land? These lands are nothing in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. How could this Dragon Kingdom be so despicable, helping the orcs? Is it even human? No wonder the orcs weren't coming out to borrow food. It turns out someone was bringing them food. Heretical. This kind of country needs to be taught a lesson. At this conference, several major powers pronounced judgment on the crimes of the Dragon Kingdom. The Syrian commander said, "All right, unless you have evidence, don't fabricate things out of thin air." Because of the relationship between Princess Arya and the Dragon Kingdom, the two sides in Syria are relatively friendly. Moreover, King Chris had heard of the Dragon Kingdom's strength. He did not want to make enemies. The Syrian commander, realizing that things were getting out of hand, stopped the crowd from denouncing him. As one of the top-tier countries on this continent, Syria naturally has a voice. Lord Cindy fell silent after seeing the Syrian commander's reaction. With Syria protecting him, he really has no way to get anything out of him without evidence. But he won't let it go like that. He'll find evidence that the Dragon Kingdom aided the orcs. Even if he can't find it, he won't let this country off the hook. Those who offend him will not have a good outcome. All right, let's put that aside for now and discuss how to deal with the orcs. The orcs are no longer venturing out, so our harassment tactics are no longer effective. If harassment tactics cannot be used, there is no way to continuously deplete the orcs' fighting strength. It seemed the orcs were about to be worn down by their own forces, so why did they suddenly stop going out? Could this be a deception tactic by the orcs? A commander from one of the countries put forward an idea. After thinking about it, everyone felt that it made some sense. Because the surrounding residential areas have all been evacuated by our side, the orcs' expeditionary forces are finding it increasingly difficult to obtain food. If this continues, the orcs will surely die. At this point, the orcs adopted a turtling tactic, possibly to mislead the human forces. He wanted to send a signal to humanity that they had no shortage of food. Come and hit me if you dare, or I'll develop rapidly. Then they would force humanity to engage in a final battle with them as soon as possible. These orcs are despicable and cunning. We almost fell for their trick. Aura would be ashamed if she heard this. It's all just your imagination. What did I start thinking about all this? That's right. From now on, We just need to continue to surround them, and we don't even need to harass them. They will surely starve to death slowly and kill each other. The thought of the orcs waiting in the town without ever seeing a human attack made them want to laugh. The orcs' plot was foiled. In that case, let's hold back. In a week or two, these orcs will starve to death on their own, Lord Cindy said slowly. That's right. All we need to do is collect their bodies. After saying that, the human commanders burst into laughter. They seemed to have already seen the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, the orcs were enjoying good food and drink in the town, while also forging weapons. Humanity gave them time to arm themselves. During this time, they could melt down the weapons they had captured in previous battles and then forge weapons and armor suitable for orcs. Chapter 199, The Long-Awaited System Notification. At that time, humanity will likely face orcs who are like war gods. After the meeting, Lord Cindy met with the commanders of several countries separately. They are all major countries in this world. He usually likes to do bad things. Their influence was felt in the civil war of the Urduva People's Republic. They funded the rebels of the time, who wanted to overthrow the government of the People's Republic of Urduva and turn this once great power into their puppet. However, the internal strife was eventually resolved by the Urduva People's Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. Cindy, what do you want with us? Yes, if there's anything, why didn't we discuss it together earlier? Cindy glanced at the people at the table. They were the game designers of this world. No one could withstand their combined attack. But now, Cindy is already feeling uneasy about the Dragon Kingdom. There are too many people around, so I don't want to say too much. What's wrong? You sound a bit unhappy. Cindy nodded, then said, This tiny dragon nation dares to defy me. I want to teach them a lesson. The group exchanged glances. They were all familiar with this matter. Don't worry, Cindy, I'll take care of this for you. The speaker was from an island nation in the eastern part of the world. It wasn't very powerful, but often did errands for these major powers. Therefore, these large countries will also include him in their activities. Let's send a few spies over there. Since he mainly deals in trade, let's get involved in his trade. Then we can incite some people to create discontent and start an uprising. Kawashima, you really do have ideas, Cindy praised. Since we can't deal with your Dragon Kingdom openly, then we'll resort to covert methods. As long as you can infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, you can cause trouble without anyone noticing. A small country like the Dragon Kingdom is easily prone to internal strife. They will then have to pay the price for their past actions. Cindy, Kawashima, and the others chuckled, as if they could already see the destruction of a nation. Kawashima made the arrangements quickly and immediately sent a message to his country via Thunderbird. Soon, this island nation will send spies to the Dragon Kingdom to incite trouble and cause chaos. In the Elf Forest, Zhao Wu has been staying here for 2 days now. His first impression of living here was that the elves were very innocent. They would believe anything Zhao Wu said, even if it's something I've never seen before. Moreover, they would share their best possessions with Zhao Wu and Gandalf. The best food will be saved. Zhao Wu, you're here? Lisa skipped and hopped in through the door. In just 2 days, she had become quite familiar with Zhao Wu. This curious little sprite would always pester Zhao Wu to tell him stories. Lisa, you're here again? Aren't you afraid the second elder will give you a good scolding? Because Lisa was always clinging to Zhao Wu, the second elder would sometimes scold her when he saw it. However, Lisa was carefree and didn't care. They'll sneak back after a while. The second elder sent me here this time. What? The Grand Elder is back. The Grand Elder should be here soon. He should arrive today. Zhao Wu scratched his head. Apart from the fact that the Grand Elder had returned, he really couldn't think of anything else that would make Lisa contact him. Actually, I came here to give you these things. After Lisa finished speaking, she handed a cloth bag from her hand to Zhao Wu. What's this? Zhao Wu reached out and took it, then held it in his hand and felt it. It's very hard, like a stone. This is the exploding giant bear magic crystal we encountered in the forest that day. I saw you've been wanting it, so I took it off and gave it to you. Zhao Wu opened it and saw that it really was a magic crystal. Not only did they have the magic crystal of the exploding giant bear, but they also had several magic crystals from other animals in the forest. It must have been the magical beast that the second elder shot and killed that day. Isn't this the magical beast you hunted the other day? Zhao Wu asked curiously. Yes, the second elder's original intention was just to drive them away, but 2 of them were unlucky enough to hit a vital spot. Lisa said, sticking out her tongue playfully. Since you wanted magic crystals, I brought them all for you. Zhao Wu nodded and accepted it. Why not take it if it's free? These silly elves, if we don't take them in, they'll think we're looking down on them. The elves had a way. Back then, I had no way to deal with that enormous, exploding bear. Its fur is impossible for it to pierce itself. Thank you, Lisa. I'll give you something too. What is that? Lisa asked curiously as she approached. Zhao Wu picked up the backpack from the side and opened it, saying, I only brought food with me this time, so I'll give you some. Food? Lisa drooled a little from the corner of her mouth, then wiped it away. She loves to eat, but the elves eat plant-based things all day long. They cannot eat any living magical beasts or animals. Zhao Wu took out a bag of snacks from his backpack and handed it to Lisa. This is something I brought with me when I came on vacation. Here, you can have it. Lisa took the snacks, looking them over from left to right. It was something I had never seen before, but she had gotten used to it. After all, the outside world was something she had never seen before. How do you eat this? Lisa picked up the packaging and tried to bite into it, but she couldn't. Zhao Wu smiled and said after seeing it, These are potato chips. You have to open the package before you can eat them. You can't eat it like that. Zhao Wu took the package, tore it open, and handed it to Lisa. Lisa brought her nose close and smelled it. It smelled quite nice. I picked up a potato chip and put it in my mouth. It was crispy and slightly salty. She had never eaten anything so delicious. By the way, when are you leaving? Lisa asked while eating. This damn delicious food. I wish I could eat it every day. Me? I should leave after I get the branch of the world tree. Oh, could you take me with you when you leave? Cannot. Zhao Wu refused outright, saying that the elves were too foolish and would probably not survive if they left this forest. Besides, bringing Lisa along is only useful for providing another mouth to feed. It serves no other purpose whatsoever. The elves are skilled archers, possessing formidable ranged abilities in this world. But compared to the long-range weapons of the Dragon Kingdom, they are nothing. Seeing Zhao Wu's direct refusal, Lisa made a face at him and ran out. Before leaving, they made sure to bring some food with them. Zhao Wu shook his head and smiled. This Lisa should be about the same age as him, but she acted more like a child. It seems elves are all late bloomers. After Lisa left, Zhao Wu stood up and closed the door, then poured the magic crystals from his pocket onto the table. Magic crystals are powerful energy sources. If the people of the second world were to study it, they might be able to discover a way to convert magic crystals into energy. Ding dong, B-grade, magic crystal detected. Absorb. Chapter 200 is several thousand kilometers a long distance. When his hand touched the B-grade magic crystal, the long-awaited system notification sound rang out. How much portal experience can one B-grade magic crystal be exchanged for? Ding dong, a grade B magic crystal can be exchanged for 5,000 experience points. Open my properties panel and take a look. Host Zhao Wu. Portal level LV11 3218/16587. Portal width 12 meters. Portal height 8 meters. Portal secondary permissions 19871/20,000. It seems that absorbing it won't upgrade me. Zhao Wu turned his gaze to the other magic crystals. Besides this B-grade magic crystal, there are only a few C-grade and D-grade magic crystals left. Based on the following, 5,000 experience points for a B-grade magic crystal, 1,000 for a C-grade, and 100 for a D-grade. The magic crystal in front of them still couldn't upgrade the portal. Zhao Wu decided to put the magic crystals aside for the time being, as upgrading the portal to the first world was no longer so important. These magic crystals might have other uses if we keep them. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Wu, are you inside? Gandalf's voice came from the doorway. Come in, Professor Gandalf. Gandalf pushed open the door and said, I just saw Lisa run out looking unhappy. You wouldn't. You old lecher, Zhao Wu cursed, looking at Gandalf's sly grin. I really want to open Gandalf's head and see what's inside. Ahem, the Grand Elder has returned. Let's go. They're finally back. Zhao Wu stood up and followed Gandalf out of the room. The two arrived at a large house in the very center of the elves' village, where the first elder, second elder, and other elders were already waiting. After the first elder returned, the second elder told him about Zhao Wu and Gandalf. The elder was still willing to meet with the old friend who had helped his grandson. He still didn't quite believe Zhao Wu's claim that he could help them find the problem with the world tree. What can this country, which I've never even heard of, possibly do to save the world tree? Gandalf, it's been a long time. Haven't seen you for a long time. Please sit down. Gandalf and Zhao Wu sat opposite the first elder and the second elder. Zhao Wu looked around and saw Lisa still winking at him from the side. It seems this girl is still a little unhappy. But I'm doing this for her own good. She absolutely cannot go out. Otherwise, you'll get scammed and end up counting the money for the scammers. Gandalf, I heard you want a branch of the world tree, the elder asked. Yes. What about the one from before? I remember we gave you one 47 years ago, the elder asked curiously. Gandalf glanced at Zhao Wu beside him. This guy had ruined everything. But the situation was indeed quite critical at the time, and Gandalf did not blame Zhao Wu. If my staff can save so many lives, then it's worth it. That staff is broken. It's broken. No way. You should know that although it is a branch that fell off the world tree on its own, it is still indestructible. The Grand Elder was somewhat skeptical. The branches of the world tree are not something that can be broken. Only the elves have the ability to refine these branches into weapons. It really is broken in the land of demons. The land of demons? The elder and the other elves were dumbfounded. The land of demons? What kind of place is this? But Gandalf's serious expression didn't seem like he was lying. Does evil really exist in this world? Zhao Wu wanted to laugh when he heard this. Wasn't this name just something he casually gave Gandalf after arriving in the second world? And Gandalf actually believed it. The demon land is fraught with danger, withstanding dead and monsters that can locate you by sound. And none of them will die. The elder gasped upon hearing this. He couldn't believe there were such dangerous places in the world. It seems that it was right for our elven race to live in this forest, away from the troubles of the world. Even so, given the current state of the world tree, we are unable to give you any more branches. After the world tree became sick, no more branches fell off naturally. The elves would not give away the branches from the tree. Zhao Wu stepped forward and said, as I mentioned before, we can give this a try. Dragon Kingdom. I think I heard Lisa say that you came from the heavens, the elder asked curiously. As soon as he returned, Lisa kept talking to him. He just took it as a joke. But is it true that when Gandalf talks about the land of demons, he wants to come down from the sky? That's right, our Dragon Kingdom has airplanes and can fly in the sky. Yes, the old man has ridden in it a few times, Gandalf added from the side. But every time I sit down, I feel half dead. The Grand Elder and the other elders exchanged glances, all finding the matter utterly unbelievable. But Lisa had seen the plane, and Zhao Wu also admitted it. The naive elf still believed it. Elders, the Dragon Kingdom possesses such strength. Should we ask them for help? The first elder turned to the elf elders beside him and said, you can give it a try, but only if you are accompanied by us. That's right, the safety of the world tree is extremely important. After discussion among the elders, the final result was as follows. No weapons are allowed when entering the world tree. One must be accompanied by an elder and must not cause any damage to the world tree. If these conditions are met, the elves will agree to allow the Dragon Kingdom to diagnose the world tree. Zhao Wu agreed. These were minor issues. If the world tree can be healed, then we will gain the trust of the elves and obtain weapons made from branches of the world tree. The elders then asked Zhao Wu when he would bring people over to see the place. Zhao Wu then mysteriously pulled out a cell phone. Then he dialed a mysterious number. Zhao Wu, what is this? Lisa asked curiously, coming over and sitting down next to Zhao Wu. She remained curious about everything Zhao Wu took out. This human always has a lot of fun and new things to do. This is a telephone, which allows you to talk to people over long distances. Hiss! The Grand Elder gasped upon hearing this. Long-distance communication? There's such an amazing thing. Zhao Wu, how far can this phone reach? It's hard to say. It should be possible to reach any area covered by satellite. It's only a few thousand kilometers away from China, so it should be no problem at all. Only a few thousand kilometers away. Are we living in the same world? Is long-distance communication really possible? The elders looked at each other. I became even more curious about this mysterious Dragon Kingdom. With such incredible abilities, perhaps he really could heal the world tree.